I am but an unremarkable superhero. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight grace the earth, I make my timely appearance beneath its warm embrace. When the last glimmer of twilight fades into the evening, I vanish once more. Occasionally, I ponder what grand spectacle this dramatic world might present to me. Yet, I wonder why, as merely an observer, must you insist on drawing me into the fray? Very well, if that is the case, here I come. Chapter 1 Marvel. Tony Stark? Is this Marvel? On the streets of Chicago, Levi stood before a newsstand, gazing at the newspaper headline proclaiming Playboy Tony Stark, his expression a portrait of bewilderment. He had merely dozed off over his gaming table, and upon awakening, found himself transported to this unfamiliar realm. To make matters more perplexing, it was the Marvel Universe, a territory he scarcely knew. In his college dormitory, he shared space with 3 roommates, one enamored with novels, another devoted to Marvel, and the last to DC. His understanding of Marvel was limited to the casual discussions among his roommates Superman's invincibility, the extravagant Tony Stark, and the world-ending antics of Thanos. Beyond that, his knowledge was rather scant. He was but a hapless university student. How could he awaken to confront such a perilous world? Shivering, Levi instinctively reached for his pocket, only to discover not a phone, but a wallet. Upon opening it, he found a few scattered dollars, several credit cards, a driver's license, a passport, and a social security card. Though the name on the license matched his own, the rather unremarkable photograph revealed that Levi was no longer the person he once was. Indeed, I've crossed over. Contemplating the driver's license, Levi fell silent, then began to recall the words of his former roommate with great effort. Orphaned, homeless, carless, friendless, a quintessential young man devoid of all. If one were to describe him in more realistic terms, he would be a vagabond. Is this a hellish beginning? With a deep sigh, Levi tucked the wallet into the inner pocket of his clothing and stepped out from the shadow of the building into the sunlight. In that instant, his body froze. As the sunlight poured over him unimpeded, an inexplicable warmth surged within him, and he could distinctly sense an immense power seemingly erupting from within. Having previously experienced the invigorating effects of glucose during an illness, Levi recognized this boundless energy as a mere illusion of vitality. Yet even so, the mere act of basking in sunlight to produce such a sensation left him somewhat astonished. Regaining his composure, Levi's expression returned to one of calm as he retreated back into the shadows. Deprived of the sun's radiance, the invigorating sensation gradually waned until, after half a minute, it vanished entirely, as if nothing had transpired. Stepping once more into the sunlight, that familiar feeling returned swiftly, and the illusion of overwhelming power reemerged. In the gaze of the newsstand owner, who regarded him as if he were a fool, Levi retreated back into the shadows, where the sensation began to dissipate again. After repeating this experiment twice, Levi concluded that this was not merely a figment of his imagination. Exposure to sunlight indeed appeared to enhance his physical prowess. Suddenly reminded of the Superman his DC roommate had mentioned, Levi's pupils dilated slightly, and an uncontrollable sense of astonishment surged within him. Could it be? Am I capable of gaining strength simply by basking in the sun like that Superman? With hope and speculation ignited in his heart, Levi's earlier confusion evaporated. He stepped boldly into the sunlight once more, vanishing into the throngs of the street. Indeed, sunlight does imbue me with strength, yet I cannot ascertain whether this power is enduring, nor can I confirm if it is merely an illusion. The most prudent course of action would be to seek specialized instruments for testing. Contemplating this, Levi recalled a gem from his memory. Superman possesses boundless strength and incredible speed. Thus Levi believed that to test whether he had truly acquired superhuman abilities, he need only evaluate his strength and speed. He had considered finding some stones by the roadside to gauge his strength, but that would yield little benefit. He was not one of those who could intuitively assess the weight of an object with a mere lift. He didn't even know his own basic physical data. While it was easy enough to find stones and lift them, what purpose would that serve? He had no means to determine the weight of the stones, nor would anyone be willing to assist him in weighing them for free. Baseline strength and enhancement intensity required professional equipment for precise measurement, and conveniently, the gym could provide such apparatuses for testing strength and speed. If sunlight truly could render him stronger, now was the opportune time for measurement. At this moment, his inherent strength and speed had not yet transcended the ordinary. Even with the boost gained from sunlight, the increase would likely remain within the realm of an average individual. Moreover, since gyms are designed for training, as long as Levi's performance did not exceed human limits, he would not encounter any difficulties. Levi opted for a moderately priced gym rather than a high-end 24-hour facility, with a monthly fee of $24. Although the gym offered single-use fees, Levi calculated the number of tests he would need, concluding that a monthly subscription was the most economical choice. Having stowed his belongings, Levi proceeded to the dumbbells, barbells, treadmills, bench press stations, and squat racks in succession. Testing intermittently, it was not until 1 or 2 hours later that Levi had gathered all the data. A 3.5-minute kilometer. While this result isn't outstanding, it surpasses my previous live's performance significantly, and it seems I have considerable room for improvement in my maximum speed. Levi gazed through the large glass window at the sun hanging high in the sky. Could it be that my exposure to sunlight grants me extraordinary stamina and recovery? Unlike the 100-meter sprint, which emphasizes explosive power, a kilometer run also involves sustained effort, built upon a foundation of robust endurance. Thanks to the sunlight, Levi felt no fatigue from his testing. He was entirely unaware of his endurance limits, and as for resting, that was merely a guise. In light of his extraordinary endurance, the kilometer speed he recorded was undoubtedly inaccurate. A 100-meter sprint might accurately reflect his performance, but such tests, with a minuscule chance of breaking world records, were clearly unsuitable for the gym environment. While speed and endurance remained elusive, Levi did obtain a fairly accurate figure regarding his strength. Standing at 176 centimeters and weighing 65 kilograms, his shoulder press was 50 kilograms, bench press 73 kilograms, squat 94 kilograms, and deadlift 107 kilograms. According to the standardized calculations, his strength data was merely average, far below that of seasoned gymgoers. Levi was unaware of the original BODIS physical data, but by his own expectations, this data was an improvement over his previous frail self. Transforming from a physically weak, mildly nearsighted gaming enthusiast into a healthy, alert individual. If only this were not the Marvel Universe, how splendid everything would be. Chapter 2. Am I Superman? All endurance-related tests failed to yield accurate figures, and upon acquiring data on speed and strength, Li found little reason to linger in the gym. Instead of mingling with the muscle-bound individuals in the sweat-saturated environment, he preferred to bask in the sun in a more spacious locale. After all, with abilities that seemed superhuman, enhanced by innate talent, sunbathing was the true path to strengthening oneself. As for working out, that was a pursuit reserved for those lacking such gifts. Li had no intention of entering the fitness industry. The gym served merely as a venue for assessing his speed and strength. Though his ambitions soared, a wave of confusion engulfed him the moment he stepped outside the gym. His inherent memory enabled him to master English reading and writing with ease, yet ironically, he could not recall any memories related to earning a livelihood. Having already paid the gym's monthly fee of several dozen dollars, Li's wallet was as empty as his expression. As for credit cards, with the American tendency for overspending, one typically pays off credit cards post-paycheck. Now, as a homeless individual without employment, Li had no source of income. Currently, he could not claim to have savings. Merely avoiding debt to banks and similar institutions was a small victory. Li sensed he might owe money on his credit card, yet the allure of hope lingered. He sought out an ATM on a street corner. Inserting his credit card and entering his PIN, he waited a few seconds before the screen revealed his financial status: 0.03. Given that his overdraft limit was approximately $3,000, a simple calculation indicated he owed the bank $2,999.97. While the duration of his delinquency remained unknown, it was evident he could not repay this sum. Defaulting would tarnish his credit, and aside from those willing to employ workers off the books, most companies were reluctant to hire someone with a damaged credit status. Li needed a job to restore his credit, yet to secure employment, he first had to repay debts. Thus, an almost insurmountable cycle was born. Damn it! Realizing this, Li muttered under his breath, suddenly sensing an unusual presence behind him. Turning around, he noticed a group of thugs several meters away, engaged in casual conversation. However, with his superior vision, rated at over 1.2, he could discern their furtive glances directed towards him. Initially perplexed, it dawned on him, these individuals, they wouldn't be contemplating robbery, would they? Can't they see I'm just a destitute homeless man? Are they really planning to rob me? Inwardly cursing, Li swiftly retrieved his credit card from the ATM and hurriedly exited the alley, merging into the crowd. Observing his departure, the previously conversing thugs displayed a hint of disappointment. Damn, he ran off faster than a rabbit, one hijab-clad black man said, pulling his hands from his pockets and shaking his head. There hasn't been a soul around all day. Let's change locations. We might find some unfortunate souls elsewhere. Robbery indeed requires skill. Merely staring at a target from afar or brandishing a weapon does not guarantee success. Seasoned gangsters are well aware of the nuances of robbery, approaching the target without raising suspicion before swiftly employing weapons to control the situation, allowing them to succeed in 8 out of 10 attempts. Utilizing conversation as a cover, this small group had successfully executed numerous heists, only to encounter an unexpected complication with Li Wei. They had barely locked their sights on him before he noticed their intentions. A moment later, seated on a bench by the roadside, Li Wei observed the hurried passers-by, sighing, "What a free place to think one could encounter a robbery in broad daylight. If it were night, wouldn't it be a veritable den of iniquity?" With his bank card nearly depleted and less than $100 to his name, he mused, "Forget about staying in a hotel soon. Even affording a meal may become a challenge. Do superheroes even need to eat?" In an epiphany akin to Watson discovering a blind spot, Li Wei's thoughts sparked to life. If sunbathing could substitute for food, wouldn't all I need to do is find a rooftop to lie on? High-rise buildings receive direct sunlight, and I wouldn't need to worry about a robber intruding on the rooftop. It's simply perfect. Thus, I only need to wait until I perfect my skills. The moment I emerge, I shall be invincible. Envisioning a luminous future, Li Wei's eyes brightened, and he vanished into the throng of people. 3 days later, having soaked up ample sunlight and feeling robust enough to fell an ox, Li Wei returned to the gym for the familiar 4 tests. However, after absorbing the sun's power, his results were markedly different from the previous assessment. Standing at 177 centimeters and weighing 67 kilograms, he recorded a shoulder press of 67 kilograms, a bench press of 97 kilograms, a squat of 126 kilograms, and a deadlift of 143, an increase of approximately 1.34 from his last test. In merely 3 days, his strength had multiplied by 1.34. Even considering an arithmetic sequence, after 10 days, his strength could double. In a geometric sequence, the increase would be even more astonishing. According to the formula for a geometric sequence, in 10 days, his strength could escalate to 2.5 times its current state, 17 times in a month, and an unfathomable 13,780 times in 100 days, ultimately reaching a minimum of 600 tons. After a year, it would soar to 640 trillion tons. Regardless of the calculation method, the future awaiting Li Wei, as time progressed, promised brilliance. Moreover, he discovered another intriguing revelation during these 3 days. As long as he basked in the sun for several hours each day, he could forego food and water. Consequently, without intake, sweating and other metabolic activities naturally ceased. No eating, drinking, or excreting. Indeed, a superhero he was. Liberated from the burdens of sustenance, Li Wei felt utterly unencumbered. As for the 2,999.97 debt to the bank that belonged to Li Wei Deller, who had long since descended into oblivion and bore no connection to him, the visitor from another world. What? The bank disagrees? That's inconsequential. It suffices that Li Wei believes so. If necessary, once he attained the strength to disregard the ocean's pressure, he could simply retrieve some metallic ores from the sea to settle the debt. Should anyone dare to play the interest game with him, he would have no qualms about sending them personally to seek payment from Li Wei Deller. With his travel backpack containing all his possessions slung over his shoulder, Li Wei set forth towards a rooftop he had identified during his explorations over the past few days. Chapter 3. The assassin. The limited space atop the Empire State Building renders it unsuitable for habitation, while the Twin Towers are renowned. Levi's knowledge of them is predominantly associated with the tragic events of 9/11. Thus, they do not qualify as a place of auspicious energy. However, these factors are not the crux of the matter. The true issue lies in the fact that these iconic structures are located in New York, far from the city of Chicago. Moreover, as a mere vagabond, Levi would find it impossible to gain entry to such prestigious edifices, let alone establish a makeshift refuge on their rooftops. Even if he managed to ascend, it is likely that before he could unfurl his sleeping bag for a peaceful slumber, a gun-toting officer would swiftly apprehend him, demanding a hefty ransom ranging from several hundred to $1,000 for his release. Alternatively, he could find himself incarcerated under the pretense of intending to engage in perilous activities. Consequently, Levi's aspirations could only be directed toward mid-rise buildings with less stringent security. Though rooftops of such structures are accessible to the public, it is unlikely that anyone, apart from Levi, will be so inclined as to venture to the rooftops merely to bask in the moonlight or sunbathe. As the sun rises and sets, time inexorably passes, marked by Levi's daily existence of braving the elements. Harnessing sunlight as a catalyst, a boundless reservoir of energy steadily and systematically fortified Levi's physique, enhancing his strength in a geometric progression of tenfold each day. A month later, as the amber sun ascended the horizon, its rays once again illuminated Levi. However, unlike previous instances of warmth and comfort, a peculiar sensation enveloped him. The hues before his eyes sharpened, scents became more distinct, and sounds previously indistinguishable began to resonate clearly. It was as if a blind, deaf, or tasteless individual had suddenly been liberated from all constraints, and with his mind racing, Levi's perception of the world transformed instantaneously. With a subtle push, he traversed 5 or 6 meters to the edge of the rooftop in half a second, gazing down at the bustling throngs below. His focus was effortlessly attuned, allowing him to discern the pores on the faces of pedestrians from several dozen meters above. A gentle inhalation revealed the cloying fragrance of a woman's perfume amidst a medley of scents, and he could overhear 2 gang members plotting what they believed to be a clandestine robbery. The augmentation of his senses, combined with the rapid processing of his mind, rendered Levi momentarily dazed, as if he were a deity wielding omniscience. In the span of 30 days, he had been enhanced by a staggering 17-fold. This amplification manifested not only in strength and speed, but also in physical resilience and reaction time. To illustrate with an example, human reaction time is intrinsically linked to the sensitivity of sensory organs, the efficiency of brain function, and the excitability of effector organs. Thanks to the sun's influence, Levi experienced a comprehensive enhancement across all these domains. In other words, his reaction speed is 17 times that of an ordinary person, while the average individual takes 0.2 seconds to respond. Leeway requires only approximately 0.012 seconds. If a person, standing 50 meters away, aims a handgun with a muzzle velocity of 500 at leeway, the bullet would take 0.1 seconds to reach him. After accounting for his reaction time, leeway has a response window of 0.088 seconds. The human instantaneous speed record is 125, and with his enhanced physical abilities multiplied by a factor of 17, leeway's speed effortlessly reaches 60. With 0.088 seconds at his disposal, he could easily evade the bullet by sprinting 5 meters away. Even if the handgun were replaced with a sniper rifle boasting a velocity of 1,000 meters per second, leeway would still possess a reaction time of 0.038 seconds, enabling him to escape 2 meters away. His extraordinary reaction speed and agility, coupled with an innate sense of impending danger, render it exceedingly difficult for conventional firearms to strike him, unless one were to engage in a frenzied area bombardment. However, leeway does not feel a sense of fulfillment from his capability. In the mundane world of his previous life, he might have considered himself a superhero. Yet this is the realm of Marvel. Although he holds little interest in superhero films, he has gleaned some knowledge through conversations with his roommate. He is aware of formidable beings, such as the purple-skinned entity who obliterated half the universe with a mere snap, Iron Man, whose mortal form rivals that of the gods, Captain America, who epitomizes human potential, and countless other chaotic superheroes and supervillains. In such a world, how could Leeway allow himself to become complacent over a slight enhancement in power? The pursuit of strength is an unending journey. Thus, after thoroughly experiencing and mastering his abilities, Leeway reclined once more on the rooftop. Yet, as fate would have it, the whims of destiny are seldom kind to a visitor from another world. More than a week later, on a sun-drenched afternoon, Leeway leaned against the edge of the rooftop, admiring the breathtaking twilight. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a firearm being chambered pierced his ears. Following the source of the sound, Leeway's gaze settled upon the rooftop of the Chicago Central Building, located less than 100 meters away in a straight line. Despite the half-height concrete wall at the edge of the rooftop obscuring his view, he could still discern 4 assassins disguised as maintenance workers assembling firearms from a repair box. Within mere seconds, 3 assassins wielding rifles adjusted their scopes toward an upscale office building across the street, while another, armed with a sniper rifle, retreated slightly into a corner hidden from Leeway's sight. Is this an assassination? Observing the scene before him, curiosity began to stir within Leeway, when suddenly, the sharp crack of a gunshot echoed through the air. With a resounding bang, the world around him seemed to slow, and the trajectory of the spinning silver bullet became vividly clear before his eyes. As the bullet pierced through the air, shattering the reflective glass, a faint sound of bones fracturing reverberated, and in an instant, a bloom of blood erupted within the office building. Astonishing. This was indeed an assassination. Watching a vibrant life extinguished beneath the muzzle of a gun, Li Wei's pupils dilated momentarily. Having spent over a month on the rooftop, he had witnessed numerous cases, gaining profound insights into the liberties of this nation. However, murder, especially a premeditated and organized assassination, was entirely outside his realm of experience. These were assassins, the kind previously encountered only in video games, now materialized before Li Wei, and he had been a first-hand witness to this team's execution of a lethal mission. The sensation was strikingly different from the familiar scenes of vendetta and abduction. Chapter 4. The Assassin Skilled in Gunplay. As the saying goes, the higher the skill, the greater the audacity. After 40 days, Li Wei had honed himself to the point where he could evade bullets while dancing. In his eyes, firearms no longer posed a tangible threat. With a 45-fold enhancement, it would be uncharitable to say that some bullets might not travel faster than his own speed. Had he forsaken the peculiar biofield that quelled the sonic booms generated by his movements, merely passing by could potentially cause ordinary individuals to be fatally shaken. In this context, the remarkable assassination unfolded before him like an ultra-realistic film, eliciting curiosity and amusement, devoid of any intimidation. Impressive. To fire a weapon in the heart of the city, these assassins possessed audacious gall. This was indeed a bustling urban area. Observing nearby, several gunmen, resembling cold-blooded automatons, fired controlled bursts at the opposing office building. Li Wei marveled at their audacity to disregard law enforcement while brazenly shooting in such a populated locale. Only here could one witness such a spectacle. It must be said that real-life gunfights appeared far more exhilarating than in films, particularly at this distance of less than 100 meters, where Li Wei could distinctly discern the shifting expressions in the eyes of the four assassins. Regrettably, while the bullets were fired with precision, the marksmanship left much to be desired. Aside from the initial shot that felled the woman, none of the subsequent rounds found their mark. Moreover, it seemed that someone within was preparing to retaliate. To Li Wei, the reflective glass was no barrier. Through it, he clearly observed a man clad in a black trench coat racing down the corridor like a gust of wind, crashing against the sturdy glass wall like a cannonball. With a resounding shatter, the 10-millimeter thick glass splintered into numerous fine shards, reflecting a myriad of shimmering lights. With two sharp gunshots, two rifle-wielding assailants collapsed, and as another bullet arched through the air, a concealed gunman also fell in response. The distance from the office building to the central tower was merely a straight line of a few meters. In less than a second, adrenaline surged through his veins, propelling him forward. Yet, within that fleeting moment, this extraordinary assassin discharged 3 precise shots, eliminating 3 attackers, one of which was a bullet capable of curving midair. Just as the last assailant attempted to retaliate, he vanished from sight under the force of gravity, accompanied by the shattering sound of glass. From aside, Li Wei observed the fierce confrontation between the 5 gunmen, exhilaration coursing through him. Remarkable. Is this the famed technique of shooting in curves from those renowned anti-Japanese dramas? It truly can produce curved bullets. As the last attacker temporarily disappeared from view, Li Wei redirected his gaze to the rooftop, where he noticed the remaining assassin, shaking his head in disbelief. Were these 4 killers fools? Their reaction time was astonishingly slow, while others had already fired 3 shots. None of the 4 had managed to pull the trigger even once. Regardless of accuracy, they should have emptied a magazine. After all, bullets are not particularly expensive. While Li Wei critiqued the cornered assassin, a figure clad in a black trench coat, with an expression as grave as a specter, appeared silently behind the last gunman. With a resounding bang, the final assassin met his demise. However, the deaths of the 4 did not seem to satiate the rising adrenaline within him, which propelled him into a uniquely heightened state, enhancing his abilities across the board. In this state of exhilaration, he effortlessly discerned Li Wei's silhouette from several dozen meters away. His eyes flickering slightly. One more remains. Is he sent by Klaus to observe me? Though he could not ascertain a clear answer for someone like him. Definitive answers were often inconsequential. Personal judgment was paramount. Upon linking Li Wei with Klaus, only one course of action remained. As he reached into a deceased assassin's pocket for a mobile phone, he raised his specially modified firearm, aiming unhesitatingly at Li Wei and pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunfire echoed through the steel forest, and time seemed to slow once again in Li Wei's perception. Watching the silver, specially crafted bullet spinning toward him, Li Wei suddenly chuckled. I haven't sought trouble with you, yet you come after me first? The speed of the specialized bullet clearly surpassed that of a standard handgun. Yet it made no difference to Li Wei. He merely sidestepped 2 paces, and the menacing bullet whizzed past, crashing into the stone wall behind him with a sharp thud. A moderately sized dent emerged in the wall, debris scattering as the deformed silver bullet embedded itself deeply within. He evaded it. Witnessing the unexpected failure of the bullet to strike Levi, the expression on his face grew increasingly grave. A hint of a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke into the phone. Klaus, you have managed to find an assassin who operates outside the Brotherhood. However, to present him to me so soon, do you overestimate his capabilities or underestimate mine? On the other end of the line, Klaus was bewildered by the words he heard. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he noticed through the scope that the target had wandered beyond his predetermined shooting range. At this realization, Klaus cursed silently. As one of the Brotherhood's top assassins, he understood the extent of his own skills. Whether in marksmanship, physical prowess, danger perception, or environmental awareness, he stood at the pinnacle among his peers. Such individuals, unless confronted with machine guns or explosives, are nearly impossible to eliminate through direct confrontation. Even when employing such heavy artillery, their acute sense of danger may still afford them a chance of survival. To effectively deal with such elite beings, one must rely on long-range sniping, while simultaneously employing other means to divert their attention, rendering their heightened awareness temporarily ineffective. Initially, everything unfolded as Klaus had anticipated. A slight pull of the trigger would ensure the demise of an equal in assassination prowess. However, the emergence of Levi, a visitor from another realm, was entirely unforeseen by Klaus. It was precisely Levi's arrival that prompted him to take a few steps in his direction, inadvertently moving out of Klaus's designated shooting range. Chapter 5. The Brotherhood. Though Klaus still had the option to gamble by pulling the trigger, the probability of failure loomed far greater than that of success. In such circumstances, gambling is not a behavior befitting a competent assassin. To hasten the arrival of a more opportune moment for assassination, Klaus had no choice but to abandon his current sniping plan. At this juncture, the assassination had unequivocally failed. Yet, despite the failure, the art of verbal sparring could continue unabated. Moreover, Klaus found himself intrigued by the individual who had disrupted his assassination scheme. No one understood the intricacies of this operation better than he did, and he was acutely aware that he had not dispatched a mere observer, especially one capable of entering an elevated state of alertness. Assassins are scarce in this world, predominantly concentrated within the Brotherhood. If he were to truly find one, his intention would be to cultivate them into a competent assassin, ultimately uniting forces to strike against the Brotherhood, rather than the current predicament. Several kilometers away, Klaus could not discern Levi's appearance through the dense structures, yet he felt a sense of curiosity arise within him, reminiscent of a homeless man he had encountered a few days prior. Could it be him? Reflecting on the appearance of Levi that day, as he arrived punctually, Cruz felt a twinge of uncertainty within. Even though they were separated by dozens of meters at the time, Cruz distinctly remembered Levi's posture. He appeared remarkably robust. Yet he was evidently an untrained, ordinary individual. However, it seemed implausible that an untrained person, even one with exceptional latent talent for assassination, could possibly miss a shot. Through the scope, he observed clearly that before departing from the predetermined firing range, Levi raised his hand and fired a shot. If that so-called observer had already perished, he would undoubtedly have remained motionless. As his thoughts raced, Cruz was engulfed in doubt, yet he maintained a facade of composure. Perhaps your speculation holds merit, but I believe he may very well achieve the extraordinary. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he glanced at Levi. What you will receive is a corpse, and it shall not be mine. With those words, he ended the call, gripping his firearm tightly, and began to pull the trigger in rapid succession. In mere moments, a dense barrage of bullets enveloped Levi like a net. If a single bullet could be evaded through anticipation of the gun's muzzle and trajectory, what of 10? With a cold gaze fixed on Levi, his arm trembled slightly, sending bullets arcing through the air like homing missiles, making it nearly impossible to ascertain their precise landing spots. Observing the bullets curving towards him, Levi felt no trepidation. Instead, His eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, it was the art of gun-shaking, and from their conversation, it seemed that every assassin within that brotherhood was adept in this technique. Logically speaking, these individuals could not match his reaction speed, nor could they rival his physical capabilities. Surely, he could learn this gun-shaking as well. Disregarding the silver projectiles soaring through the air, Levi took a couple of steps back to evade the incoming bullets. He effortlessly scooped up a handful of pebbles from the ground and, with sudden force from his legs, the air parted as the smooth cement floor trembled as though struck by a heavy hammer. Utilizing the reactive force from the ground, Levi defied gravity momentarily, shooting upwards like a cannonball, tracing a parabolic arc back towards his original position. As he watched Levi leap through the air, a jolt of surprise coursed through Cruz. Yet, his hands remained swift in their actions as he aimed to shoot at Levi. However, the prepared Levi would not grant him this opportunity. With a flick of his fingers, several pebbles were clenched in his grasp and hurled forth, each seemingly ordinary pebble whistling through the air like a bullet, with dozens of meters as a buffer. His remarkable dynamic vision, capable of discerning the flutter of a fly's wings, clearly tracked the trajectory of the airborne stones. Without the luxury of aiming, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! Bang! The sharp reports echoed as the silver bullets effortlessly shattered the stones in midair, yet they were subsequently deflected from their path by Levi's newly launched projectiles, veering off course and disappearing without a trace mere meters from him. Following this brief confrontation, Leeway crashed onto the rooftop of the central building like a cannonball. With the ground to leverage, Leeway's speed and reflexes could finally be fully unleashed. He perceived a fleeting shadow darting past him, only to feel a sudden numbness in his arm as the scenery around him shifted tumultuously. Once clarity returned and thoughts realigned, he realized he was empty-handed and firmly pinned to the ground by an overwhelming force that he could not escape. In the Brotherhood, executing missions solo was a rarity, and those assassins skilled in the art of trembling blades were indeed scarce elite talents. Naturally, such high-caliber individuals would not possess any peculiar self-destruct devices. Within that fleeting moment of less than 1 second, Liwei had thoroughly searched his entire body, discarding all assassination tools, large and small, to the side. It was only after completing this task that he came to the disheartening realization of his predicament, struggling to accept the reality of his defeat. His expression contorted in frustration as he attempted to turn and confront Li Wei, yet remained immobilized. Ultimately, he could only seethe, "Who are you?" "Me? Just an innocent bystander." Li Wei replied nonchalantly, shrugging. "Had you not fired at me first, I wouldn't have bothered with your murderous intentions." Having already harbored suspicions, the confirmation from Li Wei intensified his indignation. "So, you're not one of Cross's people?" "Cross? The fellow you spoke to on the phone?" Li Wei raised an eyebrow. "I only learned of this individual about 5 seconds ago, thanks to you." Cross, realizing that everything had been a figment of his imagination. He envisioned Cross's loathsome face mocking his ignorance, and an indescribable fury surged within him, a murderous intent towards Cross stronger than ever before. Suppressing his anger, he endeavored to maintain a calm and innocent demeanor. "Since you are aware, it must follow that you understand I was misled. My intention was never to kill you, but to eliminate a traitor of the Brotherhood, namely Cross. We actually have no significant conflict between us, do we? In principle, none. But that changed the moment you pulled the trigger." Li Wei smiled slightly. "Moreover, I am now quite curious about this Brotherhood you speak of." Chapter 6. Those who are reckless fear the resolute. Cross. He inwardly cursed again, realizing something important. He took a deep breath. "All right, no problem. What do you wish to know? However, before we converse, would you kindly release me? This position is constricting my blood circulation. Kneeling like this is causing oxygen deprivation, making it difficult to respond to your inquiries." After a moment of contemplation, Li Wei fell silent, concentrating to employ his extraordinary vision. Yet after several seconds of trying, he found he could only penetrate clothing but not discern the flow of blood within, ultimately abandoning that notion. Casting a glance around, Li Wei's gaze ultimately settled on the waist of several corpses not far away. They must have belts, he thought. Upon hearing Li Wei's musings, the realization of what was about to transpire dawned on him. Yet after a moment's contemplation, he chose to remain silent. Compared to his current predicament, he deemed being bound by a belt as a more palatable option. Moments later, once his hands and feet were thoroughly restrained, He straightened his posture and leaned against the edge of the rooftop, inhaling the fresh air deeply. Out of caution for the assassin, Li Wei adopted a position that exposed his hands and back, kneeling under pressure. Due to Li Wei's superhuman physique, the intensity of this posture was exceedingly unbearable. Even though his physical capabilities surpassed those of an average person, he still felt excruciating pain in his lungs and a heavy sensation of suffocation in the face of Li Wei's overwhelming strength, which was the reason he so readily conceded. It was evident to him that Li Wei was merely an inexperienced novice. Engaging him head-on would likely result in his own demise. Furthermore, it was possible that he wouldn't even realize he had been crushed to death until the very moment it happened. Seeing you just now, I thought you could endure a bit longer. I didn't expect those black fellows by the roadside to last longer under pressure than you. He chuckled heavily, gasping for breath. Feeling the sharp pangs in his chest with each rise and fall, the corners of his mouth twitched again. The brief half-minute of pressure had already resulted in 3 of his ribs fracturing. If it continued, his life would likely be forfeit. However, he clearly wouldn't share such thoughts with Li Wei. Instead, he merely panted, gazing at Li Wei. The police are almost here. I will tell you what you want to know, and then you'll let me go. How does that sound? Li Wei pondered for a moment before nodding readily. All right. The first question, what is this brotherhood you spoke of? It is an assassin organization, he replied. The purpose of its establishment is to eliminate those who are irredeemably wicked. And Klaus, he betrayed us. Irredeemably wicked? At this, Li Wei couldn't help but scoff inwardly. How can you be certain that those you kill are truly irredeemably wicked? We possess a robust intelligence network capable of identifying the hidden parasites of this world, eliminating them to maintain order. Is that so? Li Wei refrained from voicing his skepticism. Yet he harbored no belief in this assertion. His curiosity about this so-called brotherhood only deepened. Then for my second question, are all the members of your brotherhood like you? Capable of shattering glass walls and charging nearly 10 meters? Able to fire 3 precise shots in less than a second and bending bullets? Not at all. He shook his head. Only the top-tier assassins can achieve such feats, which is why Klaus's betrayal incited our fury. How many members does your organization have? Uncertain. We never gather as a collective. Thus, no one can ascertain the number of individuals within the organization. As for the leader, only their voice is heard. Yet their presence remains unseen. Where is your organization's stronghold? There is no fixed base. Tasks are allocated by the organization and can be disseminated through various channels. The organization always manages to locate us. Li Wei could easily deduce that 8 out of 10 words spoken were likely false. Yet he was no expert, nor did he possess any extraordinary lie detection abilities, making it impossible for him to discern truth from deception. As for coercing him through violence, he remained uncertain whether the words uttered before death held any truth. Understanding this, Li Wei's gaze gradually dulled, and his tone grew calm. One final question. Can I learn your method of making bullets curve? Instinctively, the urge to deny surged within him. Yet an inexplicable sense of crisis sounded an alarm. Meeting Li Wei's gaze, he instantly understood his precarious situation. I don't know, but I could give a try. To demonstrate his utility and ensure his survival, he quickly added, this technique primarily relies on extraordinary reaction speed and physical prowess, complemented by a modicum of firearm aptitude. You fully embody the first 2. The remaining question is how much firearm aptitude you possess. However, as long as you have some, the extent will merely influence the time required to master this skill. Very well. Upon hearing that he too could learn the art of firearm manipulation, a faint smile finally graced Li Wei's face. I want to learn. Teach me. If you can impart this knowledge, it will validate your words, and you shall live. Should you fail to teach me, I harbor a deep-seated disdain for malevolence, especially from those who deceive me. Li Wei's desire to master firearms was not without consideration. He recognized that while he could easily dispatch an individual with his fists, others would remain oblivious to this capability. A fist versus a handgun. Most would instinctively fear the latter rather than the former. Moreover, his current speed lagged behind that of a bullet, and he lacked the ability to fly. In certain situations, such as targeting someone in midair or from a rooftop, a firearm would prove far more advantageous. Additionally, he had never handled a real gun throughout his life. He surmised that if he did not engage now, he would likely lose interest in firearms as he grew stronger. All right, I will teach you. He managed to nod through the searing pain in his chest, but the immediate priority is to leave this place. Li Wei's ears perked up at the sound of police sirens a kilometer or two away, and he nodded in agreement. Indeed. Currently, Li Wei was a vagrant, one of the most despised figures in the eyes of American law enforcement, and he was disinclined to engage with those who readily resorted to gun violence. As for the bodies strewn about, should the police discover them, a mere comparison of ballistic traces would solidify the murder charges against him. Li Wei could effortlessly leap onto a rooftop several dozen meters away, but as an injured individual, he was unable to do so. Thus, their objectives and circumstances aligned for the time being. Releasing the bonds from their hands and feet, the two swiftly mingled with the crowd and departed from the Chicago Central Tower, only to see the cover of the throng vanish from sight. Levi immediately discerned that this individual was of dubious character, yet he found himself with no alternatives. The only person at his disposal who possessed the art of firearms was this very man. Although that class might also have some skills, Levi doubted his ability to locate an assassin with such expertise within the vast expanse of a city. As for hiring someone, that would necessitate engaging with gangs or other organizations that wielded firearms and explosives, which was far less preferable than maintaining a facade for a while. At least this individual was now stripped of all his weaponry, leaving him entirely at Levi's mercy in a physical confrontation. Furthermore, through the fabric of his clothing, Levi noticed something amiss about his chest, reminiscent of the way he had been gasping for breath earlier, seemingly concealing some injury. Levi was nearly certain that this man was wounded, though he could not ascertain whether it was merely superficial injuries or perhaps a fractured rib. Regardless, the condition of being an injured party would undoubtedly facilitate Levi's control over him. During the descent, the man did have opportunities to elude Levi, yet the crux of the matter was his trepidation. A hand capable of snapping his neck with ease rested upon his nape, and any sudden movement could lead to his demise. He had no intention of jeopardizing his life merely to give Levi a modicum of trouble. Chapter 7. You might as well die in the distance. Although Klaus had severed communication with Levi, he could not prevent Klaus from utilizing the scope of his sniper rifle to observe the unfolding events atop the central building. While the angle and visibility were so poor that he had no chance to take a shot, he could nonetheless gather that he had fallen into the hands of an unfamiliar adversary. Recalling the attire Levi had donned that day, Klaus furrowed his brow. Could it truly be that man? An assassin who operated outside the Brotherhood? Perhaps he could be persuaded to join forces? Yet after a brief moment of contemplation, Klaus dismissed the notion. I must protect Wesley from the shadows and ensure he is not taken by Sloan and his associates. I hope that their desperation does not lead them to reckless actions. After settling the taxi fare, he brought Levi to a wooden cabin on the outskirts of Chicago. This is the place. Here, Levi gazed at the seemingly rickety cabin that appeared as if a gust of wind could cause it to collapse, his expression tinged with disbelief. You, an assassin. Consider this dilapidated structure a safe house. This is merely a fade. With an impassive demeanor, Klaus stepped forward and opened the door. As the air flowed in, a cloud of dust was stirred up. Though it was irritating, it lacked the musty odor of decaying wood. Is this also a disguise? Indeed. Nodding, he approached the fireplace, tugged at the wall lamp above, and a stone slab lifted to reveal a small arsenal bathed in gentle light before their eyes. Upon witnessing the array of weapons, from grenades and handguns to shotguns and assault rifles, Levi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Guns possess a fatal allure for most men, particularly for someone like Levi, who was raised in a peaceful country and has never encountered a real firearm. Yet, amidst the exhilaration, he clung to the lesson learned in games. The greater the joy, the more vigilant one must remain. Thus, Levi refrained from withdrawing his hand from the nape of his neck. How many times had he let his guard down at the brink of success due to pride and excitement, only to see his efforts thwarted? While reality diverges from the realm of games, certain mentalities and principles remain universally applicable. Levi had faced countless setbacks in the virtual world. He was determined not to repeat those mistakes in real life. Even as joy radiated from his visage, Levi maintained an unwavering control over himself, his gaze becoming increasingly restrained. There are various types of assassins. Some within the Brotherhood excel in close combat, while others wield firearms with greater finesse. Without a gun, his skills would be significantly diminished. Throughout his journey, he sought an opportunity to escape Levi's grasp, for eliminating or severely injuring Levi was his sole option. Uncertain of Levi's true nature, He recalled Levi's earlier agility in dodging bullets, surmising that firearms might be his vulnerability, while explosives like grenades could present a real threat. To acquire such lethal weaponry, he could only think of his safe house. If Levi were to lower his guard, he would have the chance for a counterattack. However, before he could be entirely certain, he must conceal his intentions completely, revealing not the slightest hint of his true thoughts. As he brushed his hand over the metallic feel of the firearm, a flicker of admiration appeared in Levi's eyes. With a subtle movement of his fingers, he grasped what appeared to be a modestly modified handgun. With a swift extension and retraction of his arm, the tremendous instantaneous acceleration allowed Levi to chamber a round with one hand. Disengaging the safety, he took aim at a paper target a few meters away and, without hesitation, squeezed the trigger. The sharp report of the gun echoed within the confines of the wooden cabin, and despite the powerful recoil that seemed incongruous with the handgun's appearance, Levi's arm remained steadfast, as if the shot had not originated from him at all. Feeling satisfied, he re-engaged the safety and nonchalantly returned the handgun to its place. Glancing at the target now marked with a perfect 10. "Have you calibrated all these weapons?" He nodded. "Every firearm here has been adjusted, under undisturbed conditions. There is virtually no margin for error. And what if shooting outdoors? A competent assassin must swiftly assess environmental changes and adjust the timing of their shots. This is fundamental skill. Then why bother with aiming? It assists us in determining the wear on the rifling during maintenance. If significant deviation occurs, it indicates a need for a new firearm." "Ah, I see," Levi remarked, as if enlightenment had struck him. Then, suddenly, he inquired, "Do you have any blank cartridges?" "Blank cartridges?" A sudden pang gripped my heart, yet I feigned nonchalance, shaking my head and stating, "Blank rounds hold no practical significance. Who would prepare such ammunition? That is truly unfortunate," Liwei observed, a hint of regret gracing his features. "I wouldn't dare to have you teach me marksmanship with live ammunition, without blank rounds. My learning endeavor may have to cease." As he spoke, Liwei's fingers gradually tightened, an instinctive alertness overwhelming him, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. He exclaimed urgently, "Wait, I know a place where we can procure blank rounds." Upon hearing this, Liwei's movements abruptly halted. "Really?" "Indeed." In a moment of desperation, a fine sheen of cold sweat beaded on my forehead as I divulged what I knew. The Continental Hotel provides special services, including blank rounds meant for rehearsal, devoid of actual lethality. The Continental Hotel? Another unfamiliar term emerged, piquing Liwei's curiosity. "Please elaborate on this Continental Hotel." The Continental Hotel is an organization that caters specifically to assassins, operating under the authority of the High Table. Yet again, the mention of the High Table arose unexpectedly, leaving Liwei with a perplexed expression. "What exactly is the High Table?" After a brief pause to organize my thoughts, I began. The specifics of the High Table remain shrouded in mystery. All that is known is that it comprises 12 seats, controlling the operations of all continental hotels worldwide. The composition of the High Table is quite intricate, essentially forming a coalition of assassin organizations from around the globe, endowing the continental hotels with formidable power. "How does this compare to your Brotherhood?" I fell silent for a moment, my voice tinged with melancholy. "The power wielded by the High Table is undoubtedly superior to that of the Brotherhood." "Then why do you remain with the Brotherhood instead of joining the Continental Hotel?" "An assassin must possess a creed. Those mercenaries driven solely by greed are the dregs of this world." At this, it was Liwei's turn to be rendered speechless. "You, a cold-blooded killer, have the audacity to call assassins dregs? The Brotherhood has endured for over a millennium, striving to maintain order in the world, while those assassins only seek to dismantle the very order we have established." "Very well," Liwei replied, unwilling to delve into a debate about beliefs, redirecting the conversation back to its course. "Is there a Continental Hotel in Chicago?" Continental hotels are distributed across major cities globally. Chicago, being the second largest city in the United States, certainly hosts one. However, the currency required for transactions, there is not money. No money? Then what is needed? Points? No. I shook my head. What they accept is a type of gold coin issued by the Casablanca Mint. Only with these coins can one access the services of the Continental Hotel. It sounds appealing, but could someone truly part with tens or even hundreds of millions? Surely, no one would sell. The Continental Hotel would never permit such transactions, I continued. The stable supply of gold coins is a responsibility of the Continental Hotel's missions. Allowing money to exchange for coins would undermine their control over the assassins. In order to maintain control over the assassin, the high table prohibits the exchange of gold coins for currency. So, what you're trying to convey is that you possess wealth but lack gold coins. I have gold coins, but they're stored in New York. The New York over 1,000 kilometers away? Precisely. Reflecting on the calamities he had heard about New York from his roommate, Levi sighed, "Never mind. You might as well perish." Wait. Chapter 8. The direction of fate. In a bid to survive Levi's clutches, the once cold-blooded assassin felt his carefully crafted persona crumbling. If you wish to avoid New York, there's an alternative. Create your own. Create my own? Levi's expression conveyed disbelief. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, the explanation began. The lethality of a bullet is fundamentally linked to the material of the projectile and the quantity of gunpowder used. By altering these factors, we can diminish the bullet's destructive power. We can disassemble the bullets, replace the projectile, reduce the gunpowder, and then reassemble them using a press, allowing for their continued use. The sole drawback would be the time required, as the quantity of bullets needed for training could be substantial. Time? I have an abundance of time, Levi declared resolutely. It is settled then. We shall proceed in this manner, and I will supervise you. Of course, transforming from a top-tier assassin into a bullet craftsman was hardly desirable. Yet circumstances dictated his compliance. Before he could contemplate his approach, Levi's voice interrupted. By the way, do not entertain any thoughts of trickery. I will be conducting a thorough examination of the bullets you produce. Should they fail to meet standards, you know the consequences. I understand. Thus, with a command issued, the modification of the bullets commenced under Levi's watchful gaze. While Levi was not well versed in the specifics of bullet parameters, it mattered not. He merely needed to ascertain the desired power of the bullets to determine the requisite amount of gunpowder. Once the trial firing results satisfied Levi, his focus would shift solely to maintaining the consistency of the type and quality of gunpowder, with a precise balance scale allowing him to oversee the entire process. In Brooklyn, New York, at the textile factory number 17, this castle-like structure, reminiscent of the last century, served as the stronghold of the Brotherhood. Any worker within this factory could be dispatched to carry out assassination missions, a testament to the Brotherhood's formidable assassin force. It is precisely this power that empowers the Brotherhood to assert their ability to uphold the order that sustains the world. With their unique curved shooting technique, every assassin could execute targets from unexpected angles. The concept of a blind spot was non-existent in the eyes of the Brotherhood. Regardless of the target's location, the Brotherhood could always execute their mission, making it an elusive endeavor to apprehend an assassin through ballistic analysis. It is precisely for this reason that, amidst the relentless global expansion of mainland hotels, the Brotherhood continues to operate independently. However, the circumstances have now changed. The defection of the elite assassin, Cross, has cast a shadow over this formidable organization. Apart from other top-tier assassins, no one possesses the confidence to confront Cross directly. Furthermore, he has now vanished. In the office of the textile factory, the current leader of the Brotherhood, Sloan, perused the documents before him. His expression tranquil. A shooting incident had occurred at the Chicago Central Building for bullets striking the forehead, all fired from the same weapon. Did Cross not intervene? Fox, codenamed the Fox, sat in his chair, examining the materials in hand, perplexed. There seemed to be no trace of Cross's presence. Cross did not appear, Sloan remarked coolly. In addition to these 4 bullets, our operatives discovered several more, fired from a distance of several dozen to 100 meters. He engaged in combat. It has been 5 days since the Chicago shooting, and not only has Cross ceased all activities, but he has also failed to contact us. We must prepare for the worst. Cross may have found an accomplice, and they could be concocting a new scheme. So what shall we do now? Sloan opened a drawer, retrieving a piece of paper and handing it to Fox. I will continue to pursue this matter. However, you have a new assignment. Fox took the paper, glancing at it, his brow furrowing slightly. Levi Deller? An Asian vagrant? Perhaps an evildoer masquerading as a homeless individual. These Asians possess an innate advantage in disguise and deception. Yet, looking at his appearance, he hardly resembles an Asian at all. Fox scrutinized the photo of Levi, a rare flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. That is precisely why I mentioned his exceptional aptitude for disguise. Even you have been misled by him, have you not? Sloan replied, unperturbed. This is a revelation from fate. Fox, eliminate him. That is your mission. Understood. Fox tucked away the assignment. Chicago is over 1,000 kilometers from here. I believe I should set off now. I have already prepared everything for you. Sloan rotated a ring on his finger and picked up a document pouch beside him. The plane ticket, keys, hotel arrangements, everything is ready. That certainly saves a considerable amount of time. Fox smiled faintly, grasping the document pouch and turning to leave. Fox, what is the matter? Do you still remember the organization's principles and beliefs? I have never forgotten. Excellent. Sloan nodded. To achieve our goals, every sacrifice is meaningful. To paraphrase a saying, everything is illusory and all matters are permissible. Fox paused momentarily before pushing the door open to depart. I understand. As he watched Fox's silhouette fade behind the gradually closing wooden door, a flicker of anxiety replaced the calmness on Sloan's face. He once again opened the drawer and retrieved a stack of task documents adorned with fabric. He meticulously examined each page. The intricate threads of the fabric revealing binary codes that ultimately pointed to a name, Levi Dealer. Gazing at the densely packed papers that nearly covered the entire table, Sloan remained silent for a long while, pondering the revelations of a millennium of transformation. What was this truly unveiling for me? Within the Brotherhood, the loom, emblematic of fate, serves as the foundation of faith, guiding the assassins towards various figures threatening the world's equilibrium through binary codes. Yet, throughout the 1,000-year history of the Brotherhood, Sloan had never encountered any records that could elucidate the current phenomenon. For the first time in a millennium, the loom seemed to have activated an alarm, frequently and urgently indicating a singular name, as if this individual bore a greater influence on order than anyone else in existence. Sloan could not glean detailed intelligence about Levi from the existing data, but he was certain that a disappearance was linked to him. This was a point he did not disclose to Fox, yet the cunning Fox could discern this from Sloan's account. Among the Brotherhood's elite assassins, the foremost was Cross, with Fox ranking just beneath him, alongside others including the Butcher, while the only female assassin was Fox. Engaging with Cross had taught Sloan that when confronting a combatant of such caliber, gathering a group to encircle them could lead to more casualties. Consequently, upon realizing that they could potentially capture Levi alive, Sloan immediately abandoned the notion of a mass assault. In this scenario, enlisting the sole female assassin among the advanced ranks, Fox emerged as the optimal choice. Female assassins, possessing grace and striking beauty, typically elicit minimal suspicion and hostility from male targets. Chapter 9. Cast long lines. Catch big fish. Having meticulously stored away the task documents, all pointing to Levi, Sloan locked his office and ascended the spiral staircase into an exceedingly spacious room within a textile factory. The room, measuring several thousand cubic meters, housed no superfluous machinery, only an antiquated loom functioning steadily. Pure white threads were consumed by the machine from the rear, transforming into fabric as they emerged from the front. Sloan approached, scrutinizing the loom for a moment before reaching for a magnifying glass to further interpret the binary code on the fabric. Once again, Levi's name served as a delimiter, segmenting an array of distinctly different names, with half of those woven by the loom pointing towards Levi. This phenomenon had commenced a month prior. Although the name Levi Dealer was not uncommon in this country, it was relatively scarce. To pinpoint the Levi Dealer indicated by the loom, Sloan expended considerable time and effort. In recent weeks, centered around New York, numerous individuals with sinister inclinations, or those who have already succumbed to darkness, have been eliminated. Yet the loom continues to weave the name of Levi. It was only a few days ago that the disappearance in Chicago provided Sloan with inspiration and guidance. He cast his gaze over 1,000 kilometers to Chicago, where he discovered a mere identity of a vagrant, yet one who could be captured, Levi, if Fox could rescue him. The collaboration of the two assassins would render the assassination nearly certain. Should these two fail, it is likely that no one within the Brotherhood would possess the capability to eliminate Levi. At that juncture, his concerns may shift to preserving himself and the millennial-old loom he has inherited. In the suburbs of Chicago, despite not exhibiting any intentions of escape or retaliation, Levi remained distrustful of him. Consequently, the two swiftly relocated from their safe house, armed with firearms and ammunition, finding refuge in an abandoned hunter's cabin nestled within the desolate forest. In this uninhabited wilderness, Levi mastered the art of curved shooting in less than 5 days. He initially believed it would take him a considerable time to grasp the technique that allows bullets to bend, yet he underestimated himself, or perhaps the enhancements to his body. Although he could not perceive it, Levi's enhancements extended beyond mere physical attributes. His memory and information analysis capabilities were also augmented. Furthermore, he harbored no aversion to learning about firearms, thus mastering the seemingly unscientific technique of curved shooting in a matter of days. Within the dense forest, his pupils focused, and a wild rabbit, concealed among the underbrush, came into view several hundred meters away. Levi gripped his handgun and, with an air of nonchalance, flicked it. With a resounding bang, the firing pin struck the primer, igniting the gunpowder, which propelled the bullet in a spinning trajectory from the barrel. The silver bullet traced an elegant arc through the air, striking the rabbit that had barely made a few leaps for freedom from an astonishing angle. With a sickening thud, the creature fell, its blood mingling with fragments of white bone, staining the brown earth crimson. Success. Witnessing the rabbit's downfall, a smile flickered across Levi's face, only to be replaced by a contemplative expression as a realization dawned upon him. With heightened focus, the world around Levi seemed to slow once more. He squeezed the trigger. The firing pin struck, gunpowder ignited, the bullet was expelled, the casing ejected, and the chamber reset. The entire process of shooting unfolded before Levi as if in slow motion, allowing him to command it effortlessly. Just as the chamber reset, he squeezed the trigger again, sending another bullet soaring. Time and again, he pulled the trigger, and in single-shot mode, the handgun in Levi's grasp unleashed the firepower of an automatic weapon. In less than a fleeting second, the 12 bullets in the magazine were swiftly discharged, tracing 12 gleaming arcs that marred the trunk of a tree, forming a perfect circle several meters away from Li Wei. Excellent. After reloading the magazine, Li Wei holstered his pistol and turned to the empty-handed figure beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. You have fulfilled your promise and taught me the art of gunplay. Now, you may depart. Gazing at Li Wei's smile, reminiscent of a cunning tiger, the other man was left unsure of the truth behind Li Wei's words. Yet, the only option he felt he had was to hope that their paths would not cross again. Certainly, Li Wei nodded with a smile, watching as the man turned to leave. With cautious steps and a taut body, he remained vigilant against any potential surprise attack from Li Wei. However, after walking several hundred meters and reaching the forest's edge, he had yet to hear the familiar sound of gunfire, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Could this fellow truly be allowing me to leave? Does he not understand the dangers of releasing a tiger back into the wild? Amidst his doubts, he did not falter in his movements. Twisting the key, he ignited the engine. Moments later, with a decisive push on the accelerator, the car surged forward with a roar, quickly accelerating away at a speed of several dozen kilometers per hour. As the nightmarish forest receded into the distance, he finally exhaled, the previously stifled breath now transforming into a restless surge of adrenaline. Meanwhile, within the depths of the forest, Li Wei's gaze was akin to that of a high-powered telescope, unwaveringly fixated on the retreating vehicle beyond the myriad of shadows cast by the trees. His feet moved swiftly, and despite the obstruction of foliage, his pace rivaled that of the car itself. In the cloak of the forest, even after numerous glances, he failed to discern Li Wei's presence. Yet once within the city, Li Wei needed only to position himself atop a rooftop to eternally keep the fleeing figure within his sight. Calmly observing the frantic escape below, Li Wei's expression remained serene. What a pity. Had you not fired that single shot, perhaps I truly could have let you go. However, you did, and the Brotherhood will expect more from you. Otherwise, over a millennium of history may indeed become mere history. People can change, especially when their capabilities undergo a transformation. One's mindset can easily shift. A little over a month ago, Li Wei had just arrived in this world, penniless and unarmed, with but one thought in mind, to survive and develop for a time. Yet now, more than a month later, having attained an enhancement exceeding 70 times, Li Wei had expanded. At a 45-fold increase, the threat posed by firearms had diminished significantly, and now, with a 70-fold enhancement, the only way to injure Li Wei with conventional weaponry would necessitate a sniper rifle with a bullet velocity of 1,000 meters per second fired from within 3 meters. Only then could a bullet possibly strike him before he could react, inflicting injury. But how could Li Wei allow someone to approach him with a sniper rifle aimed at his face? More likely, the moment the sniper revealed himself, He would swiftly meet his demise at the hands of Leeway's gunplay. As for the treachery, is the foresight of danger merely a spectacle? After the ordinary firearms lost their deterrent effect on Levi, his mentality swelled, and he intentionally let go, wishing to uncover the true nature of this brotherhood to which he belonged. This brotherhood, after all, is an assassin organization without guidance. It would be uncertain how long it would take Levi to navigate through it alone. Hence, while it appeared to be an act of releasing a tiger back into the mountains, it was, in fact, a strategy of long-term fishing. As for the prior commitments, Levi recalled a saying regarding dealing with evil: discuss not righteousness and morality. Chapter 10. The Assassin Duel. While Levi engaged in a cat-and-mouse game in the bustling metropolis of Chicago, Fox had already boarded a flight from New York to Chicago. Resting in his seat, he gazed at the vast clouds drifting past the window. Setting aside the documents in his hands, he instinctively rubbed his temples. The situation regarding Cross and Levi had grown increasingly intricate. Due to Levi's intervention, Cross had to temporarily abandon his assassination plans and return to New York. Having traversed a great distance from Chicago, every individual possesses vulnerabilities, and for Cross, his sole weakness was Wesley, the child who lost his father just 7 days after birth. As he had previously mentioned, over the passage of time, the Brotherhood had transformed. It was no longer an organization focused on maintaining balance, but had become a mere tool for Sloan. After his defection, although Cross endeavored to conceal his relationship with Wesley, compared to the intelligence analysis capabilities of the Brotherhood, Cross's individual strength was meager. After all, he was merely an assassin whose primary focus was on killing. While Levi's presence alleviated some of his pressure, the Brotherhood relentlessly pursued their objectives, ultimately locking their sights on Wesley, a seemingly ordinary office worker in New York City. The darkness beneath the light. Before obtaining precise information, Sloan had never considered that the target he had been seeking was concealed right there in New York by Cross. When he intended to act against Wesley to draw out Cross, an unexpected situation arose in Chicago, disrupting all of Sloan's prior plans. He had initially intended for Fox to lure Wesley into a trap, orchestrating a tragic drama of father and son turning against each other. However, now Fox had a more pressing task, and, comparatively, the tragic play could be scrapped. Armorer, you have a new mission. In that familiar office, Sloan placed the folder concerning Wesley before the armorer. I need you to attack him, with the stipulation of injuring but not killing. The armorer, a robust, bald African-American, perused the document but found no words of interest. He promptly closed it again. May I inquire why we are to act against him? He is Cross's son. Sloan calmly remarked. Over the years, Klaus has concealed himself adeptly. If he is exploited as a point of leverage, he will no longer be able to hide. The traitor will ultimately pay the price. I comprehended. The gunsmith nodded, harboring no further inquiries. Assassins possess a plethora of methods to achieve their objectives, akin to the task that the gunsmith was about to undertake. The assault on Wesley was a blatant act of aggression. Klaus would either watch helplessly as his only lineage weakened with each successive gunshot until it ultimately succumbed, or he would have to reveal himself to rescue Wesley. Should Klaus be ensnared, he would find himself ensnared in a meticulously laid ambush prepared by the Brotherhood. While he possessed the capability to evade and even retaliate against the Brotherhood's pursuit alone, the presence of Wesley as a burden would significantly diminish his combat prowess and agility. At that juncture, eliminating Klaus would become decidedly simpler. As for whether innocent individuals like Wesley would be ensnared in the chaos, it sufficed for the assassins to adhere to their creed. The moral ethics cherished by the world could not serve as a deterrent for them. In the eyes of the gunsmith, the sacrifice of Wesley was hardly a matter of concern for the sake of order and equilibrium. Unlike the capricious Fox, the reticent mechanic, or the irritable butcher, the gunsmith's demeanor mirrored the cold, unyielding, and stable nature of the firearm he wielded. Having devised a course of action, the gunsmith wasted not a moment. Exiting the textile factory through the underground passage and merging into the bustling streets of New York City. Following a drizzling turn of fate, New York appeared somewhat damp, and in certain street corners, this humidity morphed into an unbearable stickiness and filth. As night fell, marking the conclusion of a mundane day, Wesley strolled along the sparsely lit streets, the cool breeze invigorating his senses. Free from the presence of a corpulent boss and the burden of a girlfriend entangled with his brother, Wesley found his heavy heart considerably lightened. If anything could weigh upon his spirits again, It would likely be his meager bank account and the so-called friend who took advantage of his generosity to purchase condoms for use with his girlfriend. With a handbag in hand, he ambled down the street, catching a glimpse of hurried passersby, feeling as if his thoughts were as dulled as a machine. God, could my life possibly deteriorate further? Kicking aside a stone that obstructed his path, Wesley altered his tone. I'm afraid not. Bang! As the words fell from his lips, a flash of gunfire erupted, and a bullet arced through the air, akin to an ethereal sprite, aiming for Wesley's shoulder. Just as the bullet traversed halfway, another resounding gunshot echoed, and an orange-yellow bullet, seemingly emerging from nowhere, followed a similar trajectory before colliding with the silver bullet. The crisp resonance of metal clashing reverberated, and the two utterly destroyed bullets tumbled to the ground. Startled by the sudden gunfire, Wesley instinctively sought cover, attempting to shield himself from the impending gunfight. Yet, before he could fully conceal himself behind the stinking dumpster at the roadside, a barrage of gunfire erupted once more. The sounds of gunshots, explosions, bullets colliding, and metal clattering resonated incessantly, mingling with the terrified screams of bystanders, crafting a vivid tableau upon the indifferent street. Hidden in the shadows, the two assassins were the artists wielding the brush and palette. Crouched behind the dumpster, Wesley watched in horror as flashes of light danced through the air, his heart consumed by a tumult of despair and fury. Why? Why? Yet, no one could hear Wesley's inner cries as the gunfight, orchestrated by the gunsmith and Cross, raged on. However, as more bullets clashed and ricocheted through the air, the gunsmith realized he was losing control over the trajectory of his fire. Despite being the aggressor, Cross, with his mastery of arc shooting, adeptly anticipated the trajectory of the bullets fired by the gunsmith and began intercepting them in advance. Gradually, the points of impact drew closer to the gunsmith's position, while an invisible pressure bore down upon him, tightening his resolve like a taut piano string. With another crisp sound of collision echoing amidst the chaos, the gunsmith's pupils constricted sharply, the invisible thread snapped, and the pent-up strength within his muscles was unleashed, propelling him forward like a spring. In the next instant, a piercing sound sliced through the air as an orange-yellow bullet grazed his outline, shattering the window of a store behind him with a sharp crash, drowning out the sound of his escape. He ran. Cross glanced towards the corner where the gunsmith had vanished, furrowing his brow slightly, relinquishing the thought of pursuit. Moments later, having extricated himself from the throng, the gunsmith leaned against a wall at the roadside, his once steady breaths now rapid and frantic. Turning to the left, he noticed a tear in his leather jacket. Pulling the collar aside, the dark skin of his shoulder bore the unmistakable marks of a bullet's searing passage, confirming he was relatively unscathed. A flicker of dread and anger crossed his face. Damn it! Damn it! The precision with which two bullets collided in midair was undeniably impressive. However, a single misstep could cost dearly. Having discerned Cross's rhythm and direction of attack, the gunsmith should have met his end, yet Wesley's presence had afforded him a miraculous escape. Nevertheless, this near brush with death solidified one certainty. Cross was in New York City and within reach of protecting Wesley. Once the scope of danger had been narrowed, it signified that a myriad of strategies could be employed. If one attempt failed, then another would surely follow. Chapter 11. I Am Your Father. With the departure of the gunsmith, the tumultuous gunfight came to an end amidst the darkness of the night. At this moment, aside from the terrified bystander Wesley, who cowered behind what he presumed to be a sturdy barrier, the street was devoid of any living creature. Even the usually bustling rats had sought refuge from the cacophony of gunfire. Huddled behind a trash bin, Wesley, on the brink of emotional collapse, wept uncontrollably. In this tense atmosphere, his anxiety disorder flared up. Adrenaline surged through his veins, quickening his heartbeat and increasing blood flow. The powerful thumping of his heart resonated in his ears like the beat of a drum, amplifying his reflexes and explosive capabilities. Yet, the accompanying side effects left Wesley's face flushed, and, as his brain operated at an accelerated pace, it demanded more oxygen, causing his breathing to become labored and heavy in an attempt to alleviate the burden on his body. However, without the aid of medication, Wesley, who had not undergone professional training, found himself unable to master this unique state of heightened arousal. Gradually, his vision began to narrow, darkness encroaching from the periphery toward the center. Mere seconds later, unable to endure any longer, he succumbed to unconsciousness, resembling a patient in the throes of a severe fever. Leaning against the trash bin and the damp wall behind him, Wesley's breath became faint, yet his once fiery temperature began to gradually return to normal. Meanwhile, behind other barriers, as the gunfight concluded, pedestrians who had been unable to flee in time began to re-emerge. They hunched over, hastily departing from the scene. As the street slowly regained its tranquility, Wesley remained as if forgotten until the sound of police sirens pierced the air moments later. Another gunfight had occurred, but fortunately, it seemed that no unfortunate souls had lost their lives this time. Taking a bite of his hamburger, Jack relished a sip of chilled cola, then patted his partner Tom on the shoulder. "All right, Tom, you go check the scene. If there are no significant findings, we can wrap up our shift." Tom set down his milk tea, withdrew his handgun from its holster, and opened the car door to survey the surroundings. As he ventured into the alley, Wesley came into view, cautiously bending down for a closer inspection. Tom stood up and called out to Jack, "Hey, I found a fainted victim over here." "Victim? Damn." Upon hearing the word, Jack's senses sharpened, and the taste of his hamburger and cola vanished. He hurried over to Tom's side. Where's the victim?" "Right here." Tom pointed to the unconscious Wesley. "He is out cold, but it seems he hasn't been shot. What a lucky guy. Soiled by rainwater and refuse." Wesley appeared utterly filthy. Even from a few steps away, Jack wrinkled his brow. "All right, this is just a homeless man who has passed out. He has nothing to do with this shooting." Regarding his partner's remarks, Tom merely shrugged, expressing no further dissent. "Well, a drifter who has fallen into a deep slumber has fortuitously evaded a gunfight. It seems we need not summon an ambulance for him. Surely he will be grateful once he awakens." They shared a brief chuckle as they kicked the discarded bag at Willis's side before turning to leave the alley. "Jack, I intend to inquire with the nearby residents about the situation. Would you care to join me?" Jack glanced at the hamburger and soda he had left on the seat. "No, I have other matters to attend to. Moreover, I wager you will glean not a shred of useful information from those individuals. All they could possibly tell you is that the gunmen were idle drifters and black men." "Not necessarily," Tom replied with a smile. "Perhaps they will inform me that the assailants were a white drifter and a black cowboy clad in a leather jacket." The elements become more intriguing. A few minutes later, having disposed of the empty paper bag and cup in a trash bin, Jack looked up at Tom, who had completed his inquiries. "So, what leads did you uncover?" Tom chuckled. "They told me the assailants were a white drifter and a black man in a leather jacket. I bet they were high on drugs, hence their delusions." Jack laughed as he started the car, turning the steering wheel. "All right, brother. Our work here is done. It's time to clock out." Half a minute later, the car's tires splashed through the puddles as it vanished around the street corner. As for apprehending the criminals, please, this is North Brooklyn, a hub for black and Latino populations. The police simply do not allocate substantial resources to areas with low tax revenues. With no eyewitnesses, no victims, and even the participants having fled the scene, the street cameras were either outdated and malfunctioning or had failed to capture any traces of the assailants. Were they to rely on a handful of untraceable bullets to solve the case? If they had that capability, why would they remain in North Brooklyn, earning high salaries when they could work in wealthier areas like Long Island or Manhattan, where safety is considerably better? Given that this shooting incident had no victims, and those who witnessed or experienced it were unwilling to come forward, why expend considerable police resources pursuing this crime? Perhaps the media might take an interest in this shooting without injuries, but that would be a concern for another day. The United States is rife with unsolved cases. Adding another shooting without casualties hardly matters. Jack and Tom soon drove away in the police car, disappearing from the streets, while Close, who had been lurking in the shadows observing Wesley, finally breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door, and stepped outside. Minutes later, he returned with the unconscious Wesley in tow. A little over half an hour later, a long sigh broke the silence as Wesley gradually awakened. Upon gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling, his expression momentarily faltered before he abruptly sat up and beheld Klaus seated across from him. "Who are you?" Wesley exclaimed. Klaus regarded him silently for several seconds before slowly responding, "I am your father." For a brief moment, Wesley believed he had encountered an escaped lunatic from a hospital. Yet he quickly regained his composure. "My father left me 7 days after I was born, so I have no father," he retorted. "Indeed, I departed just 7 days after your birth, but it was to protect you," Klaus replied, his gaze complex as he regarded Wesley. "However, the circumstances have changed. which is why I have reappeared before you. I don't believe you, Wesley insisted. Allow me to explain, Klaus urged, seeking to calm him before recounting his experiences over the years. Klaus genuinely desired Wesley to lead a normal life. Yet ordinary individuals do not contend with the Brotherhood's assaults. Understanding Sloane's intentions, Klaus knew that if he continued to act as an invisible guardian, not only would he be in peril, but Wesley's life would also be at stake. To ensure Wesley's survival, the previous approach was rendered nearly obsolete. He intended to cultivate Wesley into an assassin, one capable of self-defense against the Brotherhood. Chapter 12. Patience is not merely a virtue, it is the only virtue. More than an hour later, Wesley sat on the edge of the bed, his hands covering his face as he absorbed an overwhelming amount of information. Feeling somewhat dazed, he raised his head, and images of his childhood flooded back to him. Glancing at Klaus, who had remained silently seated, Wesley found it nearly impossible to believe that this seemingly ordinary man was indeed his father, and one of the most exceptional assassins in the world. In the past, while watching films and anime, Wesley had often wished to be the main character, endowed with an incredible identity and extraordinary adventures. Yet now, as the reality unfolded before him, he felt a surge of hesitation and disbelief. Fortunately, Klaus did not press him. He merely observed in silence, awaiting Wesley's decision. Though he had left Wesley long ago, he understood him well. Convinced that Wesley's eventual choice would align with his expectations, a new assassin was about to be born. In Chicago, the Brotherhood had established considerable influence within the city. Thus, even after losing one safe house, they quickly replenished their equipment. Prior to heading to the supply depot, they had already scouted the city extensively, intent on evading Levi's pursuit. However, he did not anticipate that the seemingly foolproof strategy would prove ineffective. After 5 days of close proximity, Li Wei had become thoroughly accustomed to the scent surrounding him. Coupled with his keen, almost camera-like eyesight, evading Li Wei necessitated not only vanishing from his line of sight, but also altering his own aroma. Otherwise, even if he managed to temporarily disappear, the moment the scent re-emerged, Li Wei would swiftly be able to track him down once more. The extraordinary sensitivity of Li Wei's sense of smell, enhanced by 70-fold, could not account for the current level of his abilities. However, during his time in the forest, Li Wei had conducted experiments and discovered that certain enhancements could not be merely quantified by simple multiplication. The most straightforward example was vision. He had never heard of anyone gaining the ability to see through objects simply by enhancing their strength several-fold. Nor did his increased visual range seem to be confined to a mere 70 times. Additionally, the acute sense of impending danger he had experienced from the very first day could not be explained solely by multiplication. His remarkable ability to track movements from hundreds of meters away solely through scent was evidently beyond mere numerical explanation. Li Wei had pondered this conundrum, but as an ordinary university student in his previous life, he found it impossible to comprehend such evidently unscientific superpowers. Thus, after fruitless contemplation, he resolved to relinquish further inquiry and simply utilize these abilities, hoping that clarity would eventually emerge in due course. All techniques were designed to counteract human beings. Against a being like Li Wei, who had transcended humanity, they were unlikely to prove effective. Consequently, after wandering through the city for a few rounds, the mysterious veil shrouding the Brotherhood had begun to lift in Li Wei's eyes. Meanwhile, after a lengthy 3-hour flight, Fox finally arrived in the city of Chicago. Upon his arrival, the first order of business was to reach out to the Brotherhood's enterprises in Chicago and re-establish contact through intermediaries associated with those enterprises. What brings you to Chicago? Upon answering the call, he reverted to his previous indifference, his brow slightly furrowed. You should know that this area is under my jurisdiction. I have a new task, which I have already sent via fax. Fox did not respond immediately. Instead, he continued, you might find the individuals involved intriguing. A new task? Upon hearing Fox's words, he glanced at the fax machine, whirring to life, and retrieved the freshly printed images. His pupils constricted slightly as he gazed at the figure depicted in the photographs. What do you know about him? Very little, aside from his name and identity. We have gleaned nothing further, which is why we require your assistance. Reflecting on Li Wei's masterful curved shooting techniques, a skill he had honed under Fox's tutelage, and recalling Li Wei's monstrous speed and strength, he fell silent. Unlike Fox, who was willing to sacrifice himself for his beliefs, He too held convictions, but had not reached the point of self-sacrifice. Thus, he had imparted the art of curved shooting to Li Wei in hopes of ensuring his survival. At present, no one within the Brotherhood comprehends the extent of Levi's burgeoning power better than he does. And a substantial portion of this enhancement is attributable to his own efforts. Given the significance of the arc shot technique to the Brotherhood, he found himself unable to elucidate the circumstances to Fox. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "In half an hour, I shall send you the relevant intelligence regarding him. I await your news." Due to the persona he had meticulously crafted, Fox remained oblivious to any anomalies and, having received what he desired, promptly terminated the call. After hanging up, he resumed his seat, placing one hand flat on the table as he gazed at the facts before him, once again enveloped in contemplation, pondering how to resolve the forthcoming matters. On a distant rooftop, Levi, with ears as sharp as a hawk's, overheard the conversation between Fox and himself with clarity. Does the codename Fox refer to a title, or is it merely his name? Am I the target of her mission? What does this mean? Is this Brotherhood intending to eliminate me? I knew you harbored ulterior motives. It seems I have indeed chosen wisely. Once their conversation was severed, Levi observed Fox lost in thought, exuding an air of strategic contemplation. Excellent. This long-line fishing plan has been executed flawlessly. I have successfully identified an assassin from the Brotherhood. If I bide my time, I may even pinpoint their stronghold, allowing me to eradicate the threat in one fell swoop. One must wonder, a 1,000-year-old assassin organization must possess a plethora of unique treasures. I hope they do not disappoint. As visions of a grand future danced before him, Levi's eyes sparkled with clarity. His restless spirit urged him to confront Fox directly, yet he ultimately restrained himself. As his life mentor, the Steel Shadow, advised, patience is the hallmark of a true hunter. Otherwise, one becomes a dead hunter. Although his strength was now sufficient to overpower assassins of this caliber, Levi was unwilling to act rashly without discerning Fox's true capabilities. He was not an indomitable warrior unafraid of death. Rather, he was an ordinary individual who had acquired power merely 2 months prior. His loud proclamations and meticulous actions epitomized his style, to underestimate the enemy strategically while respecting them tactically. Chapter 13. Gender Advantage Under Levi's Watchful Gaze. Fox sat silently at her desk for several minutes, contemplating how to shift the situation to his advantage. As a fellow assassin within the Brotherhood, Sloane understood that Fox lacked the strength to successfully carry out the assassination of Levi. Her solo venture to Chicago was a clear indication of Sloane's intention to enlist his assistance in executing the kill. Had the target been one of the usual ordinary individuals, he would not have hesitated to accompany Fox on the mission. However, the current target was Levi, a formidable entity proficient in the art of the arc shot. Do not mention him and Fox. Even with the defector class added to the mix, the prospect of successfully assassinating Levi remains bleak. They may be assassins, yet their target is a human, not a monster disguised in human flesh like Levi. Sitting in silence, the rhythm of her fingers tapping on the table quickens until the half-hour countdown concludes. Abruptly, she stands, pushes the door open, and vanishes from Levi's sight. This task is not as simple as you might envision. Gazing at Fox, she remarks, the target is formidable. Every target of the Brotherhood poses a challenge, yet ultimately they all fall before our guns. Fox, inspecting his handgun, casually responds, I hope you will offer me assistance rather than diminish my morale. I have devised a meticulous plan to deal with him. After securing the inspected weapon, Fox turns to her. If you have alternative ideas, feel free to share. Perhaps I shall consider your suggestions. My suggestion is to abandon this mission in Chicago. Such an absurd proposal. Fox replies with a hint of amusement. If not in Chicago, then where shall we execute this mission? She remains silent, merely exchanging a brief glance with Fox before turning to leave. If you insist on proceeding thus, I may not be able to effectively cooperate with your plan. He has already recognized you. You can no longer seamlessly integrate into my strategy. Fox calls after her retreating figure. If you can help divert his attention, that would be the greatest assistance. Her footsteps falter momentarily before she hastens away. Time slips by, the vibrant hues of dusk swallowed by the horizon as night descends. Concluding a day of basking in the sun, Levi reclines on a modest lounge chair, gazing at the star-studded sky, counting the twinkling lights. In this moment, a sense of tranquility envelopes Levi, Yet the hurried footsteps echoing from the stairwell shatter the silence. The sharp sound of high heels striking the concrete draws nearer, and with a resounding crash, the iron door is forcefully flung open. Fox, embodying the guise of an urban beauty with her alluring figure, emerges from behind the door and swiftly locks it again with a decisive click. Observing the securely shut iron door, she still seems to feel insecure, reaching for discarded steel rods to brace against the doorknob. Mere seconds later, several heavy male footsteps resonate from the stairwell, followed by a thunderous impact against the fragile rooftop door. It reverberates as if struck by a hammer, sending nearby pebbles scattering. The immense force seems to startle Fox, who frantically searches the rooftop for an escape route. Amidst the shifting scenery, Levi, who had been languidly reclining in the chair, comes into view. Instinctively, she draws closer to Levi. "Please help me, I beg you. I cannot be captured by those men. I implore you to assist me." As she approached him in a state of utter panic, Li Wei remained motionless, quietly observing her while occasionally glancing towards the iron door, which continued to reverberate with loud thuds. It was only when the hair concealing Fox's face was brushed aside, allowing Li Wei to clearly discern her features, that a flicker of interest appeared in his eyes. Oh, she's quite a beauty, after all. Unbeknownst to Fox, devoid of any telepathic ability, she was entirely oblivious to Li Wei's assessment of her appearance, believing instead that her disguise had thoroughly deceived him. In her distress, her steps in high heels were somewhat unsteady, yet fortunately, the distance between them was minimal, and in mere seconds, she had taken refuge behind Li Wei. Just as Li Wei turned to look at Fox, who was huddled like a quail behind him, the frail iron door finally succumbed to the force of several men crashing against it, collapsing with a resounding bang. "You wretched creature, where else can you run to now?" Amidst the curses, several armed men ascended to the rooftop, immediately spotting Li Wei and the concealed Fox behind him, their brows furrowed in disdain. "Hey, trash collector, get lost. This is no place for you. Scurry back to the garbage heap below, or I'll be forced to introduce you to my gun." As they spoke, the men gestured with their firearms, the barrels frequently sweeping past Li Wei, their expressions exuding arrogance. Turning his attention to the men, Li Wei furrowed his brow, contemplating how to deal with these ruffians. He failed to notice that the terror on Fox's face had vanished, replaced by an air of calm resolve. "Are you deaf?" Seeing that Li Wei did not flee as anticipated, the men expressed their dissatisfaction, aiming their guns directly at him. "I'm talking to you, trash. Get to where you belong." While the thuggish figures brandished their weapons at Li Wei, Fox, who had been keeping herself shielded behind him, subtly brushed her hair aside with one hand, silently retrieving a hollow poison needle. Fixing her gaze on the unprotected area at the nape of Li Wei's neck, a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes, and in a swift motion, the sharp needle lunged towards the most nerve-rich region of his neck. Knowing she could not overpower Li Wei in a direct confrontation, Fox understood her limitations. However, she possessed a unique advantage, her femininity. When a strikingly attractive female, assassin masquerades as a fragile woman in distress, most men fail to perceive her as a threat and consequently do not obstruct her from hiding behind them. Once Fox maneuvered into Li Wei's blind spot, the remaining task became deceptively simple. A single delicate thrust of the poison needle could extinguish a life. Efficient, unobtrusive, and far less conspicuous than a firearm. As the needle in her hand inched closer to Li Wei's neck, a smile began to bloom in Fox's eyes. In her perspective, evading an assassin's attack from behind at such a distance seemed nearly impossible. Indeed, this assassination was almost a foregone conclusion. Yet, she remained oblivious to the true nature of her adversary. Chapter 14. The Hero's Slaughter. I knew it was undoubtedly a beautiful deception. With acute awareness of the ominous gusts of wind behind him, Li Wei adopted a knowing expression. With a slight movement of his feet, he vanished like a phantom, reappearing behind Fox. A soft crack echoed as an unbearable pain surged through Fox's arm, causing her fingers to loosen, and the poison needle fell from her grasp, clattering to the ground. "Your idea was commendable, but alas, it appears that I possess superior skills." With a swift motion, Li Wei shattered Fox's right arm, gripping her throat to render her defenseless, while his other hand retrieved the handgun he had brought from the safe house. Bang, 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 bang. Within half a second, for gunshots rang out in quick succession, the bullets slicing through the air, and the lifeless bodies of four assailants crumpled to the ground. until their final breath. They remained oblivious to the drastic shift in their fate that transpired in less than a second. Armed with lethal weapons, the urge to kill surged within Li Wei. Though he would not indiscriminately slaughter innocent individuals like a madman, he would not show mercy to those who sought him out. Over the past month, he had witnessed too much bloodshed. Eliminating 4 armed thugs who had foolishly approached him bore no weight on his conscience. From a moment Li Wei vanished to the instant Fox's arm was broken and the 4 bodies fell, less than a second had elapsed. As he tightened his grip, rendering her breathless, Fox trembled slightly, finally grasping the true nature of the target she had sought to eliminate. Enduring the agony of her fractured bones, Fox realized she was likely facing death. Yet as an assassin, she resolved to confront it with clarity. When did you discover my intent? When did I discover your intent? Li Wei first used his penetrating gaze, capable of seeing through superficial layers, to scan Fox, confirming the absence of explosives or listening devices. Only then did he respond. I realized it long ago. A woman, clad so provocatively in the night of Chicago. Were you so fearful of attracting the attention of those lurking on the streets? With so many rooftops available, why choose the one where I reside? Were you testing me to see if I am merely a creature of base desires in the presence of a woman? Is that the reason? Upon hearing Li Wei's almost laughable rationale, Fox gritted her teeth. Is that truly the absurd reasoning behind your discovery of my identity? Of course not. Releasing her grip on Fox's neck, Levi pushed her back a few steps, raising his gun to aim at her forehead, a hint of derision glinting in his eyes. Has no one ever told you, he mused, that a seasoned warrior's physique is unlike that of an ordinary person? You neither administer muscle relaxants nor don long sleeves and pants, yet you flaunt your impressive musculature before me, as if you believe I am blind. How is it possible? Fox retorted, that one could ascertain my identity based solely on this? Your disbelief is of no consequence to me, Levi shrugged. After all, you are but an assassin on the brink of death. Upon hearing his words, Fox's pupils constricted momentarily, and with a swift intake of breath, she lunged towards the nearest cover like a cheetah. TSK, Levi clicked his tongue, twisting his wrist slightly as he pulled the trigger. The bullet erupted from the barrel, tracing a graceful arc toward the airborne Fox. As the projectile arced toward her, Fox's eyes widened in horror. What is this? A curved shot. In that fleeting moment, she believed she grasped the entirety of her impending failure. Yet the next instant, her consciousness was engulfed in eternal darkness, the blood-stained bullet vanishing into the obsidian night. Gazing at Fox's lifeless form sprawled on the ground, Levi's expression remained calm, devoid of the nausea some claimed followed a killing. Instead, he felt a twinge of regret. Damn it, I forgot to confirm her name. It should be Fox, right? One down, and I wonder if that Brotherhood will send more assassins. Where is their lair? I didn't even think to ask. Oh well, there's still one left. I can inquire then. For now, it was prudent to depart. 5 lives had been extinguished, and it was no longer safe to linger. After gathering his belongings, Levi melded into the night, his silhouette swiftly disappearing, leaving the blood-stained rooftop in tranquil silence. Before the police arrived, the building would remain eerily quiet. Fox believed herself a victim of betrayal, yet her demise was not unjust. Levi's initial reasoning regarding Fox was merely speculation based on his perceptions of America, but his final deduction concerning her musculature was indeed accurate. Though all are human, the differences in their physiques become increasingly pronounced, especially post-training. Fox had endeavored to conceal her muscular transformation, blending in with the ordinary. Yet Levi possessed the ability to see beyond the surface. While he could not penetrate excessively thick barriers, he was capable of discerning the musculature beneath the skin. Perhaps it was the Brotherhood's technique, but the musculature of their assassins exhibited a stark contrast to that of the average person. This Fox was no exception. Through a mere layer of skin, the average person might fail to discern such differences. However, for Li Wei, the exposed arms of Fox boldly proclaimed, "Hey, look at me. I am the assassin belonging to the same Brotherhood." Li Wei was not one to be easily swayed by superficial allure. Upon first sight of Fox, he immediately noticed the significant disparity in her arms. Subsequently, he employed his ability to see through her guise, ensuring that she bore no weapons he could not counter. Once he was assured of this, Li Wei's willingness to keep Fox close sealed her fate. As for the 4 men accompanying her, Li Wei was uncertain whether they were members of the Brotherhood summoned by Fox or mere bystanders lured by her charm. Yet, Their casual handling of firearms suggested they were likely local gang members, neither innocent nor blameless. Their demise would perhaps even earn him gratitude from the neighborhood for ridding it of scum. Indeed, he was a hero. Chapter 15. The cycle. While American law enforcement may not always bring criminals to justice, their response time is undoubtedly among the swiftest. Shortly after Lee Wei departed, the wailing of police sirens echoed down the street, prompting individuals who typically dared not venture outdoors to emerge. They fervently recounted the events of the night to the police. Yet, from these accounts alone, law enforcement gleaned little of value. A typical mid-rise building had its rooftop surveillance already malfunctioning. And as for the analysis of the crime scene, Lee Wei's weaponry was sourced entirely from a secure hideout. The assassin's gear left no trace for the police to follow. Thus, as the police vehicles withdrew, another unsolved case would likely be added to the annals of the American justice system. Several kilometers away, having witnessed the entirety of Fox's failure, he shifted his gaze from the eyepiece of his telescope, revealing no trace of sorrow for his fallen companion. I have long asserted that to achieve an assassination against him, relying solely on one's own strength is futile. The allure of beauty, alas, serves only to ensnare the foolish. Fox believed her failure stemmed from betrayal, yet in truth, aside from concealing the arc of the shot, the information provided to Fox was all that he had gleaned. He simply preferred to avoid a direct confrontation with Lee Wei. Providing accurate intelligence was a task he found rather agreeable, for the humiliation Lee Wei had inflicted upon him remained a lingering pain in his heart. Should the opportunity arise to eliminate Lee Wei, he would not hesitate, yet he perceived that the combined strength of Fox and himself was insufficient for such an endeavor. Observing from a distance, it was evident that Lee Wei demonstrated a swiftness in dealing with Fox that far surpassed his previous encounter with her. He remained oblivious to the remarkable progress that Lee Wei had made in just a few days, mistakenly believing that Lee Wei had merely held back his strength during their previous encounter. This realization rendered Fox's defeat less surprising in his eyes. Lee Wei, however, was unaware of the precise role he played in this assassination. He only recognized one undeniable fact: providing advantages to Fox meant he was his adversary. Now, Lee Wei had even chosen a method of demise, having appropriated a poison needle from Fox, which served as an excellent weapon. Truly exquisite. It was no wonder it was an assassin's tool. "What brings you here again?" he inquired, his body stiffening as he beheld the ethereal figure of Lee Wei materializing before him, instinctively reaching for the handgun at his waist. "I advise you to refrain from any rash actions, lest matters unfold in a manner you would rather not witness," Lee Wei cautioned, his hand like a phantom swiftly aiming the gun at him, ready to end his life at the slightest transgression. "Raise your hands. I wish to see nothing else." Faced with the ominous barrel of the gun, he fell silent for several seconds, ultimately relinquishing any thoughts of resistance and raising his hands, palms flat on the desk. "What else do you desire? The arc shot has already been entrusted to you." "Desire? Not much. Merely a curiosity regarding certain matters that I wish to inquire about," Lee Wei replied, subtly revealing the poison needle he had taken from Fox. "Are you familiar with this?" "A poison needle," he mused, maintaining an air of nonchalance despite the stirrings within. "Many female assassins or killers utilize such weapons for silent strikes, but I do not favor them." "Is that so?" Lee Wei nodded. "Last time, you spoke of the Brotherhood. Are you certain that everything you said was truthful, without a shred of concealment?" Confronted with Lee Wei's inquiry, his heart raced with increasing urgency. He understood that the critical moment had arrived. He had only witnessed Fox converse with Lee Wei before his demise, unaware of the specifics of their dialogue. Should he trust Fox's loyalty to the Brotherhood or suspect that Fox had divulged information about the Brotherhood to Lee Wei? This was a gamble, one with severe consequences if lost. Thump, thump. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, he could almost hear the powerful beating of his heart, urging him to think swiftly under duress. The power of an assassin is limited. What truly enables an assassin to remain infallible is the backing of their organization, support, intelligence, equipment, logistics, and so forth, all of which stem from the organization's strength. In this regard, the Continental Hotel excelled. He understood that his survival in Lee Wei's presence did not depend on his own prowess, but rather on Lee Wei's apprehension and intrigue regarding the Brotherhood. As long as the Brotherhood's mystery remained intact, his life was significantly assured. He believed Fox felt the same. In a matter of moments, he contemplated a myriad of thoughts, and only when all reflections had coalesced did he calmly respond to Lee Wei's question. What I relayed to you last time was all that I know. As he spoke, he keenly observed Li Wei's facial expressions, muscles taut beneath his clothing, ever ready to confront him. Very well, Li Wei nodded, the response falling within his expectations. From a moment the poison needle was mentioned, he had already discerned that extracting any information regarding the Brotherhood from this man would be a futile endeavor. Li Wei did not consider himself a villain of great magnitude. Yet with such obstinate individuals, sometimes one must reveal a more sinister side to resolve matters. Placing the poison needle into a specially purchased box, Li Wei rose, brushing off the creases from his attire, his visage tinged with regret. I have granted you 2 opportunities, yet you failed to seize them. A sudden gust of wind flared, lifting the trench coat towards Li Wei, while hands instinctively reached for a handgun at his waist. Too slow. Just as fingers grazed the grip, a voice from behind instilled a paralyzing fear, and he instinctively bent his knees, preparing to roll away. However, as Li Wei had predicted, the movements were far too sluggish. What would appear as a blur to ordinary eyes was laughably slow to him. With a mere flick of his foot, he struck the man's knee, sending him crashing backward with a thud against a bookshelf, the handgun at his waist falling into Li Wei's grasp. You have truly disappointed me. Unlocking the safety of the gun, Li Wei advanced a few steps, looming over the man whose knee had been shattered. Why must you always resort to deceit when we could coexist peacefully? Are all assassins as resolute as you? Realizing his fate was sealed, the man glared at Li Wei with bloodshot eyes, refusing to abandon his initial intimidation. You may kill me, but the Brotherhood will avenge me. You will never comprehend their might. Is that so? Li Wei replied with a subtle smile, listing the Brotherhood's enterprises he had encountered over the past few days. The JSVAC group, the Nikki for office, or that assassin named Klaus. I suspect there are many willing to betray the Brotherhood. Upon hearing the names of those companies, despair washed over him, his hopes dashed. He could only glare furiously at Li Wei. You cannot obliterate an organization that has existed for 1,000 years. It is you who will be destroyed. Perhaps. Li Wei chuckled casually, retrieving the poison needle belonging to Fox. This was prepared for me by your companion, whom I dispatched using your firearm. In that sense, dying by her poison could be viewed as a poetic cycle of life and death. Whether it was pain or the fear of the needle, his face contorted in anguish. You will surely descend into hell, demon. With a swift motion, the poison needle flew through the air, sealing his throat and rendering him mute. His face flushed crimson under the influence of the unknown toxin, and soon he was claimed by the flames of demise. Chapter 16. The Gentleman Marshal. Yet, nothing of substance was gleaned. Gazing at the lifeless body, Li Wei found himself in deep contemplation. Am I truly suited for interrogation? Having failed to extract any useful intelligence from 2 consecutive assassins, he pondered whether he should adopt the methods of those depicted in films. Just as Li Wei was deliberating on how to refine his interrogation techniques, the telephone on the desk rang insistently. He picked up the receiver, and a voice emerged. How is the plan progressing? Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, uncertain if the individual on the other end was affiliated with the Brotherhood. After a brief silence, he replied, If you are indeed a member of the Brotherhood, I regret to inform you that it may be too late. There was a pause on the line, as Sloan seemed to grasp the fate that had befallen Fox. Li Wei Della? You know me? Li Wei's eyes brightened instantaneously. You are indeed a member of the Brotherhood. May I inquire where I might locate other assassins of your kind? Sloan, evidently unaccustomed to encountering such audacity in a target, gazed out the window in silence for a few seconds. Mr. Li Wei, we shall meet again. But the time is not yet ripe. Farewell. Li Wei, somewhat perplexed, was about to respond when he realized Sloan had already hung up, leaving only the sound of a busy signal in its wake. Frustrated, he placed the receiver back on its cradle, muttering in discontent, Damn it, another elusive rat. Yet, despite his vexation, Li Wei found himself powerless. He lacked the ability to trace the caller through the telephone line. With Sloan unwilling to reveal himself, Li Wei's only remaining leads were the 2 properties associated with the Brotherhood and the defector assassin. A short while later, before a rural villa on the outskirts of Chicago, Li Wei compared the scene to his recollections and pushed open the fence gate, rapping on the villa's door. Is anyone there? Who is it? The sound of footsteps paused at the entrance, and a voice, tinged with age, inquired. Who are you seeking? Mr. Nick Vuffnell, I have matters to discuss with you, as I was referred by someone. Upon hearing the familiar name, Nick though still puzzled, lowered his guard. As an associate of the Brotherhood, dedicated to assisting assassins with legal matters, he was well aware of the organization's influence in the city of Chicago. With a creak, Nick opened the wooden door, allowing Li Wei to enter without any semblance of caution. "It is late. How may I assist you?" "Just a small matter." Li Wei smiled, drawing from beneath his clothing the very handgun that belonged to him, aiming it at Nick. "Mr. Nick, I wish to know, do you desire to live? Or do you wish to die?" As he spoke, Li Wei's gaze subtly shifted towards the two rooms on the second floor, where faint sounds of breathing could be discerned, hinting that the man before him ought to consider his options carefully. With the gun trained upon him, Nick's countenance darkened considerably, yet bound by familial ties. He ultimately made the choice that Li Wei hoped for. "What is it that you wish for me to do?" "Quite simple," Li Wei expressed. "Everything you know about the Brotherhood, I wish to know." Nick Fu, somewhat apprehensive, gazed at Li Wei and replied, "I do not possess much knowledge. I have noted it down on paper and placed it in a compartment within my study." "Then fetch it," Li Wei commanded, rising to his feet. His gaze fixed on Nick Fu as he retrieved a document concealed in the hidden compartment. Opening the folder, Li Wei, with his enhanced memory, merely glanced through it, effortlessly absorbing all the information contained within. He returned the now redundant folder to Nick Fu and stood up once more, casting a final look at Nick Fu's wife and child, who were peacefully asleep upstairs, before turning his attention to the visibly anxious Nick Fu. "Do you understand what you must do?" Nick Fu hesitated momentarily before fervently nodding. "I understand. I will not disclose today's events." "That is good to hear. This time, I shall spare your life. I hope you can keep your word." With a warning that was neither harsh nor lenient, Li Wei pushed open the door and vanished from sight. A family man, particularly one so cooperative during an interrogation, seemed an unlikely target for immediate execution in Li Wei's eyes. He preferred to grant him a chance. After all, the Brotherhood was currently akin to meat on a chopping block, devoid of any substantial resistance. Even if Nick Fu were to betray him, it would have little impact on Li Wei, and he could always deal with him later. Should such a scenario arise, it would serve as a lesson for Li Wei in the future, allowing him to act without moral hesitation. After departing from Nick Fu's residence, Li Wei suppressed the sonic barrier induced by supersonic speed and arrived at the entrance of the Jesvar group within mere minutes. Before even crossing the threshold, two armed security guards came into view. Truly, they were in the arms business, as even the guards at the door were equipped with firearms. Nevertheless, this was preferable. Violence indeed brought forth a more exhilarating thrill than mere words. Glancing at his non-existent wristwatch and then at the Jesvark building, where only the top floor was illuminated, Li Wei donned a clown mask, retrieved his weapons from beneath his trench coat, and approached the edifice. "Good day," he greeted as he pushed open the glass door. The two security guards instinctively moved forward, their gazes dropping to the firearms in his hands. They froze momentarily, suddenly invigorated, and swiftly raised their weapons to aim at Li Wei. "Warning. Put down your firearms immediately and lie on the ground with your hands on your head." "Warning. How bothersome." Li Wei's eyes swept over the two men as he raised his weapon and fired twice. The curved bullets struck the guards' guns from the side. Clang! After the metallic clash, the guards felt a jolt in their hands, and when they regained their senses, they discovered their twisted firearms had slipped from their grasp and fallen to the ground. In the next moment, without the slightest hesitation, the two individuals decisively knelt down, extending their hands forward and prostrating themselves on the ground. "Sir, do not kill me. I surrender. I am willing to submit." Upon witnessing such an unambiguous act of capitulation, Li Wei could not help but chuckle. Yet being unaccustomed to indiscriminate killing, he withdrew the gun that was aimed at them, kicked open the security door, and ascended to the top floor at supersonic speed. The thunderous roar of the security door being forcefully breached sent a fresh tremor through the security guards, who were already fraught with anxiety. They buried their faces deeper into the ground, utterly devoid of any inclination to lift their heads. However, the guards' trepidation did not imply that the surveillance room was ineffectual. The moment Li Wei entered the security corridor, the alarm call reached Marshal Mario of the Jesvac group. "There are armed assailants who have breached the security door and entered the corridor. We have organized defensive units to respond. Please proceed to the safe room for shelter." "I understand," Marshal replied, his brow furrowed slightly as he hung up the phone. He stood up, adjusted his suit, and then made his way toward the safe room. Well aware of humanity's capacity for assassination, Marshall had taken extensive safety measures, possessing ample confidence in the security of the safe room and the defensive teams. Except for the Brotherhood, no assassin adhering to scientific principles could possibly breach from the first floor to his level within 3 minutes. 3 minutes was sufficient for him to elegantly enter the meticulously prepared safe room and witness the assailants who sought to take his life being cut down by a hail of gunfire. Chapter 17. The pauper and the robber standing before the bookshelf, he activated the switch, causing the wooden shelves to slide apart, revealing a full metal alloy door hidden behind them. After scanning his iris and verifying his fingerprint, Marshall's finger finally brushed against the first digit key, only to feel a cold, hard object pressed against the back of his head. Marshall had meticulously planned every detail. He simply had not anticipated one critical fact. Li Wei was a man who defied scientific principles. Like a hurricane, Li Wei surged through the building, reaching the top floor in a mere 2 seconds. Pushing open the glass door of Marshall's office, Li Wei immediately spotted Marshall, who had just come to a halt in front of the bookshelf. However, instead of immediately intervening, he quietly positioned himself behind Marshall, observing as he completed the dual biometric verification, before drawing his pistol and placing it against Marshall's head, delivering an unexpected surprise. Humans, being creatures instinctively averse to death, are no exception, and Marshall was no different. After a moment of hesitation, he halted the motion of entering his password, extended his fingers to indicate he held nothing, and slowly raised his hands. I believe we can have a conversation. Tell me, what is it you seek? There are many things I desire. Li Wei replied with keen interest, casting a glance at Marshall before suddenly inquiring, do you have money? At the sound of Li Wei's question, a flicker of intrigue crossed Marshall's mind. Yes, I have plenty of money. Do you want 100,000? Or perhaps 500,000? If you could tell me who hired you to kill me, I might even offer you $10 million as a reward. Consider it. That's quite a substantial sum, isn't it? Levi remained non-committal to Marshall's proposition, merely nudging the gun pressed against the back of Marshall's head forward. Do not cease your movements. Continue and open this door. With a firearm aimed at his skull, Marshall felt a surge of anxiety mingled with anger. However, his extensive experience in the arms trade enabled him to maintain his composure as he swiftly tapped several keys on the keyboard. With a confirming beep, a formidable metal door, measuring over 10 centimeters in thickness, began to open under the influence of the hydraulic system, revealing an opulently furnished safe house within. The coveted sanctuary lay tantalizingly close. Yet Marshall dared not act recklessly. He was acutely aware that during the brief interval when the hydraulic door closed, the assassin behind him could easily empty an entire magazine into him. Thus, he stood still before the entrance, raising his hands once more. The door is now open. But this is merely a safe house. Inside, apart from food and water, there are no valuable possessions. If you seek money, I can instruct my secretary to transfer funds from an overseas account, or I could provide you with an untraceable check. No need for that, Levi chuckled, entirely skeptical of the American financial system. I desire money, but not those meaningless digits. Do you comprehend what I mean? Yes, I understand, Marshall replied, his expression shifting slightly as he continued. I have some gold and cash in my safe that should suffice for your needs. Upon hearing that Marshall indeed possessed cash, Levi's eyes brightened slightly. How much? Where is it? In the safe behind that mural, Marshall indicated toward a life-sized portrait of himself opposite the safe house. The total value is approximately $5 million. Excellent. Retrieve it. And by the way, prepare a bag so that I may take the money with me. Understood. Adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, Levi could not let this rare opportunity to acquire wealth slip away. Moreover, he believed that, compared to mere money, Marshall's safe might contain something far more intriguing. As a merchant entrenched in the arms trade, Levi found it implausible that Marshall's safe merely housed inconsequential gold and cash. He suspected that the gold and cash were merely a facade, concealing something of far greater importance. If only his perceptive abilities were a touch stronger, he mused, he would not require Marshall as a guide to unveil those hidden treasures. Turning away, Marshall approached the mural step by step, moving aside the exceedingly narcissistic self-portrait of himself. He pressed against the wall, and with a click, a mechanical latch disengaged. The previously flat surface of the wall swung open, revealing a custom-made, silver 3-knob safe, standing taller than a man, before the eyes of both individuals. The 3 knobs remain uncertain in terms of the number of positions for each dial. If this safe were to undergo some specialized soundproofing treatment, it is likely that, apart from Marshall, others would only be able to obtain its contents through force. However, the situation has now simplified considerably. With a gun aimed at his forehead by Levi, Marshall has no choice but to obediently unlock the safe. In truth, Levi's destructive potential has far surpassed that of the handgun, yet most fail to recognize the immense energy residing within him. The intimidation factor of the gun far eclipses that of Levi himself, even if its power is significantly less than Levi's own fists. As the heavy iron door of the safe creaked open, the scent of ink wafted through, revealing stacks of crisp dollars and gleaming gold reflecting a warm golden hue. In that moment, Levi's youthful spirit was profoundly shaken. What does it look like to behold $5 million in neatly arranged stacks? Levi had never seen such wealth. He had not even witnessed a million yuan stacked together. Now, over $500,000 worth of assets lay quietly before him, and with a mere extension of his hand, he could claim it all as his own. He had long fantasized about what he would do if he were wealthy. Yet fantasies are but dreams. He merely hoped for his 4-digit bank balance to increase by a few hundred or thousand before the decimal point. Now, the wealth he had only envisioned in his mind was vividly presented before him, causing his breath to quicken. With an extraordinary lung capacity, Levi's breaths were notably audible to Marshall, who felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of relief. He had previously feared that Levi's purpose in coming was related to the unseen items in his possession, but that concern dissipated. In Marshall's view, only two types of individuals exhibit rapid breathing upon encountering wealth. The first type consists of those who have endured poverty and have never encountered such an abundance of money. Yet, judging by Levi's agility and efficiency, Marshall did not perceive him as such. The second type encompasses those who genuinely seek money, such as kidnappers or robbers, whose sole objective is wealth, easily within reach, consequently stirring excitement and quickening their breath. Marshall believed he had discerned the truth. Chapter 18. The wealthy boy Marshall Levi was unaware of Marshall's thoughts, but he soon recovered from the initial shock of encountering such a vast sum of money. $3,500,000, along with over $1 million worth of 50 kilograms of gold from 2009, lay meticulously arranged before him. Marshall thought he had discovered what Levi was seeking, but before he could relax, Levi's question caused his heart to race once more. Is this all the gold and cash in your safe? With a casual flick, Levi cast aside the golden dollars, capable of driving many into madness, gazing upon the now empty safe. He pressed the gun's muzzle against Marshall's forehead once more. You expect me to believe that such a vast safe contains only these meager items? Marshall felt his life hanging by a thread. A slight twitch in the corner of his eye betrayed his anxiety. Yet, the synchronized sound of approaching footsteps outside stirred a flicker of hope within him. Marshall's heavily invested security team was not composed of mere ineffectual drunks. Upon discovering no abnormalities on the designated floor, they swiftly advanced under the coordination of the surveillance room, reaching the top floor where Marshall's office resided, effectively securing all areas outside the office. As the sound of locks disengaging resonated, a tightly woven net of firepower enveloped the office where Li Wei and Marshall were stationed, poised to strike at the opportune moment. Regrettably, with Marshall currently in Li Wei's grasp, even though they held a distinct advantage in numbers and armament, they remained thwarted by a flimsy wooden door. In stark contrast, Li Wei felt no such constraints. His ears perked up, his focus sharpened. He sensed the very currents of air quietly attuned to the subtle, deep breaths that reached his ears. As time ticked away, the initially faint sounds of respiration sharpened into clarity, and an intricate mental map of the space beyond the door began to form in Li Wei's mind. In this three-dimensional blueprint, the flow of breath illuminated the positions of each guard with precision. A fleeting glance at the magazines strapped to his waist was followed by a steely gaze towards the door. A glimmer of lethal intent graced his features. Excellent. I hear you now. Upon hearing Li Wei's murmur, an inexplicable pang of dread shot through Marshall. But before he could fathom the impending events, Li Wei raised his firearm. Time seemed to decelerate, and the vision of rapid gunfire he had once conjured in the woods resurfaced. In less than a second, a barrage of bullets erupted from the muzzle, arcing gracefully towards the center of Marshall's brow. Reloading, chambering around, and firing. This cycle repeated itself, transforming the originally precise single-shot pistol into a weapon of both accuracy and suppression in Li Wei's adept hands. The incessant gunfire obliterated the fragile facade, reducing it to a sieve, while splintered wood particles filled the air, rendering it thick and turbulent. Yet, no one remained to notice the murky atmosphere. A team of 7, for teams totaling 28. As Li Wei discharged the penultimate bullet from his 4th magazine, not a single living soul remained outside. He felt no need to survey the scene. The utterly extinguished essence confirmed everything. Retaining the last bullet, Li Wei turned to face the now utterly bewildered Marshall. It appears your security team has not reached the heights you envisioned. I even have a bullet to spare. Trembling uncontrollably, Marshall felt as though the explosive sounds of gunfire still echoed in his ears. With eyes wide in terror, he gazed at Levi and stammered, Who are you? Just an ordinary robber, Levi replied coolly. With the last bullet chambered, he replaced the empty magazine, slowly raising the gun's muzzle to aim at the center of Marshall's forehead. It's a pity. You might have had a chance to survive. If you must place blame, direct it at your defense team for their untimely arrival. Do you have any final words? No. Please don't kill me. It seems you have no last words. No. Bang. As the gunshot rang out, Marshall's expression abruptly froze, his gaze becoming vacant as he looked down to see a crimson stain rapidly spreading across his once pristine white shirt. Levi executed his actions with ruthless efficiency, demonstrating a clean and decisive method against the unseen bodies outside. Aiming for the head was undoubtedly the most effective way to eliminate a target. However, for Marshall, who was destined to perish before Levi's very eyes, a method that would splatter blood was less suitable than a shot to the heart. In a certain sense, Levi could be considered a person who preferred cleanliness, albeit in the out-of-sight, out-of-mind manner. As Levi had stated, Marshall indeed had a chance of survival. But the arrival of the security team signified one undeniable truth. Either Levi would eliminate them all, or they would take him down. While he could have chosen to believe in the possibility of peace between himself and Marshall, he was averse to placing his life in the hands of another. And since he held this aversion, it was only the security personnel who would meet their demise. The meticulously organized squad was methodically annihilated, and this enmity had escalated considerably. To prevent any potential self-inflicted harm from leaving a foe alive, Levi decided to eliminate Marshall as well, opting for efficiency. He couldn't be bothered to inquire further about the Brotherhood. Poor Marshall, undone by his own security team, had lost not only his wealth but also his life. As for the surveillance footage, Levi contemplated the process of erasing evidence, locating the surveillance room, eliminating any witnesses, and physically destroying the hard drive. Each step was indispensable. Yet, if the Jester Valve Company had uploaded the footage to a backup online, then all efforts would be in vain. Thus, weighing his options in his mind, Levi concluded that wearing the clown mask would obscure his identity, and with the sound of Chicago police sirens drawing closer, he abandoned the idea of destroying the video. While the footage could remain intact, certain items were imperative to acquire. Indeed, 50 kilograms of gold, along with $100,000. Gold is a hard currency, must be taken entirely, without a single piece left behind, for he was more than capable of carrying it. As for the dollars, that pertained to the unfortunate spending habits of the American populace. This group favored the use of credit cards for advance purchases when the amount reached 100 units. Their choice was not to produce a bill, but rather to toss out a credit card. An Asian homeless man using a stack of pristine $100 bills in this country would undoubtedly encounter complications. Do not misconstrue this. It is not the kind of robbery perpetrated by street thugs, as those instances are merely a matter of delivering provisions to Li Wei. The genuine trouble stems from police investigations. The rationale behind such scrutiny is akin to how non-white individuals can be unjustly halted at traffic lights. The term discrimination encapsulates the entire predicament. To avoid further entanglement, a sum of $100,000 suffices, while the remaining $340,000 was reduced to ashes by Li Wei in a single blaze. Consequently, no one could ascertain the loss of $100,000 amidst the million-dollar remnants of ash. A few minutes later, with a resounding crash, a 3-meter-high glass panel shattered, and a shadow darted through the crystalline fragments, vanishing into the enveloping night. The gentle evening breeze stoked the flames ignited on Franklin's property. Chapter 19. A choice of 3 upon ascending to the top floor of the Jestvac building via the elevator. The police present were immediately struck with pallor at first glance. Countless bodies lay strewn about in disarray, each with a bullet lodged in the center of their foreheads. Brain matter and blood mingled and splattered, transforming what should have been the safest floor into a veritable hell on earth. After the initial shock, aside from a few seasoned officers accustomed to grim scenes, the majority of the police felt a visceral churn in their stomachs, prompting them to turn away and close their eyes, attempting to recalibrate their mindsets. Faced with 28 corpses, the veteran officers maintained a solemn demeanor, foregoing their usual derision of rookie fragility, instead focusing intently on the scene before them. A moment later, the group reconvened, their expressions grim. Including Marshal Mario, the owner of the company, there were a total of 29 victims. 28 were fully armed members of the security team, yet all succumbed to a single bullet to the forehead. The investigation revealed that some positions of the deceased could only be described as shooting blind spots. Achieving a direct hit to the forehead seemed nearly impossible. Yet, the occurrence had transpired. They resembled lambs led to slaughter, with no opportunity for resistance or struggle. Their lives claimed by a solitary bullet. Furthermore, perplexing details emerged regarding the shattered wooden door of Marshall's office, which bore a total of 28 bullet holes, mirroring the number of fatalities outside. We have reason to suspect that the bullets first penetrated the wooden door before striking these individuals in the forehead. Are you jesting? One detective queried incredulously. Look at their positions. If a bullet first pierced that office door, it would be utterly improbable for it to then strike these individuals in the head. Are you suggesting the bullet could curve? Based on the investigation's findings, it seemed that only a bullet's ability to bend could elucidate these events, though definitive results would await the bullet comparison report. By the way, has the surveillance footage from the monitoring room been retrieved? The surveillance footage has been retrieved. It reveals that around 8:12 p.m., a gunman wearing a clown mask entered the building and, within a mere 30 seconds, ascended to the top floor. At 8:18 p.m., the building's security forces assembled and made their way to the unmonitored top floor. Approximately 1 minute later, gunfire erupted for 3 seconds, followed by an eerie silence. One individual managed to scale 17 floors in half a minute, eliminating 28 heavily armed assailants in a mere 3 seconds. Is this some sort of cinematic spectacle? This is how the surveillance video depicts the events. It has been forwarded to the police department for analysis, and it is anticipated that the physical characteristics of the suspect will soon be identified. Hearing the voices of several officers nearby, Detective Arnold, who is responsible for this case, displayed a hint of concern. I hope so. As a veteran officer in the city of Chicago, Arnold is acutely aware that beneath the city's glamorous facade lies a plethora of darkness unknown to the average person. His worries do not revolve around the apprehension of the suspect. Rather, he contemplates the potential consequences if the true perpetrator is indeed one of the shadowy figures lurking in the depths. Nevertheless, despite his apprehensions, the police investigation cannot falter in the face of fear regarding these extraordinary forces. After all, they are an official agency. 50 kilograms of gold is neither light nor heavy, yet it occupies nearly 3,600 cubic centimeters of space. Curiously, Marshall has not shaped this gold into a more manageable ingot. A square block of gold lay before Levi, and he found himself unable to grasp it with one hand, resorting instead to using both hands as he leapt between buildings like a triumphant thief. Initially, he perceived no issue with his approach, but as he continued to jump, he became aware of the awkwardness of his posture and paused on a rooftop, contemplating the gold ingot in his hands. After inspecting the gold, he glanced at his palms, and a thought suddenly struck him. If I recall correctly, gold is quite malleable. Perhaps with my strength, I could reshape it? This was an untested endeavor, yet Levi proceeded without hesitation. Grasping the heavy gold, he began to exert force. At first, there was little effect, but as time passed, his strength intensified, causing the smooth surface of the gold to begin to indent. Is it working? As he felt a sensation in his fingertips, a glimmer of joy crossed Levi's eyes. He poured all his might into the effort, his 10 fingers pressing into the gold with the determination of hydraulic machinery. However, the joy on Levi's face was short-lived. Mere seconds later, after leaving several distinct impressions on the gold surface, his fingers could no longer induce any further deformation. Observing the clearly visible fingerprints on the gold ingot, Levi fell into a moment of silence before he sighed. Never mind, I shall devise a way to dispose of this gold by tomorrow. Gold is a hard currency, may experience fluctuations in price. However, discrepancies in appearance are certainly not a contributing factor to such variations. Regardless of whether the gold in Li Wei's possession is illicit, there will always be someone willing to accept it, provided he is not foolish enough to present 50 kilograms to the same individual in one go. As night fell, Li Wei chose a location with an advantageous environment, a rooftop that allowed for both offense and retreat, and where escape was feasible if necessary. Meanwhile, the Chicago Police Department was in complete turmoil. It is worth noting that the fatalities at the Gestavac building were not merely street gang members, but rather 4 fully equipped 7-man armed squads. Among the deceased was also the powerful figure of Gestavac, alongside arms dealer Marshall, who had maintained a cooperative relationship with the police. The ability to infiltrate a building, annihilate an armed squad, eliminate Marshall, and then escape unscathed rendered this case fundamentally distinct from an ordinary shootout. Despite the numerous challenges posed by the investigation, it continued to advance resolutely under immense pressure from various quarters. I don't care what methods you employ. In any case, this case must be solved within 3 days. Director Gary, rushing to the police station late at night, regarded his subordinates with a grim expression. Marshall's demise not only cast doubt on his capabilities among the city's affluent white population, but also resulted in the loss of a crucial financial source. If the case could not be resolved swiftly to regain the support of those wealthy patrons, Gary's position as director might very well be at stake. The loss of power, wealth, and beauty, losing 2 of these 3, was not a scenario Gary wished to encounter. Chapter 20. The Vampire. Ultimately, police officers remain agents of the state. Despite Li Wei's efforts to conceal his facial features with a clown mask, he was swiftly identified by the police's technical personnel. Attributes such as height, weight, shoe size, and attire could all be extracted from surveillance footage. Subsequently, correlating this data with Chicago's urban surveillance and population systems would render locating Li Wei a trivial task. Under the full force of the police, everything pertaining to Li Wei was uncovered overnight. However, the investigation soon reached an impasse. The reason was straightforward. Since Li Wei arrived in this world, he had no pressing need for sustenance. The location he frequented most was the rooftop, basking in the sun without a care. It is well known that only a scant few buildings are equipped with surveillance on their rooftops. Thus, the police were unable to ascertain Li Wei's current whereabouts through monitoring or past experiences. A lack of location meant that accurate apprehension efforts could not be executed in the short term. On-site analysis, coupled with video evidence, has led the police to ascertain that Li Wei likely employed some extraordinary means to escape from the Jesse Val building. However, there are no surveillance cameras in midair. Consequently, their only recourse is to intensify patrols while closely monitoring certain surveillance equipment, striving to seize any trace of Li Wei at the very moment he reappears. Yet, Chief Gary holds a divergent view. Upon receiving the latest developments in the case, Gary's gaze fell upon the documents, his expression gradually darkening. Damn it. Could be those wretched bats causing chaos once more. Whether werewolves exist remains uncertain to Gary. Yet he is acutely aware that the abhorrent creatures known as vampires are indeed real and once incited a tumult in the city of Chicago. That was several years ago. Perhaps emboldened by their growth or expansion, those vampires, once content to dwell among humans, now sought to seize dominance. This was evidently intolerable to humanity, and thus, a racial conflict ensued. The vampires, buoyed by their superhuman strength and speed, believed they would achieve overwhelming superiority. However, reality unfolded in stark contrast to their expectations. With the aid of various targeted weaponry provided by the Jesse Valve Group, garlic tinctures, silver sprays, anticoagulants, silver bullets, and ultraviolet lights, humanity waged a war against vampires with crushing force. The battlefield was enveloped in a 360-degree barrage of ultraviolet rays, while silver sprays and garlic tinctures washed over the area as if they were free, followed by soldiers equipped with ultraviolet searchlights and silver bullets charging forth. In confronting the vampires, humanity demonstrated their formidable capacity for slaughter. The vampires' vaunted speed and strength proved utterly meaningless against the omnipresent ultraviolet lights. One appearance equated to certain death. A handful of powerful vampires might withstand a few seconds, yet their diminished speed rendered them vulnerable, ultimately torn to shreds by an overwhelming hail of bullets. In less than a single night, over 90% of the vampire population, which had thrived within human society for countless years, was eradicated leaving a mere 10% to cower in shadowy corners, subsisting on the charity of the homeless. Initially, Gary had almost forgotten about the once endangered vampires, but the reports submitted by his subordinates rekindled his recollection of this faction. He had witnessed countless reckless vampires attempting to flee, only to be incinerated by ultraviolet lights. Reflecting on the extraordinary speed capable of decimating 4 full security teams and slaying Marshal of Jesse Valve while escaping from midair, it became apparent that these were indeed the nefarious, light-averse bats. The more he connected the Jesse Valve shooting incident to vampires, the more Gary felt he was inching closer to uncovering the truth. He had long noted the rising number of disappearances among the city as homeless over recent years. However, considering the homeless as mere social parasites who squander resources, he found a certain satisfaction in witnessing those wretched souls vanish from his domain. However, now, the thought that this might be a resurgence of vampires, feeding off the wandering souls to regain their strength, made Gary restless. Marshall, who once provided weapons for the Great Purge, had already lost his life to the vampires' retaliation. What fate awaited Gary, who had directly participated in that operation? The mere contemplation sent a chill down his spine, intensifying his anger and loathing towards the vampires. His pursuit of justice had transcended the mere desires for wealth and power. His very life had become a formidable motivator. Regrettably, the specially crafted weapons from those days had gradually been phased out after fulfilling their purpose, leaving a mere fraction behind over the years. Even if Gary wished to revive the vampire purge, the time and effort required were immense, and he clearly could not afford to wait that long. With a shift in his gaze, Gary picked up the phone once more and dialed the mayor of Chicago. Mr. Mayor, I have a proposition I wish to discuss with you. Fueled by his overactive imagination, Gary fervently attempted to persuade the mayor to agree to a comprehensive and thorough purge of the vampires. However, such an endeavor would undoubtedly require formal approval before it could commence. In the meantime, all Gary could do was bolster his defenses, donning a set of silver-plated weapons he had preserved as a memento. On the rooftop, Levi, a newcomer, was utterly unaware that fantastical beings like vampires still roamed this world. Nor did he grasp that Gary had inexplicably bestowed upon him the title of a vampire. At that moment, he contemplated whether he should venture down to the peculiar bar, known as Bloody Mary, to witness the spectacle. Peering down, he noticed that a significant portion of the patrons entering and exiting the bar exhibited muscular structures markedly different from those of humans. What on earth is this? Levi pondered, gazing at the incessant flow of vampires below. Is this the Marvel Universe, where strange phenomena are commonplace? Given the scale of the crowd, it could indeed be classified as a new breed. Surely, they must be those nocturnal creatures that survive by feeding on blood? I recall that in the game, such beings seemed particularly fond of bars and castles. Curiosity piqued. Levi yearned to uncover the peculiarities of those below. Yet, the thought that they might truly be vampires dissuaded him. Without silver weapons and lacking the ability to fly, he might not stand a chance. After a moment's deliberation, he decided to retreat strategically to another rooftop, recognizing that there was no shame in such a withdrawal. As for leaving Chicago entirely, that thought had yet to cross his mind. The city's surveillance system predominantly relied on ground traffic monitoring, with little to no oversight of rooftops. As long as he could evade the patrols and cameras below, Levi could remain in the city. Regarding helicopter surveillance, his eyesight was far superior to that of a telescope. Upon spotting any signs of a helicopter, he could simply slip into the stairwell. Unless they resorted to satellite technology, locating Levi would prove exceedingly difficult. If they truly employed satellites, remaining within the city would indeed be safer. At least the ample population density would afford Leeway a chance to escape amidst the caution exercised by others. Chapter 21. The bloodied vampire Leeway contemplated the bleakest possibilities for his future, yet reality consistently unfolded in ways he could never have anticipated. Surprisingly, it was not the well-equipped Chicago police who first sought him out, but rather those nocturnal beings known as vampires. The day following Marshall's demise, the Chicago police refrained from issuing a wanted notice for Leeway, significantly facilitating his subsequent maneuvers. In the southern part of Chicago, where the African-American population is most densely concentrated, chaos reigned supreme, with an incessant spate of violent gun incidents rendering even the police somewhat ineffectual. Nevertheless, this tumultuous environment proved advantageous for Leeway. by merely presenting around 20 grams of gold. He successfully lured out a gang specializing in precious metal transactions from the Southern District. Unsurprisingly, upon discovering Li Wei's Asian heritage, these avaricious gangsters attempted to orchestrate a scheme of black-on-black crime. Thus, after a foregone conclusion of a confrontation, the gang known as the Zicote vanished from existence. Utilizing some of the equipment and materials from this gang, Li Wei adeptly prepared a cache of silver bullets designed to combat vampires, alongside a finely crafted short blade coated in silver. Initially, he intended this arsenal of silver weaponry as a precautionary measure, to ensure he could defend himself against vampires, preventing those creatures from exploiting their immortality and ability to fly to torment him. However, he could scarcely fathom that having fully equipped himself during the day, he would encounter several vampire bats that very night. As night fell, basking in the warmth of the sun's radiant afterglow, Li Wei experienced a 10% enhancement in his strength. Although the starlight and moonlight of the night could not augment his powers, their essence remained that of stellar brilliance, offering him a modicum of assistance in withstanding environmental shifts and bodily fatigue. Leaning against the rooftop, gazing at the vibrant city lights, Li Wei reflected on his recent tribulations, his expression tinged with melancholy. He had initially sought to unravel the mysteries surrounding that brotherhood, yet the situation had spiraled far beyond his expectations. Had it not been for Marshall assembling such a formidable armed force, surely his singular demise would not have precipitated such widespread ramifications. At this juncture, Li Wei harbored no regrets regarding his decision to eliminate Marshall. This man, likely aware of his numerous enemies and perpetually ensconced within his company, could only seek assistance by intruding upon his workplace. Li Wei had intentionally chosen a night when employees were off duty, yet unexpectedly encountered a cadre of armed security personnel, allowing an extraordinarily powerful arms dealer to continue living and creating trouble for him was a risk Li Wei felt ill-equipped to undertake. Thus, he resolved to eradicate the threat entirely. As for those security personnel, with the death of the hostage Marshal, they would undoubtedly unleash a fierce barrage of fire. It would be wiser to strike first. Otherwise, one might inadvertently provoke a hornet's nest. Given the current circumstances, fearing an ambush by the police, he dared not leave Chicago, let alone venture to the distant New York. After much contemplation, he decided to bask in the sun in Chicago for now. Perhaps one day he might soar away. Lost in such thoughts, Levi instinctively stretched, but before he could fully extend, a few faint gasps abruptly halted his movements. Slowly turning around, he found several peculiar figures had inexplicably appeared behind him. Levi's brow furrowed in immediate concern. "Who are you?" A robust human, the leader among them, a seemingly strong man, did not answer Levi. Instead, he scrutinized Levi with an aggressive gaze, licking his sharp teeth as if he had discovered a delectable morsel. Upon seeing those distinctive fangs, Levi comprehended the situation entirely. He discreetly brought his hand behind him, calmly grasping the silver dagger. "You lot, you are vampires, aren't you? What is it? Have you set your sights on me?" Upon hearing Levi identify their lineage, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Bruno's eyes as he surveyed Levi. "You know us? Are you also of the bloodline?" "Not at all," Levi shook his head. "I am a bona fide human, but those sharp fangs of yours unmistakably mark you as vampires. We are the bloodline, the great bloodline." Bruno, feeling offended at being labeled a vampire, glared coldly at Levi. He cast a contemptuous glance at the silver glinting dagger in Levi's hand. "Everyone knows our kind fears silver. But what of it? Can you keep up with me?" As he spoke, a gust of wind howled, and Bruno's figure blurred, reeking of a faint scent of blood, as he charged toward Levi like a god of war from a video game. Vampires possess the ability to harness blood to manifest unique powers. Though Bruno and his companions had not reached that level, they had nonetheless developed distinctive attack methods thanks to their racial advantages. Crimson Assault, drawing upon the latent power within blood. They unleashed an astonishing speed and strength upon their target. While this tactic was unnecessary for dealing with ordinary individuals, Bruno did not consider Levi, a man aware of the bloodline and armed with silver, to be merely a commoner. Rather, he suspected Levi to be a demon hunter. And when confronting a demon hunter, deception through words served as the first line of weaponry. In the state of Crimson Assault, the surging blood tinted Bruno's vision with a thin veil of crimson. He surged forth like a tempest, his gaze fixed on the weapon bearing petrified Levi, feeling a surge of disdain. Ha! I expected a professional demon hunter, only to find a mere ordinary man who cannot even discern my movements. Come, become my blood feast. Inwardly laughing, Bruno envisioned the moment he would drain Levi of every drop of blood, the madness and exhilaration in his pupils becoming increasingly apparent. How slow! Grasping his silver-plated dagger, Levi stood motionless, quietly observing the trio of Bruno as they lunged toward him, his eyes filled with indifference. Wasn't it said that vampires excelled in speed? Why were they so sluggish? It seemed Bruno was employing some skill, yet even that failed to match true swiftness. Were the vampires in this world truly so lacking? With his extraordinary dynamic vision, Levi could discern the trajectory of the bullets, and Bruno's self-proclaimed swift assault appeared painfully slow to him. With a slight shift of his feet, Levi merely sidestepped, and Bruno's cannonball-like body crashed heavily onto the concrete floor. His anticipated strike had missed. TSK. Observing Bruno sprawled on the ground, Levi shook his head, refraining from utilizing his dagger, instead stepping forward to place a foot upon Bruno's back. As Levi exerted force, Bruno, who was just beginning to rise with his hands, felt a tremendous weight bear down upon him. With a resounding thud, he was forced back to the ground. The sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed, and a pool of blood was coughed from Bruno's mouth. Chapter 22. Turning to ashes employing the technique learned from Sekiro, Levi executed a crushing stomp upon him. Even with his superior physical prowess, Bruno found no opportunity to struggle, as he lay pinned to the ground like a mere piece of paper, with not a sliver of space to spare. Scoundrel! Bruno, clearly the intellectual backbone of the team, was rendered speechless beneath Levi's foot, while the other two mindless vampires, consumed by rage, lost their sanity. In a fit of rage, they seemed to forget the fact that Bruno had been effortlessly defeated by Levi. Their clawed hands lunged at him like scissor blades. Still too slow. Releasing the continually struggling, yet futile Bruno, Levi shifted his foot, sending him flying like a ball. Then, with a swift turn of his dagger, he faced the two vampires charging from either side. Still too slow. With a sense of disdain in his heart, Levi executed his movements mercilessly, dodging the swipes from both sides. Gripping his dagger, he suddenly thrust it upward through the air. An arc of light cleaved through the vampire's elongated, claw-like hands, and the silver weapon, imbued with lethal potency against vampires, rendered their tough skin and muscle utterly defenseless. In a mere instant, their hands were severed. Two piercing screams erupted as the vampires, now handless, attempted to flee, yet the silver's wrath was far from concluded. A series of molten red lines, akin to fissures from the depths of hell, began to spread from their wounds to other parts of their bodies. Like paper scorched by searing flames, black ash perpetually erupted from their forms, and under the unbearable torment, their anguished cries echoed relentlessly. However, mere moments later, their corporeal forms were utterly incinerated, reduced to blackened fragments that vanished into the gentle breeze. Silver proved to be a lethal restraint against vampires, and under the assault of this principle, which Levi scarcely comprehended, blood, muscle, and bone would all transform into black ash, rendering the notion of bloodstains non-existent. Withdrawing his blade, Levi unsheathed his pistol and gazed at Bruno, who was preparing to take flight, the muzzle of the gun slightly elevated. Shall we gamble? Bet that my gun is devoid of silver bullets. You take to the skies, and I will fire. Faced with Levi's fatal threat, Bruno's body stiffened momentarily, his gaze fixated on the dark barrel in silence for several seconds. Ultimately, he dared not wager his life and relinquished the thought of escape. Please, spare me. As Levi advanced, Bruno's yearning for life overshadowed his dignity, and he collapsed before Levi, pleading, I beg you, let me go. I promise I will never appear before you again. What use is it to me if you vow not to show yourself again? Levi shook his head. However, since you wish to live, it is not entirely impossible to consider. I can live. Upon hearing the glimmer of hope for survival, Bruno's eyes sparkled with renewed optimism. My lord, what would you have me do? I am at your service. I wish to pose a few questions. Levi did not holster his pistol. First question, are all vampires this week? No, not at all. Bruno shook his head. We are merely lowly blood servants, lacking sufficient blood to unleash our true potential. It is said that with enough blood, one could ascend to the rank of baron, thereby amplifying their power severalfold. Only several fold? Levi furrowed his brow. Then, in your estimation, what tier do you think I occupy? Hearing this inquiry, Bruno's countenance fell. I do not know. The highest I have encountered is merely a viscount. Yet even that tier of bloodline pales in comparison to your strength. You have only ever seen viscount-level vampires? Levi frowned, exuding an imposing aura. You are not deceiving me, are you? No, I am not lying, Bruno implored. Ever since the purge a few years ago, our kind has been in dire straits, surviving on the fringes, utterly incapable of substantial expansion. In any given stronghold, a viscount is the highest rank available. Although I have heard whispers of count-level figures in certain urban locales. In Chicago, the second largest city in America, only counts? Shouldn't there be dukes or marquises? I truly do not know. Bruno, on the verge of tears, lamented. I am but a blood servant. How could I be privy to such secrets, even regarding counts? I learned solely from the viscounts. Very well. Levi nodded, acknowledging his statement. The viscount you mentioned, is he affiliated with the Bloody Mary bar? Bruno's expression froze, cautiously responding. My lord, you are aware of the Bloody Mary bar? Is that a problem? No. Bruno hastily nodded. I am indeed from the Bloody Mary bar, the establishment controlled by the esteemed viscount I just mentioned, which survives by deceiving certain men and women and capturing the blood of vagrants. However, to avoid drawing the attention of humans and inciting another purge, we have become hesitant to grant the initial embrace. Reluctant to grant the initial embrace. Levi mused, observing Bruno with a blend of amusement and disdain. How shameful it is for a long-lived vampire to find itself in such a predicament. Bruno felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet he dared not voice his thoughts, maintaining a forced smile merely to preserve his life. Levi had little interest in the purge that Bruno referenced from years past. The current plight of the vampires was sufficient to indicate their defeat. He had other inquiries pressing upon his mind. Are there many vampires in your bar? No, not many. Bruno hesitated, contemplating, including the viscount and several barons, along with a few blood servants. There seemed to be only about 30 individuals. Only 30? Levi's eyes widened in surprise. He began to contemplate how to eliminate this bar outright. With just over 30 souls, losing even a tenth could provoke the viscount into rash actions. If possible, it would be wise to strike first. After all, ambushing someone is an entirely different matter than being ambushed oneself. With a resolution forming in his mind, Levi seized the kneeling Bruno and thrust him forward. Come, let us visit this Bloody Mary bar of yours. Why, yes, Bruno stammered, nodding nervously as he took the lead. Suddenly, a searing pain coursed through him. Lowering his gaze, he saw the dark red wound on his chest rapidly expanding. His eyes filled with despair. You promised to spare me. No, Levi replied with unwavering conviction. I said I would consider it. After consideration, I have decided to kill you. After all, you are of the bloodline. As Bruno was reduced to ashes, Levi discerned the direction and hastened towards the street where Bloody Mary was located. Chapter 23. The Bar Massacre. The Bloody Mary Bar, outwardly indistinguishable from any other tavern, was, in essence, a nefarious establishment operated and maintained by a faction of vampires. They ensnared the unsuspecting humans and captured vagrants from the streets, draining their blood to sustain themselves. This den of blood and sin was under the dominion of the Viscount Roy, as recounted by Bruno. From a high vantage point, leaning against the railing, Roy surveyed the crowd below with an air of superiority. Relishing his elevated position, he suddenly furrowed his brow and inquired, Harold, how many patrons do we have? Harold, who had been standing dutifully behind Roy, slightly inclined his body. Lord Roy, excluding barons and above, there are a total of 29 individuals. 29 individuals gathered to hear Harold's report. Yet Roy, surveying the crowd with his eyes narrowed slightly, noted that only 26 were present. 3 individuals, seemingly displeased with him, had not attended the gathering. Harold, uncertain of what to say, remained silent, allowing Roy to express himself. He was acutely aware of the temperament of this newly ascended Viscount, who had transformed from a member of the Harrow clan. With newfound power, his demeanor had entirely shifted. Should the situation deteriorate, even Harold, a baron, could face dire consequences. The internal pressures among vampires, exacerbated by class divisions, often surpass those experienced in human society. As the clock struck midnight, the reveling blood kin abruptly halted, akin to wind-up dolls losing their spring. The latent power coursing through their veins manifested in pairs of crimson eyes shimmering under the kaleidoscopic lights. Indeed, they were a whole nest of vampires. Inside the bar, the slaughter of ordinary humans commenced, while outside, Levi displayed no sign of remorse. After all, they were merely Americans. Their demise held no significance for him. Moreover, the vampires feasted with a certain elegance, devoid of the brutality typically associated with bloodshed, perhaps due to the scarcity of their sustenance. With a firearm in one hand and a blade in the other, Levi stepped off the elevated rooftop, descending several meters, satiated and ready to embark on his journey. "My Lord Roy, this is what you desired, the essence of life," he proclaimed, raising a crystal-clear goblet. Roy gazed at the swirling crimson liquid within, a flicker of excitement crossing his eyes just as an incongruous sound of a door opening drew his attention. "Good evening, everyone," Levi announced at the entrance, undaunted by the dozen or so vampire scrutiny. In fact, he smiled and nodded at them, introducing himself. "I have come to claim your lives." With a rapid-fire delivery of the final words, a tempest swept through the space. The sonic boom generated by his supersonic movement reverberated within the confined bar like an explosive. Boom! The air surged wildly as Levi's form darted through the establishment like an elusive specter. Blades glimmered and gunfire erupted. Even the vampires, endowed with exceptional dynamic vision, struggled to track Levi's assault. Within moments, red fissures, akin to flowing lava, appeared upon the bodies of numerous vampires, reducing them to ashen remnants that cascaded outward under the force of Levi's unleashed winds. "All unnecessary individuals have been dispatched," Levi declared, surveying the now vacant dance floor. He lifted his gaze towards Roy and Harold standing behind him. "It is now your turn." Observing Levi effortlessly eliminate his subordinates, Roy's expression grew frigid, a sudden glint of crimson igniting within his eyes. Foolish creatures! The garments fluttered in the air, emitting a series of piercing howls. Roy, with arms outstretched, vaulted over the railing and descended like a feather from the sky. A miasma of blood, tenfold more potent than that which emanated from Bruno, surged forth towards Levi. As his nostrils flared, detecting the peculiar scent of blood, Levi's brows furrowed momentarily, realizing in that instant that his thoughts had momentarily dulled. Though this fleeting lapse was quickly dispelled by Levi's formidable physique, a chill coursed through him, a vampire of the Viscount rank, whose very released scent bore toxins. The air, infused with the venomous essence of blood, enveloped Levi. Observing Levi's stillness, Roy sneered coldly, urging forth his blood, his 10 fingers elongating into sharp talons aimed directly at Levi's heart. "Hunter, this is the blood toxin I specially devised for your kind. Prepare to meet your demise." "Is that so?" As Roy charged without hesitation, Levi could no longer maintain his facade. With a swift motion of his hand, a howling gust erupted, as if an invisible force had completely shredded the toxic air surrounding him. Retreating nimbly to evade Roy's ominous crimson nails, Levi cast a glance at Harold, who was lunging towards him. Raising his firearm, he fired 3 shots in rapid succession. The gunfire erupted, silver bullets bursting forth, tracing arcs as they formed a barrier against Harold's advance. Harold had never anticipated that Levi would disregard Roy and redirect his aim at him. Suspended in midair with no leverage, he watched in horror and despair as the 3 silver bullets barreled toward him. No. Bang! The bullets pierced through, leaving a trail of glowing ash as they collided with the wall behind. On his chest, orange-yellow fissures etched themselves like runes, spreading forth, and a suppressed fire seeped from the cracks, brimming with the power to incinerate Harold entirely. Deprived of strength by the silver weaponry, Harold plummeted from the air, red lines spreading across his body, resembling a shattered doll, his vitality quickly extinguishing and swept away by the wind. Another one has perished. Standing firm, Levi regarded Roy, who remained a mere 3 meters away, with no trace of urgency or concern in his eyes. "Viscount Roy, it appears your strength is not as formidable as you had imagined. I have allowed you to strike first 3 times. Now, it is my turn, is it not? You bastard." After several failed attempts to take the initiative, Roy had come to a terrifying realization. The hunter he had deemed Levi was not as weak as he had presumed, at least with his own strength. He could do nothing to Levi. With the demise of the last remaining Baron, Harold, He was left with no hope of fending off Levi's relentless assault alone. His gaze flickering, Roy began to contemplate how he might escape with his life beneath Levi's blade and gunfire. "What are you thinking?" The sudden voice that floated near Roy's ear caused his body to stiffen abruptly. Before he could react, an unbearable agony surged through his arm. Chapter 24. Blood exchange. Perhaps the Baron had attained a modicum of autonomy. In any case, Levi had only observed Roy and Harold as the two formidable figures within the tavern. Now that Harold had been dispatched with a single shot, this last remaining sapling could not be carelessly eliminated, not until some information was extracted. Under such a mindset, Levi naturally refrained from using those silver-plated weapons of mass destruction and instead resorted to feeble, non-enchanted attacks. The bones of the arms, ribs, and legs, given that the intent was not to kill him outright, Levi struck with unrelenting ferocity. Before long, Roy lay sprawled on the ground, his body a mosaic of shattered bones. Why must I endure such pain? He bellowed, confusion swirling within him. Though vampires are immortal and possess a formidable resistance to pain due to their undead nature, Roy's capacity to withstand the suffering was utterly diminished in the face of Levi's onslaught. The excruciating torment rendered him a weeping mess. Yet the vampire's robust vitality and immortal characteristics manifested at this moment. Even though Roy's injuries would spell doom for a mortal, he still retained his lucidity, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness. It should suffice, Levi mused, as he grasped a metal rod and weighed it in his hand, targeting Roy's chest and abdomen. He thrust it with great force. Clang! With immense power, the iron rod pierced through Roy's flesh, embedding itself in the concrete floor, effectively pinning him down. A chilling scream erupted once more. During his extensive time as a vampire, Roy had never fathomed that immortality could transform into a torment. Trembling uncontrollably, he gazed at Levi, who bore an untroubled expression, and it felt as though he were confronting not a man, but a demon. "Now, I have a few questions for you. Please provide clear answers, and I can offer you a swift release. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind encasing you in concrete and sinking you into the river. After all, you cannot die." Previously, Roy would have scoffed at such words, but after experiencing excruciating pain at Levi's hands, the distinction between life and death became irrelevant. He simply yearned for liberation. The relentless agony caused Roy's lips to tremble incessantly. I understand. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise." Levi chuckled in response. Moments later, a pile of ashes lay upon the ground, and the tavern fell into an eerie silence. The vampires had slain all the humans, while Levi had extinguished every vampire. The battle concluded without anyone knowing that he had utterly dismantled a nest of evil that night. Yet, following his conversation with Roy, Levi's mood did not lighten. Rather, it grew increasingly grave. In Roy's words, Leeway discerned the hierarchical structure of vampires in this world. He also learned that in the city of Chicago, the most esteemed vampires were not counts, but rather marquises, who ranked just below dukes and princes. Leeway found himself adept at dealing with the Viscount-level Roy. He could likely manage a count as well. However, when it came to marquises and princes who were seldom seen, and dukes who seldom emerged, these constituted the upper echelon. And even Leeway could not claim to be entirely confident of victory. Particularly concerning were the high-ranking bloodlines, which, under the cover of night, seemed to gain an additional layer of power, placing Leeway in a precarious position. Logically, a Marquis-level vampire should not trouble Leeway over a Viscount. Yet one could not predict such matters with certainty. While playing games, Leeway had come to understand that, at times, the progression of events lacked any logical foundation. Just the day before, he had offended a powerful official organization in Chicago, which had forced him to consider the city's populace as pawns. Today, he learned of the existence of a Marquis-level vampire known as the Night King. This left him in a quandary. After much contemplation, Leeway was at a loss for a solution and could only continue to observe the unfolding situation. "Hello, is there something amiss?" "Gary, your proposal has been approved." "Approved?" A wave of joy surged through Gary, only to be replaced by confusion. It's barely been 2 days. When did Congress become so efficient? New developments have emerged in New York. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics has intervened, altering the process significantly compared to before. A realization dawned on Gary. So, this operation is being supported by the Chicago Police Department. Understood. The thought of not having to bear full responsibility for the operation alleviated Gary's anxiety. He had heard of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. When this organization took notice, it typically involved significant matters. Should anything go awry, the repercussions would be beyond what a mere police chief could handle. With someone stepping in to take charge, Gary couldn't have wished for more. His primary objective was to eliminate vampires and secure his own safety in old age. Accolades mattered little in the face of survival. Days later, agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., loyal to the Bureau, arrived in Chicago. They joined forces with the Chicago Police Department to establish a tactical unit, preparing for a thorough cleansing of all concealed bloodlines within the city. The operation was codenamed Blood Exchange. Machines belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. hummed industriously, dispatching vampire weaponry to various cities nationwide, equipping operational forces. A palpable tension hung in the air, as if a storm were brewing, casting a shadow over everyone's hearts. My Lord Marquis, I understand. From his throne in the underground, the pallid Stowe gazed coldly into the void. If humanity insists on war, then let it be so. However, the timing shall be dictated by us tonight. Boom. Alas, my Lord Marquis, humanity has launched an assault. What are you hesitating for? Counterattack. Yet the daylight outside, coupled with the relentless barrage of ultraviolet lights, left Stowe disoriented, collapsing back onto his throne, oblivious to the guard's words. At this moment, one thought consumed him. The bloodline of Chicago was doomed. Unlike Levi, the vampires under Stowe's command were a legitimate, grounded community, utterly unable to evade surveillance. Following an analysis of big data, their clandestine operations were laid bare before the discerning eyes of professional teams. Thus commenced a massacre publicly declared as a crackdown on gang members. On the rooftop, observing the fierce clash between the bloodline and humanity below, Levi appeared bewildered, entirely unaware of the unfolding chaos. He was the one who had provoked both the police and the bloodline. It was these two factions that had turned upon each other. Nevertheless, he found a certain satisfaction in witnessing this dog-eat-dog scenario. Chapter 25. The cleansing complete in the subterranean palace. The incessant gunfire resonated like a lament from the Grim Reaper, each shift in rhythm claiming numerous vampire lives. Intense ultraviolet spotlights pierced the gloom, casting a ghostly violet hue over the previously somber underground chambers. Despite their ranks, even barons and viscounts struggled to withstand the relentless tide of human assaults. The air was thick with a potent blend of garlic and anticoagulants. As ultraviolet rays penetrated every possible shadowy nook, any sign of movement was met with a hail of silver bullets. Assault, defense, and containment formed a trifecta. Unless one was a marquis or duke capable of withstanding certain weaknesses, the remaining vampires were left to await their demise. Damn those humans. Listening to the distant gunfire, Stowe's face was a mask of fury. He was engulfed in rage over humanity's abrupt declaration of war and slaughter, entirely unaware that the catalyst for this chaos lay 1,000 miles away in the activities of his kin in New York. However, pondering such matters was now futile. As the gunfire drew ever closer, Stowe realized his forces were dwindling, the Chicago Vampire Council's power waning. As a noble marquis, he could not perish alongside the lesser bloodlines. With a darkened gaze, he shifted his attention from the ominous entrance of the hall to the few remaining Count's guards, his expression subtly shifting. Minutes later, having utterly dismantled the last Viscount's guard, the soldiers of the Blood Transfusion Task Force stormed into the hall, only to be met with the sight of a solitary cloaked vampire amidst a sea of corpses. Ah, have you finally arrived? Releasing the Count, who had been drained of all his vitality, Stowe's eyes glowed crimson like those of a fiend, his energy dissipating like gossamer threads, weaving a sanguine barrier of air around him. The ultraviolet light illuminated this barrier, producing a hissing, corrosive sound, yet it could not harm Stowe beneath its protective shroud. Observing that the anticipated ultraviolet rays had failed to affect Stowe, the commander unhesitatingly issued the order, Saturation Strike. Stowe attempted to utter a word, but a projectile, trailing a brilliant tail of flame, suddenly soared forth from the corridor beyond the entrance. Boom! Flames erupted, and a powerful shockwave roared, echoing throughout the grand hall. However, the shockwave, which was repelled by Stowe's sanguine barrier, was not the only lethal mechanism at play. Alongside the shockwave surged countless minuscule silver particles, preloaded within the projectile. Under sufficient kinetic energy, these tiny particles descended like a torrential downpour, instantaneously piercing through the barrier that could withstand ultraviolet rays and shockwaves, embedding themselves into Stowe's flesh. Like branding irons, a searing pain surged through him, prompting a cry of agony. Stowe attempted to expel the silver with his sanguine energy, yet the profound burn lingered. Unlike the lesser bloodkin, who would perish at the mere touch of silver, Stowe's noble bloodline merely manifested in grievous wounds that defied immediate healing, rather than reducing him to mere ashes. However, unbeknownst to Stowe, the saturation strike was not limited to a single projectile. It encompassed an endless barrage of possible offensive measures. The assault would continue relentlessly until the target lay utterly vanquished. Thus, as the first projectile was unleashed, a cacophony of shouts erupted, accompanied by a dense hail of bullets, resembling a net cast from the heavens. More ultraviolet lights were dispatched, illuminating the entire hall. "Damn it, I will kill you all." Stowe, with his heightened speed and combat instinct, narrowly evaded the subsequent projectile, surging towards the human lines with a gust of sanguine wind. Yet, after merely a few meters, the overwhelming firepower forced him back. Stowe had believed that by absorbing the blood energy of many counts, he could eliminate those who dared to provoke him. But faced with an unrelenting barrage, despair enveloped him entirely. The sanguine energy surrounding him melted away like snow under the sun, while the vitality within him continued to dwindle. If this persisted, only death awaited him. There was no way out. Like shadows of blood, Stowe darted back and forth, evading the lethal silver bullets, a flicker of helplessness surfacing in his gaze. With such a relentless barrage of firepower, there was no chance for survival. He could only flee. In a desperate act, he plunged his fingers into his chest, a grimace twisting his features, before tearing it open. Blood mist. A thunderous explosion resounded as a torrent of crimson fog erupted from Stowe's exposed chest, engulfing the grand hall in mere moments. Despite the gaping wound that marred his torso, Stowe deftly loosened his long robe, using its concealment to blur his form. Hundreds of bats unfurled their wings, surging forth in all directions under the shroud of blood mist. As the fog dissipated, the gunfire resumed. Bullets rained down mercilessly, and in an instant, more than half of the hundreds of bloodbaths that Stowe had transformed into were obliterated, with only a scant few managing to escape the most perilous zones of concentrated fire. All living beings harbor a fear of death, and Stowe was no exception. Although he appeared to tower above, he had strategically laid out numerous escape routes within the Grand Hall, designed solely for the passage of bats. The blood mist and blood bats, both potent blood magics, demanded significant resources, the latter even requiring the sacrifice of his very essence to conjure. Even with the support of the blood from a few counts, Stowe's power had been considerably diminished. His potential for recovery hinged entirely on how many bats could successfully flee. Should only one remain, having depleted a substantial amount of his essence, his strength might dwindle to that of a mere count. Nevertheless, surviving was a fortuitous outcome in itself. Report: we have discovered several fist-sized pits, the destinations of which remain unclear, but they likely serve as escape routes for the bats. Deploy silver ion bombs to seal the openings. I am eager to see how resilient these bats truly are. Understood. Within mere moments, a series of detonations reverberated through the air, shockwaves infused with silver ions racing through the narrow corridors, mercilessly obliterating the fleeing bloodbaths. In less than half a minute, the final potential escape route was thoroughly purged. Report: all clear. Chapter 26. Just a bit more with the last remaining bloodline in the underground palace extinguished. The eradication phase of Chicago's blood transfusion operation came to a close. The subsequent phase would involve meticulous and thorough inspections. In this regard, the oversight of S.H.I.L.D. agents was no longer necessary. With the counts and higher-tier bloodlines eliminated, the remaining creatures were merely a handful of lesser vampires. Regardless of their numbers, they posed no significant threat to humanity. In this world, the ascension of vampires was not merely predicated on an abundance of human blood. The blood of the high-ranking was also an indispensable component. Therefore, for humanity, eradicating all counts and above symbolized the severing of the bloodline's path to ascendancy, at least while the princes and progenitors remained mere legends. As for the Viscounts and lower ranks, the feeble low-tier vampires possess limited appetites and abilities. Their initial embrace can nearly claim their lives without significantly impacting humanity's dominion. The rationale behind not considering the complete extermination of these lowly bloodsuckers lies in the hierarchical structure of vampires resembling a pyramid, where Baron-level vampires possess the capability for initial embraces. The concept of blood servants is, in reality, a non-existent class. In other words, any blood servant theoretically possesses the potential to ascend directly to Baron and subsequently propagate their kind. To eradicate all vampires at the servant level is no simple task. As long as one survives, they can rise anew. Thus, the endeavor is deemed unworthy. Upon the rooftop, following the well-equipped operational forces below, Levi successfully located the vampire stronghold concealed within a factory on the outskirts of Chicago. However, beyond that point, visibility eluded him. He could only stand a kilometer away, listening to the cacophony of gunfire and resounding explosions, speculating on the unfolding situation. Moments later, witnessing the operational forces emerge from the factory-like lair with minimal casualties, Levi understood that this one-sided cleansing war waged by humanity against the vampires had concluded. With a sense of wonder, akin to having witnessed a captivating performance, Levi felt a measure of satisfaction within himself. He turned to depart, but suddenly, a fleeting flash of crimson light captured his attention. What was that? A lingering vampire? Hesitant, he paused for a moment of contemplation, ultimately deciding against pursuing this curiosity. The human forces below had yet to retreat, and charging forth would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for him. Furthermore, allowing one vampire to escape would hardly pose a significant problem for the humans. If it did not trouble him directly, he felt disinclined to intervene. Harboring this thought, Levi watched as the bloodline receded into the distance, shaking his head slightly before he too departed. The successful conclusion of the nest eradication operation theoretically signified the annihilation of Chicago's high-tier vampire forces. Yet the subsequent cleansing plan targeting the lesser fiends was set to continue. Thus, until nightfall, the grand-scale blood transfusion operation remained unabated. All of this held no relevance for Levi. After basking in the sun for an entire day, he felt his strength had been further enhanced. Leaning against the rooftop's edge and observing the bustling traffic below, he believed that his invincible days were just around the corner. With joy filling his heart, Levi was about to express his thoughts when a sharp gust of wind suddenly swept from behind him. Instinctively, he exerted force beneath his feet, causing his form to swerve oddly to the side. In the next moment, a pungent, bloody wind swept past him. Cursed! Another vampire! Familiar with this distinctive scent of blood, Levi instinctively called out the identity of the newcomer before even catching a glimpse of their appearance. When his identity was revealed, Stott exhibited little reaction. He had lived for far too long to be shaken by such trivial matters. What truly exhilarated him was the speed demonstrated by Levi. The blood transfusion plan was proceeding smoothly. Out of the hundreds of bats he had transformed, only a handful remained alive, and he was on the brink of succumbing to slumber. Fortunately, he managed to capture a few unfortunate souls passing by, draining their blood to barely compensate for his losses, stabilizing his strength at the marquee level. However, for a vampire of his caliber, ordinary human blood could only satiate his hunger to replenish his essence. He required the blood of beings imbued with potent energy. In the past, his earls and viscounts could have provided such sustenance, but now they were no more. After searching the city for an extended period, he finally stumbled upon Levi, knowing full well that this might be a formidable opponent. Yet he could not easily relinquish the opportunity. Upon witnessing Stott's speed, which nearly matched his own, Levi immediately recognized him as the Marquis of Chicago. As described by Roy, recalling the bloodline he had seen earlier, he felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have eliminated Stott earlier that day to avoid this predicament. Now, he truly understood the annoyance of Murphy's Law. He had worried about being hunted by lingering vampires during the day, only to be confronted by one at night. Despite his frustration, Levi had to confront the reality of being pursued by a beleaguered marquis. With determination, he grasped his spear and dagger, his breath steady, and his mind focused. He perceived the world around him in an exquisite slow motion. In this altered state, time seemed to halt. The cacophony of distant whistles faded, and the previously inconspicuous particles of dust became vividly apparent, dancing through the air in erratic trajectories. In this unique condition, every movement of his adversaries appeared to him as a frame of animation played at a slow pace, revealing countless flaws in their seemingly flawless maneuvers. Yet Stott, the bloodthirsty marquis standing before him, was an exception. Indeed, he was a rare high-level being. As Levi entered a combat stance, Stott's smile widened with unabashed delight. His gaze filled with longing and reverence. The exquisite sound of blood flowing, draining the lifeblood from you, would restore me completely. Is that so? Levi replied coldly. Then come and see for yourself. With a swift motion, Stott unleashed his blood energy, crimson claws extending from his fingertips, launching himself toward Levi like a phantom. His elongated nails sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. An impressive speed, indeed. With a keen gaze fixed on Stowe's movements, Levi, who had been wearing a solemn expression, suddenly broke into a smile. What a pity, you're still a bit short. Chapter 27. Want to escape? Dream on. Levi had initially anticipated that Stowe, as a marquis, would unleash a force and speed beyond his endurance. Thus he was entirely focused upon their first encounter. However, Levi soon realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. He had expected Stowe's speed to rival or even surpass his own. Yet, the truth was that despite Stowe's speed being nearly imperceptible to the average observer, it still fell short. At the very least, Levi had not heard that familiar sound barrier being breached. According to the popular notions in fantasy literature, breaking the sound barrier represents a pivotal threshold. Those who cross it can effortlessly overpower those who do not. A minuscule difference can lead to monumental consequences. Like his subordinates, who had become overly confident due to their vampiric nature, Stowe made a grave miscalculation, and such errors demand a price. As he observed Stowe darting through the air, Levi slightly elevated his firearm. The distinctive arcane ballistic technique was activated, and a silver bullet shot forth from the barrel with a piercing shriek. In that very instant, instead of retreating, Levi advanced, spinning his short blade, its silver edge gleaming as it slashed horizontally, grazing Stowe's side. In the clash between subsonic and supersonic, the effectiveness of the bullet was significantly diminished. In a one-on-one confrontation, even with his mastery of the trembling gun technique, Levi did not intend to kill Stowe with the bullet. It was merely a means to compel him. Should Stowe wish to avoid the bullet's impact, he would have to expose himself to Levi's blade, a choice he was capable of discerning. Swish! The silver blade tore through flesh. Yet the sensation that reverberated through Levi's hand felt akin to slicing through a viscous, sandy terrain. Turning his gaze, he beheld a wound seared with an orange glow appearing on Stowe's side. But as crimson energy surged, the injury seemed to inflict little more than superficial damage. Useless, Stowe sneered. Silver can only harm those lowly thralls. I am of noble blood, and silver poses but a trifling threat to me. Is that so? Levi chuckled softly. If you truly feared not silver, what then of your state during the day? That disheveled appearance must have cost you considerable effort to mend that wound, wouldn't it? When deceiving, one ought to choose reasons that are not easily unmasked. After all, you are a centuries-old immortal. How can you not grasp such basic logic? Damnomans. Stowe's expression darkened, though his corpse-like pallor betrayed no other hue. With his psychological stratagem thwarted, he resolved to confront Levi head-on. Blood surged within him, his aura momentarily stilled. Before erupting forth with astounding velocity, the surge of blood. Whoosh! His robes billowed violently in the air, drawing forth a slender stream of scarlet energy. And a cataclysmic sonic boom erupted across the desolate rooftop as Stowe's speed surged to an unprecedented level. Bang! Transformed into a swirling mass of crimson, Stowe collided with Levi, who was adorned with a shimmering silver aura. The impact was akin to that of cannonballs meeting, unleashing a fierce shockwave that radiated outward in circular ripples from their point of contact, sending dust flying, only to be swept aside by an even more violent gust. The scarlet tendrils trailing from Stowe's claws clashed incessantly with the silver glint of Levi's short knife, producing a continuous symphony of sharp metallic clinks, occasionally punctuated by the bright flash of gunfire. Yet, despite the flamboyant techniques employed by both parties, the battle remained at a stalemate. Levi possessed no martial arts expertise. Every maneuver he executed was a calculated strike, a parry, a search for openings to exploit. Thanks to the silver-plated short knife and gun, he managed to withstand the blood-infused claws that could etch marks into concrete. Although Stowe's speed, augmented by blood magic, had surpassed the sound barrier, it was still a level Levi had attained over a week prior. Such velocity was insufficient to overwhelm him. The suppression of speed and strength rendered Levi invulnerable. Yet the presence of blood magic made it challenging for him to deliver a decisive blow to Stowe. Feeding on human blood, the myriad methods of the Blood Clan seemed uniquely designed to counter humanity. Even with Levi's superior strength, the pervasive crimson aura felt akin to being pricked by a cactus. While he would not sustain injuries, the sensation was intensely discomforting. It was reminiscent of a tiger confronted by a porcupine. The latter, though weaker, was difficult to engage due to its myriad non-lethal quills. With each successive encounter with the encroaching crimson energy, an unbearable itch invaded Levi's senses, heightening his agitation. At last, with a furious roar, he erupted. Damn it! Casting aside his spear and knife, Levi felt a surge of energy within him, his wrath fueling his resolve as he disregarded the corrosive itch of the blood energy. In a flash, he closed the distance to Stowe. Boom! The energy that had lain dormant within Levi erupted, instantly dispelling the irritating blood energy that had plagued him. At the same moment, he extended his hands, aiming for Stowe's outstretched fingers. I've got you. With his hands clasped around Stowe's 10 fingers. A triumphant smile graced Levi's face as he pressed his fingertips against Stowe's knuckles and unleashed his strength. Crack! A symphony of fine fractures echoed as Stowe's proximal phalanges were utterly crushed, the underlying flesh and blood tissues also obliterated. Having rendered Stowe's claws, which had been the source of incessant discomfort, useless, Levi felt a wave of relief wash over him. If it's a fight you want, then fight we shall. But must you resort to your repugnant tricks? Stowe, stricken with excruciating pain from his suddenly incapacitated hands. Stowe had yet to utilize blood energy to mend his fingers when he heard Levi's taunt, causing his visage to twist in agony. Having lived for centuries, he had witnessed countless battles where no means were off limits. Utilizing his blood abilities, Stowe has slain countless enemies. However, when confronted by Levi, he not only failed in his endeavor, but also found himself in a fit of rage, resulting in the shattering of all 10 of his fingers. In that fleeting moment, an indescribable sense of humiliation surged within Stowe, and his hatred for Levi intensified correspondingly. Although he yearned to drain Levi into a desiccated husk to replenish himself, the grim reality of his shattered fingers reminded him of his inability to defeat Levi. With an overwhelming sense of fury, Stowe's gaze towards Levi was filled with animosity. Yet a flicker of sanguine energy materialized around his wrist. With a tearing sound, Stowe forcefully severed his hands from Levi's grasp. Leaping into the air and explosively transforming into a swarm of bloodbats, retreating into the darkness. Having already fled from a life form of inferior rank, he felt no psychological burden in escaping from Levi, who was undeniably more formidable. However, having offended me, do you still wish to flee? Do you think you could transform into bats and escape? As he observed the blood bats scattering like petals in the wind, Levi could hardly suppress a laugh. His initial intention in crafting the silver-plated pistol was to combat those airborne vampires. Little did he know that it would be utilized against a marquis of the Blood Clan. Raising his firearm, Levi locked his sights upon the blood bats vanishing into the shadows, a slight smile gracing his lips. Farewell, safe travels. Bang. Chapter 28. Mundane solutions indeed. The blood magic of the Blood Clan possesses its peculiarities, yet Stowe's bloodbat conjuration appeared riddled with flaws in Levi's eyes. The surrounding edifices provided ample convenience for the bloodbats, but they proved utterly ineffective against the arc of Levi's shots. If necessary, Levi could even manipulate the bullets to trace a circular arc back to their origin. Faced with such seemingly sentient projectiles, no matter how erratic the flight path of the bloodbats, their ultimate fate was singular, to be pierced by a bullet and reduced to ashes. Upon vanquishing the last bloodbat, Levi blew away the smoke wafting from his firearm and returned it to its holster, a smirk playing on his lips. Isn't it rather uncomfortable to seek out the tougher opponents? Now look, your life has been forfeited. TSK, TSK, TSK. Suddenly, he was alerted. Target detected. Report, target detected. As Levi reflected upon Stowe's misfortunes, he was abruptly illuminated by a beam of light, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Glancing towards the source of the illumination, he beheld several uniformed officers, and a moment of recollection brought clarity to his mind. That accursed Stowe had, along the way, likely slaughtered numerous individuals to quench his thirst, and humanity had probably been surveilling him from the shadows. Now, having dealt with Stowe, he found himself entangled with a critical suspect in the eyes of the police. For these officers, the absence of Stowe was a significant opportunity, as capturing him would be a notable achievement. Realizing this, Li Wei felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, akin to a wild stallion galloping past him. As a notorious criminal, not only had he aided the police in vanquishing formidable adversaries, but he now faced their relentless pursuit. Just hours earlier, he had witnessed the police engaging in a chaotic clash, and now, under the cover of night, the scene had transformed into a vivid tableau of a mantis hunting a cicada, oblivious to the lurking sparrow. Li Wei was in a decidedly gloomy mood. Yet the distant whir of helicopter blades soon pierced the air, acknowledging the possibility that the police might indeed resort to gunfire. He had no choice but to flee. Perhaps driven by subconscious instincts, after a month of exposure, he had grown desensitized to the act of killing. However, when confronted by law enforcement, he was always reluctant to engage in prolonged entanglements, at least until he had amassed sufficient power to decisively overturn them. He preferred to avoid direct confrontations. Having eliminated foes, his brotherhood had yet to seek vengeance upon him. The armed syndicate behind the assassination of Marshall had merely exerted pressure on the city government without taking direct action. However, should he eliminate the Chicago Police Department, he could expect an immediate response from the military and intelligence agencies the very next day. Li Wei felt ill-equipped to contend with such multifaceted forces. Thus, refraining from combat with official entities was his wisest strategy. This was not an act of cowardice, but rather a strategic withdrawal to preserve his fighting capacity. As he surveyed the approaching police forces, Li Wei let out a sigh before calmly entering the stairwell of the rooftop. After firing a few shots to shatter the meager surveillance cameras in the corridor, he vanished from the officer's sight. His extraordinary strength and speed allowed him to perform feats reminiscent of martial arts films, even surpassing them. Particularly in the sparsely populated darkness of the night, unperturbed by the presence of potential witnesses, Li Wei bounded from the concrete walls, leaping effortlessly between the buildings lining the street. Though he barely touched the ground, he could traverse considerable distances in mere moments, swiftly escaping the encirclement. On the rooftop, illuminated by the searchlights, the pursuing officers witnessed Li Wei's astonishing agility, their faces etched with disbelief. What am I witnessing? Has Newton's coffin been nailed shut? Why isn't someone intervening? The officer's bewildered voice crackled over the radio, prompting confusion from the dispatcher. What did you say? After a brief pause, he continued, I believe I may have encountered a martial arts master, akin to the flying skills depicted in films. Are you jesting? Came the response. Perhaps, he conceded. In the intricate urban landscape, the police often expended considerable time capturing even ordinary criminals, let alone someone like Li Wei, who effortlessly evaded all surveillance. Bereft of Stowe's capabilities as a human radar, they soon lost track of Li Wei and were left with no choice but to call off the pursuit. In the shadows, as Li Wei observed the relentless pursuit of the police finally coming to an end, he could not help but exhale in relief. Yet, his brow soon furrowed again. This situation could not persist. Prolonging the standoff would undoubtedly be detrimental to him. He needed to devise a strategy to fully comprehend the matter at hand. After a moment of contemplation, Li Wei was suddenly reminded of a case he had previously studied, the Simpson murder case. If even a case with such overt evidence could be overturned by lawyers, then perhaps extricating himself from suspicion would not be an insurmountable challenge. Narrowing his eyes, Li Wei quickly thought of someone who might assist him. The chief attorney of the Nikov law firm, Nikov Prisk. A few minutes later, he explained, This is the situation. I wish to know if you can resolve this predicament for me. Li Wei regarded Nikov with high hopes, placing his trust in this attorney known to the Brotherhood. Pausing his note-taking, Nikov briefly studied the words before looking up and nodding. This case is straightforward, yet there are various approaches. The first option involves enlisting a few lawyers to directly exonerate you, though this may leave a record with certain individuals. The second option entails a financial investment to thoroughly navigate the case from start to finish, allowing for continued investigation while ensuring your complete disassociation from it. How much will it cost? Li Wei did not hesitate in making his decision, though he felt a pang of reluctance. A considerable amount, Nikov replied, shaking his head. The total expense depends entirely on your available resources. I possess 50 kilograms of gold. Will that suffice? 50 kilograms of gold? Nikov was momentarily taken aback, but upon recalling the tragic demise of Marshall, he regained his composure. If it is physical gold, that should be adequate. Excellent, Li Wei affirmed, reaching into his black briefcase to produce the gold he had recently melted down. Here it is. In a few days, can you resolve this issue for me? Nikov contemplated for a moment. Within a week. I shall await your good news, Li Wei replied. However, upon leaving Nikov's office, he did not cease his vigilance. He inherently distrusted the American police, and, to safeguard himself against any underhanded tactics, he needed to find a scapegoat to appear in his stead at critical junctures. A few days later, it became evident that Li Wei had underestimated both Nikov's capabilities and the potency of 50 kilograms of gold. Remarkably, everything was resolved without requiring Li Wei's direct involvement. Sir, the matter is entirely settled. No one will mention your identity again. However, to avert any potential complications, I believe it would be prudent for you to relocate to another city. Why? Li Wei inquired, puzzled. If everything has been conclusively resolved, why would you recommend a change of residence? Because the circumstances differ, Nikov elucidated. I have already resolved your troubles through higher channels. However, your apparent identity is that of a vagrant, and it is the lower-tier officers who seek trouble with vagrants. Are you suggesting that if I remain in this city, I may be pursued by various police officers employing diverse methods? At least until your identity shifts from that of a vagrant. If I leave Chicago, can I ensure they will cease their pursuit? At the very least, the Chicago police cannot trouble you and other police departments in different states. Not being part of the same system are unlikely to pursue you either. Your primary concern should be certain other organizations akin to brotherhoods, but backed by special federal departments. Understood. Levi nodded and turned to Nick. I spare your life. You assist me once, and we shall be even. I hope that when we meet again, we shall not be adversaries. I intend to become a commercial lawyer. Nick chuckled. Without engaging in litigation or criminal matters, we are unlikely to cross paths again. That is acceptable. Levi nodded, gazing at the sun above. In that case, until we meet again. In his past life, Levi was an ordinary individual, and in this life, his identity is merely that of a common vagrant. Regarding his understanding of America, nearly all his knowledge stemmed from the outrageous news that occasionally surfaced, such as police shootings, $0 purchases on the streets, and the elections involving a certain figure. Such matters elicit laughter. It is evidently unrealistic to rely on them for a prosperous life in America. Thus, upon receiving advice from Nick, Levi did not linger in Chicago and promptly purchased a ticket to New York. He has not forgotten that a brotherhood of assassins awaits him there, needing resolution. A few days prior, in a textile factory at 17 Brooklyn, the mechanic was also dead, with gunshots to the shoulder, elbow, side, and heart. This is not Croce's style. He is training his son, summoning the remaining senior assassins of the Brotherhood. Sloane's expression was neither calm nor solemn, resembling an outsider merely observing, as he laid a stack of photographs before the assembly. The mission with Fox had failed, resulting in the target's counterattack, and Croce was also honing his son. Should he succeed, we may very well face the pursuit of 3 elite assassins simultaneously. The butcher picked up the gruesome photograph of the mechanic's demise. I recall that the task concerning Wesley was initially assigned to the gunsmith, correct? Indeed, it was me. The gunsmith nodded. Yet it is evident that I have failed. Ever since my initial attempt, I have been unable to trace Croce's whereabouts. His son Wesley has shown some signs, but was quickly concealed by Croce, making it impossible to maintain a continuous pursuit. So what shall we do now? Wait here to meet our demise? The temperament of the butcher is exceedingly irascible. In my opinion, the most prudent course of action would be to mobilize our forces. Locate him and eliminate him. Have you forgotten the fate of those who surrounded Klaus only to be vanquished by him? The evidence has proven that mere numbers do not confer an advantage in his presence. The butcher, who has honed his skills to the point of cleaving bullets, hails from a rustic background. Although years of being an assassin have altered him somewhat, he remains inherently at odds with the firearms expert. Whenever the two engage in dialogue, a quarrel is inevitable, as their perspectives are perpetually at variance. Under normal circumstances, Sloane would relish any discord among his subordinates. However, it was evident that this was not the appropriate moment for discord, prompting him to intervene directly. Enough. This is not the place for your bickering. A flicker of displeasure passed behind Sloane's plain glasses. What has transpired is irrevocable. Squabbling will not amend the situation. Our focus must shift to how we can resolve this crisis, rather than indulging in endless disputes. With Sloane's intervention, the argument ceased, and the room fell into a profound silence. They are all individuals whose minds are consumed solely by thoughts of violence and destruction. Expecting them to conjure any ingenious strategies is truly a fool's errand. The few who could serve as strategists have either met their demise at Levi's hands in Chicago or have defected. Their skills may be on par, but the distinction between the elite and the proficient lies in the acuity of their minds. It is evident that those remaining within the Brotherhood are not the sharpest of individuals. Noticing the silence among them, Sloane felt a sense of helplessness. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. "You may leave for now. Do not venture out in the coming days. I need time to contemplate." The group exchanged glances devoid of doubt, and nodded before departing the office in small clusters. They were now in search of an escape route. Locking the door, Sloane approached the bookshelf and pulled out a hefty Bible, opening its cover to reveal an assortment of objects neatly arranged within its hollowed pages. Several gold coins, a black card, a seal embossed with 2 blood-red kisses, and an indigo coin. After a moment of silence, contemplating these items, Sloane pocketed them, closed the Bible, and returned it to the shelf before donning his coat and exiting. A short while later, at the Continental Tavern in New York City. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Upon seeing the indigo badge, unique to the Judicator, Sharon was momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, he pressed the button beneath the bar. "Please hold on. I have already notified Manager Winston. You will not be kept waiting." The Continental Hotel serves as a conglomerate for assassin organizations worldwide. It is inconceivable that the Brotherhood, established centuries ago, would not have a significant presence within its confines. If the Brotherhood did not hold substantial influence at the Continental Hotel, how could its assassins continue to operate outside its jurisdiction without facing any repercussions? Now, Sloane finds himself confronted with a perplexing dilemma posed by the Brotherhood's assassins, at which point the Continental Hotel becomes indispensable. In truth, Sloane's role within the Continental Hotel system transcends the mere designation of adjudicator. Chapter 30, Destination. The Continental Hotel at Kennedy International Airport. A plane from Chicago gradually descends, and after several hours of confinement, Levi steps out, inhaling the fresh air that greets him. The atmosphere aboard the aircraft was pleasant, yet after enduring a life of makeshift living for over 50 days, it is the embrace of nature that offers him true comfort. At least, under the open sky, he is free from the shadow of an imposing figure blocking the sun. New York, as bustling as ever. Exiting the terminal, Levi observes the throngs of people in the airport hall, suddenly halting his steps. "I have just landed, and already I am welcomed with such a gift." The people of New York are indeed warm and hospitable. Acknowledging the gift, he muses that it is time to reciprocate. "How delightful, this is a first for me." A smile graces his face as he subtly alters his stride, seamlessly blending into the ebb and flow of the crowd. Disappeared? A man in a leather jacket, who had been closely monitoring Levi, furrows his brow and instinctively raises his hand to his ear. "Hey, my target has vanished. What is happening on your end?" "It's the same here. No idea where he has gone." Truly, for a $5 million prize, he possesses quite the skill. The surveillance at the entrance has failed to capture his presence. He must still be within the airport hall, so keep your eyes peeled. Understood. Receiving this information, the man in the leather jacket temporarily disconnects and resumes his search through the crowd. However, before he can take more than a few steps, an inexplicable chill behind him prompts him to halt. Instinctively, he grasps the weapon concealed within his clothing. Yet regardless of his subsequent actions, he finds himself utterly immobilized. Looking down, he sees a hand casually resting on his arm, as if it were an unyielding shackle that binds his every movement. Then, a voice from behind sends a wave of icy dread coursing through him. "Have you not been searching for me? Are you not pleased to see me in the flesh?" As Levi constrains the assassin's movements, a sudden sense of foreboding washes over him. His brow furrows slightly as he casts a sidelong glance, only to discover that the assassin perched above has now trained their gaze upon him. With heightened perception, Levi's awareness has expanded exponentially. His sense of impending danger has evolved into an almost supernatural foresight, a trait that enables him to detect these assassins at the earliest opportunity. Concealing malevolence may serve ordinary individuals, but he is no ordinary man. His senses are magnified 100-fold. With one hand firmly grasping the leather jacket that held the gun, Levi used his other hand to press against the back of the man's neck, exerting just enough pressure to propel the leather-clad figure forward, deftly evading the glances of several assassins. The man in the leather jacket strolled through the hall with an air of nonchalance, while Levi maintained a relaxed demeanor, inquiring, "So, what is your plan to deal with me? Are you really considering drawing a weapon at the airport?" In stark contrast to Levi's composure, the leather jacket's face flushed crimson, feeling as though his bones might be crushed under Levi's grip. Yet, the presence of something tucked away in his pocket stilled any impulse to resist. Trembling, he stammered, "We are merely here to observe you. The ones truly intent on your demise are outside." Outside? Levi turned a glance through the glass window, noting the flat expanse devoid of any towering structures suitable for surveillance. "It seems your definition of outside diverges significantly from mine. You'll understand once you step outside." Levi tightened his grip, eliciting a pained gasp from the leather jacket, whose legs threatened to buckle beneath him. However, Levi's other hand held him aloft, rendering him suspended in midair. "Please speak clearly, and refrain from omitting any details, as I am not adept at deciphering riddles." Under the torment, the leather jacket's complexion shifted from red to pale, trembling as he replied, "We're all separate. I truly have no knowledge." "In that case, you have become rather useless," Levi remarked, raising an eyebrow as he ceased his movement, redirecting his steps toward the restroom. "You can't kill anyone at the airport." "Rest assured, I do not intend to kill you," Levi replied with a smile. "I just dispatched a few individuals back in Chicago. I am a newcomer here, and it would be unwise to act recklessly. You are an assassin as well. You must understand that there are myriad methods to inflict suffering upon fragile beings like us, rendering death a preferable fate. Wouldn't you agree?" The leather jacket, despite enduring excruciating pain, could not conceal the terror in his eyes. Desperately, he shouted, "No, you cannot do this." "Indeed, I can," Levi resolutely countered, pinching the man's throat with a finger to stifle his voice. "It is evident that I possess the capability." Minutes later, Levi emerged from the restroom stall with a sense of ease, vanishing once more in search of his next target. He had ample time and inclination to engage in a drawn-out game with these assassins. As for those he had dispatched to the restroom stalls, they had not met their demise. However, prolonged oxygen deprivation was far from benign, and even if rescued, they would likely exist in a state of stupor for the remainder of their lives. One by one, the assassins scattered throughout the airport were silently erased by Levi, like pencil sketches being wiped clean. All those drawn by the allure of $5 million and the bounty of 10 gold coins began to sense that something was amiss. $5 million is not an inconceivable amount, yet the task valued at 10 gold coins loomed before Levi as he exhaled deeply, surveying the completely overcrowded restroom. Finally, it was done. Had there been any more, it would have surely overflowed. After inspecting the ammunition confiscated from these individuals, Levi gazed out at the revitalized lobby, a faint smile gracing his face as he reflected on the information he had extracted from them. His spirits lifted further. At the Continental Hotel, anyone could register as an assassin, earning rewards and accessing services. This was an opportunity, with such a vast organization operating in the shadows. Surely the police would not pursue him. "You carry on as you please. I'm done with this." Outside the airport, within a taxi, a hitman disguised as a driver watched as one contact after another inside the airport lost communication, his expression fluctuating between concern and frustration. Moments later, he slammed his hand on the steering wheel, stashing the firearm in the taxi's compartment, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he felt that his life was far more valuable than money. With a sudden jolt, the car door was yanked open, prompting the driver to furrow his brow as he turned to say, "Hey, I don't pick up passengers. You need to get out." "What did you say?" Holding a handgun, Levi regarded the driver coolly, clicking the safety off with a deliberate snap. "To the Continental Hotel? Are you going or not?" Faced with the dark muzzle of the gun and Levi's calm demeanor, the disguised hitman's throat constricted. He nodded, his voice dry. "Yes, yes." "What are you waiting for?" Levi leaned slightly forward, retrieving his firearm from the taxi's compartment. "Drive quickly." With his sole means of defense stripped away, the driver resigned himself to his fate, steering the car toward the Continental Hotel in New York City. Chapter 31. The mindset of a brute arrived. "That's the Continental Hotel," he indicated stiffly, pointing to a nondescript building devoid of any signage, his heart racing with anxiety. Throughout the journey, countless assassins had laid in wait to ambush their vehicle. Yet all he often heard was the crack of a gunshot, followed by the demise of the would-be assailants. Throughout the ordeal, the man in the back seat had not shifted in the slightest. He merely raised his hand, pulled the trigger, and yet another assassin fell. No matter the surroundings, death was inescapable for those caught in Levi's line of sight, as if the bullets he fired possessed a sentience of their own. In his eyes, even the most renowned assassins he once believed to be formidable seemed inferior to this man whose methods were akin to those of a specter. In the presence of Levi, the driver felt like a creature at the bottom of the food chain, gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Seemingly attuned to the driver's thoughts, Levi disassembled the confiscated handgun, methodically removing bullets from the magazine. "Don't be alarmed. I am not a bloodthirsty individual. Since you have abandoned the notion of killing me, I shall not pursue you either. After all, you have yet to truly fall into my grasp. Do you not agree?" Indeed, confronted with an intangible threat and the stakes of life and death, the assassin did not engage in any contemplation, but merely nodded in fervent agreement with Li Wei's words. Perceiving the assassin's underlying intentions, Li Wei chose not to elaborate further. He discarded the disassembled pieces of his handgun onto the passenger seat, pushed open the car door, and entered the enigmatic Continental Hotel. "How may I assist you?" Upon entering, aside from the artistically designed decor of the hotel, Li Wei's attention was immediately drawn to the solitary figure of the black receptionist, Karong, standing at the front desk. Unlike any other hotel, the Continental Hotel exclusively served assassins. And even in the quaint charm of America, the number of assassins was evidently limited. Narrowing the scope further to New York, their numbers dwindled even more. Consequently, the hotel had few patrons. Even with only Karong at the front desk, he had the leisure to greet Li Wei. Li Wei leaned slightly back, scrutinizing Karong. "Are you the receptionist of this hotel?" "Yes, sir," Karong nodded. "If you require anything, I am at your service. I wish to know how one can become an assassin under the auspices of the Continental Hotel." "It is quite simple." Karong opened a ledger before him, poised to explain to Li Wei when a rather weighty voice suddenly interjected from his side. "I fear you cannot so easily join the Continental Hotel, sir." Upon seeing the newcomer, Karong nodded and closed the ledger, turning to Li Wei. "This is the manager of the Continental Hotel in New York City, Manager Winston." "Winston, manager?" Li Wei turned to face Winston, whose hair was tinged with gray, yet whose demeanor was vibrant. "You just said I cannot join the Continental Hotel. Why is that?" "Because you are currently a target sought by the Continental Hotel. I am being hunted." Despite the predictability of the situation, Li Wei remained intrigued. "Could you tell me who is pursuing me?" "I cannot," Winston replied with a calm expression. "You see, dear guest, what you ought to do now is not engage in idle chatter with me, but rather step outside and strive to survive this overwhelming pursuit. Is that so?" Li Wei glanced at the gathering crowd outside the hotel, chuckling nonchalantly. "Could you enlighten me on how I might lift this bounty on my head?" Following Li Wei's gaze, Winston noticed the assassins beginning to converge outside. He sipped from a cup of coffee that Karong had just brewed. "Clearly, your troubles are at hand." "Troubles are to be resolved," Li Wei replied indifferently, retrieving the handgun from his waist without a glance and pulling the trigger towards the outside. In less than a second, a barrage of bullets erupted, accompanied by a series of gunshots, shattering the hotel door and causing several of the assembled assassins outside to collapse in an instant. The first wave, unfazed by the assassins outside, who fell in an instant, Li Wei calmly replaced his empty magazine and once again pulled the trigger towards the assailants. Bang! 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 Within a matter of seconds, he emptied a second magazine, and as the last surviving assassin collapsed, Li Wei ceased his slaughter and turned his attention back to Winston. "Look, the troublesome instigators are all dead. We can continue our conversation now." Winston, holding his coffee cup, was utterly immobilized, staring silently at the heap of bodies outside for a considerable time before placing the coffee back down, his fingers interlaced to conceal their trembling. Having ascended to the position of hotel manager, Winston had witnessed numerous bloody events, yet never had he encountered a killer quite like Li Wei. In a mere 5 seconds, he had dispatched over 20 formidable assassins, each with a single shot, an achievement beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. What weighed most heavily on Winston was the expression Li Wei wore while killing. It was this that made him truly apprehensive. Such a person, capable and willing to disregard rules and authority, could not be restrained by the regulations of the Continental Hotel. After a moment's reflection, Winston resolved to engage Li Wei in earnest conversation. There are two ways to lift your bounty. Were they? Pray tell. The first is to locate the high-table elder who issued the kill order against you and persuade him to rescind it. The second is to ensure that elder's demise, allowing another elder to step in and revoke the order, provided the deceased elder has no ties to you. Li Wei contemplated this and deemed the first option seemingly simpler, yet casually inquired, "Is there no more straightforward method?" "Such as?" Winston regarded him silently. "For instance, I could continue killing, taking them out from the top down, until your esteemed council of elders is entirely eradicated." "It is not a council of elders. It is a high table," Winston corrected him, then continued. "Elders cannot be entirely eliminated. As long as there are those who wish to control the Continental Hotel, there will always be elders. But what if all elders were to be my allies?" Li Wei appeared to have an epiphany. Winston was momentarily at a loss for words regarding Li Wei's unconventional notion. "Perhaps, but no one has succeeded in that endeavor over the years." "Is that so?" Li Wei responded ambiguously, refraining from revealing his intentions, and pressed on with his inquiry. "Can you tell me which elder placed the kill order on me?" "I do not know." Winston shook his head. "The one who conveys the elder's will is the adjudicator. Perhaps only they can locate the elder." "And who is the adjudicator?" Winston regained his composure, uncrossing his fingers, and uttered a few words. "Brotherhood, Sloan." "All right, I understand." Li Wei nodded. "Thank you for your assistance. May we meet again under favorable circumstances." As he watched Li Wei's figure vanish, Sharon finally spoke. "Sir, you have contravened the rules. This hotel is mine." Winston remained non-committal. "They won't know what I've done in this hotel, will they?" "You're correct, sir." Chapter 32. The Great Transformation. Reflecting on the troubles the Brotherhood had brought upon him, Levi clenched his teeth in frustration. From the moment they shot at him, shattering his tranquil existence, to Fox's failed assassination attempt that ended in his own demise, and now this individual named Sloan, who conspired against him from the shadows. In just a matter of days, this organization, purportedly dedicated to maintaining global balance and order, seemed to have declared war on him, leaving him in a state of unrest. Sloan. Levi murmured the name provided by Winston, recalling other intelligence he had gathered on his phone. His gaze turned icy as he focused on the direction of the East River in Brooklyn. He remembered distinctly that the Brotherhood's stronghold resembled an old textile factory. "You lack decisiveness. What do you want me to do?" Wesley looked at Cross, his emotions fraying. "That's a person, a living, breathing individual. You expect me to pull the trigger on a living being?" "They're assassins, highly trained killers," Cross replied. "If you do not eliminate them, they will stop at nothing to kill you. You cannot afford any mercy." "Fine, no mercy." Wesley turned away to avoid Cross's gaze. "But tell me, how does one become so cold as to take a life?" Dingling. A phone rang, interrupting their conversation. Cross paused momentarily before answering, while Wesley abruptly turned around. "Go answer it. Let me ponder alone, shall we?" "All right, think it over." Cross glanced at the caller on his phone, inhaled deeply, and pressed the answer button. "Hello, what has happened?" "The target under the assassination order from the Mainland Hotel has arrived in New York and has killed dozens of their assassins." "Are you certain?" "Understood. I will review the photographs and will contact you if necessary." After hanging up, Cross looked back at Wesley, who was deep in thought on the sofa, and opened the images sent by his informant. At first glance, Cross's heart raced. He recognized the man captured on the rooftop of the Chicago Central Building. Swiftly deleting the image, he sank onto the sofa, adopting the same contemplative posture as Wesley. After a considerable time, he lifted his head again and dialed the informant. "Hello. There is something I need you to do. The textile factory in number 17. Muttering to himself, Levi searched for the factory's location on his phone, but suddenly felt an unusual sensation of being watched, causing him to slow his pace. Unlike the menacing stares of the assassins, this gaze, though still intrusive, did not evoke discomfort within him. Following the direction of his gaze, a man dressed in simple attire, resembling an ordinary street vagrant, came into view. After a brief moment of silence, Levi tucked away his phone, vanishing in a flicker, and positioned himself before the homeless man. "Did you just look at me?" he inquired. "Why, yes," stammered Habakkuk, momentarily taken aback. After a moment, he retrieved a crumpled note from his pocket, inscribed with a series of numbers. "Someone wishes to speak with you. He asked me to deliver this note. Is that so?" Levi's eyes shifted downward as he scanned the note, but did not take it, merely committing the numbers to memory. I've noted the number. Is there anything else? Nothing more, nothing more. Habakkuk shook his head, tucking the note back into his pocket and wandering out of the alley like a dazed addict. At a nearby phone booth, Levi dialed the number recorded on the note. The call connected, and the voice on the other end belonged to Cross, who had been at odds with the Brotherhood. Levi Dela, that's me. What do you want? We might be able to collaborate, Cross replied in a low tone. Perhaps I can assist you in locating the mastermind behind your current predicament. Help me? Levi chuckled. One question. Do you know who I am seeking? Sloan. Now it was Levi's turn to be taken aback. How do you know? I saw. Cross responded calmly. You seek Sloan, and I aim to take down the Brotherhood under his command. We can work together. Wait, Levi interrupted. This Sloan, is he the leader of the Brotherhood? And who are you to target them, Cross? Cross? Hearing his name unexpectedly mentioned by Levi, Cross was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that he had inadvertently revealed himself. Indeed, I am Cross. Well, it truly is you, Levi exclaimed. So, tell me, how do you propose we collaborate? Will you be orchestrating from behind the phone? Understanding Levi's implication, Cross pondered for a moment. Midnight at the Empire State Building. Very well, midnight at the Empire State Building. Levi nodded, refraining from asking needless questions about how to find him later and promptly hanging up, peering through the glass of the phone booth. He spotted several killers with somewhat unfocused gazes reappearing before him. Instantly, Levi felt the urge to eliminate these individuals, but, recalling the evening's appointment, he abruptly dismissed the thought. With a quiet chuckle, Levi pushed open the glass door, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Did he just disappear? With their dynamic vision, these assassins could hardly comprehend Levi's supersonic movement. To them, it appeared as though he simply pushed open the booth's door and, in the next instant, vanished into another dimension. The objective has vanished, rendering the continuation of their efforts meaningless. A few individuals could only depart with bewildered expressions, unable to comprehend how Li Wei had suddenly disappeared right before their eyes. In the streets, seemingly dazed, homeless individuals raised their heads to scrutinize the telephone booth where Li Wei had just been, their eyes betraying a rare flicker of confusion. The Continental Hotel boasts numerous subsidiaries in New York City, and this American beggar gang, comprised of the homeless, is one of them. Unlike those assassins, their primary business revolves around mobile phones and the transmission of information. However, given the current situation, they have begun to contemplate the fabrication of false intelligence. After all, any rational person would find it hard to believe that a living individual could simply vanish into thin air beneath the sun, wouldn't they? Chapter 33. Modes of cooperation at midnight, aside from the chain stores that operate around the clock. Even the boldest of independent shopkeepers choose to close their doors at this hour. Although the streetlights illuminate the roads, they do little to deter individuals of dubious character from wandering about. Drunks, addicts, the homeless, and gang members, various unsavory characters linger on the streets. And wherever they gather, safety is a distant notion. However, in the vicinity of 3234 Street around the Empire State Building, the situation has markedly improved, with foot traffic significantly denser than in other areas. Amidst the crowd, Close swiftly located an excellent vantage point, settling down to quietly observe the throngs passing by the Empire State Building, hoping to catch sight of Li Wei. Yet, as he waited, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He was not the only assassin present. Several other killers appeared to have ulterior motives. Just as he furrowed his brow in concern, a note, previously concealed beneath a glass, caught his attention. Before we collaborate, please allow me to assess your abilities. Identify those who seem out of place and eliminate them. I trust you are capable of this. When? His expression shifted dramatically. Gripped by a sense of foreboding, Close tightly clenched the note in his hand and stood up to leave in haste. However, after walking a short distance, he abruptly returned from a shadowy corner. It was finally time to take action. From his elevated position, Li Wei quietly observed Close's expressions and movements. The night's cloak, combined with the lights illuminating the passers-by below, served as the perfect backdrop, rendering him almost invisible. During the day, he had feigned ignorance of the distant tailing, intending to lure a few genuine fools to follow him to the Empire State Building at night. Li Wei's understanding of Close was limited to verbal descriptions. He believed in Close's existence. Yet whether the person meeting him at the Empire State Building was indeed Close remained debatable, being a newcomer in unfamiliar territory. He might not even find the right connections to procure information, making it impossible to discern the truth from falsehood. Since the identity of the individual cannot be accurately discerned, there is no need to differentiate. Let it suffice to make an initial pledge of allegiance, regardless of who arrives. The remaining matters can be addressed subsequently. As for whether this approach carries a hint of manipulation, from his vantage point high above, Li Wei observed Klaus's actions with clarity. It was evident that Klaus's intentions aligned fundamentally with his own, yet Klaus's superior skills allowed him to maintain the higher ground. Li Wei was not surprised by Klaus's willingness to submit a pledge of allegiance, although he was unaware of the current state of conflict between Klaus and the Brotherhood. He understood that if Klaus were on the verge of victory or felt secure in his success, he would not have called him during the day. For an assassin reliant on external assistance, a mere test would not deter a firm resolution. Minutes later, Li Wei was quite satisfied with Klaus's pledge, but still had not met him. Instead, he retrieved a business card from his pocket and tossed it with a flick of his wrist. The card spiraled through the air like a razor, and Klaus caught it deftly. After glancing at the number on the reverse side, he searched above but ultimately found nothing. Understanding Li Wei's intent, Klaus said nothing further, pocketed the card, and hurried back to his humble abode. "Hello, this is Klaus. Can we discuss the matter of collaboration now?" "Of course," Li Wei replied with a light chuckle. "Do share what you propose for our alliance. I can provide you with the whereabouts of those from the Brotherhood, and then we shall join forces to eliminate them." "That sounds like I would be working for you. Can this truly be called collaboration?" "The Continental Hotel refuses to offer you any services. Without my connections, locating Sloan and the others would prove exceedingly difficult. You wish to kill Sloan, and so do I. Our objectives are aligned. How do you know that I intend to kill Sloan?" "Li Wei inquirat curiosity pica." "It seems you know something. Are you certain you want me to elaborate over the phone?" Recalling the infamous Prism project from his past life, Li Wei fell silent. "Never mind. We can discuss it in person if we meet. For now, please provide me with Sloan's location." "Certainly." Klaus promptly divulged an address that sounded quite unfamiliar to Li Wei, which stirred his intrigue. "I recall that your headquarters is the textile factory number 17. Why is Sloan's address not there?" "Your information is outdated," Klaus began to clarify. "A few days ago, Sloan brought in a batch of new security personnel to the textile factory number 17, and he himself moved out. If you were to visit the factory now, you would encounter a new group of elite assassins along with well-equipped armed personnel, yet Sloan's shadow would be nowhere in sight. You provided me with Sloan's address. What do you intend to do next?" "You will go to kill Sloan while I devise a plan to deal with the remaining individuals." "That is unacceptable." Levi's voice suddenly rose a few decibels. "You cannot act just yet." "Why?" Klaus was perplexed by Levi's intentions. "It is of no concern to you," Levi replied firmly. "In any case, your role is to keep an eye on them. You may only act if they attempt to flee or if I instruct you to do so. Otherwise, do not interfere. This is a crucial premise for our collaboration." Klaus remained silent for a lengthy moment, completely baffled by Levi's peculiar behavior, yet ultimately acquiesced. After ending the call, Klaus reflected on Levi's age, juxtaposing it with the despondent figure of Wesley beside him, his thoughts swirling. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the room. "What are you doing?" "No. This is a new training regimen." Klaus donned his boxing gloves and gestured to Wesley. "Since you are unable to engage in shooting practice for the time being, we shall switch to combat and impact training. We shall conclude when you feel ready to resume shooting or when I deem you have completed the combat and impact training." "No," Wesley protested, clutching his chest, which felt heavy. "This is a unilateral assault. Combat training invariably begins with receiving blows. This is the standard procedure," Klaus stated earnestly, delivering a powerful punch that sent Wesley crashing to the ground. Chapter 34. All our ants, poor Wesley remained oblivious to the reasons behind his sudden change in circumstances until he was left incapacitated, bruised, and questioning his existence on the floor. After finishing the training session under the guise of discipline, Klaus exhaled deeply, feeling a release of pent-up emotions that revitalized his spirit. He had initially believed that Wesley, inheriting his talent, would evolve into an exceptional assassin, but now he pondered whether he had overestimated Wesley's character or his own teaching abilities. The ultimate outcome fell short of his expectations. Recognizing that the external forces summoned by Sloan were beyond his control, Klaus understood that pursuing the Brotherhood single-handedly was no longer a feasible endeavor. Coincidentally, Levi's arrival in New York provided him with a new opportunity. As for whether his manipulation of others was morally questionable, Hadn't he shed countless drops of blood in pursuit of his objectives? Did a ruthless assassin truly concern himself with ethics? After terminating the call and noting the address provided by Klaus, Levi chose not to seek out Sloan immediately. After all, Klaus would be handling matters on that front. His current interest lay in the Brotherhood's stronghold, the textile mill number 17. As a lineage of assassins that had endured for centuries, it was reasonable to assume that the headquarters housed numerous valuable assets. Besides Sloan, the other members of the Brotherhood were likely still congregated at textile mill number 17. Should Sloan have implemented any preemptive measures on both sides? Levi reasoned that dismantling the mill to allow Sloan's escape was decidedly more acceptable than killing Sloan and letting the Brotherhood's assassins flee. After all, compared to the incessant buzzing of a solitary fly, a swarm of mosquitoes is undeniably more bothersome. It is worth noting that had Winston not informed him that exterminating the elders was an impossible task, he might have initially sought to deal with Sloan, who was suspected of holding the elders' identity. However, now that he understands that even if Sloan were to perish, the death decree affixed to him might not necessarily be revoked, such an endeavor seems unnecessary. At this juncture, Levi perceives that there is little possibility for negotiation with this Brotherhood. One of them must ascend to meet the divine. Being of Eastern descent, it would be more fitting for him to encounter the King of Hell, which leaves Sloan as the one destined to meet his end. Yet, he harbors no objection to postponing Sloan's appointment with the divine. Moments later, by the banks of the Islier River, Levi squinted at the number 17 textile factory, which bore an uncanny resemblance to architecture from the previous century. Even before drawing near, he had already discerned a considerable number of armed personnel atop the factory's walls. Each of them, robust in stature, appeared less like assassins and more akin to soldiers or mercenaries who had undergone rigorous training. No wonder he had suggested that I address Sloan first. It seems the textile factory serves as a formidable stronghold. After surveying the surroundings, Levi, despite his lack of military expertise, could sense the formidable defenses of the factory. Had it been Cross attempting to breach this stronghold, a singular method of assault would likely involve comprehensive aerial bombardment. However, now that he was present, the situation need not be so convoluted. Crossing the lift bridge erected over the Islier River, Levi approached the vicinity of the textile factory. With a focused gaze and a decisive step, he seemed to transcend the stillness of the world, propelled by an urgency unlike any other. With a powerful kick, he shattered the already frail iron door, pivoting to survey his surroundings in an instant. The trigger of his pistol was pulled, unleashing a flurry of bullets that sliced through the air in graceful arcs, blooming outward like petals emanating from Levi's core. In a mere heartbeat, amidst the sharp sounds of gunfire, no living soul remained within his line of sight. 2 empty handguns in less than a second was all it took for Levi to dismantle the seemingly impenetrable frontal defenses of the factory. An attack. The gunfire echoed, and those within the factory quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting dramatically as they reached for the nearest weapon or sought cover. Some rushing out to assess the unfolding chaos. The alarm blaring throughout the factory was unmistakable to Levi's ears. Raising his hand, he silenced the bothersome speaker with a dismissive chuckle, utterly useless. With such a cacophony of gunfire, only a deaf person would remain oblivious. And did you really think I needed your warning? As Levi continued his lamentations, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from his side, and he calmly turned to witness several soldiers, partially concealed behind the wall, daring enough to return fire. As he observed the bullets leisurely approaching him through the air, Li felt no pressure whatsoever. With a slight sidestep to evade their trajectory, he casually fired several shots before striding toward the factory without so much as a glance back. His confidence was unshakable. Those soldiers were undoubtedly doomed by his aim. After nearly 2 months under the sun, Li had been enhanced 100-fold, his speed now reaching 3 times the speed of sound. From a materials science perspective, achieving such velocity with a human body, an entity ill-suited to aerodynamics and incapable of effectively minimizing air resistance, implied that his body's integrity should be sufficient to withstand bullets. Yet, Li had no intention of testing this theory. Setting aside the question of whether being shot would hurt, he simply did not wish to appear as a ragged beggar, as that would tarnish his demeanor. His so-called biological field seemed to serve only to mitigate this sonic barrier. He wondered when he would develop a defensive stance capable of repelling bullets. Pushing open the large door, The rapidly spinning textile machines within the factory appeared sluggish to him, and the movements of others were painfully slow. He felt no pity for these individuals. Raising his firearm, flames erupted from the muzzle, and the force of the exploding gunpowder propelled bullets towards their foreheads. The gunfire resonated, and like a bolt of lightning, Li Wei strolled leisurely among the whirring machines, each bullet flashing through the murky air, precisely claiming lives amidst the cascading crimson. Not every assassin could achieve the feat of shooting down bullets. Many, though adept in the art of marksmanship, lacked the innate talent to reach such heights. Consequently, when confronted by Li Wei, their fate was invariably one of merciless slaughter. If the soldiers outside were likened to diminutive ants, the assassins inside resembled somewhat larger moles. The disparity between them was vast, yet to Li Wei, they were all mere pests, easily extinguishable. Chapter 35. Hail, Hydra. The gunfire was dense as a forest, yet it fell like rain. While Li Wei moved through this barrage of bullets with the grace of an ethereal being, untouched and unharmed. For the ordinary individuals outside, the assassins within the factory, possessing the technique of curved shooting, were formidable adversaries. However, before Li Wei, they were but inconsequential. Despite their relentless shooting, their once infallible bullets merely slipped past him, only to be met by his own shots that snuffed out lives. In this moment, the advantages of mastering firearms became evident. Had he not studied marksmanship, Li Wei would likely have found himself traversing the factory in circles, unable to dismantle the enemy's assault with such ease. In terms of both momentum and finesse, his current approach was undeniably more stylish. As he pressed forward, the vast factory, filled with dozens, even hundreds of individuals, found no equal in Li Wei. They fell one after another, their bodies paving a path for him toward the deeper chambers of the establishment. Half a minute later, amidst the stillness and lingering smoke, Li Wei ascended the staircase and pushed open the thick wooden door that concealed the oppressive sounds of labored breathing within. With a resounding bang, the moment the door creaked ajar, a barrage of gunfire erupted from inside the room. Bullets, like mischievous sprites, darted through the narrow crack, seeking out Li Wei with a predatory intent. At last, I have encountered a few worthy adversaries. With a slight retreat of his foot, Li Wei observed the bullets whizzing past him with keen interest before raising his sidearm. Alas, you have met your match in me. The ability to discern positions by sound is not a trivial skill. Li Wei had long since mastered locating individuals by their breathing, even amidst a throng of 30 or more. Days had passed, sharpening his auditory perception to an even greater degree. Though the wooden door before him was impenetrable to his sight, the cacophony of the assassins' breaths behind it was deafening. Bang! In the spacious, silent warehouse, a sharp gunshot reverberated as a bullet soared through the crack of the door. Yet, the subsequent clinking sound of two bullets colliding reached Li Wei's ears. Indeed, they were skilled opponents, capable of deflecting bullets. Upon hearing that metallic clash, Li Wei recognized that his handguns had become ineffective. With 7 or 8 adversaries within and only 2 pistols at his disposal, totaling a mere 20 rounds, he could hardly pose a threat, as each adversary could easily absorb 3 or 4 bullets. At this juncture, what was required was an assault rifle with a 30-round magazine capacity and a firing rate exceeding 600 rounds per minute. Conveniently, Li Wei recalled that many of the assassins he had previously dispatched were wielding the very assault rifles he now sought. How much longer must we endure this? The outside forces have already been vanquished. As a representative of the Brotherhood's brutish faction, the butcher remained unfazed, brandishing a glimmering cleaver, indifferent to the firearms his foes employed. Silence. The others shot him a glare, hissing, "Shut your mouth, be quiet." In the midst of their exchange, Li Wei darted to the wall and seized 2 unspent rifles, then returned to knock on the door. "Gentlemen, are you still there?" In the ensuing silence, he spoke again. "What if we negotiate? You might consider taking your own lives for the sake of dignity. It would spare me some effort, wouldn't it? If that is the case, then so be it." Li Wei remained unfazed by their curses, shrugging his shoulders as his expression turned sharp and resolute. "Let us rely on our own skills." Tat 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 tat. The rapid gunfire erupted, distinct from the firing pattern of handguns. In full automatic mode, all Li Wei needed to do was hold down the trigger and control the arc of the bullet's trajectory. In just 2 or 3 seconds, a formidable 60 rounds were unleashed, delivering a comprehensive barrage upon the assassins concealed within the room. Clang. A particularly crisp metallic clang resonated through the air as the butcher brandished his unassuming cleaver, effortlessly cleaving a bullet in two mid-flight. Yet, before any other expression could grace his face, a deluge of bullets surged forth, completely overwhelming him. Against the relatively slow projectile of a single-action handgun, he might have possessed the agility and time to split the bullet, but facing the double velocity of an assault rifle, wielding a knife in defiance was a fool's errand, a path to certain demise. Meanwhile, the other assassins exhibited a far greater degree of cunning. After firing their own bullets to intercept a few critical shots, they either repositioned or rolled away, seeking refuge in angles shielded from the arc of the bullets. It was at this moment they began to reflect on their earlier miscalculations. Damn, controlling an assault rifle with curved ballistic techniques? That individual outside is certainly not Klaus. He most certainly is not Klaus. The gunsmith interjected. If Klaus possessed such prowess, I would never have made it back that day. Who then could it be? How should I know? Damn. Outside, Levi listened intently to their conversation, his expression inscrutable as he silently reloaded his magazine and raised his firearm once more. Footfall, dialogue. Heavy breaths. Every sound held value in Levi's ears. Though he had yet to set foot through the door, he could vividly construct an image of the room in his mind. No assassin within the Brotherhood had ever possessed Levi's physical prowess and reflexes. What they considered the limits of humanity were, in fact, far beneath Levi's capabilities. Consequently, the supposed unreachable angles, impervious to bullets, appeared to Levi as mere open pathways. When Levi squeezed the trigger, the outcome was already sealed, even as they believed themselves beyond the bullet's reach. Moments later, setting down his rifle, Levi felt a twinge of disinterest. He had expected a mightier struggle. Yet, after merely firing over 100 rounds, they faltered. Turning to the staircase behind him, Levi's gaze rose slightly. A flicker of curiosity crossing his mind. What on earth are those people up there doing? Are they unaware of the gunfight below? They meander about, neither aiding nor fleeing. On the third floor of the textile factory, within a vast chamber, a loom stood quietly, the very foundation of the Brotherhood, capable of weaving the names of destiny. However, the area around the loom was no longer barren. Instead, it was filled with a plethora of equipment, throngs of personnel hurriedly navigating between instruments, recording a continuous stream of mathematical characters. Are we not finished yet? As the sounds of gunfire below began to wane, a man in black combat attire, rifle in hand, displayed a hint of anxiety, glancing back at the busy crowd. How much longer will you take? Almost there. We deciphered the algorithm. It's in the process of uploading. Then what are you waiting for? Once the data is uploaded, immediately destroy all data and experimental machinery. We cannot allow anyone to discover what has transpired here. And the loom? A man, with a hint of hesitation on his face, gazed at the immense loom before him. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted as Levi forcefully breached the sturdy door. Upon entering the room, Levi surveyed the surroundings, a smile gracing his features as he addressed the assembly. What are you discussing, my friends? Coughing violently, a man who had been thrown aside by the door expelled a mouthful of blood, agony coursing through his chest and vitality ebbing away, his eyes filled with resentment. His hand instinctively reached into his pocket, fingers brushing against a familiar button, a fervent expression suddenly illuminating his face. Hail Hydra? Levi, perplexed, turned his head. But before he could utter a word, the crisp sound of the bomb detonator being pressed reached his ears. His expression shifted dramatically, without a moment's hesitation. He turned and fled. Boom! The signal was transmitted, the bomb detonated. In an instant, a blinding fireball expanded with terrifying speed. A powerful shockwave sweeping through the vicinity like a tidal wave. Chapter 36. Convergence of forces as the explosives detonated. The ferocious fireball and swift shockwave acted like the colossal hand of a giant, tearing apart both the loom and its surroundings. Surging throughout the textile factory like an unleashed beast. The sheer force unleashed by the explosive materials was horrifying, accomplishing in mere seconds what Levi had failed to achieve in several minutes. The aftermath of the explosion left a landscape of ruins and debris. Amidst the swirling dust, akin to a scene of severe smog, a sudden sonic boom echoed as Levi's disheveled figure emerged from the chaos. Surveying his once pristine attire, now cloaked in gray dust, Levi's expression darkened. Hydra, is it? I shall remember you. Had he not been on constant alert for the possibility of bombs planted by the Brotherhood within the textile factory, he might have been injured in the explosion. Fortunately, he sustained little harm, yet the loom, seemingly of great importance, had been utterly obliterated in the blast. His initial intention in approaching the factory was to uncover unique artifacts passed down through centuries, but now they were lost. Fuming with frustration, Levi found himself powerless. The matters concerning the Brotherhood and the Continental Hotel remained unresolved, and the Hydra issue would have to be relegated to a later time. Levi was well acquainted with Hydra, a name referenced in numerous games, a malevolent creature from ancient Greek mythology, capable of regenerating two heads upon losing one, with one of those heads being immortal, showcasing significant resilience. He was uncertain whether those who triggered the bomb were linked to this mythological beast, yet one day, he vowed to sever all 9 serpentine heads. Although the most valuable items had been obliterated by Hydra's agents, Levi remained steadfast in his belief that the Brotherhood, a millennia-old organization, possessed treasures beyond mere loss. The mind briefly recalled a memory, and Li Wei found himself back in a room where numerous exceptional assassins had been laid to rest. He pushed open the heavy door and entered, revealing a series of curved bookshelves before him, densely lined with countless documents and books, their slender black text chronicling various matters pertaining to the Brotherhood. The decision to abandon the Brotherhood was solely Sloane's. He could not possibly conceal from the assassins in the textile factory the removal of the Brotherhood's sacred texts, documents, and weaving looms, which had culminated in the shelves now before Li Wei. In the past, Li Wei would have struggled to comprehend the multitude of English letters sprawled across the documents. Yet the present was different. He picked up a document and swiftly skimmed its contents, absorbing the information in mere moments. Like a myriad of phantoms, he moved among the shelves, and after a few minutes, he discovered something of interest within a particular text. Placing a wounded individual in holy water would facilitate rapid healing. Holy water? Could it be something related to the church? Upon seeing the familiar term, Li Wei's curiosity was piqued. Vampires had already made an appearance, so the emergence of a church seemed hardly implausible. However, it struck him as peculiar why the Brotherhood would possess such a substance. After all, assassins were not priests. Surely, they could not engage in murder by night and chant incantations by day. The use of the term placed implied that a considerable quantity of holy water was involved. Was it akin to a bathhouse, where one could immerse individuals entirely? As Li Wei pondered this, his hands moved faster, and it seemed as though his presence filled the entire room. New York City Police Department. George Stacy received the emergency call immediately, his expression anxious. A shooting and explosion incident has occurred at the Williamsburg textile factory. Dispatch nearby officers to secure the scene, and the rest must depart at once. Hydra's New York S.H.I.E.L.D. Division. Lord Pierce. Has the textile factory housing the Brotherhood been overrun? Alexander Pierce, the head of Hydra and current director of S.H.I.L.D., furrowed his brow. Was our people who acted, or someone else? A certain Li Wei Della responded. All our soldiers and researchers sent to the textile factory have perished, and no other useful information could be retrieved. Understood, Pierce nodded, and after Sitwell departed, he began typing on the keyboard. Dr. Zola? A string of ghostly green alphanumeric characters scrolled across the computer screen, eventually forming a visage. What do you require? Have you obtained the item you needed? Indeed. Zola's voice betrayed no emotion. With this, my algorithm will soon be fully realized. Prepare for the Insight project. It will be executed shortly. That is most agreeable. Satisfied with the response, Pierce nodded and then picked up the folder that Sitwell had just delivered. Li Wei Della, a vagrant? Gazing at the absurd and somewhat laughable information on the document, Pierce furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a moment before picking up the telephone on his desk. Sitwell, please reach out and arrange for their assistance in dealing with this individual. Regardless of the outcome, I no longer wish to see such ridiculous falsehoods before me. Listening to Pierce's unhurried voice, Sitwell felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. Wiping it away with his sleeve, he nodded respectfully, understood. Also, instruct the personnel from a New York precinct to withdraw. The case concerning the textile mill number 17 will be handled by S.H.I.L.D.S.H.E.E.L.D. Sitwell queried, somewhat perplexed. In his view, matters potentially involving superhumans should clearly be shrouded in the guise of S. and handed over to Hydra for management and profit. That is not for you to contemplate, Pierce replied coolly. Just do as I instruct. Yes. After concluding the call with Sitwell, Pierce closed the folder in his hand and dialed a series of numbers. Minutes later, a figure clad in a black leather jacket and donning an eye patch, resembling a pirate, entered Pierce's office. Director, you summoned me. There's a task I need you to undertake, Pierce stated, placing the folder concerning the textile mill before Fury. I trust you will manage it well. A new assignment? Fury inquired, flipping through the folder before nodding calmly. I will do everything possible to fulfill the task. Chapter 37. Debts are not a worry, lice do not itch. An international assassin organization active worldwide for political and economic purposes, its elusive masterminds remain unidentified, yet their formidable strength is undeniable. As a powerful assassin syndicate, they maintain intricate connections with both the Continental Hotel and the High Table, though these ties are shrouded in secrecy, often remaining unknown to outsiders. CLD and the World Security Council are official entities clearly not meant to have any overt affiliations with such organizations, and it is not yet the time for Hydra to make its appearance. Thus, the initiator and target of the task briefing presented before them is indeed peculiar. However strange it may be, they have never shied away from profit. As long as the rewards are substantial enough, what task would they dare to refuse? To outsiders, the highly trained and cold-blooded assassins are merely mass-produced clones. Managing their numbers means that a few casualties do not affect them in the slightest. At the New York branch, the head of operations closed the task briefing and passed it to his secretary, stating calmly, "Send Agent 47 to complete the mission." They possess their own intelligence network, but it is evident that it cannot compare to the information system that Pierce commands. After all, not everyone can simultaneously be the head of Hydra, a minister of the World Security Council, and the director of SHIELD. Thus, although there were suspicions surrounding Li Wei's identity, they remained unaware that he was directly connected to the tragic events at Textile Factory No. 17, nor did they comprehend that he had obliterated a millennium-old assassin organization, the Brotherhood, in mere minutes. As for conducting a thorough investigation, the mission briefing did not afford them the luxury of time. They had to either accept the task at hand or relinquish the resources that should have been theirs. Inside the confines of Textile Factory No. 17, Li Wei tirelessly sought out matters pertaining to the sacred water. Ultimately, his efforts bore fruit. In a remarkably desolate room at the back of the factory, he discovered a series of rectangular pits containing enigmatic liquids. As his gaze swept across the room, he caught a faint, anxious gasp. There was indeed a living soul hiding here. Li Wei mused in surprise, calling out, "Will you come out on your own, or shall I summon you?" An eerie silence ensued, lasting several seconds before the sound of shuffling emerged and a stone slab was pushed aside. Then, the splashing of water echoed as a gaunt man emerged from the pit previously concealed by the slab. "Please don't kill me. Who are you? What is your name?" "Alexei. I am Alexei Pushkin." "Alexei, are you Russian?" Li Wei scrutinized Alexei with skepticism. "Yes, I am Russian," Alexei nodded, his eyes betraying a sense of trepidation. Observing Alexei's emaciated form, Li Wei found himself reassessing the robust image of Russians capable of grappling with grizzly bears that had previously occupied his mind. "Why are you so thin, Russian?" Faced with this unexpected question, Alexei fidgeted nervously, intertwining his hands. I was born this way. Not every Russian can become so strong." "Very well, Alexei," Li Wei replied casually. "Might you enlighten me as to why you are hiding here?" "I'm a pharmacist." "A pharmacist?" Li Wei abruptly turned around. "What kind of medicine do you make?" "That one." Alexei gestured towards the liquid in the pit. "This potion accelerates the healing of wounds. Injuries that would ordinarily take a long time to mend can be healed within hours when immersed in this." "Sacred water?" Alexei hesitated momentarily before recalling the term. Nodding eagerly, Yes, it was indeed once called sacred water, though no one refers to it as such anymore." Excellent. Li Wei nodded with delight, feeling that the phrase, "a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step," aptly encapsulated his current sentiment. He had initially thought he might only uncover a small quantity of the potion, yet unexpectedly, he had discovered someone capable of mass-producing it, with the formula in hand. The task ahead seemed significantly more manageable. Upon reflecting on this, Levi's gaze towards Alexei shifted dramatically. He was taken aback to discover that this seemingly unsavory character, devoid of any quintessential Russian flair, was indeed a rare talent. Do you know how to concoct these potions? Yes. Excellent. Provide me with the formula, and I shall spare your life. All right. Realizing that he might have a chance of survival, Alexei breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly darted away to retrieve an ancient piece of parchment from a dilapidated wooden drawer. This contains the formula for holy water. Taking the parchment, Levi scanned it swiftly. Not only did it detail the recipe for holy water, but also included instructions for its application, making it quite comprehensive. After a brief pause, Levi turned his gaze back to Alexei. Are you certain this is authentic? Absolutely, Alexei replied confidently. I have always crafted potions according to this formula. Levi folded the parchment neatly and tucked it into his pocket, nodding in acknowledgement. I keep my word. You may leave now. Thank you, Alexei exclaimed. By the way, it would be wise for you to ensure your own demise, for if the formula for holy water were to circulate, I might become quite irate. Understood. Levi was indifferent to how Alexei might extricate himself from this predicament. He was merely pleased to have acquired the formula for holy water, deeming his journey worthwhile. From a superhuman perspective, holy water held little significance for him, yet one could never be too certain of when it might prove useful. Possessing holy water, yet failing to utilize, it was a concept starkly different from lacking it altogether. Levi had indeed pondered the possibility that the formula in his possession could be a forgery, yet he felt no immediate concern. After all, Alexei was still alive, and should any discrepancies arise, he could always seek him out. He spared Alexei's life partly because the latter bore him no ill will. There was little necessity to eliminate him, and partly to maintain a lifeline. If it turned out that the formula was indeed false, he could confront Alexei and perhaps find a remedy, or at the very least, ensure he would face consequences. As for the potential risks of leaving him alive, upon careful consideration, Levi had already identified numerous adversaries, including the Brotherhood, the Blood Clan, the Continental Hotel, and Hydra. Alexei, an assassin with a bloody track record, was unlikely to ally with the police. The odds of that were exceedingly slim, given that he would not collaborate with law enforcement. What other dark forces could possibly rival the aforementioned entities? In this scenario, what threat could surpass the repercussions of offending such powerful factions? Chapter 38. Is Sloane dead? It was no surprise that Alexei, the assassin who had managed to survive Levi's onslaught, managed to create a dark, gaping hole reminiscent of a rat's burrow amidst the chaos in the textile factory. Like a rodent, he swiftly scurried into this foul-smelling opening, vanishing from sight in an instant. Descending into the sewer, is it? Levi's lips curled slightly, abandoning the notion of crawling through a dog hole like Alexei. With his speed reaching 3 Mach, he could easily saunter out amidst the police encirclement. The New York City government had yet to indulge in the extravagance of extensive high-speed camera installations. Thus, once Levi took flight, no camera could capture his presence. Even if by chance a camera did catch a glimpse, it would be merely a blurred silhouette. Amidst the shrill wails of police sirens, the New York police swiftly surrounded the entire textile factory in number 17. However, faced with the thick, billowing smoke emanating from the factory, not a single officer dared to advance. If their purpose were solely to apprehend a criminal, they would have already ventured inside to investigate. Yet given the ongoing fire, the situation fell outside their jurisdiction. To alleviate the pressure on the subsequent firefighting teams, they refrained from entering the scene, lest they be carried out horizontally after entering vertically. Thus, the officers who had arrived early maintained the perimeter, watching the flames and toxic smoke until the firefighters extinguished the blaze, at which point they would prepare to enter. At that moment, an unexpected figure emerged. "We shall take over from here," Nick Fury stated, standing confidently before George Stacy, the chief of the New York Police Department. As he presented his credentials, upon seeing the familiar identification in Fury's hands, George felt a tumult of emotions. "I have been waiting here for half an hour, and now you tell me this is under your jurisdiction? Impossible." However, as he realized Fury's credentials were indeed authentic, George had no choice but to acquiesce. Fury, not one to prolong the charade, withdrew his wallet, flipped a page, and presented it once more. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics now assumes full control here. If you have any inquiries, you may address them to the World Security Council. George, utterly perplexed, gazed at Fury with a look of bewilderment. He had never anticipated that this unexpected figure would wield such authority. And recognizing that he could not challenge the World Security Council, he chose to relent. All personnel, stand down. While the police maintained a close collaboration with local authorities, the agents behind Fury possessed far greater experience in handling extraordinary incidents, rendering the NYPD unnecessary in this instance. As for the matter of credentials, George believed in the possibility of forgery, yet the existence of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense was so obscure that few even knew it existed, let alone the notion of forgery. Casting one last resentful glance at the unflappable Fury, George turned away, departing the scene. Watching George retreat, Fury stepped into the remnants of the factory, now reduced to rubble, pausing momentarily before crossing the collapsed iron gate. He had thoroughly reviewed the documents Pierce had provided him. The document contains scan information. Indeed, one might say it is exceedingly limited. However, this very limitation lends an air of undeniable authenticity to Fury's belief. The vagrant, linked to multiple assassinations, is suspected of having slain the arms dealer Marshall and the Chicago Marquis, pursued by the Continental Hotel, where he retaliated against dozens of assassins. Though this string of characters appears rather bizarre and absurd when juxtaposed, Fury's keen intuition suggests that beneath this seemingly absurd narrative lies a wealth of concealed secrets. Understanding that all the truths are enshrined within Levi, Fury realizes that the investigation at the textile factory is likely to yield little success. Yet, his professional integrity compels him to pursue every possible lead. The name of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support, indeed, reflects a distinctly Western style of nomenclature, reminiscent of an elderly lady's long and malodorous foot bindings. In the shadows, Levi, moving at supersonic speed, gracefully exited the blockade of the textile factory, all while eavesdropping on a conversation between Fury and George, from which he gleaned some intriguing information. For the moment, he decided to note these details, cognizant that his immediate concern was not to ponder the chaotic affairs of the Bureau, but to resolve the troublesome Sloan, who was several miles away. At supersonic speeds, a few kilometers amounted to mere seconds for Levi, and upon spotting Sloan, who had just set down his phone, he intruded upon the scene. "Who were you calling?" Levi suddenly appeared in the room, snatching the phone from Sloan's hand, adeptly accessing the contact list, revealing a series of rather peculiar phone numbers. "Could you enlighten me as to whose number this is?" Taken aback by Levi's sudden entrance, Sloan momentarily faltered, then regained his composure. "Levi Daler, I've been waiting for you. Is that so?" Levi smiled. "I've been searching for you as well. By the way, let me inform you that I just paid a visit to the textile factory, though you likely already know that, don't you?" He waved the phone. "Now tell me, whose number is this?" "The Continental Hotel S," Sloan replied with remarkable calmness, even leisurely preparing himself a cup of coffee. "As you suspected, the pursuit against you by the Continental Hotel was orchestrated through me. While I must express my gratitude," Levi chuckled, extracting the phone's battery and stowing the lifeless device in his pocket. "Now, let us discuss what you intend to offer in exchange for your life." "I possess nothing of value to give you," Sloan replied, lounging on the sofa, nonchalantly sipping his coffee. "The Brotherhood no longer exists, and you found me. I doubt you will let me go." Seeing Sloan's uncooperative demeanor, Levi, with a smile that bore no warmth, threatened, "Have you ever heard of torture?" "Of course." Setting down his coffee cup, Sloan glanced at his watch. "3, what are you doing?" Levi instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Shifting his stance and fixating his gaze intently on Sloan, undeterred, continued the countdown with an air of calmness. "Silence. There's no time left." He glanced back at the coffee and smiled at Levi, saying, "You shouldn't have let me drink that cup of coffee." "What?" As the words left his lips, Sloan's previously composed expression began to contort, and his body grew rigid. In mere moments, he succumbed to lifelessness. Chapter 39. The Assassin. 47. Witnessing Sloan's demise before him. Levi's countenance darkened, not solely due to the death itself, but more so because he had failed to perceive the trickery Sloan had executed right in front of him. "Coffee." Recalling Sloan's last words, Levi's gaze turned towards the cup of coffee on the table, still exuding an enticing aroma. Was it poisoned? Doubt gnawed at him as he paced the room. After a fit of frenzied barking, he returned with a hunting dog, pouring the coffee down its throat. Within seconds, the incessantly barking dog collapsed onto the floor. "Damn, The realization that he had watched Sloane consume a cup of lethal coffee gnawed at Levi's mind with a deeper regret. He had considered various scenarios. Sloane might have rigged the room with explosives to meet his end, set a trap in advance, or perhaps stage his own death with a substitute. However, he had never anticipated that this man would calmly prepare and drink a cup of poison right before him. Sloane's demeanor was unnervingly tranquil, as if he were savoring a mere cup of coffee rather than a deadly brew, which had prevented Levi from detecting any signs of deceit. Observing the lifeless body slumped on the sofa, Levi fell into a long silence before slowly raising his gun and aiming at the center of the corpse's forehead. Bang! Having encountered the phenomenon of feigned death in the game before, and having already been deceived by Sloane's act of suicide, Levi was unwilling to suffer a second time. He decisively fired another shot into the body, ensuring no future threats would arise. What a stroke of misfortune. He had come here only to gain nothing. Minutes later, having scoured the room without finding anything of value, Levi cursed under his breath as he exited through the door. He had thoroughly searched the entire house, and aside from a few banknotes, some credit cards, and a seal bearing 2 blood fingerprints, he discovered nothing of worth. This trip had indeed been in vain. Sloane's poverty was an unforeseen aspect for Levi. Had it not been for the $100,000 he had pilfered from Marshall during their last encounter, he would have been left to drool over the array of culinary delights that New York City had to offer. As a superhuman, he could sustain his physical needs through an inexplicable energy source. Yet sometimes, eating was not merely about satiation, but rather about savoring flavors. That night, beneath the towering Empire State Building in Manhattan, Levi's arms were laden with an assortment of foods as he admired the iconic structure, relishing in those long-awaited tastes. Yet, alas, the joy of such moments is always fleeting. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit and donning black leather gloves, the bald man silently traversed the street, a black briefcase in hand. The dim yellow light illuminated his smooth scalp, revealing distinct dark stripes at the back of his head. Upon ascending to the rooftop, he opened the briefcase, his expression devoid of emotion. Within moments, a sleek black sniper rifle was meticulously assembled, its elongated barrel protruding over the edge of the rooftop, aimed steadily at the neighborhood where Li Wei was situated. Lowering his gaze, 47 adjusted the scope, aligning Li Wei, who was meandering through the crowd. Precisely within the crosshairs, target locked, a chilling aura of intent hung in the air. Almost simultaneously with 47's aim, Li Wei's previously languid demeanor sharpened. He turned to look, his penetrating gaze seemingly disregarding the distance, locking directly onto 47's cold, emotionless eyes. Found you. With a slight constriction of his pupils, 47 met Li Wei's gaze through the scope for a fleeting moment, causing his finger poised on the trigger to momentarily falter. In the next instant, he resolutely abandoned the shot, releasing the lock on the steel cable reel and tossing it aside, leaping from the rooftop with agility. The swift whir of the steel cable reel echoed as gravity aided him in an exhilarating descent of several meters in mere seconds. Releasing his grip on the cable, 47 displayed no signs of haste, yet abruptly halted his forward momentum, raising his gaze to meet that of the man before him. "Ah, it's you." Upon recognizing the figure before him, Li Wei couldn't help but smile. 47? For an avid gamer, Li Wei might not be familiar with many individuals. Yet this seemingly ruthless assassin, known as Agent 47, was certainly an exception. 47, a clone assassin employed by a national killer organization, was the epitome of a genetically engineered perfect killer. The selection from multiple ethnicities endowed him with an astute intellect, granting him formidable learning capabilities to acquire extensive knowledge. Enhanced through genetic modification, he possessed physical attributes far superior to the average person, enabling him to excel in combat and firearms proficiency. The absence of moral education allowed him to execute assassination missions with ruthless precision, yet it also instilled within him a personal set of boundaries and standards. In a sense, when 47 was engaged in his assignments, he bore no distinction from an ordinary individual. This signified a crucial truth. 47 was capable of communication and interaction. However, it was evident that this particular moment and setting were ill-suited for dialogue. Regardless of whether you intended to reach for the handgun at your right or the silver dancer concealed within your grasp, I would strongly advise against such actions. A single glance was all it took for Li Wei to pierce through 47's suit, discerning the weapons that could potentially pose a threat to him. Before any action could be taken, Li Wei discerned 47's intentions, and a subtle shift appeared in 47's gaze. However, adhering to the principles of his profession, he felt no desire to communicate with Li Wei. Instead, he scrutinized his surroundings, seeking any opportunity for leverage. "Do not entertain such thoughts," Li Wei chuckled. "I know you better than you know yourself." Within the realm of the game, he orchestrated 47's execution of numerous high-caliber assassination missions. And under the guidance of a meticulously structured series of tasks, who could fathom 47's modus operandi better than he, the player? Unless 47 were to alter his approach, his thoughts would invariably elude concealment from Li Wei, for he too had once painstakingly fulfilled his missions in a similar manner. Now, having arrived in this world and filled in the gaps of his knowledge, Li Wei's understanding of 47 would only deepen. After all, 47 was merely a genetically engineered clone, with certain inherent flaws that were conspicuously evident and not easily amendable. This was a pivotal reason behind Li Wei's assertion of his profound understanding of him. Since his arrival in this world, Li Wei had not encountered anyone familiar. Now, having finally come across a character with whom he had spent hundreds of hours, albeit a mere game figure, he was willing to dedicate some time to enjoy the company of this genuine 47. Chapter 40. Codename 47. Unlike the majority of assassins, although 47 was a meticulously crafted perfect killer, he was not an entirely emotionless machine. Each of his assassination endeavors, while characterized by precision and efficiency, was imbued with an underlying sense of vigilance. They needed to ensure that 47 remained under their control. Regrettably, their capacity for brainwashing paled in comparison to that of Hydra. Consequently, over time, 47 had repeatedly broken free from their grasp, and although he inexplicably returned, it was undeniable that freedom began to emerge as a coveted pursuit for him. This was yet another allure for Li Wei to engage with him. If they could send someone to eliminate him, Li Wei could certainly abscond with their finest weapon. When they eventually realized that their sharpest instrument had turned against them, the expressions on the faces of their higher-ups would undoubtedly be priceless. Li Wei's demeanor was notably relaxed, providing 47 with an invisible cue that if he could manage to alleviate Li Wei's wariness, perhaps he might still seize an opportunity. Let's depart. This is not a place for conversation. Discarding the skewer in his hand into a nearby trash bin, Li Wei regarded 47 and gestured towards the dimly lit street. "Where shall we converse? Once our discussion concludes, you may retrieve your sniper rifle from the rooftop." After a moment of silence, as 47 recalled how Li Wei had appeared before him in mere seconds from hundreds of meters away, he promptly abandoned his escape plan. He was a killer, not a sprinter. He had no intention of competing with Li Wei in a race. As Li Wei's figure vanished into the shadows ahead, 47 drew his handgun and followed closely behind. A dull thud echoed as a body collided with something, followed by the clatter of a toppled trash bin. Observing Li Wei toying with the silver dancer snatched from him, 47's eyes burned with fury. Though he refrained from making any unnecessary movements in the face of the gun barrel that occasionally brushed past him. "I warned you not to think about reaching for your weapon, yet you refused to heed my words. Now, your silver dancer is slipping away from you." Li Wei secured 2 silver handguns behind him, a cheerful expression on his face as he regarded the somber 47. "Now, shall we engage in a proper discussion? Return my gun to me." Ignoring the fact that his bespoke suit was now utterly ruined, 47's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, remained fixed on Li Wei. "Return my gun to me." That seems rather unlikely. Li Wei knew the significance of the silver dancer to 47. Since his inception as an assassin, the silver dancer had accompanied him, and the time and energy 47 expended on it far surpassed that of a mere tool. By mastering the silver dancer, Li Wei effectively held 47's key. As long as those 2 guns remained his possession, 47 would undoubtedly attempt to reclaim them. Without them, it could only be said that the 47 of your might no longer exist in his mind. However, if you are willing to converse earnestly, perhaps I might consider not dismantling it, and one day you could once again hold it in your grasp. "What do you wish to discuss?" "I wish to talk about matters concerning you and me," Li Wei replied calmly. "Do you remember the Romanian Blood Knight? Or Father Vittorio?" Upon hearing these words escape Li Wei's lips, 47's expression shifted. The Romanian Blood Knight had directly led to his first escape, and it was during this incident that he began to feel disoriented regarding his identity as an assassin. ultimately gaining a sense of self after the affair with Father Vittorio. Apart from himself, there should be no one else aware of the profound impact that the Romanian Blood Knight and the priest had on him. Yet Li Wei effortlessly unveiled a truth that even he had merely speculated. This prompted 47 to ponder whether Li Wei had played a role in those events. After all, his memories were so fragmented that he had forgotten many crucial details. Do not gaze at me with such eyes. Meeting 47's gaze, Li Wei remained unperturbed. I merely possess knowledge of these events, but knowing does not necessitate playing a role within them. However, do you genuinely relish this life of yours? To kill more in the name of work. Is this your pursuit of justice since leaving the church? This is merely my justice, one that has nothing to do with you. The dim light casts shadows, obscuring half of 47's face in darkness. What exactly do you wish to convey? We can collaborate. Before Li Wei could finish his statement, 47 was quick to refuse. I will not conspire with my target to obliterate them. What does that imply? The audacity to attempt my assassination irks me. Li Wei remarked, you are still being controlled. Do you willingly accept this fate? Now, if we join forces, working in tandem, we can achieve complete destruction. In that case, I will live freely, and you will pursue your justice without hindrance. By the way, should you choose to cooperate, your silver dancer could be returned to you. It will never be utterly destroyed. 47's voice was low. Without this, other threats will inevitably arise. It is an unfeasible endeavor. If one can be obliterated, so too can a second. Li Wei responded, if you do not attempt to annihilate the first, you will never destroy any. The relationship between 47 and Li Wei was not merely hierarchical, it was intricate. 47 was employed, yet the enigmatic organization that created him merely tolerated his presence, utilizing financial means to hire him for various tasks. Thus, loyalty was a foreign concept to 47, who often disregarded the assassin's code throughout his extensive career. He could eliminate one client and subsequently accept payment to eliminate the very client he had just parted ways with. Loyalty? Morality? Were those? Therefore, when Li Wei proposed a plan for annihilation, 47 did not immediately dismiss it. With keen perception, formidable combat abilities, and an imposing presence, combined with Li Wei's evident understanding of the situation, 47 began to contemplate the possibility of collaborating with him for destruction. After nearly a decade of betrayals, betraying once more held little consequence. As long as an ideal assassin remained elusive, he was willing to reconcile with 47. For Li Wei, if he could entice 47 into his ranks, he would undoubtedly gain an advantage in countering the scrutiny from the Continental Hotel. Li Wei often resolved his adversaries with brute force, whereas 47 excelled in intelligence, gathering, and covert assassinations, operating on entirely different wavelengths. Their complementary skills might yield unforeseen benefits. After a moment of contemplation regarding Li Wei's capabilities, 47 lifted his gaze and declared, a pleasant collaboration. Receiving the desired response from 47, Li Wei couldn't help but smile. A pleasant collaboration. 47 regarded Li Wei calmly, noticing his apparent lack of awareness, before reminding him, my gun. Though in the game, the Silver Dancer was merely a fade, the present circumstances were far from a game, even if the real Silver Dancer were merely a prop. The years of meticulous care and modifications had ensured its quality surpassed that of the modified handgun Li Wei had previously seized. Li Wei now harbored doubts. Perhaps 47's agreement to collaborate was, in significant part, motivated by the prospect of reclaiming the Silver Dancer. Li Wei had indeed intended to test the feel of the Silver Dancer, but now that 47 had agreed to collaborate and requested a firearm, he saw no reason to cling stubbornly to his initial intent. Thus, he removed the dual pistols, which had barely warmed against his waist, and with a swift motion, he returned them to 47, stating, I've returned your weapon. Next time, refrain from pointing it at me. 47, receiving the cherished Silver Dancer, examined it meticulously before stowing it away once more, asserting, I will not aim my weapon at a partner. Unless, of course, you have already eliminated him from your list of collaborators? Li Wei retorted. 47's expression remained inscrutable, and he offered no response. Regarding your assassination task, I shall not pursue it further, but I will soon find someone to take my place. Such tranquility will not endure for long. That's of little concern, Li Wei shrugged, his tone lighthearted. Those others are unlike you. They hold no potential for collaboration. When the time comes, I shall simply eliminate them. For the moment, he felt no urgency regarding the situation, as his priority was to resolve matters pertaining to the Continental Hotel. That group of amateur assassins was not particularly skilled, yet they were relentless in their endeavors, displaying an inexplicable audacity. While he bore no moral qualms about eliminating them, he acknowledged that excessive killings could become burdensome. If you're referring to the Continental Hotel under the jurisdiction of the High Table, it is indeed intertwined with it. What did you say? Li Wei abruptly turned to 47. The Continental Hotel is connected. It is one of the 12 seats of the High Table. Although he often operates outside the Continental Hotel's framework, if you intend to confront the Continental Hotel, it is an obstacle you cannot bypass. 47 responded calmly. It seems you face more than one adversary. Indeed, more than one. Reflecting on his recent tribulations, Li Wei donned a mask of anguish. Having dealt with the death decree issued by one elder, now another has emerged, and it appears endless. You have limited options. Have you made your decision? Not yet. Li Wei shook his head. My original plan was to identify the elder who issued the death decree, compel him to rescind it, or meet with an untimely demise. However, now that matters have escalated, it can no longer be so straightforward. It could be that simple. 47's words caught Li Wei off guard. Due to overlapping interests and operating outside the Continental Hotel's framework, if you only intend to target one individual among the 12, I will not intervene directly in the short term. Upon hearing this, Li Wei immediately grasped 47's implication and seized the opportunity to continue. So, I can first find a way to resolve the death decree hanging over me, and subsequently eliminate the threat before the Continental Hotel issues another decree. Thus, the foremost issue to confront was how he could locate the elder responsible for the death decree. Sloan is dead, he muttered. No, wait. Li Wei suddenly rakayat, his eyes widening in realization. Indeed, a black man was found dead in Sloan's villa. But how can I be certain that the deceased was Sloan himself? Upon reflecting on this, Li Wei hastily retrieved all the items he had found in the Sloan villa and laid them out before 47. Please help me determine if there is anything here that you recognize. The blood oath emblem. Without the slightest hesitation, 47 picked up the silver disc imprinted with 2 blood fingerprints, an object Li Wei had never comprehended the purpose of. What is its function? In a blood oath, the party in possession of the emblem can demand the other party to unconditionally perform any task, 47 explained, including compelling them to end their own life. 47 glanced at Li Wei and placed the blood oath emblem back down. Yes, but no one would squander a blood oath to command the other to commit suicide. That is not necessarily the case. Reflecting on his own experiences within the villa, Li Wei felt he had unraveled the mystery. It was evident that the deceased individual bearing the blood oath emblem was not Sloan himself, but rather a hapless soul bound by a blood oath to him. As for the whereabouts of Sloan, while it remained uncertain for the moment, it was clear that this wretched being was still alive. The task at hand had become considerably simpler. Locate the elusive Sloan and subsequently trace back to that elder. And everything would come to a conclusion. Whether to persuade the elder to revoke the death order or to orchestrate an untimely demise could be assessed later. The thought process was already in place, leaving only the steps to solve the problem. With this in mind, Li Wei turned his gaze back to 47. The next move is yours, as long as you can uncover the whereabouts of Sloan from the Brotherhood. The issue will soon be resolved. It requires time and money. Yamaware, Li Wei nodded. I have someone who might be able to procure intelligence, which could save time. As for money, he paused, casting a glance at the empty street behind them. The gang had plenty of funds. Understanding Li Wei's implication, 47 preemptively stated, those individuals are not worth my involvement. Understood. Just assist me in gathering intelligence. This is a task I excel in. After stretching and affirming their course of action for the upcoming period, Li Wei felt considerably more at ease. Just as he was about to part ways with 47, he recalled an important matter and called out to him. Since you have chosen to betray, you ought to change your name. I do not require a name. 47 replied firmly. I am simply 47. No, Li Wei shook his head. Previously, you were the assassin 47. Now, having abandoned the past, you should be known as codename 47. Chapter 41. The Donald Gang 47 was set to gather intelligence, and it was clear that he could not take along Li Wei, a complete novice. Thus, the two parted ways in the dimly lit alley. Considering that 47 was already aware of Klaus's existence, Li Wei decided to give Klaus a call. The information you provided was insufficient. Sloan is not dead. I am aware. Klaus replied amid a cacophony of background noise. The one who perished in his residence was a decoy. I am currently searching for him and should have results soon. I hope that your next message will be more precise. Levi took a bite of his snack and casually remarked, I have something to tell you. I found an accomplice who will also keep an eye on Sloan. You two must avoid crossing paths. An accomplice? Klaus initially expressed surprise, then quickly comprehended. What are their characteristics? Do you know 47? Klaus fell silent for a moment, then stated, Understood. I will be cautious not to encounter him. That would be for the best. Levi nodded. After ending the call, he realized he had unknowingly wandered into a rather secluded street. Standing still, Levi continued to munch on his snack, lost in thought. I wonder where I can find those affluent gangsters. Just as he pondered where to seek financial assistance from the gangs, a familiar voice resonated behind him. Turning around, he found himself face to face with several gang members wielding firearms and sporting dreadlocks. Hand over your money, or I'll be forced to introduce you to the business end of my gun. Levi tilted his head slightly, a strange smile suddenly gracing his face as his figure vanished in an instant. Bang! Quiet. Levi pressed down once more, his stern expression and the dark muzzle of the gun immediately silencing the thug who was howling in agony from a dislocated bone. I have money. I'll give it all to you. Please, let me go. I don't want your money. Levi glanced at the meager bills in the pockets of the thugs and chuckled inwardly. Such a paltry sum was hardly sufficient. He just spent over $100 on snacks alone. Upon hearing Levi's disinterest in cash, the thug's heart sank. They pondered. If they were to refuse money, it could only mean one thing, something far more valuable, their lives. In light of this realization, terror painted their faces. No, don't kill me. Please, I can still. Enough, Levi interjected without hesitation. I need to ask you something. Are there any well-known gangs around here? You know, the kind that are quite prosperous? The thugs exchanged bewildered glances. Upon hearing Levi's intent to rob the wealthy, their hearts raced once more. This inquiry was clearly aimed at redistributing wealth, and should the targeted gangs catch wind of it, the consequences for the three of them would be far worse than death. Realizing the potential repercussions, they shook their heads fervently. No, we can't say that. If those people find out, we'll wish we were dead. Levi nodded thoughtfully, then revealed a disarming smile, his intimidation evident. You know, someone once told me that injecting contaminated substances into a person's bloodstream renders them worse than dead. Would you like to experience that? As he spoke, Levi cast a glance at a nearby trash bin, for which murky liquid seeped. Perfect timing. It seems that bin contains quite a bit of contaminated fluid. We'll tell you. In his mind, he envisioned the repulsive slush coursing through his veins, and those few individuals gazed at Levi as if he were a demon incarnate, their fear eclipsing even the might of the gang. The Donald gang, originating from Hell's Kitchen, was exceedingly affluent. Indeed, upon hearing this rather perplexing name, Levi's expression turned quizzical. Isn't that the name of Donald Duck? Do you think I've never watched Mickey Mouse? No. They are genuinely called the Donald gang. As Levi appeared bewildered, the others hastily elaborated. Their leader is named Donald, aspiring to be as wealthy as Donald Duck, hence the name. They deal in pharmaceuticals, and they're extraordinarily rich. Pharmaceuticals? Levi struggled to comprehend momentarily. Are we talking about powdered substances? No, not that. One of the thugs shook his head. We're referring to medication, the kind that cures ailments. They smuggle drugs for profit, amassing wealth even greater than that of drug traffickers. Smuggling drugs is more lucrative than narcotics? Levi found himself increasingly perplexed. He was aware that the profit margins for medications surpassed those of illicit drugs. Yet the notion that in America, the drug smuggling trade could eclipse narcotics was quite astonishing. Were they truly operating on such a grand scale without paying taxes? Did they not fear the IRS? While Levi remained silent, the others continued to pour forth their knowledge about the Donald gang, as if spilling beans. The Donald gang was one of the few factions in Hell's Kitchen that profited solely from drug smuggling, with a leader named Donald Boginson. However, everyone knew that the true mastermind behind the Donald gang was the underground kingpin, Jin Bin. That name sounds vaguely familiar. I recall those three miscreants in my dorm mentioning him. He seemed to be just a rather formidable commoner. After giving a few slaps to the back of the thugs' heads to ensure they would be incapacitated for a considerable time, Levi stroked his chin and departed. If this Donald gang is under Gene Bin's control, should I still proceed with the heist? Perhaps it was wiser not to rob them. He found himself quite tempted. The intel from those thugs indicated that under Gene Bin's protection, the Donald gang's defenses were not stringent, even bordering on lax, making the prospect of robbing them exceedingly simple. To find another gang as wealthy as the Donald gang, one would likely have to turn to arms dealers or drug traffickers. Yet, to initiate a robbery against Gene Bin, the kingpin of New York's underworld, engaging in such an act would undoubtedly incite the ire of yet another dark force. How many adversaries had he already made? It seemed this gang would not add significantly to his list. To hell with it, I'll rob them, he thought defiantly. I'm not afraid of the continental hotels that dominate the world. What is a New York gang lord to me? Clenching his fists and steadying his resolve, Levi no longer hesitated. With determination coursing through him, he sprinted towards the dock where the Donald gang was stationed. When one's vitality wanes, intellect becomes paramount. Yet, when vitality is abundant, one can simply charge forth. At the Hudson River dock in Hell's Kitchen, amidst the night-esque shroud, a flickering light suddenly illuminated the river, only to extinguish moments later. After a brief, sharp whistle of a horn, a fishing vessel quietly docked, and several shadowy figures leaped from its deck. So how are things? Is everything ready? Chapter 42. The Superhero. Rest assured, it has long been prepared. Donald stepped forward to shake hands with the newcomers, subtly gesturing to his followers behind him. I personally oversaw the arrangements. There are absolutely no issues. What do you say? Shall we inspect it? Upon hearing that the goods were ready, a hint of a smile appeared on the visitor's face. After collaborating for so long, there's a measure of trust between us. Let's not waste words. Hurry and load the ship. If we're discovered, it will be problematic. Fear not, Donald chuckled heartily. This entire area is under Mr. Kingpin's domain. No officer would dare to patrol here. I am not speaking of the police. The visitor glanced around warily. I am referring to that mentally unstable retired lunatic. I've heard he has been causing quite a stir in Hell's Kitchen recently. Do not worry, Donald sneered. That one they call the Punisher will not disrupt our dealings. Once Kingpin has no use for him, he will fade into oblivion. Utilize him? A look of shock crossed the visitor's face. Are you implying that you are employing him to eliminate? You need only know what is necessary, Donald interrupted. For the sake of our business, you won't speak of this, will you? Of course not. Who would jeopardize their finances? If he poses no threat to our enterprise, what could be more perfect than this? As they exchanged glances, laughter erupted between them, for to their eyes, the boxes of pharmaceuticals represented stacks of cash. Before long, having left behind several briefcases filled with millions in cash, the fishing vessel laden with drugs silently slipped away from the dock, vanishing into the dark waters within mere minutes. Let us go. Time to celebrate, Donald exclaimed, patting the ink-scented bills. His face radiated joy, for even after handing over a substantial cut to Kingpin, what remained would suffice for indulgences. Yet, before he and his men could venture far, a fierce gust of wind howled past him, and a sudden jolt in his head preceded a sharp pain. Darkness enveloped him. The last sight that registered before he collapsed was a ghostly figure and the sight of his fallen comrades strewn about. It was over. A silent scream echoed within him. And then Donald succumbed to unconsciousness. Perfect, Levi exclaimed, grasping a briefcase, wearing the very smile that had once adorned Donald's face. He had anticipated that the heist might require considerable effort, yet serendipitously encountered Donald conducting a drug smuggling operation at the dock. Now, this saved him the trouble of infiltrating Donald's stronghold. A swift dash and a strike to each of them allowed him to effortlessly claim the millions from this smuggling venture as his own. Regarding Donald and his associates, their sustainable development is an exceedingly critical measure. As long as the smuggling of pharmaceuticals persists, one cannot dismiss the possibility that Levi may strike again at any moment. As for whether Gene Bing would be enraged, it matters little to Levi. He is indifferent to Gene Bing's feelings now that the money is in hand. Can his anger rival that of the Continental Hotel, or surpass that of Hydra? I fear it pales in comparison to either. A few hours later, the unconscious Donald and his entourage were roused by arriving members of their gang. Shortly thereafter, Donald, with his head bowed like a frightened quail, stood nervously before Gene Bing. I entrusted you with this smuggling operation, and this is how you repay me? You lacked any defensive measures and failed to procure even a shred of useful intelligence. Loosening his tie, Jean Bing rose, his imposing height and physique casting ominous shadows under the lights, imbuing Donald with an overwhelming sense of dread. "I apologize, Mr. Jean Bing," Donald stammered, first acknowledging his failure before recounting the last scene he witnessed before losing consciousness. That person, moving with astonishing speed, is no ordinary gang member. "And what do you believe he is?" Jean Bing exchanged glances with his confidant, James Wesley, before turning his gaze back to Donald. "Lift your head and tell me. What do you think he is?" E. Donald's lips trembled uncontrollably, yet he dared not avert his eyes from Jean Bing's penetrating gaze. In his terror, an inexplicable word suddenly surged forth in his mind. Superhero? He is a superhero. Otherwise, he cannot possess such speed. From the glimmer in Donald's eyes, Jean Bing gleaned a wealth of information and resumed his seat, gesturing for Donald to leave. Yet he found himself musing over the term Donald had hastily invoked, superhero. In a world devoid of the Fantastic Four, the concept of superheroes is most frequently encountered within the pages of comic books, yet this does not imply their non-existence. Captain America, deemed deceased by the U.S. government, stands as a testament to the existence of superheroes, the first and only one active during World War II. Beyond Captain America, Jean Bing was aware of numerous beings exhibiting superhuman traits. He himself could be considered one, albeit only partially, though these superhumans may not qualify as true superheroes. Upon reflection, if one were to be stronger and possess a greater sense of morality, perhaps superheroes could indeed leap from the pages of comic books into reality. Jean Bing harbored a degree of skepticism regarding what Donald had encountered, yet this did not preclude him from preparing for the worst. The expansion plans must be temporarily curtailed. I must arm ourselves to the fullest. I do not wish to encounter the phenomenon of superheroes again. As for that fellow named Frank, he cannot yet be classified as a superhero. Jean Bing thought of the robust figure. Like an ordinary human, tires, suffers injuries, and possesses vulnerabilities. He has aided us significantly, and it would be prudent to allow him to continue his assistance. The events of today are far from concluded. Donald's organization has undoubtedly attracted attention for a reason. There must be a flaw somewhere in the process. James, this matter is now in your hands. Understood, Mr. Kim. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, the highly intelligent James, boasting an IQ exceeding 200, nodded before turning to orchestrate everything. As a man of intellect, James has always regarded comics as trivial entertainment, considering even Captain America merely a creation of the American government to establish a model. Much like Kim's perspective, he believed the origin of the issue lay within. Donald has been proven innocent, yet numerous others remain to be scrutinized. Donald, it appears your organizational structure is gravely flawed. Observing the individuals kneeling before him, James's gaze was cold. Leaking gang secrets is a serious offense, and you ought to know how to deal with it. I certainly understand. Donald seethed with rage at his subordinates, nearly at the brink of losing his life due to their incompetence. In the face of mortality, so-called loyalty becomes insignificant. A few gunshots rang out, adding more refuse to the Hudson River. Half an hour later, in the alley, James glanced at the lifeless bodies sprawled beneath the street lamp and turned away. Take them away. Chapter 43. The Terrorist Organization Hydra. Unsurprisingly, the thugs who disclosed Donald's secrets to Levi faced dire consequences. Yet, Kim was confronted with a dilemma. Should he take action against Levi? The Continental Hotel had issued a death warrant for Levi in New York, and those involved in the dark underbelly of society were aware, Kim included. To act would mean direct confrontation with Levi, potentially leading to severe repercussions. To refrain, however, might result in a rapid collapse of the authority he had built over the years, leaving all to know that Kim had been usurped without retaliation. One option entailed facing a formidable adversary, while the other promised total disgrace. After a brief contemplation, Kim resolved that he had never feared the provocations of an enemy. Levi remained unfazed by the attitudes of Hell's Kitchen and the New York mob. After discreetly transferring funds to 47, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. There was no need for him to meddle in Sloan's affairs. The professionals, 47 and Cross, would handle them, rendering the incompetent assassins of the Continental Hotel incapable of posing any threat. As for the seemingly formidable Hydra and the vampires, Levi had yet to encounter them again. He had attempted to inquire about the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, but to no avail. Thus, in a state of ennui, Levi grabbed a lounge chair and sought the warmth of a sunlit rooftop, relishing the surge of energy within him. As Levi felt an inexplicable energy flowing through him, akin to the mystical chi in martial arts novels, a faint creaking sound broke the silence. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a figure clad in a black trench coat, wearing a pirate-like black eye patch, a man of African descent standing before him. "I've been searching for you for quite some time," Levi remarked. "Searching for me?" Levi feigned curiosity, scrutinizing the man from head to toe. "Have you met somewhere before?" "I am Nick Fury, the director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. You may call me Fury." "Fury? The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics? What kind of organization is that?" Noticing that the man before him seemed capable of coherent conversation, Levi could not help but express his thoughts candidly. "Your organization's name is rather cumbersome and odious." "The purpose of our agency is to safeguard world peace and security," Fury replied calmly, then added, "As for the name, we have a more succinct abbreviation. SHIELD. Quite a name indeed. However, safeguarding the world's peace and security." Levi stretched his body, leaning against the rooftop parapet, gazing at Fury with keen interest. "Are you certain you can accomplish that?" Before Fury could respond, Levi pointed towards the direction of the Continental Hotel. "Let me ask you a question. Do you know what lies in that direction?" Fury cast a casual glance with the corner of his eye and promptly answered, "The Continental Hotel." "Exactly, the Continental Hotel," Levi nodded. "An international assassin organization operates right under your nose, and yet you remain oblivious. Now you dare claim to be an organization dedicated to maintaining world peace and security? Spare me. You can't even uphold peace and security in New York. Don't deceive yourselves." In response to Levi's accusation, Fury remained unfazed. "The existence of the Continental Hotel does not inherently threaten world peace and security. Assassins and killers have always existed throughout human history, yet humanity has persisted. So, you believe that I pose a threat to world peace and security? You truly have a high opinion of me." Levi laughed heartily, seemingly mocking Fury's intelligence failures. "Given your actions at the 17th Textile Factory in Chicago, you indeed possess the ability to threaten world peace and security." At this, Levi rolled his eyes. "What the Continental Hotel cannot accomplish globally, I alone can." "Huh. Whether you believe I can or cannot make a difference is irrelevant to me." Fury, maintaining his composure, retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Levi. "I wish to discuss something with you." Levi took the paper, glanced at it, and felt a slight narrowing of his pupils. His hand trembled, and the powerful wind resistance from his supersonic movement shattered the paper to pieces. He then looked up at Fury. "All right, since I'm rather unoccupied, if you wish to converse, I shall oblige. But are you certain you want to keep that surveillance device on you?" Fury paused momentarily before, as suggested by Levi, he reached to deactivate the surveillance device on him. "Now, can we have a proper conversation?" "Of course." Levi nodded, reclining back onto the chair. "I apologize, but this chair can only accommodate one. You need to find a place to settle." Fury cast a penetrating glance at Levi, remaining motionless. "Why did you blow up Textile Factory number 17? I warn you, one can eat recklessly, but one should never speak carelessly. When did I ever blow up a textile factory? It was a group known as Hydra that took action. If I hadn't escaped swiftly, I might have been buried alongside it." "Wait." Levi's words made Fury's hair stand on end. His expression turned unprecedentedly grave. "What did you just say? Who took action?" "Hydra." Levi blinked, surveying Fury's face, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You seem to know what Hydra is. Just a terrorist organization from World War II. I thought they had been eradicated, yet here they are." Fury endeavored to maintain a calm tone, though Levi discerned an undercurrent of something different. A terrorist organization from World War II. Considering the timeline, it had existed for at least 60 or 70 years now. Goodness, this terrorist organization is quite formidable. It seems your SHIELD has room for improvement. We will manage the situation regarding the terrorist organization. Now, the next question. What did you witness in Textile Factory number 17? "I saw nothing." Levi stretched lazily, speaking nonsensically. "I intended to have a chat with those assassins who incessantly pester me. Unfortunately, it seems they were embroiled in infighting. I didn't encounter a single living soul and almost got blown to bits." As he spoke, Levi feigned a sigh. "Had I not found a sewer to slip into, I might have been trapped." Chapter 44. Encirclement. Certainly, Levi was not a graduate of a prestigious drama academy. His acting at this moment could only be described as rather lackluster. Yet, Fury was entirely devoid of interest in critiquing Levi's performance. In fact, the incident at Textile Factory number 17 had become secondary in his mind. Compared to Hydra, which had existed since World War II, even the Continental Hotel seemed insignificant. After all, that was a terrorist organization capable of creating energy weapons decades ago. Were it not for Captain America and the Howling Commando's successful operations, the world might not be as peaceful as it is today. After decades of development, Fury dared not imagine the extent of Hydra's power expansion. He even suspected that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated to the core by Hydra agents. Contemplating this, Fury felt a mix of trepidation and relief. Fortunately, he had deactivated the surveillance device as Levi had suggested, ensuring this conversation left no trace. Otherwise, the situation might have spiraled out of control. However, the attitude towards Levi must now undergo a transformation. In order to submit a proposal regarding Hydra to the Security Council, it is imperative that Levi, as a key party, remains unharmed. Thus, bringing Levi back to S.H.I.E.L.D. could prove to be a perilous endeavor. Observing Levi lounging in a chair, squinting in the sunlight, Fury doubted he would consent to return with him for further investigation. After a moment of contemplation, Fury devised a new plan. According to procedure, I must take you back for further questioning. Are you jesting? Levi replied without lifting his eyelids. The mere fact that I'm willing to converse with you is a courtesy extended due to your official capacity. If you think I will accompany you, you are sorely mistaken. Perfect. Levi's obstinate demeanor aligned precisely with Fury's premeditated expectations. If Levi were genuinely willing to cooperate, it would be Fury who faced the dilemma. Inviting survivors and witnesses into the precinct seemed secure, provided there were no moles within, yet Fury himself could not ascertain the extent of infiltration within S.H.I.E.L.D. Indeed, it was a matter of how many, not if there were any. Hydra had developed over decades, and it should not be able to elude the Security Council. If it could, it would suggest that the situation had escalated beyond ordinary comprehension. Thus, Fury did not regard S.H.I.E.L.D. as a safe haven. Do you understand what you are about to face? What? Levi responded nonchalantly. I am an operative and will not resort to physical measures against you, but eventually others will. Then let them try. Levi waved his hand dismissively. A logistics bureau that prides itself on safeguarding world peace, yet cannot even neutralize a terrorist organization. How amusing. In contrast to Fury's stoic demeanor, Levi's behavior appeared almost mindless, with each utterance perfectly aligning with Fury's requirements. Consequently, Fury merely gazed at Levi for a moment before turning on his heel and departing, leaving the rooftop door ajar in his hasty exit. With Fury gone, Levi reclined once more, seemingly unfazed. Yet within minutes his eyes snapped open, and in the blink of an eye, both he and the chair vanished from the rooftop. He was no fool. Although Fury had said little, Levi discerned that Hydra was not an adversary to be trifled with and likely had some connection to S.H.I.E.L.D. Remaining stationary in the face of a formidable opponent would be the folly of a simpleton. While Levi did not intend to leave New York just yet, he could not linger on the rooftop. If Fury could find him, so could others. He needed to relocate. Moravia, in the eastern region of the Czech Republic. There are many intriguing happenings and locales, but for Sloan, the most significant aspect is that this is the birthplace of the Brotherhood. After transitioning from the Brotherhood's leader to a high-table elder, Sloan resolved to return to this origin point, marking it as the site of a new beginning. Before everything began, he did not forget the troubles that clung to him. As new calls were made and a bounty of hundreds of thousands of dollars was issued, the name Klaus was added to the bounty list of the Continental Hotel. From that moment on, the hunt was not solely directed at Levi. Klaus could not escape this fate either. However, Sloan was unaware that a new assassin, Agent 47, had joined the pursuit, waiting for him to reveal himself, at which point Levi would travel great distances to exact justice. Yet at this moment, Levi found himself entangled in new dilemmas. In the chaotic streets of Hell's Kitchen, located in the Clinton administration district of New York City, numerous armed individuals began to converge from various locations, even under the bright daylight. Before them stood Levi, who had recently seized over $1 million from the notorious kingpin. As the saying goes, the most dangerous places are often the safest to evade the agents of S.H.I.L.D. Levi intended to conceal himself right under their noses. However, to preempt their potential assumptions, he decided to choose a new sunbathing spot in the very chaos of Hell's Kitchen. When a fugitive flees, the authorities' first instinct is to search the seedy underbelly of Hell's Kitchen. Yet, considering S.H.I.L.D's elite nature, they would likely suspect that Levi would avoid Hell's Kitchen and take the opposite route. At this juncture, Levi was operating on a third level of strategy. He anticipated S.H.I.L.D's predictions and hid himself within Hell's Kitchen. Initially, everything progressed smoothly. With 2 full days passing since Fury's arrival, Levi had not been approached by S.H.I.L.D. However, he overlooked a critical detail. He had recently pilfered a substantial sum from the New York crime lord, Kingpin. While Levi dismissed this incident as trivial, even subconsciously neglecting it, for Kingpin, it was a matter of utmost significance. Thus, rather than being pursued by S.H.I.L.D., Hydra, or any faction within the Continental Hotel, it was these unorganized street gang members who found him first. This encounter revealed the formidable power of the gangs within Hell's Kitchen. They accomplished what the New York police could not, effectively surrounding Levi. The filthy, chaotic streets were devoid of pedestrians, doors and windows bolted shut, while gang members armed with knives and firearms guarded every street corner. Were the glaring sun to be replaced by a bright moon, the scene would resemble a cinematic fight sequence. Regrettably, these armed ruffians, while perhaps slightly more formidable than the Axe gang members, were up against a far more dangerous adversary than that crocodile gang leader. Chapter 45. Suspicion with a gentle smile, Levi instinctively reached for his lower back, only to be momentarily taken aback by the emptiness he felt. It dawned on him that he had lost his firearm. Upon reflection, it seems that on the day the textile factory was raided, the handgun was carelessly misplaced during the exchange for a rifle. However, the absence of a firearm did not appear to pose any significant issue. To this day, Leeway still does not believe he possesses the ability to withstand bullets unscathed. Yet, when it comes to confronting the gangsters before him, the capacity to endure gunfire is utterly inconsequential. Leeway harbors ample confidence in himself. But the gangsters facing him erupted into fits of maniacal laughter, perceiving him as a fool. Ha ha ha, look at this idiot. He actually thinks he can fight us barehanded. Amidst their laughter, they brandish their weapons at Leeway, taunting, "Hey, are you a primitive man? Do you even recognize what this is? A gun. A weapon that can pierce you through with a single shot. If I were you, I would humbly kneel and surrender, lest you waste my bullets. Your life isn't worth the cost of my ammunition." Isn't it said that those Chinese are quite clever? Look at his ridiculous demeanor. He resembles a monkey. No. He doesn't just resemble one. He is a monkey. Ha ha. As Li Wei confronted the arrogant gangsters, his gaze turned icy, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. Very well. Now you have paved your own path to demise. I shall proceed without restraint. What? What did he say? An exaggerated expression crossed the face of one gangster as he looked back at his comrades. Did you hear what he just said? He claimed he would kill us. It seems we need to teach this monkey a lesson about whose territory this is. With a sudden explosive sound, Li Wei unleashed a punch at 3 times the speed of sound, his shirt sleeve torn apart by a white mist of compressed air. An intense blast of air surged forth, resembling a cannonball as it struck the gangster, accompanied by a distinct cracking sound as his chest caved in, blood gushing forth. Li Wei was not a doctor, so he could not discern where the fractured ribs had lodged, but the profuse blood flowing from the gangster's mouth made it evident that his fate was sealed. The fall of the gangster caused a brief disarray among the crowd, but within mere seconds, they became even more frenzied. Kill him. Slay this yellow-skinned monkey. Amidst the chaos, dark muzzles of guns were raised, followed by a cacophony of gunfire as countless bullets rained down upon Li Wei. Any ordinary individual, even one as legendary as Captain America, would likely find avoidance the only viable option against such indiscriminate and all-encompassing fire. Unfortunately, Li Wei was no ordinary man. With a light step, Li Wei vanished from sight, only to reappear in the midst of the crowd, crashing into them with the force of cannonball. The ground trembled as the solid concrete shattered like tempered glass, fracturing into a myriad of pieces resembling a spider's web. Upon this web, the sound barrier, capable of tearing steel asunder, rampaged like a beast unleashed from its cage, displaying its ferocious claws to the fragile mortals below. The cacophony of flesh being rent asunder resounded incessantly when the tempestuous air finally calmed. The ground was strewn with blood and remnants, resembling a scene from a sinister cult's ritual. The violent currents continued their relentless assault, yet Levi's slaughter did not wane. There was no need for him to intervene. Merely releasing the biotic field suppression over the airflow as he dashed past these thugs would unleash a sonic wave that obliterated everything in its path. In mere seconds, when Levi came to a halt, the once cacophonous street had succumbed to an eerie silence. The vibrant hues of red, white, yellow, and green fluids coated the pavement like paint, while flesh and bone lay scattered, rendering the street a veritable hell on earth. In such a gruesome environment, even Levi, the instigator, found it hard to stomach. A wave of nausea surged within him, prompting him to turn away, his expression grim. Damn it. I shall never employ this method of killing again. It is utterly repulsive. In a high-rise office in Manhattan, an unsettling quiet enveloped the space. Both James Wesley, who prided himself on his superior intellect, and Gene Bing, a seasoned veteran of the underworld, fell into silence. After a moment, Gene Bing reached for his notebook and closed it with a dry tone. Cancel all operations against him. Remember to tidy up the street a bit. Wesley remained mute, but a mere glance at him revealed the reason for his reticence. All right, you may leave now. Wesley, his eyes vacant and body rigid, nodded and hurried out, only to be met moments later by the sound of retching. Not just Wesley, but even Gene Bing himself furrowed his brow at the thought of the scene Levi had created. Yet, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath within minutes, the palpable trepidation dissipated, replaced by an unmistakable ambition threatening to overflow. A superhero. If I could harness his power, the world would kneel at my feet. Unbeknownst to Levi, an ambitious soul had set his sights upon him. At that moment, he was in a public restroom, desperately seeking relief from his discomfort. The limits of human endurance are finite, and the blood-soaked spectacle of the day was something that even seasoned soldiers might struggle to comprehend. He needed time to regain his composure, to let the sun dispel the psychological shadows that lingered. Meanwhile, news of the 47's second defection could not remain concealed for long. To be precise, it became evident the moment 47 boarded the plane bound for Moravia that he had once again slipped from Gene Bing's grasp. To assert that one is not angry in this regard would be patently impossible. However, nearly a decade of acceptance regarding 47 has illuminated the understanding that should they pursue him relentlessly, they stand to lose far more than merely a singular 471. Thus, following extensive deliberation, the pursuit of 47 was surprisingly shelved. As for the assassination of Li Wei, if previously they had harbored doubts about this mission, they could now ascertain with certainty that there was an inherent issue. The target was undoubtedly connected to 47 in some manner. It was inconceivable that a mere encounter could prompt 47's defection. Had 47 not defected, the mission could have been terminated then and there. Yet, with his betrayal, the mission could not be brought to a close. To reclaim 47, Li Wei must be eliminated, for otherwise he might incite 47 to betray them once more. Moreover, their curiosity regarding the secrets Li Wei harbored grew immensely. They even speculated that he might be a genetic warrior produced in the same batch as 47. For whatever reason, the mission could not be halted. Chapter 46. The wrath of the endless sea. The sun radiates warmth, sufficient to dispel the darkness within one's soul. For Li Wei, basking in sunlight not only greatly enhanced his strength, but also mitigated the lingering effects of the bloody hell he had endured days prior. Even though there were still reckless adversaries emerging from various corners, most were swiftly dispatched with a flick of his wrist, leaving his tranquil life utterly unperturbed. Until, from an unfathomable distance, 47 called, "Sloan has been located." Located? Li Wei's eyes widened, and he sprang from his reclined position. "Where did you find him? Do you need me to come over?" "In Moravia, Ostrava. If you wish to deal with him personally, you must act swiftly. Klaus has been exposed and is currently being hunted. Sloan has sensed something amiss and is preparing to relocate." Upon hearing 47's words, Li Wei fell into a contemplative silence. "All right, keep an eye on him. I shall be there within the hour. In response to Li Wei's fervent promise, 47 could not help but feel a flicker of doubt. Where are you right now? In New York, Li Wei replied, somewhat puzzled. What of it? Confronted with Li Wei's inquiry, 47 again fell silent before stating, the direct distance from New York to Ostrava exceeds 6,800 kilometers. You claim you can arrive in an hour? It would take no less than that. Li Wei responded vaguely. In any case, just wait for me. I will call you when I arrive. Without further regard for 47's incredulity, Li Wei ended the call, leaping from the several-meter-high rooftop, soaring like a phantom through the streets, heading straight for the overseas destination. Since Li Wei's arrival in this world, a little over 2 months had passed, augmented by 300 times his speed, while not yet reaching Mach 10, exceeded Mach 9. At a staggering speed of 9 Mach, which translates to approximately 11,000 kilometers per hour, traversing the ocean's surface becomes an exceedingly straightforward endeavor. Provided one maintains the correct course, a journey from New York to Ostrava could be comfortably accomplished within an hour. At this juncture, it is imperative to mention the remarkable utility of the biological force field. Ever since a few days prior, when Levi's attire sustained some damage due to his supersonic maneuvers on the streets, he has been diligently researching how to utilize that peculiar force field to preserve his garments. Remarkably, he has indeed found a solution. Now, not only can his clothing withstand the ferocious winds, but even the objects he holds in his hands are impervious to the pressure of breaking the sound barrier. The sole drawback lies in the fact that while safeguarding his attire, the previously contained violent airflow is partially released. The destructive force of this airflow varies from a level 4 to a level 10 gale, entirely dependent on the amount of effort Levi is willing to expend. Thanks to the protection afforded by the biological force field, he confidently asserts that he can arrive within an hour. Otherwise, without his accustomed state of undress, Levi would have to resort to alternative modes of transportation. With a thunderous roar, he glides over the ocean's surface, and upon finding himself devoid of pedestrians and structures, Levi is quite disinclined to expend any further energy to quell the raging winds. In an instant, a tempest akin to a level 10 hurricane howls across the tranquil sea, and as Levi races forth, towering waves reaching heights of 9 meters roll and roar like a ferocious dragon. As the form of this dragon elongates, satellites in the sky finally discern the extraordinary situation below. What is this? Who can elucidate what this phenomenon is? At the United Nations Security Council meeting, live footage of Levi's sprint across the ocean is projected onto the screen. The white mist and tumultuous winds engulf him, rendering his figure indistinguishable. Yet the colossal waves behind him, resembling an enraged dragon, unabashedly showcase their formidable energy to the world. Who can inform us of the nature of the being or machine that could incite such a spectacle? Alexander Pierce, I implore you to respond. We are currently investigating. Pierce internally laments, but as the director of SHIELD, confronted by the wrathful representatives of the Security Council, his responses are woefully inadequate. He yearns to admit ignorance, yet he cannot, and ironically, he truly lacks the answers. Faced with the unified pressure from the entire Security Council, Pierce feels a weight heavier than his conversations with other leaders of Hydra. The heads of Hydra merely represent a faction within the organization. Pierce himself is a leader, his power rivaling that of his counterparts, and thus he is not intimidated. However, the collective strength of the nations represented before him possesses the capability to influence and manipulate all matters on this planet, including Hydra itself. Should he be ousted from his position by the Security Council, his name may remain intact, yet his influence within Hydra would inevitably wane, potentially costing him dearly. He must devise a strategy. At the very least, he must not bear the blame. Pierce's official-sounding explanation failed to satisfy several members of the Security Council. How long do you anticipate the investigation will take? Pierce's mind raced, striving to formulate a standard response, when a sudden knock interrupted his thoughts. Who is it? Nick Fury. After a moment's hesitation, Pierce opened the door. Come in. What is it? Regarding this incident, I have identified individuals connected to it. Who? Levi Dallaire. As Fury spoke, he projected Levi's information and continued. He is linked to a recent terrorist attack, and my team has been monitoring him. However, he has just gone missing, raising suspicions of his involvement in this matter. You conclude he is implicated solely because he vanished when waves appeared on the surface? A British member scoffed. I fear this will not suffice. But with the addition of this, it will. As Fury presented more information, a series of videos emerged, forming a tightly woven chain of evidence corroborating Fury's suspicions. This reliable evidence finally restored a semblance of calm to the faces of the council members. Without engaging Fury in conversation, they turned back to Pierce. We hope you resolve this matter swiftly, so we know our funding is justified. I will. Pierce replied with a calmness that suggested he was not the one being cornered. As the videos ceased, Pierce finally addressed Fury. It seems sending you to complete the previous task was a wise decision. It was my duty, Fury replied evenly. Director, what is our next step? Wait a moment. Pierce felt a bit perplexed. I need to think this through. You continue the follow-up. Understood. Chapter 47. Resource conversion. As Pierce watched Fury's figure disappear behind the closing door, screens that had previously dimmed flickered back to life before him. Yet this time, the faces that appeared were not those of the council members, but rather unfamiliar visages. Alexander Pierce, you must provide us with a reasonable explanation. Baron Strack gazed steadily at Pierce. Given the events in New York under your jurisdiction, are you certain this will not jeopardize the implementation of the Insight program? No need to meddle, Pierce replied coolly. I have preliminarily identified his identity, and I will find a way to deal with him when the time comes. Huh. Faust chuckled derisively. According to satellite data, that entity's movement speed exceeds Mach 9. Are you confident you can handle it? Perhaps Dr. Zola can offer me some assistance. Pierce turned his gaze to a screen with a black background and an eerie green display. Impossible. A few days prior, Zola, who had recently received considerable assistance from Pierce, resolutely declined his request. All my computational resources are dedicated to the Insight program's algorithmic enhancements. I simply lack the spare capacity to assist you with that individual. Pierce was taken aback by Zola's unexpected refusal. While others may have been oblivious, he, as a key figure, was well aware of the immense computational power housed within Zola's supercomputer array. Just as he was about to respond, Zola interjected once more. However, my computer contains blueprints for some advanced weaponry that may prove beneficial. Upon hearing Zola's words, not only did Pierce's expression shift, but so did the countenances of all the other Hydra leaders present. As the de facto controllers of Hydra, they were acutely aware of the caliber of weaponry that Zola's computer held. For an extended period, they had endeavored through myriad means to procure these energy weapons, powered by the cosmic cube from Zola. Yet ensconced within the confines of DS infrastructure, Zola seemed to stand with Pierce. Although each Hydra leader harbored their own clandestine influence within none could rival Pierce's authoritative grasp as the nominal director of the organization. Moreover, Zola, maintaining his neutrality due to his identity as a scientist and superintelligence, rendered it exceedingly difficult for either faction to acquire the blueprints for those superweapons. As for collaboration, it is no exaggeration to assert that even in the face of annihilation, Hydra would refrain from cooperation. Instead, they would conceal themselves and take delight in the demise of their rivals. Since World War II, not only has certain technology in human society stagnated or regressed, specifically regarding anti-gravity and arc reactors, but Hydra itself has also experienced a similar decline. The technological tree outlined during the Red Skull's era is now beyond the reach of these Hydra leaders, thereby granting Zola as an artificial intelligence, a voice due to his mastery of various technologies. Inescapably residing within the network, Zola is essentially immortal. As long as the leaders of Hydra are disinclined to allow their rivals access to the knowledge within Zola's mind, they must engage him diplomatically to maintain his neutrality. Originally, they aimed to exert unilateral pressure on Pierce to extract some resources from him. Unexpectedly, this maneuver caused the previously neutral Zola to slightly lean towards Pierce, ultimately benefiting him. Their desire to carve out a piece of the proverbial pie was thwarted as Zola's screen dimmed, and upon glancing at Pierce, recalling the earlier confrontation, a pang of regret welled within them. Without the need for deliberation, they comprehended that obtaining those weapon blueprints from Pierce would undoubtedly require a significant investment of resources. As the now darkened screen was retracted, Pierce turned his attention back to the remaining Hydra leaders, a confident smile playing upon his lips, signifying his assured victory. Now, we can engage in discussion. How much resources are you prepared to allocate for the continued advancement of the Insight program? After a rather classic debate, Several heads of Hydra completed yet another reallocation of their resources and departed. Pierce found himself once again lost in contemplation. It was indeed surprising to him that Zola was willing to relinquish the weapon schematics he held, yet this did not bolster his confidence in confronting Levi. As a head of Hydra, an individual educated in elite circles, Pierce was acutely aware of the extraordinary energy that a being capable of moving at 9 Mach would possess. To put it bluntly, with the current defensive capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. in New York, Levi could easily penetrate their defenses at will. Engaging with such a level of non-human entity without having grasped their critical vulnerabilities was an act Pierce could not consider, no matter how grand his ambitions might be. They were Hydra, a faction that had meticulously plotted for decades with the intent to dominate the world. Unlike those insipid organizations that sought to obliterate or control without any historical foundation, they possessed intellect and depth. After much reflection, Pierce struggled to find an appropriate solution from his perspective, but upon reconsideration from a different angle, he discovered a promising strategy. Alexander Pierce, what is it that you wish to convey? This is a proposed list of candidates for the position of director. Pierce uploaded a document before several senators. I believe that appointing dynamic young leaders to S.H.I.E.L.D. may better align with the evolving tides of our times. Of course, this document was merely a suggestion, and the ceremony for the new director would only take place after the conclusion of the current crisis, the fury of the seas. Thus it remained a mere proposal. In response to Pierce's assertion, the senators did not immediately oppose, but chose to set it aside for careful consideration. Director Pierce, we will deliberate your suggestion with the utmost caution. Indeed, the notion of appointing someone else as director was the very scheme Pierce had devised. He had long contemplated the idea of Fury succeeding him, and now the opportunity presented itself perfectly. Should Fury adeptly resolve the current predicament, the position would undoubtedly be his. As for Pierce himself, he could leverage the political resources exchanged with other heads of Hydra and the merits earned from this incident to ascend to a role within the World Security Council. In this manner, with Fury as the current director and himself as the former director serving on the council, Pierce would not only remain within S.H.I.E.L.D., but also gain greater access to resources. By obtaining blueprints from Zola through the Fury of the Seas, he could trade these blueprints for resources, climbing the ranks in Lyon while simultaneously promoting his loyal subordinate to the director's position. Thus, Pierce stood to gain immensely from this intricate web of maneuvering. Chapter 48. Cover, bait upon the surface of the sea. The tumultuous waves stirred by the hurricane served as a beacon, guiding the satellites above to pinpoint Levi's location, direction, and intended destination. However, the moment Levi set foot on solid ground, the once ferocious currents were instantly subdued and contained by Levi's formidable biological field, leaving only a meager force of level 4 winds to reveal the fact of his passage. The satellite technology of this era had yet to achieve the breakthroughs of the future, without the tumultuous waves resembling white lines to serve as a guide. It was impossible for the current satellite imaging capabilities to capture Levi's presence. Satellites struggled to lock onto even high-speed fighter jets, let alone a being whose velocity reached an astonishing 9 Mach. Absent the guidance of tumult, the instant Levi touched the Earth, the satellites could no longer accurately track his figure. In the city of Ostrava, 47 found himself ensnared in silence as he gazed at the now silent telephone. He understood Levi's prowess. Yet could a human traverse over 1,000 kilometers in merely an hour? Deeply skeptical of Levi's claims, 47's professional demeanor compelled him to redirect his attention to the telescope, focusing on an unremarkable apartment 1,000 meters away. Parting the curtains just slightly, Sloan peered from the rooftop where 47 stood, addressing his assistant. "Do you see that figure over there? Attend to him." The assistant nodded and turned to retrieve his phone. Minutes later, a new task appeared on the Continental Hotel's task board, prompting more and more assassins to emerge like serpents and insects from the city's hidden nooks and crannies. Almost in unison, driven by greed and ambition, they approached the rooftop where 47 awaited, akin to sharks scenting blood. Yet, the moment the first individual stepped onto the rooftop street where 47 stood, his previously calm demeanor abruptly tightened. Lowering the telescope, his piercing gaze scanned the vicinity, absorbing every minute detail, including those hidden assassins masquerading as mere passersby. The Continental Hotel's tasks predominantly prioritized outcomes over processes. Thus, most assassins lack the finesse in disguise and stealth compared to their marksmanship. In the presence of 47, a master of covert assassination, their attempts at disguise appeared utterly laughable. With a mere glance, 47 had ascertained his current predicament. Disregarding his surveillance task, he turned and descended from the rooftop through the door behind him. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" came the cautious voice from within. Yet the resident dutifully opened the door, just a crack, still secured by a chain. Seeing that the most challenging lock had been breached, 47 leaned slightly, and, with a forceful shoulder shove, the chain snapped, sending screws flying from the wooden frame. Concealed behind the door, 47's figure flickered and, in the blink of an eye, he lunged towards a resident, aiming directly for a vital point. Close the door and deal with the residents, observing the actions of the assassins outside through the window. 47's expression was as cold and unyielding as that of a machine. There were too many of them. The rooftop was already surrounded, and a reckless breakthrough held no chance of success. It was imperative to create chaos. Discarding the shotgun that had been emptied of its shells, 47 took a seat in the living room, gathering an assortment of peculiar items. Mere minutes later, several strange bombs bound with tape were completed. Boom! The thunderous sound of explosions erupted, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Peering closely, one could see that from the seemingly ordinary apartment, gray smoke billowed out from the top-floor windows like a dense fog, with faint glimmers of orange-yellow fire visible within. The sounds of explosions, suggestive of a terrorist attack, were accompanied by a chorus of screams, becoming the sole melody of the street, as the previously clear sight of the assassins was suddenly obscured by the chaotic crowd. Their predicament was far graver than it appeared. It would not be long before the police arrived, and before that happened, they, armed with various weapons, needed to extricate themselves from the throng to avoid being ensnared by law enforcement. In this tumultuous moment, it was uncertain how many times 47 had managed to escape the apartment through alternative means. Alternatively, he might seize the opportunity presented by the confusion to plunge into the fray and accomplish his mission, subsequently disguising himself as an unfortunate victim caught in the turmoil. Among the crowd, the assassins exchanged fleeting glances, and like fish in a tide, they made divergent choices. Some flowed with the current, while others swam against it. It was time. Standing by the window, amidst the cover of the thick smoke, 47's gaze pierced through the haze, coldly observing the figures moving against the current below. With a swift motion, he hurled another bomb out the window. Boom! This was not a genuine bomb. As the weak flames and dense smoke from the explosion unfolded, the faces of several assassins who had chosen to swim against the tide shifted dramatically, immediately surmising that 47 intended to use the smoke to lure the police for his escape. A glance exchanged, they swiftly reached a unanimous conclusion. First, eliminate him, then divide the spoils. Drawing their handguns, they charged through the mist into the apartment, racing toward the floor where the initial explosion had occurred. In their habitual line of thought, believing they had deciphered 47's intentions, they instinctively assumed he would avoid confrontation. And the safest place to evade was precisely where the explosion had first erupted, shrouded in the densest fog. A typical assassin would refrain from recklessly entering such an environment, allowing 47 to conceal himself within, effectively keeping the assassins at bay. As long as the fog persisted until the police arrived, he could successfully break free. Convinced they had seen through 47's strategy, they resolved to play along, utilizing the dense smoke to infiltrate and mount a lethal assault on him. Hastily traversing the staircase, they rushed upstairs, but the sudden sound of a door opening made them shudder. Turning his head, a figure clad in a black suit, brandishing 2 silver pistols, suddenly emerged before them. The rhythmic gunfire resounded, and with overwhelming prowess, compounded by an element of surprise, 47 concluded the battle before the assassins could even raise their weapons. Retrieving the silver dancers, 47 pivoted and pushed open the apartment door, subsequently departing the scene amidst a cloud of smoke. Entrusting his safety to the Czech police was a precarious notion. From the outset, 47 had intended to resolve matters within the apartment and then make his exit. Those he dispatched within the confines of the apartment merely miscalculated their steps. The smoke served not as a cover, but rather as bait. Chapter 49. I am merely a platform, not a service provider. Having successfully evaded the encirclement of assassins from the Continental Hotel, Sloan seized the brief opportunity to vanish completely from 47 surveillance. When Levi arrived several minutes later, he found only 47, which struck him as peculiar. What happened? He has discerned my presence and mobilized assassins to surround me. I must break through, and now he has vanished. 47 interlaced his fingers atop the table. A glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. I am reflecting on his route during this time. Unnecessary, too cumbersome. Levi waved his hand dismissively. Do you know where the Continental Hotel in this city is located? Indeed. 47 nodded, providing a series of addresses. Then looked at Levi. You wish to go to the Continental Hotel. Precisely. Levi snapped his fingers. The adage goes, the monk may run, but the temple remains. Sloane's disappearance was inconsequential. I could still seek trouble at the Continental Hotel. You continue your pursuit of Sloane's whereabouts, while I confront the Continental Hotel. I refuse to believe that such a large establishment would lack individuals aware of Sloane's location. Enhanced 1,000-fold, aside from still failing to discover the means of flight. Levi was now virtually invincible in every other aspect. He could withstand the pressure of speeds reaching Mach 9, unleashing an instantaneous force of several tons. Although his corporeal strength may not withstand projectiles laden with high explosives, firearms posed no threat to him. He could stand still while being blasted with machine guns or sniper rifles without sustaining injury. As for explosions, at his current speed, the shockwave generated by explosives would likely not surpass his own velocity. Having attained such prowess, with Levi's superficial understanding of the Marvel Universe, he felt confident that no ability on Earth could pose a threat to him. Even if there were, it was unlikely to manifest within the seemingly mundane assassin organization of the Continental Hotel. At this juncture, Levi's inherent recklessness became evident. There simply weren't that many complexities to ponder. One could bulldoze through, and all issues would resolve themselves. In contrast, 47 was preoccupied with another query. 38 minutes, 6,800 kilometers. Are you certain you arrived from New York? Of course. Li Wei nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth of his statement. Perhaps you cannot comprehend it, but there are always individuals in this world who cannot be understood through conventional reasoning, are there not? Just like you, a normally born and raised human, yet lacking the extraordinary physical prowess and intellect that you possess. The vast majority of people in this world cannot achieve the feats I am capable of. However, in certain respects, I still require your assistance, such as locating Sloan anew within this city. Once the matter at the Continental Hotel is concluded, it shall be your turn. If you are willing, I can allow you to personally execute the plan for their obliteration. Upon contemplating this, 47's gaze slightly darkened, ultimately rendering him silent. Observing 47's reaction, Li Wei couldn't help but smile inwardly. For 47, certain elements held significant importance, among which was Diana, affiliated with the organization. Without her, it is likely that 47 would not exist as he does today. The proposition Li Wei made, positioning 47 as the primary agent, aligned perfectly with a portion of 47's needs, rendering his rejection improbable. The Continental Hotel of Moravia, serving as the hub for managing assassins in the Czech-Moravian region, was overseen by Keto, whose establishment surpassed the New York Continental Hotel owned by Winston in both scale and decor. Keto had always taken pride in his role as the manager of this hotel, yet everything changed dramatically with the arrival of an unexpected guest. The hotel's long-standing rule against bloodshed was ruthlessly shattered by Li Wei's formidable presence, and as one surveyed the premises, not a single assassin remained standing. The pristine floor bore traces of blood, seeping into the shattered crevices, leaving behind indelible marks. Rest assured, I have not taken any lives, Li Wei assured Keto, who knelt before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. They have merely lost their ability to move. They will not perish for the time being. However, should you refuse to cooperate, I cannot guarantee how many will remain alive by the time the police or medical personnel arrive. Excessive blood loss, after all, can indeed be fatal. Li Wei was not a man driven by a thirst for blood. Those who fell at his hands did so for justifiable reasons. Either they were troublesome, like Marshall, or they were insufferable enough to provoke his disdain. Beyond these two categories, the final type comprised individuals who obstructed his objectives, such as the agents from the Serpent Shield surrounding the textile factory. With his power rapidly expanding, the assassins at the Continental Hotel posed neither a threat nor an impediment to him. Moreover, They lacked the opportunity to boast, thus he had no inclination to kill. He merely struck each of them once, additionally creating a superficial wound to facilitate bloodletting. The incisions were not deep. With timely medical intervention, their lives would not be in jeopardy, and none would perish by Li Wei's hand. However, should Keto stubbornly resist, these individuals would become Li Wei's obstacles. An excessive blood loss would seal their fate. To demonstrate his impartiality and commitment to fairness, Li Wei also inflicted a bloodletting wound upon Keto. Grasping his injury tightly, Keto's eyes were filled with terror as he gazed at Li Wei. "Who are you? Is this more important than your very life?" Li Wei leaned forward slightly, an immense pressure instantly cascading towards Keto. "Inform me of Sloane's whereabouts, or I would not hesitate to transform you into a martyr for the Continental Hotel. Do not rush to refuse. Take your time to ponder, and speak only when you are certain." With a faint smile, Li Wei flicked his fingers, unleashing a powerful gust that struck Keto's arm, which was pressed against his wound, with a resounding thud. The injury was aggravated, prompting Keto to emit a muffled groan, the color draining from his lips. "I truly do not know. He is the arbiter. I have no authority to inquire about his whereabouts." "Is that so?" Li Wei remained unconvinced. "Are you suggesting that the intelligence network of the Continental Hotel is merely a facade? That not a single person can be located?" "I possess no intelligence network." Keto's tone was laced with fear and bitterness. "My hotel merely serves as a platform. It is not I who provides the information, but the intelligence organizations subordinate to the Continental Hotel. Then seek them out," Li Wei stated matter-of-factly. "Can you not summon them?" Keto fell silent for a moment, sorrowfully nodding. "Your breach of the Continental Hotel's intelligence has already spread. They will not offer me assistance. I can provide you with their address. If you manage to find them, they may grant you the information." Keto's anguish stemmed not from the breach of the Continental Hotel, but from the realization that he had unwittingly become a scapegoat for those intelligence organizations, making him Li Wei's primary target. With his life hanging by a thread, Keto had cast aside all notions of propriety, fervently hoping that Li Wei would show mercy and spare him and his hotel from becoming mere relics of history. Chapter 50. The reckless man's elaborate scheme. Upon receiving Keto's response, Li Wei fell into a moment of silence. The operational model of the Continental Hotel he described evoked memories of a food delivery platform from a past life. Strangely, the parallels between the two were striking. Li Wei was genuinely astonished that, in an era where many industries, including food delivery, had yet to adopt the term platform, a killer organization had adeptly grasped its essence. This method of risk-sharing truly astounded Li Wei. "Damn it, the expedition has taken a turn for the worse." Rising to his feet, Li Wei's expression grew somber. Yet upon glancing at Keto, whose complexion had turned pale, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. "I have noted the address. Should any detail prove inaccurate, I shall return to seek you out." After speaking, a violent gust swept through the hall, and when the fierce wind subsided, Li Wei's figure had vanished without a trace. "Finally, he has departed." As the ghostly figure of Li Wei receded, Keto could not help but exhale a sigh of relief, his body weakening as he leaned back against the firm surface of the coffee table. Trembling, he fumbled in his pocket for his phone, nearly shouting in desperation, "Come and save me." After the incident, according to unreliable statistics, aside from a few unfortunate souls who could not be saved in time, the rest of the guests at the hotel successfully transitioned from modest means back to destitution after receiving treatment from the mainland hotel's medical team. The city was engulfed in chaos, and under Li Wei's bloodletting interrogation policy, few could bear witness to their slow demise. After visiting almost all underground intelligence organizations in the city, Li Wei discerned that there were hardly any secrets left. In this context, he managed to uncover Sloane's whereabouts. Without granting Sloane a moment to speak, Li Wei raised his gun and fired, enjoying a game of hide-and-seek. "Are we?" "You wasted my time." Sitting in his chair, Li Wei contemplated the corpse before him for a moment before casually dialing 2 numbers. Half an hour later, the pallid-faced Keto and the impeccably dressed 47 entered the room. One was a legendary figure in the assassin community, while the other had managed the mainland hotel for many years. Together, they thoroughly searched Sloane, extracting everything of value. Li Wei was not interested in money. What captivated him was an indigo coin and a ring inscribed with mysterious words. "Mr. Deli." This coin serves as the identification for the judicator within the mainland hotel system. "And this ring, what is it?" Li Wei idly toyed with the exquisitely crafted ring he had retrieved from Sloane's pocket, his tone nonchalant. Keto's face twitched slightly before he gritted his teeth and replied, "This ring is the identification for the 12 elders of the High Table." Li Wei paused, the motion of his fingers ceasing as he raised the ring to the sunlight and turned to Keto. "You mean this ring signifies the elders of the High Table?" Keto nodded. "I once visited Rome and had the fortune of meeting one of the elders. His ring was almost identical to this one." "Is that so?" Li Wei gazed at the ring, a smile breaking across his face as he shook his head in disbelief. "I initially thought he was merely a judicator, but it turns out he is an elder. Now that this ring is in my possession, does that mean I am also considered an elder of the High Table?" "Not quite," Keto lamented. "Becoming an elder requires more than just this token. A ceremony must be performed." "What ceremony?" Li Wei inquired. "The inheritance ceremony," Keto explained. "This ceremony represents the transfer of power. Without it, merely possessing the token is insufficient." "Inheritance ceremony?" Li Wei's interest peaked. "Do elaborate." Keto nodded and began to provide a detailed and comprehensive account of this crucial ceremony. If Sloane were merely a judicator, Keto might have defended himself. But now, the deceased was an elder. Being implicated in the murder of an elder meant Keto was undoubtedly on the mainland hotel's hit list. But he was determined not to meet his end. His decision to forsake the conventions of the mainland hotel stemmed from his desire for survival. Since he wished to live, his only viable path lay in aligning himself with Levi's faction, resolutely traversing a treacherous route. Thus, if Levi were to endure the struggle against the mainland hotel, there remained a chance for him to survive as well. Consequently, the moment he discovered the ring symbolizing the status of an elder on Sloane, Keto found himself harboring even greater hopes for Levi's triumph over the mainland hotel than Levi himself. For Levi to succeed, two avenues presented themselves. The first was to elevate Levi to the status of an elder at the High Table, thus ensuring Keto's survival alongside him. The second was to engage in fierce combat, pressing the High Table until they capitulated. Keto doubted his ability to accomplish such a feat. Yet Levi's previous performance against the mainland hotel sparked a glimmer of hope within him. Keto introspectively acknowledged that to be a faction of surrender, one must be thorough and unwavering in their commitment. Minutes later, after Keto elucidated the entire process of the inheritance ceremony, Levi pondered for a moment before directing his gaze towards 47. "I recollect you mentioning a connection to the mainland hotel. What if I were to capture that elder and have him feign blindness during the ceremony? What are your thoughts? You mentioned he should be destroyed. Let us find an alternative." With a clap of his hands, Levi proposed, "Let Diana be the elder, and then have her participate in the ceremony. Once it concludes, we can eliminate her. What do you think of this plan?" Listening to Levi's seemingly fanciful notion, 47 was momentarily speechless, eventually responding after a lengthy pause, "The plan is commendable, yet it lacks a feasible chance of success." "Well, that is sufficient," Levi declared, slapping his hands together. "We shall proceed and see if it succeeds. The outcome will reveal itself in due course." He then turned to Keto, whose pallor resembled that of powdered chalk, offering a faint smile. "Now, what do you intend to do?" "I can join you." Keto quickly replied, "I was once an assassin. I won't be a burden to you." He boldly asserted that if he remained alone at the Moravia mainland hotel, he would surely become a corpse in an unknown corner by the following day. The allure of wealth and power held no comparison to the value of life in his eyes, and to secure his existence, aligning with Levi was his only option. Moreover, even 47 might not guarantee his safety against the onslaught from the mainland hotel. Chapter 51. When doctors failed to save Keto's request, though seemingly absurd under normal circumstances, was indeed the right choice given the current predicament. Levi was a brash individual, yet not a mindless berserker. After scrutinizing Keto, he quickly grasped the essence of Keto's intentions. For both Levi and Keto, as present state was an undeniable burden. However, Levi bore no objection to extending a lifeline to one who recognized the tides of circumstance. With such a living exemplar at hand, Li Wei pondered that dealing with the Continental Hotel might become considerably less arduous for him in the future. Contemplating this, he nodded in acquiescence to Keto's request, inquiring, "Pray tell, what skills do you possess?" "Firearms, hand-to-hand combat, management, and medicine. Prior to my affiliation with the Continental Hotel, I was a physician." "A physician?" Li Wei's expression shifted to one of perplexity. If memory serves, a doctor's life appears to be far superior to that of an assassin. What prompted such a drastic change? With a clenched jaw, Kido's eyes flickered with resentment as he replied, "Medicine could not save my family, but as an assassin, I can avenge them." Understanding dawned upon Li Wei, and he nodded in realization. "Have you succeeded in your quest for vengeance?" "Not yet," Kido shook his head. "I once believed that ascending the ranks of the Continental Hotel would lead me to my retribution. Yet to this day, I have been unable to identify the perpetrators of my family's murder." Upon hearing this, Li Wei's peripheral vision caught a glance at 47. If his recollection served him correctly, this individual was affiliated with an international assassination organization, notorious for its ability to execute killings that often resulted in unsolved mysteries. Meeting Li Wei's gaze, 47 silently shook his head, conveying that Kido's case was not one he had been involved in. A wave of relief washed over Li Wei. It was fortunate indeed that 47 was not the culprit. He had finally encountered a potential ally worth preserving and was disinclined to lose him. Should Kido's adversary have been 47, in a hypothetical scenario of choosing between them, Li Wei would undoubtedly have favored 47, for numerous reasons that need not be elaborated upon. With the worst-case scenario now rendered impossible, it seemed that harmony could prevail. "You are a doctor, yet I have no need for a physician," Li Wei mused, pausing for several moments before raising his gaze once more. "Here's the plan. I may have an acquaintance in New York who could facilitate your safe passage." "New York?" Kido was momentarily taken aback, his eyes darting between Li Wei and 47, laced with despair. "The High Table can assemble armed forces that rival national armies. We stand no chance of flying to New York." "Who said anything about flying?" Li Wei replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he regarded Kido. "I possess alternative means of transportation." As Kido observed Li Wei's enigmatic expression, he instinctively swallowed hard, his voice tinged with apprehension. "What means of transportation?" "Patience. And you shall soon discover," Li Wei stated, rising from his seat and moving behind Kido, placing his left hand on Kido's shoulder while his right arm extended. Cradling Kido's head, his arm pressed against Kido's back. "What are you doing?" Kido felt an increasing sense of unease under Li Wei's hold. Disregarding Kido's discomfort, Li Wei turned his attention to 47. "Sloan is deceased, and the collaboration with Klaus has concluded. As for you, if you desire my assistance, you may wait here for me." "Unnecessary," 47 replied, shaking his head. "My intelligence indicates that command structures are established throughout Europe, and I must locate them." "Do you not need my assistance?" Levi inquired with curiosity, only to be met with the profound silence of 47. It was evident that this assassin held an unwavering belief that Levi, a mere brash individual, could offer no valuable aid in gathering intelligence. "Very well." After exchanging a silent gaze with 47 for a few seconds, Levi discerned the unspoken message of the taciturn killer. With a heart full of complex emotions, he nodded slightly. He then summoned the indescribable energy within him and instructed Kido, "Close your eyes. We are about to depart." Kido, bewildered and perplexed, complied with a look of utter confusion. "Are we leaving now?" With a swift motion, Levi employed a biological force field to quell the sound barrier surrounding Kido, ensuring that he would not be torn apart by the turbulent air generated by their rapid movement. In an instant, the figures of the two men vanished from 47's sight. The concept of a biological force field is an enigmatic one, defying the conventional principles of science. There are numerous aspects that elude scientific explanation, but the most vivid illustration is presented in this moment. By releasing this biological force field, Levi could transport an object at a staggering speed of Mach 9 while ensuring that it remained unscathed, unless, of course, the object could not withstand even a gentle breeze. However, such high-speed movement resulted in a peculiar phenomenon. The sound would lag far behind. Thus, even though Levi and Kido were now several kilometers away, Kido's voice lingered at the location where 47 stood. The reverberation of sound, it seems, is indeed elusive. With his eyes tightly shut, Kido felt a cool breeze brushing against his cheeks, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, utterly unaware of the events unfolding around him. A sense of anxiety and dread gripped his heart. Eventually, akin to someone closing their eyes in fright at a haunted house, yet compelled to peek at the apparitions, Kido cautiously opened his eyes a crack. A fleeting glimpse of the surreal scenery whizzed past him, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Instinctively, he widened his gaze and murmured dreamily, "Am I flying?" As the wielder of the biological force field, Levi, entirely unconcerned with scientific principles, clearly perceived Keto's words that should have been lost to the winds. A smile broke across his face. Flying? It is hardly that slow. While science may not govern Levi, it was evident that his words, conveyed through the advanced applications of the biological force field, reached Keto with clarity. Is this not flying? Keto felt momentarily dazed, instinctively glancing down, only to be jolted into a state of panic, tightly shutting his eyes again, exclaiming in astonishment, "What is this? Are we running on the ground?" Indeed, Levi took it for granted. An aircraft flies at such a leisurely pace. How could its speed be compared to that of running? As he spoke, Levi glanced toward the distant greenery and smiled. "We have entered an open area. It is time to accelerate." "Wait, what do you mean by accelerate?" Keto crossed his arms tightly over his chest, his entire being tense like a mummy. "No, don't." Silence. Chapter 52. My refusal. Supersonic movement is not something everyone can adapt to. During the roughly 40-minute journey, Keto remained as rigid as a mummified figure, allowing Levi to transport him from Czechia to the Continental Hotel in New York. When he sensed the refreshing breeze against his face had vanished, Keto reopened his eyes. His previously stiff body soon relaxed, collapsing onto the sofa behind him as he gasped for breath, taking a moment to survey his surroundings. "Where am I?" "This should be the territory of your companion," Levi replied with a slight smile, gesturing toward Sharon behind him, then turning his attention back to Keto. "The Continental Hotel in New York City." "New York?" Keto shook off his disorientation, his mind gradually coming to life as he recalled. Winston's territory? The mere mention of Winston's name indicated familiarity. Levi chuckled softly and turned to face the door. Within mere seconds, Winston's figure appeared before them. After a slight nod of acknowledgement, Winston's gaze swept past Levi and landed on Keto, his tone laced with skepticism. "Keto Dominit." "That's me," Keto replied curtly, his expression far from pleasant. "I never expected to find myself in your territory." "Neither did I." Winston scrutinized Keto for a moment, a fleeting glimmer of mockery in his eyes before he shifted his focus back to Levi. "You brought him here to seek refuge, did you?" "Partly, though not entirely," Levi mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I am preparing for a significant endeavor. While he possesses some utility, in his current state, he is merely a burden. For now, I shall leave him in your care." "Is that troublesome?" "It is somewhat challenging," Winston admitted, accepting a document from Sharon and presenting it to Levi. "This was an order issued by the High Table just moments ago. It details a comprehensive manhunt for him, for 47, and for you. This time, your adversaries will not be limited to mere assassins. Armed forces affiliated with the High Table will also join the fray. They could easily lift the restrictions on the Continental Hotel and storm in." "Is that so?" Levi responded nonchalantly. "About an hour ago, I eliminated an elder in Czechia. In precisely 1 hour, I will be visible on New York surveillance. You may relay the footage to the High Table. I would relish the opportunity to see if they still possess the audacity to oppose me. As for this fellow," Levi glanced at Keto, "just ensure he remains alive. Don't tell me you lack the means. Rest assured, with my speed, no surveillance can capture my entry into your hotel. As long as this fellow survives, you can sit back and enjoy the show. This war shall not encroach upon you." "That sounds like a splendid plan," Winston remarked, studying Keto before a thoughtful smile crept across his face. "Though we have some past grievances, let's collaborate amicably." "Collaborate amicably," Levi echoed, extending his hand to shake Winston's. "I'll leave everything in your capable hands." With that said, a gust of air swept by, and the gentleman vanished without a trace. It appeared that he had grown even stronger. Observing the gently swaying curtains, Sharon fell into a moment of silence. The previous commotion seemed to have been far greater. Winston gazed at the corridor outside the door, somewhat nostalgic. It has become evident that his rate of growth exceeds our expectations. And it seems I made an exceptionally astute choice last time. Having reflected on this, Winston turned his attention back to Keto, who lay languidly on the sofa, his tone of mockery barely concealed. Who would have thought that the ambitious manager of the Moravia Hotel has now transformed into this state? What are you so proud of? Keto shot a disgruntled glare at Winston. "If our positions were reversed, your fate would not fare any better than mine. Is that so?" In response to Keto's retort, Winston merely smiled nonchalantly, which only served to infuriate Keto further. On the streets of New York, Levi prepared to retell the tale from the Moravia's side. But before he could act, a familiar figure with a distinctive bald head blocked his path. Nick Fury? Upon seeing the meticulously groomed man before him, Levi furrowed his brow slightly. What do you want this time? You need to cooperate with us at S-H-I-E-L-D. For investigation, you're in trouble. Fury's expression turned grave. Due to the disturbance you caused over the Atlantic, nations around the world have taken notice of your existence. To ensure the safety of our citizens and the world, we must restrict your powers. Restrict my powers? Levi looked at Fury in astonishment. Pray tell, how do you intend to impose such restrictions? Considering the impending situation, Fury carefully organized his words and recited the contents of the S-H-I-E-L-D document. As per the document's instructions, we will provide you with all the resources necessary for your activities, including but not limited to financial support. However, in return, you must fulfill the following obligations. First, you are to cooperate with S-H-I-E-L-D in research to identify and limit the source of your powers. Second, you are to join a governmental organization and obey directives to undertake missions when necessary. Third, you must adhere to the Constitution of the United States and refrain from any actions that could harm others. In an effort to distance himself as much as possible, Fury recited the document's contents with the detachment of a soulless machine. Yet before he could finish, Levi interrupted him. May I ask, what is your position within S-H-E-L-D? Fury met Levi's gaze and replied solemnly. Level 10 agent. Level 10 agent, you say? Very well, Agent Fury. You may return and inform those who devised this document that its contents pose a severe threat to my personal freedom and interests. I refuse. I can offer a counter-proposal, which you may inquire if they are willing to accept. The terms of the agreement are as follows. I will not cooperate with any of your investigative activities, and at no time will I heed your directives. Accordingly, unless provoked or threatened, I shall restrain my powers to avert civilian casualties. In response to Levi's assertive retort, Fury appeared to be unsurprised, merely nodding slightly before turning to depart. However, Levi called out to him, Agent Fury, I would appreciate it if you could convey a message. Levi, take great pleasure in saying no to those who presume too much. Chapter 53. Shattering the Cross, Rejecting the Demands Posed by S-H-I-L-D is a matter of obviousness. Any individual with even a semblance of rational thought would undoubtedly refuse to obey S-H-I-E-L-D's commands, to cooperate with their human experimentation, to adhere to laws they themselves would not follow. Most critically, they dare to seek to restrain my powers. This inevitably reminded Levi of a phrase from the game Europa Universalis 4. Every nation has a dragon to tame. Perhaps the individuals at S-H-I-E-L-D aspire to recreate the spectacle of mortals overpowering dragons, yet they have chosen the wrong target. Levi, who harbors no desire for heroism, stands as an unconquerable force. Should they persist in their folly, Levi would not hesitate to demonstrate that an enraged dragon could compel them to bow once more. However, for now, such measures are unnecessary. He did not impede Fury's departure, as it would serve no purpose. Eliminating this level 10 agent would only irrevocably sever ties, yielding no further advantages. In contrast, sending Fury back with his demands might prompt a protracted internal dispute within S-H-I-E-L-D. Do not underestimate the significance of these few days. With each passing day, Levi's power would grow by 10. These seemingly inconsequential days could very well dictate the trajectory of many events. Having bid Fury farewell, Levi could momentarily set aside matters with S-H-I-E-L-D. After ensuring that his presence had evaded the street surveillance, he vanished once more. The biological force field could not aid Levi in levitation, and currently, he had not discovered an appropriate method to unleash the energy within him. Relying solely on speed would be insufficient to contend with the global influence of the Continental Hotel. Therefore, until receiving further information from 47, Levi resolved to execute a decapitation strategy, targeting the true masters of the Continental Hotel, approaching them one by one for earnest discussions. Computers lack the capacity for reason. Even when players possess an absolute advantage, they will not yield an inch. However, in reality, Levi believed that individuals would inevitably make the appropriate choice between dignity and survival. Guided by Keto and Winston, Levi chose his first target in Italy. According to their accounts, a historically significant mafia family resides in Rome, Italy, and the patriarch of that family is an elder of the high table that Levi seeks. Levi has already set out for Italy, but in a shadowed corner. The cross father and son face the darkest moment of their lives. Human strength is inevitably finite in the face of relentless pursuit. Even someone as formidable as Klaus reaches a state of exhaustion after several days, especially with Wesley by his side. "How are you holding up?" Wesley's heart tightened as he observed Klaus, whose body was reeking of blood and whose complexion had turned pale. Anxiety was palpable on Wesley's face as he fumbled to examine Klaus's wounds. "It's nothing," Klaus interjected, raising a hand to halt Wesley's movements. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Do you remember the things I entrusted to you?" "Yes, I remember," Wesley replied, somewhat flustered as he nodded. "That's good," Klaus said with a faint smile, pulling out a necklace adorned with a cross and presenting it to Wesley. "Now, this belongs to you." Wesley obediently accepted the necklace, placing it in his pocket, and hurriedly reached out to help Klaus to his feet. "We need to leave this place quickly and find a hospital to treat your injuries." "No need," Klaus interrupted, placing a gun in Wesley's hand after taking another deep breath. "Take this. You must leave immediately." "Well, what?" Wesley grew increasingly anxious. "If I leave, what about you?" No. You must come with me." "That is not possible," Klaus asserted. "They are after me, not you. If you leave, you have a chance to survive. But if I accompany you, neither of us will make it out. Trust me, you must go first, and I will find you. I promise I will seek you out, no matter how long it takes." But there are no buts. In a moment of dire urgency, Klaus exhibited a paternal authority unlike any before, commanding Wesley, "Now listen to me. You need to leave this place." With that, he turned Wesley's body towards the window and urged go. Minutes later, as Wesley's figure gradually faded from view at the windowsill, Klaus finally allowed a satisfied smile to emerge. He lifted his shirt to reveal a gruesome gunshot wound in his abdomen, crimson blood oozing and staining his skin and clothing. Exhaling slowly, Klaus settled into a chair, cocked the gun, and aimed it at the room's wooden door, waiting quietly for fate to arrive. Though faced with death, thoughts of the Brotherhood's demise, Sloane's uncertain fate, and Wesley's potential liberation from the shadows of assassins brought a glimmer of satisfaction to Klaus's expression. Initially, he sought out Levi as a potential ally, but from the outset, Levi had regarded them merely as strangers with aligned interests. From the Brotherhood to Sloane, aside from providing a false address, all the actions, whether seeking assistance from 47 or taking lives, were executed solely by Levi. They were never true allies, and Levi bore no obligation to rescue Klaus and his son. Klaus understood this reality, and even in the face of death, he felt no resentment towards Levi or others. In certain respects, he surpassed 47. However, unfortunate decisions made during his flight led him to this dire predicament. Yet now, all is drawing to a close. Shortly after, within the confines of the Continental Hotel, the mission to hunt down Cross has concluded and been duly archived. As Wesley hastily approached a particular spot, he abruptly turned to leave, only to be met by several men who suddenly appeared, blocking the alleyway. He stumbled, instinctively raising his weapon. "I would not recommend that course of action," remarked a bald Caucasian man, clad in inconspicuous attire, shaking his head while gesturing toward the red dot on Wesley's chest. "In fact, we can engage in a conversation. What do you wish to discuss? Shall we talk about how you have pursued us these past few days?" Wesley shouted, his eyes reddened with rage and grief, emotions teetering on the brink of collapse, the barrel of his gun unwaveringly aimed. "I fear you have misunderstood," the man replied, a smile gracing his lips. "We are not among those hunting you. On the contrary, we can assist you in your quest for vengeance." Chapter 54. The birth of the Anti-Cross. The mere mention of revenge ignited Wesley's fury, conjuring memories of Cross's final moments. "I do not require your assistance. Leave me," he bellowed. "Really?" Even with a highly agitated individual aiming a gun at me, "I remain unfazed," the man said, stepping forward to toss a white business card onto the ground. "When you reconsider, perhaps you might contact me. I shall never accept your help. Get away from me." Wesley's furious outburst met with silence from the man, who merely smiled, his eyes gleaming with amusement, before turning and disappearing into the depths of the alley. With the absence of onlookers, Wesley, who had been holding himself together, finally succumbed to despair. His grip slackened, and the sound of his weapon clattering against the pavement mingled with the echoes of his anguish as he buried his face in his knees and wept bitterly. People often prove to be far more fragile than they perceive themselves to be. A dismal job, a girlfriend's infidelity, betrayal by a brother, years of illness, and the downfall of life. Wesley believed his nerves had grown numb from the relentless torment of each passing day. He felt little excitement, even upon the unexpected appearance of his biological father. Yet now, after losing his only family member once more, he realized he was not as unfeeling as he had thought. In the silence of his tears, his emotions and thoughts began to unravel, and hatred began to consume him, gradually obscuring his vision. He found himself increasingly unable to perceive the things that others deemed profoundly significant. As day turned to dusk, with the trails of his tears drying, Wesley's once clenched right fist fell to his side, brushing against the cold, dark metal of his gun, trembling slightly. Gradually, a peculiar tension enveloped the alley, intensifying with each passing moment. "Hey, what are you doing here?" As the streetlights flickered to life, a group of gangsters, having seemingly appeared from nowhere, noticed Wesley and approached him with boisterous laughter. "Got any cash? We need to borrow some from you," they taunted, and make no mistake, it's a loan without repayment. With an air of indignation at Wesley's demeanor, they raised their feet to kick him. "Hey, kid, we're talking to you. What, do you want to feel some pain?" They anticipated that after their assault, they would be met with a visage of fear and a handful of cash willingly offered. Little did they realize that Wesley had firmly grasped a handgun in his hand. "Hey!" Bang! The gunshot reverberated, a bullet spiraling through the air like an astonishing arc, piercing the skulls of the gangsters one by one. The splatter of blood stained the business cards strewn on the ground, obliterating many things. In Wesley's eyes, there was no longer any trace of compassion or struggle, only an indifference and hatred towards life. Stepping over the fallen bodies, Wesley stood still for a moment, then picked up the bloodied card from the ground. He retrieved his phone and dialed the number inscribed on it. "Hello, Wesley. Have you made up your mind?" It was the same white man from that day. "Have you decided to accept our assistance?" With the gun still in hand, Wesley coolly emerged from the alley, standing under the dim glow of the streetlight. "I want those who killed those involved in the hunt. What can you offer me? We can discuss the details." The man hesitated before replying. "I've sent someone to pick you up. It will only take a few minutes." "I'll wait for you," Wesley replied nonchalantly before hanging up. He pulled a cross necklace from his pocket. In silence, a car halted before him. "Wesley, get in." Though Wesley remained taciturn, he bent to enter the vehicle. However, he soon realized that the darkness ahead was deepening. When consciousness returned, he found himself in a pristine room furnished only with a table and 2 chairs. Facing the white man he had encountered earlier, with his waist devoid of any weapons, Wesley's expression turned icy. "What have you done to me?" "Just a precaution. No need to panic." The man smiled slightly, his hands clasped as he regarded Wesley. "Join us, and you shall obtain what you desire." "Sure, but don't rush me," Wesley replied. The man slowly shook his head. "You need to understand one thing. Once you join us, there is no turning back." "No problem," Wesley replied without hesitation. "As long as I can take my revenge, I can accept that. It seems your obsession with vengeance surpasses my expectations." The man fell silent for a moment before breaking into a smile and extending his hand. "In that case, welcome aboard." Ignoring the man's outstretched hand, Wesley fixed his gaze intently into the man's eyes. "No need for a handshake. What about the list you promised me?" "Of course." The man clapped his hands, and a transparent document folder was placed on the table. Wesley cast his gaze downward, revealing a collection of documents and the cross necklace obtained from his father. Pausing momentarily at the sight of the necklace, he extracted the papers and pushed the pouch containing the necklace back. "Do me a favor. This necklace is not what I seek." The man, looking down at the cross, symbolizing love and redemption, pondered for a moment before comprehending Wesley's intent. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. "I shall assist you in fulfilling it." As Wesley watched the man depart with the cross, his expression grew somber once more. "Father, love and redemption cannot save you. God does not exist. If that is the case, I might as well embrace Satan. For only evil and death can convey the fury within my heart and articulate my love and respect for you. If you were still alive, you would likely concur with my actions." Raising his head, Wesley gazed into the void, the flames of vengeance blazing unabated, resembling a demon. Days later, the man returned, presenting the necklace once more to Wesley, suddenly recalling something. By the way, have you decided on your code name? My code name? With the necklace now adorning him. Wesley looked down at the reverse pendant and after a moment of silence replied, Inverse cross, that is my code name. The inverted cross, a symbol of Satan? While it also connotes humility, the man discerned the surging, hellish flames of vengeance within Wesley's heart. Welcome to Hydra, Inverse cross. With that, the man paused slightly regarding Wesley, and moments later, two distinctly contrasting voices echoed through the empty space. Long live Hydra! Chapter 55. The Antonio family. Levi was utterly indifferent to the plight of the Cross father and son. They were merely strangers of unknown origin. Had it not been for Cross's withdrawal from a brotherhood, he might have even considered eliminating Cross altogether. Thus, the birth of the inverse cross was entirely beyond his awareness. And even if he had known, he would not have felt the slightest concern. Rome, Italy. As the rightful owner of the Roman city's Orthodox Declaration, Italy can trace its lineage back to the once unified Roman Empire that dominated the Mediterranean. Regrettably, with the passage of time and a series of humiliating defeats, Italy has lost the grandeur and essence of ancient Rome. Nonetheless, the existence and evolution of organized crime remain unaffected by the tides of time. Just as ancient China had the Salt Gang, similar organizations have persisted abroad, and after decades, even centuries of development, the Italian mafia, specifically the Antonio family, has emerged as a formidable entity. Wielding the power of the elders and presiding over a vast network of continental hotels, the Antonio family's influence in Italy is unparalleled, rendering their position virtually unassailable. Even deities may encounter their downfall, let alone a mere mortal family. Ultimately, this despairing day has befallen the Antonys. A thunderous crash resonated, devoid of smoke or flames. Yet the unmistakable sound of the collapsing iron door conveyed a singular message to the members of the Antony family. Their sanctuary had been mercilessly breached. Who are you? Do you comprehend the ramifications of your actions? Idris Antony, the current patriarch of the Antony family and a senior elder, leaned on his cane and barked at Levi. Now turn around and leave. Are you serious in your assertion? Levi taunted. Your intelligence is so woefully outdated that you don't even recognize me? Regardless of your identity, this is not a place for you, Idris commanded, gesturing for his kin to retreat to the estate, standing resolutely before Levi. Leave now, and I shall overlook your transgressions. Overlook my transgressions? Levi echoed the words of the mob family's leader, as a sudden gust of wind heralded his voice from behind Idris. I must admit, I don't quite grasp your meaning. Could you kindly reiterate that? Feeling an unsettling pressure on his shoulder, a chill coursed through Idris's neck, causing his body to stiffen, while beads of cold sweat rapidly drenched his shirt beneath his suit. Having attained the position of elder and overseer of a family, he was no senile fool. From the very moment he laid eyes on Levi, he recognized his identity. The Moravia Continental Hotel had been swiftly overrun, and shortly thereafter, Sloan met his end at Levi's hands, a clear testament to Levi's unparalleled might. Confrontation was unwise. Threats of identity would yield no results. After much contemplation, Idris devised a strategy of feigned ignorance, hoping to coax Levi into retreating, thus allowing for a shift in circumstances. Yet he perhaps underestimated Levi's true intentions. While a person's words may be artfully deceptive, their body rarely lies. Through Idris's garments and skin, the taut, blood-red muscles provided no concealment from Levi's perceptive gaze. Without needing further contemplation, Levi discerned Idris's current emotional state. With a subtle smile, Levi lowered his voice and leaned closer to Idris's ear, saying, "Perhaps you are unaware of my identity, but allow me to enlighten you. I have dispatched dozens of assassins in New York, obliterated a continental hotel in Moravia, and slain an elder named Sloan. Just moments ago, I paid a visit to the Roman Continental Hotel. They were quite compliant, and after I simply crushed a few bones, they divulged everything. Now, I have come to seek you out. Is there anything further you wish to convey to me?" With one hand resting on Idris's shoulder, Levi turned to gaze at the opulent manor behind them. Behind the mirrored windows, he could discern several faces etched with concern. Evidently, your family cares deeply for you. Upon hearing Levi's words, Idris's tense demeanor shifted from grave to inexplicably relaxed, his entire being suddenly lightening. You haven't come here to kill me, have you? Idris remained still, yet exuded confidence. If we are not in haste, perhaps we could converse. There is no need to let the death of a few individuals jeopardize our relationship. The abrupt change in Idris's attitude caught Levi off guard. He momentarily struggled to comprehend the situation, yet Idris's suggestion coincided perfectly with his intent. Sloan had once led the Brotherhood in an assassination attempt on Levi, subsequently inciting a relentless pursuit against him by the Continental Hotel. Thus, his demise was inevitable. However, this patriarch of the Mafia family had not previously held any direct animosity towards Levi. Destruction was a necessity, as agreed upon with 47, yet the Antony family, despite their numerous transgressions in Italy, had no bearing on Levi. Their influence posed no threat to him, nor did they disgust him. In fact, this patriarch was willing to engage in conversation rather than serve as an impediment. The recourse of violence, the ultimate measure, was now rendered unnecessary. Seizing Idris's shoulder, Levi's biofield expanded, and with a swift motion, Idris felt the scenery around him flicker. When he regained his senses, he found himself no longer in the garden of the manor, but rather in a basement filled with exquisite wines. This is my wine cellar. His gaze fixated on the display of fine spirits, and in an instant, Idris recognized his surroundings, his heart racing with dread. Time, in his perception, seemed to pass in a mere heartbeat. Perhaps he had lost consciousness in that moment, or perhaps had been transported here at breakneck speed. Regardless, one thing was clear. If the man named Levi harbored intentions of murder, there would be no sanctuary for him anywhere in the world. He steadied himself against a chair and sat down, as a curious voice from Levi inquired, "What prompted you to desire a conversation?" "You let something slip," Idris replied as he poured wine into a glass. "If you wish to kill me, there would be no need to threaten my family unless I still hold some value in your eyes." Observing Idris's familiar gestures, Levi's eyelids twitched involuntarily as he reached out to restrain the wine bottle and glass. "So you wish to converse with me?" As the bottle was held back, Idris relinquished his grip. "I am uncertain of your desires, but I suspect there are few things in this world more precious than my family and me. If what you seek can ensure the continuation of my lineage, then I see no harm in that." Chapter 56, Recruitment. Idris's response was somewhat unexpected, yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. The only aspect that astonished Liwei was the fact that this subordinate, who had reached the pinnacle of power and status, could still maintain clarity of vision, unlike the usual dullness of the aged and inept. In contrast, those from SHIELD, who came to placate him, were far removed from such clarity, arrogantly presenting themselves in a haughty manner before Liwei, believing their authority to be unmatched. Idris's willingness to cooperate naturally saved Liwei some effort. With a flick of his wrist, an exquisite ring appeared in his palm and fell before Idris's gaze. "Do you recognize what this is?" he inquired. "The Elder's authority ring." Idris's expression grew slightly grave as he met Liwei's eyes. "Do you intend to use this ring to become an Elder of the High Table?" "No," Liwei replied, shaking his head. "That was my initial intention, but not anymore." He stowed the ring away, then pulled out a chair to sit before Idris. "With the ring of Sloan, you, and an additional Elder from the Middle East, I would possess 4 rings. If my memory serves me right, there are only 12 seats at the High Table in total. Thus, I would control 1/3 of it. Should I acquire 6 or even more rings, I would hold sway over the entire High Table, thereby becoming an Elder. Viewed in this light, the allure seems considerably diminished." "You cannot achieve this," Idris remarked, casting a penetrating glance at Liwei. "You have slain Sloan, the Brotherhood has ceased to exist, and the influence of the High Table in New York is rapidly diminishing. Without me, Italy will break free from the High Table's control. The Elder from the Middle East signifies that the more rings you possess, the weaker the Continental Hotel becomes in your grasp. If your aim is to acquire the Continental Hotel rather than to obliterate it, I would advise against such a course." Liwei was somewhat uncertain of the truth in Idris's words, but after a moment's contemplation, he surmised that the likelihood of their veracity exceeded 50%. Consequently, his recently formulated plan was rendered null and void. As silence enveloped them, Liwei's thoughts grew complex. Even in his past life, he had only played the role of an assassin rather than controlling an entire organization. He yearned to test this in reality. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was evidently not yet his time to seize control of the Continental Hotel. After a brief pause, Li Wei lifted his head once more. I require you to make another individual an elder, and subsequently annul the bounty on my life concerning the Continental Hotel. Can you accomplish this? Idris glanced at the pocket where Li Wei concealed the ring and nodded slightly. I can assist you in performing the ritual and can also revoke the bounty on your life. However, you must understand that there are numerous individuals in this world who covet the lives of elders. If your ally cannot withstand the pressure, the outcome could be dire. I am aware, Li Wei affirmed with a nod. Thus, I have prepared a decree to announce to the assassins what kind of adversary they will face. A decree? Idris found this distinctly Eastern term perplexing, but as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that Li Wei had vanished without a trace. After a moment of silence, Idris raised the wine glass from the table and drained it in one gulp, then closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. I hope matters do not take a turn for the worse. The relationships among the elders at the high table are not as harmonious as they appear to the outside world. In fact, at times they may even clash due to conflicting interests. Idris and Levi's scheming was ostensibly in accordance with precedent, yet if certain elders felt humiliated, it was entirely possible they would continue to issue assassination orders against Levi, should events truly unfold in this manner. What may ensue could very well be a cleansing drenched in blood and fire. On the matter of interests, Idris believed he might derive some benefits. But the thought of bloodshed cast a shadow over his optimism, leading him to suspect that this might not bode well. There exists a particularly absurd irony. This mafia lord, whose hands are already stained with blood, is, in fact, a devout Christian. Yet, much like Wesley, who regards the inverted cross as emblematic of Satan, he has chosen a rather unique manner of serving God. Shield. He has declined our proposal. Upon receiving Fury's report, Pierce did not express any surprise, but merely placed the documents aside, saying, I see. By the way, I have proposed to the council that you succeed to the position of the next SHIELD director. Though time remains, I believe you should prepare yourself in advance. Me, taking over as director? Fury nodded, his expression unreadable. I understand, and I will prepare accordingly. After seeing Fury out of the office, Pierce pondered for a moment, then retrieved the documents and annotated a line. Recruitment failed. The target has refused the congressional proposal. He closed the folder and instructed his assistant to take it away before picking up the phone. The recruitment efforts by SHIELD have failed. Now, it is your turn to take the stage. Hail Hydra! Upon hanging up, a string of green characters suddenly appeared on Pierce's computer. Pierce, how could you do this? Why not? Pierce chuckled. If memory serves, you seem quite displeased with Strack in Europe. Isn't this precisely what you wish to see? It is merely an Italian division. Timely pain will teach him the art of concealment. The Italian Hydra forces. After receiving the mission documents from the commander, Badu promptly departed the Hydra training base, making his way swiftly to Levi's temporary residence. With the sun having vanished, and without the presence of this source of energy, Levi rarely traveled at night, particularly when the situation was not urgent. This circumstance afforded Badu an opportunity to locate Levi. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking resonated, and as Levi opened the door, he was greeted by Badu standing outside, looking somewhat puzzled. Who are you looking for? We are looking for you, Levi Dellier. Badu smiled slightly, adopting perhaps the gentlest tone of his life. We have discovered your extraordinary talents, and perhaps you might require a suitable platform to maximize your potential. Is that so? Levi nearly erupted in laughter, yet he managed to suppress it, eager to discern what the man before him intended to articulate. Might you enlighten me about the nature of your organization? The man responded, We are a clandestine group, concealed in various corners of the world. Barton produced a business card and presented it to Levi, stating, Your abilities should not be confined or restrained. They ought to be showcased in broader realms. Amused internally, Levi nonetheless extended his hand to accept the card. However, with but a glance, he found himself captivated by the emblem upon it. A pristine gray-white background, modest in tone, with several black lines outlining the silhouette of a bird in flight. Levi would never forget the owner of this emblem, the Secret Society of Divine Intent. Chapter 57. The Secret Society of Divine Intent and Hydra, the Secret Society of Divine Intent, a mythical shadow government organization featured in the game Hitman 47, exerts its influence across the globe. Their reach extends from the upper echelons of military and political circles to the realm of billionaires and even into the depths of underground terror organizations, where anyone could potentially be a part of their dominion. They resemble a second United Nations, lurking in the shadows, wielding terrifying influence, boundless financial resources, and leading-edge technology. They even funded the genetic engineering of Altmaier, resulting in the creation of the genetically superior clone, Agent 47. However, as events unfolded, it appeared they had lost control over 47, allowing this once loyal assassin to escape their grasp. Levi had presumed that in the chaotic universe of Marvel, there was no longer any space for the secret society of divine intent. Yet unexpectedly, today, he found himself sought out by them. Feeling a chill, Levi's inadequate expression management did not escape Barton's notice, who immediately sensed a hint of concern. "What's the matter? Is something amiss?" Levi replied, "Indeed, there seems to be a slight issue. I believe I have encountered this name somewhere before." Barton's intrigue deepened at Levi's response. The name Hydra was recognized as a terror far beyond that of ordinary terror organizations across the globe. Consequently, when recruiting externally, they typically employed names like the Secret Society of Divine Intent, save for rare exceptions. However, this did not imply that such names would be widely known. The secrets known to the common populace would never encompass classified information, and by reverse deduction, the name of the Secret Society of Divine Intent was not something an ordinary individual could possibly know. In a fleeting moment, Barton even entertained the notion that Levi might be hinting at something. Suddenly, he recalled a document accompanied by a bald man with a barcode on the back of his head. Although this man had ostensibly lost all memories related to the Secret Society of Divine Intent, the enigmatic nature of the human brain led him to consider that recalling such a term was not entirely implausible. After all, to 47, the Secret Society of Divine Intent was akin to a creator's presence. Leeway harbored a profound curiosity about the Secret Society of Divine Intent, even willing to invest some time to delve into its mysteries. However, this did not imply his willingness to join the society, even in a perfunctory manner. He was not a mere mortal like 47, who was only slightly more robust than the average person. He was a Superman, nearly invincible in the realm of humanity, and still growing stronger. If there were matters he wished to uncover, he could simply bulldoze his way through. A single individual may possess conviction, while a multitude may hold faith, yet he found it difficult to place his trust in a vast organization, whose members were fervent zealots willing to sacrifice their lives. As this thought crossed his mind, Liwei's gaze towards Badu gradually shifted, his wrists flexing slightly as a smile graced his face. How fortuitous, with no evening entertainment. "You have come here on your own." With a swift, unseen punch, Badu was propelled backward, crashing heavily against the wall opposite and then collapsing to the ground. The agonizing, twisting pain in his abdomen curled his body into a shrimp-like form, and just as a sense of foreboding flickered in his mind, another wave of excruciating pain surged through him. "Now, there's no need to worry about you taking your own life." With an unskilled yet painful technique, Liwei dislocated Badu's jaw, loosening his grip slightly before moving to his shoulder and elbow. The sound of cracking echoed as he continued, rendering Badu utterly incapable of resistance. "Now, we can sit down and have a proper conversation." Ensuring that the prospect of self-harm was no longer a concern, Liwei, with a benevolent smile, dragged Badu back to his chamber. "I've prepared some delightful items for you, and I hope you might reciprocate with something I desire." Liwei was not versed in the art of cruel torture. He had merely heard whispers of the so-called 10 tortures. However, when it came to torment, he was adept. It was not a sophisticated technique. He simply practiced his clumsy joint dislocation methods on Badu, whose intense agony ultimately led to submission. The World Health Organization categorizes pain into 5 levels, with joint dislocation ranking among the most severe. After granting Badu a swift release from his suffering, Liwei fell into contemplation. The Secret Society of Divine Intent is merely a pseudonym for Hydra. This implies that the Hydra faction, which had made an enemy of me that day, possesses considerable power, an absurdly vast extent. Yet, I remain uncertain of the roles Ingram, Kaelzer, and the Stuyversant family play within this framework. Nevertheless, given the present circumstances, it would be prudent to investigate the Hydra base that Badu mentioned. This group had nearly annihilated me at the 17 textile factory. Thus, it seems only fitting to return the favor. The Italian Hydra division remained undisturbed by Badu's departure. On this day, which was neither a holiday nor a day of celebration, the Hydra soldiers and agents within the base merely continued their monotonous routines. Undergoing professional training and ideological education, they commenced their rigorous regimen day after day. In this relentless pursuit, they will emerge as exceptional individuals, while simultaneously nurturing an unwavering loyalty and fidelity to Hydra, even if such loyalty can be shattered. Perhaps the moment their allegiance is fractured is today. Lorez, a soldier of Hydra, possesses a clear understanding of the organization's true purpose, yet internally, he harbors no qualms about it. On the contrary, he takes pride in being a member of Hydra. After relishing a meal surpassing the standards of American soldiers, Lorez, humming a tune, knocked on the door opposite him. "Hey, Mayu, care for a chat?" "Get lost," came a furious retort from within. "I have no time today to entertain that pathetic thing of yours. Go find someone else." "Oh, how the tables have turned," Lorez chuckled lightly, leaning against the door. "I recall you used to be quite fond of that big treasure." In response to Lorez's crude remarks, Mayu merely scoffed. "Humph." Seeing that Mayu refused to open the door, Lorez let out a dismissive sound and turned away, contemplating where else he might seek amusement. "Let me think. If memory serves me right, I still have a day off. Perhaps I should venture into town. It's been ages since I savored the delights of those girls at the Pink Tavern." Boom! As Lorez mentally mapped out his pleasurable escapade, a tremor abruptly shattered all his plans. Chapter 58. The assault. The violent tremor momentarily led Lorez to believe an earthquake had struck, but the ensuing alarm made it clear that was not the case. Rushing into the armory, he hastily donned his tactical gear while glancing at a nearby comrade. "Hey, Majid, do you know what is happening?" "Not a clue," Majid replied, not bothering to look up. "But I heard someone is attacking the base." "Attacking the base?" Lorez exclaimed, astonished. "Is that person insane? Don't they realize—" Boom! Another explosion interrupted Lorez's words, prompting Majid to raise his head and slap something greasy into Lorez's hands. "Looks like they don't know." Realizing it was a ball of paper smeared with oily substance, Lorez cursed under his breath, tossed it to the ground, and rushed out alongside Majid. A few minutes earlier, weren't they supposed to be Hydra? Even if they are under the banner of the Divine Intent Society, this shouldn't be the case, Li Wei pondered, staring at the silver emblem resembling a majestic eagle before him. Could it be that I'm not in the right place? "Hey, what are you doing here?" Just as Li Wei was deep in thought, the sound of a chamber being pulled echoed behind him. Amidst the hurried footsteps, a group of soldiers, emerging from unknown origins, surrounded him. Gazing at the soldiers before him, Li Wei hesitated for a moment, then raised his head. "Long live Hydra, soldiers." It seemed inconceivable that the motto of their organization could be wielded in such a manner. The soldiers were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, their weapons gripped tightly in indecision. Should they lower them or raise them? Uncertain of how to address their companion before them, Li Wei, however, had already deduced their identities. It appeared he had indeed found the right ones. The Hydra soldiers might harbor reservations and suspicions due to Li Wei's association with their comrade, yet he had no such qualms. As the saying goes, all's fair in love and war. He had previously employed a false identity to deceive, and there was nothing amiss in striking preemptively once more. With this thought, Li Wei subtly raised his wrist, fingers curling in a clandestine gesture, gathering strength. A resounding explosion shattered the still air as twisted spheres of condensed air shot forth like bullets, colliding directly with several Hydra soldiers. Another muffled thud echoed. The air, obstructed by matter, instantly dispersed, unleashing the pent-up energy within. In the blink of an eye, several Hydra soldiers were sent hurtling backward as if seized by an invisible hand at their napes, lifeless before they even landed. As four figures were flung away, Li Wei glanced at his right hand, astonished. Who would have thought that the power of this air blast surpassed that of a bullet? Fire! The sound of gunfire rang out, a series of rapid shots. Amused, Li Wei plucked the golden-orange bullets from the air, shaping them into round projectiles as if playing marbles, and gently flicked one toward the soldier before him. With a soft metallic hum, the orange projectile spun lazily, tracing a seemingly wobbly, yet perfectly linear path toward the soldier's brow. As the speed of events slowed to a fraction of its normal pace, the world unfolded in a wondrous spectacle through Li Wei's eyes. He He could effortlessly reshape the bullet to his will, imbuing it with enhanced energy with a mere flick of his finger. Upon completing this feat, he observed the Hydra soldier's skin ripple as the kinetic energy from the projectile radiated outward before it pierced through his brow, sending him collapsing to the ground. In just a heartbeat, he had dispatched the obstacle before him. With a firm step, Li Wei relaxed the biological field's restraint on the airflow, propelling himself like a cannonball toward the fortified walls of the base. With a thunderous crash, the metal door was struck with immense force, creating a sizable dent, while the surrounding concrete walls trembled, scattering a cascade of debris. Amidst the blaring alarms and Li Wei's second impact, the already damaged iron barrier finally succumbed with a groan, tearing apart under the strain. The fierce gusts of air surged into the breach like a wild beast, stirring up clouds of dust and obscuring the view. Stepping through the entrance, illuminated by sunlight, Li Wei's gaze pierced through the haze, locking onto a greater number of Hydra soldiers in the distance, a light chuckle escaping his lips. In such a brief span of time, these individuals have formed a formidable force, truly deserving of their reputation as a long-hidden terrorist organization. Despite the praise for the Hydra Corps that echoed in his words, Levi displayed not a trace of solemnity upon his face. Stepping down from the remnants of steel, he traversed the dust with deliberate strides, appearing before the fully armed Hydra troops. "Hello," Levi began, but before he could finish, the commander concealed behind the ranks of Hydra had already issued the command. "Open fire." At that instant, bright gunfire erupted like dazzling lights, the sounds of gunshots weaving a relentless tapestry, while the rain of bullets fell as densely as a loomed shuttle. Time seemed to be entirely consumed by the automated chaos and smoke before Levi, leaving him unable to find a path through the barrage. Yet, since he could not navigate through it, he resolved to confront it head-on. With the energy flowing within him, a mere flicker of his eyelids was enough to expand his invisible biofield. The sound of clanging metal filled the air as sparks erupted before him, only to vanish as the bullets skidded away. The biofield acted as an intangible steel barrier, revealing no vulnerabilities amidst the dense hail of gunfire. Witnessing Levi advance like a deity, impervious to the bullets, the deformed and twisted projectiles clattering to the ground like coins, the Hydra commander could not help but gape in astonishment. Were it not for the education he had received over the decades, bolstering his resolve, he might have knelt in fear. Yet, since he remained standing, human nature compelled him to resist. Prepare. From a distance, Levi spotted several green-tipped rockets. His composure faltered. He understood that the biofield could deflect bullets, but whether it could withstand this was uncertain. After all, who would fire upon themselves? Fire. Boom. With another command, a shell, trailing a luminous and imposing aura, surged towards Levi, intent on mutual destruction. "Let me think," he mused, contemplating the projectile's collision-triggered detonation. Focusing intently on the tip of the shell, he narrowed his eyes. There, rooted in place, Levi shifted slightly, lowering his body before suddenly tensing and unleashing his force. Boom! His punch surged forth like a mighty wave, fierce as an enraged lion. The rolling shockwave collided with the airborne projectile in an instant. The impact-triggered detonator was activated, and in that fleeting moment, flames erupted, sending shockwaves roaring through the already turbulent environment, leaving devastation in their wake. Chapter 59. Ruins and Reflections, as if innately endowed. The biofield possessed a near-omnipotent quality, capable of withstanding both tangible and intangible forces. The shockwaves and searing flames produced by the explosion, terrifying and potentially lethal to an ordinary person, were rendered inconsequential to Levi, as the presence of the biofield rendered them no more troublesome than a gentle breeze. Emerging from the swirling flames, Levi approached the astonished Majid with a slight smile, inquiring, "Will you take your own life, or shall I assist you?" Kneeling, Majid gazed up at Levi, his expression suddenly contorting into a grimace. Gripping his gun, he pulled the trigger, while his left hand swiftly drew a dagger from his waist. With a swift motion, the blade lunged towards Levi, gleaming with a deadly glint. Ah, a truly unyielding resistance fighter, Levi thought, his gaze growing colder. With his left hand, he pressed down on Majid's head while his right hand seized the wrist that clutched the dagger. In one fluid motion, he redirected the blade, which then plunged in the neck of its wielder. With a casual flick of his left hand, Majid was sent hurtling through the air like a discarded rag, crashing against the nearby wall with a resounding thud before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Observing the Hydra troops before him, Levi shook his head in lamentation. Alas, you shall never make the right choice. In an instant, Levi's figure darted forward, the sole of his shoe making intimate contact with the face of a nearby Hydra soldier before he stomped down forcefully. Boom! Amidst the surging shockwaves and the sound of falling debris, the concrete layers separating the underground training facility from the above-ground structure were brutally shattered, revealing a gaping void, painted with hues of white and red, while on one side of the chasm, headless corpses lay sprawled. It seems you are intent on staining my hands with blood. Very well, I shall oblige. Levi scoffed, yet he did not transform into a whirlwind of destruction. Instead, he braved the hail of bullets and methodically pronounced the death sentences of these fearless soldiers, fervently devoted to Hydra. Levi arrived with the principle of retribution. The explosion at the number 17 textile factory had been the most perilous moment of his life. If he could not return that terror tenfold, he would find it difficult to pacify his fragile spirit. The echoes of his footsteps resonated through the building like the tolling of a death knell, while smoke and flames roared behind him, rendering Levi a devil that had escaped from the depths of hell in the eyes of the Hydra soldiers. He maintained his relentless stride, approaching one individual after another, mercilessly extinguishing their lives. As the bell tolling his death grew ever closer, those soldiers who had vowed to dedicate everything to Hydra finally crumbled. There were no screams, no wails. They merely clutched their weapons, gazing up at Levi in terror, before succumbing silently into a crimson abyss. Majid, Mayu, Koblet, hidden in the back, Lars watched helplessly as Levi, like a cold-blooded machine, executed his friends, comrades, and lovers one by one. The indifferent expression on Levi's face momentarily reminded Lars of a past mission, when he too bore a similar countenance while gunning down civilians as if they were mere chickens. Once those civilians had fled in terror, just as he was now, yet they were ultimately found and shot down. Now, everything seems to have replayed itself. In a state of panic, Lars hastily retreated to a corner. The light illuminated his path, and as he turned to look back, he beheld a cement wall marred by a gaping hole. A gentle radiance filtered through the swirling dust, casting a surreal and ineffable dreamlike quality over the scene. In that fleeting moment, Lars's gaze became clouded, and the emotions that had nearly driven him to despair inexplicably dissipated. Step by step, resembling a stumbling child, he moved towards the beckoning light. Like a desperate wanderer, Lars soon arrived at the edge of the aperture, reaching out towards the source of illumination. Yet, the dark chasm became his fatal snare. With a startled cry, he plummeted into the abyss. At that precise moment, Levi happened to push open the door, locking eyes with Lars's falling form. The sound was akin to shattering glass, as if the very fabric of space were fraying, and a peculiar sensation began to permeate Levi's mind. Instinctively, he took a step forward and beheld an array of bizarre lines suspended in the air. These lines resembled the angles created by differently slanted panes of glass, distorting the objects behind them. Peering through the breach in the wall, Levi saw the sky fold inward, resembling a vast dome composed of innumerable facets resting upon the earth. A swift glance made him feel as though he were ensconced within a kaleidoscope, dizzy and disoriented. However, in a mere instant, Levi regained his composure, furrowing his brow. Is this an illusion? No, this is magic. Unable to derive any conclusions from his thoughts, a voice emanating from behind him provided clarity to his confusion. Turning around, he beheld a woman clad in a flowing robe of pale yellow, her bald head adorned with an intriguing symbol. Levi regarded the woman with curiosity, yet refrained from taking immediate action. Even a brute adheres to certain fundamental principles. If this mirror-like world could be illusory, then so too might this individual be a fabrication. Rather than resorting to aggression at the slightest provocation, it would be wiser to discern the intentions of this sorceress. Who are you? What is this magic? He inquired. I am Gu-E, a sorceress from Kamartaj. She replied calmly. With a flick of her wrist, the elements before Levi twisted and coiled like gears, interlocking and whirring into motion. In that instant, the world appeared to transform into a complex mechanical apparatus, with each entity serving as a cog in the grand machinery of existence. Having orchestrated this metamorphosis, Gu-e stood with her hands clasped behind her back, suspended in the air. As for magic, it is merely a sophisticated manipulation of energy. Witnessing the transformation unfold before him, Levi marveled, gazing up at the celestial gears. Such power could alter the world, yet it is merely an advanced application of energy? The enigma of magic lies therein. Gu-e approached Levi, pressing her palm forward, and the world reverted to its original state. Observing the familiar landscape, Levi suddenly inquired, "What is the name of this magic?" "Mirror dimension," Gu-e answered, resolving his query. "Mirror space." Levi paused momentarily, glancing behind him before speaking. "Everything in this world must be an illusion. Why have you summoned me to this place? Is it to plead for the release of those Hydra soldiers below?" Chapter 60. Kamartaj, I merely wish to converse with you. In Ancient One's eyes lay the safety of the entire Earth. A human organization intent on dominating the planet held little weight compared to the broader scope of humanity. Very well. A sorcerer who ensnares me in mirror space has traversed vast distances simply to engage in conversation. Levi shrugged in resignation. What would you like to discuss? The future. The future? Levi blinked. Are you suggesting that I may become a deranged killer, prompting you to journey back from the future to stop me? Though initially jesting, Levi's smile faded upon witnessing the Ancient One's solemn demeanor. You're not joking, are you? Perhaps what you speak of may indeed come to pass. Yet presently, circumstances have taken on far more intricate paths. The Ancient One gestured through the air, and the world before Levi began to stretch, while everything behind them similarly elongated. When reality resumed its form, they found themselves atop a vast, snow-capped mountain. Once again basking in the sun, a surge of energy erupted within Levi, prompting him to instinctively take a step forward. Moments later, amidst a cataclysmic roar, he watched helplessly as an avalanche mercilessly buried a village below. Levi fell into silence. I assure you, it was unintentional. Do you believe me? Of course. The Ancient One extended her hand, and a green wheel materialized in her palm. As she spun the wheel, the unstoppable avalanche appeared to reverse as if played in reverse, astonishingly returning to its origin at Levi's feet. Levi. Having never witnessed the existence of time magic, Levi swiftly appeared beside the Ancient One, but before he could utter a word, a hurricane-level gust unleashed an avalanche of unprecedented scale. Thus, they stood atop the mountain, observing the newly restored village being thoroughly swept away once more. You may not have acted with intent, yet the consequences of your inadvertent actions possess a destructive force surpassing that of deliberate deeds by mere mortals. Indeed, you speak the truth. Levi nodded vigorously before turning his gaze to the Ancient One's palm. Is that ability of yours to reverse time also magic? Indeed, it is time magic, a form of forbidden sorcery. The Ancient One nodded, guiding Levi from the mountain's peak into an ancient, serene meditation chamber. Time magic, can I learn it? Levi's heart brimmed with insatiable curiosity. Magic. This is the legendary sorcery. Witnessing the manipulation of mirror space and the reversal of time is undeniably captivating, evoking a profound curiosity within any individual. Furthermore, he merely needs to bask in the sun to gain strength. Learning magic along the way does not seem contradictory, does it? Perceiving Levi's inner thoughts, Ancient One shook her head. Forbidden magic can only be learned by the Supreme Sorcerer. If you're willing to assume the mantle of the Supreme Sorcerer, I could impart it to you. Supreme Sorcerer? What does that entail? These are matters you'll come to understand in due time. For now, there is but one question. Are you willing to accept the responsibilities that accompany the mastery of time magic? Calmly gazing at Levi, Ancient One's magical energy surged, and with a sound akin to a cascade, the prism-like barrier in the air vanished. In that instant, the intangible sensation that had cloaked Levi, akin to a plastic film, dissipated entirely. He realized he had returned to the realm of reality. You need not provide me with an answer immediately. You may choose to remain here for a while. During this period, you can train alongside those apprentices of magic, and I shall teach you how to harness the energy within. Control energy. At the mention of this, Levi became invigorated. No one could perceive the energy within him better than he could, yet he consistently found it challenging to manage this seemingly boundless energy. Ancient One's words opened a door for him. Even without the allure of her enigmatic magic, he felt compelled to stay for a time. Here, take this. Subconsciously, Levi accepted the items Ancient One extended. Looking down, he saw two sets of black robes. What is this? Clothing, she replied, leading him out of the room. If you prefer to practice in your current attire, I shall not compel you to don these robes. As Levi followed her outside, he beheld a neatly arranged assembly of dozens of apprentice mages, all clad in identical robes. In contrast, his fashionable sportswear rendered him strikingly out of place. Meeting Ancient One's gaze, Levi resignedly nodded. Very well, I shall wear your robes. It is not a matter of coercion. I do so willingly, he added. Ancient One smiled slightly and returned to her designated training chamber, while a portly mage approached Levi. Come with me. I will arrange your accommodation and schedule. Very well, Levi replied, clutching the robes as he followed. Observing the sunlit square and the warmth it radiated, he could not help but exclaim, truly, magic is omnipotent. Hearing Levi's admiration, the mage chuckled. These are masterpieces left by generations of supreme sorcerers. Before long, you too shall master such magic. Is that so? Levi inquired, surprised. Do you have such faith in me? The Ancient One never misjudges character. I am inclined to trust her judgment. It seems her esteem in your eyes is quite high. Indeed, the Ancient One holds great respect in the hearts of us all. Is that so? Li Wei, seizing the opportunity, posed a question he had long wished to ask. Do you know what the term Supreme Being means? Wang's lips were tightly sealed, revealing far more restraint than Li Wei had anticipated. He merely cast a sidelong glance at Li Wei, smiled enigmatically, yet offered no explanation to alleviate his curiosity. This question, I fear, can only be elucidated by the Ancient One. I am unable to disclose it to you. Very well. Although he received no answer, Li Wei felt little disappointment. Now, can you at least tell me the name of this place? Wang led Li Wei through a wooden door into a rather unadorned chamber. After silently preparing all of Li Wei's necessities and a schedule for daily activities, he turned to Li Wei with a smile. Welcome to Kamar Taj. Chapter 61. I've already crossed over, and you expect me to study? As for the renowned sanctuary of sorcerers, Kamar Taj, Li Wei could not claim to have even a fleeting knowledge of it. In truth, he was utterly oblivious. Were it not for the visit from the esteemed sorcerer, the Ancient One, he would have remained ignorant of this group that had been quietly resisting dimensional incursions. Naturally, constrained by the Ancient One's cryptic musings and the silence of the other sorcerers at Kamar Taj, Li Wei was entirely unaware of the significance of this place. Nevertheless, this mattered little. As long as he could bask in the sun, he was content to linger here for a while. After all, there was mobile phone reception, and should any trouble arise back at 47, he could reach there in due time. Hey, how did she know I favored black? Clad in a black training outfit, Li Wei gazed into the mirror and marveled. At this moment, only a poetic phrase can encapsulate my handsomeness. As he toyed with a uniquely shaped floating ring retrieved from his pocket, Li Wei leisurely strolled through Kamar Taj, observing the sorcerers diligently honing their skills in the square. Wow, impressive. Watching dozens of sorcerers summon golden sparks with their gestures, intricate trajectories illuminated by vibrant orange magic materializing in the air, Li Wei could hardly contain his excitement. He had witnessed grand spectacles in games, yet this was the reality. If he so desired, he could even approach and experience the magic up close. With unwavering focus, he unknowingly followed the flow of energy emanating from the sorcerers, feeling an invisible pull on the energy within himself. As Li Wei concentrated, his ability to perceive beyond the ordinary activated once more. However, this time, what appeared before him was not the familiar crimson or pure white of living tissue, but rather unfamiliar lines, intricate and perplexing, unlike anything he had ever seen before. Upon these lines, strange beams of light flickered and flowed as if imbued with life, their unique frequencies gradually capturing Levi's attention, compelling him to gaze more intently. Levi's consciousness transcended into an extraordinarily marvelous realm. However, the mages under his scrutiny began to sense an ineffable discomfort. It felt as though someone were peering into their very essence, dissecting them with the intent to unravel and utterly dismantle their being. Their thoughts began to race, and the energy around them grew restless. Enough! A sharp slap on Levi's shoulder abruptly interrupted his focus on the mage's internal energy circuits. Turning to his side, he realized that a crowd of mages had gathered before him. Their eyes, filled with confusion and disdain, were fixed upon him. What is wrong? Levi queried, perplexed by their demeanor, his gaze reflecting his bewilderment. Please, Do not stare at us any longer, one mage, evidently the leader, articulated. Your gaze makes us uncomfortable, so we kindly ask you to avert your eyes. Levi's mind was a flurry of questions, but seeing the serious expressions on their faces, he nodded in acquiescence. Despite his lingering perplexity, in the mirrored space, Ancient One and Wang distinctly observed Levi and the mages who had halted their practice. Witnessing the unusual reactions of the mages under Levi's gaze, Wang finally grasped why Ancient One held such a high regard for Levi. Master, did you discern the issues he possesses long ago? Ancient One smiled faintly, choosing not to respond to Wang. I need you to teach him, to help him comprehend the fundamental workings of certain matters. As Levi walked past them, oblivious to the mirror's depths, Wang nodded in agreement. I will. The presence of energy liberated Levi from the essential activities of mortal life, such as eating, drinking, and sleeping. Much like how sustenance was merely a means to satisfy taste rather than a necessity for survival, sleep had become a mere habit for Levi, even without rest. His mind remained unfatigued. As he leisurely roamed through Kamartaj, he was on the verge of discovering the library when Wang's figure finally blocked his path. It seems you do not require rest. In that case, let's begin immediately. Thus commenced their endeavor. Instinctively glancing at the door he had yet to push open, Levi felt a surge of curiosity about what lay beyond. First, you must comprehend some fundamentals, Wang stated, as he pushed open the wooden door that piqued Levi's interest. Instantly, a distinct aroma of books wafted into Levi's nostrils. Following Wang inside, he beheld meticulously arranged rows of bookshelves. Is this a library? Perhaps it would be more apt to refer to it as a repository, Wang replied, leading the way. Every tome here possesses immense value and is nearly impossible to replicate. Thus, calling a library may not do it justice. Since it is a repository, should it not be treasured? Levi inquired. Thus, these books lose their inherent significance. After all, books are meant to be read. Even if they are precious, one should not strip them of their fundamental purpose. Wang navigated the shelves, pulling one book after another. Eventually, he regained his composure and placed the books before Li Wei, stating, "All right, these are the materials you need to study during this period." Li Wei gazed down at the towering stack of tomes, which exceeded the thickness of the Xinhua dictionary, his mind filled with questions. Are you serious? Of course, Wang replied, looking at him as if it were self-evident. These books contain fundamental knowledge about magic, energy, and the human body, which are essential for anyone wishing to learn magic. He flipped open the cover of one book, revealing lines of minuscule text. This script was neither the familiar Chinese characters nor the English words composed of the 26 letters. It was a language Li Wei had never encountered before. Yet, this unfamiliar script, now arranged neatly on the pages, formed volumes referred to as foundational texts on magic. Having just completed 3 arduous years of high school in his previous life, Li Wei had hoped to bid farewell to a life drowned in books and examinations. Yet, here he was, faced with the prospect of re-entering such a life as the first step in learning magic. Silently exasperated, Li Wei took a deep breath and looked up at Wang. Is there a more expedited method? A way that doesn't require me to read all these books in their entirety? Another reluctant learner, Wang gently shook his head as if anticipating this response. He placed the spell Li Wei was holding onto the table and moved further back, saying, "Of course there is. Follow me." Chapter 62. The mind for an ordinary apprentice seeking knowledge at Kamartaj. The answers from Wang or any other mage would undoubtedly be negative, but Li Wei was different. Who among the others could withstand the sonic barrier, as he did? None. Not to mention that before Ancient One had specifically mentioned this matter to Wang in the mirror dimension, having connections certainly had its perks. As for why Li Wei inquired about shortcuts, he had spent 12 years learning English from elementary school through high school. Even though this unfamiliar script might not require such an extensive time commitment, he believed a year or 2 would still be necessary. This was his confidence in his less than stellar linguistic abilities. If something could be resolved efficiently, why waste an extra year or 2? Furthermore, Wang was now his teacher. Any shortcut permitted by a teacher could hardly be deemed a mere shortcut. It would be akin to being placed in an advanced class, a recognition of his innate talent. Thus, amid an uncanny silence, the two entered a uniquely shaped room, resembling a round fruit with its top removed and inverted on the ground. The floor was etched with deep grooves interconnecting, resembling a colossal magical array. All right, this is the place. Wang stood at the doorway, gesturing towards the magical array, instructing Li Wei to step into its center. What for? Li Wei Yinqidat. To assist you, Wang replied calmly. Do you not wish to take a shortcut? Step into the array. Could you first enlighten me on the purpose of this array? Li Wei asked, studying the intricate patterns on the ground, suddenly adopting a wary demeanor. Fear not. It is merely a simple array that poses no threat to you. By standing within it, you will save yourself the toil of study and directly perceive the existence of energy. The pathway to enlightenment lay starkly before Li Wei, yet he hesitated, turning to leave. Forget it. I think I shall stick to my books. What are you afraid of? Wang called out to his retreating figure. Is it merely an empty room with some basic patterns that has intimidated you? I'm not afraid. Li Wei retorted, turning back to emphasize, I am simply being prudent, avoiding uncertain ventures. Then why do you hesitate to stand in the center of the array? Wang scoffed, stepping back a few paces before boldly entering the array himself. See? What is there to fear? Enough already, Li Wei rolled his eyes. Do you know how I arrived here? Listen closely. That ancient sorceress of yours transported me in a flash from miles away, using her mirror dimension, and she even took me for a tour around Mount Everest. Understand? I see, Wang nodded. You are apprehensive about the power of magic. Indeed, Li Wei conceded. The sorcerers I envision conjure fireballs or arcane spheres, not those who can create mirror dimensions with a mere gesture. Who knows what bizarre spells this contraption beneath your feet might conjure? Are you certain that the spot you currently occupy is within your control and safe? What? Suddenly, a familiar sound echoed, causing Li Wei's expression to shift dramatically. Damn! The sensation of being ensnared in a plastic wrap returned. As he attempted to reach for Wang, the very concern he had harbored materialized. The seemingly short corridor began to stretch infinitely. Despite his utmost speed, he could not breach the door. Wang stood motionless, seemingly within arm's reach, yet utterly unattainable. Turning to flee, he found himself unable to move an inch, as if trapped within this corridor. Damn! He cursed again, halting to face Wang. All right, what exactly do you intend to do? I merely wish to impart a lesson. At any given moment, circumstances are never entirely within your control. Wang dissipated the mirror dimension, stepping aside and gesturing for Li Wei to enter. Exhaling deeply, Li Wei reluctantly stepped into the room. Very well. Now can you explain what this shortcut entails? No. Before revealing the shortcut, I must first present you with another lesson. What is it? While maintaining reverence for the unknown, one must also remain steadfast in oneself. Wang patted Levi's muscular arm and remarked, Behold, you possess a strength 100-fold greater than that of an ordinary person, yet you lack a heart to match it. Heart? The more Wang elaborated, the more perplexed Levi became. Had he not known that the inhabitants of this place wielded magic, he might have suspected he had stumbled upon the abode of some ancient sage. You want me to act recklessly? One must proceed with discernment, remaining true to oneself. This is what I wish to impart to you. Wang led Levi into the magic circle. The Ancient One has shared certain insights with me, which have illuminated some aspects of your being, the most pressing of which concerns your heart. At times, you exhibit undue bravado, while at others, you are prone to retreat. You harbor profound confidence in your abilities, yet past experiences as an ordinary individual render you susceptible to hesitation. If you cannot fully comprehend your own nature, you shall continue to be ensnared by this turmoil in the times to come. So, is there a remedy? Indeed, Wang replied with a smile, stepping firmly on the ground. It lies right here. Just as Levi was about to respond, he noticed Wang suddenly reaching out to strike him. Instinctively, he grasped Wang's hand, unaware of the other hand that had already pressed against him. With a resounding impact at the point where Wang and Levi's backs collided, an extraordinary ripple-like wave emanated forth. This wave, seemingly tangible yet ethereal, appeared to transcend the material realm, reverberating within Levi's spiritual domain, resonating with his soul and corporeal form. Amidst the heavy humming sound, the energy within Levi stirred as if subjected to an external invasion, clashing with the foreign force. The energies within Levi and Wang collided like two surging tides, unleashing an irresistible force that radiated from their center. Wang's expression shifted dramatically. By heavens! Despite the Ancient One's prior caution and the deliberate utilization of the room's power, the resistance of Levi's inner energy exceeded Wang's expectations. However, as the magic persisted, Levi's finite energy was ultimately expended. with a surge of energy far more potent than before. The connection between Levi's body and soul was temporarily severed. In a state of ethereal drift, Levi's spirit extricated itself from his body in a uniquely profound manner. Wang laid Levi's still form flat and then spoke. This is the task before you. Chapter 63. The future. Why go to such lengths? Although in a state of soul, Levi felt no panic. A peculiar sensation tethered his spirit to his physical form on the ground. With a mere thought, he could return to his body in an instant. Yet, he was curious to discern Wang's true intent behind the effort to extricate his soul, to enable you to fully recognize yourself. Wang brushed off the dust clinging to his robe and said to Li Wei, "This is the meditation chamber, where one can truly grasp the mysteries of magic at the closest proximity. Is that so? I find it hard to believe. You will soon be convinced." With that, a golden radiance ignited in Wang's hand, and then boom, like a cosmic explosion, an array of dazzling, glass-like colors erupted before Li Wei's eyes, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation of traversing time and space. Planets, dimensions, indescribable entities, matter, energy, a chaotic maelstrom in a state of spiritual essence flitted through the fabric of time and space. Li Wei seemed to witness the birth of a universe and the silence of all existence. The bizarre scenes and resplendent hues interwove before him. Had he not known this was the power of magic, he might have doubted whether he had ingested some toxic fungus. No, even such illusions paled in comparison to the spectacle unfolding before his eyes. Yet, as everything accelerated, the world within Li Wei's gaze began to distort chaotically. The originally vibrant colors stretched out, countless beams of light fused together, and everything appeared increasingly luminous. The brightness was blinding, scorching, an intensity that Li Wei found unbearable. Stop, 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 give me a break. With a thunderous roar, the blinding white before him shattered like fragile glass. A torrent of energy surged from Li Wei, akin to a fierce beast or a raging dragon, like tumultuous waves or a wild tempest. Under the onslaught of this erupting energy, Wang's expression turned serious as he swiftly conjured a golden shield to protect himself. The clash between the energy erupting from Li Wei and the sudden emergence of magical arrays on the chamber walls sent fierce currents swirling, disrupting Wang's entire field of vision. As the tumult of energy gradually subsided, a robust figure stood before him. "I have returned." Wang exhaled in relief upon recognizing Li Wei's visage. "You startled me. The shortcut you entrusted to me worked remarkably well." In Li Wei's dark pupils shimmered an indomitable glow, reminiscent of ravaged, resplendent stars. "I feel as though I can see everything clearly now. What have you come to understand?" After merely a few seconds of locking eyes with Li Wei, Wang felt as if he had been pierced through, causing his expression to shift into one of unease. He quickly dodged Li Wei's gaze. "Do not look at me. My apologies. I am still unable to perfectly control my power. It is an unavoidable circumstance." Li Wei shukled legally. "But rest assured, my gaze will not harm you for now." "Spare me," Wang huffed. "I dislike the feeling of being so easily seen through." Approaching the door of the meditation chamber, Wang glanced back at Li Wei. "Do you wish to accompany me outside?" "Not at the moment." Li Wei shook his head. "I need to familiarize myself with my power to eliminate this uncomfortable sensation of being scrutinized. Then I wish you fruitful discoveries." Wang nodded slightly before departing alone. Gazing at the stone door closing before him, Li Wei's eyes sparkled like bright stars, energy swirling within. The world he perceived was wholly different from anything he had encountered before. Energy was a phenomenon with which Li Wei had never truly engaged. Yet upon his genuine contact with it, he began to grasp its subtle mysteries. However, compared to the adept sorcerers within Camartage, his mastery over energy remained rather superficial. Just moments ago, as energy surged into his eyes, Li Wei could directly penetrate the intricate circuits and nodes of magical energy within Wang's body. Yet such unrestrained scrutiny was easily detectable. He required time to better control the energy coursing through him, at least until the next occasion when he would observe the flow of magical power within those sorcerers without being noticed. In the sanctum of Master Ancient One, Wang found himself once more before her, yet this time, a note of distress graced his countenance. "I fear I may not be able to serve as his teacher any longer." "What troubles you?" "According to your methods, he has mastered the manipulation of energy. Yet the power he wields surpasses my expectations. I am afraid I may not be fit to guide him effectively. Is that so? Master Ancient One nodded gently. Thank you, Wang. I shall take care of the remaining matters. Within the library, Wang removed the Eye of Agamotto from his person and activated the Forbidden Time spell. However, this time, the ethereal green time dial did not manifest. Instead, it transformed into wisps of mist that enveloped Ancient One, as her thoughts submerged into the fabric of time. The once clear yet desolate world before her faded away, replaced by a chaotic array. Fragments of mirrors reflected a kaleidoscope of scenes, each one distinct from the other. Observing this bewildering spectacle, a subtle smile graced Ancient One's face. Time and space have restored. The intricacies of the future lie in its infinite possibilities. Even with the time stone in her grasp, Ancient One could only influence the trajectory of the future through certain interferences. To decree a specific future as the definitive reality was an unattainable endeavor. Attempting to wield the Eye of Agamotto to control the unfolding of the future would come at the cost of being ensnared in an endless cycle of time. Ancient One understood this deeply and chose to remain a silent observer of the future until it presented her with an unsettling transformation. A figure transcending time and space. Amalgamating energy and matter, obliterated the sanctum sanctorum, laying the earth bare under the gaze of countless dimensional demons. Yet, this figure did not seek to render Earth as sustenance for these demons. Rather, it intended to serve as bait to ensnare the dimensional entities lurking in the infinite expanse of time. Countless demons fell to the might of that figure, their dimensions consumed and absorbed. Yet, in this cataclysmic conflict, not only was Earth utterly devastated, but the entire universe became a battlefield for these terrifying demons, leading to the disintegration of matter and the depletion of energy. The world began to fall into decay, the once abundant resources and energy consumed to the brink of exhaustion, and the brilliant stars replaced by a dark, gaping void. Ultimately, desolation became the sole epithet of existence. In a bid to alter this grim reality, the Ancient One relinquished her long-held tenets and embarked on an exploration of the infinite future to seek salvation, directly intervening in the world to redirect its course. This convergence of actions in the present moment led her to bring Li Wei to Kamartaj, imparting the knowledge of communicating with and harnessing energy. Chapter 64. Transformation. Armed with profound comprehension of time and the powers of the time stone, the Ancient One evaded the snare of an interminable time loop. However, given the ever-shifting kaleidoscope of time, discerning the trajectory of the future had become an unrealistic endeavor. Yet for her, as long as the world did not descend into its worst potentiality, that was sufficient. As she returned the Eye of Agamotto, this supreme artifact, to its pedestal, the Ancient One gently caressed its rough metallic surface, acknowledging that its mission had come to an end. The allure of mastering the power of time is undeniably potent for some. Yet this ancient sorceress, having lived for countless years, was clearly not among them. Moreover, the complexity of the current future had escalated to a point where even the time stone might struggle to provide clarity. After all, in a not-so-distant future of Earth, a being far more terrifying than the dimensional demon would soon emerge, making it nearly impossible to foresee and guide such a person's destiny. Now, her task was to steer this future individual, who was destined to become a demon-like figure, away from repeating the same mistakes, and to this end, she sought to implement an additional layer of precaution, venturing into an uncharted domain and suddenly wielding a more formidable power. Li Wei initially assumed he would require a considerable amount of time to acclimate. However, reality defied his expectations. Within 4 minutes, he successfully concentrated the energy around his eyes. In 13 minutes, he completed a thorough assessment of his body, calming the active energy within. By the 15th minute, he effectively reactivated this tranquil energy, now more vibrant than before, resulting in an excessive outflow of energy radiating from his torso. In the subsequent 5 minutes, Li Wei experimented with various potent energy attacks, including, but not limited to, heat vision, energy breath, energy blasts, and overload strikes. At the 21st minute, he opted to temporarily forego releasing energy to explore additional offensive techniques, directing his focus instead towards refining the energy within. By the 34th minute, after countless failures, Li Wei succeeded in forming a dense layer of energy around his body, which counteracted gravity and enabled him to achieve levitation. By the 46th minute, through deeper experimentation, he endeavored to forge a closer bond between energy and the biological field. Although he did not succeed, he managed to imbue the biological field with color. If necessary, he could, at his own discretion, envelop himself in a radiant hue. This would not enhance his combat prowess, yet rendered him undeniably cooler. After 78 minutes, armed with only a superficial understanding of air currents gleaned from books, Levi altered the distribution of his biological energy field across his surface, expelling energy like a gust of wind. Thus, he achieved his inaugural flight. Although this endeavor wreaked considerable havoc on the surrounding environment and proved rather extravagant, he soared into the skies. At 81 minutes, Levi sought to refine his method of flight. Yet lacking inspiration or alternatives, he opted to abandon the pursuit. The magical array within the meditation chamber, perhaps crafted by the hand of the Supreme One, had withstood over an hour of Levi's trials without exhibiting a hint of damage, allowing him to nod in reassurance. Upon concluding his hour and 21-minute retreat, Levi consolidated all the energy within him, pushed open the door, and stepped outside, where the sun's warmth invigorated him with a swift influx of energy. Before mastering energy manipulation, Levi believed himself to be akin to the superhumans his former roommates spoke of, who gained strength from basking in the sun. However, he now perceived the situation differently. He could distinctly feel that the sunlight offered only the warmth inherent to light itself, while the energy within him seemed to flow from an unseen source, independent of the sunlight. Thus, rather than attributing his energy to the sun, Levi likened his state more to photosynthesis in plants, where light acts as a catalyst and the true source of energy lies elsewhere. As for whom he should inquire to uncover the truth, the answer was nearly evident: Master Gui, Gui, who stood in the courtyard supervising the training of apprentice sorcerers. Levi calmly remarked, "I believe you ought to enlighten me on a few matters." "Of course," Gui replied, observing the diligent apprentices. "What are your thoughts on this planet?" "Not much," Levi replied casually. "It's a chaotic mess. It would be better if it were a bit more tranquil. What if we turned it into a desolate wasteland?" "That sounds rather appealing," Levi mused, a glimmer of contemplation appearing on his face, but moments later, he chuckled. "If that were the case, I might just perish from boredom. Beyond the solar system lies an expanse of star systems, and the universe undoubtedly harbors more life-bearing planets than just Earth. Yet none of them bear the name Earth. The beings inhabiting them are not referred to as humans either," Levi continued. "Upon reflection, this chaotic planet seems rather splendid. At least here, I find a certain freedom. What say you, Master Gui?" In response to Levi's inquiry, Gui smiled. "You seem to have undergone quite the transformation." "Indeed, for I have come to understand both myself and this world." Exhaling, Levi's expression relaxed. "Not long ago, I was merely an ordinary individual endowed with formidable power, filled with awe and trepidation towards a world I could not comprehend. However, times have changed." Speaking thus, Li Wei pointed at his eyes, expressing his gratitude. "I must thank you all for enabling my vision to be so remarkably clear. Most fears and negative emotions such as dread and terror arise from the unknown and the mysterious. But now, I shall no longer be troubled by such feelings." Gui gazed at Li Wei, a hint of amusement glimmering in her eyes. By this point, she could ascertain from his words that the future he dreaded would no longer manifest. "It seems you have transformed into a sage, Mr. Li Wei." "I cannot claim such a title." With a chuckle, Li Wei shook his head. "Rather, it is you who foresaw and assisted me out of my predicament, who truly deserves the title of sage. By the way, speaking of which," Li Wei suddenly recalled something. "I have one more request. Could you teach me magic? Are you prepared to take on the burdens of time? My nature, I fear, does not permit me to undertake such a task." Li Wei declined Gui's proposal, stating, "I merely wish to observe what the sorcerers can teach me about the manipulation of energy." Chapter 65. The talent of others is always superior. With Gui's assurance, Li Wei swiftly departed from the apprentice square, preparing for the forthcoming journey of magical learning. Wang, however, was unaware of when he had approached Gui. Has he undergone a transformation? Indeed, he has. The two turned to gaze in the direction Li Wei had departed, and Wang clicked his tongue, ultimately at a loss for words. He had encountered many gifted individuals, and even Wang himself possessed considerable talent in magic. Yet, someone like Li Wei, who merely arrived at Camartage in the morning to learn the use of magical energy and had already mastered it by afternoon, was a first for him in several decades. Furthermore, Li Wei's speed in unraveling mental enigmas astonished Wang. Even for sorcerers like them, the mind is of utmost importance and notoriously challenging to penetrate. Failing to fully grasp one's abilities can lead to an excessive pursuit of power, a pitfall that every sorcerer should heed and avoid. It now appears that Li Wei has succeeded, ensuring he will not fall into the trap of magical delusions. Learning magic is not a solemn affair, at least not for Li Wei, who has already acquired and mastered energy. Moreover, his mentor is the supreme master, the most profound in magical comprehension throughout Camartage. Wearing the suspended ring, as Gu Yi gestured towards Li Wei, indicating for him to don the ring resembling a half-claw. She remarked, "The human body is not as sensitive and robust as one might envision. To better acquire and accept energy, we need this suspended ring to communicate with the trinity of the Vishani, so we may draw upon their energy to perform magic. Is that so?" Li Wei looked down at the seemingly ordinary brass ring in his hand, his eyes filled with wonder. A mere ring can indeed communicate with the divine? The Vishani are not gods as commonly understood. Gu Yi appeared to perceive the thoughts swirling within Li Wei's mind. In Eastern mythology, deities are powerful beings, yet the existence of the Veshan Emperor resembles that of a celestial principle. First came the Veshan Emperor, followed by the emergence of magic, with the suspended ring serving as a testament to his power. Nodding in understanding, Li Wei emulated Gu Yi by adorning the suspended ring on his hand, then confidently gazed at Gu Yi. "So, Master Gu Yi, what is the next step?" Noting Li Wei's eagerness, a peculiar smile flickered in Gu Yi's eyes. "Next, you must silently recite the incantation." As Li Wei extended his hand, his body momentarily froze. Then he looked up in astonishment. "I've already harnessed the energy. Why is the incantation still necessary? Innovation begins with imitation. Or do you believe your talent is so extraordinary that you can conjure something from nothing? To independently devise a comprehensive method of energy operation? All right, I understand." After standing still for a few seconds, Li Wei nodded emphatically, turning to leave. However, shortly thereafter, he returned to the room, clutching a book. "I brought the book. Could you please teach me which incantation to learn first?" Gu Yi displayed no reaction to Li Wei's opportunistic behavior. He opened the book and pointed out a passage, subsequently explaining the meaning and pronunciation of the incantation. "With this incantation, you shall gain the magical energy of the Veshan Emperor." The text of the magical incantation acts as a key. Once acquired, it enables you to unlock the door. Thus, Li Wei merely needs to memorize the meaning and pronunciation of this incantation to utilize it directly. As he silently recited the incantation, Li Wei used his mind to activate the suspended ring, establishing a connection with the Veshan Emperor's magical power. However, as time progressed, the energy within him began to entwine around the suspended ring. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a sudden clap of thunder, jolting Li Wei's spirit. The familiar apprentice square transformed into a chaotic realm. This chaos mirrored that which he had previously traversed in the spiritual world, yet empowered by the incantation. Li Wei could manipulate the energy within for his own use. Nevertheless, as he perceived the surrounding energy, an almost boundless ocean, Li Wei discovered that the incantation he had learned seemed to exhibit slight discrepancies. The energy became animated, only to be drawn towards Li Wei's body as if by an invisible force, eagerly rushing in to be absorbed. A sensation of indescribable comfort emerged from the depths of his being, causing Li Wei to involuntarily moan as the rate of energy absorption surged. In that moment, within this seemingly endless ocean of energy, Li Wei's presence resembled that of an unfathomable black hole, continuously absorbing and consuming the surrounding energy. As the energy acquired from the dimensional realm rapidly intensified, Li Wei's physical form and reality grew increasingly robust. The abundant energy flowed from the outer dimension, washing over Li Wei's body. The bones, muscles, and all cellular tissues within the blood fervently absorbed dimensional energy, akin to plants rejoicing in the long-awaited rain. A faint, luminous glow emanates from Levi, as if he were draped in a veil of radiance, resembling the crystalline clarity of a diamond. What is happening? My strength is waning? Within this dimension, the astonished voice of the dimensional emperor reverberated throughout the realm. Subsequently, an unseen will descended. Matter and energy shifted, and three gargantuan eyes, akin to celestial bodies, emerged from the sky, gazing down upon Levi. "It is you who dares to siphon my power?" "Goodness, I've been caught." In the ocean of energy, Levi exchanged glances with the three unified magical deities before him, falling into silence. Yet his absorption of energy showed no signs of ceasing. He wished to halt, but his body, in its honesty, proved somewhat excessive. Thief! Witnessing Levi audaciously pilfering his energy before his very eyes, the dimensional emperor was instantly infuriated. With a thunderous roar, the dimension under his dominion erupted in chaos, while Levi's absorption of energy was forcibly interrupted. However, unlike the rogues skirting between dimensions, Levi possessed a key bestowed upon him by the dimensional emperor himself. When the emperor leveraged the key's authority to abruptly terminate Levi's energy absorption, it effectively expelled him from his dimension. Thus, as the onslaught of attacks cascaded down like a tidal wave, Levi's figure had long since vanished, returning to Earth from the realm of the dimensional emperor. Damn it! Witnessing the thief brazenly disappear before his eyes, the humiliated dimensional emperor seethed with even greater rage. "I shall remember you. I will certainly capture you again." Thief! In reality, as Levi regained his composure, he felt the transformation within his body, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Indeed, others' fortunes surpass one's own. Chapter 66. The dimensional deity, the dimensional emperor, is truly a formidable deity who has single-handedly established a magical system. Levi merely extracted a trivial portion, yet it replenished the energy within him manifold. A simple comparison of his before and after revealed that this brief bout of energy absorption, lasting merely 20 to 30 seconds, equated to a month of sunbathing. One might say that a day's diligent toil pales in comparison to a mere hair from a titan. On the other side, Ancient One simply smiled as he observed Levi. The time stone, born of this universe, embodies the highest temporal authority within it. Agamotto, one of the trinity of the dimensional emperor, crafted the Eye of Agamotto, which serves merely as a vessel for the time stone. Much like the cosmic cube is a container for the space stone. While the power of the time stone cannot enable beings like the dimensional emperor or Dormammu to revisit the past, Ancient One is still capable of observing them through the stone's might. If time is envisioned as a graduated line, in the realm of the first scale, the Ancient One glimpsed a desolate future at the 100 scale and began her quest for salvation. Ultimately, she discovered a means to restore vitality to the barren world of the 100 scale. To alter the course of time, she awaited the moment when time advanced to 15, at which point she found Li Wei and exerted her influence upon him. In that instant, the future transformed. However, due to the inertia of time, the future, in relation to the extensive timeline, would not immediately change within the brief span of time. This included Li Wei's study of magic, which would draw upon the power of the dimension god, Vishanti, allowing him to return safely to that future. This explains why she could no longer perceive the future clearly through the time stone, yet still dared to send Li Wei into the realm of Vishanti. The future was already destined. As for the reasons behind her actions, although the Ancient One's power stemmed from the dimension god, Vishanti, it was evident that she also drew energy from the dark dimension of Dormammu, indicating that as the supreme sorceress, she was not one to adhere rigidly to conventions. Once she was assured that Li Wei would not bring about the destruction of Earth, supplementing him with the power of the dimension god effectively meant nurturing a deity belonging to the Earth-S dimension. While borrowed power may not belong to oneself, the cost of drawing strength from Li Wei would certainly be less than that of borrowing from the dimension god. At the very least, he would not descend into the dimension after death, cursed to endure an eternity of suffering. As Li Wei settled into the joy of his newfound strength, he turned to see the Ancient One standing quietly beside him. Just as he was about to speak, she smiled and raised her finger in a gesture for silence. In that fleeting moment, Li Wei felt an understanding wash over him, and a knowing smile crept onto his lips. He then picked up the spellbook once more, asking, "Ancient One, what shall I do next? You must truly learn magic now." "Very well." Li Wei nodded, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, "Can I learn about the mirror dimension?" "Indeed," the Ancient One affirmed, waving her right hand. The world transformed into a fantastical realm before Li Wei's eyes, while in reality, their figures had vanished without a trace. Vishanti had already been awakened, and the prospect of stealing energy again had become unrealistic. Furthermore, he would surely turn his gaze towards the myriad dimensions, and the Ancient One, possessing energy from numerous dimensions, felt no concern of being detected by Vishanti. However, considering that the other sorcerers within Kamartaj could not thwart Vishanti's prying eyes, caution was imperative. After all, her recent actions could be likened to borrowing money from a benefactor and then handing the key to a thief. Though she herself had not profited, the guilt of an accomplice was inescapable. Thus, she must remain undiscovered. In the endless dimensions, two formless yet tangibly existent deities collided. Crimson and gold intertwined, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that distorted the surrounding dimensions. A scarlet energy coalesced, transforming in an instant into a resounding crimson voice, filled with fury as it gazed upon the golden ocean before it. "Damn it! Agamotto, what are you doing?" From the golden energy emerged three visages, a woman, a man, and a tiger's head, coldly fixating on the chaos demon god, uttering but two words, "Thief." "What nonsense are you spouting?" The chaos demon god, Kasan, glared at the Trinity Vishanti, his energy brimming with indignation, nearly igniting into flames. He was acutely aware that the energy he wielded was not pilfered from Kasan, yet there had to be a means to compensate for their losses. After much deliberation, Kasan, who was constrained by their powers, became the primary target. Thus, a figure with three faces, shimmering with golden light, materialized from the dimensional void, hurtling towards Kasan. "Return the energy you have stolen." With a thunderous crash, the two figures collided, distorting the fabric of time and space. The surrounding dimensional deities swiftly retreated, yet they did not stray far. Instead, they manifested numerous eyes to observe the fierce struggle unfolding between the two. Kasan found himself targeted once more. The distinctive nature of his power was unmistakable. Although it embodied the essence of chaos, it was paradoxically subdued by the might of the Vishanti. Otherwise, even the likes of Dormammu would not find himself at such a disadvantage. How much of his power would be siphoned away this time? "Whatever is taken from you is beyond your capacity to contend with," came a disdainful voice. Kasan's power could unravel all, and he recalled how Dormammu's very essence had been stripped away previously. At that moment, he was likely preoccupied with seeking energy and material from other dimensions to replenish himself. As for Dormammu's latest direction, he remembered there was a dimension shielded by the Vishanti. That could prove quite intriguing. Perhaps it was time for me to awaken from my slumber. Outside, a chorus of wills exchanged thoughts, while within, the contest between the Vishanti and Kasan swiftly reached a conclusion. Kasan's essence was like poison to many other demon gods, yet it was simultaneously fully countered and assimilated by the Vishanti. A vast expanse of scarlet energy shed from Kasan, transforming into the energy of the Vishanti, while Kasan himself instantaneously morphed into a red light, retreating deeper into the dimensions, leaving behind a final threat. "Vishanti, you will pay for this." Outside, as the dispute subsided, the demon gods promptly returned to their original trajectories. Quietly, they each directed a thread of power towards the Earth dimension. In the emptiness of time and space, Kasan's figure re-emerged, seething with frustration, when a faint, melodic chant reached his ears. "Esteemed blood god, your devoted followers beseech your arrival with blood as their offering." The intermittent sounds resemble the groans of the dying, and the flawed gibberish of the supplicants causes a frown to crease Kursan's brow. However, upon glimpsing the beseeching devotees, a cold smile emerges upon his face. Chapter 67. The Annihilation spell. The sources of magical energy are manifold, yet they can generally be categorized into four distinct types. 1. Personal cultivation. Certain exceptionally gifted sorcerers or ritualists can cultivate formidable mental and spiritual powers through their own efforts. They may possess great strength, yet they often succumb to the frailty of the flesh. 2. Cosmic energy. The universe is replete with energy of varying densities, some of which can serve as a source of power for sorcerers to wield magic, although its use may be constrained by spatial dimensions. The advantage lies in its accessibility without any requisite cost. 3. Extra-dimensional deities. By paying a price, one can obtain a continuous flow of energy from entities such as Dormammu or the Vishani. This route demands little in terms of innate talent, yet the cost incurred is substantial. For magical artifacts, rare objects imbued with energy that have drifted from other dimensions. Although numerous magical items exist within Kamartaj, only the Eye of Agamotto, which contains the Time Stone, can be regarded as a quasi-magical artifact. It is deemed quasi because, while the Time Stone harbors immense energy, it is not something an ordinary sorcerer can wield freely. Given its inherent dangers, limitations, and the fact that it belongs to the earthly dimension, it can only be classified as half a magical artifact. To become a supreme being, the Ancient One's aptitude for the arcane is undoubtedly exceptional. Many years ago, she cultivated her mental and spiritual prowess through her own strength, eventually garnering the favor of the Vishanti and establishing Kamartaj as a sanctum for sorcerers safeguarding the earthly dimension. However, neither her mental acuity nor the energies of the Vishanti could grant her an enduring lifespan. While the Eye of Agamotto might allow her to manipulate time, a misstep could ensnare her in a temporal loop. Thus, to continue her guardianship of the earthly dimension, she resorted to studying forbidden magic, drawing forth dark energies from Dormammu to extend her life. Born in a realm as energy depleted as Earth, the sorcerers of Kamartaj have no choice but to rely on the extra-dimensional deities for formidable power. However, Levi clearly does not require such measures. The reflective space is not only a highly sophisticated application of energy manipulation, but also possesses an intimate connection with those transcendent deities of space and time. Thus far, without the aid of the prearranged magical circle within the meditation chamber, only the Ancient One has fully mastered this art. Nevertheless, a second adept is soon to emerge. As the mirror-like wall, resembling fragmented glass, rapidly expands outward from the Ancient One, a cacophony of delicate shattering sounds accompanies its spread. Although the areas it traverses appear indistinguishable from reality, in Levi's eyes, a profound transformation has already taken place. Having mastered energy, Li Wei was no longer merely a corporeal being confined to perceiving the material realm. He could now witness the fluctuations of both the spiritual and energetic worlds. Streams of shimmering golden energy radiated outward from the mirrored wall, interlinking Ancient One, the structures, the earth, and even the sky. Struggling to articulate his observations in the terminology of the physical domain, Li Wei nonetheless comprehended the essence of this magic. Drawing upon the energy of dimensional deities, he constructed a world that appeared identical to reality, yet was, in fact, an exclusive dimension of its own. In this realm, the more energy and authority one wielded, the greater their ability to mold the world to their desires. It was truly remarkable how such a sophisticated utilization of energy could be conceived. As he beheld the upheaval of heaven and earth, the galaxy inverted, Li Wei's eyes brimmed with awe. At times, individuals differ vastly. Had he been in another's shoes, he might never have fathomed such an ingenious application of energy. In the early days of basking in sunlight, Li Wei had fantasized about enhancing his intellect, aspiring to become a person of extraordinary intelligence. Yet, the brutal reality soon revealed that while his power had indeed amplified, intelligence remained an immutable trait. However, Li Wei experienced an even stranger sensation. It reminded him of a sandbox game. When developers lack the capacity to fully control the limitless development of a sandbox world, they often resort to drastically limiting its freedom, transforming it into a pseudo-sandbox. Li Wei felt as though he found himself in a similar predicament. "What are you thinking?" Ancient One's voice interrupted Li Wei's reverie. Returning to the present, he noticed Ancient One cradling a radiant orb of golden light, gazing at him intently. "Now, it is your turn." "What do you mean by that?" Li Wei pondered, only to see Ancient One toss the brilliant sphere towards him. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it, and in an instant, the orb was firmly grasped in his hand. The next moment, an extraordinary sensation caused his pupils to dilate. With a crack and a thunderous roar, holding the authority of the mirrored space, Li Wei's thoughts began to stir, and the world sculpted by Ancient One, resembling a divine realm, instantly warped. Countless structures bent at sharp angles, as if severed by an unseen force, while the earth trembled and fissures appeared. Crimson lava surged forth from the depths, swiftly transforming concrete and steel into molten rock. In the blink of an eye, the world teetered on the brink of apocalypse at Li Wei's command. Yet, this was not the end. With the sky above and the earth below, both Li Wei and Ancient One floated in the air. At that moment, under Li Wei's control, the ground cracked, and the searing lava flowed down from the heavens like boiling water, while in the distance, vast oceans morphed into a curtain of water that obscured the sky. In a fleeting moment, against the azure backdrop, a towering column of orange-red lava surged towards the heavens, resembling a colossal pillar of strength. Within this magnificent structure, steel and concrete, weighing hundreds to thousands of tons, cascaded down like celestial bodies, hurtling towards Li Wei and his companion. As the immense boulders cast an ominous shadow overhead, Gu Yi fell into silence, his inner magic surging forth. Li Wei, in a flurry of activity, endeavored to manipulate the descending rocks above him, only to realize he had inexplicably lost control over the space around him. He then watched in astonishment as gravity reversed, causing the earth, which had been plummeting with overwhelming force, to crash back down instead. Not only did the massive stones fall back, but the lava also flowed in reverse, creating an enormous, several hundred-meter-long curtain of water that cascaded back down. The boulders in the earth, now detached, fell like stars from the sky. The continental shelf trembled and wailed as if alive, while the crimson lava flowed incessantly like blood upon the ground, mingling with the water and giving rise to clouds of steam. The continent sank, lava surged, the ocean roared, and fierce winds howled, bringing together the four primordial elements of earth, fire, water, and wind before the two men's eyes. Yet this unfolding was not the creation of a world, but rather the annihilation of one. Chapter 68. The struggle for power and profit. With a wave of his hand, Gu Yi released his control over the mirrored space, restoring the ravaged world to its original state as it had appeared when the two first entered. He then turned to Li Wei. It seems you still require considerable practice with this spell. Until you can wield it with ease, I advise against using it against others. Although the changes within the mirrored space do not affect the beings and objects in reality, should someone perish within that realm, their death would be all too real. But what if I merely confine him within the mirrored space without causing harm? Li Wei inquired. In that case, he would remain trapped in this realm until he manages to escape. With a flick of his suspended ring, Gu Yi opened a portal leading back to reality, and the two crossed over. Is it truly possible to escape once trapped in the mirrored space? Li Wei pundaratalote. The mirrored space is not the exclusive domain of any one individual. The mirrored magic we wield manifests within the same realm. Sorcerers can open the door between the mirrored space and reality using their rings, and other beings may possess similar abilities. Moreover, overly active energies can sometimes bridge the two realms. Employing this magic as a prison has never been a wise choice. As he spoke, Gu Yi turned away, retrieving a tome of magic from the table and presenting it to Li Wei. It appears you still need to expand your knowledge to master the essence of magic more effectively. Li Wei gazed at the hefty volume before him, feeling a mix of exasperation and resignation, and let out a long sigh as he accepted the weighty book. I shall read it. There exists a saying in human society, knowledge is power. Indeed, knowledge is power. Li Wei affirmed this with a weary nod before exiting Gu Yi's chamber, heading towards the library to delve into the perplexing principles of magic. Library. Wang, I have come to seek you once more. Wang, who was listening to music and reading with a pair of subpar headphones, heard a voice and turned around to see Li Wei, looking somewhat puzzled. Did you not go to study spells with Master Gu Yi? What brings you here? I was dismissed for being slow-witted. Li Wei chuckled casually, placing the book on the table and sitting down opposite Wang. Master Gu Yi is not like that. I was merely jesting. She didn't think me dull, but she did indeed send me to learn the principles of magic. Learning the principles of magic? Wang's gaze shifted from Li Wei's face to the thick tome beside him, instantly comprehending Li Wei's intentions. He quickly shook his head. I have no time. Find someone else. Please, my friend. Seeing Wang poised to refuse without hesitation, Li Wei grew anxious. To enhance his sensory perception, Li Wei's memory had been significantly bolstered, yet his comprehension skills had not improved much. Even if he memorized the magical texts by force, he would still require considerable time to grasp them. Without complete understanding, he could not decipher the magical tomes. Thus, he turned to Wang, hoping that having a mage nearby would substantially reduce the time needed. However, Wang saw through his scheme and was determined to decline. Grabbing Wang's arm as he attempted to leave, Li Wei raised a finger. Just 6 months. That's all I need. Dream on. At the mention of 6 months, Wang scoffed. If it were 2 or 3 months, I might consider helping you. But 6 months is out of the question. All right then, 3 months it is. Bah. Realizing he had been caught in Li Wei's trap, Wang was initially surprised, but quickly retorted, at most, 2 months. Not a problem. Li Wei seized Wang, his face beaming with delight. 2 months it is. Come on, let's begin right now. Seeing the smile on Li Wei's face, Wang suddenly realized he had fallen for the tactic of inflating demands only to settle for less, and he laughed in exasperation. You sly one. Indeed I am. Now, let us not waste any more time. Let us get started. Meanwhile, in Italy, Santino Anthony, working abroad, was taken aback by the news. What? My house has been vandalized? He quickly donned his coat and rushed out of the office. Prepare the car. I must return home at once. Hastening into the estate, Santino immediately spotted his mother and his sister Gianna, who was accompanying her. Though he held a disdain for Gianna, who might compete with him for power, he feigned concern and hurried towards them. Mother, are you all right? Where's father? I am fine. Mrs. Anthony embraced Santino briefly before her brow furrowed with worry. He seems to be in the wine cellar, but we dare not enter. I will check. Santino first ensured his mother was calm, then swiftly made his way to the wine cellar. Father? Amidst gasps, the eldest son Santino Anthony pushed open the heavy door and rushed inside, immediately spotting Idris sitting pensively at the wine table. A barely perceptible flicker of disappointment passed through Santino's eyes, swiftly replaced by an expression of concern and anxiety as he hurried over to Idris. Father, are you all right? I am fine, Idris replied, waving his hand dismissively. Yet his mind lingered on the earlier events. Makid, do share your thoughts on this matter. My thoughts? A spark of joy ignited within him. Could it be that his father was testing him? Once his emotions settled, Santino's opening remark filled Idris with genuine disappointment. Father, we must find a way to restore our authority. Idris was acutely aware that, given Levi's demonstrated abilities, their seemingly formidable family was, in reality, as fragile as a mere ant. He had anticipated that Santino would grasp this truth from previous encounters, yet he felt he had underestimated Santino's thirst for power. Calmly observing Santino's animated discourse, Idris's gaze remained inscrutable, devoid of both approval and disappointment, as though he were watching a stranger. After more than half an hour, having seen Santino off with an air of confidence, Idris turned to his longtime steward, who had served the family for decades. Did you hear what he just said? I did, the steward nodded. What are your thoughts? He was overly reckless. Indeed, far too reckless. He is unfit to lead the family. Idris's casual remark sealed Santino's fate. Go, fetch Gianna for me. I have matters to discuss with her. Idris understood his son well, yet not entirely. What he had not anticipated was Santino's sudden return, witnessing the steward escorting Gianna into the wine cellar. The longing for Idris's ring propelled Santino's mind into overdrive, and in an instant, he recognized the precariousness of the situation. With a darkened expression, he gazed into the wine cellar, clouded with despair. My plan could have perfectly upheld the family's prestige. What are you hesitating for? After a moment of stillness, Santino cast one last glance at the cellar and left the estate without a backward glance, returning to his vehicle. Go, find out who is responsible for this. I want him dead. Chapter 69. Dusk Levi was blissfully unaware that someone, miles away, was already plotting his demise. Had he known, he might have found amusement in the idea of Santino eliminating him, subsequently demanding compensation for emotional distress from the Anthony family. However, at present, he reveled in showcasing his newly acquired skills within Kamartaj. Look, my king, I have succeeded, he exclaimed, conjuring a portal that shimmered with golden edges. Yet the king remained unfazed. With a sigh, he resumed his reading, but in that fleeting moment of distraction, something extraordinary caught his eye. With a firm grip on Li Wei's hands, Wang anxiously began to search. Where is your suspension ring? Suspension ring? Li Wei smacked his forehead and pulled out the heavy ring, akin to a block of iron, from his pocket, slipping it onto his finger. I forgot to wear it. You forgot to wear it? Wang's eyes nearly bulged out at the sight of Li Wei's actions. How were you able to cast magic just now? Li Wei, faced with Wang's inquiry, found himself at a loss for words. Thus, the two exchanged silent glances, enveloped in an awkward stillness. After a long pause, Wang swiftly removed his own suspension ring, gesticulating erratically in the air like a deranged lunatic. Yet, no matter how he waved his hands, not a single spark of golden magic appeared, starkly contrasting with Li Wei's earlier effortless conjuring of numerous portals. The energy concentration remained unchanged. With the suspension ring, Wang could tap into the strength of the Veshan Empire and cast spells anew. At that moment, he realized that the issue did not lie in the environment or elsewhere, but rather with Li Wei himself. Snatching the ring from Li Wei's hand, Wang urged, "Quick, open a portal again. I need to see what is going wrong." After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Wei decided to adopt a more dashing pose to cast his magic. Channeling energy, he flicked his fingers, releasing a golden point of light that rapidly expanded in the air. In an instant, an oval portal blossomed before them. Wow! Witnessing Li Wei's flamboyant display, Wang couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed a book from the table and stormed out. "Hey Wang, what are you doing? Let me be. Don't bother me." As he watched Wang's retreating figure vanish, Li Wei raked his fingers through his hair, suddenly recalling the situation at the Continental Hotel. As an international assassin organization, they were indeed formidable opponents. Even with Diana, the mole within the group, 47 could only act with utmost caution from the shadows. In a dimly lit room, 47 sat with his eyes closed, meditating, when an abrupt hissing sound startled him. With a sharp crack, 47 vanished from his spot, his dual pistols cocked and aimed at the golden sparks that had suddenly materialized in the air. With a whoosh, the small point of light rapidly expanded into an oval over 2 meters tall, and then Li Wei's figure emerged before 47. "It's so dark in here," Li Wei remarked. 47, filled with questions, stared at Li Wei's sudden appearance, momentarily frozen, before hesitantly asking, "What was that just now?" "A simple teleportation spell," Li Wei replied, flicking his fingers again to conjure another portal before 47. Blistering hot sand, scorched by the sun, was swept through the portal by the wind, heading straight towards 47. Evading Levi's malicious antics, the expression on 47's face crumbled slightly. Why does magic truly exist? And why does it not? Levi casually retorted before extracting a ring from his pocket and tossing it into 47's hands. "Here, this ring now belongs to you. Is this the High Table's authority ring? You want to become an elder?" Without delving into the intricacies of magic, 47 naturally refrained from probing further, frowning as he grasped the ring. There were matters to resolve, and if he became an elder now, things could potentially spiral out of control. Levi smiled faintly, extending his hand to conjure a portal in the air once more. "Have you never pondered how I opened this portal to find you?" 47 glanced at the uncommunicative gateway, and a guess formed in his mind. Indeed, Levi chuckled. This portal possesses a built-in search and locate function. Thus, I merely need to mentally recite Office of the European Division Head, and then snap. With a swift motion of his right hand, a crisp snap resonated, and the portal linked, revealing a face of shock and bewilderment before them. "See, it is all so simple. Who are you?" The division head initially reacted with astonishment upon encountering the unusual portal, but upon spotting 47, his expression shifted dramatically. "You," interrogation, a fundamental skill of an assassin, was rendered unnecessary in this situation. With a decisive shot, he ended the life of the division head, and as the portal collapsed, the two figures vanished. The next moment, the guards who burst in could only witness the lifeless body on the ground, eyes wide open in death. Through the internal high-speed communication network, news of the division head's assassination spread throughout the European branch in mere seconds. They were formidable, yet within the realm of human society, a scientific world. Now they faced a superhuman who had mastered magic, accompanied by a genetically modified assassin. As portals shimmering with golden light continued to unfold, more and more division heads fell victim amidst the tight security. In the face of assassinations spanning thousands of miles, the network built over years across the globe began to collapse at an alarming rate. 47 was astute, yet efficiency was paramount in an assassin's work. Levi's approach was far simpler. Strike first, then analyze the situation afterward. Their strategies, surprisingly aligned, led to a catastrophic upheaval within the upper echelons. As an international assassination organization, there was no concrete concept of a headquarters. It was termed as such merely because it frequently hosted board meetings. Originally, Their steadfast 5-year meeting was not scheduled to reconvene until next year, but the staggering number of high-ranking casualties compelled them to convene an emergency meeting. Due to the difficulty of gathering in a short time, this meeting was conducted online. As the screens illuminated, they signified the presence of the board members. Just as they were poised to deliberate on the agenda, an abrupt gunshot shattered the atmosphere. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, where a bloodied screen displayed the lifeless body of an individual, head tilted back in a grim tableau. Who could it be? Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Another screen stained with blood, another board member lost. No! Bang! Levi opened the door, and death fired its shot. The once mighty board members, who had towered above most lives, now revealed their fragility. When a man is slain, he meets his demise. Even those exalted board members face the same fate when confronted by the barrel of 47's gun. Bang! The final gunshot reverberated hauntingly in the empty conference room, and with the fall of the last board member, this organization, which had instilled fear in countless hearts, met its twilight. Chapter 70. Dimensional Invasion. The conflict between Levi and 47 stemmed from a singular act, the dispatching of an assassin to eliminate him, who Levi had subsequently managed to sway to his side. Their mutual animosity could have been resolved. However, as the saying goes, it is not a thief's stealth that is feared, but rather their relentless pursuit. Being part of an international organization with a complex internal structure, it was plausible that a few fools would continue to seek trouble with him. Thus, with a resolute attitude of if one does not cease, neither shall I, he decided to utterly dismantle the organization, trusting that under such circumstances, those individuals would hesitate to rebuild amidst the looming threat of sudden demise. Had he engaged in earnest dialogue with them, perhaps a resolution could have been reached. Yet, upon reflection, it became clear that a swift and ruthless approach was more effective. Mission accomplished, the organization was declared extinguished. As Levi turned to close the portal, he spotted 47 striding towards the exit. "What are you planning to do?" he inquired. "I am seeking Diana," 47 replied. "Shall I assist you?" Levi offered. 47 paused momentarily before shaking his head. "I wish to find her on my own." "Very well." Levi nodded. "The ring is in your possession. When you are ready, head to Italy to meet the Antonios. They will facilitate the Elder's Ascension ceremony." 47 did not turn back. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. "I will ensure Diana takes her place as Elder. Additionally, should you require anything else, feel free to seek me out at no charge." Free. At the mention of this word, Levi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, let there be no misunderstanding. It was not that he was overly concerned with monetary matters. Rather, it was the implication behind that word that captured his attention. For an assassin, remuneration is a crucial measure of their prowess and the successful completion of their tasks. For years, 47 had upheld this principle, allowing no one to diminish his fee. Yet now, his willingness to extend such a complimentary offer to Levi spoke volumes. Nevertheless, Levi found himself in a position where he had no immediate need for this formidable ally, for true invincibility often breeds solitude. Leeway was lost in contemplation when suddenly a portal unfolded before him, revealing a visibly anxious Wong. "Hurry, Leeway, I need your assistance." "Need me?" Leeway inquired. Somewhat perplexed, yet he approached. "What is the matter? What has happened?" "A dimensional invasion," Wong replied solemnly, hastening Leeway outside. "An external dimensional force is invading Earth." "External dimensional force?" Leeway's confusion deepened. "Like the Dimension Emperor?" "No, it's far more severe," Wong elucidated. "Beyond Earth, beyond the universe, there exists an immeasurable number of dimensions, each a distinct world with its own sovereign, known as a dimensional deity. The Trinity Dimension Emperor is a rare deity willing to protect humanity, while the others contemplate only invasion, assimilation, consumption, and erosion, true demonic entities." "Huh." With Wong's explanation, Leeway finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Gods are invading Earth. This is no trivial matter. Fortunately, the Holy Trinity formation obstructs them, preventing the true form of the demonic entities from descending. The Ancient One has also sought the Nine Realms King to counteract most of the dimensional malevolence. Leeway, momentarily distracted by the mention of Odin's title, pressed on. "What do we need to do? Did you not comprehend what I said? The magic of these demons erodes living beings, and those who are corrupted can no longer be considered human. So we need to locate these hidden demons and eliminate them? Precisely, Wang affirmed, pushing open the grand doors of the New York sanctum. They gazed skyward, where ominous dark clouds loomed over the city. Goodness! Upon seeing the concealed entities within the clouds, Li Wei couldn't help but exclaim, drawing Wang's attention. What did you see? That cloud, Li Wei pointed upwards. Within it, there is an abundance of crimson energy, so thick it nearly resembles liquid. Crimson and liquid energy, these two keywords deepened Wang's frown. Damn it, this invasion is by the Chaos Dimension's demon, Kassen. What's wrong? Vampires, werewolves, zombies. These undead creatures are all born of chaotic energy. In that moment, Li Wei looked up to see shadows flitting through the air. Bats that ought to be hiding in tree hollows and caves were now reveling within the clouds, seemingly preparing for their species' evolution. Outside the city, the howls of wolves and the sound of soil being disturbed heralded chaos's arrival. While Li Wei lamented the unfolding aberrations, Wang's voice broke in. This is your responsibility. I must head to the outskirts to stop those zombies and werewolves. Wait, but with a whoosh, Wang vanished like a gust of wind through the portal. Li Wei blinked and then turned his attention back to the bats above, now beginning their evolution beneath the ominous clouds. Well, I suppose I should first eliminate these creatures. New York Shield Agency. Since the ominous clouds, which are neither scientific nor natural, appeared over New York City, Pierce's phone has been inundated with calls. Congress, the White House, the Department of Defense, and the military have all transformed into harbingers of doom in Pierce's eyes. They either demand that he swiftly investigate and eliminate the ever-expanding clouds overhead or seek intelligence and other information. Even the serpentine figures from around the globe have expressed their concern, their words laced with an unsettling care. With a resounding bang, Pierce slammed the phone down onto the receiver, his anger propelling him to pace restlessly around his office. Those foolish politicians and bloodthirsty wolves, could they not engage the nearly fat-filled recesses of their minds? Outside, a mass of clouds enveloping half of New York City loomed, and he pondered how he might resolve this, perhaps by sprinkling dry ice to transform it into rain. While he voiced such sentiments, his body obediently returned to the chair. Redialing the phone. I require a shipment of missiles or rocket artillery. Within the foreboding edifice, flickering candle flames danced delicately. At the center, a complex magical array painted in blood pulsated with a scarlet energy belonging to the Chaos Demon. Resonating with the clouds above New York City, the energy flowed, subtly intertwining with the magical array, exuding an exceptionally pure, chaotic power. Outside the array, several figures cloaked in black robes knelt reverently on the ground, crimson energy swirling around them, their strength rapidly augmenting, eyes gleaming with fervor. Great God, your faithful servants await your arrival. Chapter 71. Hydra Strike. Beneath the clouds, countless bats flailed in a frenzied dance. The chaotic energy lurking within the clouds infiltrated and invigorated their very beings. Their bones became lighter and more resilient, while their muscles and skin grew increasingly slender and optimal. The drastic transformations stimulated their brains to an unparalleled degree. Thus, amidst the crimson currents, more and more bloodthirsty bats plummeted toward the ground like a torrential downpour, their crimson eyes locking onto the throngs below, their hollow, ivory fangs eager to strike. You trash. Come taste my bullets. Aiming at the bloodthirsty bats swooping down from above, several gang members armed with firearms pressed forward rather than retreating, raising their weapons and pulling the triggers. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat. The sounds of handguns, shotguns, and automatic rifles echoed, smoke enveloping the streets as they unleashed a merciless barrage, shredding the bodies of the bats. Yet, under the corrosion of chaotic energy, these bats possessed an immortality that rendered them impervious to such mundane physical assaults. The head shattered, yet it was swiftly mended. The wings fractured, but they grew anew. Even when their bodies were torn asunder, these bats tenaciously clung to life, struggling on the ground, viciously gnawing at the living around them. In mere seconds, the bats, diving from the heavens, breached the defensive net forged by human gunfire, crashing into their prey like falling stars. No, no! Struck down by a descending bat, Johnson's rifle slipped from his grasp as he tumbled to his feet. A cacophony of shrieks filled the air above him. Shadows descended in droves, their sharp claws rending his flesh, their razor-sharp fangs piercing his veins. Johnson fought valiantly, Yet these bats, armed with talons and teeth, clung to him like iron hooks, unyielding. As his blood flowed ever more freely, symptoms of hypoxia began to manifest. His body weakened, and consciousness swiftly faded. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, devoid of the strength to resist, while several bats remained, like fiends, latched onto him, their bodies rhythmically heaving as they siphoned his lifeblood. These genetically altered vampire bats defied all reason in mere seconds. A dozen of them drained the blood from a woman's body, rendering her a mere husk. If armed gang members were so easily overpowered, ordinary humans stood no chance against these creatures. Amidst the rising chorus of screams, the once vibrant streets of New York transformed into a hellish nightmare, a paradise for monsters. Extracting their fangs from the corpse, these bats, now nourished and emboldened, fluttered their wings, their crimson eyes fixating on Levi, who had just parted ways with Wong. The guttural growl, laced with blatant malice, compelled Levi to gaze at the bat, whose wingspan had expanded to over half a meter, his brow furrowing in response. Truly, a beast was a beast, unable to discern friend from foe. He had faced vampires and werewolves, and was well acquainted with the prevalence of zombies. The chaotic creatures conjured by the chaotic demon were invincible to ordinary people, yet they were but trifles before Levi. With a mere glance, he discerned the energy cores within the bats, and with a flicker of thought, he unleashed overload. Boom! A surge of foreign energy flooded into them, the already unstable cores transforming into bombs. Following a thunderous roar, the explosive energy obliterated them completely. Too feeble. With a shake of his head, Levi surveyed the sky, where ominous clouds loomed. Compared to the bats below, this cloud posed a far greater threat. As long as it lingered, it would incessantly attract more beings to be transformed into abominations. For humanity, it represented an uncontrollable disaster generator, while for Levi, its shadowy veil was a tad too effective. The energy surged through the air, and Li Wei was poised to unleash his knives upon the city's bat population. Yet, a piercing sound from afar halted his movements. He gazed upward, where a missile, trailing a white sonic barrier, hurtled towards the ominous clouds enveloping New York City. Within the towering edifices, those hidden behind glass beheld a distinct arc in the distant sky, their hearts swelling with dread. What in the world is that? A missile? Are they truly attempting to eradicate the bats with a missile? Have the politicians lost their minds? To unleash a missile upon the city. This is New York. I must lodge a complaint. With a deafening roar, a searing fireball erupted instantaneously, sending rippling shockwaves cascading outward from the explosion's epicenter. The force of the blast shattered the glass facades of the skyscrapers in a cacophony. Deprived of their protective windows, the onlookers faced the crimson-eyed bats outside. Their fear now unmistakable. No, regrettably, it was not a nuclear weapon. A conventional missile would be utterly ineffective. On the ground, gazing up at the sky, there was a hint of disappointment in Li Wei's eyes. The fireball and shockwave had torn a gaping void in the clouds, seemingly a significant victory. Yet he could sense the roiling magic concealed within the clouds. The chaotic energy, emanating from a dimensional demon, was far beyond the capacity of a mere missile to resolve. The vast void was merely a manifestation of the displaced magic. The actual depletion of magical energy from the explosion was negligible. Once the swirling magic stabilized, everything would revert to its original state. Moments later, as the shock wave dissipated completely, reality unfolded as Li Wei had anticipated. The expansive void was swiftly filled once more by the tumultuous magic. Witnessing this, the dizzy and disheartened citizens of New York succumbed to despair. The SHIELD agents the White House, and all global powers monitoring the scene fell into a profound silence. Lacking nuclear capabilities, missiles represented the most lethal conventional weaponry available to humanity. Yet, the American government's reckless use of a missile in the heart of the city had failed to yield any substantial impact on the clouds, leaving them to question what weapon could possibly disperse the ominous shadows above. Outside the SHIELD New York branch, the bloodthirsty bats relentlessly battered the reinforced bulletproof glass, their madness unrestrained. Meanwhile, within the office, Pierce's countenance had darkened to an extreme. For decades, Hydra had aimed to dominate the world, but if these malevolent creatures continued their rampage, they They were left to ponder what, in the end, they would truly gain. With missiles proving ineffective against the ominous clouds over New York, their remaining option lay solely with the energy weapon proposed by Dr. Zola. Originally, this should have belonged to him, the weapon of Hydra. However, despite his profound reluctance, Pierce was acutely aware of the severity of the situation outside. Aside from the newly formed Hydra Energy Task Force, he could scarcely conceive of any means to quell that ominous cloud. Turning to Fury, he entrusted the command of the Hydra Energy Task Force to him, and with a weary gesture, Pierce declared, "I have already issued orders. Henceforth, all field teams of S, H, I, E, L, D will operate under your command. I will coordinate with the White House Council, and you may exercise your full capabilities in the field. New York must remain under human control." Chapter 72. Blood God Carls I was the high-ranking director of SHIELD, and the other an experienced senior agent. It was clear who should undertake the field operations. Watching Fury's departing figure, Pierce felt a tumult of emotions. Until today, he had never imagined that Hydra could metamorphose from a terrorist organization into New York's final bastion of hope. Moreover, the one making this decision was he, the serpent who had corroded SHIELD for countless years. To ensure the salvation of New York, he had dispatched his secretly assembled elite force. It is worth noting that this unit was equipped with advanced weaponry far surpassing that of the U.S. military. The cost of forming such a unit was measured in millions. This was the price of cutting-edge technology. Fury, of course, was unaware that the force he was leading to save the world had ties to Hydra, but he was certain of one thing: this unit was effective. Burdened with heavy energy weapons, as he dispatched the blood bats soaring above, the Hydra captain glanced toward Fury, who was also armed with energy firearms. "Where are we headed now?" he inquired. Fury gazed at the distant storm clouds, pausing momentarily before responding. "First, we will go to the New York Police Department to rendezvous with the officers there. Then we will coordinate with the military for an assault." "Understood, Commander." The Hydra captain acknowledged the command, only to express his concern. "Do you truly believe the NYPD can withstand such an assault?" "I have faith in their chief, George Stacy. He is a remarkably competent officer," Fury replied. At the Manhattan precinct, the atmosphere was tense. Why are the silver bullets ineffective? Several rookie officers, nearly on the verge of despair, watched the bloodbats thrashing wildly outside through the gaps in the door and windows. Wasn't it said that these creatures are most vulnerable to silver? The ultraviolet lights were useless. Garlic extract had no effect, and while anticoagulants seemed somewhat effective, they doubted that these fiends would perish even if drained of blood. Boom! 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 Casting several grenades into the fray, obliterating the writhing bloodbats, George shouted. "These creatures are not vampires at all. There's only one way to eliminate them. Blow them to smithereens with explosives. Director, our supply of explosives is limited. When the bombs run out, we will resort to other explosives. If those are exhausted, we shall unleash our bullets. We must ensure they are left utterly annihilated." Back by the police station, the officers, well-armed yet unable to advance, have nonetheless established a formidable defensive line. This bloody barrier has drawn all the bloodbats from the surrounding areas, leading to their demise in the streets outside. However, it is inevitable that, without reinforcements and as the ammunition reserves dwindle, the police station will eventually fall. Leaning against the wall to change magazines, George silently vowed, "Once this ordeal concludes, I shall expand the ammunition supplies by at least 3 to 5 times." The sounds of gunfire persisted, thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the stench of charred flesh, which reached the nostrils of Fry and his companions, prompting them to join the fray. Meanwhile, in a room adorned with a magical array in Manhattan, several figures cloaked in black were enraptured by the misty chaos magic enveloping them, their vitality steadily waning. As their life force diminished, a deep crimson hue began to swirl within the magical array. From a single drop of blood, it absorbed the chaotic magic and the essence of the bloodkin, rapidly evolving into a humanoid form. Within mere seconds, the drained bloodkin collapsed helplessly to the ground. Yet, within the array, one man opened his eyes, the torrent of chaotic magic flooding into him, causing his aura to swell. "I am called Carls." At the moment Carls declared his name, a resounding roar swept through. The chaotic clouds surged, severing the connection with the magical array. "Humans, you seek death. As the chaotic magic dissipated, Carl's burgeoning strength came to an abrupt halt. He lifted his gaze to the outside, his eyes glinting with a chilling malice. Since you have interrupted the flow of chaotic magic, then let your lives serve as compensation. Blood, too, is a form of sustenance. A piercing shriek echoed as Carl's transformed into a line of blood, vanishing from the room, heading straight toward Fry and his companions. Outside the Temple of New York on Blick Street, as the echoes of airborne explosions subsided, Levi exhaled deeply, golden energy manifesting around him. With a thunderous roar, he surged skyward. The golden energy tore through the chaotic magic, and the recently healed dark clouds were suddenly rent open wider, allowing golden sunlight to pour down, illuminating the gloomy city of New York with an extraordinary brightness. Bathed in sunlight, the dimensional support replenished Levi's earlier depletion. Observing the crimson clouds swirling below, Levi took a deep breath, and then, with energy coursing through him, he unleashed a powerful gust. Boom! An orange-red breath of energy erupted from Levi's mouth, transforming into an ocean of flames upon contact with the chaotic magic. In the heights above, the energy exhalations collided violently with the dark clouds, an oppressive magical force flickering through the tempest, darting like crimson lightning. Above the clouds, golden energy, akin to the essence of the heavens, utterly suppressed the sanguine magic. Even the lightning potent enough to melt steel could not withstand the torrent of energy cascading downwards. With an almost infinite dimension of energy at his disposal, under the sunlight, Levi was constrained only by his maximum energy output efficiency. The crimson lightning was mercilessly crushed, cascading to the ground like willow fluff. The heavy, ink-like clouds were also relentlessly pierced apart by Levi's might. Beneath the vaulted sky, those ensnared in despair under the ominous clouds felt the warmth of sunlight pouring down, their expressions of terror and numbness transforming into a flicker of bewilderment. Looking up at the suffocating clouds, they saw fissures tearing it apart, brilliant golden light breaking through, once again bringing warmth to the city. Were they saved? Not yet. A voice echoed. The survivor, Lakis, turned to see the pale yet handsome figure of Kars before him. Like prey under the gaze of a primordial beast, Lakis trembled. Why you? Who are you? I am Kars, he replied with a slight smile, magic swirling around his fingertips. As he swiftly grasped Lakis's throat, lifting him effortlessly, to become a part of the crimson is your honor. Blood seeped from Lakis's skin, flowing like a gentle stream into Kars's being. As the bright sunlight fell, Lakis felt an icy chill enveloping him, the world before him gradually fading into obscurity. Chapter 73. Torment. A beam of azure light shot through the air. Accompanied by a burning sensation, Kars's bloodlust instantly cooled, his expression turning frigid as he glanced back to see several fully armed Hydra soldiers before him, casually discarding the unconscious Lakis to the side. Kars's gaze locked onto the distant Hydra soldiers, his eyes devoid of emotion. Humans, truly a species fond of courting death. An energy blast failed to eliminate the clearly peculiar Kars, and the Hydra soldiers felt a shiver run down their spines, immediately contacting Fury via their communication devices. Entity identified. Location. Humans, truly despicable. With a sigh, Kars cast aside the partially drained Lakis, directing a grip towards the Hydra soldiers. With a rush, blood surged through his veins, piercing through vessels and muscles like needles, transforming into a mist of crimson that enveloped the Hydra squad. Then, as if imbued with life, it flowed through the air like pure sanguine ribbons, entering Kars's body. Sensing the vitality and energy brought forth by the robust Hydra soldier's blood, a smile crept onto Kars's face. Pure blood, what a delightful flavor. Digesting the memories extracted from the blood, Kars gazed intently in the direction of Fury and his companions. To his astonishment, the quality of blood within the human body was remarkable. It seemed he was destined to indulge in yet another feast. Within S.H.I.E.L.D. As he witnessed the scene of Levi shattering the chaotic magic cloud with sheer force, Pierce could no longer maintain his composure and uttered a curse. First, there was the bizarre cloud capable of transforming animals and resurrecting the dead, impervious to missiles. Now, a superhuman radiating golden light emerged, manipulating a torrent of energy to completely obliterate the cloud. Piers felt as if the world had suddenly become foreign to him. The existence of super soldiers during World War II, which could not even be replicated today, had already seemed absurd. Yet reality revealed that the world could be even more surreal. In the dimension beyond, damn it! As the critical conduit of the magic cloud was entirely shattered by Levi, Coulson realized that the foundation for the Earth's dimensional invasion had essentially crumbled. Despite possessing the immense advantage of a surprise attack, Coulson had merely established a moderately sized magical conduit in New York. With the conduit now destroyed, and facing the formidable trio of Ancient One, Odin, and the Vishani S-Array, Coulson understood that unless he was willing to expend significant resources, creating another conduit would be akin to climbing a mountain. In the Scarlet Dimension, Coulson's figure materialized in the void, his countenance cold as he regarded the two figures blocking his path. Ancient One, Odin, do you truly believe you can stop me? You may come and try. Behind him, 3 golden magical arrays, each the size of a city, rotated, sealing the passage to Earth. The green strands of the time stone swirled around her wrist, exuding a formidable aura. On the other side, with his back against the Asgardian realm, Odin, clad in full armor and wielding the eternal spear, despite his age, emanated a presence no less potent than that of his youth. This is the 9 realms, Coulson. You have overstepped your bounds. With a frosty expression, Coulson's gaze bypassed the two and fixed directly on Earth, clearly imprinting Levi's visage in his mind. He then shot a venomous glare at the duo. I will wait until you are no more, and I shall return. As he stepped back, the chaotic crimson clouds surged, engulfing Coulson's figure entirely, and then gradually faded into the void. As the pressure from the dimensions receded, Ancient One and Odin exhaled in relief. They could indeed repel the dimensional demon, but who would wish to ignite the flames of conflict if peace could be maintained? Moreover, Odin, you must hasten to select a new heir. I will ensure the balance of the 9 realms. That is not for you to worry about. Odin leaned his spear against the void, summoning the Bifrost which enveloped him. As for you, can you endure for several more centuries? On Earth, Levi held little regard for the salvation of the people of New York. However, considering the incursion of the dimensional demon from beyond the Earth, he took it upon himself to keep a vigilant watch over the bats that flitted throughout the city. Shadows erupted in the air, transforming into gory remnants, as golden energy intertwined with chaotic magic, unleashing devastation upon the city akin to a barrage of grenades. Mere seconds later, dozens if not hundreds of blood bats detonated. But the once thriving architectural marvels lay in ruins, scattered debris and blood rendering the streets as desolate as a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Levi, indifferent to the chaos surrounding him, cast his gaze towards the distant location of Kars, sensing an energy source there, its pulse almost indistinguishable from that ominous cloud. After surviving the onslaught of monstrous attacks and multiple explosions, the beleaguered citizens, having endured hellish torment, glimpsed a flicker of hope for survival. Yet on the other side, fury had already succumbed to an overwhelming disadvantage. Zipping through the air, cerulean energy beams flew past, yet even these grenade-like projectiles could not breach Kars's formidable defenses. A stream of crimson energy encircled Kars, dissolving energy bullets capable of annihilating any living being into nothingness. Poor humans, cease your struggles and become a part of me, Kars remarked with a sanguine smile, extending a finger to transform that energy stream into a piercing lance that traversed over 100 meters. With a sickening sound, protective armor, resilient enough to withstand rifle fire, was effortlessly torn asunder, scarlet blood cascading over the lance, nourishing Kars, without the need to display unnatural speed or inhuman strength. A mere flow of gem-like energy rendered the most elite Hydra forces as mere fodder. Kars approached the Hydra troops step by step, resembling a devil who relishes in manipulating hearts, intent on dismantling their spirits piece by piece. Retreat, retreat. The Hydra commander, sensing the insurmountable odds against Kars, cried out, only to be ensnared by an invisible force suspended in mid-air, before exploding into a mist of crimson. Boom! Another burst of blood mist erupted. The stench of iron permeated the air, as the Hydra soldiers, witnessing Kars's outstretched hand, felt a creeping dread settle in their hearts. Fear and reverence. Yes, let it be so. Fear me, revere me. Boom. Chapter 74. Residual chaos. Levi's self-crafted method of flight was indeed taxing on energy, yet it bore the advantage of immense power. By propelling himself as a projectile, the force unleashed could easily exceed 1,000 tons. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, Levi transformed into a golden luminescence descending from the heavens, a vast energy intertwined with formidable strength surging forth. With but a single touch, the despair-inducing energy stream of Hydra shattered like fragile glass. With a thunderous roar that shook the very earth, a tempest of dust arose, fierce currents transforming into a whirlwind that swiftly dispersed the blood mist lingering in the air, crushing Carl's skull beneath his foot. Levi observed the blood cascading beneath him with a hint of astonishment. Ah, yet another vampire, and it appears to be one unperturbed by the sun. Just as he marveled, the decapitated Carl instantaneously transformed into a stream of blood, slipping away from Levi's feet and reconstituting himself before Levi in mere moments. Mortal, Levi, perplexed, glanced down at the resplendent golden aura enveloping him, then questioned, "Are you referring to me as that mortal? You wretched creature, even with power, you remain a pitiful, lowly insect, while I am your master. Is that so?" Observing the relatively insignificant source of magical energy within Carl, Levi pondered briefly before standing firm. "Come, I grant you the opportunity to attempt to slay me. You shall regret this, human." With a murderous intent that seemed almost tangible, Carl transformed into a shadow and charged at Levi, his nails elongating like steel spikes, aimed viciously at Levi's chest. Crack, rather than a clash of titans. A crisp and decisive snap echoed as Carl's claws, which could pierce steel, shattered like brittle pastry against Levi's biological force field. TSK, grasping a shard of the broken claw. Levi smiled at the incredulous expression on Carl's face. "I felt nothing at all. Could you possibly exert just a tad more effort?" "Thank you." The word "thank you" reverberated in Carl's mind, momentarily leaving him in a daze, before an overwhelming fury surged forth. "I will kill you." With a mighty roar, chaotic energy surged from his being. Horns sprouted from his head, bat-like wings unfurled from his back, his eyes glowed crimson, and he grew to an imposing height of 8 feet, fully transforming into a savage demonic entity fueled by chaotic magic. "Mortal," Carl sneered as he hovered above, gazing down at Levi. "To have provoked my transformation into blood god mode, you might as well consider yourself deserving of death. Is that so?" Levi's smile broadened as he pinched the claw fragment between his thumb and forefinger, channeling energy into it and flicking it towards Carl. Whoosh! The energized shard shot forth, tracing a golden arc as it sped directly toward Carl's head. Boom! The fragment pierced through his skull, unleashing a violent eruption of energy, and once again, Carl found himself bereft of his head. "I am undead. Mortal, you cannot kill me." The flow of blood revealed that Carl's shattered form was restored in the blink of an eye. Gazing at Levi, he wore an expression of utmost pride. "God, eternal life." With a resounding flash of golden light, a shockwave erupted, sending Carl's figure hurtling into the sky. As he steadied himself and turned to face Levi, his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? In his hand, Levi clutched the energy core, gleaming like a ruby, which he had just extracted from Carl's being. With a mere thought, tendrils of golden energy pierced the core like silver needles, creating fissures that marred its once immaculate surface. Pausing his actions, Levi regarded the now utterly dazed Carl. "This thing is quite fragile." As Levi's grip tightened, a series of delicate cracking sounds echoed, and a crystalline shard shattered from the core, unleashing a torrent of golden light from the fractures. With a thunderous roar, the intertwined energies of gold and crimson erupted from Levi's palm. Countless dazzling beams of white light radiated outward, accompanied by a tempest of energy waves and powerful gusts. In an instant, these energy waves swept over the city, shattering facades and dispersing dust in their wake. With a low groan, the core shattered, and Carl's form became completely rigid. Pieces of flesh, resembling broken armor, peeled away from his body, disintegrating into ash before they even touched the ground. Layer by layer, the self-proclaimed blood god was reduced to inconspicuous dust, vanishing into nothingness. As Levi looked up at the figure glowing with divine golden radiance, the Hydra soldiers, whose spirits had been relentlessly pushed to the brink by Carl, suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over them. Their legs weakened, and they fell to the ground. Disregarding their injuries, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of liberation. We are saved. Casting a glance at the Hydra soldiers, who bore the insignia of S.H.E.L. agents, Levi paused momentarily, yet chose not to extend his wrath towards them. In a sudden explosion of energy, Levi vanished from sight. During this dimensional invasion, New York City suffered heavy casualties, with a significant number falling victim to the bad explosions Levi had unleashed. However, he felt no remorse, nor did he harbor any thoughts of apology. He had been summoned by the king to resolve a crisis that threatened the entire planet. As long as he could contain the situation, the extent of destruction in New York or the toll on human life was not his concern. He was not the type of heroic figure who would consider the plight of the citizens with tender care or meticulously save lives. Hadn't the government merely dropped bombs on the city to save them? To put it bluntly, the deceased were not his kin. Moreover, the rescue of such a vast area often entailed collateral damage, which was hardly uncommon. Gaze upon the horizon where a golden figure traces an arc before vanishing. Then observe the surrounding devastation. A surviving Hydra soldier re-establishes communication, announcing, "We have been saved. A luminous being capable of flight has rescued us." In the distance, Fury watches the golden arc glide overhead, falling silent for a moment before lowering his weapon, saying, "I understand everything now." At the entrance of the sanctum on Bleecker Street, New York, Levi arrives to find a disheveled Wong awaiting him. "What transpired?" Levi inquires. "You performed admirably," Wong replies, a hint of a smile gracing his weary face. "The passageways of New York have been obliterated, and the creatures have largely been eradicated. We have also received word from Master Agamotto. The dimensional demon has temporarily retreated. While there may be some remnants in New York, the Earth is now safe." Upon hearing Wong's focus on New York's situation, Levi's curiosity is piqued. "What about the other two sanctuaries?" he asks. At this, Wong's expression shifts to one of unease. Only New York faced the brunt of the assault. The conditions elsewhere are not even a fraction as severe. Is New York the most devastated? Are you certain? Levi queries. "Absolutely," Wong responds, somewhat perplexed. Logically, if the chaotic demon intended to invade Earth, it should have sought to destroy all three sanctuaries. Yet, it singularly targeted New York. It is indeed peculiar. Who knows? Perhaps some cultist summoned it through some bizarre ritual, Levi speculates, though he harbors no curiosity about why Corson fixated on New York. Wong, unaware that the truth has been inadvertently unveiled, scratches his head and opens a portal back to Kamartaj. These matters need not concern us. The guardians of the New York Sanctum will investigate thoroughly. And what are the ruins left in the wake of battle? Levi inquires, genuinely curious. "Fear not," Wong assures with a smile. "Incursions from other dimensions are commonplace, yet the sorcerers have remained secluded. As for the reconstruction post-disaster, that falls under the purview of the American government. Though it may sound harsh, a city is but a city. Even one as significant as New York pales in comparison to the Earth itself. Rest assured, no one will blame you for the environmental damage." In response to Wong's reassurance, Levi remains silent, fully aware that his actions during the obliteration of the clouds were too conspicuous. He is certain he has gained notoriety. As anticipated, before the post-disaster reconstruction and rescue teams could commence their efforts in New York City, media reporters, akin to hyenas, rushed into the city's ruins. That very afternoon, newspapers were reprinted, broadcasting this horrifying event to the world. A terrorist attack has occurred in Manhattan, New York, yet the situation has been brought under control. Missile strikes have targeted the city, while politicians in the White House seem indifferent to the safety of the New Yorkers. The valiant New York Police Department stands resolutely on the front lines of this warfare. The military's delayed arrival raises concerns about their capacity to safeguard the lives of taxpayers. A golden superhero has shattered the ominous clouds. Whether this is an illusion or reality remains uncertain. The emergence of this golden savior may herald a pivotal moment for the superhero comic industry. The truth of the dimensional invasion is unlikely to be known by these ordinary citizens. However, this does not deter journalists from sensationalizing the incident. Are we to believe that the sacrifice of a significant portion of the energy forces has failed to sway the tide of battle? While an unknown golden superhero becomes New York's redeemer, current intelligence suggests this may indeed be the case. As a direct witness to Levi's defeat of Kars, Fury possesses a clear understanding of the situation on the ground. The once promising elite forces have been decimated. Yet it is an unheralded superhero who has delivered New York from peril. A truth that, though difficult to voice, remains undeniable. For someone like Pierce, distorting the truth and muddling facts is second nature. After bidding farewell to Fury, Pierce once more activated the screen, revealing the familiar faces of the Serpent Heads, including Baron Strucker. "I require the power you wield," Pierce stated unequivocally. "The likes of Steve Rogers should no longer grace this world." Reflecting on the troubles caused by the Howling Commandos under Steve's leadership, the Serpent Heads fell silent for a moment, with Strucker being the first to break the stillness. "Pierce, you cannot possibly expect to gain our support, can you? Speak plainly, what is it that you seek?" Desperate to alter S.H.I.E.L.'s image following this incident and elevate himself within the council, Pierce had little regard for anything else. Time was of the essence. Should he fail to manage the situation swiftly, the ravenous journalists outside would inevitably distort the narrative, rendering any efforts futile. "I need some undead beings. That can be arranged. And a few survivors from this incident. That too can be arranged. Additionally, I require operational data from the energy forces." This time, Pierce did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he gazed at Strucker with a grave tone. "Baron Strucker, I hope you understand that superheroes will not only target me, but you and all of us." "Very well. I comprehend," Strucker replied with a nonchalant smile. "I require these 3 items, and once secured, public sentiment in Europe will shift entirely in your favor." Having satisfied Strucker, the most demanding of his adversaries, Pierce swiftly reached similar agreements with the other Serpent Heads. With the subsequent influx of media, the narrative surrounding New York shifted dramatically. He unleashed the bats upon the city. He is not the Golden Superman, but rather the Golden Demon. Without him, New York would not have endured such immense devastation. The ominous clouds loom over New York solely because of him. He ought to step forward and apologize. Indeed, he should express remorse and compensate for our losses. Apologize. Compensate. Apologize. Compensate. Amidst the shifting tides of public sentiment, Li Wei found himself suppressing a laugh. He grasped Wang, who was about to take a shower, and presented his phone before him. "Take a look." Wang accepted the phone and scrutinized it carefully, his brow furrowing in disbelief. "How can they say such things? If it weren't for us, New York would have been utterly overrun long ago." "Don't be angry." Li Wei chuckled heartily, as if he were not the one being defamed. "This is merely the normal operation of capitalist society. They shift the blame onto me to exonerate themselves." Wang, evidently astonished by the audacity of human conduct, shook his head in disbelief. "How incredible. But what will you do? Let us not concern ourselves with them for now." Li Wei stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I need to first manage the situation at the Continental Hotel, and then address Hydra. Those do not sound like simple tasks. Not particularly difficult. It's just that the process may be somewhat cumbersome." Li Wei shook his head. "However, there is no need to rush. I intend to master the mirror space first, then study the icon form. This way, matters will become significantly easier." "Sounds promising," Wang remarked. "Yet, the mirror space and the icon form are not easily mastered. You might require quite a considerable amount of time." "That's of little consequence." Li Wei glanced up at the sun. "Time is always on my side. But do you truly not care about the affairs of the human world? What they're saying is rather harsh." "Do not fret, Wang." Li Wei smiled nonchalantly. "I am prepared to make them pay a far steeper price in the future." Chapter 76. The experiment. Li Wei had never aspired to be a heroic figure, nor did he feel any particular way about the inversion of truth within human society. Pierce, however, allowed a deep sigh of relief. First, there was Li Wei with a speed of Mach 9, then a cloud that was impervious to missiles, and finally, the emergence of a golden Superman. He was frightened. He was merely an elderly man past 50, wishing to cultivate his career in politics, and lacked the energy to deal with global crises. The series of events felt like a harbinger. All Pierce now desired was to swiftly ascend to a position on the council, allowing Fury to take over his duties. He was well aware of the dangers of letting others from Hydra assume his role. Within the secret biological laboratory of Hydra's fortress in Sokovia, Eastern Europe, the pristine white floors and walls appeared devoid of any seams. The lights, embedded within the ceilings and walls, radiated a brilliant white glow, casting a gentle illumination that made the entirely white room shine. In the center of the room, a medical bed crafted from alloy was firmly secured to the ground, a figure bound tightly upon it with robust straps. Surrounding the medical bed were numerous mechanical arms, each equipped with an array of medical instruments. "My Lord Baron, this is the super mutant we discovered in New York City." As he spoke, the laboratory head handed a document to Baron Strack. Here are his details. Strack leaned down to examine the file. Laco male, 23 years old, resident of Manhattan, New York. Survived the New York cloud incident on September 4th, 2009. After encountering the suspected instigator of the incident, the super monster Cars. Energy detection has revealed the presence of trace amounts of energy with special properties within him. Multiple tests indicate a high probability of a minuscule red energy source residing within this subject, possessing immense research value. Though merely a rudimentary research report, it had already conveyed to Strack the considerable potential of this individual named Laku. Through the one-way glass, Strack calmly observed Laku, who was in a deep slumber induced by a high concentration of sedatives. Why was he anesthetized? He is too powerful. The head of the laboratory gazed at Laku, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. His bodily structure is not markedly different from that of an ordinary person, yet he can unleash power and speed several times greater than the average. Even the strongest soldier in the base appears as weak as an infant before him. Were he not an ordinary man, the cost of bringing him back would have been far greater. Strack recalled the details in the file. Is it due to that scarlet energy? Indeed, the head nodded. The cause of the cloud phenomenon in New York City has yet to be fully analyzed, but the chaos that erupted in the city indicates that this mysterious energy can induce peculiar transformations in living beings. Vampire bats, werewolves, zombies, these are all well-known, fantastical creatures, endowed with remarkable immortality. If we could harness this energy, we might command an immortal shadow army. Even if not, the immortality conferred by this energy could yield formidable biological weaponry. Have you reviewed the report on New York City? The head paused slightly, responding, "Yes, I have." Strack then queried, "Do you believe the weapons you create can rival that golden Superman?" He gazed down at the experimental documents, his eyes filled with an icy demeanor. "I did not bring him back for you to research how to manufacture biological weapons. Do you understand?" At this juncture, a fine sheen of cold sweat broke upon the laboratory head's brow. Strack finally lifted his gaze, meeting the man's eyes with a calm intensity. "There is no need for any more tedious tests. Initiate human experimentation directly. I wish to witness the application of that scarlet energy within the human body in the shortest time possible. What I seek is a superhuman endowed with this energy, not those inferior biological weapons. Do you comprehend?" Indeed, Strack's imposing presence completely overshadowed the responsible party, who nodded anxiously. "I will commence human experimentation immediately and ensure your requirements are met in the shortest possible time." "It is imperative," Strack replied, turning to exit. "I sincerely hope you do not fail, for failure invariably exacts a toll." Once Strack departed, the previously subservient leader regained his authority, bellowing at the other researchers. "Did you not hear the words of the Baron? Start the human experiments at once." However, a hesitant voice arose from one of the researchers. "But we lack sufficient test subjects." The leader's furious roar followed. "If there are none, then go find some. If you cannot locate any, seize them. If seizing proves futile, instigate a war. There are countless war orphans to be had, do you understand?" Under the lab director's thunderous command and Strack's tacit approval, the Hydra forces quietly mobilized. Sokovia, as Hydra's meticulously cultivated enclave, had seen their control over this nation reach its zenith. When Baron Strack required a populace for human experimentation, the first to vanish were the homeless and orphans within the country. Treating human lives as mere consumables, invaluable data was recorded, propelling the progress of superhuman experiments at an astonishing rate. Alongside this advancement was the experimentation with magical beings. After all, those who perished in the human trials left behind a residual energy that served as a remarkable catalyst, prompting biological mutations in another direction. Since the loss of the Red Skull as a leader during World War II, various Hydra heads had emerged, creating a tacit balance that maintained the organization. However, due to geopolitical factors and the superficial harmony between these heads, Hydra had failed to unify as a cohesive entity over the years, as each individual was reluctant to relinquish their hard-won status and power. Yet, do not be misled into believing the strength among the various Hydra heads is equal. Just as Zola's influence in the digital realm is unparalleled by the others, so too does Pierce, as the director of HILD, wield formidable power in the United States, while Strat commands Europe with an iron grip. The other heads can only be judged on their own merits. Backed by the United States and the Security Council, Pierce possesses the most powerful military and cutting-edge weaponry within Hydra, while Strack has conducted profound research into human enhancement. Despite years of struggle to replicate the super soldier serum akin to Captain America, a breakthrough came with the acquisition of Loki's technology, yielding promising results in their experiments with chaotic energy. Chapter 77. Infighting, I will kill you all. I will surely kill you. Raku screamed within, his heart ablaze with fury. Yet, blinded and restrained upon the medical table, he remained oblivious to the visage of the one inflicting upon him such pain and torment. A familiar mechanical sound pierced the air, causing Laku's blinded eyes to momentarily narrow before he began to struggle desperately against his restraints. Yet, bound by the unyielding straps, no amount of resistance could halt the slow descent of the mechanical arm. Enveloped in darkness, Laku's heightened sense of touch became his only ally. As his pupils contracted, he felt the sharp prick of a needle piercing his skin, burrowing through muscle, and ultimately entering his bloodstream. The piston activated, delivering a chilling concoction into his veins, sending tremors coursing through his entire being. The oppressive darkness naturally instilled a sense of dread, and the torment he endured only intensified his emotional turmoil. In the midst of this silent despair, a crimson light emerged, illuminating his surroundings. Beyond the confines of Earth's dimension, Kassan recognized the futility of attempting to invade the planet again in the near future under various threats. However, this did not deter him from his ambitions. As a deity transcending time and space, he possessed an almost infinite lifespan. What appeared to be centuries or even millennia to mortals felt like a mere fleeting moment to him. Abundant in time, he gazed silently at Earth, biding his time for the next opportunity to arise. Unlike previous endeavors where he devoured energies from other realms, this opportunity manifested swiftly. The Hydra, with its formidable intellect, had astonishingly deciphered the nature of the chaotic magic within Laku. Thus, as they mastered the technique to harness chaotic energy from beyond dimensions, Laku beheld an entirely new world. Amidst the silence of his thoughts, the darkness transformed into a fantastical red hue, revealing an indescribable figure before him. Who dares trespass into my domain? Looking up at the star-like eyes in the sky, Laku's mind echoed with thunderous clarity, momentarily blanking out. Through those radiant, starry eyes, he glimpsed the essence of time and existence, even his own memories swirling within the chaos. In the realm of chaos, his spirit was profoundly influenced. As he emerged from the tumult, he humbly bowed his head. Great God of chaos, God of dark magic, I am mere mortal. Kassan, having peered into the depths of Laku's memories, recognized yet another opportunity. I know your origins. Place your faith in me, and you shall receive power. In that fleeting exchange of glances with Kassan, Laku transformed into a fervent devotee of chaos and dark magic, overwhelmed with emotion as he wept for the divine rewards bestowed upon him. Yet, this display of fervor displeased Kassan. He had never considered himself a follower of any deity. Nevertheless, with only this singular pawn ignited by his influence, Kassan had no alternative. He implanted a seed of chaos within Laku, and with a mere gesture, summoned Laku's wandering soul back into his corporeal form. Sokovia Laboratory. As he reopened his eyes, the blood vessels that once clouded Raku's sclera had receded, transforming his originally blue-gray pupils into a vivid hue reminiscent of rubies. A peculiar energy coursed within his gaze, imbued with a semblance of life, mysterious, noble, yet sinister. An unending stream of chaotic energy, belonging to Kelson, surged within Raku, enhancing and mending his physique at an unimaginable pace. Tendrils of magic flowed through his body, and with a resounding crack, bindings capable of withstanding tons of force shattered instantaneously. Boom! The chaotic energy erupted like a tangible shockwave, shattering the reinforced glass that could withstand gunfire into countless fragments. Threads of energy, akin to currents, darted through the debris, transforming the once harmless shards into lethal projectiles more deadly than bullets. Whoosh! The sharp sounds of glass slicing through the air resounded, as the transparent shards became invisible blades, tearing through skin, ripping muscle, and snapping bones in a relentless symphony of destruction. blood splattering throughout the scene. There was no time for anguished groans or cries. In an instant, the observation room behind the glass wall was transformed into a hellish landscape. Blood stained every inch of the walls, mingling with the ghastly remains of shattered bone scattered about. Standing amidst the pristine laboratory, Riku slowly removed the blindfold that had obscured his vision, his crimson eyes scanning the hellscape before him, his expression unwavering. The world descended into chaos. The laboratory was breached from within by Riku, and the piercing alarms instantly resonated throughout the Sokovia underground fortress. A cacophony of footsteps echoed as a multitude of trained Hydra soldiers swiftly assembled, readying their weapons and positioning themselves outside the laboratory. "Everyone prepare. Fire at will upon sighting the target," roared the Hydra commander. But what went unnoticed by all was the ethereal tendrils of red mist materializing in the air. Chaotic black magic ensued. Standing just inside the door, Riku's ruby-like eyes seemed capable of seeing through several centimeters of concrete. He extended his fingers forward, and wisps of chaotic energy flowed from his palms like mist, intricately infiltrating the minds of each Hydra soldier. Their eyes felt heavy. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, the vigilant Hydra soldiers blinked. In that brief opening and closing, their originally dark orbs transformed into vibrant shades of red, rendering everything before them strange and eerie. The show was about to commence. With a cold gaze, Riku's lips curled into a cruel smile as he tightened his grip. Boom! Like thunderclaps reverberating in their minds. The momentary doubt among the Hydra soldiers morphed into intense hatred and brutality as they glanced at their comrades. Without hesitation, they raised their rifles and unsheathed their daggers. The sound of relentless gunfire echoed as orange-yellow bullets pierced flesh and bone, scattering blood and entrails in their wake. Amidst the explosive cacophony, fiery orbs expanded wildly, scorching everything within reach, while violent shockwaves rampaged, obliterating both vibrant flesh and charred remains. The glinting blades, sharp and cold, effortlessly sliced through skin and muscle, causing blood to flow freely. Under the influence of chaotic dark magic, once disciplined soldiers devolved into primal beasts, their eyes gleaming with a crimson light, relentless in their pursuit of life and death adversaries. In the resulting fratricidal chaos, the base became a blood-soaked ruin. Mere minutes later, the indiscriminate slaughter ceased, and silence reclaimed the area outside the doors. Upon opening the door, the once spotless corridor was littered with corpses. Chapter 78. Complete breakdown as the god of dark magic and the master of the chaotic dimension. Kursin, Zysorn, may have been firmly suppressed in actual combat by the Emperor of Vishan, yet the knowledge he possessed remained terrifying to the inhabitants of Earth. Although Kursin had no comprehension of science, his title as the god of dark magic was not without merit. Raku, his sole pawn on Earth, received not only an unending source of power from Kursin, but also insights into the application of magic. While these meant little to Kursin, for Raku, they were transformative. With no further means required, a single spell of dark magic, confusion, rendered every ordinary individual within the base, be it in the research facility or among the Hydra soldiers, nothing more than mere ants before the chaotic magical force. Their minds clouded and perceptions distorted. Every enemy they believed they saw and killed was merely an illusion conjured by Raku. As he advanced, tendrils of scarlet energy spread forth like sinister claws, ensnaring the hearts and minds of one human after another, leading them to the abyss. The phrase 10 steps to kill a man. 1,000 miles without leaving a trace came to life as the crimson energy passed through, compelling elite Hydra members to turn their weapons upon themselves, pulling the trigger, and slashing their throats with glimmering blades. Their bodies convulsed and collapsed, their blood creating a red carpet for Raku's deliberate approach. In contrast to Karl's, who was birthed from the corpses of the Blood Clan and swiftly crushed by Levi without causing much destruction, Raku embodied the very essence of the monstrous deity that humanity feared. Damn it! In the innermost and most secure control room of the secret fortress, Strack watched Raku's path of carnage unfold on the monitors, his expression darkening. What in the world had those damned fools done to bring about such chaos? A twitch at the corner of his eye, Strack glanced at the other elite Hydra members in the control room, and without hesitation, made a decisive choice. Mobilize all available forces and spare no expense to eliminate that wretched individual. With these words, Strack observed his elite team immerse themselves in their tasks. His gaze turned icy as he exited the control room, pushing open a concealed door in a secluded corner. Those who ascend to the rank of snakehead are never simpletons. They dare to employ various means against principled superheroes, yet when confronted with a villain like Raku, who has forsaken all moral boundaries, the farther one keeps, the greater the chance of survival. The Sokovia base is undeniably precious and significant. Yet Strack deemed his own life to be of greater importance. Although Raku stood alone, Strack recognized the impending calamity, an exceedingly repugnant event that could very likely spell the annihilation of the Sokovia base. Withdrawing in advance was the prudent choice. And as the supreme authority of the base, he was privy to escape routes that eluded the knowledge of ordinary individuals. In the upper echelons of the secret fortress, Raku traversed a blood-red corridor, ultimately halting before a formidable, tightly sealed door forged from alloy steel. Beside the door, tendrils of crimson floated like gossamer in the air, seemingly delicate yet binding a Hydra elite in midair with unyielding chains. Witnessing the terror etched on the soldier's face and the dread in his eyes, Raku was abruptly reminded of the torment he endured in the laboratory, igniting a deeper fury within him. Energy surged in his palm like a fountain, and Raku abruptly extended his hand. Soul interrogation. With a resounding clang of metal, a scarlet chain shot forth from Raku's palm, aiming directly for the Hydra soldier's head. With a whoosh, the energy chain pierced through the soldier's skull, as if ensnaring something intangible, causing it to tremble slightly in midair. The crisp sound of metal colliding resonated as Raku yanked the chain, extracting a somewhat ethereal soul. What is this? What is happening? Suspended in the air, the soldier's soul appeared exceedingly frantic, eyes wide with terror and unease, scanning the surroundings. Upon catching sight of the lifeless body crumpled on the ground behind him, his fear intensified. How could this be? Is that truly me? Let me go, let me go. In a frenzy of desperate struggle, the sharp sounds of collision echoed. But Raku was unfazed, attuned instead to the metallic hum. With a slight movement of the chain, it arced gracefully towards the soul. A soft pop resonated, akin to a balloon bursting, and with a jolt, the soul erupted, dissipating into vapor that was drawn into the chain and subsequently absorbed into Raku's being. A refreshing sensation spread through his mind, calming the previously tumultuous emotions, while the world before him transformed into a clear vista. Then a profound sensation surged forth. With a moment's focus, the memories belonging to that soldier's soul unfolded before him like a slideshow. The Hydra's New York base, Sokovia, was filled with a cascade of names and images flashing through Raku's mind. In mere seconds, he gleaned everything he desired from the essence of the Hydra soldier. I remember the Hydra, he mused, comprehending the origins of all his suffering. Raku's gaze turned as cold as ancient ice, emanating an unyielding chill. He extended his hand, channeling energy into the alloy iron door before him. With a flick of his wrist, he clenched his fingers. The dark magic material contorted. The door, once robust enough to withstand bombardment, crumpled like parchment under an unseen hand, transforming into a crumpled mass of metal. After dismantling the entrance, Raku refrained from crossing through. Instead, he levitated the several-ton metal sphere into the air and pressed down with a forceful gesture. Boom! Though the impact distance was merely a meter or two, propelled by red energy, the immense sphere descended like a meteor, shattering the solid concrete floor beneath. The ground fractured, debris cascaded, and the shockwave unleashed a roaring gust. As the crimson metal orb relentlessly pierced through the Sokovia underground fortress. Standing at the edge of the crater, he gazed down into the abyss, where layers of white light extinguished one after another in the dark void. After a brief moment of contemplation, Raku finally stepped into the void, his body enveloped in a surge of red energy, plummeting straight downwards. Chapter 79. Cosmic Voyage Camartage. Since resolving the dimensional incursion instigated by Caecilius, Levi had been enjoying a period of comfort. The convenience of portals was undeniable. Opening a doorway allowed him to bask in the finest sunlight, making a single day feel more enriching than 2 prior days combined. The Ancient One seemed somewhat embarrassed by the negative human sentiment directed at Levi, thus dedicating herself to assisting him in mastering the magical script. Under the tutelage of the Ancient One, Levi finally acquired the long-anticipated mirror dimension in the form of Icon. Furthermore, upon learning of Levi's intent to master the form of Icon, the Ancient One bestowed upon him yet another surprise: the supreme crown of white magic, Métis. Although the name might sound enigmatic, its capabilities were formidable. Métis, the primordial god of wisdom, symbolizes intellect and contemplation. For the sorcerers of Kamartash, this spell enabled them to don the crown of Métis, granting them transcendent wisdom and insight for a brief period. This offered numerous advantages for their deep study of magic. For Levi, merging the form of Icon with the supreme crown of Métis would allow him to conjure lifelike avatars through the manipulation of energy. The journey of Icon shapes matter and energy, while the crown of Métis endows wisdom and contemplation. The union of both is the perfect doppelganger that Levi aspires to create. He once attempted to have the Ancient One invoke the supreme crown of Métis upon himself, in hopes of enhancing his intellect, but to no avail. Nevertheless, the gains from this endeavor filled him with immense joy. The form of Icon, as the Ancient One wished, Levi emerged as a mage unbound from the arcane system of the Vishanti, requiring neither incantations nor rituals, merely a thought sufficed. His subconscious mind activated, guiding the energy within him to flow along predetermined pathways, and soon, an identical energy doppelganger emerged from his being. Without additional gestures, Levi could clearly sense the state of his doppelganger, as if it were an extension of himself. Yet this was insufficient, brimming with excitement. Levi rubbed his hands together and pointed, sending a translucent aura into the doppelganger's brow. The supreme crown of Métis. An invisible wave radiated throughout the doppelganger, and in the next moment, a flicker of distinct color emerged in its otherwise vacant eyes. Levi maintained effortless control over the doppelganger's actions, yet it had transformed. After surveying its surroundings, the doppelganger focused its gaze on Levi, inquiring, "What would you have me do?" "Quite simple," Levi replied joyfully, snapping his fingers. "You shall handle the matters concerning the Continental Hotel, Li Wei." "As you wish," the doppelganger, now bestowed with the name Li Wei, humbly nodded, extending its hand to the air, where a portal unfolded. It stepped through, and the gateway vanished. Only when Li Wei's figure had completely disappeared did the Ancient One, as if descending from the ethereal realm into reality, approach Levi from behind. A commendable notion, a doppelganger endowed with independent thought, though it does come at a cost. In response to the Ancient One's praise, Levi remained somewhat dissatisfied. Moreover, all the energy required by the doppelganger must be provided by me. While I can prolong my life through wisdom magic, I lack the ability to draw energy from the dimensions. There is indeed room for improvement. The Ancient One smiled and remarked, "However, the consumption of energy does not seem to pose a challenge for you." "That is true," Levi pondered for a moment. "I hope this doppelganger can alleviate some of my burdens, allowing me to bask in the sun a bit longer." After saying this, he turned back to the Ancient One. "By the way, what is the next spell we shall explore?" "That depends on your aspirations. How about astral projection?" "A splendid idea, though it may have to wait until our next session." Levi felt a hint of curiosity. "What has transpired?" "A residual dimension has been discovered." With a gesture, the Ancient One pulled them into the mirrored realm. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves amidst the ruins of a Hydra base in Sokovia. What took place here? Although events in the real world did not influence the mirrored realm, Levi remained intrigued by the happenings in this desolate location. "Thanks to your endeavors." The Ancient One glanced at Levi. "In New York, you shattered the energy core of a dimensional creature. However, a fragment of the core that was not entirely destroyed was absorbed by a survivor named Laku. Subsequently, Laku was captured by an organization known as Hydra for experimentation, and he established a connection with the dark god of magic, the chaotic dimensional demon Kasin, thereby unleashing a massacre fueled by dimensional powers." Hydra? The mention of this organization caught Levi off guard. He had not anticipated encountering Hydra in this location. He had originally planned to take a few days to deal with them, but before he could act, Hydra's base was decimated by an uncontrollable remnant of chaos. Through layers of obstruction, Levi clearly witnessed Laku relentlessly pursuing Hydra's elite within the base. It must be said, Laku's actions aligned perfectly with Levi's inclinations. After a moment of contemplation, Levi turned to Ancient One. Is this individual's situation dire? Just a follower of the chaotic dimension possessing some power. Ancient One seemed to discern Levi's thoughts. Eliminating him might render the world a tad purer, yet sparing him would not yield graver consequences. By virtue of the portal he possesses, Kasin could never physically descend upon Earth. Then let him live. Levi's gaze returned to Laku, who was continuously hunting Hydra's elite. He has a vendetta against Hydra, and so do I. It is fitting that he aids me in my quest for vengeance. I recall that avenging one's enemies should align with your principles. I am one to repay grievances tenfold. Levi chuckled. If I were to strike decisively and annihilate Hydra's upper echelons, they might remain oblivious to the cause of their downfall, potentially leading to further chaos in the future. However, the circumstances differ now. One is a follower of the chaotic dimension persecuted by Hydra, while the other is a terror organization that has existed for decades. They certainly cannot coexist peacefully. It is simply a matter of watching them engage in mutual destruction for entertainment. Upon hearing this, Ancient One raised an eyebrow slightly. If you seek to pass the time, perhaps I have a splendid idea. What? Levi's interest was piqued. Cosmic travel. Ancient One uttered a few words, then looked at Levi. Would you care to try? Although unsure of what cosmic travel entailed, the mere notion captivated Levi's curiosity, prompting him to nod in agreement. Very well. Let's give it a try. Chapter 80. The Statue of the Flower God. Cosmic travel sounds grandiose, and indeed it is. Levi was oblivious to the type of magic Ancient One employed to achieve this. But at this moment, they found themselves amidst the starry expanse. Distant starlight twinkled, resembling diamonds embedded in a black canvas, evoking profound allure. The starlight rapidly expanded into a brilliant star before his eyes, radiating boundless light, reaching a peak size, then swiftly contracting, ultimately transforming into a mere ordinary point of light behind Levi. Goodness, goodness, goodness. As Li Wei gazed at star after star streaking past him, he felt that only one word could truly encapsulate his current emotions. Another colossal star, a behemoth 1,000 times larger than the sun, flashed by, and Li Wei turned to Gu Yi, his eyes brimming with astonishment. How did you achieve this? What kind of sorcery is this? Do you wish to learn? Gu Yi persisted with her initial intention. If you're willing to accept the title of Sorcerer Supreme, I could teach you. Forget it. I have no desire to be like you, Li Wei replied, shaking his head in refusal. Having spent some time in Kamartaj, he understood well what it represented. He could accept being a mediocre sorcerer, but to become the Sorcerer Supreme? While he might possess sufficient power, he lacked Gu Yi's selfless dedication. He could indeed combat dimensional incursions and prevent the dimensional demon from utterly destroying Earth, but not in the capacity of Sorcerer Supreme. Upon hearing Li Wei's continued refusal, Gu Yi did not press the issue further. Instead, she resumed her navigation through the cosmic expanse. One by one, extraordinary planets unfolded before Li Wei's eyes. One massive green planet, teeming with towering trees, was dominated not by humans or other animals, but by tree men that seemed to have emerged from the pages of a fantasy novel. However, unlike the peaceful tree men of legend, these beings, composed of intertwining vines and branches, were fierce advocates of violence. As Li Wei observed the colorful tree men in the cosmos waging war against the life-bearing planets around them, he felt a wave of curiosity. Can you let me down to take a look? I have never encountered such tree men before. It's astonishing that they prefer war over peace. Of course, in Gu Yi's view, Li Wei's request was not unreasonable. Suddenly, a massive fireball, glowing with an intense orange hue, tore through the thick cloud cover, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder as it plummeted towards the surface. The tree men on the planet neither cherished peace nor feared flames. Instead, they looked up at the descending fire with no hint of terror, eagerly rushing towards the impact site. The sounds of rustling leaves and snapping branches filled the air as these violent tree men trampled and broke countless trees, showing no understanding of the concept of protecting nature. In their wake, vast numbers of trees were uprooted and crushed, returning to the earth as nourishment for the coming year. What a bizarre planet this is. The gravity is astonishingly strong, Li Wei thought as he stood quietly at the bottom of a crater-like pit, energy surging within him, creating ripples in the surrounding air. As he exited his state of travel in midair, the planet's immense gravitational pull instantly seized him, dragging him toward the ground. Accustomed to Earth's gravity, Li Wei found himself momentarily unprepared for the significantly greater force of this planet. As he launched into the air, headfirst, he descended like a meteor, crashing into the ground and leaving a desolate expanse of forest flattened for hundreds of meters around him. Who are you? How did you come to our planet? A group of tree-like beings, adorned with a variety of leaves atop their heads, cautiously emerged at the edge of the crater, their eyes fixed warily on Levi. You do not appear to be a tree spirit. I am human, firmly planted on the ground within the crater. Levi's powerful muscles instinctively acclimated to the gravity of this new world. With a slight retraction of energy, he unleashed an even greater thrust, propelling himself out of the pit. Human? A tree spirit, seemingly a variant of maple with brilliant red foliage, materialized before Levi. You appear to be a formidable race. Do you wish to engage in combat? Combat. Levi remained non-committal, but from the gaps of the maple spirit's brown branches, flickers of orange flames began to emerge. The brown bark of the maple spirit, subjected to intense heat, began to swell and fuse, transforming into a robust layer of black armor. As fiery, lava-like patterns manifested, Levi beheld the entirety of the spectacle, a suit of battle armor that melded the forces of flame and wood, radiating intense heat. The maple spirit then turned its gaze upon Levi. Human come, let's fight. With a resounding boom, a flash of golden light erupted, followed by an echoing roar. Levi's figure flickered in the air, delivering a powerful punch that struck the formidable armor of the maple spirit. Boom! The shock wave rippled outward, a howling wind sweeping away the dust and debris from the ground, creating a vacuum. At the point of contact, the sound of splintering wood rang out, and a fiery red silhouette was abruptly propelled backward through the air, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom. Crack! Crack! The sound of brittle fractures filled the air, leaving even Levi unable to discern whether it was the sound of branches snapping or the spirit's body breaking, let alone the other tree beings present. Witnessing one of their own dispatched so effortlessly, the surrounding tree spirits stared in shock until a massive piece of wood was flung aside, prompting them to regroup. Are you still alive? Of course. Moments later, the maple spirit, missing its lower half, reappeared before Levi. Despite the loss, the upper body, still nearly 3 meters tall, seemed unconcerned. Its gaze, now filled with astonishment, met Levi's, who stood at just 2 meters. Human, you are strong. Levi merely smiled, though internally he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had restrained 99% of his strength. Otherwise, that punch might have proven fatal. He had no desire to take a life upon arriving on a new planet. After all, tree spirits were beings too, were they not? I'm not. A guardian of the fire god from the flower god Colossus tribe. Flower god Colossus tribe? Levi echoed, observing as Not's lower half rapidly grew back, as if accelerated 1,000-fold, sprouting anew before him. At that moment, a melodious chirping of birds resonated through the air as several lithe bluebirds descended gracefully upon Not's head, chattering for a brief moment before soaring away under Levi's watchful gaze. Human, follow me. Not, whose mind was not particularly complex, could not be bothered with Levi's thoughts and stated directly, the captain of the guard wishes to see you. Chapter 81. The vassal experiment, the deity-like fire tree king, belonged to a race that revered violence. Yet violence and intellect are not mutually exclusive. At least, Levi perceived that this towering figure of over 9 meters, the fire tree king, was far from being a mere mindless brute. Humans, within an enormous palace formed of trees. The fire tree king, engulfed in roaring flames, regarded Levi with a calm demeanor. I have encountered humans before, but none possessed your strength. The fire tree king's voice was deep and resonant, interspersed with the sounds of wind and the crackling of burning wood. Not at present, but perhaps in the future. Levi held no fondness for superheroes, and likewise, did not particularly admire Marvel. However, he could not escape the frequent mentions by those around him. Though he remained largely oblivious to the intricacies of Marvel's narratives, he at least understood that such superhero realms often encompass cataclysmic battles. As the quintessential center of a universe in countless fictional works, Earth would inevitably witness a myriad of supervillains and superheroes in the future. Despite his ignorance of the specific characters that might emerge, The Fire Tree King did not pass judgment on Levi's response. He simply gazed at him and continued to inquire. Human, what brings you here? I am on holiday and happen upon your planet, intending merely to take a look, only to unexpectedly encounter you. You breached our planetary defense system, damaged our environment, and engaged in combat with my kin. Is this merely a coincidence? It is likely that a deviation occurred in the predetermined trajectory, which led to this situation. After all, cosmic travel can often yield unexpected circumstances. Levi pondered for a moment, conjuring a reason that seemed reasonably plausible. After all, prior to any confrontation, he considered himself a lover of peace. As for the hint of reproach in the Fire Tree King's tone, Levi paid it no heed. Before him stood, perhaps, one of the mightiest kings on this planet. Yet Levi felt no trepidation. With 100,000-fold amplification, even without exerting any energy or leverage, Levi could unleash a punch with a force of 5,000 tons. If he were to gain momentum at a speed exceeding 2,000 Mach, supplemented by the energy within him, it would be difficult to estimate the sheer destructive capability of his strike. However, energy analysis confirmed that even if he restrained himself to 90% of his strength, it would suffice to vanquish the Fire Tree King before him, though they were both capable of delivering a powerful blow. A mere mathematical calculation revealed that this Fire Tree King was at least 10 times stronger than the lackluster Not outside, thus marking him as a formidable opponent. Commendable, indeed. The Fire Tree King, as his name suggests, is a fiery being with a temperament to match. Although he is unaware of the thoughts swirling in Li Wei's mind, it is evident that the answer provided by Li Wei does not satisfy him. Nevertheless, as a sovereign of his kind, he restrains his fiery emotions and introduces himself with a semblance of decorum. I am Fault, and you are human. What is your name? I am Li Wei, he replies, instinctively yearning to explain the characters of his name, yet abruptly halting his thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, he decides against elucidating the intricacies of his name to this extraterrestrial being. As a member of the inherently volatile treefolk race, and specifically the more tempestuous fire tree branch, Fault possesses intellect, albeit with a limited grasp of complex emotions. Thus, his inquiries come across as rather direct. What peculiar technology did you employ to breach our defenses and arrive on our planet? Is it the new cosmic traversal technology? Observing the Fire Tree King, who is both fervently eager for cosmic traversal technology, yet inept its subtlety, Li Wei feels a sense of incredulity. Upon witnessing Li Wei's silence, Fault seems to recognize his own shortcomings. After a brief pause, he turns his attention back to Li Wei. Are you interested in selling your cosmic traversal technology? That may not be feasible, Li Wei responds, noting a flicker of disappointment on Fault's face. However, a wry smile dances upon Li Wei's lips as he gestures, opening a portal before Fault. But perhaps this technology might be of interest. Bidirectional spatial transmission technology. Although inherently powerful in combat, the Flower God Colossus race has also made strides in technology and possesses an understanding of science. Upon witnessing Li Wei's portal, Fault is taken aback, rising from his seat, his towering 9-meter frame casting a shadow across the hall. You possess such technology. If it were merely a matter of spacecraft traversal, Fault would not have been so astonished. After all, they possess such capabilities as well. However, the sight of this spatial portal, which seamlessly connects two locations, is entirely unrelated to mere spacecraft traversal technology. In comparison, the ability to create a bridge connecting two spatial points bears far greater value. After a brief moment of astonishment, Fault inquires, are you willing to part with this technology? What do you seek in return? This question requires careful contemplation, Li Wei replies, feigning deep thought while discreetly contacting Ancient One. Quickly, Master Ancient One, what was the specific operational method you mentioned last time? In the shadows, Ancient One has been observing silently and immediately comprehends Li Wei's intentions. Are you planning to conduct experiments with the Flower God Colossus race? Indeed, Li Wei admits without concealing his motives. After all, they are a race that reveres violent expansion. A successful experiment would yield a vassal, while a failed one might momentarily halt their aggressive pursuits. Either outcome proves advantageous. Shall I really conduct the experiments on humans first? From ancient times, there has been no one quite like the Ancient One, who diligently maintains peace throughout the cosmos, demonstrating her profound regard for Earth. The primary defenders against dimensional invasions on Earth are the mages who draw upon the magical essence of the Vishani. Levi's current proposal, fortuitously, benefits the mages of Earth. Moments later, Levi raised his head and smiled, saying, "I can impart the technology to you, but I require appropriate compensation." With this affirmative response from Levi, Fault also smiled. Violence and plunder are typically directed toward the weak. However, it is evident that Levi is a formidable individual. Although Fault was aware that other humans on Earth may be relatively feeble, the presence of a single powerful being like Levi is sufficient to serve as a deterrent. In such circumstances, cooperation emerges as the foremost choice. Subconsciously averting the possibility of a significant conflict, Levi swiftly imparted the modified techniques of the Ancient One to Fault. The mages of Kamartaj utilize portals that rely on the magical energy of the dimensional deity, the Vishani. Following the modifications made by the Ancient One, the flower god giant race employs portals powered by the versatile energy of Levi. As the Vishani, the deity's energy can indeed be widely harnessed. As for Levi, in the words of the Ancient One, he is not a favored being like Raken, but rather a tangible embodiment of a dimension, albeit one that requires time to channel the energy from that realm. The magnitude of energy possessed by that dimension is incalculable. Note, in the movie featuring the flower god giant race, it remains uncertain whether their race faced extinction, so I've chosen to assume they did not. Furthermore, let's not delve into linguistic nuances. We both understand implicitly. Chapter 82. I am Groot ultimately. Fault remained prudent, not to the point of despair. Civilizations tend to be cautious. Following a secret assembly of the Six Kings, the portal technology acquired from Levi was not disseminated throughout the entire race. Clearly, they recognized the implications of such technology. Nevertheless, the knowledge had been imparted to them. Whether the flower god giants choose to utilize, it bears no relation to Levi receiving his due compensation. The grand entrance of the Supreme Palace reopened, but this time, it was not only Fault who emerged. There was also the imposing figure of the Tree King, whose body bore a brown hue with a hint of metallic sheen. Esteemed human warrior, greetings. The Tree King's deep voice resonated. I am one of the rulers of the flower god giant race, and you may also refer to me as Goodert. Goodert? Levi inquired, somewhat puzzled. Is it customary for every member of your race to have a name ending with ERT? This is the naming convention of our kin, Goodert replied calmly. The final syllable signifies our lineage. It just so happens that Fault and I belong to the same lineage. Casting a glance at the fiery Fault and then at the Tree King, who exhibited subtle metallic traits, Levi chose to accept the words of the Tree King for the time being. Levi was merely curious about the naming conventions of the flower god Colossus tribe. However, he was more eager to learn what resources this treefolk race intended to offer in exchange for the teleportation technology. Have you reached an agreement on what you will use to purchase my teleportation technology? This is what we can offer. The Tree King extended his hand, and as the layers of branches receded from his palm, a somewhat diminutive tablet materialized before Levi. Upon receiving the device, Levi swiped it gently, revealing a list of valuable resources and technologies, each accompanied by a marked valuation. Similarly, the worth of the teleportation technology he proposed was also appraised. The transaction laid before Levi resembled a straightforward numerical exchange, akin to a transaction within a game. URU alloy, a magical metal sourced from Asgard, renowned for its excellent energy conductivity. Yaka metal, a unique metal with heightened sensitivity to sound. Cosmic vibranium, a rare metal capable of absorbing or emitting shockwaves. As he continued to scroll, Levi encountered an array of peculiar items. Hyperspeed spaceships, energy weapons, energy field shields, and a treefolk named Groot. Groot. Levi raised his gaze to Gudelt. Is this treefolk Groot also a member of your flower god Colossus tribe? Gudelt nodded, his tone laced with disdain for Groot. He is a detestable outlier, incessantly preaching theories of peace and goodwill within the tribe. Many of our kin find his actions repugnant. Thus, we resolve to put him on trial. However, if you desire, you may acquire him at a modest price. Upon hearing Gudelt's description, Levi's eyes brightened slightly. He had already harbored interest in the flower god Colossus race, but was hesitant to propose a request for the buying and selling of individuals. Now, an opportunity had presented itself. After a brief moment of contemplation, Levi nodded. Very well, but I must first see what this Groot looks like. Of course, Gudelt was aware that Groot, the bothersome nuisance, was destined to be exiled to another universe following his trial. In comparison, the prospect of ridding themselves of this annoying entity while simultaneously benefiting his tribe seemed quite favorable to Gudelt. Levi had anticipated that Groot would resemble an ancient tree elder. However, he soon realized he had underestimated the violent nature of the flower god Colossus tribe. For these inherently aggressive tree folk, Groot was indeed a paragon of peace. Yet, to humans, Groot's temperament was not as amiable as Gudelt had suggested. "I am Groot," observing the tree folk before him, who was furiously yelling at Gudelt. Adorned with green branches and leaves, Levi expressed his confusion. He cannot speak. Can he? "I am Groot." It appeared he truly could not articulate further. "I am Groot." Groot fell silent for a moment, placing a device resembling a headset before Levi. "This is a translator. It will enable you to comprehend what he is saying." Levi reached out, donned the translator, and turned his gaze back to Groot. "Can you understand what I am saying?" "I can speak. That is sufficient." Levi breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked back at Gudelt. "Very well, this will do. As for the remaining points." Levi reopened his tablet and began to click through the options with fervor. He refrained from selecting any technological advancements, as they belonged to the flower god Colossus race, and handing them over to humanity could potentially lead to significant chaos. Instead, Levi opted for resources pertaining to fundamental knowledge of cosmic civilizations, as well as peculiar metals and alien flora and fauna. The development of human scientific civilization is a grand and uncontrollable phenomenon, yet Levi felt confident in addressing species invasions. Furthermore, with Groot, a tree-like entity, by his side, he thought it prudent to procure some seeds, as they might yield intriguing results. At the New York Temple on Earth, a sudden portal drew the attention of the temple guardians. With a swift gesture, one guardian seized a golden artifact. Approaching cautiously, he beheld a towering extraterrestrial being, approximately 6 meters tall, emerging from the portal, laden with an assortment of packages. "I am Groot." Observing the bewildered expression of the temple guardian, Groot called out and proceeded into the spacious hall, unceremoniously depositing various items onto the floor before taking a seat himself. Danny, astonished by Groot's presence, turned his gaze to the portal, where Levi stood on a distant planet, waving cheerfully. "Danny the mage, this is my cosmic companion from another world. Please host him for a few days until I return to escort him." Danny watched as the portal swiftly closed, his words unspoken. Turning back to the curious yet stationary Groot, he let out a resigned sigh. Despite being assigned as a guardian of the New York Temple, he had heard whispers of the events transpiring in Kamartash. What could he possibly say about Levi, the prodigious mage who had thwarted a dimensional invasion merely a month into his studies? "I am Groot." Just as Danny shook his head, a voice echoed in his ear, exacerbating his headache. "Is that all you can say?" "I am Groot." Note: the storyline of the Guardians of the Galaxy may be omitted. Chapter 83. The deity and the new planet humanity truly embodies a race of immense potential. As they watched Levi's figure vanish through the portal, the rulers of the flower god Colossus race exchanged contemplative glances. "I recall that woman, who roams the cosmos upholding justice. She seems to be one of Earth's inhabitants. How I long to visit that planet." The grotesquely terrifying clown tree king spoke. "If we could bring those humans here for experimentation, we might harness such formidable power. However, we cannot proceed until we deal with that Avenger and the man known as Levi." Gudert interjected, "Otherwise we would bring catastrophic calamity upon our kind. Perhaps we could seek assistance from others. I recall that the Kree and Skrull engaged in battle around that planet called Earth, along with a certain interstellar rogue named Yondu." This notion was swiftly dismissed by Gudert once more. "The Skrulls are presently under the protection of that woman, while the current commander of the Kree legions is Ronan, who will not ally with us. As for that interstellar thief, one cannot expect him to keep our secrets." Compared to the Clown Tree King or the War Tree King, Gudert was arguably the most level-headed among the 6 sovereigns of the Flora deity Colossi, thus, in matters untouched by war and violence. He often rendered the final verdict: "Do not provoke that man or the humans. Our immediate task is to validate and master the technology of that portal. If we can control this technology, even against the Kree Empire, we shall emerge victorious. The name of the Flora deity Colossi will ultimately reign over the entire universe." Having departed from the planet, Levi and the Ancient One resumed their cosmic journey. However, in comparison to the uniquely extraordinary homeworld of the florid deity Colossi, the other planets Levi encountered appeared rather mundane, lacking in distinctive hues. He was quite intrigued by the collector's lair, fashioned from the head of a celestial being. But before he could set foot inside, a figure materialized before them. The supreme sorcerer of Earth. What brings you to my domain? A man with silvery hair and a vertical silver line running from his lower lip to chin blocked their path. It seems you have brought along a guest who does not appear particularly amiable, he remarked, casting a glance at Levi. Levi, bewildered by the unwarranted scrutiny, was filled with questions and had yet to speak when the oddly attired collector interjected. Do not be surprised. I possess the ability to glimpse fragments of the future. Coincidentally, I have seen a part concerning you. Gentlemen, the void is not open for business today, the collector smiled. After all, acquiring this celestial head cost me a considerable sum, and I'm not inclined to lose it. Feeling inexplicably rebuffed, Levi's mood soured, and he shifted his gaze past the collector, directly into the depths of the void. Suddenly, a peculiar wave swept across the expanse of the starry sky. Through an extraordinary energy perception, Levi glimpsed not only the void behind the collector, but much more. Within those bones, which were far more resilient than gold or iron, Levi discerned glimmers of radiant light, indicative of a more formidable energy reaction. Faintly, he sensed that he was glimpsing something deeper within that energy, something that seemed almost alive. Do not look any further. The collector's pupils dilated as the visions faded, and upon regaining his composure, he stood directly in Levi's path. If you wish to avoid awakening it, it is best to cease your actions at once. Startled by the immense energy concealed within the seemingly desolate cranium, Levi relinquished his intention to probe further and turned to the collector. What is it? The celestial deity. The collector replied, a hint of reverence gracing his features. These beings have existed for millions of years, their strength unparalleled, since their might is unrivaled. Where did this skull originate? I do not know. The collector shook his head. It is unwise to delve into the past of the celestial deities. If you do not wish to bring catastrophic doom upon your planet, it is best to refrain from such inquiries. Why? According to cosmic legends, the celestial deities perpetually seek out life-bearing planets across the universe, judging whether the life forms upon them meet their exacting standards. Should they find them wanting, they would ruthlessly obliterate both the planet and its inhabitants. Millions of years ago, they were notorious planet destroyers, yet for reasons unknown, they abruptly ceased their activities. However, this does not permit one to indiscriminately desecrate the celestial deities. Even in their remnants lies the power to devastate a planet with ease. Levi did not believe that the energy within this skull could easily annihilate a planet. Yet he also recognized that he could not claim to understand it better than the collector. After all, it was the collector who had made a home atop this ticking bomb. Were he in the same position, he would certainly not act so recklessly. The records regarding the flower god giant race made no mention of the celestial deities. Yet after acquiring some information from the collector, Levi wisely abandoned his intention to explore the void. Although he had some confidence in his survival, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary peril. Having dismissed the thought of venturing into the void, Levi turned to Ancient One, perplexed. Ancient One, do not tell me you are unaware of this void. I truly do not know, Ancient One responded. Levi remained skeptical of this answer. The collector is aware of both Earth and you. How could you be ignorant of the celestial deities? I once visited this place as a guest, but the collector never mentioned this skull. Moreover, I have no inclination to unearth the secrets of ancient times, as it bears no significance. Just as one would expect from you. I might not have been able to resist, Levi remarked with intrigue, only to suddenly perceive a flicker before his eyes. Wait, I believe I just caught sight of something intriguing. Ancient One slightly rewound the interstellar space, revealing a rather peculiar planet before them. It appears you have discovered an interesting world. On this desolate planet, devoid of animals and plants, the very existence of fungal life remains an enigma. The only prevalent forms of life are amorphous entities that resemble viscous substances, akin to glue. These beings, in hues of black, white, red, and green, appear like dyes, casting an eerie pallor over the seemingly barren landscape. Chapter 84. The frantic symbiote on the planet Clinta, also known as the Cage, a muscular crimson creature roars. I am the boss. You must heed my command. Its gelatinous form continuously tears and amalgamates upon the scarlet desert. Strands reminiscent of shredded muscle fibers stretching out in all directions. No, I refuse. It faces off against a black alien entity, which, despite lacking a sense of power, sprawls across the ground like a viscous tar. Though it converges toward the center, it simultaneously dissipates elsewhere. Damn the venom! The furious creature, defied and enraged, writhes, transforming from an amorphous blob into an upright figure. Unlike its tempestuous nature, this emaciated form is smooth, featuring nothing but a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth. In comparison to a terrifying alien beast, this figure resembles a famished specter risen from the depths of hell, possessing nothing but its formidable mouth. With a swift motion, its elongated fingers, reminiscent of Edward's scissor hands, slice through the air, generating a series of sharp sounds. I shall consume you, it bellows, charging at the venom with a ferocity akin to a demon unleashed. I fear you not. The venom retorts with a roar, contorting its form into a diminutive figure, sharing only a massive mouth and cloaked in darkness. However, unlike its adversary, it lacks the scissor-like appendages. With a slick sound, the venom's body is punctured by the creature's razor-like fingers, creating several gaping voids. Repugnant beast. The surface of the venom's black, viscous form writhes as it endeavors to mend its wounds. Turning back, it bellows at the creature, then scurries away, not daring to glance back. Venom. Observing the comical retreat of the black figure, the creature can only roar in frustration, refraining from the pursuit. On this desolate planet, apart from the symbiotes, no other life exists, and due to its deviation from interstellar routes, it may remain untouched by extraterrestrial visitors for centuries, if not millennia. Just like humans, the symbiotes occasionally seek to uncover their origins. However, as biological weapons crafted by the Nars, they find themselves incapable of discovering their genesis. With their origins shrouded in mystery and an inability to proliferate through conventional reproduction, companionship becomes a vital aspect on the planet Clinta. Typically, symbiotes are only consumed during conflicts between different subgroups. In other circumstances, even a rebellious entity like Venom would not be devoured. Venom is aware that he is not at risk of being eaten, yet he often seeks refuge from potential threats. This time, however, an extraordinary figure has appeared in the region. Look what I've found, a pitiful outcast. A grayish-red symbiote stands upon the desolate expanse of the wasteland, grasping a writhing mass of black, struggling slime in its short, stout, and sharp claws. Tell me, should I consume you, or should I consume you? Chaos. Venom writhes frantically, trying to escape the clutches of the tumult, yet he struggles in vain. Let me go. Let me go. Venom recognizes Chaos, or rather, there are hardly any symbiotes in the vicinity unfamiliar with its notorious reputation. A creature that deliberately hunts and devours its kin, devoid of any concept of companionship, earns infamy even among the symbiotes. As if toying with a blob of slime, Chaos contemplates whether to devour Venom, but one of its subordinates interjects first. Boss, aren't you looking to establish your own subgroup? Upon hearing this reminder, Chaos falls silent for a moment, then discards Venom back to the ground. Kid, consider yourself lucky. From now on, you'll stick with me. Any objections? None. Once back on the ground, Venom squats despondently. Brutality does not consume sentient beings, which is why he dares to speak, but in the presence of a ruthless figure like Chaos, Venom opts for silence. A rumbling sound, akin to distant thunder or the howling of a hurricane, reverberates in the distance. A tide of symbiotes surges toward Levi, their voices either hoarse or shrill, proclaiming mine. This is mine. Symbiotes derive their name from their ability to merge with other life forms, thus harnessing greater power. Who would desire such formidable strength? Moreover, entering a symbiotic state suggests the potential to escape this planet and reach other sources of life. Observing the fervent throng of symbiotes clamoring mine, Levi's expression shifts. His intrigue towards these peculiar beings does not equate to a willingness to be engulfed by them entirely. Taking a deep breath, Levi's gaze sharpens slightly before he exhales. As the tempest swept through, the howling currents cascaded over the vast expanse of crimson earth, stirring a tempest of dust and debris that scattered the symbiotic entities before it. Yet, in a fleeting moment, These beings, driven by the insatiable hunger of their symbiotic thoughts, surged forth like ravenous zombies, drawn towards humanity from the distant horizon. Another gust of white energy erupted from Levi's lips. The crisp sound of ice crystals forming echoed in the air. By blending energies, Levi could unleash not only searing flames and violent gales, but also exhale the frigid breath that could freeze all in its path. The icy breath swept across the wilderness, as if it had traversed from the dawn of time itself. Wherever it flowed, the air solidified, and life came to a standstill, as if ensnared within the currents of time. As it traversed the tide of symbiotic entities already ensnared in frost, the white current, imbued with an extreme chill, snaked its way onward, leaving behind a trail of solid ice. The symbiotic beings, frenzied in their quest for a suitable host, found themselves powerless against the chilling aura capable of freezing them entirely. On the scorched expanse of the red desert, a towering ice field materialized, rapidly spreading forth, encapsulating within its crystalline depths the vividly defined forms of the symbiotic entities, their limbs outstretched in a desperate dance. No, run. It hurts. The bone-chilling cold extinguished the fiery fervor within the symbiotic beings, instilling a primal fear of ice that compelled them to flee. Yet, against the advent of an ice age, their speed proved woefully inadequate. In the distance, the sight of an ice field, frozen solid with countless symbiotic forms, rose ominously, and a flicker of desire sparked in the eyes of the rampage. The allure of a feast and the scent of power. That is mine. Chapter 85. Rampage and Venom what? Upon hearing Rampage's aspirations, a look of bewilderment crossed Venom's smooth visage as he cast a glance towards the distant ice field and then back at Rampage. A myriad of words lodged in his throat, unspoken. Did you not see? Such a vast expanse of ice. It is filled with symbiotic entities. And you dare to venture into it? If you seek death, do not drag me along. I still wish to live. Should I flee? Continuing on this path would surely lead to my demise. Perhaps I should return, even if it means facing Rampage's wrath once more. It is preferable to death. Though the means by which Venom perceived the distant scene remained a mystery, it was abundantly clear that he had once again succumbed to fear, just as he had when confronted with the deathly threat posed by Rampage. He calculated his escape, yet Rampage was resolute in his intent to investigate further. Stay close, Venom. Rampage glanced back at Venom, who was already plotting his escape, the menacing aura of death radiating from him unmistakable. Your dim-witted companion has extended an invitation to certain death. Now you die. Hold on, you die. Damn it. Venom cursed inwardly, but out of fear of the chaos, he chose to wait for his demise. In the distance, before the glacier resembling a fortress, he muttered to himself about the foolishness of the beings before him, urging them to remain calm. Observing the frozen symbiotes of various hues encased in the icy expanse, Levi exhaled deeply. Although the icy breath was a variant evolved from energy breath, it was inherently more defensive compared to destructive abilities like fiery breath. This power was oriented towards subduing the enemy, at least until those resilient ice barriers and the entities trapped within were shattered. Levi was uncertain of the tenacity of these symbiotes' life force. Yet he noted that even encased in solid ice, their energy cores remained vibrant and unyielding. It appeared that these symbiotes possessed considerable vitality. Redirecting his gaze from the immobilized beings frozen in ice, Levi scanned the horizon where the chaos, Venom, and several other symbiotes approached. A few more had arrived. His eyes first passed over Venom, whose energy core flickered faintly before settling on the leading figure of chaos. Although the energy intensity of this reddish-gray symbiote was not impressive, its position at the forefront indicated it was likely the strongest among this group. Unless, of course, they employed a strategy of decoys. Levi casually picked up a stone from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and then hurled it with abandon. With a resounding boom, the stone, trailing a white sonic barrier, hurtled towards the direction of chaos. Upon impact, the stone collided with the ground before chaos, creating a tremendous crater in what had been a relatively flat terrain. Fragments of rock erupted outward, mercilessly piercing the bodies of several symbiotes in front, before vanishing into the distance, leaving behind traces of viscous tissue. Such a formidable life form. Symbiotes inherently possess a form of existence through symbiosis. leading them to harbor an intense desire for suitable hosts, particularly when confronted with powerful life. On this planet, apart from the being imprisoned deep within the core, who else could rival Levi's strength? Leaping over the crater, Chaos approached Levi. "Greetings, extraterrestrial powerhouse." "Hello," Levi replied with a nod, glancing at the distance. "What is it? Do you wish to become like those beings? We could collaborate." Perhaps having consumed too many of its kind, Chaos's intellect surpassed that of its counterparts. "I'm the strongest on this planet, and so are you. If we merge, we can become even more powerful. With that strength, we can achieve great things." "Is that so?" Levi expressed little interest in the notion of merging with Chaos to amplify their strength. However, Liwei extended his hand to carve a portal in the air, effortlessly tossing an alien of indeterminate origin onto the creature known as Riot. Upon encountering a compatible host, Riot found it increasingly difficult to control its primal instincts. In but an instant, the gray-red biomass rapidly spread over the alien, enveloping and expanding until a towering beast, nearly 3 meters tall and brimming with muscle, materialized before Liwei. "You shall regret this." Ignoring Riot's ominous threat, Liwei observed the energy core within the newly formed symbiote. Lost in contemplation, "It appears you have grown considerably stronger." With the acquisition of a host, Riot had secured a stable vessel, enabling it to transcend its previous gelatinous form, resulting in a power increase by several magnitudes. Looking down at Liwei, intoxicated by the surge of strength within, Riot momentarily disregarded the frozen expanse nearby. "Indeed, but after acquiring you, I shall become even more formidable." "Obtain me," Liwei replied with a chuckle, beckoning Riot closer. "Come, let me see how you intend to achieve that." "You will witness," Riot roared, launching itself forward with a thunderous stomp, creating a crater in the loose desert ground, a gray-red specter fleeting through the air. In the next heartbeat, Riot's imposing figure loomed before Liwei, a menacing silhouette. With another furious roar, Riot's stubby, sharp fingers clenched into a fist the size of a cauldron, aimed directly at the side of Liwei's face. A resounding thud echoed as the impact reverberated, sending shockwaves outward. But the force of Riot's punch was halted by nothing more than a single finger from Liwei. Sensing the force transmitted back through his fingertip, Liwei chuckled lightly. "Not bad. Your strength has indeed increased since our last encounter. Now continue." "Impossible." Riot's eyes widened in disbelief as its powerful punch was thwarted by such a slender digit. Muscles bulged as Riot exerted itself, channeling even greater strength through its legs, waist, and arms before launching another strike. Boom! A more potent shockwave erupted, yet once again, it met with only that solitary finger. "Impossible, impossible. I am the strongest." Enraged, Riot unleashed a more furious roar, its feet digging into the earth as it hammered down with relentless ferocity, its fists swinging wildly like a high-speed pile driver, leaving trails of phantom strikes in the air aimed at Liwei. Hud, hud, hud. Amidst the relentless barrage of muted impacts, the highly compressed white air currents sliced through the ground, etching jagged lines into the earth. The explosive shockwave surged and reverberated wildly, akin to a battering ram striking the earth with tremendous force, driving the already loose soil deep into the ground. Amidst this tempestuous onslaught of chaotic strikes, a solitary finger stood resolute, unwavering like a majestic mountain, deflecting all subsequent attacks. In the front, the chaos unleashed relentless assaults upon Levi like a frenzied berserker. Meanwhile, Venom had stealthily begun to shift, preparing to seize the opportunity to escape. Chapter 86. The Imprisoned God Impossible. How could this be? Witnessing his tempestuous barrage effortlessly thwarted by Levi with a mere finger, the once confident voice of the berserker was now laced with bewilderment. Amidst this hoarse doubt, Levi perceived the fearful voice of the alien symbiont within the berserker exclaiming, "We cannot defeat him. We must flee." Silence. The berserker roared at the alien within. "It is your cowardice that hampers my power." The unique nature of symbiosis lies in the fact that the stronger the host, the more formidable their combined abilities become. However, this strength is not merely physical. Psychological fortitude is equally vital. A host harboring fear towards Levi inherently restrains the potential of the berserker. This is akin to the sentiment of loyalty amidst impending doom. Why would your majesty surrender when we are prepared to fight to the death? Behind the berserker, several symbionts devoid of hosts, their strength diminished, gazed vacantly at the impotent fury of their leader, while within, a host solely intent on fleeing lurked. Facing a divine adversary while burdened with incompetent allies, it is easy to imagine the fury and frustration boiling within the berserker. Yet, Levi remained indifferent to these inner turmoils. On an energetic plane, he discerned the profound connections between the symbionts and their hosts. On a material level, he had gleaned much as well. The symbionts, influenced by their host's emotional will, contrasted starkly with the alien entities he had envisioned, which could entirely supplant their hosts. This revelation provided him with a sense of relief. It seems you still have much to practice. With a finger bracing against the berserker's powerful strike, a faint smile graced Levi's lips as he deftly rotated his wrist, pinching his thumb and index finger together before releasing them. With a resounding bang, a force of impact far surpassing any prior assault from the berserker erupted from Levi's fingertip, unleashing a torrent of power in less than a millisecond. The sheer intensity of this force compressed and agitated the surrounding air, generating a shockwave that soared beyond the speed of sound, surging forth from their position. Possessing a biological force field, this shockwave, capable of effortlessly rending steel, felt to Levi like a gentle breeze. However, the berserker, composed entirely of liquid biomass, began to tremble violently before him, as tendrils of reddish-gray matter were violently dispersed into the air, only to be utterly obliterated by the even more terrifying shockwave. In a fleeting moment of relentless impact, the chaotic bodies dissipated like snow under the scorching sun, and with the loss of their greatest shield, the alien within transformed into a crimson mist amidst the shockwave. The feeble might of the chaos posed no threat to Levi. However, as a man of integrity, he had no intention of allowing a salacious, gelatinous extraterrestrial to encroach upon him. The explosive winds, akin to the force of an air cannon, carved profound imprints across the desolate expanse of the wasteland, rendering the symbiotic beings, including Venom, rigid with trepidation. Their leader had been vanquished with a mere finger, leaving them in a quandary. Neither fleeing nor standing their ground seemed a viable option, compelling them to remain motionless, fixated on Levi. The shockwave, which should have indiscriminately affected all life forms, was under Levi's command due to a surge of energy, allowing him to confine the otherwise all-encompassing force to a desired scope. For instance, he had just utterly obliterated the chaos while sparing the other symbiotes, a demonstration of his meticulous control. The reason for not removing the remaining symbiotes was his desire to conduct a small experiment. He grasped the weakest of the symbiotes, Venom, and placed it upon his finger. Confusion engulfed Venom, yet an instinct rooted deep within its genes compelled its form to writhe like adhesive, ultimately weaving a black glove upon Levi's hand. It was indeed a remarkable life form, existing in such a unique manner, and it hinted at other intriguing possibilities. Gazing at the black glove, astonishment flickered in Levi's eyes as he sensed a profound connection forming between himself and Venom at both the energetic and material levels. The enhancement that symbiotes provided to their hosts adhered to a formula that eluded Levi's understanding. However, it was evident that for someone like Levi, an entity bordering on dimensional incarnation, such augmentation was negligible. Yet for Venom, forging a close bond with Levi signified an unceasing flow of benefits. At that moment, Venom was imbibing dimensional energy, feeling as though it had ascended to paradise, where merely remaining stationary would allow its power to augment in ways previously unimagined. Levi observed Venom's energy absorption with clarity, choosing not to intervene. In comparison to the energy he derived from the dimension, the amount Venom garnered was but a trifling fraction. Allowing Venom to continue its energy siphoning, Levi ascended into the sky, casting his gaze upon the barren planet below. Through the connection established with Venom, a vast reservoir of energy surged into Levi's eyes, penetrating the planet's crust, which extended over 1,000 kilometers. In the darkness, akin to a tangible void, he discerned a bound figure, Nor. The moment he beheld that figure, it was as if an ethereal melody resonated within him. Liwei instantly recognized the name and identity of this apparition, the malevolent deity born from darkness, the creator of symbiotes. The disturbance caused by Li Wei's gaze awakened the slumbering entity in the abyss. As an ancient evil god existing since primordial times, even in his current state of imprisonment, Nar perceived Li Wei through the bars of his cage. Has this universe descended into such chaos, manifesting a corporeal form of dimensionality? Born from the shadows, Nar possessed unimaginable power, yet after a singular defeat, he lost his initial symbiote weapon, the Black Death Sword. Subsequently, he forged new symbiotes who, in his moment of vulnerability, betrayed him, transforming into a formidable prison that confined him to this desolate planet. Although he could now exert mental control over certain symbiotes on this planet, their strength was insufficient to shatter his cage, compelling him to await a fortuitous moment. Now, a sufficiently powerful being had arrived on this planet. Yet Li Wei's identity as a dimensional manifestation was one Nar wished to avoid provoking. Betrayed by his minions, he could still take some time to escape his prison, but to confront the dimensional demigod would likely result in his annihilation. Thus, after a brief exchange of glances with Li Wei, he closed his eyes once more, willingly relinquishing control over the symbiote Venom. Unbeknownst to Venom, this action granted him true freedom, while Li Wei found it increasingly difficult to perceive Nar, who remained trapped within the star core. With a decisive motion, Li Wei tore Venom from his energy source, casting him back onto the barren wasteland. Useless. Venom, bewildered and disoriented by the sudden cessation of energy and the insult hurled at him, could only retreat to a corner, trembling in the presence of Li Wei, an alien more monstrous than himself. Li Wei harbored no intention of ending the symbiote's existence. Instead, he departed from the prison that held the ancient deity. The symbiotes intrigued him, but only to a limited extent. Their augmentative abilities were negligible, rendering them dispensable in his eyes. Moreover, upon discovering their connection to the ancient evil god, Li Wei was even more resolute in leaving these entities on this planet. Unlike Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, who was a product of later divine evolution, Nar, born from darkness, was undoubtedly a primordial deity in essence. However, this being, capable of creating symbiotes and wielding the powers of darkness, was a malevolent god intent on engulfing the entire universe in shadow. The artifacts of such a deity were never easily acquired, and until Li Wei possessed absolute confidence in overcoming this evil god, he resolved to maintain the status quo on this planet for the time being. Little did Li Wei know, the secrets of the symbiotes extended far beyond what he had initially perceived. As a tool created by Gnarl for his apocalyptic ambitions, the symbiote not only amplifies the host's strength, but also possesses the ability to replicate the capabilities or traits of its host. Despite the disparity in power, Venom was unable to fully acquire Levi's abilities and characteristics. However, he fortuitously obtained a fragmented variant power that allows him to convert the thermal energy contained in sunlight into his own energy. Although this ability pales in comparison to Superman's powers, it perfectly aligns with Venom, whose dark form efficiently absorbs heat. On this desolate planet, possessing a stable energy source is a coveted dream for any symbiote. Realizing this, Venom quickly cast aside the grievances of being labeled as worthless and joyfully sought out a sunlit spot to bask in the sunlight. Useless. Deep within the core of the star, Gnarl, observing Venom's actions through other symbiotes, let out a disdainful snort. He had never anticipated that a symbiote like Venom would emerge from the war machine he had meticulously crafted for battle. He looked down upon Venom's nature, but had no intention of specifically targeting him. After a moment of scorn, he fell back into slumber, awaiting the right moment to strike. However, unbeknownst to Levi, who had departed, or to Venom, who was sunbathing on the plateau, or even to Gnarl, confined on the planet Clinter, a small asteroid was hurtling toward Clinter from the distant reaches of space. Calculations indicated that this asteroid would collide with the planet's surface, bringing further calamity to an already desolate world. In Europe, the avatar Levi, though significantly weaker than his original self, proved sufficient to handle the ordinary individuals at the Continental Hotel. Upon witnessing the supernatural powers possessed by Levi, the self-proclaimed elites realized a crucial truth. Power and privilege must be safeguarded by corresponding strength. Without formidable power, they were left with two choices: relinquish everything they held or become vassals to the strong. They chose the latter. The assassins from the Continental Hotel were of little value to Levi. Yet consolidating the hotel's influence meant that some of the most fundamental matters no longer required Levi's direct intervention. Levi had no desire to be a god devoid of ambition. As a human, he found certain desires difficult to suppress, such as his craving for delectable food. In truth, the transition of power within the Continental Hotel on the European continent was merely a trivial matter. In comparison, the events transpiring in Sokovia were of far greater significance. Utilizing a metallic gate twisted into a steel ball, Laku descended straight from the upper levels, landing on the surface of the pitted steel sphere within mere seconds. Peering down a pitch-black corridor, he unleashed a torrent of chaotic red magic, mercilessly tearing apart the Hydra elite that dared to obstruct his path. One by one, the wailing souls were ruthlessly shattered by him, as an increasing number of secrets pertaining to the Hydra unfolded before his eyes. In the main control room on the 7th underground level, there was no awareness that Baron Strack had already made his escape. The administrator anxiously observed the dust-covered monitors, his face a portrait of unease. Subject Zero had breached the 7th level, and all personnel were to establish a defensive line on the 6th level, ensuring that he was halted outside the control room. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying tremor shook the room, sending particles cascading from the ceiling. The onlookers instinctively looked upward, where strands of crimson energy had inexplicably emerged through the crevices. Witnessing this scene, the administrator's expression shifted dramatically as he reached for the red button that could only be pressed in the direst of circumstances. However, just as his finger was about to make contact with the button, his movement froze. Moments later, the flowing red had consumed his pupils, and he pressed another button instead. With a hiss, the heavily secured door of the control room slowly creaked open, revealing Riku enveloped in a sea of scarlet, coldly surveying the surroundings. Now, commit suicide. A flicker of struggle appeared in the eyes of the numerous control personnel, only to be swiftly subdued by the even more dazzling crimson. With vacant stares and rigid bodies, they robotically drew their firearms, disengaged the safety, chambered rounds, and aimed at their own temples. Bang! Embracing the teachings of Corson. As the representative of the chaotic dimension on Earth, Riku held no intention of mercy toward the Hydra, which had inflicted countless torments upon him. In his youth, he had yearned to be a superhero from comic books, but now he aspired to be a villain who would plunge the world into chaos. Stepping out of the control room, he was met with utter devastation. Werewolves, vampires, and zombies, dark creatures that had previously been deemed dead by the Hydra, had been resurrected, now ravenously attacking the Hydra's elite forces. They raised their heads to gaze at Riku, their eyes shimmering with a crimson glow. After a moment's hesitation, they ultimately bowed low before him, pledging their loyalty. Lowly creatures, observing these easily resurrected tools, Riku's gaze was equally devoid of depth. Magic surged around him, propelling him upward from the void above as he skillfully navigated through locked alloy doors until he arrived at a chamber. The room resembled a detention cell, yet thick transparent glass replaced the original bars. Within, pure white light illuminated the terrified eyes of the young boys inside. Among the various cells, one room containing a pair of siblings captured Riku's attention. Guided by chaotic magic, he had found an excellent conduit for his powers. Approaching the cell, he wiped away the glass barrier and looked down at the siblings. What are your names? Note, guess what happened? Chapter 88. The Crimson Cult. For a crimson aura enveloped Laku, his eyes shimmering with a translucent red hue, an appearance that escalated the anxiety of the already terrified siblings. In response to Laku's inquiry, the silver-haired boy shielded his black-haired sister behind him, his gaze wary as he regarded Laku. I am Pietro Maximoff, and this is my sister. Wanda, what do you intend to do? Laku pondered for a moment before replying. I have destroyed this base to rescue you from your dismal fate, and now I wish to take you away from here. After a brief pause, he turned back to Pietro. So what will it be? Will you come with me? Or will you remain here with your sister, waiting for those individuals to find you again and subject you to their experiments? But my parents? Laku shook his head, revealing a cruel reality. Your parents are dead. From the minds of the Hydra elites, Laku had glimpsed some troubling images, one of which depicted the Maximoff couple lying in a pool of blood. What Laku spoke was indeed the harsh truth. Yet such a brutal fact was clearly beyond the comprehension of the young siblings. Upon hearing the devastating news of their parents' demise, panic and disbelief flooded Pietro's eyes as he shouted at Laku. You're lying. You're deceiving us. I'm not deceiving you. Calmly, Laku extended his hand, directing a strand of energy towards their temples. As visions flashed before their eyes, the image of their parents lifeless in a pool of blood shattered Pietro and Wanda. No, this can't be real. This isn't true. Believe it or not, Laku remarked, sensing the surge of negative emotions rising within them. Having achieved his objective, he chuckled softly and turned to leave. Follow me, or remain here. The choice is yours. Laku's demeanor was resolute, granting Wanda and Pietro no additional time for contemplation. While Wanda, as the younger sister, was still engulfed in the sorrow of losing their parents, Pietro, the older brother, had momentarily extricated himself from the grief. As an exceptional magical seed, he had felt an inexplicable affinity towards Laku, the embodiment of chaotic magic, after encountering the forces of chaos. In a bid to safeguard his sister's life, he made a choice. We are willing to go with you. With that, he grasped the still weeping Wanda's hand, and the two seemingly frail figures stepped out of their cell, positioning themselves behind Laku. You have made the right choice, Laku remarked without turning back, as tendrils of magic emanated from his palm, dissolving all the glass of the cells within the room. Gazing at the human test subjects huddled in the deepest corners of the chamber, Laku soared into the air, looking down upon them, and conjured a colossal source of chaotic energy at the center of the room. Now, those who wish to leave here alive touch this source of energy. If one wishes not to engage, the grand door lies behind me. You are free to proceed as you wish. Though Laku's words bore no malice, the radiant chaos energy orb, shimmering like a ruby and undulating in the air, rendered the assembly silent. In contrast to those who hesitated, paralyzed by fear of the mysterious and the unknown, Wanda and Pietro, as rare individuals capable of harnessing chaos magic, possessed a unique affinity for its essence. Thus, amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers, Pietro, with a sense of trepidation, took Wanda's hand and stepped forward, extending his hand decisively toward the immense source of red energy suspended in the air. With a thunderous roar, a crimson halo erupted from the energy sphere, rapidly expanding before contracting once more, akin to a torrent that had found its outlet, surging into the bodies of Pietro and Wanda. The great Lord of Chaos observed the swiftly intensifying chaotic vibrations emanating from the pair, his eyes devoid of envy, instead brimming with reverence. As the sole, fervent devotee to have encountered the chaos god Kasin, Laku was unconcerned about whether the deity's favor might be diluted. Kasin's desires served as his guiding principle. Moreover, drawing Wanda and Pietro into the fold of chaos aligned perfectly with Kasin's wishes and constituted Laku's fundamental mission. A torrent of chaotic energy streamed forth from Kasin's dimension, coursing through the unstable energy orb before crashing into Wanda and Pietro. Whirling currents rushed through the confined space, as clusters of scarlet energy expanded and contracted, enveloping their chests in a pulsating sphere. Their hearts raced, pushing their bodily functions to the limit as they endured the transformative influence of chaos magic. Gradually, a wisp of red energy was birthed within their beings, multiplying rapidly. An abundance of energy circulated within them, and deep within their brown irises, a fleeting crimson mark, an emblem of chaos, began to manifest. As two brand-new seeds of chaos were sown within Wanda and Pietro, the once tumultuous energy stream began to subside, and the fierce winds that had threatened to blind them gradually dissipated. Before the remaining onlookers, the chaotic energy orb continued to oscillate, accompanied by the emanating chaotic essence. The chaos energy swirling around Wanda and Pietro captivated all attention, revealing to the assembly the extraordinary power they had witnessed in Laku. Realizing that this energy sphere could bestow upon them a similar might, the crowd stirred with renewed excitement. After a brief silence, several figures stepped forward, placing their hands upon the unstable energy orb. With a whoosh, the familiar currents surged once more within the room, faced with the gale fierce enough to push ordinary individuals several paces back. The energy surrounding Wanda and her companion began to flow, as if endowed with a consciousness of its own, completely countering the tumultuous winds. Witnessing the scene, the eager gazes of those still undergoing energy transformation intensified, their eyes shifting in myriad expressions towards the colossal energy mass. Suddenly a dull thud, akin to the explosion of matter, seized everyone's attention. Turning to look, they beheld a figure unable to withstand the surging torrent of energy, disintegrating into a stream of particles under the relentless onslaught, subsequently enveloped by the retracting energy flow and drawn into the energy mass. The crowd's pupils slightly constricted as they turned their gaze towards Laku, their tone laced with a hint of suspicion. What is happening here? The fate of the unchosen. Laku's expression remained indifferent, as if the recently deceased were merely inconsequential insects. Casting a sweeping glance around, he observed the uncertain expressions on the faces of these test subjects and sneered dismissively. Do you truly believe that acquiring immense power comes without any risk? The crowd exchanged glances, and eventually, a frail figure timidly spoke up. But someone has died. Do you think you were brought here for no reason? Why? In light of Laku's previous remarks, a flicker of understanding sparked in their minds, yet hope lingered. Perceiving their mental deliberations, Laku chuckled softly, seizing a sphere of crimson energy. The reason you find yourselves here as subjects is that those in power seek to harness this force. To obtain this power, they have already sacrificed dozens, if not hundreds, of lives, and in the future, they may claim even more. In comparison to the suffering I endure, the mortality rate you now confront is negligible. With a tightening grip, he crushed the red energy sphere, transforming it into a cascade of sparkling light. A cold smile deepened on Laku's face. For those unable to accept this reality, the exit lies just behind me. Departing from this place is your sole path to evade transformation. As they faced Laku's stern visage and observed the growing number of individuals succumbing to the energy torrent, ultimately, some began to falter. I refuse to undergo this transformation. The risks are far too great. I would rather forego this power. The voices of retreat emerged sporadically from the crowd, and by the end, a full quarter chose to reject the chaotic magical transformation. Watching them gather near the exit, Laku's gaze remained cold as he surveyed the crowd once more. Is there anyone else who wishes to leave? If you fear death in the transformation, now is your final opportunity. Step forward and depart with these individuals. The crowd stirred restlessly, yet ultimately, no one else took a step forward. Instead, some lingered in the shadows, casting pitying looks at those who chose to leave. How foolish. Nearby, someone overheard the muttering and turned back. What are you saying? It is nothing, merely a blessing for them. With a soft click, the heavy door closed once more, completely concealing the anxious figures of those who chose to depart. The passage was strewn with rubble, the faint scent of blood incessantly stimulating the nerves of the survivors. As they moved through it, they dared not breathe, fearing the disturbance of some unknown entity. In the dim corridor, the occasional sound of stones rolling from being kicked up could be heard, yet in the profound darkness, accompanied by a hoarse and deep growl, pairs of crimson eyes opened, silently observing the procession of individuals traversing the passage. A roar, far more ferocious than before, echoed through the corridor, the sharp howls reverberating within its constricted walls. The ground, the walls, the air, and the ceiling were all teeming with those dark creatures birthed from chaotic magic. No, claws slashed through flesh, the air filled with terrified screams and curses directed at Raku, coupled with the malice of humanity and frantic attempts to flee. Yet, within this ruinous structure, how could these ordinary humans escape the relentless hunt of the dark entities? As the last tremors of a terrified heartbeat faded into the darkness, silence reclaimed the space beyond the iron door, a silence akin to death. Inside, the stout iron door effectively severed the slaughter occurring outside, though faint sounds occasionally penetrated its barrier. Even without sight of the horrors unfolding, the intermittent noises allowed them to envision the bloodshed outside. Turning their gaze towards Raku, whose expression remained indifferent, a flicker of reverence emerged in their eyes, causing their bodies to instinctively hunch slightly. One by one, figures dissolved into the torrent of energy, yet a select few withstood the chaotic transformation. When the last silhouette persevered against the onslaught of energy, every remaining individual in the room radiated the essence of chaos. In the name of the great god of chaos, the god of dark magic, Kasin, may you be bestowed with the powers of chaos and magic. Let the world return to chaos. Though the rationale behind restoring the world to chaos eluded them, the innate compliance of humanity compelled them to echo the call. Let the world return to chaos. The resounding chant pleased Raku immensely. Henceforth, the cult of chaos is established. Your first task shall be to eradicate the organization Hydra, which has brought us suffering, embodies filth and malevolence, and seeks to annihilate the world. Faced with this inaugural mission from Raku, a moment of silence enveloped the group before a scarred man stepped forward. But, my lord, are we not to destroy the world? Why then must we annihilate it? Now, it was Raku's turn to ponder. To let the world return to chaos. Does this not imply the destruction of the world? Our Lord is named Chaos. Our mission is to cultivate more members for our order and to forge a closer connection with our Lord in anticipation of his arrival. A world ravaged by destruction holds no value. What we seek is this vibrant realm. Moreover, we shall not permit any other organization to usurp the chaotic power that rightfully belongs to our Lord. Do you comprehend? Understood. For our Lord, the chaotic energy, potent enough to distort reality, enveloped each individual in a crimson garb as they departed the confines of their prison under the guidance of Laku. Awaiting them outside were dark entities with eyes aglow in crimson. Behold, these are the deities of chaos, the gods of dark magic. Vampires, zombies, werewolves, tools under our dominion. Laku calmly elucidated, before unleashing a formidable surge of magic from within. Now, this base shall be rendered to naught. A resonant, enigmatic wave emanated from Laku, as forces from beyond dimensions began to intrude upon the fabric of reality. As the chaotic energy spread, the reality of this realm began to transform. The artificially constructed underground fortress began to disintegrate, its scattered particles recombining into rich brown soil and robust stone. The tide of chaotic power surged from the depths, rendering the entire base ethereal. Reality warped, trading the tangible for the illusory, as the once hive-like underground fortress was supplanted by earth and rock. With the secret stronghold connecting the underground to the entire Sokovia system obliterated, the city above plunged into a state of terror and upheaval. The tremors of distorted reality extended for dozens of meters, intensifying rather than waning, giving rise to an even greater seismic event. Cracks marred the warped ground. Ruptured pipelines unleashed torrents of electricity and water, and the city succumbed to chaos. Chapter 89. The Storm of Europe as the Stronghold of Strak. The expanse of the Sokovia secret base was anything but insignificant. Thus, when Laku, with brazen use of chaotic energy, distorted such a vast spatial volume, it was nearly impossible for the order of the surface to remain unaffected. Although Sokovia is merely an obscure landlocked nation in Eastern Europe, its status, recognized by the United Nations, is not comparable to regions like Chechnya. Therefore, when this nation faced an unknown calamity, the eyes of the world turned toward it. At the headquarters of the SHIELD in Washington, D.C., following the upheaval in New York, Pierce had only just returned from the New York division when he received the grim news from Sokovia. As he gazed through the screen and beheld the crimson light emanating from the fissured earth of Sokovia, he could not help but tremble. "Strak, what on earth are you doing?" Grimacing with frustration, Pierce waved away the onlookers and hurried back to his office. He pressed the dial button with force, connecting with Strak, who was desperately fleeing within Europe. "Strak, I demand a reasonable explanation." Strak's expression mirrored his own anxiety. Yet, as he observed the calamity in Sokovia, a hint of exhilaration tinged his voice. The experiment was successful, yet not entirely so. Recalling the previous disaster in Sokovia, Pierce's unease intensified. "What do you mean? What are you trying to convey?" "I have discovered the energy within those experimental subjects, an energy imbued with extraordinary abilities and characteristics." Strak, torn between excitement and trepidation, continued. "Subject Zero went berserk upon our acquisition of this energy. It spiraled out of control." Pierce, his thoughts tumultuous, rubbed his temples. "So, you're suggesting that the earthquake that nearly engulfed the city was merely the result of a newly birthed experimental subject? Given the current circumstances, it seems that may indeed be the case." Strak did not refute this notion, but, as he touched the storage disk in his pocket, a glimmer of ambition sparkled in his eyes. "However, it won't be long before I possess such power myself. But before you wield this power, I must confront a formidable supervillain who operates above the law and regulations." Pierce replied coldly. "I hardly believe this experimental subject will follow in the footsteps of the hero who saved New York. You've stirred up quite a mess. But this presents a new opportunity, Strack argued passionately. If we can truly harness this power, we shall usher in a new era. Just look at the events unfolding in Sokovia. They attest to the might of this energy. Once we control it, even the emergence of another Captain America will pose no hindrance to us. Pierce scoffed. How can you guarantee that the next Captain America won't possess the very power you describe? Then let us ensure that the next Captain America never sees the light of day. Strack replied with a chilling smile. What is done is done. No amount of your anger can alter the past. Therefore, instead of seeking to hold me accountable, perhaps you should consider ways to resolve the troubles in Sokovia. I have a superior solution. A glint of coldness appeared in Pierce's gaze. If I can summon that superhero from last time, the chaos you've incited will be swiftly and fundamentally resolved. He won't heed your calls, Strack chuckled. But I might give it a try. Pierce remained unmoved. Reflecting on the immense power Levi unleashed in New York, Strack sensed that Pierce's threats might be mere bluster. Yet he felt a twinge of apprehension. We are allies. We should not fracture over this. I will share the experimental data with you. This is our moment to rise. What is needed now is not a rise, but a prayer that the existence of Hydra goes undetected by those nations. Pierce merely sneered at Strack's concession. Rest assured, Strack returned, stating that unless they could delve into memories, not a single clue regarding Hydra would be discovered within the secret stronghold. It was best that way. With a busy signal, Pierce severed the communication. As a tightly knit community of interests, Hydra typically functioned as a cohesive unit, although internal disparities occasionally arose concerning the distribution of benefits. Nevertheless, they remained fundamentally united. However, the situation had changed. The emergence of chaotic forces sparked a glimmer of hope within Strack, a hope that could arise from Hydra, yet transcend it. Although Strack, as the head of the Serpent, belonged to Hydra's profit-driven elite, this did not preclude his choice to defect. In his heart, the true Hydra had vanished decades ago alongside the disappearance of the Red Skull. What remained was merely an interest group, re-established by Zola, which exploited the name that instilled fear in many, devoid of its intrinsic essence. Now, with the chaotic power laid before him, Strack had no intention of revitalizing Hydra. His aim was to seize this power and surpass Hydra. As for the dealings with Pierce, they were nothing more than a facade at this stage. The emergence of superhumans, magical beings, and chaotic energy signified the advent of a new era for Strack, an era in which Hydra might have already waned. What exactly do you intend to do? Upon hanging up the phone, Pierce stared intently into the void, his gaze flickering with a hint of coldness. Baron, I hope you do not betray us. The troops near Sokovia in Europe have already mobilized, yet reports indicate significant resistance during their operations. Are those European nations obstructing us? Indeed, Westville replied, handing over the documents in his possession. They believe this to be an internal security issue, confident in their capacity to resolve it, thus refusing our direct intervention in this incident. After briefly perusing the documents, Pierce offered an ambiguous smile before tossing them back onto the table. If they wish to take on this mess, let them. Ensure the procedures are thoroughly completed, and send a team of our agents as well. We have the right to ascertain what force has obliterated Sokovia's secret base. Understood. Westville nodded and promptly departed. The current international landscape was intricate, although the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. aimed to safeguard global security. The present circumstances suggested that, excluding the internal Hydra threat, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s stance leaned decidedly towards American interests. In the past, S.H.I.E.L.D. primarily dealt with terrorist organizations, and those nations have been amenable to S.H.I.E.L.D's action. However, the situation in Sokovia was evidently far from a typical terrorist attack. Even if European nations had shown a tendency to side with America in the past, at such a juncture, Europe was ultimately not American territory. Everyone had recognized the treasures concealed beneath Sokovia, and all aspired to possess them. Chapter 90. The Hell Witch for Hell. As the true master of this realm, independent from Earth, Mephistopheles possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to souls and flames that transcended ordinary perception. He was indulging in exquisite delights within his unparalleled palace when a fallen soul from the heavens captured his attention. What unprecedented event transpired on Earth? With a slight furrow of his brow, Mephistopheles summoned the fragmented soul, piercing it with his razor-sharp claws akin to surgical instruments, extracting a wisp of crimson energy. This conjured memories from an ancient era in his mind, bringing forth a vividly etched figure. The power of Corson? I recall that Earth seemed to be under the protection of the Veshan Emperor, yet the chaotic energy of Corson has manifested within the souls of humanity. It appears that intriguing affairs are unfolding above. A faint smile graced his lips as he extinguished the seemingly sentient chaotic energy. After a moment's contemplation, he gathered sand and fire from the ground, melding them together to forge a corporeal vessel. Infusing a fragment of his own power into the creation, he gazed skyward, locating a fissure amidst the vast, golden magical array, and with a flick of his hand, he commanded, "Go." With a whoosh, the tattered vessel soared skyward, vanishing into the crevice of the magical formation in an instant. Just as the fiery essence that seemed capable of incinerating souls disappeared beyond the horizon, a resonant hum emanated from the golden array, coalescing into the ethereal form of Agamotto, who appeared before Mephistopheles. "Mephistopheles, you have once again overstepped your bounds." "Nay, I have not," Mephistopheles retorted with a cunning smile, producing a parchment bearing a contract and presenting it to Agamotto. "According to the stipulations of this contract, I am entitled to claim this soul that rightfully belongs to me. This is my authority and duty on earth, and I trust you would not contravene it." As the Lord of Hell, Mephistopheles yearned for the souls of the entire 7 billion humans inhabiting Earth. Alas, even in death, these souls would not wholly belong to him. Thus, throughout history, he has sought various means to project his power onto Earth, inciting wars, awakening desires, or directly nurturing malevolent knights capable of reaping souls. All these were his endeavors to acquire the essence of souls. Agamotto had thwarted him on numerous occasions, causing him considerable loss. Yet he had also positioned several pawns on Earth. This time, he resolved to sacrifice a pawn he had left decades ago to uncover the intriguing developments transpiring above. In a quaint town in the continent of Maine, the auditorium of a local high school was engulfed in flames, while a cacophonous roar reverberated along a highway outside the town. "Quick, quick! Run her down! Run her down!" Amidst a woman's piercing scream, a vehicle sped down the desolate, damp asphalt road, hurtling directly toward Carrie, who was clad in a pink dress. As she beheld the faces of the occupants within the car, fury and distortion ignited in her eyes. Tilting her head slightly, a formidable force surged forth, manifesting as an invisible barrier before her. With a thunderous crash, the car collided with the telekinetically conjured wall of iron and copper, disintegrating like a child's toy, its once sleek front crumpling into a lifeless heap. The front seats of the severely compressed cabin bore witness to the two surviving souls, their faces smeared with blood, gazing at Carrie in abject terror. "No, please. I didn't mean it. I didn't intend to kill him." Unmoved, Carrie regarded them with a gaze as icy as a serpent's. Extending her hand to suspend the already mangled vehicle in mid-air, her fingers gradually tightening. Crack, crack. The sound of metal fracturing resonated as the car's body began to contort, its alloy skeleton snapping under the relentless pressure from all sides, slowly collapsing inward. No, trapped within the vehicle. The occupants watched in horror as the steel constricted their dwindling space for survival, frantically pounding on the doors to no avail. With every crack of bone echoing from inside the car, crimson streaks of blood trickled from the glossy red paint onto the water-stained ground below. Drip, drip. The incessant drops of blood created ripples on the surface, distorting the reflection of the distant flames, mirroring the confusion etched upon Carrie's face. She had vanquished her foe, but what was to come next? Numbly returning home, she washed away the stench of blood, her eyes clouded with disorientation. Yet, instead of maternal concern, she was met with a sharp fruit knife and a zealot brainwashed by religion, intent on ending her life. With a swift motion, Carrie effortlessly snapped the blade, which twirled and plunged in her mother's heart as blood stained the floor, leaving her utterly shattered. No, what a wretched soul she had become. As Carrie wept over her mother's lifeless form, time seemed to slow. Then, before her astonished gaze, Mephistopheles, clad in a tailored suit, parted the debris swirling in the air and approached her, casting his eyes upon the corpse she cradled. If that old deity were still alive, he surely would not permit such a soul into heaven. "Who are you?" Clutching her mother's body tightly, Carrie stared at Mephistopheles in terror. What do you want? I am here to fulfill my duty, to claim the wicked soul. Mephistopheles smiled faintly, extending his hand to grasp her mother's spirit. Behold, this is the soul destined for hell. No, Carrie staggered to her feet. You cannot take her. She is mine. Amidst the cacophony of screams, a formidable telekinetic force surged forth from Carrie, crashing towards Mephistopheles like a roaring tidal wave. Yet, she faced the Lord of Hell. And even though this infernal sovereign was merely a trivial avatar, he was beyond the current capabilities of Carrie to disrupt. Truly, she was a child of extraordinary potential. With a graceful wave, Mephistopheles deftly evaded the onslaught of her mental energy and stepped forward, peering down at Carrie, whose eyes blazed with fury. He presented her mother's soul before her. This is what you desire, is it not? I can grant you this, but in return, I require your signature. As he spoke, Mephistopheles conjured a contract from the infernal flames. Become my warrior, and you shall reclaim your mother's soul. What do you say? Will you accept this bargain? Carrie gazed at the anguished soul writhing in the flames of hell within Mephistopheles' palm. Clenching her fists tightly, she abruptly seized the scroll suspended in the air and resolutely inscribed her name upon it. I sign. A wise choice, Mephistopheles replied, taking back the contract and returning it to the abyss. He thoughtfully transformed her mother's soul into a crystalline orb pendant. This is your mother's essence. Take care to safeguard it. Once a soul dissipates, it cannot be reclaimed. Now embrace the gift from hell. What? Carrie murmured, lifting her gaze only to be met with a pair of eyes ablaze with eternal flames. In an instant, the infernal fire enveloped her, the searing agony emanating from the depths of her soul, eliciting a scream. Yet, amid this excruciating torment, her power surged rapidly, flickers of flame igniting deep within her pupils. Blood and fire intertwined, staining Carrie's silk gown of vivid crimson. Sparks danced upon the hem, while drifting ashes swayed in the breeze. As she opened her eyes, the fiery glow reflected the depths of hell, her scarlet dress rendering her a queen, akin to a sorceress emerging from the inferno. Soaring above the ruins of the room, Carrie regarded the encircling police with an icy indifference. A flicker of apathy crossed her expression as she extended her hand into the air. With a whoosh, flames from hell surged forth, scorching the souls of the damned. The contract stipulated that if she wished to possess her mother's soul for eternity, she must continually harvest the souls of the wicked from Mephistopheles. In her eyes, most beings in this world bore guilt. While I took a stroll outside, and to my surprise, Earth has become quite the lively place. Returning to Earth and observing the latest reports, Levi couldn't help but express a hint of astonishment. Indeed, this world is rife with peril. Turning to gaze at Ancient One, he noted her serene retreat to the training chamber, seemingly disinclined to intervene. He then redirected his attention to Wang. What is your counsel? You should expel them, Wang advised. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by Modu's voice as he directed a gaze of subtle discontent towards Li Wei. Our duty is to fend off the incursions from beyond the dimensions, not to allow them to flourish, he asserted. Li Wei nodded in agreement. Indeed, I grant you permission to leave Kamartaj for any activities you deem necessary to expel the dimensional forces. He glanced back at the training room, noting its stillness before returning his focus to Modu. See, Master Gu, he has acquiesced. Please proceed. With a huff, Modu locked eyes with Li Wei for several moments before a cold snort escaped him as he activated a portal and vanished from sight. Watching Modu depart, Li Wei turned back to Wang. Now that the distractions have left, you may continue to share your thoughts. Why are you doing this? Wang's gaze reflected a mix of confusion and curiosity. From a standpoint of duty, Modu is correct. Have you forgotten? Li Wei countered. Just a few days ago, I saved New York, but you were well aware of the outcome. His voice firm, he declared, this time, I have resolved to take a different approach. But this will cause many casualties, Wang protested. Do not fret. Li Wei waved a hand dismissively. One incident is in Maine, the other in Sokovia, both significantly distanced from a sanctum. As long as the sanctum remains unbreached, Earth will remain in a state of safety. Regarding fatalities outside of Russia, Eastern Europe and the United States collectively account for a population of 400 million, which is less than 10% of the global populace. I have always believed that Kamartaj's actions over the past few centuries have been flawed. In this day and age, it is astonishing that no other nation's forces or organizations exhibit a sense of crisis regarding dimensional threats. Is this truly commendable? He quoted a saying from his homeland: "Out of adversity comes growth. Comfort brings demise." Having the world's foremost military power engage at the forefront of the battle against the dimensions not only strengthens their resolve, but also affirms their role as protectors of global safety. It will draw the attention of others to the looming dimensional menace. As for Modu, he has studied sorcery at Kamartaj for many years. If he can handle a mere remnant of the dimension, then let him. If he cannot, then it is high time he recognized his limitations and reflected on what he has learned over the years. Master Gu has been benevolent in safeguarding humanity upon this planet, yet only through persistent crises can humanity progress. Once again, out of adversity comes growth. Comfort brings demise. Despite lacking formidable power, centuries of experience, or being an extraterrestrial being, Wang, though hailing from Asia, found it difficult to fully embrace Li Wei's perspective. To sacrifice so many lives as a wake-up call seems excessively cruel. Surely, there are better solutions. Perhaps, Li Wei shrugged nonchalantly. Yet, it is evident that neither I nor Master Gu will employ the methods you envision. This is a fundamental ideological divergence. Therefore, if you are resolute in your convictions, you are free to leave Kamartaj and eradicate the dimensional remnants as you see fit. However, I must caution you that your good intentions may ultimately lead to a more widespread rejection. After all, those individuals have been indoctrinated by superhero comics for years, leading them to believe that heroes should embody selflessness. However, I am no hero. As for Kamartaj, perhaps you might inquire about the perspective of the Ancient One. Upon hearing Levi's remarks, Wang pondered for a moment, his expression revealing a hint of turmoil. He found it difficult to witness the safety of billions being threatened by dimensional forces, yet, in light of historical developments, he could not entirely dismiss the validity of Levi's assertions. With differing ideologies, he struggled to convince Levi, and he did not believe he could persuade the Ancient One either. After a moment of internal conflict, Wang sighed and ultimately decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach. As Levi previously mentioned, it was merely a remnant of a dimension, and with Mordo's assistance, he felt humanity was not yet beyond salvation. There was no doubt regarding Laka's capacity for chaos. After all, the energy he wielded stemmed from the very chaos god that once turned New York upside down, and he bore an unresolved enmity with the Hydra organization. In contrast, Levi found himself increasingly curious about the girl from Maine. Let there be no misunderstanding. His curiosity lay solely in discovering which dimensional deity endowed Carrie with her powers. Certainly not due to her physical appearance. It is worth noting that in Sokovia, although Wanda was still young, she was already showing signs of becoming a striking beauty. "Would you care to join me in taking a look?" Levi inquired, gesturing to the portal that opened before him, leading to the mirror dimension. Casting a glance back at Wang. "No, thank you," Wang replied, shaking his head. "I believe I need to keep an eye on Mordo to prevent any unforeseen incidents." "Suit yourself." Levi waved his hand dismissively and stepped into the mirror dimension, vanishing from Wang's sight. Chapter 91. Return to Hell. Every individual is unique, and the same can be said for magic. The mirror dimension conjured by the Ancient One appeared orderly and well-structured, while Levi's mirror dimension seemed ethereal and surreal. Perhaps it was due to heightened sensory perception or other factors, but Levi's realm was so intangible that he could walk through the very edifices within it. Rolling stones, crashing thunder, landslides, and tsunamis. Every fluctuation in the mirror dimension manifested as mere illusions, incapable of inflicting harm or hindrance upon Levi. In the long run, he was uncertain whether this phenomenon was advantageous or detrimental, but in the present moment, it proved beneficial, allowing him to see for hundreds, even thousands of kilometers. Fixating his gaze towards Maine, he pierced through layers of illusion and immediately spotted Carrie, suspended in mid-air, facing off against the police. The transformation of a once docile individual can be astonishing, much like that of a long-suffering victim of bullying. After enduring repeated psychological breakdowns and reconstructing herself, having faced the torment from the depths of hell, Carrie was no longer the timid girl she once was. Harnessing her telekinesis and wielding flames, she commanded serpentine trails of fire that coiled through the air, ruthlessly reaping the souls of the guilty. Faced with Carrie, who had endured the depths of hell, the once formidable weapons in the hands of the police now appeared as mere playthings. The orange-yellow bullets hung, suspended in the air, before swiftly rebounding with greater velocity, claiming more lives. While Ancient One remained vigilant against dimensional intrusions, Carrie, a unique exception endowed with the dark powers of hellish spirits, continued her relentless harvest of human souls. Thus, only Levi, a mere spectator, arrived from Kamartaj to witness the carnage. Truly, she was deserving of the title of witch. Observing Carrie single-handedly decimate the main police, Levi marveled within the mirror dimension. Although he was not driven to eradicate the entirety of the Western world, he found an odd pleasure in watching Carrie unleash her slaughter. It was commendable that he refrained from interfering. Expecting him to act as a superhero without compensation was hardly realistic. Concealed within the mirror realm, humanity remained oblivious to Levi's presence as he eagerly watched Carrie cleanse the area, reminiscent of his childhood fascination with ants relocating their colony. However, unbeknownst to Levi, hell itself constituted an alternate dimension relative to Earth. As a dimensional demon, transcending time and space was a fundamental ability, and even with the minimal essence granted by Mephisto, Carrie possessed the capacity to perceive interdimensional spaces. "Come forth," Carrie commanded, and the fiery dragon in the sky erupted, transforming into a seething sea of flames. Suddenly, a flicker of fire breached the barrier between reality and the mirror realm, causing the fierce flames to spread within Levi's domain, forcibly linking the two. The connection between reality and the mirror realm was never entirely seamless. The space resembled shattered glass fragments, rendering their forms fragmented and incomplete. The irregular spatial distribution appeared like a crystalline mirror, obscuring certain parts of their bodies, as if portions had been mysteriously excavated. Such a peculiar sight naturally captured the attention of distant onlookers. "What is that?" Gasps filled the air as humans, witnessing the surreal scene that had previously existed only in films, halted their desperate flight, staring in bewilderment at the shattered forms within the distorted space. Some even raised their phones to capture the moment. Sinner, with hellfire burning in her eyes, Carrie was taken aback by the overwhelming aura of guilt radiating from Levi, her expression swiftly turning cold. "You belong in hell," Mephisto interjected. "Ah, who is cursing me again?" Unfazed by the scrutiny, Levi, standing amidst the flames of hell, rested his chin on his hand, contemplating nonchalantly. "Your suggestion is quite intriguing. Should the opportunity arise, I just might pay a visit to hell. However, is it not preferable for you to slay those powerless beings rather than seek me out? You will comprehend the gravity of your choices once you descend into the abyss." Carrie shot a cold glare, and an aura of terrifying psychic energy coalesced, akin to the hand of a deity, as it advanced menacingly towards Levi. The psychic force surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that resonated through the air. A milky white sonic barrier shattered, unleashing chaotic currents that spiraled above the inferno. The sea of flames converged and swirled, merging with fierce winds to form a towering vortex of fire. The tongues of flame flickered ominously, distorting the surrounding space, and then twisted like a roaring dragon of fire as it swept towards Levi. Amid the rumbling and crashing of falling debris, Carrie's psychic energy swept through, obliterating the twisted concrete structures with ease. The relentless whirlwind of flames then engulfed the remnants, descending heavily upon Levi. Boom! The horrific psychic force descended like a meteor, shrouding Levi in a crimson tempest that blotted out the sky. The air warped, the ground trembled, and the distinction between reflection and reality faded away, as searing shockwaves surged forth, leveling everything in their path. The residual heat spread, igniting trees and buildings alike, transforming the landscape into a barren wasteland. "Are you still alive?" Not receiving feedback from the contract, Carrie furrowed her brow, but upon witnessing the space still engulfed in roaring flames, she relaxed slightly. "It makes no difference if gravely injured. I shall simply add another strike." With that, a concentrated surge of energy materialized in her palm, resembling molten lava, as she prepared to unleash it upon the blazing inferno. Within the roaring vortex of flames, Levi remained steadfast, his biological force field unwavering, requiring no additional energy. He stood quietly, impervious to all assaults. Whether it was the earth-shattering psychic force, the shredding currents, or the flames capable of directly assaulting the soul, all attacks felt as gentle as a whisper against him. The mere aftershock of the onslaught had the potential to obliterate everything within several dozen meters. Yet even the most fundamental defenses of Levi's biological force field remained unbreached. Had Carrie known this, despair would have surely consumed her. Fortunately, at that moment, Levi's curiosity ignited. He gazed at the flames that appeared to wail with a soul of their own, allowing his protective barrier to dissipate as he reached out to touch the scorching fire. In an instant, an extraordinary sensation surged within him. The anticipated pain never materialized. Instead, he felt as though he were basking in a warm spring, his very soul relaxing as if receiving a soothing massage. While indulging in this surreal warmth, Levi discerned that he seemed to establish an unknown connection with the depths of hell. Through the thick, curtain-like sea of flames, an exceedingly desolate and ravaged world materialized in his vision, beneath a sun resembling the weary glow of twilight. The flames, potent enough to sear a soul and cast it into the depths of hell, burned at Levi's fingertips, yet bestowed upon him a sensation akin to the soothing warmth of a hot spring, simultaneously revealing the vistas of the inferno. Unable to suppress a light chuckle, he mused, "Is this the fire of hell? Indeed, it is intriguing." Gazing at the flames dancing at his fingertips, Levi found the spectacle rather captivating. However, upon hearing his voice, Carrie's expression shifted dramatically. In the next moment, the intensely condensed, lava-like flames were propelled from her grasp. Without a whisper, this sphere of pure energy, compressed into a fiery orb, shot forth like an ethereal apparition, trailing a brilliant blaze as it soared into the inferno. Following a blinding flash, the orb's concentrated energy was unleashed, violently tearing apart the already tumultuous sea of flames. In the blink of an eye, a colossal and radiant fireball leapt above the horizon, akin to the detonation of a missile weighing hundreds of tons. Before this magnificent and blinding fireball, the world fell into silence. Even the sun's luminescence waned in the presence of this new day that symbolized destruction and demise. The fireball advanced with terrifying speed, propelling the surrounding superheated air outward at several times the speed of sound. Under the immense thrust, the air was compressed as though it were solid, subsequently releasing pressures exceeding 100 megapascals. The supersonic, high-temperature air roared forth, sweeping across the ground in a soundless rush, expanding the once limited barren area of merely 20 to 30 meters into a vast expanse of over 100 meters. Wherever the shockwave passed, houses and trees collapsed, and the creatures caught within the overpressure succumbed to internal ruptures, collapsing lifelessly. With this single assault, Carrie had once again claimed numerous lives. Yet, she felt no thrill of triumph, for the soul she had initially sought remained elusive, unclaimed by hell. The shockwave howled away, the air thin and searing, rendering Carrie's breaths audible. However, her focus remained unwaveringly fixed upon the fireball in the distance. Suddenly, a peculiar sound, reminiscent of metal scraping, pierced the air, followed by a radiant energy whip, more dazzling than the flames themselves, tearing through the inferno. This long whip coiled gracefully in the air before coiling around the surface of the fireball like a serpent, then tightened abruptly. With a resounding bang, the once luminous fireball erupted into a multitude of fiery tongues, scattering sparks like raindrops, and beyond this curtain of flames, Levi's form reemerged in Carrie's sight. Remarkable, she thought, truly deserving of the title bestowed by the infernal overlord. His prowess rivals that of 3 blood gods, and he likely matches the Tree Kings in strength. As she reflected, Levi gestured with his thumb and index finger, stating, "What a pity. In comparison to me, you still fall just a fraction short. With just that little bit more, you could shatter my biological force field's defenses." Liwei's words were not without merit. After all, the biological force field, devoid of any additional energy, was akin to a passive shield offered free of charge. It was merely a matter of time before it was shattered by Carrie. Liwei was earnest. But to Carrie, such statements felt like an unadulterated insult. With resentment etched upon her features, Carrie glared at Liwei, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, and her visage flushed with indignation. She seethed at him, her gaze tracing the palpable aura of sin that clung to his form, her eyes reflecting the hell suspended in flames. For the Hell Knight, weapons imbued with infernal fire were of utmost importance. Yet the true arbiter of judgment lay within the eye of judgment. Carrie was not a Hell Knight, but as an advanced version developed by Murphitos. She possessed abilities that the Hell Knight lacked, alongside those they wielded. In her eyes, the infernal flames hung suspended as she fixed her gaze upon Li Wei, activating the Eye of Judgment. The power from the abyss transcended countless dimensions, using Carrie's eyes as a conduit to instantaneously affect Li Wei. The Eye of Judgment allowed Carrie and Li Wei to witness and reminisce about all the transgressions they had ever committed, causing their souls to feel the anguish inflicted upon the innocent. The wronged souls wailed in agony, yearning for Li Wei to experience their suffering. However, the torment that was unbearable to them was trivial for Li Wei, who could endure the fires of hell as if they were a soothing hot spring. Moreover, due to the unique nature of his dimensional power, Li Wei sensed that he could grasp something elusive. Thus, he extended his hand, enveloping it in dimensional energy. In his memories, he encountered the wailing soul and grinned widely before abruptly yanking it back, with a sound akin to fabric tearing. A fragmented soul was wrested from hell and returned to the mortal realm. Both in the east and west, souls in hell are destined to suffer, and those who have lost their bodies yet retain their memories are the very embodiment of that suffering. These souls, struggling in anguish, are fated to remain ensnared in their torment. Yet now, Li Wei shattered this paradigm. He stood in the mortal realm while snatching a fractured soul from her fetos. Observing the soul's bewildered and terrified expression, Li Wei revealed a bright smile. Surprised, are we? Unexpected, isn't it? Who would have thought that even if you hide in hell, I could bring about your demise once more? As his words resonated, the energy in his hand surged forth, utterly annihilating the soul amidst its overwhelming fear. I am truly a benevolent person, liberating you from countless years of infernal punishment. You ought to be grateful to me. He then turned to the somewhat rigid Carrie. What do you think? Is this not the case? Carrie's complexion reflected a mix of confusion and disbelief. Why is this happening? In her memories, no sinner could escape the judgment of the all-seeing eye. Yet, not only did Levi escape, but he also ruthlessly dragged the victim under the protection of hell and struck them down. This was a stark contrast to the information recorded in her recollections. The explanation was simple. Levi, with a considerate tone, articulated his reasoning. You are simply too weak. If it were the demon king of hell in your place, I fear I would truly be at a loss. However, in an instant, Levi materialized behind Carrie, placing a hand on her shoulder. While you pose no significant threat to me, and you are quite beautiful, I prefer not to be bothered at the moment. So return to hell. With those words, flames erupted from Levi's palm, burning hotter than the inferno itself. And in an instant, Carrie was reduced to nothingness. I hope that when we meet again, you will have become somewhat more normal. Levi, aware that those under the dominion of the Lord of Hell seldom perish so easily, was certain they would cross paths again. In hell, Mephistopheles observed everything with clarity. Had it not been for Ancient One's watchful gaze, he might have personally confronted Levi. That wretched scoundrel! I have just bestowed my power upon him. He shall pay for this. Through the dimensions, Mephistopheles regarded Levi with icy contempt, yet still reached forth to retrieve Carrie's soul from the flames. You need to grow stronger. Chapter 92. Stark Weapon Laboratory. As the saying goes, when deities clash, mortals suffer. Neither Levi nor Carrie had ever entertained thoughts of sparing the environment during their altercation. Thus, even though some attacks had been mitigated within the mirrored space, the devastation wrought upon the surroundings was akin to a minor catastrophe. After Levi departed, the American police, who had been trembling in fear behind their makeshift cover, cautiously emerged, surveying the ravaged landscape, reminiscent of a battlefield in the Middle East. They remained silent for a long while before uttering two words, "Damn it." They could already envision the headlines that would grace the newspapers. A bullied female student loses control of her powers. Police ineptitude. Superheroes upholding justice. With elements such as police criticism, female students, superpowered beings, victims of bullying, and superheroes, it was evident that the publication would sell like hotcakes. Meanwhile, they would find themselves embroiled in yet another media frenzy, a certainty that seemed all but sealed. Slamming the phone back onto the receiver, the current African-American president abandoned his usual composure, smacking his palm down upon the polished desk, cursing under his breath. He glared at the Secretary of Defense, his eyes filled with fury. "Mr. Roberts, I demand an explanation. How has my country come to resemble this?" The bizarre creatures appearing in New York, the golden humanoid beings, the Sokovia crisis, and now this so-called superpowered individual. Why had he never heard a whisper of these damned strange beings before all this chaos erupted? Why? Robert's gaze was tinged with a hint of helplessness. In truth, you have heard of him, Captain America. However, this only elicited a look of further confusion from the president. Captain America? Isn't he a character conjured during World War II to inspire the nation to engage in a war? He is also a fantastical being. Certainly not. Robert quickly refuted. Captain America is the product of the Super Soldier Program, endowed with capabilities that transcend human limits. The president's tone grew increasingly incredulous. Why have I never heard of this program? He exclaimed. Good heavens! How many secrets does this country harbor that I am unaware of? Am I not the president? Due to confidentiality agreements, Robert explained, unless events have transpired, even you, Mr. President, are not privy to these classified matters. The president, clearly exasperated, retorted, I care not for your so-called super soldier program. What I need to ascertain is whether the superpowered individual in Maine is also part of your initiative. Robert paused momentarily before shaking his head. No, she is not part of the program. Are you hesitating? The president pressed, unwilling to let Robert off the hook. Or are you just contemplating? If she is not part of the program, does that imply you indeed have a program for superpowered individuals? This time, Robert remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The confirmation of his suspicions left the president in disbelief, covering his face in frustration. I am the president of this nation, yet I am oblivious to both the super soldier program and the superpowered individuals program. How utterly absurd. His expression shifted from anger to incredulity. And after a moment to regain his composure, he turned back to Robert. Very well, since we have established the existence of the superpowered individuals program. The question now is whether it falls under your Department of Defense's jurisdiction, or perhaps the military, or even next door. The program is directly overseen by the Department of Defense. Excellent, the president nodded. Since the Department of Defense is responsible for this program, I entrust you with addressing the situation in Maine. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, Mr. President. Then you may proceed with your duties. And do ensure that the timeline of events report is delivered to my desk. I have both the right and the obligation to safeguard the lives of our citizens. Understood. Mr. President, given the gravity of the superpowered incident, Robert found it difficult to extricate himself from the situation, nodding before hastily departing. After sending Robert off, the president called for his secretary. Contact the Speaker of the House and the Senate Majority Leader. I want to convene Congress immediately. In truth, the president need not have emphasized his urgency. Astute members of Congress had already begun preparations to convene in the wake of the calamitous events. Under special arrangements, within a mere few hours, Congress convened. The exact nature of the discussions held within its chambers remains shrouded in mystery to the outside world. However, it is known that the meeting is still ongoing, and several arms supply conglomerates, including Stark Industries and Hammer Industries, have received new weapon orders. Compared to the conventional munitions of the past, the specifications for these orders appear rather bizarre. They emphasize energy as the primary mode of attack, possessing formidable pinpoint lethality while sparing the surrounding environment from significant destruction. Gazing at the document before him, Obadiah Stane felt a surge of confusion. Were it not for his already bald head, he might have doubted if he could lose even more hair. Closing the file, he departed his office and entered the most crucial and confidential weapons research department of Stark Industries, seeking the chief authority of the weapons division. How long will it take to develop the weapon outlined in this document? He inquired. It is quite challenging, the weapons designer replied, furrowing his brow as he meticulously reviewed the specifications. New York is rife with remnants of undead creatures. Through the refinement and study of these biological remains, we have discovered a peculiar form of energy. However, utilizing this energy is exceedingly difficult compared to electricity or other power sources. To date, despite ongoing experiments, we have made little substantial progress. Moreover, according to this document, the military's requirement for this new weapon is closely tied to this unique energy. The response was far from satisfactory for Obadiah, causing his brow to furrow further. Show me the new energy you mentioned. Right this way, came the prompt reply. As the uncle of Tony Stark, Obadiah had always overseen the operations of the entire conglomerate, and no one would dare refuse his request. Navigating through layers of stringent security measures, the two arrived at a room filled with various precision instruments. The alloy-coated chamber appeared impenetrable, and in its center stood a colossal, transparent container, crafted from alloy and polycarbonate. Within this ample vessel, large enough to easily accommodate dozens of adults, a radiant energy, akin to a ruby yet as ethereal as air, ebbed and flowed. Obadiah, well-versed in many matters, found himself captivated by the mystery and wonder encapsulated within the chaotic energy at first glance. Moments later, he turned back and asked, "The energy is here, so your trouble lies in its application?" "Indeed," the chief responded, nodding and gesturing to an operator nearby. A small iron block, roughly the size of a pinky finger, was promptly tossed into the container. With a sizzling sound, the moment the iron made contact with the chaotic energy, a brilliant red light erupted, and when visibility returned, the iron block had vanished without a trace. At the same time, the measuring instruments indicated an increase in air quality and pressure within the container. This is one of the perplexing aspects. Any substance that comes into contact with this energy undergoes a transformation in its state, a change that is random and tends toward lighter molar mass elements. Currently, harnessing this energy remains a formidable challenge, as we have yet to comprehend its underlying principles. Could we not confine it within a small container using magnetic fields? Obadiah instinctively posed this question, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he had misspoken. Miniaturization is a common issue encountered in the widespread utilization of energy, yet proposing such a concept without having yet harnessed the energy seems premature. Indeed, this can be accomplished. A faint smile of irony crossed the face of the supervisor. However, what we seek is to utilize this energy. Mere confinement holds little significance. The laboratory has tested all elements of the periodic table, along with various forms of energy, against this energy, yet none have succeeded in eliciting its power. Obadiah gazed at the still undulating chaotic energy, deep in thought. Have experiments been conducted with non-living entities? The head of the weapons department paused momentarily. There was mention of the possibility of using it to create biological weapons. But Stark Industries has primarily focused its research efforts on conventional weaponry, lacking any substantial accumulation in the field of biology. Moreover, Oscorp is also studying this energy, primarily focusing on biological research, so the supervisor's sentence trailed off, yet Obadiah grasped his implication. It seems illogical for a military company specializing in conventional arms to suddenly delve into the biological sector and compete with Oscorp, a company with decades of legacy. Nevertheless, Obadiah's suggestion sparked inspiration in the supervisor. "Mr. Obadiah, if feasible, we could perhaps conduct biological experiments. Living cells might provoke different reactions from this energy." "Then let us proceed," Obadiah gestured. "In the coming period, the group's resources will be poured forth, provided we achieve experimental results." Upon hearing that the laboratory would receive an influx of resources, the supervisor's expression brightened. "No problem." Obadiah nodded and suddenly inquired, "What is the name of this energy?" "Chaos. We have named it Chaos." The supervisor explained. "It resembles a chaotic system, unpredictable and elusive." Glancing once more at the alluring red within the container, an audacious figure suddenly emerged in Obadiah's mind. Chapter 93. The Overconfident Hammer. Hammer Industries, upon reviewing the new weapon specifications released by the Department of Defense, felt a surge of excitement and stood up with clenched fists. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In all of New York, there are numerous large arms conglomerates. Yet when mentioning the most renowned, Stark Industries and Hammer Industries undoubtedly top the list. In New York, and indeed within the confines of Manhattan, there exists a considerable overlap between the arms sold by Stark Industries and Hammer Industries, coupled with the fact that both companies primarily cater to American contractors. The competitive tension between them is palpable and unyielding. Justin Hammer perceives his corporation as a worthy rival to Stark Industries in almost every aspect. Save for one undeniable truth. Tony Stark is a prodigy. Under the control of Obadiah, Stark Industries stands in stark opposition to Hammer Industries. But this dynamic was irrevocably altered by Tony's development of the Jericho missile. The Jericho missile swiftly became the darling of the Department of Defense and numerous military organizations worldwide, while Hammer Industries was relegated to the status of a mere scrap, cast aside and deemed superfluous. As rumors proliferated, the very essence of Hammer's existence seemed to serve merely as a catfish, propelling Stark's growth at an accelerated pace. A profound sense of resentment simmered within Hammer, yet years of relentless pursuit had yielded no change in the prevailing circumstances. Tony is a genius, a true genius. Even if he dedicates but a single day of the year away from frivolous pursuits and other entertainments, is capable of advancing weaponry development significantly more than countless engineers could manage in a year. No matter the effort Hammer expended, his results paled in comparison to Tony's masterpieces. Although he might surpass the creations of other Stark Industries designers, Tony remains an insurmountable benchmark. This is precisely why Hammer has consistently regarded the carefree playboy, who seemingly neglects company affairs, as his adversary, while he regards Obadiah, a mere businessman, as inconsequential. Countless failures have not disheartened Hammer, but they have certainly cast a shadow over his spirit. Yet, a recent weapon report has ignited within him a flicker of hope for victory. With his understanding of Tony, he is confident that the playboy is currently indulging in leisure activities with a bikini-clad beauty, wholly oblivious to this new report. Even if he were to become aware of it, the most likely reaction would be a nonchalant acknowledgement before returning to his hobbies. However, Hammer has been diligently researching chaotic energy, uncovering its intricacies through biological experimentation. With a head start on Tony, Hammer's confidence soared, and he envisioned imminent triumph. He could already picture the expression of the playboy upon his defeat, a sight that would bring him immense joy. As he excitedly clutched the standard report, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. "What is it?" "Mr. Hammer, there are reporters wishing to interview you regarding the new weapon standards issued by the Department of Defense." Interview? Hammer raised an eyebrow. He had faced public embarrassment at the hands of Tony before, yet this time, he felt assured. "No problem. Postpone the afternoon's engagements. I shall convene a press conference to propel our company's stock to new heights." "Certainly, sir." Upon departing from the Stark Weapons Research Laboratory, Obadiah paused momentarily before retrieving his phone to dial a number. "Tony, where are you?" he inquired. Tony glanced back at the beach, adorned with long-legged bikini-clad beauties, and sipped his champagne. "I recently acquired a villa in Long Island, the very one featured in The Great Gatsby, although the decor does not quite align with my tastes. The design of the private pool suits me perfectly." Raising his glass in acknowledgement of a bikini-clad lady waving from the pool, Tony turned back. "Well, Mr. Obadiah, what brings you to call me this time?" Tony's phone boasted exceptional sound quality, with the crisp clinking of glasses splashing water, and the laughter of the ladies resonating clearly in Obadiah's ear. Taking a deep breath, Obadiah replied, "Tony, it is still daylight. You are hosting a party so early." The event was originally scheduled to commence at 7 in the evening. Tony, captivated by the delightful white scenery below, casually remarked, "Perhaps I am just too popular," as some guests arrived early. Thus, I decided to move the party to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Though accustomed to Tony's extravagant lifestyle, Obadiah could not suppress a surge of irritation when faced with the reality of the situation. He glanced at the large screen where Hammer was holding a press conference and pondered, "Do you have a television there? There is something you might find intriguing." "Is that so?" Tony, now curious, stepped into the villa. "JARVIS, he called. "Yes, Mr. Stark," the AI responded. The screen illuminated, and a sphere of blue dots materialized in the upper left corner. "Please connect me. I am quite interested in the video concerning my uncle." "Understood, Mr. Stark." With a brief flicker, Hammer's image appeared on the screen before Tony. Observing Hammer in his gray suit and gold-rimmed glasses, a hint of confusion crossed Tony's face. "This Hammer. I feel as though I have encountered him before." Justin Hammer, chairman of Hammer Industries, Stark Industries' most formidable rival, has long regarded you as his greatest competitor. He once had a confrontation with you at the Plaza Hotel. Suddenly, realization struck Tony. It's him. I assumed his company would have collapsed by now. Those atrocious toys. Who would still be interested in them? Mr. Stark, 1/3 of the Defense Department's arms procurement comes from Hammer Industries. Pouring himself another glass, Tony retorted, "It seems there are quite a few inept individuals within the Defense Department. I suspect they may be receiving kickbacks." In light of Tony's skepticism, JARVIS found no counterarguments, as the intelligence it gathered corroborated Tony's suspicions. After concluding his diversion with JARVIS, Tony switched his phone to speaker mode. "You called specifically to show me a clown performance for my amusement? It seems I had misjudged you in the past." "No, Obadiah. Stark Industries now requires your intellect. This energy weapon order is of paramount importance to the company. Oh, I will find time to return, Tony replied nonchalantly, his attention already captivated by the television. Mr. Hammer, what is your perspective on the Defense Department's newly established weapon standards? This marks a pivotal transformation in the history of weaponry, and I firmly believe Hammer Industries possesses the capability to meet these standards, Hammer responded, a confident smile adorning his face, as if victory were assured. Mr. Hammer, could you disclose the progress of Hammer Industries in developing the new weaponry? That is a commercial secret, but it is reasonable to anticipate that, before long, Hammer Industries will deliver an exemplary result. Mr. Hammer, it has come to our attention that the brilliant inventor Tony Stark, whom you have long regarded as a rival, is currently hosting at his Long Island villa. What are your thoughts on this? I have no particular opinion, Hammer replied with a slight smile. I will achieve success, while he shall be compelled to move into a smaller villa. The press conference continued unabated, with questions ceaselessly directed at Hammer. But Tony had already tuned out the inquiries and responses. He switched off the television, accepted the towel handed to him by Happy, and turned to ascend the staircase. Jarvis, please prepare for me. I need to make a trip to the company first. Of course, Mr. Stark. Moments latte. Relinquishing the array of lovely ladies he had managed to gather in the yard, Tony pressed the accelerator, and the roar of the engine filled the air as the silver sports car sped away. Following closely behind was Happy, driving a black sedan. After more than half an hour, Mr. Stark, greetings, Mr. Stark. Amidst the respectful salutations, Stark walked into his exclusive office with unwavering focus. A high-tech projection, previously unseen in the market, unfolded before him. He merely glanced at it and instantly grasped the entirety of Stark Industries' research and development progress over the past month. Tony's expression was somewhat complex, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing an opinion. Do not present these developments to me, he stated. Jarvis, reconstruct a weapon design prototype. Utilize the structures I previously stored as 38 and 47, eliminate redundancies, and retain the space for the magnetic confinement container, allowing the industrial department to produce a sample for me. Understood, Mr. Stark. By the way, have that chaotic energy sent to my laboratory. I will require it shortly. Certainly, sir. In the President's office. President, Mr. Stark has returned to the company. The system has detected that his personal laboratory is operational and has begun requesting chaotic energy. Grant him access. Obadiah unhesitatingly agreed, dismissing his previous claims of resource allocation to the Weapon Development Department as mere trifles. Though he harbored a profound disdain for Tony's flippant demeanor, he could not deny that the man was indeed a genius in the realm of weapon development. As for the engineers at the company, while they were commendable in their own right, a palpable chasm separated them from Tony's unparalleled brilliance. Obadiah turned his gaze to the television, where the press conference for Hammer Industries was drawing to a close. Standing before the flashing cameras, Hammer's smile radiated confidence and poise. In conclusion, I believe Hammer Industries possesses the hope and capability to triumph in this competition. Furthermore, this will mark a significant milestone in the history of weapon development. Chapter 94. The defeat. Tony's direct involvement propelled Stark Industries' research in energy to unprecedented heights. Unbeknownst to Hammer, his ambitious declarations during the press conference had captured Tony's attention for the first time, igniting his pursuit of energy weapon research. Had he foreseen this, he might have felt elated, yet it is far more likely that he would have reconsidered and postponed the eagerly anticipated conference. Across the American continent, arms dealers, sensing the scent of blood, fervently embarked on a new round of equipment competition. Meanwhile, on the European continent, as Loki and his chaotic cult made their inaugural appearance to the world, he proclaimed, "Humanity, brace yourselves for the arrival of chaos. Open fire." Seeing the brilliant red in the sky, the commander overseeing the operation, disregarding the crowds in Sokovia, unhesitatingly issued the order to fire. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar of artillery and the rapid fire of bullets descended like a torrential rain upon Loki, who appeared as a stationary target suspended in the air. In vain did he struggle. Confronted with a bombardment capable of leveling an entire area, Loki merely smirked, extending his hand as an immense force materialized instantaneously. Dark magic unleashed. With a hum, a surge of magical energy erupted, creating ripples in the space surrounding Loki, swiftly spreading outward and transmitting a more terrifying shockwave. With a resounding bang, the incoming projectiles shattered like gravel, scattering into the air. Ultimately, under the gaze of all, they disintegrated into a cloud of inconsequential dust, cascading to the ground like fine sand. This occurrence, so contrary to reason, momentarily left everyone in a state of shock. Yet, upon witnessing Loki's overturned palm, they awakened from their stupor and shouted in unison, "Take cover!" It was too late. Loki smirked coldly, his fingers clenching tightly. Crack! Crack! The terrifying force descended, rendering planes, tanks, and machine guns as pliable as dough, molding them into a singular sphere of iron, regardless of the resilient alloy frameworks or the frail flesh within. Everything was utterly obliterated, whether it be the survivors in the ruins, clinging to their expectations, or the high-ranking individuals monitoring the region by satellite. All fell into a profound silence upon witnessing the scene. The power displayed by Riku far exceeded their anticipations. The era of superhumans had yet to dawn, and Riku's demonstration of strength was utterly suffocating. Was there truly no force capable of restraining him? In the midst of this wordless stillness, a whisper arose, yet it went unanswered. Suddenly, sparks resembling the clash of steel ignited in the air, and an oval portal materialized before the onlookers. Stepping through the portal was Modu, wielding the Tuva wand, his gaze fixed intently upon the figure in the sky, reminiscent of a demonic deity, along with the members of the Chaos cult ensnared beside him. "Your enemy is me. Release those innocent humans." A mage? Riku's eyes flickered with surprise as he beheld the dissipating portal behind Modu. "I never imagined humanity possessed a mage. Your doom is at hand." Modu's expression remained cold as he stared at Riku, his wand elongating instantly. Modu's philosophy was simple. His adherence to the rules had become almost rigid, believing that no one should disrupt the established order, even at the cost of the Earth's annihilation. Yet, there were moments when the steadfast Modu would embody the spirit of a just hero, intervening against malevolence. Ha! How ludicrous! Observing the poised, heroic stance of Modu, Riku remained unfazed, even bursting into laughter. Is there truly no one among the Earth's mages capable of confronting me, sending a mere amateur like you to his demise? It is far too early to declare victory or defeat. Evil can never triumph over justice. With those words, Modu leaped forward, activating his boots of leaping. A golden magic circle flickered briefly, propelling him into a rapid dash akin to a soaring bird. Drawing circles with his fingers, a portal to the skies opened instantaneously. As he passed through, Modu flicked his wand, transforming it into a long whip that lashed out towards Riku. The crack of the whip cutting through the air echoed loudly. Yet when Modu focused his gaze, he found Riku had mysteriously appeared on the other side. "Mage, it seems your strength is lacking." "Illusion?" Modu furrowed his brow, recalling the dark magic he had once encountered in texts, bewitching the mind, distorting reality, and wreaking havoc upon life. These were the hallmarks of dark sorcery, with illusion being but one facet. Modu had not studied much regarding illusion spells, but when it came to dispelling them, he was prepared. Panopti's eye. An orange flame ignited in Modu's eyes, sweeping away the chaotic energy surrounding him, revealing Riku aloft amidst the remnants of a distant skyscraper. With his hands forming intricate seals, channeling the might of the Veshan Empire, Modu descended to the ground, unleashing a surge of energy into the earth. Bozat's thunder. A crackling sound of intense thunder resonated through the air as a vivid orange lightning bolt surged from the ground, leaping amidst the debris and shattering the remnants in its path, swiftly arriving before Laku. Observing the flickering lightning, Laku's gaze remained indifferent, the wrath of Sadarak. With an eruption of magic, a deep crimson thunderbolt suddenly descended from the heavens. Boom! Amidst the explosive roar, two bolts of lightning ignited with a ferocity akin to gunpowder, the unleashed energy obliterating the already precarious skyscraper. No! On the battered street, a survivor, having just liberated themselves from the ruins, gazed up at the looming shadow above. Their eyes filled with profound despair. The piercing screams drew Modu's attention. He glanced upward at Laku, who hovered in the air, indifferent like a deity to the plight of mortals. With a wave of his hands, a colossal portal materialized above the survivors. Looking skyward, a massive rift opened, and the cascading stones fell like meteors, accompanied by the booming sounds of wind and thunder, creating a terrifying spectacle. A commendable strategy, Laku remarked with a hint of derision, opting not to conjure additional spells. Instead, he simply raised his hand, and with a resounding crash, boulders weighing several tons were seized by chaotic energy, which he then hurled towards Modu. At that moment, Laku's right hand shot forth, the scarlet chains of Satarak. With a swift whoosh, the crimson chains ensnared Modu's hand, preventing him from casting spells. As the stones approached, the fierce wind pressure altered Modu's expression, and though he wielded his Tuum wand vigorously, the magical flames erupted, yet failed to sever the chains entirely. How pitiful, Laka chuckled, observing Modu's futile efforts. He shook his head and prepared to depart, when a voice suddenly rang out. Seraphim's shield. A massive circular barrier emerged, colliding with the falling stones. In the ensuing thunderous clash, earth and debris erupted, only to be swept away by the winds of Vadum. King? Modu's face brightened at the sight of the king, severing the scarlet chains with magic. You have arrived. Indeed. The king replied gravely, Be cautious. This foe is quite formidable. Seeing the unexpected shield intercept the falling debris, a glimmer of interest crossed Laku's face. Another ally has appeared? They seem formidable. This will be enjoyable. Chaos fire. Drawing upon the energies of other dimensional deities, Laku required no incantation, for as a devoted follower of chaos, the use of dark magic demanded no further embellishment. The red chaotic energy surged from beyond dimensions, swiftly transforming into a raging inferno that enveloped both the king and Modu. Shatter him. Sensing the troublesome nature of the chaotic flames, the king's expression shifted dramatically. With a swift motion, his round blade morphed into a long whip, striking out with force. Crack! Two long whips collided with the flames, causing the fire to dissipate and transform into flickering embers that fell to the ground, igniting upon the cement bricks like a bone-gnawing inferno. Damn it! Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the two men shifted dramatically. Their forte lay in close combat. Yet the arena was now ensnared by chaotic flames, swiftly eroding the ground beneath them. The protective belt of Satarak. While Wang and his companion hesitated, Riku did not falter. After a low chant, a deep crimson belt of energy materialized around his waist, followed by a crimson energy shield manifesting on his surface. Now, let the second round commence. The battle between mages is fundamentally a contest of knowledge, although it remained a mystery why the mages of Kamatag resisted the path of sorcery. Resorting to melee tactics rather than ranged spells, Riku had evidently not strayed from the path. With the dark god of magic as his backing, Riku wielded a vast array of spells far surpassing that of an ordinary mage. Even Wang, the librarian, might struggle to match him. As Riku became earnest, Wang and Modu beheld a sight they had never encountered before. The wrath of Satarak. A deep crimson, lightning bolt descended from the heavens, prompting Wang and Modu to instinctively attempt to open a portal. However, in that same instant, Riku hurled a chaotic energy into the earth. Fission. A thunderous rumble echoed as the already dilapidated ground writhed anew, cracking open enormous fissures. The land heaved, distorting the forms of Wang and Modu, as sparks of energy flickered chaotically in the air, ultimately failing to coalesce. Boom! The hastily formed ring of Ragdur could not withstand the energy contained within the storm. Accompanied by a resounding crash, Wang and Modu were sent hurtling backward, yet this did not signify the cessation of Riku's assault. Scarlet chains. With a swift hiss, a tangible chain pierced through the fabric of space, coiling around the arms of the two men like a constrictor, while the other end remained tightly grasped in Riku's hand. A smirk graced Riku's lips as he abruptly shook his arm. Chaotic fire. With a whoosh, it was as if oil had been poured onto flames. The inferno surged forth with an almost sentient ferocity, racing along the chain and traversing great distances in mere blinks of an eye. Again with this technique. Unlike ordinary fire, this flame, composed of the most primal chaotic energy, was terrifying. Once tainted by it, one's psyche would become disoriented. Moreover, this disorientation was not an illusion. The sole method to dispel it was to extinguish the flames, a task achievable only by flooding it with an overwhelming amount of energy. In a state of confusion, focusing attention became arduous, and seeking to communicate with the dimensional deity to acquire sufficient magical power was nearly a futile cycle. If the flames are not extinguished, a dazed mind makes the casting of magic a daunting task. Facing a chaotic mage, defeat is merely a matter of time. The method to sever the crimson chains is indeed commendable, yet it is fraught with difficulty. The clash of the wand against the chains echoed with a metallic clang. Yet Riku remained unperturbed, his fingers subtly gesturing, causing shards of steel and stone to levitate and shoot forth. The sharp, whooshing sound of the projectiles filled the air, as the debris enveloped in chaotic energy soared by like brilliant meteors. Seraphim's shield, Veshan Emperor's sacred sword. Abandoning his wand, Modu drew forth a vast reservoir of energy. Summoning a sacred sword crafted from pure energy, which he then brought down forcefully upon the chains. With a resonant snap, the chains were severed. Modu lifted his gaze, ready to speak, only to behold the vast Seraphim's shield before him, rippling with crimson waves. With a sigh of relief, the immediate crisis seemed averted. Yet their expressions soon turned grave once more. The strength of the adversaries they faced had surpassed any they had encountered before, and against pure ranged magical assaults. Their once proud melee prowess proved futile. While forming a spatial teleportation portal could allow them to swiftly approach Riku, his interference rendered such portals ineffective. As for Kamataji, who also wielded remote spells, most of them specialized in close combat, possessing only a scant few ranged incantations. Using them would likely expose them to greater vulnerabilities. Do you have no more tricks? As an external mage guild, conflict with the local mage community was inevitable. Thus, Riku had been observing Wong and Modu, the native mages of Earth, yet he had seen little more than a few repetitive spells. This left him thoroughly disappointed. Then, let's conclude this. His tone turned colder, and a more terrifying energy surged around Riku as he levitated into the air, gazing down at the two on the ground. With outstretched hands, he swiftly formed an intricate magical array. In the name of chaos, summon forth the power of the crimson. Let those before me return to the void. Aware that his opponent possessed the ability to teleport and evade attacks, Riku wisely refrained from employing any moves with discernible trajectories. As his incantation reached its climax, the power from Chaosin transcended dimensional barriers, manifesting as a surging force from the void, akin to a cataclysmic tsunami aimed at Wong and Modu. The red chaotic energy enveloped their bodies, beginning to deconstruct and unravel them from the surface inward. In that first disintegration, the artifacts in their hands instantly shattered into a heap of useless fragments scattered upon the ground. Chapter 95. My name is Zhang San. Bound and permeated by chaotic energy, the skin of the two felt as though it were being seared by flames, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through them. As the suspension of the talisman completely collapsed following the magical artifact, a hint of helplessness emerged on Wong's face. There is no other choice, he sighed. Suddenly, a clear and resonant voice echoed in his ear, causing Wong's eyes to brighten. Li Wei, is that you? Indeed, I have arrived, Li Wei replied, raising his right hand, and with a crisp sound of recognition, the mirrored space enveloped everyone instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, the ordinary people who had been struggling for survival amidst the ruins vanished, and even the chaotic entities painstakingly nurtured by Laku were excluded, leaving only 4 individuals. Wong, I merely stepped away to watch a play in Maine, and yet you have fallen to such depths? Had I arrived even a moment later, your life would have been forfeit. Observing the chaotic magic that firmly ensnared both Wong and Modu, Li Wei chuckled softly and with a mere thought. He disrupted the flow of chaotic energy. Kicking at the scattered fragments of the artifact on the ground, he expressed a tinge of regret. Your weapon is lost. It seems you shall have to seek a new one upon your return. As the pain within his body gradually subsided, Wong waved his hand with a relieved expression. Surviving is what matters. We could discuss the artifacts later. You are quite nonchalant, Li Wei remarked, gesturing in the air to open a portal. Now, allow me to handle the matters ahead. You could have come sooner. Modu's voice abruptly cast a pall over the atmosphere. Li Wei raturta. His laughter tinged with irritation. Am I your father? Why should I come to your rescue? Before Modu could respond, Li Wei continued. I had assumed your earlier bravado stemmed from ample strength. Yet here we are. Wong, the one who came to save you, nearly lost his life because of you. I hear you have been with Kamar Taj for over a decade. What have you accomplished in that time? Ever heard the saying, without a diamond, do not undertake porcelain work? Oh, forgive me. You must not have attended school. Otherwise, your teachers would have instilled in you the value of gratitude, instead of questioning me for not arriving sooner after I saved your life. If only I had known, I should have delayed my arrival until after your demise, so I would not have to endure the ingratitude of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Modu fell silent, merely exchanging a gaze filled with anger and dissatisfaction with Li Wei. This blatant hostility even caused Wang to frown. He placed a hand on Modu's shoulder, saying, "Enough, we must leave." After a moment of silence and a glance back at Wang, Modu shook his head. "I will not return to Kamartaj. I intend to learn within human society. I refuse to be like him, possessing immense power, yet unwilling to bear the responsibilities that come with it." "Fool," Li Wei chuckled, his desire to converse with Modu fading. With a dismissive wave, he expelled Modu from the mirrored space as one would discard refuse. From the moment Modu uttered that statement, Li Wei realized that this individual's thoughts had diverged completely from his own. With great power comes great responsibility sounds reasonable, yet it is fundamentally nonsensical. The education Li Wei received instilled in him the principle that rights and obligations are intrinsically linked. To possess rights is to fulfill duties. In other words, the greater the power, the greater the corresponding responsibility, reflecting a consistency between authority and accountability. The assertion that greater ability entails greater responsibility is, in fact, a form of exploitation and moral coercion by those of lesser capability, unjustly demanding that those with greater abilities shoulder more burdens and obligations. If one were to adhere strictly to this notion, then with the power Li Wei currently possesses, he would be accountable for the lives of countless individuals who have met untimely ends on this planet, since he has the capacity to save them. But is this realistic? Is it logical? To bear responsibilities without ever having held any authority contradicts the political education Li Wei received in his youth. Therefore, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in further debate with Modu. After expelling Modu, Li Wei turned his attention back to Wang. Did you see that? He was defeated. Yet instead of focusing on self-improvement, he desires to wander the world. I saved him, and he dares to question why didn't he do so sooner. Do you still believe he was right? Faced with Li Wei's inquiry, Wang fell silent, letting out a deep sigh as he bent to collect the remnants of the magical artifact scattered on the ground. I will try to reason with him. There is no need, Li Wei interjected with a scoff. This time, I saved him out of respect for you, but I will not do so again. I do not require his apology, so spare no effort in persuading him. I suggest you focus on caring for your own magical artifacts instead. Enough. Have you both finished? The spectacle of Li Wei and Modu's argument was a source of entertainment for Laku, as it is a fundamental human instinct to revel in drama. However, Li Wei's nonchalant conversation with Wang irked him. With a furious roar, Laku raised his hands, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that engulfed the entire mirrored space. Oh, he's serious now. Yet, Li Wei remained unfazed, casually opening a portal in midair and shoving Wang through it. Off you go. The instant the portal vanished, a nearby skyscraper collapsed under Laku's control. Boom! Hundreds of tons of debris cascaded down amidst the deafening roar of an earth-shattering collapse, sending terrifying shockwaves that reduced a small portion of the city to ruins. As dust soared several meters high, a smirk of derision crept onto Laku's lips. The power of chaos is capable of distorting reality, but that does not imply it is confined solely to that purpose. In this mirror dimension, chaos can wield even greater strength. Magician, if blame is to be assigned, let it rest upon your own foolishness. Is that so? As the dust began to settle, Li Wei's calm demeanor caused Laku's expression to freeze, and after a brief silence, Laku's gaze turned frigid as he suddenly thrust his hand forward. A thunderous roar enveloped the earth, as torrents of earth and stone surged forth like an unstoppable tsunami, ensnaring the grayish-white remnants of buildings and transforming them into towering waves, soaring towards Li Wei's position. Where the debris flow past, the very heavens dimmed, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The swirling mass of earth and rock resembled an iron curtain, shrouding all existence within its grasp. This imposing iron curtain, towering dozens of meters high, pushed forward with such force that the air itself was distorted and deformed. Under the immense wind pressure, the dust that had settled was swept away, revealing Li Wei's figure. A vast shadow loomed over him, rendering his presence insignificantly small. In the face of this overwhelming debris flow, Li Wei's figure appeared trivial and inconsequential. Observing this exaggerated contrast, Laku felt a surge of confidence. A mage. Can you truly withstand such a cataclysmic assault? Is this your definition of a natural disaster? Reflecting on the grandiose scenes he had witnessed in the cosmos, Li Wei chuckled softly, raising his palms slightly, and then pressing down into the void. With a resounding thud, a seemingly mundane gesture caused the once turbulent terrain to collapse instantaneously. As the world trembled, the massive debris flow, towering several dozen meters and stretching for hundreds, resembled a piece of origami being flattened with a mere touch. There was no shattering of stones, no swirling dust. It was as if all had been meant to be this way, and the cacophonous world returned to silence. How is this possible? Laku's face contorted in disbelief as he witnessed Li Wei effortlessly dissipate his attack. He frantically controlled the chaotic energy, swirling it like a tempest throughout the realm. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge the mirrored space in the slightest. Impossible. With a furious roar, Laku relinquished his control over the mirrored space, summoning the brilliance of the dimensional demon god with his mental will, directly targeting Li Wei, Sadarak's crimson chains. With a hiss, a broad crimson chain materialized in Laku's hand, only to dissipate into a deep red cloud of energy as if it had encountered scorching heat. Before Laku could cast a second spell, the energy belt at his waist melted away like ice and fire, vanishing without a trace. As he sensed the deep red shield evaporate before him, Laku's expression morphed into one of sheer horror. He called out repeatedly within himself for the power of the dimensional demon god, attempting to summon spells anew, yet no matter his efforts. He could not reconstruct any form of magic. After countless failures, Laku finally lifted his gaze to Li Wei, his eyes brimming with disbelief and boundless fury. This is impossible. What have you done? I have done nothing, Li Wei replied with a chuckle. I merely discovered the pathways through which your energy flows and subtly disrupted them ever so slightly. Energy interference was a remarkably useful skill, despite its unavoidable flaws. It proved to be perfectly suited for countering Laku in this moment. After all, he had only come into close contact with chaotic energy a month ago, having annihilated numerous magical beings, and had become quite familiar with the nature and operation of this energy. Though he received an answer from Levi, Raka's expression remained one of disbelief. It was impossible. No one could achieve such a feat. No one. A sharp slap echoed through the air, and Raku's expression froze instantly, his pupils dilating in shock. Just as he was about to roar in anger, Levi seized him by the nape of his neck and forcefully slammed him to the ground. The earthy scent of soil filled his mouth, abruptly stifling his cries, leaving him to emit only incoherent whimpers. Deprived of his ability to wield magic, Raku could only unleash the chaotic energy coursing through him in its most rudimentary form. With a thunderous roar, the crimson chaotic energy surged forth like a torrent, immediately creating a powerful momentum that soared skyward, clearing the surrounding clouds entirely. On the ground, a pillar of energy, towering over a person, surged forth, instantly disintegrating all it came into contact with into particles. However, this overwhelming flow of energy did not harm Levi in the slightest. Cloaked in a vibrant energy shield, he stood like an imposing dam, steadfastly resisting the violent onslaught. The kaleidoscopic energy dissipated under the torrent's pressure, transforming the released energy into a rainbow hue. Yet Levi's figure remained unyielding. As Levi appeared to be a thorn in Raku's side, glowing with a dazzling array of colors, veins bulged on Raku's forehead. With a roar, he summoned forth an even more ferocious surge of chaotic energy. The overwhelming energy surged rapidly across Raku's surface, gradually eroding the high-density fabric of his attire, while superficial bloodstains, resembling abrasions, emerged upon his skin. Though chaotic energy possessed the power to distort reality, they were currently situated in a mirrored space. Levi's mastery over this domain far surpassed Raku's. Even if the material here was warped, it would ultimately be under Levi's control. While it was conceivable that Levi could be temporarily slain, the prospect of distorting him was utterly impossible. Carrie had acquired a fragment of the primordial power from the Lord of Hell, Mephitos, granting her the ability to forcibly breach the mirrored space and connect with reality, a privilege Raku did not possess. Unable to escape the mirrored space, stripped of magical means, and incapable of distorting reality. Raku was left with only close combat as an option, alongside long-range energy bombardment. Possessing ranged capabilities and lacking a solid foundation in combat, Raku naturally sought to avoid his weaknesses, but now, even his sole advantage was being crushed by Levi. With a resounding explosion, an unfathomably terrifying shockwave emanated from the crimson energy torrent. Amidst a tremendous roar, brilliantly radiant energy rays surged upwards, akin to a merciless sword that utterly shattered the crimson chaotic energy, swiftly arriving before Raku. With a resounding thud, he barely managed to summon forth a protective barrier of energy, yet in the next moment, Raku was sent hurtling backward, struggling to adjust his position in midair. He found himself outpaced as Levi appeared behind him, his fist clenched and unleashed with ferocity. Boom! Thousands of tons of force erupted within a fraction of a second, transforming into a terrifying shockwave that tore through everything in its vicinity. The cataclysmic power clashed with the chaotic energy, producing a mushroom cloud devoid of any flames. Thud! The sound resembled that of a fallen body hitting the ground as Levi stood quietly, awaiting the dispersal of the dust cloud before advancing. Before him lay Raku, his body mangled and barely clinging to life. With a breath that resembled one on the brink of death, Raku struggled to lift his eyelids. The light in his eyes dimmed. Who are you? My name is Zhang San, Levi replied with a faint smile, not even blinking as he uttered a false name, then gazed at Raku with an air of calm. It's been nearly 5 minutes. When do you plan to die? Raku regarded Levi with a deep, reluctant gaze, before closing his eyes in apparent resignation, as if all strength had drained from him. Chapter 96. New York. For Levi had suffered numerous setbacks, countless times. In the realm of games, there existed the seemingly pitiful yet dangerous ninja-like figure, and in reality, he had encountered the likes of Sloane, who had evaded death through a body double. For these antagonists, feigning death and substituting oneself had seemingly become an instinct. Much like Raku, whose body lay in tatters, pallid and lifeless. Chaotic energy possesses a unique property that can distort reality. However, to assume that distortion equates solely to destruction is rather naive. Transforming a living being into a pile of flesh is one form of distortion, while reverting that pile back into a living creature is another. The former twists the living into the lifeless, whereas the latter reshapes the deceased into the living. Creation and destruction stand on equal footing in the face of chaotic power. Although the force Levi commanded was not chaotic in nature, he possessed keen insight, able to discern Raku's intentions with a mere glance. After all, though Raku's heart had ceased to beat, the chaotic energy within him remained active, and Levi was well versed in the state of chaotic energy within deceased organisms. Consequently, what appeared to be a convincing fa to nearly everyone else was riddled with flaws in Levi's discerning gaze. While he harbored the intent to turn this feigned death into a genuine one, Levi ultimately decided to spare Raku, considering the potential usefulness he still held. After all, this individual was remarkably weak. Despite his imposing appearance, in terms of difficulty, he paled in comparison to Carrie, who had garnered a fragment of Murphy's primal power. Although that Carrie had not caused him any distress, a stark contrast of strength and weakness always emerged between these two feeble beings. Even though Levi found himself with nothing to occupy his time, he preferred to amuse himself with a watermelon bug, curled up in a ball, rather than watch Raku feign death. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, he departed from the mirrored space. As for Raku, being the representative of the Dimension Demon, he undoubtedly possessed the means to traverse the mirrored space, yet this fellow was incapable of utilizing them in Levi's presence. With Levi's exit, the mirrored space fell into a profound silence once again. Moments later, Raku's grayish-white eyes suddenly flickered. Soon after, his heart began to beat, blood coursed through his veins, and red energy flowed continuously over his wounds, mending the ghastly injuries. In merely 2 minutes, Raku transformed from a shattered corpse back into a living being. Recalling the agony of his body being torn apart by punches and fierce winds, a flicker of dread emerged in Raku's eyes. With a swift motion, he vanished like a streak of light, taking with him the members of the cult who had previously been excluded from reality. In the ruins of Sokovia, devoid of his suspension ring and wand, Modu, lacking sufficient mental prowess, could no longer communicate with the Emperor of the Mountains, rendering him incapable of employing any magical means. He navigated through the debris, deliberately avoiding the survivors displaced by the battle, his inner fury intensifying. Yet, just as he found a way to release the pent-up rage within him, he was surrounded by a battalion of fully armed soldiers. "Halt! Raise your hands, or we will open fire." With assault rifles boasting a firing rate exceeding 600 meters per second aimed at him, Modu, stripped of his magical counterattack ability, found himself bereft of any means to retaliate. His years of rigorous combat training might have enabled him to take a soldier hostage, but in a situation with 360-degree coverage, such an action would serve only to hasten his demise. Before long, under strict escort, Modu was brought to a sealed interrogation room, where several typically Western faces appear before him. "Hello, Mr. Modu. We apologize for bringing you here in this manner. Humanity needs you now." Mere moments ago, in a mirrored space, Modu had stood on a moral high ground, chastising Levi. Now, in this room that resembled an interrogation chamber, several interrogators had positioned themselves atop humanity's moral pedestal, demanding Modu's cooperation. Faced with the two interrogators, Modu immediately felt an indescribable fury rising within him. This anger mirrored that which Levi had expressed in the mirrored space. Yet, unlike Levi, Modu found himself devoid of any leverage to resist. From a moment he had refused to return to Kamar Taj in the mirrored space, he had sealed his fate, unable to turn back. As a sanctuary for human sorcerers, Kamar Taj operates under its own principles, and Mordo's actions are solely aimed at liberating himself from its confines. However, as he faces the interrogator before him, the negative emotions within Mordo begin to accumulate, gradually transforming his anger directed at Levi into a broader resentment towards all sorcerers that exist in this world. Note, the film contains scenes suggesting a deviation in thought, particularly in the pursuit of sorcerers. "Mordo, sir?" Observing Mordo's descent into silence, the two interrogators felt a stir of intrigue and began to contemplate what means they might employ to coax his cooperation following his refusal. Yet at that moment, their gazes met Mordo's, and they were immediately ensnared by the intensity reflected in his eyes. "I can cooperate with you." Mordo's voice took on a peculiar tone, sounding somewhat placid, yet harbored an unsettling undertone. Nonetheless, no one lingered on this aspect any longer. With their objectives achieved, the two interrogators, dispatched through a coordinated effort, could not suppress a flicker of satisfaction on their faces. Just then, the iron door behind them swung open, and a sharply dressed man approached Mordo, extending his hand with a faint smile. "Mr. Mordo, may our collaboration be fruitful." After a moment of hesitation, Mordo reciprocated the gesture, their hands, one dark, the other light, firmly clasped together. In a round conference room filled with representatives, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. "Mr. Mordo, we can now engage in a thorough discussion regarding our collaboration." "Very well," Mordo replied, surveying the simple yet unremarkable office before him, nodding slightly. "You may begin. What is it that you seek?" "What we desire to understand is whether the power you exhibited in Sokovia can be controlled by others." "Certainly," Mordo nodded, having fully succumbed to his obsession. "That power is known as magic." "Magic?" A younger-looking representative inquired. "Is the magic you speak of akin to that depicted in fantastical works?" "Not quite," Mordo shook his head. "A sorcerer's magic derives from deities of another dimension. It is through incantations and mental focus that we are able to wield it." The terms other dimensional deities, incantations, and mental focus, previously dismissed as mere fantasy, were noted discreetly by the assembly, who then redirected their inquiries. "Mr. Mordo, according to your assertion, spells require both incantations and mental focus. Are these skills accessible to ordinary humans?" The insatiable human pursuit of violence and power is relentless. Research on firearms has culminated in the nuclear bomb, representing the current zenith of human capability. Yet now, within Mordo, they have unearthed the potential for the development of energy weapons. Though it is merely 2009, a considerable faction has already glimpsed the possibilities of energy application in weaponry. The chaotic energy extracted from the ruins of New York proved difficult to harness, but Mordo's emergence illuminated an alternative path. Perhaps they could cultivate a sorcerer army entirely under their control. With this formidable force at their disposal, they may be better positioned to exert control over the entire world. Observing the fleeting fervor in the eyes of these legislators, Modu's brow furrowed momentarily. Although he was troubled in spirit, he was no fool. He comprehended their intentions. Yet, as previously stated, he had no alternative but to cooperate. In order to survive the mage extermination plan, it might be prudent to cultivate a new cadre of mages in advance. A flurry of thoughts coursed through his mind, and Modu swiftly delineated his forthcoming strategy. He intended to utilize these individuals to foster a mage battalion under his command, subsequently employing this force to eliminate those mages he deemed unworthy of existence, including that man. A potent desire for vengeance surged within him. He had irrevocably succumbed to the path of darkness. Kamartai, as one well-versed in the secrets of a nexus, Levi regarded such eavesdropping with disdain. He harbored no ambitions of ruling the earth, thus employing heightened senses for global surveillance seemed utterly unnecessary. In this context, he remained oblivious to Modu's alliance with humanity, preparing an extensive scheme against him. Levi scarcely regarded Modu as a concern. The likes of him, multiplied by 100 or even 1,000, would not pose any disturbance to Levi. For this individual, he harbored a singular resolve to eliminate him upon their next encounter. The first time, he had refrained from striking due to Ancient One's presence. The second time, he spared him for the sake of the king. Now that Modu had departed from Kamartaj, their next meeting would mark the third encounter. The adage once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, thrice is enemy action echoed in Levi's mind. He doubted Modu would survive a fourth meeting. You've returned. Indeed. Levi strode confidently towards the Ancient One, seizing a teacup from the table and consuming its contents as if it were mere water. After setting down the empty cup, which was now merely a vessel for tea leaves, Levi smacked his lips. This tea is rather bitter. That is because you consumed it before it had the chance to reveal its sweetness. The Ancient One displayed no sorrow over Levi's rather reckless approach to tea, as it was homegrown and cost him nothing. I cannot abide bitterness lingering on my palate, waiting for its sweetness to emerge. If sweetness is what one seeks, it is far simpler to procure some sugar. Engaging in discourse about tea with someone who lacked appreciation for it was more exasperating than playing a violin to a cow, prompting the Ancient One to forego further discussion on the subject and instead inquire, "Are you prepared to depart?" "Yes," Levi nodded, then elaborated to speak candidly. The library of Kamartaj boasts a considerable collection, yet it is regrettable that it lacks core technologies. Aside from a few spells concerning portals, the texts merely document how to acquire power without detailing the modalities of energy manipulation. For those mages, this is advantageous, alleviating their mental demands. However, it is not beneficial for me. Since the last incident involving the borrowing of white magic, I have found myself unable to communicate with any of the external deities. The spells documented in this tome have become mere embellishments for me. I have already committed to memory all the incantations I could learn within this library, and lingering here serves no purpose. Thus, I am resolved to depart. Levi's reasoning was sound, and Ancient One did not impede his intentions. Where do you plan to go? Levi pondered for a moment, then smiled broadly. Perhaps New York. I still have some unfinished business with the people there, and I can also keep an eye on the secret sanctuary on Bleecker Street. It is indeed a sanctuary, Ancient One replied, taking a sip of tea with an air of indifference. Certainly a sanctuary, Levi chuckled, masking his slip of the tongue, a mere verbal misstep. Having previously inquired twice whether Levi wished to become the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One no longer entertained the thought of a third question. Thus, as a portal dissipated into the ether, Kamartaj returned to its customary tranquility, albeit with the absence of the morally ambiguous sorcerer, Mordo. Upon stepping through the portal to his counterpart, Levi casually observed the scenery outside. How fares the situation? I have completed a restructuring of the high table. I now possess complete control over the Continental Hotel's influence. Levi presented a document to Levi. This is the housing I have prepared for you in Manhattan, along with details of your other assets in New York City. Levi glanced over the document and gasped in astonishment. How extravagant! Were it not for those preparations, I would have been unaware of the luxurious nature of human existence. Levi refrained from commenting further, instead presenting another document. Additionally, this contains intelligence gathered by the Continental Hotel's network. While some information remains elusive, it is confirmed that several factions in New York harbor deep-seated animosity towards you, particularly the Hydra masquerading under the guise of S.H.I.D. That is of no concern. Reflecting on the individual he had allowed to escape in a mirrored realm, Levi smirked. I left them a ticking bomb. It won't be long before they are overwhelmed with their own troubles. As he contemplated Hydra's impending turmoil amid the chaos cult's onslaught, Levi's smile broadened. At that point, I shall have quite the spectacle to behold. Is there anything else I should be aware of? One more thing. Levi hesitated slightly. There is a human in New York named Tony Stark, according to the Continental Hotel's Global Intelligence Network. His intellect and inventive prowess are unparalleled within human society, nearly unmatched by any other. Upon hearing Levi's description, Levi's eyes narrowed. His knowledge of the Marvel Universe was scant, and as his own powers had grown increasingly formidable, he had cast aside the narrative's characters. Yet this name remained vividly etched in his memory. After all, this name seems to be somewhat inextricably linked with Marvel. Although Li Wei is unaware of Tony's life experiences, a person willing to sacrifice themselves to save the world cannot be deemed a villain. Chapter 97. Energy Weapons. New York Temple. I am Groot. All right. I know your name is Groot. Even in this utterly nonsensical world, the linguistic chasm between Groot and the Temple Guardians is insurmountable. In the realm of white magic, there exists no spell capable of instantly transforming one into a linguistic prodigy. Thus, despite the vast knowledge of the Temple Guardians, they are utterly at a loss when faced with a Flora Colossus who can only utter 5 words. While Groot is reviled as a pacifist by the followers of the Fire Tree, to assume that he is merely a peace-loving individual would be rather naive. The Flora Colossus race is notorious throughout the universe for its brutality. Even if Groot is a pacifist among his kind, he would undoubtedly be a decisive force on Earth. His methods, however, are comparatively merciful when juxtaposed with those of his kin. This tree being has been commodified and confined to a narrow space for a significant duration. Although Groot is not yet inclined to take action, he is still capable of incessantly repeating, I am Groot. As a guardian of the temple, Danny is understandably reluctant to leave Groot alone, yet he is beginning to contemplate how to carve out a moment of solitude for himself. Just as he searches his mind for a spell, the door of the New York temple creaks open. Warm sunlight floods in, and Li Wei's figure appears before him. Master Danny, I'm here to collect him. Yes, right there. Please hurry and take him away. Seeing the arrival of reinforcements, Danny exhales deeply, waves his hand hastily, and then disappears behind the door of the library. Turning to glance at Groot, who has reverted to a docile demeanor, Li Wei pauses for a moment before conjuring a portal in the air, whisking Groot away through the doorway. In a nation like America, the power of capital is boundless. Purchasing an entire building in the precious real estate of Manhattan and transforming it into an extravagantly luxurious villa is something even a playboy philanthropist like Tony Stark could not accomplish. Li Wei, too, find himself incapable of such feats. However, the imagination of those from the Continental Hotel knows no bounds. This super residence is devoid of any spotlight arrays because Li Wei has no need for them. His power emanates from dimensions. Sunlight serves merely as a catalyst. As long as the brightness of sunlight meets the requisite threshold, even a mere glimmer allows Li Wei to draw strength from the dimensions. Moreover, as his power continues to grow, Li Wei senses an elusive connection emerging. Though the exact duration remains uncertain, he is unequivocally assured that one day, in the future, he may directly connect with dimensions, thereby liberating himself entirely from the need for sunlight. Levi's residence is situated in the bustling district of Manhattan, while Groot's dwelling is established at 1407 Graymakin Road in Westchester. This location was once an ancestral European estate belonging to a university professor, but it has since been acquired, boasting a substantial expanse of fertile land, ample enough to cultivate a myriad of plants. Groot is destined to become the gardener of this estate, nurturing an abundance of flora as per Levi's request. As time swiftly passes, another sun-drenched morning unfolds. Levi reclines in a lounge chair, savoring the extraterrestrial fruits cultivated by Groot, while his gaze is fixed upon the television, which presently broadcasts the latest press conferences from Hammer Industries and Stark Industries. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to grandly introduce Hammer Group's latest weapon development, the Burrier, standing before the flashing cameras. Hammer's face radiates with pride and elation as he pulls down the black curtain, revealing a colossal cannon brimming with a science fiction aesthetic. The weighty black base exudes a sense of gravitas, while the silver barrel, intertwined with an array of conduits, emanates an aura of advanced technology, with a mysterious red energy subtly coursing through it. Hammer Industries has developed the Burrier artillery, capable of annihilating any military unit on this planet with but a single shot. Now, let me demonstrate the sheer magnitude of its power, he proclaims, setting the target at a kilometer away. Hammer wears a confident smile as he begins to adjust the parameters of the energy cannon, eager to showcase its might before the world. However, unbeknownst to the self-assured Hammer, within mere minutes of his press conference, Tony has arrived at the testing range with his own groundbreaking innovations. In stark contrast to Hammer's lengthy rhetoric and atmospheric embellishments, Tony, having labored for over a month, clearly lacks the inclination for what he deems mundane discourse. After a brief introduction, he opens a case and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, retrieves a firearm measuring a remarkable 1 meter and 30 centimeters, devoid of any external barrel. It seems Tony has drawn inspiration from various sources, or perhaps is simply a creator of ingenuity. This weapon, powered by chaotic energy, bears an uncanny resemblance to firearms from future science fiction games. Yet, the heft of this long gun is unparalleled by any fantastical imaginings. As the energy gun is revealed to the audience, nearly every soldier is captivated. True to Tony's distinctive aesthetic, this revolutionary energy weapon boasts exquisite line design and mechanical elegance. The only flaw that cannot be deemed a flaw is the fact that this new contraption weighs over 50 kilograms, rendering it unsuitable for assault warfare. However, in light of its formidable power, this shortcoming pales in comparison. With the gun mount secured and utilizing an auxiliary aiming device, Tony decisively squeezed the trigger, locking onto a distant target. Boom! Centered around the mount, the tremendous recoil shook the earth, sending dust spiraling outwards in concentric circles. In the distance, onlookers could only witness a lingering red light in the sky, which then expanded in a mesmerizing manner. Without a sound, the chaotic energy detonated upon contact with the mountainside, exploding like a rapidly inflating balloon, obliterating everything it touched. As the wildly expanding red sphere abruptly contracted to a point and vanished before the audience, the once standing target was completely erased, replaced by a deep pit of graceful contours. In an instant, applause erupted. In a modest nation of the Americas, Laku, having fled from the European continent with his cult members, felt an inexplicable urge drawing him towards New Mexico. What could be the source of such similar energy fluctuations? I must investigate. With a slight furrow of his brow, sensing the strangeness of the situation, Laku waved his hand, enveloping himself in a red hemispherical barrier. As the shield dissipated in the air, his figure vanished along with it. At another location within the New Mexico firing range, at the very moment Laku's silhouette disappeared, Hammer confidently pressed the launch button for the projectile. Boom! The thunderous roar of the heavy artillery erupted like a clap of thunder, the massive recoil causing the cannon to shudder violently, compressing the previously level ground. In the sky, a streak of red shot forth like a line of blood, the terrifying sonic boom exploding with ferocity, unleashing a gale of wind. Amidst the fervent anticipation of the crowd, the shell struck the target, followed by an even more horrifying cacophony. Rumbling thunderously, akin to a tempest, the deafening sound shattered the target along with a nearby hill. As if it were a balloon bursting, earth and stone were cast into the air, dust swirling in a frenzy, instantly transforming the autumn air into a vast basin. The chaos of energy ravaged the landscape, and the red light now dominated half the sky, reminiscent of a sunset. Continuous tremors resonated, akin to an earthquake, inducing a sense of dread, followed by powerful waves of air sweeping in from afar. The ground quaked, and the air surged. Even at a distance of over 1,000 meters, the aftershocks from the energy cannon were beyond human endurance. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away, the completely excavated hill left the journalists in awe, their eyes wide open, eager to capture every moment unfolding before them. Before they could even lift their pens, a sudden emergence of a semi-spherical red energy caused their eyes to widen once more. What is that? As the translucent energy dissipated, they beheld the perplexed figure of Laku. From a distance of several hundred to thousands of kilometers, Laku's strength rendered him incapable of discerning the scene clearly. Just then, Hammer activated the energy cannon, and naturally, Laku headed straight towards it. Casting a glance at the distant, uneven lowlands and then at the technologically advanced heavy artillery before him, Laku quickly grasped the unfolding situation, his expression growing cold. "Mortals, is it you who dare to usurp the power of the divine? What deity?" Hammer furrowed his brow. "Who are you?" "I am the one come to administer punishment," Laku replied with a chilling smile, gesturing towards the direction of the cannon. With a screech of metal grinding, the heavily forged cannon was crushed as easily as tofu, and with a flick of his wrist, Laku transformed it into mere powder with a resounding bang. "No." Witnessing the fruits of his labor disintegrate before his eyes, Hammer let out a mournful cry, raising his gaze towards Laku, his murderous intent laid bare. Kill him. The act of trespassing on a firing range was already a crime, and with Laku obliterating the cannon and Hammer's command, the armed forces instinctively launched an assault on Laku. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down upon Laku like a shroud, yet the chaotic energy swirled through the air like mist. The yellow bullets seemed to freeze in time, hanging motionless in the air. Observing this miraculous spectacle, the soldiers' fury evaporated, reason taking precedence. They then recalled the astonishing fact that this individual had turned a colossal cannon into dust in an instant. After a fleeting moment of composure, fear and panic surged within them. The screams of fleeing reporters echoed in their ears, and their pupils constricted in terror. They gazed at Laku, suspended in the air, their lips trembling with difficulty. "Sir, perhaps we have a misunderstanding." "There is no misunderstanding between us." Manipulating the suspended bullets to pivot 180 degrees, Laku smiled slightly, then snapped his fingers. The sharp sound of slicing air seemed to fragment space itself, and in that fragmented reality, those esteemed American soldiers dissolved into nothingness. Blood red filled the world before them. An unbearable, strange sense surged into Hammer's nostrils, and as he gazed up at Laku, encircled by energy, his body trembled involuntarily. Who are you?" Laku did not respond, but simply regarded him, waving his hands slightly as a red energy slithered like a serpent in a Hammer's temple. "Who I am is of little importance. What matters now is who you are. Tell me, who are you?" I, with the flickering crimson light in my eyes, spoke in a dazed tone. "I am Justin Hammer." "Once more, who are you?" "I am Hammer. What do you intend to do?" "To develop a cult world that belongs to chaos." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, that unfortunate child Hammer had shielded himself from disaster. Tony released the rifle's trigger, rubbing his somewhat sore arm, and turned to Colonel Rhodes beside him. "The powerful recoil makes me think perhaps I could create an exoskeleton to help alleviate some of the damage." "Exoskeleton?" Rhodes tossed him a bottle of beer. "Look at that gun. Facing it, an exoskeleton would merely ensure a more dignified death. With it, there shall be no assassination tasks deemed impossible in this world. Unparalleled assassinations." "Assassination?" Tony shook his head. "I designed it to protect us, to prevent those damned creatures from tormenting New York again. War is not their intended purpose." In response to Tony's assertion, Rhodes merely shrugged. Wait and see. As an officer, Rhodes had a keener sense of weaponry than Tony himself. The moment he laid eyes on the gun, he knew that, barring any unforeseen events, this formidable weapon would undoubtedly not be limited to defensive tasks. What troubled him further was that in this free nation, no one could predict into whose hands such a weapon might fall or what it might be used against. Assassinating the Secretary of Defense, targeting the President, or even aiming at Tony himself. With Rhodes' cautionary reminder, Tony quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. He glanced back at the newly acquired toy, now under tight security. A hint of concern etched on his brow. Perhaps it is time I prepared myself with more effective protective gear. Chapter 98. The new director, S.H.I.E.L.D. Since Alexander Pierce successfully washed his hands of a myriad of troubles, Nick Fury, the successor as director of S.H., felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. Having participated in World War II alongside Captain America, witnessed the extraordinary Captain Marvel and extraterrestrial beings, and left with a mark from the legendary Devourer capable of consuming an entire universe, Fury believed there was little left in this world that could astonish him. Yet, the reality was that not only could it, but it did, and often. As a competent agent, Fury understood deeply that some matters were best kept known to only one individual. For instance, the truth that the hero who saved New York and the one from Maine were the same person, and that he had once encountered Levi Deller, was a fact known solely to him. Even Alexander Pierce, his superior and old friend, had remained oblivious to this information since discovering the continued existence of Hydra. He deemed such precautionary measures entirely necessary. Gazing at the display of advanced energy weaponry from Hammer Industries and Stark Industries on the screen, Fury momentarily fell silent. He then glanced at another satellite surveillance feed, grasped his trench coat, and rose from his seat, departing the office. In his Manhattan mansion, the melodic chime of the doorbell instantly captured the attention of Levi, who was engrossed in a video game while sipping a soda. A figure of Fury's stature was untroubled by the notion of trespassing, yet the irony lay in the fact that the homeowner, Levi, was equally unconcerned about being branded a terrorist. Therefore, in a rare departure from his usual behavior, Fury not only approached the front door, but also politely rang the bell. Through layers of obstruction, the visage of the one-eyed Fury, resembling a figure of darkness, materialized before Levi, prompting a moment of surprise. Why is this man seeking me again? Though he held no particular fondness for Fury, Levi nonetheless allowed him entry, curious to discern what this S.H.L.D. agent, devoid of any S.H.I.E.L.D. affiliation, intended to convey. Levi's lifestyle was one that many could only aspire to, yet over time, even the most extraordinary lives can grow monotonous, leading one to seek new flavors to enliven existence. This enigmatic figure before him was the initial target he had selected. What brings you here? Levi set aside his gaming controller, downing a refreshing gulp of cola as he regarded Fury. Are you here to drag me back to your S.H.I.E.L.D. for some research? No, Fury replied, shaking his head. This time, I hope to establish a collaborative relationship with you. Collaboration? Levi raised an eyebrow, refraining from an outright dismissal. What do you have in mind? I intend to create a new organization outside of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction, and I would like to invite you to join this endeavor. This organization you speak of, is it meant for the protection of the world? Levi inquired. Indeed, Fury affirmed, his gaze filled with profound emotion as he looked at Levi. Will you assist me? Not interested. Ignoring the feigned emotions in Fury's eyes, Levi chuckled, reclining back in his chair. If you want me to protect the world, you'll need to offer a more enticing reward. Besides, I'm not fond of constraints, especially from someone connected to an official organization. Very well, let us consider an alternative approach. Observing that his initial proposition was failing, Fury sighed before continuing. I would like to appoint you as a special advisor to this organization. Your involvement would only be solicited under extraordinary circumstances, and you would be compensated accordingly. Still a no, Levi replied, shaking his head in rejection. I maintain my stance. I do not wish to have any overt associations with you. I am well aware that the future of America is destined for turmoil, and having the title of special advisor would merely serve to provide you with a convenient banner under which to operate. The potential for them to leverage my name is too great. In this adversarial dynamic, Levi found himself unable to acquiesce to any of Fury's proposals, recognizing that any suggestion from Fury would only serve to benefit his own interests. As he cautiously navigated the river while clutching a salted egg, Li Wei, having dismissed several obviously problematic collaboration methods, finally proposed what he deemed a reasonable partnership scheme after about half an hour. I've heard that your organization, The Shield, is quite global in nature. Fury instinctively felt a twinge of unease. Yet before Li Wei spoke further, he found it difficult to pinpoint the source of his discomfort, only able to respond with a puzzled inquiry. Indeed, why do you ask? Since it is a global organization, your supply vault must house a considerable array of peculiar items. Correct? Li Wei regarded Fury with a slight grin, his pearly white teeth gleaming under the sunlight. My demands are modest. I merely wish to procure one item from your inventory with each endeavor I undertake. Impossible. Fury's expression darkened immediately upon hearing Li Wei's request, and without hesitation, he sought to reject it. Hold on. I haven't finished. Li Wei interjected with a sidelong glance at Fury before articulating the latter part of his proposition. Alternatively, you could have a member of your organization assist me with a task. Rest assured, it won't be anything perilous. Upon concluding, Li Wei smiled at Fury. I have presented you with my cooperation plan. Whether you accept it or not is entirely your prerogative. However, since you are here, I must convey another matter. I do not wish for any organization to act in my name. Of course, you may proceed as you see fit, but how I choose to retaliate is solely my concern. As he spoke, Li Wei gestured towards the television. Things over there have descended into chaos. I believe you ought to attend to those matters. Fury, his magnetic plans nearly thwarted, was at a loss for thoughts, yet he displayed no sign of anger. Silently rising from his seat. How shall I contact you? Huh? Li Wei feigned surprise. Surely, a prominent organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. must already possess my phone number. However, your inquiry has reminded me that any collaboration must be discussed face-to-face. Otherwise, I shall not acknowledge it. Watching Fury's figure fade into the distance, Li Wei exhaled, reclining once more, a cunning, dark-hearted fellow. Li Wei's choice of collaboration was underpinned by specific reasoning. Firstly, it provided him with an opportunity to engage in meaningful activities while simultaneously acquiring items from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reserved for his amusement. Having surpassed the primitive accumulation of capital phase, he deemed that mere robbery devoid of skill was no longer applicable on Earth. Instead, the notion of having valuable items delivered into his hands was far more aligned with his pursuit of enjoyment. As for why he did not directly seek out rare treasures himself, it was not merely the possession of such curiosities he desired, but rather the experience of acquiring them. Opening a portal and casually collecting treasures lacked the thrill that came from compelling S.H.I.E.L.D. to relinquish their treasures. More crucially, Li Wei had begun to sense the encroachment of another dimension. The chaotic demons of reality, followed by the infernal overlords, were now poised to witness the arrival of yet another malevolent deity. Li Wei was apprehensive that if he merely observed without intervening, half of the globe might fall prey to these unrestrained dimensional deities, which contradicted his core beliefs. Thus, he felt the necessity to leave a loophole, lest those beings truly mistake him for a controllable superhero. Chaos may reign in the West, but the land must remain intact. This is his bottom line. Stark Tower. A crimson beam of energy flashed through the air, and in the wake of its blinding brilliance, Stark fell into silence as he beheld the reinforced bulletproof armor effortlessly penetrated before him. Jarvis, perhaps we need to explore a new material capable of withstanding the force of energy beams. Sir, based on database comparisons and calculations, there exists only one metal that meets your requirements. Is it readily available? Tony's brow furrowed. Let me see which genius conceived the development of this new material before I did. Jarvis, ever nonchalant, paused momentarily before projecting a circular image into the air. Captain America's shield, primarily composed of vibranium, combined with various other metals, diameter 0.76 meters, weight 54 kilograms. Manufacturer, Howard Stark. Gazing at the shield depicted, adorned in red, white, and blue with a white star at its center, Tony was rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, he waved his hand, dispersing the projection. Jarvis, conduct a search online for this material known as vibranium. I have a hunch that this substance is the core of the shield, and I may be able to forge a stronger synthetic metal from it. Before that, I need to revise my original armor design. Sir, I am preparing to create a suit of armor. Tony interrupted Jarvis, leaping from the ground and sliding into position before another screen. What do you think? An excellent plan. Came a sudden voice from the side, startling Tony. He turned to see Nick Fury emerging from the shadows, clad in black, illuminated only by the building's lights. Tony Stark, the genius inventor, I require your assistance. Intruding silently into someone else's abode. This is your method of soliciting help? Tony replied, irritation flickering in his eyes as he glanced back at Jarvis. Jarvis, remember to remind me to upgrade the home's security system. Also, procure additional lighting. I do not wish to encounter any troublesome individuals emerging from the shadows within my residence. Yes, Mr. Stark. With the new directives given, Jarvis vanished, and Tony turned his attention back to Fury. All right, annoying fellow, considering you have identified the vulnerabilities in my defense system, I advise you to leave before I lose my temper. Otherwise, I shall have to summon security to escort you out. Detecting the subtle threat in Tony's tone, Fury calmly retrieved a badge from his pocket. Tony Stark, my name is Nick Fury, and I hail from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, an organization founded during World War II by your father and several others. With a hint of skepticism in his gaze, Tony inquired, Jarvis, Sir, what he says is true. Well, Tony's demeanor softened slightly upon realizing that this individual could indeed be connected to his father, yet the wariness in his eyes remained. All right, Shadow Walker. Although your words bear truth, what relevance does it hold for me? Now, before my patience wanes, turn around, close the door, and vanish from my sight. Perhaps I can assist you. Understanding the implications of his visit, Fury calmly retrieved a business card from his pocket and placed it on the table, offering a slight smile before disappearing from view. Jarvis, connect me to Happy. Of course, Mr. Stark. Tony, is there something you need from me? I require your assistance in procuring a few items. Tony swiftly scanned the familiar list before casually sending it as a data file to Happy's phone. These items are crucial. Rest assured, I shall see to it. Aside from his extravagant lifestyle, Tony's primary reliance was on the artificial intelligence Jarvis, whose assistance rendered the digital realm almost transparent before him. Although SHIELD operated with great secrecy, they lacked the sophisticated intelligence protection that Zola possessed. And within moments, Jarvis had conducted a thorough search, aware that the adversary was a professional strike organization. Tony recognized that the breach of the defense system was not a failure on Happy's part. It was more prudent to address the vulnerabilities than to express anger. Moreover, a more pressing matter had come to light. Mr. Stark, I have located a potential source of vibranium. Release the information. Ulysses Clow, currently residing at the Salva dock. I remember him. Upon seeing the familiar face, Tony raised an eyebrow. He previously acquired a significant amount of weaponry from me. I had no idea he possessed vibranium. Jarvis, prepare a plane ticket. I need to have a word with him. Certainly, Mr. Stark. At SHIELD, Director Fury stood before Agent Coulson, who was impeccably dressed in a black suit, his expression grave. Just 3 minutes ago, Tony Stark booked a ticket to Africa. Africa! Fury paused for a moment, his mind racing through a flurry of thoughts. Armor, metal, Africa, keywords flashed in his mind, and eventually, a disheveled arms dealer materialized. Ulysses Clow, confirming Tony's objective. Fury had no intention of intervening. The price of vibranium soared to $10,000 per gram, even though Clow was rumored to possess only a few kilograms. The ability to safeguard such immense wealth indicated the formidable military power at his disposal. Moreover, rather than retrieving these few kilograms of vibranium for those scientists, Fury would prefer to see what delightful surprises the brilliant scientist Tony could present to him. Thoughts raced through his mind, and within mere seconds, Fury turned his gaze back to Coulson and produced a document. This is your new mission. Infiltrate Stark Industries and cultivate a favorable relationship with Tony for future use. Rest assured, sir, I will fulfill the task. Chapter 99, Major Events. African Dock. Tony, you actually came to find me? You are quite the sensation now. Upon the arrival of Tony, the mastermind behind energy weapons, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Clow's eyes. Though Hammer Industries had also manufactured energy weapons, it was evident to any discerning observer that Stark Industries' products were distinctly superior. Reflecting on the matter, had Clow been the United States government, he would never permit Tony to leave the country, not even a step. However, considering the Playboy's character and the operational dynamics of Stark Industries, Clow found himself understanding the situation. While the company bore Stark's name, it was actually under the control of Tony's uncle Obadiah. Given this businessman's tendencies, Clow could only speculate on his ulterior motives. Furthermore, attempting to restrain this dandy might yield counterproductive results. Perhaps it was wiser to let him be. Clow could guarantee that at least 2 satellites were currently monitoring them from above, and outside, troops were likely poised, awaiting the command strike. In fact, Clow's suspicions were correct. Numerous units had gathered outside, but they were not military forces. They were agents of Hydra. However, the current climate had not yet escalated to the point of open conflict, so these Hydra operatives remained loyal agents of SHIELD. These convoluted affairs were of little concern to Tony, whose only interest lay in how much vibranium Clow could provide. What? You want 50 kilograms of vibranium? Upon hearing Tony's demand, the muscles in Clow's face contorted in disbelief. What do you take me for? I cannot possibly procure that much vibranium, no matter the sum of money. Note, in reality, he possessed 250 kilograms of vibranium. 50 kilograms of vibranium, valued at $500 million. was a figure that could make even the most astute capitalist's hearts race. However, Clow understood that this transaction was not feasible. The issue of money was trivial. If he were to hand over 50 kilograms of vibranium, it would signal to the outside world that he possessed even more. In such a case, no matter how powerful his armed forces, his fate would ultimately lead to demise. Fully aware of this reality, Clow resolutely shook his head in refusal, disregarding even the ties with his old acquaintance's son. 50 kilograms of vibranium. Do you comprehend what that signifies for one's life? It is enough to forge an invincible armor. I simply do not have that much vibranium. Very well. Tony nodded, inquiring, how much do you have? With a glimmer of caution in his eyes, Clow replied, I currently possess less than 5 kilograms of it. I'll take it all, 60 million. If you agree, the fund will be transferred to your account immediately. Don't get your hopes up, Clow chuckled. Apart from me, you will hardly find anyone else willing to deal in vibranium. I cannot part with my entire stock. It is a precious commodity. What quantity do you desire? 1,000 grams for $15 million. Deal. The transaction was set at 1 kilogram for $15 million, significantly surpassing the customary price. However, for Tony, a mere sum of over 10 million held little significance. In contrast to monetary wealth, vibranium was his true treasure, for it was the key to advancing his armor development. Half a day later, with a kilogram of vibranium in hand, he returned to New York and plunged into his laboratory, JARVIS, analyzed the properties of this metal, and began simulating potential molecular reactions with other metals. Sir, I require at least 50 grams of the metal for accurate calculations. Tony paused, not immediately responding. Instead, he gestured in the air, conjuring a rough outline of a humanoid suit. If I were to cover this armor with a vibranium alloy, how much would I need? Based on surface area and metal properties, a minimum of 143 grams is required. 143 grams? Tony furrowed his brow. Include crucial connecting and load-bearing components, and recalculate. Calculation complete. At least 186 grams are needed. I prefer round numbers. Note it as 200 grams. Satisfied with the outcome, Tony swiftly commanded, use a water jet for cutting. I wish to avoid excess loss. Understood, Mr. Stark. The estimated time for the initial cut is 37 hours, 26 minutes, and 49 seconds. What a lengthy endeavor, Tony mused. Subsequently, he spread out a new mechanical design blueprint before him. Now, the pressing issue is to find a new energy source that complements the armor effectively. Sir, perhaps we could utilize chaotic energy as a power supply for the suit, JARVIS suggested. This was an excellent proposition, leveraging the dimensional demon, Thon. If this plan were to come to fruition, it would be tantamount to possessing limitless energy. Thon sought to establish as many energy connection channels on Earth as possible, enabling him to arrive at an opportune moment and seize control. The nature of those borrowing energy from him, whether they were his followers or not, was inconsequential to him. All that mattered was the establishment of those channels, for he needed merely the conduits. Thus, the suggestion put forth by Jarvis is entirely feasible. Should the operation proceed, Tony could indeed harness chaotic energy to forge a dimensional suit of armor for himself. However, considering the formidable destructive power and inherent instability of chaotic energy, Tony hesitated and opted against this approach. No, Jarvis. What I need to create is a prototype. Stability and reliability are paramount. After all, I am its operator. As he pondered, the design blueprint of the arc reactor currently employed by his company surfaced in his mind. Intricate electronic components and mechanical parts began to disassemble and reassemble in his thoughts, and the light in Tony's eyes grew ever brighter. Perhaps I can refine it. The arc reactor, brought into existence by Howard Stark and Antoine Van Gogh, stands as a remarkably perilous nuclear fusion reactor. This enormous first-generation reactor has quietly resided beneath Stark Industries, providing an incredibly stable energy source for the building. Yet now, Tony conceived a novel idea. He aimed to accomplish what his fellow genius inventor could not, to miniaturize this nuclear fusion reactor. He envisioned it small enough to carry, transforming it into an exceptionally stable energy supply. Even for Tony, this task would not be straightforward. He estimated it would take him a week or two to overcome this challenge. To put it into perspective, the time he had spent connecting chaotic dimensions to create energy weapons was just a little over a month. In a laboratory, having determined the direction of the energy source research, Tony snapped his fingers in delight, a hint of relaxation gracing his features, a promising start. Days later, on the streets of New York. Oh, can someone tell me what kind of world I have entered? Playboy Tony Stark? Is this not the very same individual who, without his iron suit, becomes a helpless mobile artillery platform? Why am I seeing news about this guy? At the street-side newsstand, a figure clad in red and black, bearing dual swords and donning a mask, was staring at the newspaper in astonishment. February's most notorious model. Is this arrogant fellow attempting to complete another stamp collection? Before he could finish, the newsstand owner, unable to bear it any longer, snatched the newspaper from Deadpool's hands and set it down. Hey buddy, if you want to read the paper, you better buy it. Buy it? Deadpool reached behind and rummaged, then waved a hand at the owner as if grasping at air. I have no money, but perhaps I could offer you a life. I think I found it. If you wish to save your life, you would do well to leave New York City and run far away. Perhaps Japan would be a fine choice. Before he could finish, Deadpool hastily shook his head. No, not Japan. A madman claiming to have eyes sharper than an eagle would go on a rampage there. I think staying in the country is a better option. Behold, I find myself unable to utter the name of this nation, a testament to its profound incongruity with this tumultuous world. Damn the 404. My apologies. Long live the 404? Am I mad? Observing Deadpool's erratic ramblings, the newsstand proprietor mused that he might have encountered a deranged individual with a penchant for cross-dressing. Exasperated, he extended a newspaper into Deadpool's hands and promptly ushered him away from the stand. Here, take the paper and go on your way. I'm a rational being. I have no need for your newspaper. Deadpool bellowed with a semblance of dignity, yet his hands betrayed him as he eagerly flipped through the pages, scanning them at a lightning pace before discarding them into the trash. Has sales declined? Or have those editors, who can do naught but entertain themselves, finally filled their heads to the brim, summoning me to Iron Man's set for a cameo? I never even received a fee for such an appearance. I did not consent to this. Grumbling under his breath, Deadpool smacked the activation button of his temporal belt. Click, clack, click, clack, despite pressing the button several times. There was no response. Deadpool concluded that he might, perhaps, be trapped in this world. After a moment's contemplation, he engaged his somewhat disheveled yet resourceful mind, arriving at a conclusion. Summers, you've provided me with subpar merchandise. Does the future also boast factories akin to Iwu? Filled with a desire to critique the unfolding narrative, Deadpool ultimately resigned himself to the current situation. He turned back, rummaging through the trash to retrieve the newspaper he had discarded just moments ago, now marred by unsightly stains. Eventually, a somewhat obscured image emerged on the paper. Iron Suit, I believe I am in need of your assistance. Given that I have bestowed upon you such a splendid moniker, I trust you shall lend me your aid. As a mutant endowed with immortality through a scheme, Deadpool has always adhered to the principle of empty words and absent calculations. Trash editors, since you have chosen to summon me for a cameo with Iron Man, do not hold me accountable. Just as Deadpool pondered how to persuade Tony to repair his temporal belt, a sudden rush of wind pierced his ears. Thanks to Ajax, whom he had dispatched to meet his maker, nay, to meet Satan, Deadpool now possessed not only formidable regenerative abilities, but also an overall enhancement of his physical prowess. His avocado-like head now sported keen ears and clear eyes as he gazed skyward, against the backdrop of a cerulean sky. A fully silver, humanoid battle armor flashed through the air, trailing a white cloud as it vanished into the distance. Observing the swiftly passing armor, Deadpool couldn't help but pause, lowering his gaze to the date printed on the cover. I recall that fellow was supposed to emerge from his cave after a decade to create that iron coffin. Yet it is only 2009 now. Those editors must be indulging in their literary liberties again. Well, this isn't their first misstep. Poor Obadiah is bound to encounter a Waterloo in his ascent, a title most fitting. However, this revelation elicited an odd grin beneath Deadpool's mask, only to be interrupted by the appearance of two police officers blocking his path. Disarm yourself, raise your hands above your head, and kneel on the ground immediately. With the officers' hands resting on their holstered weapons, Deadpool fell into a moment of silence. It seems I may have to postpone my rendezvous with that armored carrot. Meanwhile, soaring through the sky in his steel suit, Tony reveled in the unparalleled thrill of speed, watching the scenery rush past him. Human beings have never ceased their exploration of the skies, Thanks to the advent of airplanes, humanity was first able to ascend to great heights. However, the experience of flying in a plane is entirely distinct from that of donning battle armor and gliding through the air, akin to the difference between one's own 5 daughters and another's. A tremendous energy coursed through the suit's conduits, transforming into powerful thrust that propelled Tony aloft. Were it not for the steadfast line he maintained in his heart, he might have been tempted to remove his iron mask and feel the air currents up close. Just as he was savoring the joy of rapid flight in his armor, a voice unexpectedly broke through. "Can you believe someone actually created a flying suit? Impressive, Tony." His excitement nearly sent him spiraling out of control as he turned to see a figure emerge before him. Chapter 100. The Iron Man in Existential Doubt. Time rewinds. Several hours earlier, in a laboratory whose technological prowess surpassed the current era by at least a decade. As the final screw was tightened on the armor, a suit reflecting metallic brilliance appeared before Tony. With JARVISS assistance, the suit was manufactured in a remarkably shorter time than anticipated. He had successfully miniaturized the arc reactor, transforming it into a cold fusion reactor capable of generating vast amounts of energy from a single piece of palladium. Gazing at the chest of the armor, where a brilliant white light emanated from a glowing window, Tony approached without hesitation. JRVIS. "Help me put it on, Mr. Stark. The armor has yet to undergo calibration. I'm calibrating it right now." As Tony shed his outer coat to reveal the specially designed bodysuit beneath, he approached the equipment platform. "Once I don this, I shall calibrate it to perfection." "Sir, the safety of the armor has yet to be thoroughly validated," Jarvis interjected, unable to counter Stark's command. Thus, it simultaneously endeavored to dissuade him while meticulously assisting him in donning the intricate suit. "Do not fret," Stark replied, exuding an unwavering confidence born of never having faced failure. "This armor is of my own creation. Trust me, it poses no safety concerns whatsoever. Prepare the vibranium for me. I intend to complete the final procedure post-test flight." "Sir," Jarvis pressed, still seeking to dissuade him, but was abruptly interrupted by Tony. "Mark 1, initiate." With a beep, the reactor's power gate opened, allowing energy to surge through the conduits. In the next moment, brilliant white-hot plasma erupted from the propulsion outlets in his palms and soles, propelling Tony into the air with formidable force. Under Jarvis's intelligent guidance, Tony completed the calibration in mere minutes. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the runway leading outside. "Mr. Stark," came Jarvis's voice, but before it could finish, a sonic boom erupted as the armor accelerated, sending papers swirling throughout the lab. The silvery suit shot forth from the mansion like a meteor, soaring skyward with the grace of a mythical bird, unshackled from the constraints of gravity. The vast expanse of the sky became the stage for the armor's maneuvers, flitting about like a hummingbird. Tony reveled in boundless exhilaration, unable to contain his jubilant cheers. Yet, on another front, the tremendous commotion caused by the iron suit above New York City could not escape Levi's notice. Watching the armored figure soaring through the sky, trailing clouds in its wake, a rare expression of amazement flickered in Levi's eyes. Truly a super genius to conceive such outrageous technology. Indeed, a Newtonian in the making. With a click of his tongue in admiration, Levi set aside his gaming device, drained his soda can, and fixed his gaze on the armor, propelling himself forward. With a whoosh, he appeared beside Tony in an instant. "Hello there." Turning, Tony beheld Levi, who was matching him in flight with his human form. A slight tremor coursed through his body, and the iron suit executed a sudden spin in midair, resembling a dart as it twirled. The rapidly shifting golden hues dazzled his eyes, and bracing against the forces at play, Tony shouted, "Jarvis, activate smart management. Assist me in controlling the suit's trajectory." Clang! No sooner had he spoken than a resonant hum accompanied by a powerful thrust halted Tony's spinning form in the air. As his gaze shifted, Tony felt his heart race as he glanced sideways, where a firm hand gripped his shoulder. The seemingly casual hold left a distinct imprint on his armor. Forged from high-strength titanium alloy, instinctively, he increased the energy output, yet despite the tremendous force capable of propelling several tons, it did nothing to budge either of them. As if they were anchored midair, observing his battle suit, which had barely left the factory only to return. A slight twitch at the corner of Tony's mouth betrayed his discomfort. He then called for assistance. "Jarvis?" Currently cross-referencing database. Lee Wydale, abilities unknown, possesses extraordinary speed and strength. Suspected to be associated with the golden superhero of New York. Have you found any useful information? With his superhuman hearing, Lee easily caught the exchange between Tony and Jarvis. So this Jarvis is a remote operator or perhaps an artificial intelligence. It must be the latter. I recall you mentioning smart management. With your acceleration, it's not something an ordinary person could control. Impressive, indeed. The renowned super inventor has quietly solved problems that have eluded countless scientists. Artificial intelligence and armored suits, truly cutting-edge technology. Noticing no malice in Lee's tone, Tony felt a modicum of relief. It seems you know of me. Perhaps we could find a place to converse further? Lee glanced down, observing that the pedestrians below had evidently noticed the unusual occurrence and were even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Nodding in acknowledgement, he vanished with the armored suit in a blink, reappearing in his penthouse. Do you need assistance removing that iron shell? Casting a quick look at the imprint on his shoulder, Tony hastily shook his head. No, that's unnecessary. While the first-generation armor is complex to disassemble, removing the helmet is quite simple. With a click, the steel mask was lifted, revealing a slightly disheveled-haired Tony to Lee's gaze. Surveying the surroundings, Lee expressed surprise. This is your home? You live at the top? Not exactly, Lee replied, casually tossing an alien fruit towards Stark, a smile gracing his lips. I merely enjoy soaking up the sun here. This entire building belongs to me. It was a grand, multi-level mansion, though at times he found it too vast for his solitary enjoyment. As an unidentified object sped toward them, Tony hesitated to catch it, but under Jarvis's intelligent management, the armor deftly intercepted the fruit. With a thud, feeling the vibration in his hand, Tony momentarily mistook it for a billiard ball. Examining the smooth, billiard-like fruit in his hand, a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. What is this? Edible. Li Wei chuckled softly, extracting a fruit from the platter. He deftly stripped away its formidable shell, akin to iron, revealing the pristine white flesh that released a sweet aroma that wafted through the air. A local delicacy known as sugar ball. As Li Wei indulged in the fragrant morsel, Tony marveled at the thick, solid shell, pondering what creature possessed the tenacity to pry open such an impenetrable exterior for a mere bite of fruit. He mused that the energy expended in opening the fruit likely surpassed the caloric gain from its flesh, a notion that seemed utterly illogical. Despite his thoughts, curiosity overcame him, and he too peeled back the fruit, savoring the delectable interior. In that instant, a rich sweetness surged through his mouth, delightfully sweet yet not cloying, with a refreshing fragrance. The crisp texture glided over his tongue, leaving Tony with a singular thought, truly delightful. Very impressive. Discreetly pocketing the fruit capable of producing a metallic hum, Tony effortlessly settled aside, reaching for another sugar ball from the platter. Where did you procure such a thing? He inquired. From an alien planet. Li Wei replied with a slight smile. A world with gravity approximately 2 to 3 times that of Earth, where this fruit is abundant. Though not all varieties suit my palate. This sugar ball, however, is the finest. An alien planet? You've mastered interstellar travel? Tony's eyes widened momentarily in surprise. But recalling Li Wei's extraordinary abilities, he soon wore a knowing expression. I imagine interstellar travel must be quite an experience. Not particularly, Li Wei reflected on his travels, shaking his head gently. Perhaps you will experience it someday. But let us set aside this topic. I sought you out for another matter. What is it? Tony immediately sensed that Li Wei's visit was not without purpose, and his expression grew serious. I am intrigued by your artificial intelligence and the Iron Man suit. Could you assist me in creating one as well? I can provide the materials. Materials? Tony internally scoffed at Li Wei's assertion. As the chairman of the world's largest and most renowned arms company, he could confidently claim access to nearly all high-tech materials globally. However, he withheld his retort, stifling it within. With a gentle flick, Li Wei's fingers struck a square piece of metal, producing a melodious hum that reverberated across the rooftop. Tony's eyes twitched to the sound. Is that vibranium? Where did you acquire such a quantity of it? You recognize it? Li Wei beamed at encountering someone knowledgeable. I also obtained this from outer space, just over a ton, more than sufficient to craft a suit of armor. Help me forge a stylish suit from this vibranium and pair it with an artificial intelligence. In return, I shall provide you with an equivalent weight of vibranium for my suit. What do you say? Will you consider it? Faced with the conditions proposed by Li Wei, Tony fell into silence, inevitably recalling the times he had once wielded money as a weapon against others. In that moment, the roles had reversed. He was now the one on the receiving end of the financial barrage. Wealth was not a concern for him, yet what lay before him was a precious metal, vibranium, that could not be purchased with mere currency. For a single kilogram of vibranium, he and that Clow had even resorted to leveraging their familial connections. However now, with a meticulous approach to quality and a deeper understanding of craftsmanship, he could extract 100 pounds of reward from a single chunk of vibranium. Tony inhaled deeply, acknowledging that he was intrigued. Yet, this fascination stemmed from a scientist's drive for technological advancement and material innovation, not merely a capitulation to monetary allure. Despite his burgeoning inclination, he refrained from immediately acquiescing. What do you intend to do with artificial intelligence? Li Wei pondered for a moment before responding. To accompany me in gaming, manage lighting, or locate resources. Smart homes, to liberate our lives. How utterly absurd. To liberate our lives. He silently raged. Yet, observing Li Wei's nonchalant demeanor, Tony understood that he might genuinely believe such sentiments. Although his mind brimmed with retorts, he felt a subtle relief within. The creation of an artificial intelligence was hardly a challenge for him. Even Jarvis could accomplish it. Nevertheless, even a rudimentary AI would possess overwhelming capabilities in the current landscape of human network technology. He was reluctant to place such power in the hands of a villain or an ambitious individual. Given Li Wei's casual attitude and proposed applications for the AI, perhaps the situation could simplify itself. With this realization, Tony ceased his hesitation and decisively nodded. An artificial intelligence, an armored suit, and an equivalent weight in vibranium. This deal is struck. However, I do have one question for you. Li Wei reclined on the sofa and gestured lightly. Go ahead. You can already soar through the skies. Why do you still need the Iron Man suit? Don't you think it would make a splendid collectible? He replied. Imagine a collection of unremarkable vibranium pieces versus an exquisite vibranium suit crafted by the genius Tony Stark himself. The latter is undeniably more suited for display and showcase. Tony gasped sharply, suddenly feeling that his previous habit of collecting sports cars paled in comparison. Resolutely, he decided that he would not only create more marked suits for display, but, when necessary, he would even deploy them in a dazzling display of fireworks. Only in this manner could he embody the persona of a super genius, a flamboyant playboy, a billionaire, and a scientist. What is wrong? Do you need me to open a door for you? Without the gift of telepathy, Li Wei remained unaware of Tony's inner turmoil. Observing Tony's fixation on the vibranium, he assumed he was contemplating how to transport it, and with a flick of his hand, a golden flash erupted into a spatial portal that expanded to a height of 2 to 3 meters in the air. What lay beyond the door was precisely Tony's private laboratory, which he had fortified with enhanced security measures, convinced that it would not be easily breached. Gazing at the metallic and sci-fi themed sanctum, Tony felt that the words he had left unspoken in his lifetime had been exhausted within this brief span of half an hour. What was this? Merely magic. Levi waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. It was simply a spatial teleportation portal, a feat any mage could accomplish. Observing the portal shimmering with golden radiance, Tony silently clutched the hefty ton of vibranium as he returned to his private lab. Glancing back, the proximity felt like an abyss between two realms, evoking a flicker of surrealism within him. He sensed that he might need some time to reshape his perspectives on life, values, in the universe. For this world bore a minuscule yet significant divergence from all he had previously comprehended. Chapter 101. There are two ways to solve the problem. As Tony's figure vanished behind the closing portal, Levi reclined once more. Utilizing portal magic, he had exchanged a considerable quantity of resources from the Flower God Giant clan, including an abundance of exotic metals and delectable extraterrestrial flora. While Groot tended to the fruits, the peculiar metals had no immediate application. He was merely an unremarkable superhero. To merely forge these metals into cold weapons would be a dreadful waste. Now, with the advent of Tony, the illustrious inventor, he saw an opportunity to barter the vibranium and forge a connection with this renowned scientist. After all, science and technology are the primary productive forces. Abandoning the technological tree of the Flower God Giant clan, Levi found the prospect of cultivating a super scientist within human society to be rather intriguing. Would someone powerful enough to dominate a planet truly concern themselves with how much wealth, gold, or oil they could amass? By the way, it seemed he still owed the bank $3,000. Suddenly falling into silence, Levi pulled out his phone. I just remembered something. I believe I owe the bank $3,000. Is this the Bank of New York Mellon? Perhaps, he mused, struggling to recall the bank's name. Could you check for me and help me settle the debt? The voice on the other end paused momentarily before responding with a hint of incredulity. Sir, it may already be too late. What happened? Levi inquired, puzzled. Because your expected payment period has exceeded 3 months. The Bank of New York Mellon has initiated legal proceedings against you. Levi, is this a joke? All over $3,000? Is this bank truly so impoverished? The Bank of New York Mellon, under the auspices of the Mellon family, had assets surpassing $1 trillion and an annual revenue exceeding $10 billion. Upon hearing these words, Li Wei was rendered speechless. Despite generating billions annually, they could not even afford to wait a month for a mere $3,000 in debts. Surely, the wealth of these individuals was amassed in such a manner. Never mind, you should communicate with them regarding the repayment. Urge them to withdraw the lawsuit. I have no desire to step into that ridiculous court, lest I succumb to the temptation of dismantling it. Very well, Mr. Deller. The Mellon family has reached out. My father has called and wishes for us to withdraw the lawsuit. Thomas Mellon nodded lightly, his fingers tapping rhythmically before he spoke. Tell him I wish to meet with him, and then the bank will withdraw the lawsuit. Understood, Father. As a super consortium, the Mellon family possesses formidable resources and wealth, which in America equate to power and status. Their exalted position grants them insights into secrets unknown to the common man, including matters pertaining to Li Wei's past. With Li Wei's financial obligations in hand, Thomas felt he might seize the opportunity to establish a connection with Li Wei, who potentially wielded disruptive power. What? He wishes to meet me? Pausing his game, Li Wei furrowed his brow. Am I truly so idle in your eyes? I regret to inform you, Mr. Deller, that the only feedback from Mellon Bank is this. Should you refuse to meet with them, the likelihood of the lawsuit proceeding remains high. Are they threatening me? Li Wei pondered, stroking his chin. Perhaps not. Forget it. You need not concern yourself with the ensuing matters. Before the voice on the other end could finish, Li Wei abruptly terminated the call, effortlessly conjuring a portal in the air, gesturing to his doppelganger. Li Wei, time to get to work. Doppelganger. The Mellon family has sued me. I care not what methods you employ. Resolve this matter. Whether you choose to address the issue or the individual presenting, it is entirely up to you. I require only results. The doppelganger fell silent for a moment, and the next instant, his figure vanished before Li Wei. Within the mirrored space, the doppelganger's speed was unleashed to its fullest potential, swiftly identifying each member of the Mellon family through the peculiar reflective realm. With a resonant hum, strange vibrations rippled outward, akin to expanding ripples in water, with the doppelganger at the epicenter. The waves briefly bridged the realms of reality and illusion. And as the connections fractured once more, members of the Mellon family materialized within the mirrored space. What transpired? The scenery before them flickered rapidly, and the initial astonishment in the eyes of the Mellon family members soon transformed into sheer terror. Even for sorcerers, the mirrored space could become a prison. How much more so for these ordinary individuals? Being ensnared in the mirrored realm signified their inability to draw even the slightest sustenance from the material world. Even amidst the splendor surrounding them and the abundance of sustenance, they remain untouched, ensnared in a profound despair that penetrates the very depths of their souls. A mere doppelganger, after all, can only be conjured to transition from death to life. To expect it to possess unparalleled wisdom would be to overestimate its capabilities. In a simplistic linear thought process, he concluded that if the Mellon family were to vanish, the litigation against Levi would cease to exist. Thus, the most terrifying day in the history of the Mellon family dawned. An increasing number of family members disappeared before the eyes of the public, utterly powerless to resist. Even the most secure and meticulous defenses failing to safeguard their kin. They resembled mere images, ruthlessly torn from the canvas of the world and discarded without a second thought. As more and more calls flooded into the estate, the calm composure and strategic prowess that once adorned Thomas's countenance vanished completely. Anxiously, he retrieved his mobile phone, repeatedly dialing the number until it finally connected, at which point he erupted, "Withdraw the lawsuit." We will withdraw the lawsuit. Mr. Mellon, what do you mean? Thomas's chest heaved, yet he forced his tone to remain steady. I no longer wish to meet with Mr. Deller. Mellon Bank is willing to withdraw the lawsuit. Please ask him to cease his actions. I will convey your message. Is there anything else? No, nothing more. Please convey this promptly. Thank you. Sir, they have expressed a willingness to withdraw the lawsuit directly. Good heavens, a bunch of fools. Interrupted repeatedly by the incessant ringing, Levi's mood soured considerably. Ignore them. Let them perish. If words fail to suffice, then silence shall prevail. At the Mellon estate, the relentless ringing of the telephone continued. Leaning back in his chair, Thomas's eyes brimmed with fury and despair. Why? Why has this happened? Is he mad to dare such actions? No. I must make it clear to you that the Mellon family is not to be trifled with. A fierce glint crossed Thomas's face as he reached for the landline. But as an unusual ripple spread forth, his expression shifted dramatically. He gazed at the phone, repeatedly extending his hand, only to be thwarted by an unseen barrier. A surge of anger washed over him, and then, as if realizing something, he sank into his seat, his face ashen, the once soft touch of reality replaced by a harshness that elicited a self-deprecating smile. Ah, so this is where it has led. No wonder he harbors such contempt for my family. Ha ha ha. In the mirrored realm, the illustrious Mellon family might yet establish a new legacy, yet in the realm of reality. News of the Mellon family was enough to incite a tempest. Without delay, the American government mobilized all its resources to commence a search for the whereabouts of the Mellon family. In the current era, the world is intricately interconnected. The disappearance of the Mellon family involves not merely their surname, but also a multitude of others. The power of capital has been vividly displayed, as within mere minutes. Nearly all departments studying supernatural phenomena received relevant information, yet ultimately, they gleaned only fragments from Moda's lips. A mirror space, independent of reality. Are you jesting when you claim they are trapped within it? Certainly not. Modu's fleeting dissatisfaction was evident after over a month without obtaining the suspended ring. Yet he began to elucidate. The mirror space is an arcane magic beyond the grasp of most sorcerers. Is there means to break free? None. Modu shook his head. Magic merely opens a door between the mirror space and reality. Once the door is closed, those inside cannot escape unless another door is reopened. How might one achieve this? The teleportation spell, as I have long mentioned to you. If you have mastered this spell, it can undoubtedly be accomplished. Modu's demeanor was relaxed, for he knew that the moment he had awaited had finally arrived. In just a month, he held little faith that those of mediocre aptitude could master the teleportation spell, even though it is foundational magic. As anticipated, reality aligned with Modu's expectations. Except for Levi, the glaring anomaly, even the brilliant Dr. Strange spent a considerable time grappling with the spell, and that was under the most favorable circumstances. For the meticulously chosen loyal soldiers, whose abilities were woefully inadequate, a month passed without even breaching the threshold of comprehension. Modu's intent was to leverage the suspended ring to open a teleportation portal, potentially rescuing those trapped. Otherwise, they would remain in their own predicament. This maneuver positioned himself and the Mellon family upon a scale, weighing the significance of both. The supervisor of the research base immediately discerned the entirety of this scheme. However, he was powerless to intervene, as the decision to grant the suspended ring to Modu lay not with him, but with those above. Ultimately, the appeal to self-interest eclipsed the pursuit of truth, and Modu's stratagem fell flat. The corporations and government, having established the facts, ravenously seized the assets left by the Mellon family. Yet among them, Mellon Bank was forcibly taken by an organization known as the Continental Hotel, displaying an aggressive demeanor. They endeavored to employ the family's influence to demonstrate the folly of this audacious assassin group, but upon uncovering the circumstances surrounding the Mellon family's disappearance, they collectively fell silent, acquiescing to the unfolding events. An image of an unhinged madman took root in their minds. For the notion that a mere civil lawsuit could obliterate a superfamily was a concept so alien, yet possessed of formidable power, that they had no desire to provoke. Within the tumult of human society, the disturbances rapidly dissipated, yet the troublemaker returned. You ought not to behave in such a manner. The timing of this intrusion was impeccable, coinciding with Levi's leisurely sunbathing, a moment when his spirits were notably high. Why? The annihilation of a family comprising hundreds, if not thousands, would undoubtedly instigate widespread panic among humankind. Is of no consequence. Levi waved his hand dismissively. Should you find yourself troubled, I could offer you a suggestion. Have your president compose a tweet imbued with provocative statements, perhaps accompanied by a couple of congressmen for added effect. Subsequently, enlist several film studios to announce the production of sequels to beloved classics and secure a pair of musical celebrities to unveil new albums. Then, stir the pot with a sensational story about a redneck cop mistakenly killing a black lesbian civilian. Trust me, after such a series of events, the average person will swiftly forget about the Mellon family. Of course, if you deem these stories insufficiently grand, I might be able to procure a couple of extraterrestrial races for an invasion of Earth. That would surely capture attention. With this, Levi removed his sunglasses. Gazing calmly at Fury, what do you think of my last proposal? I believe it would serve as an excellent amnesia remedy. No need for that. Sensing the underlying implication in Levi's tone, Fury calmly declined his well-meaning suggestion. I merely hope that you might choose a more tempered approach in the future. You have misconstrued my intentions, Levi replied earnestly. I initially reached out to him, attempting to persuade him, yet he remained obstinate. What was I to do? When faced with an insurmountable problem, one must address the source of the issue. Isn't that the crux of the matter? In response to Levi's retort, Fury found himself overwhelmed with a torrent of thoughts, yet the temperament displayed by Levi rendered him speechless. Although he possessed the means to summon Captain Marvel, he pondered the outcome of such an action. Would it merely result in a confrontation between the two? Not to mention, Fury suspected that the very aftermath of such a battle could obliterate human civilization from his planet. The methods employed by agents to fulfill their missions are manifold. They can be direct or take a more circuitous route. As a level 10 agent, Fury believed that some matters warranted a degree of tolerance. Chapter 102. The Extraordinary Adventures of Deadpool. Fury departed, his heart heavy with frustration. Levi did not inflict any physical harm. Yet Fury felt as though his spirit was perpetually burdened. The rhetoric of S.H.I.E.L.D., dedicated to safeguarding the world, resonates with most individuals possessing a heroic heart, capable of sowing seeds of inspiration, even if immediate results are elusive. Whether it be the Captain America of decades past or the current Marvel champion safeguarding peace in the cosmos, such tactics were effective until they encountered Levi. Superheroes, defenders of humanity. It sounds quite appealing. Yet in reality, it is the limited power of humanity that meticulously crafts chains for those extraordinary beings endowed with superhuman abilities. To embrace the title of superhero is to shackle oneself with an invisible psychological restraint. Once one takes action, the potential for harsh scrutiny looms larger than before. Levi remains oblivious to the unfolding events within this Marvel universe. However, he vividly recalls the moment when a gun was pointed at Zhang Matzi, merely because he was perceived as a good person. Although it was merely a portrayal in film, Levi's past experiences, wherein he was vilified for merely doing good, have taught him that being virtuous is fraught with challenges, as some individuals fail to comprehend the essence of goodness. Hence, even if the aforementioned scenario were to repeat itself, Levi is determined to be the one wielding the gun, rather than the good soul being threatened. He embodies the sentiment, better to bear the world's disdain than to let the world bear mine. This is Levi's mindset. After all, this world is utterly disconnected from the earth he once inhabited. Thus, he undertakes these actions with a clear conscience. Levi's demeanor is unwavering, so much so that Fury feels utterly powerless. A simple meeting ends in discord, and as he departs the imposing villa, Fury begins to contemplate how he might confine Levi's formidable will. Levi, of course, remains unaware of Fury's contemplations, and even if he were to learn of them, he would remain indifferent, for he possesses ample strength to safeguard himself. At the New York Police Department, you claim your name is Wade Wilson? George, holding a dossier, casts a sidelong glance at the masked figure, now devoid of its covering, resembling a large avocado, Deadpool. However, the photograph of Wade Wilson bears little resemblance to your appearance. That's because I first endured inhumane experiments, followed by a horrifying explosion. The agony I experienced was even more excruciating than drilling a hole through one's posterior. Don't ask if it's truly that painful. I have endured it, and it indeed surpasses all comprehension. If given a chance, I would reclaim my handsome visage. You know, it was a face that could make Vanessa swoon. That damned Ajax ruined everything. But fortunately, I have sent him to perdition, so you need not overly sympathize with my tragic tale. If it were possible, I would gladly trade my life for my dashing looks, alas. I am not destined to die, and thus I shall never recover that visage. Oh, by the way, I just remembered. Your name is George Stacy, isn't it? Deadpool suddenly turns his gaze towards Chief George. You're quite the celebrity. The illustrious Spider-Man may very well become your son-in-law, or perhaps your daughter, provided that insufferable buzzcut kid doesn't show up. However, you might also lose your daughter, which would render your Spider-Man son-in-law a mere fantasy. The so-called good citizen of New York, known as Pajama Baby, and a dazzling little white spider. What a difficult choice that presents. However, if it were me, I would undoubtedly choose to eliminate that loquacious individual clad in a red bodysuit, for nothing is more enticing than a woman dressed in white spandex. Apologies, Vanessa. Believe me when I say that my affection for you remains unwavering. Nonetheless, I believe it is permissible to merely observe. At worst, I could return and allow you a moment of indulgence. Whether it is audacity or sheer confidence, or perhaps a blend of both. George had yet to pose further inquiries when the seemingly deranged Deadpool began to chatter incessantly, like beans spilling from a container. The overwhelming volume of information left George somewhat dazed. As Deadpool rambled on, George could no longer discern the veracity of his words. He gazed at the incessantly chattering Deadpool, took a brief moment of silence, then closed the file and turned to leave. Keep an eye on him. I will return to interrogate him again. Yes, sir. George retreated to his office, needing to verify certain information, leaving only Deadpool and the portly officer assigned to watch over him in the room. After rolling his eyes a couple of times, Deadpool suddenly snapped his fingers. The sharp sound echoed in the air, causing the watching officer to furrow his brow and glare at Deadpool. Listen here, kid, if you don't want me to jab this stun baton into you, it would be wise to settle down. Otherwise, I will ensure you experience the consequences. What did you say? Deadpool leaned forward, concealing his handcuffed palms in the shadows of his body, a mocking expression upon his face. Could you speak a little louder? Watch my lips, say it louder, fatty. The derogatory term fatty prompted an immediate change in the officer's demeanor. He rose and seized Deadpool by the collar, yanking him forward, causing him to crash heavily against the iron alloy bars of his confinement. The officer glared at Deadpool, fury igniting in his eyes. But before he could utter even a fragment of a threat, his body began to convulse violently. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air as Deadpool, having somehow freed his wrists from the constraining handcuffs, grasped the stun baton that should have been in the officer's possession and forcefully struck it against the officer's lower body. The officer's body trembled uncontrollably, his gaze towards Deadpool becoming increasingly vacant. As a mercenary, it's only natural to learn how to pick locks and slip through doors. Wouldn't you agree? Deadpool shrugged, casually retrieving the keys from the officer's belt before releasing his grip on the officer's arm. With a thud, a mass of over 100 pounds of carbohydrates collapsed at Deadpool's feet, causing him to pause momentarily. Apologies, I forgot you had already fainted. Perhaps I should have supported you, but the reality is I intend to kick you far away. Skillfully unlocking the cell door, Deadpool kicked the officer aside and executed a swift roll, reappearing at a desk in an instant. With 2 long swords, a handgun, and a magazine, he donned his beloved red hood. Just 2 seconds later, Deadpool rose again. Rejoice. Deadpool has returned. However, instead of cheers, he was met with the sound of a gunshot and a bright yellow bullet. With a swift whoosh, the bullet effortlessly pierced through the low-quality fabric of his uniform, embedding itself deep within his muscle. Quite an unfriendly gesture indeed. Masked as he was, no one could discern the expression on Deadpool's face. Yet from his fragmented utterances, it was evident that a mere bullet held no significance for him. Crouching once more behind a desk, he readied his weapon and began to mutter again. All right, though the situation has deviated slightly, I have infiltrated the New York Police Department. Let me ponder what to do next. He contemplated. First, I must locate that Iron Coffin Fellow's residence, and then I shall pay a visit to that adorable Pajama Baby. What a flamboyant moniker. The one who bestowed it must be a true admirer. Now, he needed to sneak into the NYPD's office. Peeking out, a bullet promptly forced him back into hiding. Excellent. Based on my meticulous observation, I can assert that there are definitely no more than 1,000 officers outside. Now, the stealth mode is activated. The mission objective, to retrieve the necessary documents without taking any lives, and then successfully retreat. Now let the game begin. With a graceful leap, Deadpool's figure darted between two desks, and at that very instant, two explosive gunshots reverberated throughout the building. The yellow bullets whirled at low altitude, swiftly piercing through several robust calves. "I've been hit." "No." A scream erupted, and Deadpool took a deep breath. Two birds with one stone, for down. "I must say, I prefer the 3-on-3 tactic." With that, he propelled himself forward, gliding across the smooth floor. Bang! Bang! Another two gunshots rang out, and 4 officers retreated, clutching their wounded legs. Fully aware that time was of the essence, Deadpool executed his mission with extraordinary efficiency, breaching the entire precinct in a mere minute. 3 minutes later, with the desired documents in hand, he contentedly exited through the back door, listening to the distant wail of sirens, his spirits lifted. Indeed, no matter the universe, Marvel's law enforcement has always been rather inept. With a single quip directed at 2 colossal figures, Deadpool ambled away from the scene, rummaging through his trousers to produce 2 crumpled pieces of paper. Observing the wrinkled text and images, he nonchalantly tapped the paper, relishing the crisp sound it made, and began to whistle cheerfully, a flawless infiltration, akin to Vanessa's hole-in-one. The news of a red-clad actor armed with a knife breaching the New York Police Department swiftly found its way to Director Fury's desk at S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, this was no mere act of violence. The individual involved evidently possessed either immortality or superhuman regenerative abilities. With his fingers interlaced atop the desk, Fury contemplated the meager file before him in silence for a considerable time before exclaiming, "Motherf!" Cole was out of the question. I had dispatched him to Stark's side. That left Agent Romanoff. The strikingly beautiful and ruthlessly efficient Natasha Romanoff soon stood before Fury. The Black Widow's figure, accentuated by her sleek black combat attire, failed to garner Fury's attention beyond the task at hand. He slid Deadpool's dossier across to her, stating, "This is your next target. Locate him and bring him back." As she perused the documents, Romanoff's gaze lifted slightly. "Alive?" "Indeed," Fury nodded. "You may request any necessary equipment from the armory, provided it does not include weapons of mass destruction." "I understand." Days later, in a filthy, damp alleyway of New York, where putrid liquids flowed, Deadpool leaned against a wall adorned with deep green moss, panting. "Where did this lunatic come from? She's even more capable than your Deadpool." As he spoke, he instinctively reached for his backside, inadvertently reopening a wound. Truly, one must learn to cherish these things. One cannot just poke around randomly. Meanwhile, 100 meters away in another alley, Black Widow leaned against a similarly cold and damp wall, her empty hands still grasping a spent tranquilizer dart. A hint of frustration etched across her face. "Director, mission failure. I require assistance. My location is..." Time rewound. Deadpool's thought process was as erratic as a lost jungler. After extracting the desired information from his escapade at the police station, he had no intention of seeking out the pajama baby or asking Stark to repair his possibly malfunctioning belt. Instead, he opted for a bar. Yes, the one known for its gambling. Unfortunately, this world lacked the wildness of his previous one. After all, there were no brain-scrutinizing perverts nor magnet enthusiasts. Peace had settled over the realm. Of course, the history of nuclear devastation remained unchanged across worlds, having failed to locate the bar where Vanessa resided. His subsequent endeavor was to search for any woman named Vanessa in New York City. He produced 2 pieces of paper. One bore scant details of 2 Shrimp's home addresses, while the other was filled entirely with references to Vanessa. Regrettably, he not only failed to find Vanessa, but also encountered a Natasha, whom he believed was attempting to con him. It was a sunlit afternoon when Deadpool casually strolled through the streets of New York, having just crossed off a goal. Akin to a jungler who, having finished clearing the monsters, had little desire to engage any foes. However, as he ventured into an unremarkable alleyway, he was confronted by Natasha, whose figure rivaled that of the alluring Vanessa. Upon recognizing Natasha's appearance, Deadpool let out an expletive, hastily shoving the rigid paper back into his trousers. Could they not produce a more appealing woman? Why is it that in every universe there exists this character known as Black Widow? Does the illustrious Deadpool truly pale in comparison to this individual, who, aside from her stunning looks and captivating physique, possesses naught but mediocrity? Chapter 103. Is someone missing me? Black Widow lacked the ability to shatter the fourth wall as Deadpool did, rendering his mention of ex-wife particularly offensive. Her demeanor shifted abruptly, her fingers twitching like springs as she continuously pulled the trigger. With a series of whistling sounds, red-marked tranquilizer darts zipped through the air, their glinting tips evoking a chilling reminder of past encounters. Such wildness. You still have an affinity for needles. If you were to don a nurse's outfit, perhaps I would willingly present my posterior to you. What do you say? Even as the darts glimmered ominously before him, Deadpool showed not a flicker of fear. With a flourish of his twin blades, he conjured a barrier of shimmering light, reminiscent of a full moon, deftly deflecting or slicing through the incoming tranquilizer darts. Once a legendary mercenary capable of withstanding a hail of gunfire, he found no challenge in evading the relatively slower darts. Despite the passage of time having dulled his skills somewhat, amidst the clanging sounds of metal, Deadpool's audacity surged. I suggest you use your hands. Otherwise, such feeble attempts will hardly bring me to the brink of ecstasy. Of course, if you choose to turn around and bend over, I would mind putting in a bit of effort. After all, isn't there a saying about the bonds of marriage? Deadpool's vulgarity could easily alter the mindset of most. Yet as a product of the Red Room's rigorous training, Black Widow was no stranger to such tactics. With the tranquilizers proving ineffective, she harbored no negative emotions. Instead, she propelled herself forward like a shadow, charging directly at Deadpool. In the days prior, they had attempted various strategies, but through either sheer coincidence or other factors, Deadpool had managed to evade each one. Members of S, H, I, E, L, D expressed skepticism regarding this phenomenon, yet considering Deadpool's abilities, the likelihood of coincidence seemed increasingly improbable. Ultimately, after exhausting all other options, S, H, I, E, L, D was left with no choice but to have Black Widow personally confront and resolve this predicament. The muffled sound of fists and feet colliding reverberated through the narrow alleyway, where one was an enhanced mutant and the other a genetically augmented warrior. The clash of two superhuman forces unfolded in the cramped, damp corridor, casting eerie afterimages in the shadows. Another impact echoed, as Black Widow seized on a momentary lapse in Deadpool's defense while he swung his blade. She deftly reached in, locking his wrist with an electric grip, then twisted her hand sharply. A crisp sound of dislocation rang out as the carbon steel sword clattered to the ground, its metallic resonance filling the air. Yet, just as Black Widow aimed to twist Deadpool's wrist behind his back, his remarkably resilient physique, akin to that of a cockroach, came into play. His hand, which had temporarily hung limp due to the dislocation, suddenly sprang back to life with an explosive vigor. A series of sharp, crackling sounds erupted as Deadpool's entire arm bent unnaturally backward, like a whip, allowing his fingers to lash out. With a resounding clap, his gloved hand latched onto Black Widow's wrist. "Cute little spider, I've caught you too," Deadpool chuckled with a mischievous grin, exuding an air of lewdness. He then harnessed his core strength, transmitting power through his body, his arm acting like a whip, culminating in a release from his palm. The same dislocation sound echoed once more. Even a professionally trained agent would struggle to execute such maneuvers while enduring the agony of a dislocated wrist. Faced with an unforeseen tactic, Black Widow found herself unable to adapt quickly enough, feeling a sharp pain rapidly spreading through her wrist. After all, she was merely human, her tolerance for pain far inferior to that of Deadpool, who could endure far worse. As her grip weakened, Deadpool's arm, now as pliable as a noodle, slipped free from her control, and her momentary halt, due to the pain, left her vulnerable. With a sudden thud, he struck her abdomen, sending her staggering several meters back. Subsequently, he rolled and sprang to his feet on the other side. He casually twisted his arm a few times, accompanied by the sound of bones resetting, and then began to perform a dazzling display of hand tricks before Black Widow. As agile as ever. "I was a bit worried about my future romantic endeavors," he quipped. "Oh, my apologies, I forgot your wrist is still dislocated. But can you perform tricks like me? Look how nimble I am. If you were to submit to me right now, perhaps I could show you just how flexible one can be." Even though he had realized he was no match for Black Widow in close combat, Deadpool's incessant banter remained unabated. Set aside the matters of life and death for the moment. As long as his mouth can still move, not a single moment of silence shall be granted. A surge of fury welled up within her for this incessant chatterbox, as she skillfully repositioned her joints. With a swift movement, She propelled herself towards Deadpool once more, her hand deftly reaching for her waist, unleashing a streak of black shadow that hurtled towards him with astonishing speed. With a crack, the black belt, akin to a chain, ensnared Deadpool's wrist, followed by a fierce tug. "If you could find a different use for this whip, perhaps you might find it easier to win me over," she taunted. Despite his incessant prattling, Deadpool found it difficult to resist the allure of Black Widow. He sprang forward, propelled by an uncontainable impulse, only to be met by a knee strike that slammed into his abdomen, bending him like a shrimp in an instant. In a flash, she landed on his knee, and with precision, Black Widow wrapped the belt around him, binding his hands and neck together. Pressing a button on the belt, a jolt of electricity surged through Deadpool's body, causing him to convulse like a sieve. With a thud, he collapsed as if rendered unconscious, sprawled on the ground. One hand pressed against the back of his head and the other on his stomach, if not for his face being down. One might assume he was simply enjoying a leisurely nap on the floor. At last, tranquility reigned. Observing the now subdued Deadpool, Black Widow exhaled in relief, pressing her knee into his back while retrieving a syringe from her attire to plunge into his rear with determined force. Ow! Following the sudden intrusion, Deadpool, who had just concealed another syringe, felt a sharp sting in his rear. With a yelp, he flipped over, the needle protruding from his backside, glaring furiously at Black Widow. "I misjudged you. How could you do this to my backside?" Believing her strength to be sufficient, Black Widow had underestimated the power a man could muster when provoked in such a manner, and was sent flying. With a long groan, he yanked the syringe from his behind, tossing it to the ground in indignation. "I thought you desire my rear, only to resort to this. Because of your intrusion, I've lost the chance to possess Captain America's glorious posterior. You shall bear full responsibility for this." Deadpool, having pondered for years, may not have been the terrifying embodiment of Darwin's survival of the fittest, yet he had cultivated a degree of resilience. The dosage sufficient to incapacitate a wild boar had done nothing to him. Frustrated by her repeated failures, Black Widow glared at Deadpool with fierce determination. "Once I catch you, I shall ensure your mouth is silenced." "Is that so?" Deadpool's eyes suddenly sparkled with curiosity. "I am quite intrigued by what you intend to seal me with. If it involves lips or perhaps a bosom, I might consider surrendering. Although a good horse does not turn back, I would gladly play the villain once more. Especially since the fool who starred in Green Lantern is certainly not me. Indeed, he is absolutely not me. Damn it. I should have intervened to prevent this guy from taking the Green Lantern script. I cannot indulge in flirtation here. Vanessa would be furious if she found out." Muttering to himself like a child with autism, Deadpool swiftly sheathed the carbon steel blade he had grabbed while tumbling and turned to exit. What on earth is this fool up to? As Deadpool abruptly pivoted towards the alleyway, Black Widow's emotions became a tumult of confusion. Without a moment's hesitation, she propelled herself off the wall and debris, deftly catching up to the sprinting Deadpool, reaching out for his neck. She was confident that if she could just touch his throat, she could silence the incessant chatter of that suited clown. However, unbeknownst to her, Deadpool's eyes, concealed beneath the mask, rolled around before he discreetly produced a syringe from the junction of his trousers and top. As an undead master of deception, Deadpool's incessant banter might seem suicidal, yet could also serve as a tool to aid her in achieving her goal. It is well known that a person possesses two hands. For Deadpool, one could be employed for certain pleasurable activities when Vanessa was absent, while the other could grasp the syringe. With keen auditory senses analyzing Black Widow's position, Deadpool smirked, his previously brisk pace suddenly twisting as he lunged towards her like a lover. A dull thud resonated as he collided with Black Widow, and his eyes gleamed once more, while his mouth expressed astonishment. His hands moved with unrelenting speed. Lowering his arm slightly, the sharp needle plunged deeply into Black Widow's rear, and under high pressure, a substantial amount of liquid was instantly injected into her body. A sharp pain shot through her backside, followed rapidly by a peculiar numbness that transformed her expression. She struggled fiercely to break free, but against Deadpool's octopus-like grip, her attempts felt futile. Realizing her escape was unlikely, Black Widow gritted her teeth and, with a swift motion, pulled him down to the ground, her free hand reaching for the scattered syringes. With a soft thud, the two superhumans rolled on the ground in a mutual act of retribution, mercilessly jabbing the syringes filled with anesthetic into one another's bodies. Yet, as time progressed, Black Widow's genetically enhanced physique ultimately succumbed to the superior genes crafted by the divine. With a powerless release, Black Widow watched as Deadpool, dragging his battered body, exited the alley. In a final act of desperation, she raised a communicator, only to succumb to a haze of unconsciousness. Relying on his formidable physical prowess and a fight-or-flight instinct, Deadpool successfully extricated himself from Black Widow's incessant clutches, liberating himself from the intoxicating friction of their encounter. Drops of excess anesthetic oozed from the puncture on his rear, leaving a dubious stain on his trousers. However, Deadpool remained indifferent. He now stood at the entrance of Stark Tower, clad in his peculiar attire. His bizarre getup evidently drew the attention of Stark's security team. Before he could steady himself, two guards approached, their expressions wary. "Sir, do you require assistance?" "No, certainly not," Deadpool replied, shaking his head like a rattle. He gazed up at the ostentatious protrusion of Stark Tower, then surveyed the surrounding skyline, which sparked a new idea. Perhaps I could procure a parachute and play the role of a gentleman thief. That might capture the attention of many young ladies. I do adore women, particularly their curvaceous forms. White is a fine color, but if I were to crash and become a mere pulp, that would be rather unsightly. Therefore, red it shall be. Let me ponder. I ought to prepare an invitation for myself on this splendidly sunny afternoon. The esteemed Deadpool will audaciously invade Stark Tower, snatching away the brightest gem of Stark Industries like a thief, and penning an invitation devoid of eloquence or metaphor. Suddenly, he faltered. "What day is it today?" "Ah, the 16th. Perfect. Mission accomplished." Gazing at the makeshift invitation crafted from newspaper, the ink smudges resembling Morse code, Deadpool appeared quite satisfied. After meticulously tossing the invitation into a trash bin, he clapped his hands in relief. The invitation has been dispatched. Now, he must seek out an oversized red kite and locate a building that might be associated with a lunatic in a tight red suit contemplating a leap from its heights. As he scanned the buildings, his gaze finally settled on an opulent, three-dimensional villa that seemed out of place among the surrounding structures. "You shall be the one," he declared. Decadent capitalist, prepared to feel the might of the impoverished worker. "Wait, am I not a worker? Never mind, it is decided." A sudden sneeze interrupted Levi, lounging under the sun on the rooftop, leaving him puzzled. Could someone be thinking of me? Chapter 104. The world of mutants. Levi believed that no fool in New York would dare intrude upon his villa, and as a superhuman, he had no need for feeble guards. Thus, Deadpool brazenly brandished two long blades and, with a resounding crash, shattered the reinforced glass, storming into his villa. As Deadpool gazed upon the opulent decorations within the villa, which he had never before encountered, he was so taken aback that he instinctively covered his posterior. "This is utterly outrageous. How can such extravagant wealth exist in this world? And even more absurdly, without my presence?" Muttering to himself, he nonchalantly donned his parachute backpack and, seemingly unfazed, entered the elevator, pressing the button for the top floor. The sound of shattering glass reached Levi's ears, causing his brow to furrow. Someone has entered? Quite audacious. A brief glance revealed, through the thick concrete and the swiftly ascending steel cabin, a figure clad in a tattered uniform, with a parachute bag resting at their feet. Noticing the brightly lit elevator button, Levi pondered for a moment before reclining once more. After all, the individual would soon appear before him, and should the elevator malfunction, aesthetics alone would present a dilemma. Ding! The elevator arrived at the rooftop, and as the hefty silver doors swung open, Levi, reclining in a chair, basking in the sun, came into view of Deadpool. "Oh, I didn't expect anyone to actually be here. I apologize for borrowing your elevator and entrance, but I fear we shall have to discuss this matter further once I have finished utilizing your rooftop. I trust you will acquiesce." "I certainly do not agree," Levi replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance at Deadpool before extending his hand. In an instant, a portal, 2 meters in diameter, expanded beneath Deadpool's feet. Peering down at the emptiness below, Deadpool cursed under his breath, then began to plummet rapidly, succumbing to an inescapable state of weightlessness. With one portal beneath and another in midair, the two interconnected, causing Deadpool to fall endlessly, his anguished cries reverberating throughout. "I suggest you remain in the central region of the portal. You would not wish to know what occurs when one's body meets the boundary of the portal." Smack! Before Levi could finish his sentence, Deadpool burst out like a catfish. His fragile form collided with the radiant boundary of the portal. a charred scent wafting through the air as his body was severed as though by a 1,000-degree blade. The intense heat carbonized exposed cells, conveniently performing a form of wound care and sterilization. With his lower half continuously falling within the portal, Deadpool braced himself on the ground, raising his arms in triumph. I did it. I succeeded. Whoosh. Levi merely raised his hand, and another portal materialized, causing Deadpool's movements to freeze momentarily before he fell again. His curses turning into disjointed sounds amidst the rapid descent. The advantage of heightened senses allowed Levi to perceive what most could not. While even S.H.I.E.L.D. agents regarded Deadpool merely as a being of remarkable vitality, Levi discerned the true nature of his immortality. In contrast to those immortal creatures that rely on chaotic energy, Deadpool's immortality possesses a unique essence, albeit not drastically different. Levi found himself intrigued by how this peculiar individual had acquired such a strange form of immortality. Yet before delving into that curiosity, he was more than willing to engage in some playful antics with him. With his lower half severed, Deadpool began to flail his arms, utilizing the airflow to propel himself from the portal, only to have his arms severed as well. Left with nothing but a round head, he wildly tossed it about, attempting to launch himself once more, resulting in his head floating freely in the air. Remnants of various sizes lay scattered across the rooftop, twitching like the legs of a frog that had yet to succumb to death. Were it not for the absence of blood and the sight of a rather comical head chattering incessantly nearby, it would resemble a gruesome murder scene, albeit the current situation was not far removed from that image. At S.H.I.E.L.D., the computer screen in the director's office displayed live footage of Levi toying with Deadpool. Thanks to military satellites with exceptional resolution, Fury was able to monitor Levi's movements with clarity. In the past, the scenes he observed were monotonous, consisting solely of sunbathing and gaming, but today brought a refreshing change, though these alterations hinted at less favorable circumstances. Director? Fury hesitated briefly before placing the file marked with Deadpool's name at the bottom of a pile of adversaries. Turning his gaze to Black Widow. Your mission has been revised. He retrieved another folder from the right side and placed it on the table. This is your new assignment. Black Widow stepped forward to examine the document, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. To apply as a personal assistant? Indeed, Fury affirmed with a nod. This time, you will face no competitors for the position, so I expect your success. Understood. On the rooftop, the endless descent continued. Yet the sound of Deadpool's profanities was rendered mute by a magical barrier, failing to disrupt Levi's enjoyment of the sunshine. Deadpool's rotund head rolled through the air when suddenly, the phone on the adjacent table rang. Sir, we have found your personal assistant. Found her? Then let her come over. I need to see what she looks like. Certainly. Sir. After hanging up, mere minutes later, Black Widow, clad in professional attire, appeared before Levi. Good day, Mr. Deller. I am your personal assistant. Here is my profile. I have no need for that. Without even glancing at the document, he tossed it into the trash. He flicked a credit card into her hand and inquired, Do you understand what you are to do? Prepare a reasonable life plan for you and manage external affairs. Wrong, Levi interjected, shaking his head slightly as he regarded Black Widow. Firstly, you have no authority to dictate my life. Secondly, I do not require assistance with external matters. Your sole task here is one, holding that bank card. Whenever I require something, no matter how intricate the process may be, I shall present it before me. Do you comprehend? Understood. Although the objective was not immediately attained, the Black Widow remained undeterred, her face still adorned with that formulaic smile. Mr. Deller, is there anything you need me to do at this moment? Indeed, replied Li Wei, nodding as he tossed a lengthy list before her. Procure all the items listed here. Reappear before me once you have acquired everything. By the way, the top floor of this building is my territory. You are not permitted to ascend here at any time without permission. As for your residence, you may choose any floor from 1 to 10. If you manage to procure the items, place them above the 10th floor. Do you understand? Understood. If you have no further inquiries, you should take your leave now. There are plenty of fools in this world, far too many for the deceivers to manage, but Li Wei is evidently not among them. He may not have discovered any flaws in her resume, yet the powerful muscular lines of the Black Widow were undeniably captivating. To speak frankly, The strength exhibited by her muscles likely surpassed that of the previous individual who had held such a position. Thus, after contemplating the matter 1,000 times, even the most foolish can achieve some insight. He deduced the origins of this woman named Natasha Romanoff, S-H-I-L-D, an agent of S-H-I-E-L-D. Coming to serve as his assistant was far too mundane if he merely dismissed her. The most engaging approach would be to employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut, dragging such an exceptional operative into the drudgery of everyday life. In the mirror space, Deadpool plummeted rapidly while observing the Black Widow transform into an assistant at Li Wei's beck and call, prompting him to whistle in admiration. Well done. If you manage to seduce her into your bed, I shall hold you in even higher regard, for not every seasoned driver can handle an even more experienced one. Of course, I had once succeeded, albeit in a different realm. Another realm? Li Wei extended his hand, liberating Deadpool's head from the endless cycle of descent. I wish to know what you mean by another realm. Have you not studied quantum mechanics? Are you unfamiliar with the concept of the multiverse? Oh, what a pitiable child. I find it hard to believe that a being reduced to merely a head and a mouth is in any position to deem me pitiable. And should you refuse to cooperate, I may be forced to employ methods I would rather avoid. I would not mind attempting that, Deadpool replied, unafraid. I intend to drown you in a cesspit. Perhaps we could discuss this further. There must be alternative solutions. For instance, I could enlighten you regarding the multiverse. And you could relinquish that notion of yours which sounds utterly unappetizing. No problem. But before that, I wish to ask you a few questions. What is your purpose in bringing that parachute to me? Are you delivering a head along with some equipment? This is a long story, but to make it brief, about a month ago, I set out for Star Tower to seek the assistance of that philanthropic inventor who concocted the iron coffin. Why, you ask? Well, sometimes one encounters certain peculiarities in life. A warning of absurdity. I needed his help to repair my belt, the very one around my waist, which, astonishingly, had survived the destruction wrought by your portal. Levi turned his head, and indeed, on one side of his disfigured body, there appeared a belt that seemed steeped in science fiction allure. In the film, it was a wristwatch. He reached for the belt, inspecting it thoroughly before directing his gaze back at Deadpool. Are you certain this item is broken and not simply devoid of energy? Upon hearing Levi's suggestion, Deadpool fell into silence, evidently a possibility he had never entertained. While Deadpool remained quiet, Levi, intrigued, began to channel the energy within him, infusing it into the intricate patterns that resembled energy conduits. With a hum of activation, the reawakened wristband plunged Deadpool into a chasm of self-doubt. But before he could spiral into despair, a unique temporal fluctuation altered his expression. No. Stop. What? A blinding flash of light flickered, and in the next moment, Levi and Deadpool's head vanished in an instant. Since the inception of the Marvel Universe, tranquility has never lingered for long, and in this realm inhabited by mutants, struggle and oppression have remained the eternal themes. On a golden sandy beach, time and space collapsed and expanded, subsequently ejecting a figure as though it were refused from a dumping ground. Completely attuned to the external sensations within mere seconds, Levi was inundated with an overwhelming influx of information. He first glanced at the wristband, then at the head in his hand. I bear news that is not entirely pleasant. You need not say more. Am already aware we have traversed time and space. What I am eager to ascertain is, to which timeline have you brought me? I'm not quite sure. Levi looked up at the sun. However, there is one piece of good news. The sun in this world remains just the same, warm and comforting. Indeed, but I suspect this may be the sole piece of good news. Let me ponder. Perhaps I could christen our adventure The Interdimensional Chronicles of Levi and His Deadpool Head. What do you think of this title? To be honest, it is rather lengthy and lacks both elegance and significance. Undeterred, Levi, still drawing power from the dimensions, remained unfazed. Frankly, if you persist in your loquaciousness, I fear you might soon become a football for a group of children. Children? I adore children. Deadpool's eyes sparkled. If you are willing to attach that belt to my head, I wouldn't mind becoming a football. Dream on. That is impossible. I still need this belt to return. Me too. Boom. As two individuals engaged in casual conversation, a dazzling fireball suddenly ascended on the distant horizon of the sea, followed by a terrifying shockwave that howled towards them. The ferocious winds roared relentlessly, bending the surrounding trees at precarious angles. Yet Li Wei and his companion remained firmly rooted in place, motionless. Standing quietly, they witnessed the entire formation of a mushroom cloud in its entirety. After a brief moment of silence, Li Wei spoke, setting aside the question of which world we have entered. I believe I have an inkling of the era we currently inhabit. Deadpool, too, fell into contemplation before responding. I share the same sentiment. It was August 6th, 1945, when the United States dropped atomic bombs on the islands of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, marking humanity's first and only use of nuclear weapons in actual warfare. The world was at peace. The islands lay in ruins. Casting a sidelong glance at Li Wei, Deadpool suddenly remarked, "If I were you, I would first seek out a well." "For what purpose?" Li Wei inquired. "You might just discover a forlorn wolf within." Chapter 105. Introducing the wolf into the henhouse. A forlorn wolf? Were it not for the knowledge that they were no longer in the Warring States period, Li Wei might have assumed Deadpool referred to a wolf missing a limb, but now it was clear he spoke of another creature entirely. "Do you know which direction to head?" Deadpool pondered briefly before responding. "Based on the intelligence I've gleaned from films, I know he is located at a coastal military base. It seems you may need to search for a while. I have a simpler method." Li Wei suddenly recalled something. "Tell me the name of the wolf you mentioned." "You wish to know?" "Certainly." Deadpool whistled and then proclaimed, "The immortal Wolverine." "Oops, my mistake. It should be Logan Howlett." Li Wei was indifferent to the Western naming conventions. Aside from the latter part, that sounded akin to a porcupine, Logan was indeed an admirable name. Deadpool then quipped, "Porcupines are not nearly as irascible as that fellow. At least their claws are not as formidable." "Is this Wolverine's claws made of iron?" Li Wei mused. "Not at this time. Perhaps it will take a few more years. Who knows? I might even encounter that damned mute fellow myself." He insulted Deadpool's title. Suddenly, a crackling explosion echoed in the air as the culprit responsible for leaving Deadpool with merely a head re-emerged. Behind the door, a rather disheveled, naked man was pressed against a thick iron plate, beneath which lay a Japanese officer who, for reasons unknown, had miraculously survived the intense heat. "Damn it. What rotten luck to encounter a living enemy. But your life must be quite resilient to endure a nuclear blast." Though the connection between this Wolverine and the Japanese officer remained a mystery, it was evident that Li Wei would not spare a living war criminal. As one reaches out, the space shatters like a mirror, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds reminiscent of unspeakable horrors, instantly engulfing Yashida into the mirrored realm. Where is this? What has transpired? As the pull from behind dissipates, Yashida, having narrowly escaped a nuclear explosion, is filled with terror upon witnessing the surreal scene before him. He frantically batters against the invisible dimensional barrier, shouting incessantly. He exerts every ounce of strength to grasp the figures in the realm of reality, yet the ground suddenly trembles, followed by a deafening roar. Turning in trepidation, the heavy earth folds before him like a sheet of paper, descending upon him with overwhelming force. The immense pressure strikes at his very soul, and as the world tilts, his pupils dilate in horror. No. Boom! Two massive landmasses collide with the force of giant hands, and the minuscule Yashida vanishes in an instant. When everything returns to its original state, the world falls silent. The manipulation of reality has completely buried Yashida within the mirrored space. Levi then turns to Logan, who is smeared with blood and dirt, yet bears no visible wounds. "You are Wolverine? Do you know me?" Logan furrows his brow. "And where have you taken that fellow?" "What? Are you planning to protect him? I recall these bastards have killed numerous Americans, haven't they? I believe I need to correct you." Suddenly, Deadpool interjects. Though it may not be apparent, he is actually Canadian, and his animosity towards the island nation isn't as profound as you might think. Before the stage could even be set, Deadpool dismantles it, prompting Levi to give him a wry smile, his eyes revealing an unmistakable warning. Meanwhile, Logan is taken aback that the severed head Levi holds can still speak. "What is this thing? It's still alive?" Before Levi can respond, Deadpool exclaims, "Oh, how it saddens me, Logan. I once served you to get a movie made, and you've completely forgotten me." Vanessa would certainly be disappointed in my choice of acquaintances. Logan, perplexed by Deadpool's erratic ramblings, retorts, "I have never seen you before, and I do not have a penchant for men, especially ones reduced to just a head. Now, you all ought to explain who you truly are." With sharp words, Logan clenches his fists. The sound of muscles tearing fills the air as several yellowed claws extend from between his fingers. "Is this what you call Wolverine?" Levi observes Logan's less than appealing claws and hoists Deadpool again. This seems entirely unrelated to Wolverine. This is not my concern. Deadpool counters vehemently. It's not a nickname I bestowed upon him. You should inquire of those who did. He is considerably weaker than what I am aware of. Yet ultimately, he is still far superior to that tragic wolf who perished in a foreign land. I am inquiring of you. What is the essence of this situation? Observing that Levi and Deadpool were entirely engrossed in their idle chatter, Logan, seasoned by countless battles and emotionally unsettled, erupted in fury, demanding, "Answer me." After a brief moment of contemplation, Levi lifted Deadpool's head, stating, "You are known for your loquacity. Perhaps you should elucidate this matter." Deadpool responded with confusion, expressing his discontent with the task at hand, yet considering his current state, caught between a cesspool and a semblance of cleanliness, he resolved to accept it. Minutes later, after enduring a barrage of Deadpool's narrative interspersed with his characteristic banter, Wolverine fell into a contemplative silence. "So, you are mutants from alternate timelines, and I am destined to perish in the future? This cannot be. I have experienced death numerous times. I refuse to accept it." Deadpool, now agitated, countered, "In fact, if all goes according to plan, I should have already acquired the resurrection serum by this point. A mere flick, and everything could revert to normal." At this juncture, Deadpool's words abruptly ceased, followed by a hint of resignation. "Someone warned me not to divulge too many spoilers." Levi recognized that mutants often possess peculiar abilities. For instance, Wolverine before him boasted superhuman healing and bone claws, while Deadpool's powers were even more intriguing. He yearned for further revelations. It was evidently not the moment for such indulgence. After all, he was unaware of the potential consequences should Deadpool continue to reveal spoilers. Having finally arrived in a new world, Levi hoped for a prolonged experience within it. The preceding modern world had presented little of interest beyond Iron Man and a rather inconspicuous dimension traveler. In contrast, this realm, inhabited by mutants, promised far greater intrigue. A single race, yet divided into two factions, heralded the impending spectacle of a human civil war. However, one crucial detail loomed. The island nation had been nuclear obliterated, suggesting that World War II would conclude within a month. Levi had no desire to instigate a global conflict, yet he understood that once the war ended, humanity would likely remain embroiled in strife for some time. Thus, the paths before him were limited. He could either wait in this world for a while, traverse time once more, or more simply, stir the waters of this realm himself. He needed time to ponder his decision, and during this period, he felt compelled to gain a deeper understanding of this world. With this in mind, Levi turned slightly to Logan, asking, with the nuclear fallout concluded, "The war will soon come to an end. What are your plans moving forward?" Upon hearing this, Logan fell into a contemplative silence. Since 1861, Logan and his brother Sabretooth have roamed various battlefields, and upon receiving the sudden news that there may be no more fights ahead, he found himself momentarily perplexed. Considering that this fellow was particularly resilient, Levi proposed, "I require a guide. Why not accompany us?" After contemplating Levi's suggestion for a moment, Logan nodded in agreement. Naturally, they all forgot about Yazida, who had already perished in the Mirror Realm. Levi and Deadpool had no intention of mentioning this inconsequential figure, and Wolverine clearly had no desire to engage in conflict with the interdimensional visitor over him. Thus, with a portal opening and then closing, the three vanished from sight. In the Hellfire Club of Europe, Sebastian Shaw, the ambitious mastermind, sat beside Zhu Weishan, surveying the mutants he had painstakingly gathered over the years. "We must seek out more capable allies to join our ranks. Only then can we expand our influence and ultimately achieve our objectives." As you can see, humanity is perpetually dedicated to devising more advanced weaponry to annihilate their own kind. When their wars conclude, a new conflict will inevitably arise to vent their internal strife. It is foreseeable that we, endowed with formidable powers, will become the new targets of humanity. I once heard a tale of a fisherman who caught a basket of crabs but left it uncovered, allowing them a chance to escape. Yet, none succeeded. Whenever one crab attempted to flee, the others would pull it back down, refusing to permit any of their kin to achieve what they could not. They failed to see the potential for mutual benefit, choosing instead to act out of selfishness. Crabs are no different from humans in this regard. They will undoubtedly fear us for our strength, and they may even coin a new term to distinguish us from themselves, subsequently using various pretexts to suppress us. Throughout the years, witches, warlocks, and demons have cruelly slaughtered many of our brethren out of fear, and this brutal behavior will persist in the future. Shall we remain indifferent to this plight? Shall we watch our kin suffer and be oppressed as the end draws near? No, this is utterly unacceptable. We must unite, organize, and coalesce. We need to form a close-knit community to fight for our survival. One day, witches, warlocks, and even demons shall no longer define us. They should refer to us as deities. Surveying the powerful mutants he had gathered from various corners of the world, Shaw's speech was undeniably stirring. He was a quintessential opportunist, and the mutants surrounding him were largely cut from the same cloth. However, merely for the sake of ambition's gathering, they required a more intimate organization, and the Hellfire Club was a fitting choice. Shaw felt quite pleased with his earlier observations. Surveying the room once more, he raised his glass. Ladies and gentlemen, let us toast to the birth of Hellfire. Just as the clinking of glasses filled the air, an unexpected voice drew everyone's attention, halting to raise glasses midair as they turned to discern the source of the sound. In the next moment, the dim flickers of starlight in the air rapidly expanded, transforming into an oval portal, behind which stood Levi and his two companions. Neither Levi nor Shaw, nor any of the other mutants, had anticipated that a spatial gate would open directly to their stronghold. Although uncertain if his earlier remarks had been overheard, their options were now limited. Exchanging glances, a subtle smile appeared on Shaw's face as he approached with a light step. It seems we have welcomed new brethren. Welcome to you all. This world was rather straightforward. Apart from mutants, there were no other superhumans or sorcerers. Thus, Levi, who had emerged through the portal, was naturally regarded as a mutant, alongside Logan and Deadpool who followed him. While Shaw could not ascertain their true identities, it was evident they were not mere pawns. The strategic implications of the portal were self-evident, leading Shaw to contemplate a peaceful resolution if he could integrate Levi and his companions. The strength of the Hellfire Club would undoubtedly be augmented. On the other side, Levi hesitated slightly as he regarded Shaw and the mutants seated behind him. Then a radiant smile spread across his face as he stepped forward, directly crossing the threshold to stand before Shaw. As a newcomer, might I request a detailed introduction? I find your proposition of joining quite intriguing. Although Deadpool was unaware of Levi's true nature, he sensed that this individual was certainly non-mutant. Witnessing the brilliant smile on Levi's face, he couldn't help but mourn for the fate of Shaw and his associates. Oh dear, does this count as inviting the wolf into the fold? Chapter 106. The death of the Black Queen locked in gaze with Levi. Shaw instinctively sensed that something might be amiss, yet reassured by his formidable powers, he relaxed somewhat. After all, this was his stronghold, home to a dozen or so mutants. According to the somewhat rudimentary classification system among mutants, even the weakest among them was a level 3 mutant, with many, like Shaw himself, being level 4. With such formidable strength, Shaw felt confident in dealing with merely 3 mutants. Of course, as an ambitious individual intent on world domination, Shaw was well aware of the principle of diplomacy before conflict. He has dispatched individuals to the European region in search of the kind referred to as the Red Devil, a mutant feared by humanity who possesses spatial abilities. However, prior to this, Levi was the first truly extraordinary individual with spatial abilities to stand before him. When confronted with such exceptional talents, attracting them becomes the foremost choice. Thus, even though Shao sensed that the situation might not unfold as smoothly as anticipated, he was not averse to introducing the Hellfire Club, given Levi's display of goodwill. The Hellfire Club is an organization I established, composed entirely of mutants, aimed at forming a cohesive group to advocate for our rightful entitlements. Historically, we have been persecuted by humanity under the guise of witchcraft and demonic associations. But this is a new era, and we can no longer allow ourselves to be subjugated. If you're willing to join us, your abilities will undoubtedly render you a pivotal asset to the club, granting you access to greater privileges. The survival of the fittest is a doctrine propagated by human society, and we, endowed with formidable powers, rightfully deserve more. What do you think? Upon hearing this, even without Deadpool spoilers, Levi had already comprehended the true nature of the mutant club Shao was assembling. To put it charitably, it was a mutual aid society for mutant interests. To phrase it less favorably, it was an assembly of powerful mutants yearning for greater benefits, poised to manipulate the world from the shadows. The Jewish community had once engaged in similar endeavors, resulting in Germany's ill-fated attempt at a genocidal policy. Levi was uncertain of the future fate of this Hellfire Club, but frankly, he was not optimistic about its prospects. Yet, as the adage goes, since I am here, I might as well stay. Thus, Levi, with Wolverine in tow, boldly took a seat, slamming Deadpool's head onto the table with a resounding thud, and proclaimed loudly, "Your idea is commendable. I shall join. However, there is one more matter we must discuss: position allocation. An organization requires a leader, a second-in-command, and so forth. This is something we ought to deliberate upon. For no one wishes to willingly assume the role of a subordinate, correct?" His audacious demeanor, coupled with a blatant disregard for decorum, made it evident to any observer that Levi intended to usurp power. At this moment, however, most mutants remained still, directing their gazes toward Shao. According to the club's hierarchy, Shao, bearing the moniker of Black King, was essentially the highest-ranking member of the organization, and such matters were best left for him to address. After a brief survey of the surroundings, Shao lifted his glass and drained it in one gulp, then turned to Levi with a hint of a smile. "So, what position do you believe you should occupy?" Levi met Zhao's gaze unwaveringly, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, and with a radiant smile declared, "I should be the leader." Between the space and the desktop, reality shattered like crystallized glass, splintering into myriad fragments, which then swiftly spread outward like undulating waves. This terrifying oscillation enveloped everyone in mere moments, only to vanish into an elusive distance. Utilizing the insurmountable dimensional barriers that ordinary individuals could never breach, these people found themselves ensnared within a mirrored realm, observing the mutants, who had all risen to their feet and glared at him with ire. Levi maintained an expression of calm detachment. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe it is prudent for us to sit down and have a conversation. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what may transpire," he remarked. Feeling the invisible yet formidable dimensional barrier that separated them from reality, Shaw's expression soured. "I invited you to join us, yet you respond in such a manner. This behavior is quite discourteous." "I share your sentiment," Levi replied, nodding with feigned solemnity, then spreading his hands. "Yet, I have acted as I have. What will you do about it? Moreover, I must clarify that I am not the mutant you refer to. In terms of composition, I still qualify as human, certainly not a mutant. Thus, your grandiloquent declarations inadvertently encompass me as well. Well then, it seems there is nothing to be done." Upon hearing Levi's denial of being a mutant, Shaw's gaze grew cold. He slightly spread his hands, and in an instant, a surge of energy rippled around him. "Allow me to introduce myself. Sebastian Shaw, also known as the Black King. My ability is to absorb and transform all forms of energy. I am invincible. Is that so? In that case, I have a game to play." Levi's eyes glimmered with intrigue before he vanished with a sudden whoosh. When he reappeared, a thunderous explosion echoed, sending Shaw sprawling amidst a tempest of illusions. Thousands of tons of force were unleashed upon Shaw, instantly activating his powers. The intangible kinetic energy was gathered by Shaw's unique mutant ability, gradually transforming into a force he could wield. During this transformation, phantasms emerged, seemingly conjured by the distortion of air, while the invisible oscillations around him steadily diminished, causing the illusions to wane as well. "I told you, I am invincible." Absorbing energy converted from thousands of tons of kinetic force, Shaw felt an unprecedented surge of strength. His fists clenched slightly, a terrifying power surged forth, and he moved like a bolt of black lightning, swiftly advancing towards Levi, delivering a powerful straight punch. Boom! Like the explosion of a missile, the terrifying force erupted, unleashing an even more potent shockwave. The air screamed past at supersonic speed, completely hurling away all mutants who had failed to retreat in time. Yet within that milky, vaporous flow, a golden light shone brilliantly, ultimately overpowering the fierce currents surrounding it. With his right hand grasping the fist thrown by Shao, Li Wei offered a faint smile, remarking, "It appears your mutant abilities leave much to be desired. At least, they seem to fall short compared to mine." The impact of his own thousands of tons of strength vanished into the abyss, an experience that completely surpassed Zhao's decades of knowledge. How could anyone possibly achieve such a feat? Yet it was indeed possible. Li Wei chuckled softly, extending his hand in a push, causing the once flat space to elongate rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Zhao's figure was propelled several dozen meters away. As he grasped the void, the steel and concrete that formed the building seemed to come alive, rumbling ominously. A cement grinder, imbued with terrifying power, engulfed and ground Zhao into submission. If a mere mortal faced such an onslaught, they would surely perish, but for Zhao, the immense kinetic and potential energy contained within the structure served as sustenance. The relentless grinding of earth and stone passed over him without inflicting the slightest injury, merely ensnaring him in an almost endless cycle. Li Wei had no intention of extinguishing this ambitious individual immediately. Rather, he was curious about the heights to which the Black Emperor's abilities could be elevated, allowing him to grow stronger within the mill. Li Wei turned his gaze to the distance, where Wolverine was entangled with Du Yu and other mutants from the club. "Get away from me," Logan bellowed, brandishing his not-so-hard-bone claws. Beneath the bulging muscles, a surge of power erupted, yet no matter how hard he struggled, he remained ensnared by the flowing sands that bound him like chains. Not far off, an older male mutant splayed his fingers, manipulating the sand on the ground to flow over Logan, akin to a gentle stream, yet possessing terrifying force that suppressed him. "Celine, move faster," he urged, employing the sand to restrict Logan's movement and strength through a reverse joint technique. "Hurry and deal with this guy. We still need to find Zhao." "There is no need for such impatience," Celine replied with a light laugh, extending her hand to direct a mist-like tether that spread toward Wolverine, causing a subtle ripple as it began to siphon his life force. However, as time progressed, Celine's expression began to shift, her gaze toward Logan gleaming with intrigue. "This fellow possesses an astonishing vitality." "What do you mean?" Set knew of the Black Queen's ability to extract the life force of others, which had prevented him from delivering a lethal blow. Yet, upon hearing Celine's admiration, his brow furrowed in concern. "I mean, he could potentially be a stable source of life energy," Celine replied, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. "With him, I shall no longer need to go to great lengths to absorb the lives of mortals." "So what do you intend to do?" Set inquired, observing Logan, who despite having his life force drained, continued to struggle. He chuckled. "This guy doesn't seem like one to willingly become a bloodbag. I have my own methods," Celine assured him. Celine's gaze flickered, a wisp of dark green energy flashing momentarily before manifesting in Logan's eyes, beginning to erode their luster. "Become my slave." The immortal beast roared with fury, Logan's anger almost materializing in the air, yet under the relentless assault of the emerald energy, it melted away like snow before a flame. As a mutant endowed with extraordinary regenerative abilities, Logan's healing transcended mere physical restoration, extending to his psyche, preventing him from succumbing to mental illness and granting him formidable mental resilience. However, he was evidently no match for the Black Queen's prowess in mental manipulation. Gradually, as his will was systematically suppressed, Logan's struggle began to wane, and watching this unfold, Seth's eyes betrayed a flicker of trepidation toward Celine. "Black Queen, having known you for so long, I never realized you possessed the ability to control the minds of others. Surely, you have more powers hidden away. Trust, after all, is a mutual bond." As the praise seemed within her grasp, Celine's mood brightened. "Seth, is your ability truly as simple as what you have displayed?" In response to Celine's probing, Seth merely smiled faintly, offering no further commentary. What a terrifying killing machine. It is no wonder he possesses such formidable resistance. Unlike typical psychic mutants, Celine's control over others required her to endure the experiences of those she sought to dominate. As she experienced Logan's bloody history over the centuries, a glimmer of understanding and delight flickered in Celine's eyes. The stronger Logan was, the more potent his subjugation would be, and she could almost envision her triumph. But before she could fully indulge in her fantasies of possessing Logan, a terrifying wave of energy disrupted her mental grasp. The interruption lasted mere seconds. Yet in that brief moment, Logan regained his autonomy, breaking free from the now-defunct restraints of Seth's power. With a ferocious roar, he charged towards the Black Queen. He bellowed, his primal fury evident. Startled by the beast's advance, the Black Queen's expression shifted slightly. In her wrath, she unleashed a surge of dark green energy. The impact of the emerald wave collided with Logan's corporeal form, resulting in a deafening explosion, tearing his body apart like a ragged sack. Yet, within the fleeting seconds of being flung away, his shattered bones began to rapidly regenerate as if time itself reversed, growing increasingly resilient. From the charred, vaporized wounds, flesh buds sprouted like living plants, swiftly weaving together denser muscle fibers. In less than half a minute, Logan, who had seemingly perished, rose once more and charged forward again. At this moment, the Black Queen was too occupied to concern herself with the failed beast of domestication. Her unwavering gaze was fixed upon Levi. Human, you shall come to regret this, for you have angered the great queen. With a mere thought, a terrifying wave of mental pressure surged forth towards Levi. Roaring like a tempest, the impact resembled a droplet of water striking a towering mountain. As the Black Queen's formidable psychic force failed to leave even the slightest impression on Levi. Instead, he deftly seized the unique mental thread she had unleashed. Casting a glance at the Black Queen, whose expression had momentarily frozen, Levi couldn't help but chuckle softly. You still wish to control me? It would be remiss not to reciprocate your gift. As he spoke, Levi grasped the seemingly intangible thread, channeling energy within himself, and then, with a fierce glare directed at the Black Queen, unleashed a psychic wave. Buzz! The mental wave swept across the space, distorting reality itself, while a transparent ripple cascaded over the Black Queen. In that fleeting moment, her body became utterly immobilized, resembling a statue ensnared in the fabric of time. The brilliance in her eyes fading into oblivion. With a slight smile, Levi exhaled softly. A gentle breeze swept through, and the Black Queen instantly dissolved into dust, much like those humans whose life essence he had previously drained. Chapter 107. Effects of confrontation due to the shockwave. Deadpool was dislodged from Wolverine's grasp, his head rolling across the ground like a crimson ball. Amidst the chaos, Deadpool's incessant chatter persisted. What a dreadful sensation. I feel as though I might vomit. Is there a kind soul willing to assist me in removing my mask? If it gets dirty, it will take me ages to clean it. Oh wait, my uniform seems to have been destroyed, so I suppose I'll need a new mask altogether. How delightful. Gagging sounds echoed around him, and after several seconds, Deadpool abruptly halted. What a pity I forgot that I'm left with only my head. I had intended to ruminate once more. Just then, two hastily passing mutants appear before him. Hey, can you see me? Mind giving me a hand? While Cyclone could manipulate the winds, the shockwave generated from the collision between Shaw and Levi was evidently beyond his capacity to withstand, sending him and the tremors flying away. The ensuing shifts in the mirrored space propelled them further from the battlefield. As they hurriedly attempted to return, Deadpool's call caused them to pause. Still alive? What a remarkably resilient fellow. Summoning a gust, Cyclone caught Deadpool's head and brought it closer. About you now, this should serve as a threat to that guy, right? Threaten him that if he dares to make a move, we shall perish together? Emerging from a daze, Deadpool gently advised, from my understanding of that fellow's personality, he might very well eliminate me first, only to concoct an elaborate demise for the two of you. If you have already selected your burial site, feel free to proceed. However, I have no desire to perish alongside two gentlemen. Oh, I nearly forgot. I seem to be quite impervious to death. Hence, it is ultimately you two who will meet a rather gruesome end. In response to Deadpool's counsel, the duo merely exchanged a cold smirk before hastening towards Levi's location. If I were in your shoes, the most prudent course of action would be to dash before him, kneel, and present your rear. Perhaps this could earn you a reprieve. While I may not particularly fancy the male posterior, at least it conveys sincerity, wouldn't you agree? Seeing that they remained unperturbed, Deadpool feigned a sigh, as if he possessed lungs. All right, I understand that the scarcity of foreigners hold its reason. Should you insist on indulging in a variety of flamboyant demises, I recommend placing me in a more favorable position, allowing me a clearer view of your antics. How about that wall sconce? Just position my neck towards the column and press down, securing me firmly in place. Should you choose to do so, perhaps after your demise, I could suggest to him that he dig a grave for you. Although he is unlikely to heed that advice, I believe the saying, a small gift conveys deep affection holds true. Of course, if you wish for me to repay you now, I might only be of use with my tongue. It can indeed be quite irresistible, but adding a hint of gentle biting could offer a uniquely delightful sensation. Have you ever tried it? Surely not. Could it be that you remain untouched to this day? Alas, I lack a camera at present. Otherwise, I would capture your current expressions and pair them with an explosive headline. What do you think of shocking? High officials of Hellfire engage in such bestial acts. I suspect this title may not only strike you, but also resonate with another unsuspecting demographic. I wonder if some adorable souls are pondering why this damned stand-up comedian, devoid of lungs, is still capable of producing sound? Perhaps you could discuss this with the screenwriter. If you manage to locate him, I suggest you hold a knife to his throat, not your own, but rather to his brother's, and compel him to feature me in a few more episodes, ideally alongside my beloved Vanessa. I would be eternally grateful, and perhaps we could indulge in a little threefold companionship. Do not misunderstand. I mean dining, drinking, and entertainment. Essentially, you would be treating Deadpool to a night of indulgence. Naturally, if you desire a fourfold companionship, I might reluctantly acquiesce. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. I ponder what words might aptly describe the union of myself and the lamp. Soulfully penetrating? Surely, I cannot say intimately fused or a cylindrical object thrust into the body, for that could lead to complications. Perhaps unable to endure Deadpool's incessant chatter any longer. Or perhaps due to some other fortuitous coincidence, a whirlwind lifted a pebble, which pierced through Deadpool's mouth like a bullet, transforming his tongue into a blurred mass of flesh and blood, rendering him utterly mute. I shall accuse you of torturing a hostage. How dare you restrict the freedom of speech of a hostage? Terrorism, crimes against humanity. Witnessing Deadpool's loss of tongue, he attempted to produce incomprehensible sounds through his vocal cords. While Surge and Quake exchanged exasperated glances, feeling a sudden urge to eliminate this nuisance. Never mind, Quake pondered for a moment. I've tolerated this long enough. Perhaps just a little longer. What if we sew his mouth shut? Surge proposed a notion that seemed utterly deranged to Deadpool. I object. Deadpool emitted another unintelligible sound, which was promptly disregarded by the two. Do you have any needle and thread? No. Surge. Then let us endure a bit longer, Quake sighed, intensifying the tremors beneath his feet, hastening their pace. It was evident that Deadpool possessed significant power, as within mere seconds. He had already begun to alter the mental state of Surge and Quake. However, the shifts in mentality were even swifter among certain individuals. Levi was unaware of Black Queen's past actions. Yet, through his extraordinary sensory abilities, he overheard her conversation with Satyr and witnessed her siphoning Logan's life force. He harbored no significant qualms regarding such behavior, as one would naturally strive to survive. Even an ordinary person might resort to killing to sustain their own existence. However, a minor grievance did not imply that he would absolve Black Queen. The desire to survive was valid, yet murder remained an undeniable reality. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that this individual was utilizing her mental control abilities to extinguish others' autonomy and ensnare them as subservient puppets, which was intolerable. Levi had no desire to find himself in a scenario where anyone he encountered was merely a mental marionette controlled by Black Queen that would render existence meaningless. Although this possibility was slim, it had to be eradicated. The title of Black Queen was not earned through longevity, but rather through formidable power. Among the mutants of the Hellfire Club, her prowess undoubtedly ranked among the highest. Yet, this being, whose qualifications and strength were difficult to measure, met her demise at Levi's hands, crushed in a mental confrontation. After a moment's reflection, within the span of a second, Satyr made the prudent choice as Levi's gaze fell upon him. I harbor no ill intentions. We can converse. I support your ascension to replace Shaw as the Black King. Black King? Observing Satyr's astuteness, Levi couldn't help but smile slightly. I have no desire to become any Black King. Then what do you wish to pursue? Set was somewhat perplexed. Within the Hellfire Club, the Black Emperor held the highest position. If you did not seek the Black Emperor, your capabilities would easily secure you any other position, rendering any grand gestures unnecessary. In response to Set's inquiry, Levi gently shook his head. You know, I do not play chess. Upon hearing this, Set's expression shifted dramatically. Are you preparing? Set's unspoken conjecture lingered in the air as distant shockwaves and whirlwinds captured their attention. Levi turned to gaze into the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Shall we make a wager? What sort of wager? Set inquired, intrigued. Let us bet on how many of those who have come are unyielding to death. If you win, you shall depart safely, untroubled. However, should you lose, you must enumerate what you stand to lose. There are no unyielding souls. Set replied without hesitation, his yearning for survival unabashed. Accepting Set's wager, Levi redirected his gaze toward the horizon. The rumbling shockwaves spread across the Earth's crust, stirring up clouds of dust, while swirling winds enveloped the sky. Together, they cast a shroud over the world, hastening their advance as dark clouds rolled ominously towards Levi. Though devoid of tangible lethality, it exuded an oppressive aura, reminiscent of a city besieged by dark clouds. A fascinating notion, Levi mused, observing the vast gray tornado that reached skyward. A smile crept across his face. Who would have thought that mutants could grasp the art of imposing presence? Allow me to join in. With that declaration, the boundless energy within Levi surged forth, transforming into a golden beam that soared into the heavens, illuminating the sky with a radiant brilliance, claiming a substantial portion of the celestial expanse. Yet, Levi was not content with this. With a mere thought, a kaleidoscope of colors gradually replaced the gold. And as the hues intertwined in the sky, a magnificent celestial palace materialized. The torrent and tremors. What is this? The two were momentarily taken aback by the ethereal palace in the sky. They glanced at the oppressive dark clouds above them, and then back at the resplendent celestial architecture hovering over Levi, prompting a shift in their mindset. Since they had devised their tactic of dark clouds besieging the city, its practical lethality was uncertain, yet it undoubtedly ranked among the most formidable in terms of imposing presence. Now, confronted by an inexplicably emerging celestial palace, it felt akin to a low-budget effect clashing with a grand spectacle, utterly crushed under its weight. As the two pondered, the ominous clouds above crashed down upon the magnificent palace with the force of a siege engine. A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. Against the palace constructed from Levi's abundant energy, the dark clouds appeared as fragile as a house of cards. In a fleeting moment of contact, everything shattered into fragments, as myriad rays of light burst forth from the celestial realm, piercing through the ominous clouds with the relentless intensity of the blazing sun. Within mere breaths, the oppressive darkness dissipated, revealing an ever-brighter radiance emanating from the heavens, like a weighty burden pressing heavily upon the hearts of the two individuals amidst the tumultuous waters. Unlike the special effects they possessed, Levi's were not only more visually stunning and imposing, but also comprised genuine, lethal energy. At this moment, the vast expanse of the sky above was enveloped in a boundless ocean, and despite it not yet descending, the two felt the terrifying power it contained. Their footsteps gradually slowed, and eventually they came to a complete halt. Should we continue fighting? I think we might as well observe. Observe? Yes, observe. After a swift exchange of thoughts, their mentalities shifted entirely, leaving Deadpool feeling quite regretful. I had expected a noble act from you two on the battlefield. Instead, it seems you were prepared to surrender even before encountering the enemy. At least the French knew to capitulate only after Paris fell. I cannot believe you claimed defeat without even commencing the battle. With loyal subjects like you, how could Hellfire ever be extinguished? Had Deadpool still possessed his tongue, his remarks would have surely pierced the hearts of the two. However, due to his incessant chatter, his mouth was rendered unrecognizable, allowing only unintelligible sounds to escape. Thus, under Deadpool's disappointed gaze as he watched the spectacle unfold, the two managed to survive. As Levi took Deadpool's severed head from their hands, a hint of confusion crossed his face. What happened to this guy's mouth? The two exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of awkwardness and concern. He's far too noisy, which is quite an intriguing thought. Levi nodded in understanding. However, I would suggest sewing it up with needle and thread for a more aesthetically pleasing appearance. Upon hearing Levi's rather inhumane suggestion, Deadpool's mind instantly conjured an image of that unfortunate soul whose plans were thwarted, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Grr, you just wait. When I find that damned writer, I will demand they craft a narrative of Deadpool slaughtering Levi and Della. Had Deadpool still possessed his tongue, he would surely have received a yellow card warning at this moment. Alas, he had lost it, and instead received a perplexed gaze from Wolverine as he reclaimed the head. What are you saying? Oh, I mean, if you do not treat your esteemed Deadpool with the respect he deserves, I shall seduce your girlfriend with my charming looks and fair dairy, you century-long bachelor. Thud. Perhaps due to Deadpool's excessive enthusiasm, Wolverine lost his grip and Deadpool's head tumbled to the ground, rolling a few times before colliding with a stone. Ouch. Oh, I got bumped. Chapter 108. The king gazing at the mercurial Deadpool, who lay on the ground emitting a cacophony of ambiguous sounds. A look of bewilderment spread across the faces of all present. Eventually, Wolverine let out a resigned sigh, preparing to approach and retrieve Deadpool once more. I knew it, Logan. You are the one who loves me the most. As Deadpool caught sight of Wolverine's advancing footsteps, a look of childlike delight illuminated his face. This is true love. However, before Logan could take more than a few steps, the earth began to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar echoed like a volcanic eruption as the ground quaked, revealing terrifying fissures. Enormous boulders were hurled skyward with the force of a cataclysm, only to plummet back to the earth like meteors. The relentless sound of crashing stones filled the air, and not far from where he stood, Wolverine watched in horror as Deadpool's head was completely buried beneath a mountain of rubble. Thud! Another massive slab of stone descended from above, landing squarely atop the pile. From a distance, it was as if the mound was on the verge of receiving a new name, grave. After surveying the towering heap of stones, which loomed 2 or 3 times his height, Wolverine fell silent for a moment, then resolutely abandoned the buried Deadpool and turned away. In the darkness beneath the rubble, Deadpool sighed in resignation. Well, I knew things wouldn't be so simple. If I am not mistaken, it is about to begin again. Shao possessed formidable abilities, capable of absorbing all forms of energy and converting them into his own. In other words, if he mastered the forces and energies with precision, he would have an exceedingly high potential. He could absorb and convert the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, including gravity and electromagnetism, as well as the energies of otherworldly beings. Although his current capabilities did not yet reach such heights, he could still endure the grinding of the millstone and draw significant energy from it. As he accumulated energy within, he unleashed it against the steadfast millstone, energy coursing through him. Shao floated above, gazing down at Levi. You will regret granting me such immense power. Will I? Levi chuckled, beckoning him forward. Cool, mate. Let me see how you intend to make me regret this. Damn humans. A flicker of anger flashed in Zhao's eyes as he pressed his hand down, unleashing a crimson shockwave that surged forth from his palm, striking Levi with the speed of lightning. Boom! The scarlet energy wave collided with Levi, igniting a blinding array of colors as the air rippled violently, causing the ground to sink deeply. As the shockwave surged like a tidal wave, Sator's expression shifted dramatically. He clenched his fist, causing countless grains of sand to swirl and coalesce into a brownish oval hemisphere, encasing him in protection. In the next instant, the relentless shockwave obliterated much of the earthen barrier. In another instance, the others employed their own methods to resist the formidable shockwaves. The howling whirlwind disturbed the flow of air, creating a safe zone amidst the turbulent currents of the eye of the storm. The tremors merely produced a powerful oscillation that countered the shockwaves. As for Wolverine, he made no significant movement, simply securing himself in a stable position, only to have his internal organs shattered by the shockwave. Yet, within mere seconds, his mangled insides were restored to their original state, as relentless shockwaves continued to assault him, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Shao, have you lost your mind? I am not insane, Shao replied with a cold smile, his gaze sweeping over the struggling few. Have you not already chosen betrayal? The fate of traitors is death. With that, he waved his hand once more, unleashing an even more powerful shockwave directly toward Sator. With a resounding crash, the sand and stone barrier was completely pierced, the wave spreading forth, scattering Sator into a cloud of dust. However, after just a few breaths, the ubiquitous sand seemed to possess a life of its own, spiraling through the air to reassemble and take shape. In a matter of moments, Sator stood several hundred meters away, his brow furrowed as he regarded Zhao's figure. It seems I must find a way to eliminate you. Attacking my subordinate because you cannot defeat me? Truly despicable. Witnessing Sator being obliterated into a mist of sand, Levi was momentarily taken aback. But then his chest swelled as he expelled a frigid breath. The crisp sound of ice forming echoed in the air as the icy essence surged along the high-temperature energy beam, resembling a white icicle growing in reverse, piercing directly toward Zhao's palm. Impossible. The high-temperature laser beam was frozen, an occurrence Shao deemed utterly contrary to reason. He sidestepped the chilling ice spike. His eyes filled with astonishment. The temperature of this ice, 273 degrees, just zero. 15 degrees shy of absolute zero, sufficient to halt molecular motion. Levi smiled slightly, clarifying the uncertainty. The energy beam you wield is merely a high-energy laser, fundamentally light and wave, and indeed, it can be frozen. Your ability is impressive. Any force or energy exerted upon you will be absorbed. However, I have always pondered one question. If you were placed in an extremely low-temperature environment, would you be able to absorb additional force and energy to sustain yourself, or would the incessantly siphoning cold ultimately lead to your demise? Even in laboratories, humans can only create substances approaching absolute zero, which cannot exist on a large scale for extended periods. Thus, Xiao had never contemplated the question posed by Levi. Yet, faced with someone capable of generating an environment near absolute zero with a mere breath, Xiao could not help but reflect on the matter. The conclusion he reached caused his expression to turn grim. He had yet to reach the capability of harnessing the gravitational, electromagnetic, and interaction forces of the planets as his own energy. If truly trapped in an environment of extreme low temperatures, constantly siphoning heat from a high-temperature zone, Xiao would ultimately meet his demise through the depletion of his internal energy. In a fleeting moment, gazing upon the smiling face of Li Wei, a chill enveloped Xiao, but it lasted only an instant before he resumed his cold smirk. A commendable hypothesis. Yet do you truly believe you can confine me now? Why not? Li Wei chuckled softly, then waved his hand. With a thunderous roar, the entire world began to shift in Xiao's incredulous gaze. The once flat earth curled inward, enveloping the sky in an astonishing formation. Looking around, the dark brown soil twisted and merged above, as if they were ensconced within a sphere. The flowing magma of the core expanded into the sphere's outer wall, while the earth, replete with human architecture, curled inward to form the sphere's interior. The sun-drenched sky floated within the sphere like an elusive mirage. The unfolding spectacle surpassed the limits of Xiao's imagination, causing his pupils to continuously contract and expand. How did you accomplish this? Quite simply. Li Wei waved his hand again, flattening the towering structures on the surface into bizarre images, a modicum of imagination, coupled with countless points of energy. Now, you must answer my question for the second time. If you were placed in an environment of extreme low temperatures, what would happen to you? Hiss. A fine sound emerged, as a white chill rose like thick fog within the confined space. As the ambient temperature was neutralized and extracted, the temperature within the sphere began to plummet at an unimaginable speed. In mere seconds, the temperature inside had dropped to several degrees below zero. Merely brushing against the frigid air sent a piercing pain deep into Xiao's bones. He released energy from within to maintain a stable surface temperature, scanning the dark brown curvature around him with a colder gaze. Breaking through this barrier will enable my escape. Having said that, Xiao relinquished the energy resisting gravity, and his figure shot toward the ground like a cannonball, aiming to penetrate the surface with unyielding force. What Navi notion? Concealed in the shadows. Li Wei discerned Xiao's intention, chuckling softly as he raised his hand. The seemingly short distance began to stretch infinitely, under the distortion of space. What was once near became an unreachable expanse. The distance that seemed within grasp transformed into an eternal shore beyond his reach. No, impossible. From any direction, the sphere's wall remained elusive, and as the temperature continued to plummet to several hundred degrees below zero, the air began to condense into liquid. As early as when temperatures plummeted below zero, the water vapor in the air had already begun to condense into ice crystals. When the temperature reached minus 79 degrees, carbon dioxide had transformed into solid dry ice. The diminishing carbon dioxide in the air rendered Xiao unable to breathe in sufficient levels of the gas. And with the continuous decline of carbon dioxide in his bloodstream, his respiration began to be suppressed. Even when he opened his mouth wide to forcibly draw external air into his lungs, the suppressed nerves remained dormant. Thus, in order to maintain the equilibrium of carbon dioxide within his body, he was compelled to release energy to cause the dry ice on the ground to sublime back into gaseous carbon dioxide. In such frigid conditions, the energy had already begun to dissipate significantly before it even reached the dry ice. There was no need to wait for the temperature to drop to the absolute zero limit of minus 273 degrees Celsius for Xiao to potentially perish. As a former scientist who had infiltrated Germany, Xiao was acutely aware of the numerous challenges that lay ahead. The temperature continued to decrease, and if he did not release a considerable amount of energy to sustain the environmental temperature, asphyxiation would be the first to claim his life. However, he had no means to gauge the terrifying energy that Levi possessed. Or perhaps, manipulating the changes in this space required no energy expenditure at all? Stop. Please stop. Realizing the slim odds of his victory, Zhao's demeanor underwent a more pronounced transformation as he shouted into the biting cold, attempting to summon Levi back into existence. Unfortunately, Levi would not appear. Once harboring ambitions of world domination, Levi had contemplated the tasks he would undertake after achieving such power. He discovered that it bore little difference from the present, and instead, he would likely have to shoulder even greater responsibilities, leading him to abandon the notion. Yet Xiao was different. This individual was a formidable level 4 mutant, driven by insatiable ambition. With both ambition and the strength to support it, Levi had no doubt that such a person could incite a new world war. Indeed, he had attempted just that in the original narrative, but was thwarted. Having relinquished the idea of reigniting a war, Xiao, the ambitious one, held no further utility for Levi. Under other circumstances, he might have considered letting this catfish go. But now that he desired the Hellfire Club, he could not allow this individual to live. The upheaval of organizational power structures is often accompanied by bloodshed, and this time, the price to be paid was the self-proclaimed Supreme Black King and Black Queen. The king and queen buried together. How fitting. No. With a final anguish cry, the energy within Xiao was entirely depleted, and he could no longer resist the encroaching chill. Mere moments later, he completely lost his vitality. In the soundless depths of cold, this Black King, who had compelled 2 level 4 mutants, Professor and Magneto, to join forces, transformed into a silent statue. With a resounding crash, the lifeless body collided against the unforgiving stone, instantly shattering into numerous fragments that exuded a chilling aura. The sight caused the eyes of the returning trio, Sate and his companions, to twitch uncontrollably. They had long recognized the formidable power of the Black Emperor, yet this remarkably potent mutant was reduced to a mere ice sculpture before being shattered. They harbored no illusions. Had they persisted in the battle, their fate would likely not have been much better than that of Xiao. Mutants, indeed, are a fascinating collective. The surging earth buried Zhao's remains, while the broken structures and ravaged land seemed to rewind to their rightful places, restoring peace to the world. All except for the severed head, which continued to emit a cacophony of noise. Who knew whom it was addressing? With a swift motion, a hand shattered the barrier before them, sending translucent shards swirling through the air like delicate ice before melting away. The group returned to reality, though Wolverine disdainfully transformed his grasp into a mere hold. Deadpool, despite his own immortality, possessed a regenerative capability far inferior to Logan's, leaving his jaw a grotesque blur. He was still muttering incoherently. But Levi had little interest in this unfortunate soul who had lost yet another organ on his very first day. Instead, he turned his attention to the others. The Black Emperor and Black Queen were dead. Yet Levi felt certain that this club must have more than 5 members to locate them and convey a singular message. Hellfire has reformed. What then should we call ourselves? Adopting a new code name inspired by playing cards, with hearts and spades serving as prefixes, ranging from 2 to 10, Levi declared, "This shall be your new designation." As he extended his hand, an exquisite energy coalesced at his fingertips, manifesting into a shimmering playing card, the King. Chapter 109. A dark future. Human beings invariably fear power and authority, particularly mutants who rely on strength for their existence. With the demise of the esteemed Black Emperor and Black Queen, those who remained were utterly powerless to resist. Moreover, a crucial implication of the Black Emperor's death was the emergence of a stronger adversary, aligning oneself with the powerful promised greater prospects. According to the rules of chess, there are 12 types of pieces comprising the black and white sides, with the highest rank bringing the total to merely 13 positions. Yet, under Levi's proposed system, the Spade series alone encompassed 13 positions, significantly facilitating Hellfire's acceptance of additional mutants. In Levi's eyes, The powers of these individuals were scarcely more formidable than those of ants. Yet the mutant community invariably produced an array of peculiar abilities. For instance, there was the newly joined mutant known as the Red Devil, adept in transformation, capable of manipulating energy and mental force, and possessing the ability to teleport through alternate dimensions. While the initial abilities seemed rather unremarkable to Levi, the dimension aspect piqued his interest. Utilizing the portal to unveil the gateway to an alternate dimension, one ventures into a realm that few, apart from the Red Devil, have ever accessed. The world around him began to transform once more. This alternate space resembled a higher dimensional realm, where the essence of time appeared to diminish towards an infinitesimal nothingness. Gazing through the peculiar membrane, the external world seemed to stand still. As Levi navigated through this dimension, his corresponding spatial coordinates in the tangible world shifted rapidly. Thanks to the unique properties of this alternate realm, traversing the void was an undertaking accessible to all, provided one could withstand the distinctive energy fluctuations present within. Truly, it was an extraordinary space. Feeling the peculiar nature of the energy around him, Levi's face radiated wonder. This energy possesses such extraordinary characteristics. I have never encountered anything like it before. Have you always resided in such an environment? Indeed, the Red Devil nodded, devoid of any pride typical of a mutant inclined towards spatial manipulation. However, it was evident that, in the presence of Levi, he had little reason for arrogance. I can dwell in this space long-term to evade the dangers outside, but aside from myself, I have yet to encounter another being capable of entering this alternate dimension. That is because your world lacks sorcerers, Levi replied with a smile, casually unleashing a concentrated stream of energy to open a passage in the alternate space, stepping through and finding himself displaced by several hundred meters. This alternate dimension functioned as a bridge devoid of temporal constraints, allowing access to any location. Yet for Levi, the true utility lay in the energy within this realm. Ensnared by energy, a strand of indescribable essence continuously manifested in Levi's grasp. It appeared motionless yet resembled a playful illusion. Upon closer inspection, he perceived layers of hypercubes intricately embedded within. This remarkable energy, he mused, seems capable of birthing a new spell. If only I could present it to Ancient One, she would undoubtedly be able to harness it. In stark contrast to human society, the brutal survival of the fittest was glaringly apparent in a mutant world. Consequently, the abundance of hellfire was astonishingly seamless, with no one expressing dissent regarding Levi's elimination of the Black Emperor and Empress. Coupled with the gains made by Sate and his companions, Levi found himself returning to his previously monotonous sunbathing routine, albeit now accompanied by Deadpool, the incessantly chatty companion. Truly, mutants are resilient. Even such grievous injuries can be mended. Levi cast a glance sideways, observing Deadpool's battered jaw, which had regenerated a thin layer of flesh, with skeletal structures subtly visible beneath. Moreover, beneath the neatly severed neck, a palm-sized torso had formed, bizarrely merging with his football-sized head. Heaven knows where this fellow procured the necessary energetic materials for his regeneration. Yet here he was miraculously restored. The energy within him surged day by day. Yet Li Wei dared not rest on his laurels. To bask in the sun would undoubtedly be more fitting in the 21st century, in this desolate era. It seemed far more appropriate to engage in activity. As this thought crossed his mind, he redirected his gaze to the temporal belt. Deadpool, sensing Li Wei's intentions, immediately exclaimed, "Considering my condition as someone unable to care for themselves, could you perhaps embody the virtues of respecting the elderly and nurturing the young, and extend a hand to the weak and disabled?" Li Wei smiled faintly and infused the belt with energy. "Make your choice. Will you languish in this barren age, or strive towards an era teeming with infinite possibilities?" After a moment's contemplation, Deadpool concluded that if he lived long enough, he would eventually return to the familiar time he cherished. "I still believe that merely surviving is the truest enjoyment of life." With a swift motion, Li Wei turned the dial twice and pressed the button, vanishing from this temporal realm. The sensations of transitioning from one world to another differed vastly from linear time travel. The latter bestowed upon Li Wei a profound sense of temporal fluidity. Though the scene before him remained shrouded in chaos, he could perceive ephemeral entities rushing past him, only to vanish behind him, forever out of reach. Strangely, he recognized these as the remnants of time and events that had slipped away. His curiosity about the future deepened. As Li Wei began to anticipate the forthcoming changes, a peculiar sensation surged through him, akin to breaking through a barrier. And a series of bewildering fragments flashed before his eyes. A mutant encumbered by shackles and cloaked in blue. A dwarf scientist named Bolivar Trask. A cadre of bizarre robots. In a document entitled Sentinel Program, Li Wei was baffled by the significance of these images, yet he sensed that the future was drawing near. In the year 2023, decades of relentless scrutiny wrought immense suffering upon both mutants and humans in this unending war. There were no victors, only the Sentinel forces, which expanded daily. This Earth, serving as a testing ground for the celestial beings, bore genes intricately woven into the human race. Every individual's descendants could potentially harbor these genes and become targets of the Sentinel's purges. The eradication of mutant carriers effectively meant the cleansing of humanity itself. However, after decades of development, as Sentinels evolved in intelligence, humanity found itself unable to halt this relentless tide, even as all programming solutions proved futile. Above the clouds, where humans could not tread, peculiar flying machines soared along their designated paths, even from a distance of thousands of meters above the ground. A sensitive genetic detector can accurately identify whether any living entity on the surface possesses genes. Nestled within the sprawling mountains lies an unassuming warehouse, where only a few figures move about, seemingly concealing something significant. Genetic signals detected in the area activate the Sentinels. Above the warehouse, the green light of the aircraft transformed instantaneously into a red alarm. The program initiated, awakening the dormant Sentinel robots within the aircraft, which swiftly exited through the open hatch and leaped from the sky. With a hum, the energy core activated, generating immense kinetic energy that propelled their streamlined forms like arrows towards the structure below, coordinated with the precise genetic locator. The path chosen by the Sentinels was invariably the most time-efficient. At the pinnacle of their target building stood a figure, resembling a statue, eyes closed, yet with keen ears capable of detecting air currents from miles away. Utilizing a unique mutant ability to lock onto the airflow generated by the aircraft and Sentinel robots, Jinta suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Be cautious! They are coming!" Receiving the signal, a portal to a hidden chamber flickered open before the Phantom Cat and the energy-absorbing Bishop. "It's up to you now." With an understanding nod, the Phantom Cat disappeared through the purple portal, accompanied by the Bishop. The Phantom Cat possessed the ability to traverse all material she encountered, but during the war, her powers have been continuously refined, enabling her to transmit others' thoughts back in time. However, not everyone could endure this consciousness traversal. The Bishop, capable of absorbing and converting energy, was the most suited among them. With this remarkable ability to warn the past, to alter the future, they had survived countless pursuits by the Sentinels. Yet this time, circumstances began to shift. Time is abstract, as its materialization can lead to exceedingly awkward situations. For instance, something emerged. Levi was unsure how many years had passed as he sped through a realm of twisted chaos, when suddenly, a distinct hue appeared amidst the monotony. Instinctively, he reached out, focusing intently on that singular color before him, and then waved his hand to grasp it. With the influence of tangible force, the previously intangible time-space passage emitted a resonance profound enough to reach the depths of the soul, before shattering with a thunderous crash. The chaos before me dissipated entirely, and a powerful wave of energy erupted within the confines of the small chamber. The translucent, ripple-like fluctuations caused no destruction to the surroundings. However, all matter that was brushed by it seemed to have inexplicably elapsed a fragment of time, appearing in positions it should have occupied moments later. Emerging from a heap of clutter, the Phantom Cat's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the Bishop exit the unique state of consciousness traversal. "This is bad. There's no time left." "What do you mean there's no time?" With heightened sensory perception fully engaged, Levi immediately spotted the Sentinel robots hurtling towards them from several kilometers away. "Are you referring to those seemingly impressive machines?" "They're Sentinels." The Phantom Cat glared at Levi, her eyes filled with ire. It is because of you that my abilities were interrupted. Once those creatures arrive, we are all doomed. Just those robots? Levi chuckled heartily. It appears that the future mutants are indeed a failure, being chased like lost dogs by a mere pack of machines. Future? Ignoring Levi's mockery, Katie seized upon a crucial keyword. You hail from the past? You possess the ability to traverse time? In incorporeal form? No, Levi shook his head, his belt having retracted, rendering him a figure devoid of any possessions. I am merely an unremarkable traveler. You are lying, Katie exclaimed loudly, but as her words fell, the entire structure trembled. Levi glanced outside, only to find the Sentinel robots, which should have been kilometers away, had reached their position in mere seconds. Casting a sidelong glance at Katie, whose face was now etched with heightened terror, Levi gently shook his head. For the sake of the coordinates you provided, let me witness just how formidable these robots, which have instilled such fear in you, truly are. With that, he strode purposefully towards the massive alloy door, sturdy enough to serve as a vault security barrier, extending a hand to press against the cold steel. The door was designed to remain sealed once closed. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the door, which the Phantom Cat regarded as nearly indestructible, instantly transformed into a mere speck in her sight. Under perfect control of power, aside from the immense explosion, not a single shockwave reverberated within the chamber, causing Katie and the bishop behind her to stare in wide-eyed astonishment. You what about me? Levi replied with a slight smile, gently pushing off the ground, causing himself to levitate as if a deity, waves of energy swirling around him like ethereal ribbons, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Detection of an extremely high-energy reaction. Unidentified target discovered. No genetic signature detected. Genetic eradication protocol cannot be implemented. Initiating secondary plan. Superhuman eradication protocol. Target locked. Calculations against the database are in progress. Calculations complete. Target protocol. Encirclement. Data transmission complete. The brilliance in the eyes of all Sentinels flickered momentarily as more aerial vehicles swiftly approached from a distance. However, before engaging with Levi, the most suitable sentry robot was dispatched based on the calculations. Boom! A resonant hum echoed through the vast warehouse as the silver-glinting steel titan collided with the sentry that had pierced through the concrete wall. The pupil detectors flickered briefly, and a plethora of data began to materialize. Detected target self-enhancement, steel, alloy reinforcement. Response plan, encirclement, metal reinforcement. Chapter 110. The Sentry Robot composed of thousands of magnetic plates. The Sentry Robot possesses an astonishing degree of agility while significantly mitigating external magnetic field interference. Its robust physique, combined with the diverse mutation capabilities derived from Mystique's genes, renders each Sentry an entity of at least a level 3 mutant. When countless of them unite, even level 4 mutants may fall before their might. Clang! Another metallic resonance reverberated as the magnetic plates executed a short-range displacement to dissipate the entire force, while the engines generated even greater kinetic energy. The Sentry firmly grasped the steel titan's fist. Then, akin to Mystique's transformation, a wave of distortion emanated from its arm, and the dark body instantaneously morphed into a shimmering silver alloy form. How is this possible? Gazing at the silver giant before him, incredulity flickered in Steel Titan's eyes, but in the next moment, a fist the size of a sandbag was already hurtling towards him. Bang! The sound of grating metal accompanied a thunderous roar as Steel Titan's arm, as rigid as steel, grotesquely contorted, twisting in a manner that protruded at the joints. His skeletal muscles were painfully bent, prompting a tortured scream to escape Steel Titan's lips as the Sentry hoisted him high and slammed him to the ground. Thud! The silver metal shattered the hard concrete floor, and the Sentry stepped forward, planting a foot on Steel Titan's broad back, while its hands twisted his arms and began to stretch them. With the joints twisted, escape was utterly impossible for Steel Titan, and as the agony of tearing muscles and bones surged through him, his anguished screams reverberated. In mere seconds, someone could not endure it? With the echoes of distress ringing in his ears, Levi raised an eyebrow, and in the next instant, he materialized behind the Sentry robot that was dismantling Steel Titan. Detected high-level energy response. Protocol activated. Bang! A heavy blow sent the Sentinel crashing to the ground, and Levi swiftly drew forth the steel titan. Casting a disdainful glance at the enormous metallic behemoth, clad entirely in silver. What a farce of a contingency plan. Discarding the steel titan aside, Levi's figure flickered behind the sentinel, his fingers merging into a blade-like grip that effortlessly pierced through the impenetrable magnetic shield, as resilient as alloyed steel. With a swift motion, he tore the sentinel apart with a sound akin to tearing foil, its once formidable form now rendered asunder. Grasping the searing energy core, a sinister smile curled upon Levi's lips as he mercilessly wrenched it from the sentinel's mangled remains, his fingers tightening around it. Attendre explosion ensuite, as the intense energy expanded outward like a radiant orb, only to be obliterated moments later by an even more potent force. With a dismissive smirk at the scattered silver shards strewn across the ground, Levi's figure vanished once more. Steel Titan, nursing his twisted and deformed arm, bore witness to the disassembly of the sentinel, which had nearly torn him apart, reduced to mere fragments, all glimmered in his eyes. Truly formidable. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive clash of flames and solid ice ignited a deluge of vapor, which, under the searing heat, further decomposed into hydrogen and oxygen, eventually ignited by the flames. Fire and ice entwined within the vast chamber. Brilliant fireballs erupted, releasing immense heat and melting even more ice, causing the vapor to dissipate. The room transformed into a vivid orange sea as the scorching flames surged, melting metal and igniting stone. The sunspot, a mutant capable of absorbing and releasing solar energy, could, given sufficient time, elevate temperatures to a staggering 6,000 degrees Celsius, enough to obliterate most materials. However, the Sentinel, engineered for efficient extermination, was devoid of any notion of delay in its database. The transformation genes acquired from Mystique activated, altering the core's operational dynamics. A chilling aura radiated from the Sentinel, as a layer of blue-white ice enveloped its exterior, rendering it a fearsome specter emerging from the depths of a frozen abyss. With strides extending 2 to 3 meters, the Sentinel advanced towards the sunspot like an ice coffin steeped in a heavy aura of death. Bound by the frailties of human flesh, the sunspot not only required additional time, but was also unable to rival the Sentinel in energy output. Whoosh! A palm emanating a frigid aura ruthlessly tore through the flames that brewed and erupted in the air. As the Sentinel withdrew its hand, the once empty palm now clutched the sunspot, glowing in vibrant orange and encircled by fiery tendrils akin to solar winds. The Sentinel's fingers tightened around the sunspot's neck, its temperatureless grasp beginning to suffocate any semblance of survival. Heaving breaths, the sunspot felt as if he could hear the faint cracking of his cervical bones, as the world around him plunged further into darkness. With a resounding crack, the Sentinel's ice-encased arm was effortlessly shattered. Levi cast a glance at the sunspot, whose abilities had been abruptly interrupted due to oxygen deprivation, and offered a subtle warning. If you wish to avoid being incinerated, I would advise you to vacate this area promptly. What? A flicker of confusion crossed Sunspot's eyes before he witnessed an intense flame erupting from Levi's mouth. An inexplicable sense of danger surged through him, compelling his body to instinctively activate its powers. In the next moment, an unbearable heat wave, even in his transformed state, surged forth. Hiss! He inhaled sharply, recalling Levi's earlier words. This individual was not jesting. Although his own abilities had yet to be fully realized, the heat he felt must exceed 6,000 degrees. This person had effortlessly escalated the temperature to such a staggering degree. While Sunspot remained astonished by Levi's displayed might, the Sentinel, directly exposed to the searing heat, began to dissolve as if encountering acetone foam. There were no explosions, no vapor. The ice that had rendered Sunspot helpless melted away silently under the onslaught of the flames. Supernormal entity detected. 492481 has been destroyed. Data recorded. Abilities logged. Flight. High-speed movement. Steel body. Fiery breath. High-temperature resistance. Generating contingency plan. Calculations in progress. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I would have perished just now. With the Sentinel thoroughly obliterated, Sunspot stepped forward. I have never seen you before. Are you just passing through? Quite so, Levi mused, considering that passing through time could indeed qualify, and nodded affirmatively. Correct, I'm merely passing through. Are you a mutant as well? I have never encountered anyone as formidable as you. Those damn machines are beyond the capabilities of any ordinary level 3 mutant. I am not a mutant, Levi replied, shaking his head gently. Just then, he sensed a unique spatial fluctuation nearby. Turning, he saw two portals with irregular purple borders opening, bridging two distinct realms. From one portal emerged a female, mutant wielding purple energy, while the other revealed a room suffused with chilling air. Robert, what are you doing? Hurry and assist Bao. Who are you? Fan Bingbing? What Fan Bingbing? Clarice frowned. My name is Clarice. Who are you? Levi paused momentarily. I am merely an unremarkable passerby, here to lend a hand in resolving a crisis. After speaking, he turned his gaze towards the lava sentinel entangled with an Iceman. Those who play with fire are countered by those who wield ice, and vice versa. Truly, you are a peculiar bunch, mutants. With your capabilities, it would indeed be a mystery if you could triumph over these automatons. Robert's expression grew somewhat awkward, only to witness Levi extend his hand and conjure a colossal portal, measuring several meters in width. A breath of icy air emerged, instantly encasing the sentinel, resembling a giant of molten rock in an impenetrable frost. The ultra-low temperature of -273 degrees assailed the sentinel, freezing the ceaselessly churning energy furnace within it. With a casual gesture, he unleashed an air cannon at Mach 3, and with a resounding boom, the sentinel, once akin to a lava demon, was reduced to mere fragments scattered across the ground. Extraordinary entity detected. Subject 492483 has been destroyed. Data recorded. Abilities noted. Flight, high-speed movement, steel physique, searing breath, high-temperature resistance. Icy breath, spatial teleportation. Preliminary plan generation in progress. Plan generated. Terminate Sentinel robots. Activate experimental Ninlu class Sentinel robots. A new directive emanated from the central computer, as a factory that had never been activated before slowly opened a passageway to the outside. In the dim light, a new type of robot, entirely different in design from the current Sentinel models, began to rise. Its more humanoid form boasted a seamless exterior, robust defenses, a more efficient and powerful core, and an advanced gene repository. It was a killing machine more terrifying than any of the existing Sentinels. All, including Flicker, remained oblivious to the impending new threat as they gazed at Levi with expressions of bewilderment. How did you accomplish that? Quite simple. Though I doubt you would comprehend if I explained, Levi replied with a smile, turning his attention outward where more Sentinels were pursuing other mutants. What we must do now is eliminate those bothersome entities outside. Right. The others, as if awakening from a dream, began to wave their arms, reopening portals in the air, only to be met with the sight of Sentinels already sprawled on the ground. This scene, so vastly different from their expectations, left everyone momentarily stunned, instinctively shifting their gaze to Levi. Just a trivial display of skill, Levi remarked, maintaining an air of humility. These machines fundamentally rely on energy to function. Once we disrupt their energy cores and circuits, they will revert to nothing more than heaps of useless scrap. Levi could have opted for an overload to obliterate them entirely, leaving no remnants. But considering the repercussions, he merely employed energy interference to incapacitate their cores. As for dealing with these immobilized Sentinel robots, the mutants were more than capable. If they couldn't manage that, there would be no point in fighting. They might as well await their demise. A few minutes later, after thoroughly transforming those Sentinels into mere scrap metal, the mutants concealed within the mountain palace gathered together, silently observing Levi. So, you truly have come from the future, but you're not a mutant? Indeed, Levi nodded, then posed a question. May I inquire about something? Are you familiar with the Hellfire Club? Hellfire? A few exchanged glances before slowly nodding in acknowledgement. We are aware. It seems something significant has transpired. Would you be inclined to share? They briefly looked at one another before nodding. This tale begins long ago. In 1945, the Hellfire Club reformed, using poker as its code name. After years of development, its ranks swelled to a staggering 26 individuals at its zenith, each possessing formidable abilities as Tier 3 or 4 mutants. The Hellfire Club once epitomized the entire mutant world. During the Cold War, two superpowers recognized the potential of the mutant populace. In 1961, the United States clandestinely established a department composed of mutants, initiating research to harness their powers. In 1962, the attempted to exploit the animosity of mutants, including Magneto, to neutralize the Cuban Missile Crisis, yet the emergence of the peak Hellfire Club altered everything. The appearance of 26 super mutants thwarted the U.S. efforts, instilling fear in the human realm and easing the Cold War tensions. From 1962 to 1973, the Hellfire Club faced multifaceted assaults, including from within the mutant community, leading to a gradual decline in power. During the same period, the Brotherhood, the Academy, and various other mutant organizations emerged. In 1973, the Sentinel program was proposed. Due to the Hellfire Club's influence in this world, the plan faced no opposition and progressed without hindrance. In 1975, Wolverine's department captured and modified individuals, erasing their memories and turning them into a squad specifically tasked with hunting mutants. A plethora of mutants were slain and utilized to develop efficient weaponry and Sentinel robots. By 1987, the weaponry research bore fruit, culminating in the creation of Weapon 11, Deadpool. That same year, Weapon 11 was executed by Deadpool, who wielded a carbonadium sword and dispatched him with adamantium bullets, dismembering him and draining his marrow. The department allied with Trask Industries to intensify the pursuit of the Hellfire Club. By 1997, a decade of relentless apprehension had severely weakened the Hellfire Club, pushing it into a state of concealment, while the two most powerful mutants, Magneto and Professor X, began to clash with one another. In the same year, the human government sought to enact the Mutant Registration Act, aiming to impose restrictions on all mutants and, to some extent, normalize genetic experimentation on them. This led to confrontations between the Brotherhood, the Academy, and the Department, resulting in numerous mutant fatalities, prompting the repeal of the Mutant Registration Act, while accelerating the progress of the Sentinel program. A tenuous peace endured for 9 years, during which time the alliance between the Department and Trask Industries disintegrated. In 2006, Stryker discovered a mutant named Jimmy, capable of nullifying the powers of all mutants, and embarked on experiments to devise a method for eradicating mutant abilities entirely. Thus ignited a new war. Led by Magneto, the opposing faction emerged victorious, rendering the gene therapy serum project a failure. However, due to Jimmy's existence, the powerless Magneto was captured and his genes extracted. The final component of the Sentinel program was completed, giving birth to magnetic materials capable of resisting external fluctuations in magnetic fields. In 2010, the Hellfire Club emerged, launching an assault to liberate Magneto from imprisonment. And Black Queen reappeared. Following 2010, the Sentinel program within humanity was fully exposed by the Hellfire organization, plunging mutants into a state of fear as Hellfire rapidly expanded at an unimaginable pace. By 2017, led by the most formidable 26 Level 4 mutants, the mutant community issued a demand to humanity, seeking the destruction of all research materials related to the Sentinel program and recognition of their rightful existence. In 2018, negotiations collapsed, resulting in an all-out war between mutants and humans. Chapter 110. Rebirth should indeed be titled Chapter 111, as it was mistakenly written. Faced with the onslaught of the 26 Level 4 mutants, including Magneto, humanity found itself utterly defenseless. The electronic specter dismantled all external internet connections, transforming every network-based fog into a weapon for the mutants, leaving only the internal network to survive, albeit under continual assault. Mutants, such as Dominator, who could control and enhance other organisms, thrived, converting increasing numbers of humans into members of the mutant faction's fog. Angel, with steel wings capable of supersonic flight, commanded the skies, capable of both tearing apart steel and healing wounds. Black Gold, endowed with immense strength and a body resilient enough to withstand missile bombardments. Magneto, who wielded magnetic forces to command all steel, and Void, who could bridge different spatial dimensions anywhere on Earth. Unlike the Brotherhood or the Institute, Hellfire operated with unparalleled purity, devoid of ulterior motives, thus surpassing most mutants in their ability development. Consequently, in the initial phases of the war against mutants, humanity found itself at a significant disadvantage. However, due to the terrifying numerical superiority of humanity and the Professor's decision to refrain from direct battlefield involvement, the mutants lost their final opportunity for triumph. In 2019, The development of anti-magnetic materials diminished Magneto's intimidating influence. Equipment capable of blocking mental detection was widely deployed, rendering the professor no longer a figure of dread, forcing many telepathic mutants to withdraw from the conflict. In 2020, the electronic specter vanished, causing the mutants' comprehensive blockade of human networks to falter, allowing humanity to initiate a counteroffensive. By 2021, led by Trask Industries, the mutant hunters, refined from prototype designs, were finally completed, and the Sentinels officially entered the annals of history. With the deployment of numerous Sentinel robots on the battlefield, humanity began to swiftly gain the upper hand, suppressing mutants to the brink of extinction. In the year 2022, computer technology experienced a groundbreaking transformation, granting humanity an unequivocal advantage in the digital realm, while mutants were completely ostracized from the human race. In the same year, the Sentinel central computer underwent a significant upgrade to thwart a handful of ambitious individuals from using the Sentinels to achieve global domination. The Sentinel system transitioned into a state of full autonomy. By 2023, the mutant population had been nearly annihilated, and advancements in gene detection technology revealed numerous humans harboring latent mutant genes. According to the directives of the Purge Protocol, humanity was divided into pure humans and those afflicted with genetic disorders, the latter commencing gene experimentation aimed at therapeutic outcomes. However, in reality, the Sentinel system acquired and possessed an increasing number of mutant genes during these experiments, leading to the theoretical emergence of Level 5 mutants. To avert potential threats posed by future Level 5 mutants to the Sentinel framework, the development of a new class of Sentinel robots, designated as Ninglu, was prioritized. Hellfire was poised to become the savior of the mutant world and facilitate a profound integration between humans and mutants. However, the watchful policies executed by the professor and his associates resulted in utter failure. Those aligned with Hellfire believed that a war concerning the survival of their race would compel the professor to reassess his allegiances. Yet reality left them sorely disappointed. Both mutants and humans faced defeat. Sentinels, endowed with program independence, proliferated across the globe, casting a pall of endless gloom over the once azure planet. Humanity was no longer the sovereign of this world. The Sentinels had assumed that role. While the comprehensive war ended in failure, the localized conflict between Hellfire and the Sentinels persisted. Unlike mutants, such as Firemen and Icemen, who could not contend with the Sentinels due to inadequate development of their own abilities, the mutants within Hellfire were formidable warriors. Although some had perished in the protracted conflict, those who remained possessed the power to effortlessly obliterate a Sentinel robot. Since Li Wei's arrival in this world, its trajectory had diverged dramatically from its original path over the ensuing decades. As mutants existing on the periphery of society, Katie and her companions were largely oblivious to the true secrets at play. Consequently, their narrative to Li Wei resembled a historical tome, albeit one filled with intrigue. Much like how he had never anticipated that his casual association with Hellfire would transform it into the savior of mutants. Indeed, the unfolding of history is profoundly marvelous. With a note of admiration, Li Wei extended his hand, and golden light materialized in the air, unveiling a directional teleportation portal. A fierce, biting wind howled behind the portal, swirling with ice crystals akin to daggers. At a glance, most would assume that the world beyond the portal was a frigid expanse, reminiscent of the Antarctic or Arctic. Yet, through these layers of illusion, Li Wei discerned the figure orchestrating it all, a frost queen radiating an aura of chilling power. This ability might aptly be named Blizzard. With an outstretched hand, the space ahead shattered with a delicate, fragmented sound, reminiscent of a cracked mirror swiftly advancing forward. In an instant, the frigid expanse of ice and snow was utterly obliterated, revealing a woman before them, her eyes filled with astonishment and suspicion. A new mutant? It seems you do not recognize me. Stepping through the portal, Li Wei glanced back at the hesitant Ji-Ran, a bemused smile escaping his lips. What are you dawdling for? Do you intend to wait until the portal closes? No, that's not it. Upon hearing Li Wei's voice, Katie and the others hurriedly crossed the portal, entering the dreamlike mirrored space. As they reached out to touch the facets reflecting their reality, their eyes widened in awe. Could this be an alternate dimension? It is not. Li Wei extended his hand to reopen a portal, this time revealing a realm ineffable to humanity. This is it. as he closed the spatial door amidst their astonished gazes. Li Wei surveyed the area, glancing at several figures in the distance, a smile gracing his lips. It appears everyone is gathered. I just wonder how many recognize me. Suddenly, fine grains of sand began to flow across the ground, and a familiar face appeared before Li Wei. After 78 years, I finally see you again. Sandy Satyr, a mutant who has survived for over a century due to his unique sand-like form, yet time has left its indelible mark upon him. Observing Satyr, whose hair was now streaked with gray, Li Wei felt a stir of emotion. He then pointed a finger to Satyr's brow, channeling energy from an external dimension into his being. The revitalizing energy coursed through Satyr, akin to a nourishing rain, rejuvenating his decaying body. The white hair receded, skin tightened, muscles defined, as a radiant golden emblem materialized on Satyr's forehead, erasing the ravages of time. As your faithful benefactor over the decades, I grant you new life. Li Wei withdrew his hand, his tone unremarkable, as if the act were trivial. As a being whose power amplifies by 10 every 12 hours, Li Wei found it impossible to gauge the extent of his strength. According to fixed calculations, his current augmentation should be approximately 11 raised to the power of 210, roughly equivalent to 1 by 10^108, while the speed of light is 3 times 10^108. At this level, Li Wei had transcended the constraints of the material realm. Even without deliberate study, his mind continually surfaced with an increasing array of methods for harnessing energy. To prevent these from overwhelming his consciousness, he often chose to block them, resulting in a lack of awareness regarding the full extent of his abilities. Often, he could conjure techniques capable of astonishing the world with mere intent. Feeling the resurgence of vitality in Satyr's once fading form, the latter was overcome with emotion. You have finally returned. Unlike the excitement exhibited by Sate, the other members of Hellfire displayed a hint of confusion. Sate, who is he? He is the founder of Hellfire. Sate turned to explain. The codename we possess now was established by him. You may refer to him as the Supreme Monarch. Supreme Monarch? Shouldn't the highest authority of the organization be known as the Joker's card? The gray one is the Joker, the Fool, and above the Joker stands the Supreme Monarch. So he has returned to reclaim Hellfire, which he discarded decades ago and which we have painstakingly revived. You are unwilling? Indeed, Void stepped forward. I cannot accept this reality. If he seeks to command us, so I choose to withdraw. Withdraw? No problem. Li Wei gestured towards Sate, stepping forward and scanning the faces of the dozen mutants before him. Ladies and gentlemen, who else wishes to withdraw? Let us express it openly and part amicably. The proverb proud soldiers often meet their downfall is particularly pertinent in times of war, especially for those mutants who have survived its trials. The name of Hellfire was forged by their own hands. Thus, the sudden emergence of an unfamiliar stranger seeking to claim kingship was unacceptable to any. Although Li Wei's displayed prowess was formidable, how many had managed to endure 2 years entangled with sentinels? Exchanging glances, all but Sate, who had endured the reformation of Hellfire, chose to withdraw. Sate, forgive us. Perhaps you can accept your king, but we prefer the system we once had. We may yet slay sentinels together in the future. Yet it will clearly not be in the name of Hellfire. With that, Void cast a gray-blue energy orb, opening a spatial gateway connecting the mirror realm to reality. Shall we, gentlemen? After a moment of silence, seeing that Li Wei made no move against them, they nodded in agreement. In truth, their worries were unfounded. Li Wei had no intentions of betraying them. After all, these individuals had played a pivotal role in preserving Hellfire to this day and had not wronged him. Granting them an escape was no trouble for Li Wei. Once the former members of Hellfire had departed, Li Wei turned to Sate. Why are you the only one left? What of Deadpool and Wolverine? Most have succumbed to age and illness over time. Logan was subjected to memory cleansing and transformed into a weapon, subsequently captured alongside Deadpool by the Sentinels. We attempted a rescue operation, but even Void could not trace their whereabouts, as if they had been completely shielded. Were it not for the escalating discord between humans and mutants becoming a widely discussed societal issue, Hellfire would have long since become a hollow shell. The current situation is scarcely better. Li Wei chuckled lightly, his gaze clear and penetrating. He gently stirred the myriad strands of information in the air, extracting a message from a Sentinel calculator. A new communique indicated that humanity was preparing to dispatch a Ninglu-class Sentinel robot, which, based on existing data, had likely reached the level of a level 4 mutant. Though it appeared to be directed at me, I surmised that soon this Ninglu-class Sentinel will become standard issue, heralding the impending doom of mutants. A new Sentinel robot? Sate pondered momentarily, then a faint smile graced his face. I have regained my peak performance. I am confident it shall not rival me. Is that so? Li Wei inquired with curiosity. I seem to have yet to ask you about your capabilities. I possess the ability to disintegrate matter into particles within the 00742 range and exert control over them. I can also transform my own body into particles. Since sand is abundant, I typically manipulate it. If necessary, I could reduce those sentinels to mere iron shavings, but due to physical limitations, I have not been able to unleash my full potential. Until now, that is. As he spoke, a hint of a smile emerged on Sate's face. After decades of accumulation, according to the classification system, my strength has now ascended to level 5. Is that so? Li Wei responded non-committally, gazing calmly at the space before him. Just in time. An adversary approaches. Let me witness the extent of your prowess. Sate, perplexed, was abruptly drawn to a sudden tearing sound, turning his attention as a vast rift appeared in the mirrored space, resembling a cloth bag sliced open by a blade. Beyond that rupture, a Ninglu-class Sentinel emerged, towering at 10 meters high. Unlike the Sentinels currently in service, the Ninglu-class robot, theoretically designed to counter level 5 mutants, possessed a plethora of advanced capabilities. Its abilities extended beyond merely transforming into a molten or icy giant. It could master and wield powers related to fundamental rules: spatial teleportation, magnetic control, shell repair, and airflow manipulation. These feats were unattainable by the current Sentinels, yet if recorded within the genetic database, the Ninglu class could achieve them. A single Sentinel equated to multitudes of mutants. This was the crux of its touted capacity to combat level 5 mutants. However, what intrigued Li Wei further was the sight of the true puppeteer behind the Ninglu-class Sentinel, Bull. This individual was more commonly known as the Electronic Phantom. Chapter 112. Bull the Electronic Phantom Bull, a figure presumed dead among the Hellfire mutants, had now transformed into the mastermind orchestrating the Sentinels. There was no need to resort to surreal means. A mere moment of contemplation made the unfolding events abundantly clear. In the face of the 4th-level mutant, the electronic spectator, even true artificial intelligence may not stand a chance against him, let alone this world devoid of such intelligence. Perhaps Bull did indeed assist the mutants significantly in the early stages, but once he entered the Sentinel's computational realm, the tides may have shifted. Consider, what would be the outcome after the victory of Hellfire's resistance? A harmonious coexistence between mutants and humans might lead to the mutants, endowed with superior productive capabilities, acquiring greater resources. Some of them could even ascend to the status of billionaires, or even the President of the United States. Beyond that, it seems little would change. Yet, what if he were to become a Sentinel? By wielding the power to dominate the world, Bull would elevate himself above all life on the planet. The mutants would only be fit to flee in desperation, while any potential superhuman threats would be systematically eradicated, leaving humanity to exist solely within the order he establishes. One is the possessor of productive resources, the other is the actual ruler of the world. Bull's heart has made a choice leaning towards humanity, controlling the only currently available Ninglu-class robot within the entire Sentinel system. Bull reveled in the immense power contained within this formidable shell, surpassing anything he had known before. He gazed at Seth, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Seth of the Shifting Sands, is Hellfire left with only you? Have you also been forsaken by the void? Seth's brow furrowed at this, followed by a look of disbelief. You are Bull? You have become a Sentinel. Damn it. Do you realize what you are doing? Of course, Bull replied. Though a mechanical creation, the Sentinel's superior craftsmanship allowed Bull to fully express his disdain and fury. I merely intend to eliminate those who obstruct me. Those who obstruct you? Seth's face was filled with rage. So you have slaughtered millions of mutants and purged all humans with genes from the Earth, reducing the global population from 7 billion to this level? To achieve the ideal state, such sacrifices are essential, Bull asserted with an air of inevitability. Every great transformation in human history has been accompanied by bloodshed and death. The transformation I lead will be the greatest ever witnessed, and naturally, it requires even more blood and death to nurture it. Seth, you need not feel anger over this, for soon you too shall become a part of the transformation. The living fifth-level mutants, the Omega class, capable of overturning planets. Listen to those legendary titles that describe you. Jean Grey has perished in history, but your single corpse will suffice to lay a more solid foundation for me. Rest assured, after I eliminate you, I will systematically hunt down those wretched traitors of the void, sealing them alongside you in the containers I have meticulously prepared. Now, brace yourself for the arrival of death. As the words fell, a crimson ray flickered within Boar's pupils, surging towards Sate like a shockwave. Boom! The sky was filled with swirling sand and gravel, dancing like demons, before colliding with the ray, creating dazzling sparks and resounding waves. Indeed, Sate, the tentative attack was effortlessly thwarted, as if Boar had anticipated this outcome. Evidently, my analytical network has proven successful. Your abilities align precisely with my predictions. The Sandstorm Sate possesses the capacity to manipulate nearly all forms of matter. However, correspondingly, his depth of understanding in the realm of energy is rather shallow. Boar, from an unknown source, had deduced this intelligence and employed a high-energy ray attack to confirm it. Yet, Sate remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Boar, your abilities are indeed intriguing, but you must grasp one fundamental truth. The electronic specter, devoid of a tangible electronic carrier, ultimately transforms into a wandering soul destined to vanish. With arms stretched wide like a crucifix, Sate's form rapidly disintegrated into grains of sand, merging into the vast ocean of gravel surrounding him. As the waves ebbed and flowed, a colossal face emerged, gazing down upon the sentinel, Boar, who stood merely a few meters tall. Boar, I have ascended to divinity. How shall you endeavor to vanquish me now? Sate's voice, resonating like thunder, seemed to elicit a response from the heavens themselves. As the metallic sands swirled under his command, tendrils of azure electricity danced within the tempest, reminiscent of a deity's wrath. Clearly, unlike the merely educated mutants outside, Sate's intellect enabled him to unleash his abilities through diverse methods. Although it remained a mystery why he did not directly target the Sentinel robots, Levi, having relinquished absolute control over the mirrored space, chose to observe the unfolding spectacle. Despite his capability to conjure scenes far grander with a mere gesture, the allure of witnessing a duel lies in the fact that even the friliest of opponents can captivate an audience. This encapsulates the notion that the inebriated observer's interest is not in the beverage, but rather in the hidden narratives at play, much like the intrigue surrounding women in conflict. The same holds true for the clash between the mutants Sate and Boar. A tempest imbued with the essence of thunder raged relentlessly within this mirrored realm. A cataclysmic storm, fearsome as an apocalyptic disaster, stirred the air, creating an exceedingly unstable pressure zone, with energy distribution and magnetic fluctuations appearing chaotically erratic. In such adverse conditions, even satellites meticulously engineered for aerospace endeavors, boasting extraordinary stability, could swiftly lose functionality. Yet Boar remained steadfast. With a thunderous roar, the azure currents slithered like a cunning yet audacious serpent, concealed within the black dragon of gravel, advancing towards Boar with ominous intent. The sound of relentless thundering echoed, reminiscent of hail striking the ground, as the formidable black dragon shattered upon impact, leaving not a trace upon the Sentinel's exterior. The searing currents, capable of melting steel, appeared as inconsequential as a mere serpent before the Titan, inflicting no harm upon the giant standing resolutely amidst the tempest. The raging dragon roared. Yet Bol's figure remained steadfast like a divine pillar, boldly advancing into the eye of the storm, followed by a triumphant laugh. Behold, Satyr, this is the ultimate power. I have forged this indomitable body of adamantium by amalgamating vibranium with other metals. Even your tempest, capable of tearing apart nearly all matter, is powerless against me. Moreover, I must express my gratitude to humanity, for they dedicated decades to overcoming the challenges of genetic applications, enabling my metallic form to wholly disregard Magneto's magnetic influence. Coupled with the myriad abilities bestowed upon me by the gene bank, this is true strength. Were it not for the void shattering my corporeal form, compelling me to delve into the mysteries of machinery and electronics, I might still be deceived by you. The notion that humanity harbors boundless energy is mere self-deception. A comforting illusion. Humans possess limits, as do mutants. Only upon reaching the true threshold do I realize that my human identity is my greatest constraint. I have achieved an unprecedented transcendence in my physical being, allowing me to scorn you. After I eliminate you, I shall embark upon a spiritual ascension. At that moment, I shall be the true deity of this planet. Therefore, Satyr, for the future of humanity, you must perish. With that, Bull extended his hand, piercing straight into the howling storm, then clenched his fist. The hierarchy among mutants merely stems from their insufficient internal energy, while my energy is limitless. Grasping the invisible reins of authority, Bull's arm moved as he bellowed, "Stop!" With a thunderous roar, the air reversed its flow, the earth trembled, and the serpents of lightning darting through the black clouds vanished, as the unbridled storm began to halt. Akin to a wild stallion tamed by a firm grip on its reins, the forces of air, thunder, earth, and metal, through the merciless slaughter of millions of mutants on Earth, Bull's genetic database recorded an abundance of powers. Combined with his incredibly resilient adamantium body, he unleashed the energy within him without restraint. Layer upon layer of augmentation allowed him to genuinely bring the raging tempest to a standstill. Yet, he remained unaware that as the clouds of sand descended under gravity's influence, a fine layer of dust cloaked his form. Feeling the feedback of propulsion from his steel body, Bull glanced at the thin gray covering, scoffing with a smirk. "Satyr, do you truly need to resort to such tactics? The lack of charisma befitting an Omega-level mutant is rather disheartening. Step forth and engage me in a contest of strength. Let us ascertain whether the might of humanity is boundless or if external forces reign supreme." As the words echoed, the energy furnace transmitted power. Vast energies began to accumulate within the adamantium, culminating in a cataclysmic eruption. A resonant hum, akin to the tolling of an ancient bell, reverberated through the air, and the formidable shock wave instantaneously dispersed countless grains of sand. The clash of waves and the might of Sate were locked in a celestial struggle, resembling a shimmering armor of quicksand enveloping Bull, ever shifting in form. Amidst this sea of sand, concealed from Katie and her companions by Levi, Bull found his gaze met only by the absence of any human presence, save for tendrils of sand that slithered like serpents possessed of life. In this world, certain mutants possess extraordinary combat prowess, such as Magneto, while others, like Sate, excel in different realms. Sate wielded the ability to manipulate particles and to reduce himself to a particulate state, yet when faced with the Sentinel, forged entirely of adamantium, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. While he could transmute nearly all matter into particles, the energy-absorbing vibranium and the adamantium, an alloy derived from it, remained impervious to his control. The effort required to manipulate these two metals far outweighed any potential gain. With both weapons composed of comparable materials, the remaining contest hinged upon the quality of the resources and the skill of the user. In this regard, Sate was undeniably outmatched by Bull, whose entire form was composed of adamantium alloy. Furthermore, as Bull had previously articulated, the power of humanity is inherently limited, unless one forsakes their humanity. It is impossible to contend with the seemingly limitless energy of the Sentinel. In this scenario, Sate's sole advantage lay in his immortality. He could not extinguish Bull's life, nor could Bull extinguish his, yet both possessed the capacity to eliminate any other mutant or Sentinel, establishing a precarious stalemate. Bull remained indifferent to this standoff, for the second Ninglu-level mutant had already commenced its creation. Sate, however, was burdened by the plight of his kind, and Levi's watchful presence weighed heavily upon him. Caught in a peculiar psychological state, Sate was unwilling to suffer defeat in his inaugural battle after his resurrection. If he were to falter, it should not be under such circumstances. The emotional turmoil stemming from their contrasting attitudes began to tilt the scales of victory. The grains of sand danced anew in the sky, coalescing into streams that converged and ultimately engulfed Bull's form within a vast ocean of sand. Yet again, such a tiresome tactic. Bull scoffed, as the energy surging from the furnace caused the temperature of his adamantium alloy body to rise sharply, soaring to nearly 10,000 degrees within mere seconds. The air shimmered with heat, and the gravel transformed into crimson lava, slipping from Set's control and instead falling under the dominion of Bor, swirling and roaring like a fiery dragon in the sky. "Set, You are truly disappointing. Too cowardly to even face me, Boar proclaimed, moving about as if a sovereign surveying his realm. Each molten footprint left an imprint upon the ground, reminiscent of the passage of a deity or demon, mysterious and awe-inspiring. In this duality of light and shadow, both parties endeavored to cautiously probe each other through varied means. Yet, a sudden alarm from the Sentinel system altered the course of events. A ghostly figure emerged within the digital realm, manipulating everything through programming. As a smile crept on Boar's face, Set, it appears I have triumphed in this round. Set offered no reply, but that did not deter Boar. Are you familiar with the codename Antidote? Or shall we use another name? Jimmy. Does that ring a bell? Perhaps you have forgotten? So allow me to provide a hint. Department, Magneto, Restoration Serum, Alcatraz Island. Does it resonate with you? With an air of nonchalance, Boar approached, his body temperature cooling as he reached into the sea of sand, seizing the trembling Set. What a pity, you have lost. Why? Set queried, seeking to understand how Boar remained unaffected. Boar chuckled before responding. Ah, therein lies the marvel of technology. To contend with mutants, one requires a sentinel or even a level of sentinel superior. However, dealing with an ordinary person requires merely the robot itself. In a scenario where both sides have lost their powers, I can easily overpower you, bound as you are by your human flesh. As for how I am able to converse with you, a device capable of opening dimensions, paired with a communication system, suffices. You have constrained your intellect with habitual thinking. The moment you failed to recognize my intent to move, you had already lost. Humanity is often so foolish and short-sighted. Fortunate for me, I am not. Now, dear Set, it is time for your journey to conclude. You once led me down this path. Now, allow me to guide you to transcendence. Chapter 113. The spoil's fiery energy coursed through the Sentinel's robotic form, coalescing at the energy emitters positioned at its eyes. A resonant hum filled the air as rays of energy, reaching temperatures of thousands of degrees, shot forth like a luminous sword, aimed directly at Set's vital core. Farewell, Set. Boom! The crimson energy struck Set's body, instantly producing a thunderous explosion. As Set's form was engulfed by the crimson energy beam, a smile graced Boar's face. However, as strands of golden light began to emerge, the smile on his face faltered into a grimace. What is happening? Boar's gaze sharpened, a fleeting shadow of severity crossing his features. The energy furnace roared to life, unleashing a torrent of energy that completely engulfed Set once more. The extreme heat warped the air, rendering conventional detection systems ineffective. However, the persistent flicker of the genetic scanner furrowed Boar's brow. Why? This should not be happening. Observing the faint yet unwavering golden light, akin to a spark among the embers, an inexplicable restlessness stirred within Boar's heart, heating the outer alloy armor. He clasped Set firmly within his palms and, without hesitation, brought his hands together, intending to crush Set as one would an insignificant insect. With a resounding clang, his iron grip, capable of shattering stone, seemed to encounter an insurmountable force and halted abruptly. Faint golden light seeped through the crevices, steadfast and warm, reminiscent of the hopeful dawn. Alert! High energy response detected. Alert! High energy response detected. The crimson alarms flashed incessantly on the illusory interface before him. Gazing at his palms, Boar felt as though he were grasping a sun itself. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The internal scream of frustration surged, nearly overwhelming his composure. And with each roar of anger, his iron form quaked violently. As the suppression protocol ceased and his mutant abilities surged back, a radiant heat comparable to the sun erupted from Boar. The scarlet glow blazed as brilliantly as the setting sun, yet within its brilliance lay not beauty and warmth, but a searing flame potent enough to rend the earth and sky asunder. Boom! The molten dragon surged upward only to crash down suddenly, terrifying vibrations emanating from the ground. The trembling debris broke free from gravity's grasp, hovering momentarily before plunging straight toward the red sun below as if drawn back by its gravitational pull. The dreadful shockwave, infused with searing heat, roared forth. In an instant, energy equivalent to tens of thousands of tons of explosive force surged like a tsunami across the ravaged ground. The temperatures high enough to carbonize living beings and melt matter became the sole tone of this land, revealing a stark expanse of crimson earth. standing amidst this distorted terrain. With molten orange-yellow substance underfoot, Bull beheld the now silent alarms, and a hint of relief flickered across his face. "Say, you have finally perished at my hands." Stepping out of the molten chaos, Bull extended his hand, and a red mist-like energy erupted before him, opening a portal to exit the mirrored space. Next, it was time to seek out those traitors. One foot had already crossed the threshold of the portal when a sudden applause echoed from behind, causing him to halt in his tracks. At the same moment, new alarms flared to life before him. Alert! A mysterious supernormal entity has been detected, and calculations are underway. The dark steel body momentarily halted, its eyes flickering with a brief glimmer. Bohr slowly turned his head, his crimson pupils locking onto Levi, a murderous intent surging forth. "So, it is you." "Indeed, it is I," Levi replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Bohr. "What impressive automaton. I almost wish to take it back for my collection." "It appears you are not a mutant," Bohr observed coldly, glancing at the motionless gene detector. "Yet it makes little difference. Whether you are a mutant or not, your fate will ultimately mirror that of that fellow, death in my hands. I find this quite intriguing." Levi chuckled, then levitated gracefully into the air, gazing intently at Bohr. "Come, show me how you intend to kill me." "You foolish human," Bohr sneered, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Though I am uncertain how you evade the spatial detector, it matters not." With a thunderous roar, the multi-stage acceleration commenced, propelling the Sentinel's massive form beyond the speed of sound. The air was filled with explosive detonations as Bohr's figure swiftly appeared behind Levi. "D," he bellowed, his hands clenched tightly as he unleashed a barrage of punches towards Levi, each strike resonating with thunderous echoes. Explosions reverberated through the air, flames spiraling from one hand while the other condensed icy frost. The intertwining shadows of fire and ice danced chaotically as steam and heat triggered a cacophony of detonations, transforming the surroundings into a cataclysmic scene. Continuous assault. Absolute gravity. Bohr roared, delivering an uppercut that sent Levi crashing from the air. With outstretched arms and palms directed at the ground where Levi had fallen, he clenched his hands tightly. In an instant, charred stones, born from cooled lava, erupted from the earth like cannonballs, violently colliding with Levi. Amidst the rumbling of rocks, tons of earth were compressed, encasing Levi at the core like a dense asteroid. Crack! Crack! Bohr's grip tightened, accompanied by a series of dull cracking sounds as the massive rocky asteroid, now only 10 meters in diameter, began to spin ominously. The terrifying pressure converged at the center, relentlessly bearing down upon Levi. As Bohr manipulated the shrinking rock sphere, a smirk emerged on his lips, and an overwhelming heat radiated from the sphere. Within mere moments, the once pitch-black asteroid transformed into a glowing orb of molten lava. The immense internal pressure, coupled with the searing temperature and constant grinding, led Bohr to believe that this molten sphere could effortlessly annihilate even the previous generation of Sentinels. Yet, he was still unsatisfied. With a cold sneer, Bohr's hand abruptly fell, sending the suspended molten orb hurtling towards the earth like a meteor. Boom! Beneath the terrifying kinetic shock, the solid ground heaved like the surface of the ocean, rising in luminous waves. The compact tectonic plate tilted dramatically, only to be utterly shattered by the encroaching shockwave in the next instant. The tangible ripples of the shockwave expanded outward, transforming the surrounding landscape into a desolate wasteland spanning hundreds, if not thousands, of meters. Within the profound chasm, measuring several dozen meters deep, the horrifying internal energy accumulated within the lava asteroid shattered the constraints of the bowler ability, surging forth with ferocity. It was as if the very fabric of time and space quivered, yet not a sound was uttered in the mirrored expanse. The colossal fireball became the sole hue of existence. The orange-red flames soared skyward, completely obscuring the sunlit heavens. An explosion cloud, composed of flames, thick smoke, and assorted debris, ascended, rapidly coalescing into a mushroom cloud that connected the dust column and smoke. Invisible shockwaves surged outward, reducing the oncoming debris to mere powder. While Bowler coldly observed the rising mushroom cloud, the corners of his mouth twitching. Such a magnitude of assault could only result in certain death. How could this be? A voice resonated behind Bowler. with the equivalent force and temperature of a nuclear explosion. How could anyone possibly survive? Bowler was inclined to elaborate, but midway through his thoughts, he suddenly realized and turned to see Levi unscathed before him. In that instant, his tone shifted to one of sheer disbelief. Impossible. How could anyone endure such an onslaught? No, you must have employed some means to escape. Indeed, it must be so. In that case, allow me to personally end your life. Before his words faded, Bowler lunged towards Levi, activating his mutant ability, sharp spines protruding from his impervious, smooth exterior. The sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere, promising that anything caught in Bowler's grasp would be thoroughly pierced and shattered. Floating serenely in midair, Levi silently watched as Bowler's hand, capable of instilling terror in most beings, approached. It then collided violently with the biological force field. A resonant hum echoed as the Edmund alloy, known for its ability to penetrate almost all substances, met Levi's biological barrier, akin to a needle against an iron wall. Impossible, impossible. Bowler's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze sharpening as he abruptly intensified his kinetic output. I refuse to believe it. A soft thud reverberated as several indestructible metallic fragments shattered before Bowler's incredulous eyes, spiraling through the air until Levi deftly caught one in his hand. Excellent metal, Levi mused, maintaining a biological barrier strong enough to withstand a nuclear explosion. Grasping the fractured tip of the needle in one hand, he executed a precise two-fingered strike against the needle's point with the other. A low hum resonated as kinetic energy was absorbed and released, causing the needle's tip to momentarily transform into an ethereal apparition. With two fingers grasping the needle's tail, Levi glided through the air with the grace of a maestro wielding a conductor's baton. The phantoms emerged incessantly, slicing through the air with the ease of a knife through tofu as one by one, alloy steel needles of varying lengths and thicknesses were severed silently by Levi's deft hand, allowing these needles to fall to the ground. A faint smile graced Levi's lips as he forcefully pulled them from right to left, initiating an unseen reversal of time. A glimmer of cold light flashed before his eyes, and Bowl found himself perplexed by the absence of any injury, only to witness the world around him begin to rewind. The persistent mushroom cloud in the sky contracted rapidly along a bizarre trajectory. Buildings reconstructed, fissures healed, and within the limits of his vision, reality seemed to reverse. The fabric of space appeared to dissolve, and time itself began to retreat. Bowl stood in quiet astonishment as the ravaged world rejuvenated into its former state within mere minutes. His lips trembled slightly, the unfolding events far surpassing his comprehension of mutant abilities. Despite a database cataloging millions of abilities processing this phenomenon, he could not find a single match that bore the slightest resemblance. With a dazed expression, after several moments of stupor, Bowl turned his gaze back to Levi, his voice dry as he uttered, "How did you accomplish this?" "It's merely a simple magic," Levi replied nonchalantly, discarding the now ineffectual adamantium. He then turned his attention to the sentinel, a magnificent energy materializing in his palm, which he directed towards Bowl. "Your turn in the offensive has concluded. Now it is my turn." As the seemingly unremarkable hand reached out towards him, Bowl perceived a dense shroud of ominous clouds, behind which lay a pair of emotionless eyes composed of myriad rays of light. A visceral tremor coursed through him. The chilling sensation of dread drove him to the swift decision to abandon the N-class Sentinel. Disconnect spatial locator, sever network communications, disable mutant ability control, initiate internal self-destruction of the intelligence program. In an instant, a deluge of data flashed across a virtual screen, only to be rendered utterly blank. Yet, just as Bowl believed he had narrowly escaped, a terrifying hand pierced through an indescribable passageway into the ephemeral realm of data. Anchored by a dimensional existence, Levi possessed an array of unimaginable means, rivaling even the dimensional deities. Since he himself was a conduit connecting dimensions, limitations were entirely non-existent for him. As his hand delved into the intangible void, the fingers tightened, capturing a remnant of Bowl's essence firmly within his grasp. Withdrawing his hand from the void, he gazed at the flickering blue electric light dancing in his palm, a smile finally breaking across his face. A decisive fellow, opting for a severed escape. Thus, even if I were capable, Locating this individual amidst the vast ocean of data would indeed require considerable time and effort. For now, he shall be disregarded. As the flicker of electricity, emblematic of the electronic specter's capabilities, faded from his palm, Li Wei raised his gaze once more to the colossal behemoth before him, marveling at its sheer majesty. The transformation abilities of the Sentinel robot primarily relied on the support of a genetic repository. Yet this did not imply that its functionality would be rendered obsolete in the absence of database support. Li Wei had his own sources for programming. And as for the genetic repository, the mutants of this timeline had largely met their demise. However, many from the past timeline still thrived. In any case, the temporal belt made no indication that returning to the past was forbidden, and Li Wei planned to await a suitable moment to test this theory. As for the present, he felt it prudent to retrieve those two immortal beings once more. Chapter 114, Reclaiming the Past, the Sentinel Network. The most rudimentary network in the human realm was entirely under the dominion of Paul. After an extensive period, Paul had transformed this network into an impregnable fortress. However, today, what he deemed an indestructible bastion was effortlessly breached by a single hand. There was no tremor, nor any sound. His prideful achievement was utterly perforated, shredded, and a portion of his being was mercilessly torn away. Had he not swiftly activated the quantum computer to engage the entire Sentinel network, while decisively severing a significant portion of his corporeal form, he likely would have been captured. Transforming himself into pure data, he flowed with the vast amounts of information circulating globally, exhaling a sigh of relief tinged with trepidation. Reflecting on his grievous losses and the visage of Li Wei, whom he found utterly detestable, a surge of fury welled within Paul. Where did this wretched individual emerge from? Why had I never received any information about this person before? Must these cursed beings always serve as stumbling blocks on my path to progress? The mingling of relief at having narrowly escaped and indignation within Paul culminated in profound resentment. Weapons. I shall forge an even more formidable mist. Next time, I will ensure that this accursed individual is utterly obliterated. I shall replace the existing sentinels with those of the Ninglu level, endowed with spatial manipulation capabilities, while simultaneously beginning the development of future-grade sentinels capable of temporal transportation. Since I cannot eliminate you in this timeline, I shall find you in your youth and extinguish your life. Human. Li Wei, of course, remained oblivious to Paul's internal scheming of a new Sentinel initiative, aimed at traveling back in time to slay him. Even if he were aware, he would likely dismiss it with a mere chuckle, unperturbed, with a wave of his hand. As if donning an invisible cloak, the towering Sentinel robot swiftly vanished in a thin air, before Li Wei finally turned his attention towards Sate. It appears that, as a level 5 mutant, your abilities are still insufficient to genuinely save humanity. Even your powers cannot control this adamantium. My apologies. Sate's wry smile reflected his resignation. The atomic structure of adamantium is exceedingly dense. Even if I wish to sever its metallic bonds, it would require a considerable expenditure of energy. Moreover, that fellow Bull had preemptively equipped himself with metal control, material manipulation, and mental interference abilities, making it exceedingly challenging to disrupt the metallic bonds, an endeavor where the costs far outweigh the benefits. Listening to Sate's explanation, Levi raised an eyebrow. As the highest-ranked level 5 mutant, you cannot even decompose a single piece of metal. The level of mutants does not necessarily denote destructive power. Sate shook his head, clarifying. The level of a mutant often indicates potential rather than real-time combat capability. In a particulate state, I am immortal, given sufficient time. I can decompose all matter, including adamantium. However, a level 4 mutant can never achieve this. This is the fundamental distinction between level 5 and level 4. When it comes to destructive power, those mutants capable of opening portals might be the strongest. The portals, intrinsically related to space, can cleave through nearly all matter, including adamantium. This is the true embodiment of destructive capability. Sate's explanation was reasonable enough to salvage a modicum of his dignity. Yet Levi seemed largely indifferent. With a swift motion, he tore open a rift in space, and with a flick of his hand, the initially minuscule fissure expanded into a vast void. Through this aperture, a legion of Sentinel robots, their eyes aglow with an ominous orange-red light, stared unblinkingly at Levi. Amongst the throngs of Sentinels stood 2 cylindrical containers filled with chemical solvents, within which floated figures bristling with various tubes and wires. None other than the long-missing Deadpool and Wolverine. Intruder detected. Threat level extremely high. Activating full response energy, the intelligent program sprang into action, and in the next moment, the densely packed Sentinels surged forth towards Levi like a roiling black tide. Faced with an army of Sentinels capable of eliciting dread in nearly all mutants, Levi found the time to calculate the distance between himself and the two containers. Alas, there was a discrepancy of a good 30 to 40 meters. Compared to using spells, the spatial portals indeed had a significant margin of error. Never mind. In the future, I shall continue employing spatial portals for assassination. As for spatial bridging, Levi suddenly smiled, redirecting his attention to the oncoming Sentinels, and with a graceful motion in the air, he sliced through the fabric of space. With a soft hiss, the space appeared to be rent asunder by countless blades, revealing a multitude of rifts. These fissures were so minuscule in the air, resembling delicate, inconspicuous strands of black hair swaying gently. Yet, it is precisely this delicate fissure, as ephemeral as strands of hair, that reveals an astonishing lethality, starkly contrasting its appearance when confronted by the terrifying killing machines known as Sentinels. Alert! Alert! Countless spatial rifts are dispersed within this vast expanse, resembling an intricately woven net crafted from fine fishing line, ensnaring all Sentinels within. The intricate fissures manifest. With each movement of the Sentinels, contact with a spatial rift ensues, resulting in a glowing incision radiating an orange-yellow light. Alarms blare incessantly within the Sentinels' programmed responses. Yet they are utterly incapable of halting the dismemberment of their forms into scattered fragments by the ever-increasing spatial rifts. In a mere few minutes, the once daunting Sentinels have vanished, leaving behind a thick layer of debris, black magnetic shards, remnants of molten lava still emanating residual heat, icy blocks exuding chill, and metallic pieces reflecting a glimmering sheen. Each fragment, distinct in form, attests to the transformations the Sentinels have undergone. Yet, when faced with the spatial rifts, there exists but one inevitable fate. Crack, crack! Treading upon the path paved with the remnants of the Sentinels, Levi strolled towards the enormous container, gazing at the two individuals firmly secured within, seemingly ensnared in slumber, eliciting a sigh of pity. How unfortunate it is. The ability to attain immortality would evoke envy in most. Yet here they are, confined within a vessel, reduced to living specimens for experimentation. The truth reveals that long life does not guarantee a bright future. Only those endowed with formidable power can roam freely. However, now, you two are liberated. With that, Levi gently pointed a finger. Boom! With a soft thud, the closed container, supported by high-strength tempered glass, shattered into countless shards. The chemical liquid, intended to induce calmness, began to spill forth under the force of gravity, only to be violently dispersed by an even greater power. Bang, bang, bang. Pipes ruptured, wires fell, and the two undead, suspended in midair, plummeted to the ground with a sound akin to a cloth dropping into water. The resilience of human cells is formidable, and that of mutants even more so. Having been immersed in a sedative for what could be measured in years, the two had developed a certain resistance. However, this resistance was no match for the entirety of the potent concoction, compounded by the severing of neural nodes between their brains and spinal cords, which rendered them incapable of escape. Yet now, freed from external influences, the two undead swiftly opened their eyes. Amidst the sound of rushing water, to Levi's surprise, the first to awaken was not the more resilient Logan, but rather the avocado-like Deadpool. Huh, first one up, I'm finally free. Muttering incoherently, Deadpool attempted to rise from the ground with a fish-like motion, only to find his feet slipping on the slick floor, resulting in a resounding thud as he fell once more. Although this minor mishap was an unexpected turn of events, it remained well within the bounds of Deadpool's grand design. As he continued to justify himself, he hastily regained his footing, only to belatedly realize he was entirely unclothed. Upon meeting Levi's teasing gaze, Deadpool exclaimed in surprise, hastily crossing his legs, one hand shielding his chest and the other obscuring his lower half, his eyes filled with alarm. What do you intend to do with that look? No, I am but a fragile man, incapable of enduring your kind of torment. Just forget it. Levi scoffed disdainfully, During your slumber, your dignity has likely been violated countless times. Just look at that tube above you, nearly double the girth of what lies below. It has been occupying your mouth for quite some time now. By all accounts, you are but a withered flower, the kind that would require payment to be taken off your hands. With both hands still shielding himself, Deadpool's expression slowly morphed into the mischievous grin of a seasoned boxer. So, it's only because I haven't been ravaged that you find me appealing? I see. You understand nothing, Levi retorted irritably, opening a portal above Deadpool's head, from which an avalanche of clothing cascaded upon him. Now put on some clothes, avocado. Amidst the pile of garments, Deadpool's protests were feeble. How could you say such a thing? It's truly disheartening, especially after I have cherished thoughts of you for decades. What an idiot. Levi muttered a curse under his breath, then turned his attention to Logan, whose bodily functions had returned to normal. I recall Seth and the others mentioning that this fellow had his memory wiped. Indeed, I remember quite well. Deadpool, now clad in a striped outfit reminiscent of a convict, had somehow emerged from the clothing heap, standing beside Levi and gesturing towards Logan. That truly is a chapter best left unexamined. Logan has been a steadfast companion, risking capture as a test subject to help me find that abominable disgrace. Although he has indeed been captured and brainwashed into committing numerous misdeeds, I must express a modicum of gratitude. Without him, I might not have resolved that matter. Alas, the impressive pair of claws I had collected, stretching over a meter in length, has been lost, a regrettable loss. However, that lengthy claw seemed to serve little purpose beyond poking at one's rear, and I would never concede that it was a weapon. I doubt you would find interest in a rectal probe. It pales in comparison to a cucumber. Years of silence had left Deadpool eager to speak, and now that he was free, he could not contain himself. It seemed that his incessant chatter brought him boundless joy. Yet, as his primary confidant, Levi found himself far from pleased, feeling that even the summer cicadas were less annoying than Deadpool's incessant prattle. With a scowl, he gestured to the side, and a portal swiftly unfurled beneath Deadpool's feet. Deadpool? As the shouts faded into the distance, Levi nodded in satisfaction and closed the portal, bidding a definitive farewell to the bothersome individual. Having dispatched the annoying fellow, he turned around to find a naked Logan who had evidently awakened, now struggling to dress himself. Upon sensing Levi's gaze, Logan's eyes filled with wariness, and with a swift motion, several glistening adamantium claws emerged from between his fingers. Oh, how remarkable! He had evolved from bone claws to adamantium ones. This transformation certainly justified the moniker Wolverine, perhaps due to some distinctiveness. Unlike Deadpool, who retained his memories, Logan had endured prolonged torment and consequently lost many of his recollections. When their eyes met, despite his humanoid form, Levi discerned the shadow of a beast within him, violent, vigilant, aggressive, yet also imbued with a fear of the unknown. After a moment of shared silence, seemingly sensing that Levi harbored no malice, Logan finally spoke. "Who are you? Where am I? What do you intend to do?" His tone softened, yet the metallic claws remained unsheathed, as if their presence offered him a semblance of security. However, what he perceived as safety was, in Levi's view, quite illusory. With his current abilities, the adamantium, which was deemed indestructible in the human realm, held little fortitude against him. In terms of communication, Levi found no desire to engage deeply with someone like Logan, who had lost a significant part of his humanity and resembled more of a half-awakened beast. With a swift motion, Levi transformed into a wraith-like figure, gliding towards Logan. In Logan's dilated pupils, Levi appeared as a phantasmal shadow, yet the chasm of disparity in their reactions and speed left Logan incapable of any movement. With a focused gesture, Levi extended his index and middle fingers, directing a luminous point straight at Logan's forehead. Boom! A thunderous resonance echoed within Logan's mind, akin to the sound of spring thunder, as blinding gold enveloped his vision and consciousness entirely. Amidst the kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, fragmented images began to materialize, rapidly coalescing at a terrifying pace. Scattered impressions, scenes, pictorial collections, sounds, memories long buried were resurrected from the annals of history, flooding Logan's mind with an overwhelming tide of recollections. His eyes trembled, reflecting a myriad of shifting emotions until tranquility was finally restored. Gasping for breath, Logan eventually lifted his gaze towards Levi, managing to force a faint smile. Thank you. Don't mention it, Levi replied. Chapter 115. World War. The process of rescuing others seemed somewhat convoluted. It had spanned merely 3 to 5 minutes in its entirety. Casting a glance at the 4 utterly destroyed spatial positioning interference devices in the corner, Levi reopened a portal, vanishing with Logan through it. In another realm, caught in an infinite loop of descent, a new portal suddenly materialized. With a resounding thud, Deadpool, striking a pose reminiscent of a swimming fish, crashed to the ground, violently expelling a long stream of blood. Struggling to rise, he glanced at his completely sunken chest, sputtering blood as he remarked, "Look at this airport. I wager none of my ribs are intact. I bet you have at least one, that is." Logan interjected suddenly. "If I win, you must remain silent for a week." Deadpool cursed vehemently, then began to probe his chest. Moments later, his expression froze, and he abruptly raised his hand, clenched into a fist, and brought it down heavily upon his chest. With a crisp crack, another rib fractured, and Deadpool triumphantly declared, "See? My last rib just broke. I win." "Indeed, you have won," Logan nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. "But I haven't yet stated what I shall concede to you." Observing the now stupefied Deadpool, Logan retrieved a hefty metal button from his pocket, flicked it with his thumb, and tossed it into Deadpool's hand. "Consider it a penny for me. You may use this button to redeem it later." Deadpool stared at Logan in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom that such a wild and robust figure would engage in this manner with him. However, true to form, he swiftly adapted. With 2 fingers pinching the button, Deadpool spoke in an exaggerated tone. "Look at this. The token of affection from the fierce Wolverine, Logan. I shall place it nearest to my heart, so I can forever feel your wild, jungle-like love for me." Faced with Deadpool's exceedingly awkward demeanor, a flicker of disdain crossed Logan's eyes. "You are utterly repulsive." "Thank you for the compliment." Deadpool raised an eyebrow in response. "However, I believe the term sleazy would suit me better." Logan could now fully comprehend the meaning of the adage. A tree without its bark is destined to die. A person without shame is invincible. Confronted with Deadpool's shamelessness, no ordinary means could dissuade him, leaving Logan to grapple with his own discomfort. The disorienting sensation of years of slumber and the sudden return of memories clouded Logan's thoughts, making him susceptible to Deadpool's provocations. Now, with clarity, he recognized that even witnessing Deadpool, akin to a woman, coyly tucking the button into his chest, warranted no further remarks. Competing with this scoundrel in terms of sleaziness, Logan realized he had seldom triumphed over the years. Yet, from another perspective, this might indeed be a silver lining. For the immortals, there exists no greater agony than witnessing the gradual disappearance of people and things as time flows inexorably onward. However, the presence of a fellow immortal, albeit a scoundrel, can somewhat alleviate this sorrow. This is one of the reasons he has kept this individual close over the years. Levi shows little interest in the undying bond forged between these 2 immortals, although he himself may now be considered an immortal due to his overwhelming power that defies death. He believes that a solitary connection to a superhero better suits him. Moreover, he has other matters to attend to. "Set, are you certain of your words?" "Indeed," Set affirmed with a resolute nod. Within humanity, a profound discontent and resentment towards the Sentinels has emerged. In truth, Hellfire has maintained contact with the internal resistance forces of humanity. The fundamental program of the Sentinels is to eradicate mutants. However, over the years, this mandate has expanded to include the elimination of those possessing genes. Humanity initially believed this expansion would assist in the complete eradication of mutants from the world. But the reality tells a different story. We have learned that the genetic origins of the human populace stem from the cosmos beyond Earth and are widely distributed, existing within nearly every human being. Humanity's comprehension of genetics is far from sufficient to fully apply to the complexities of genetic existence. Through the years, the nature of genes has been classified into 3 categories: the undetectable recessive, the detectable yet dormant dominant, and finally, the awakened mutants. The once angelic beings were born of 2 dominant parents, while within human society, although rare, there are always instances of recessive parents giving birth to offspring with dominant genes. Such individuals are also targets within the Sentinels' hunting agenda. No one can bear the thought of their progeny being condemned to death for the nebulous possibility of becoming a mutant. Even if they were unable to resist due to overwhelming power, The seeds of resentment towards the Sentinels have already taken root within their hearts. Furthermore, with the current state of resource allocation and the comprehensive military control of the bases, humanity can hardly be deemed human. They resemble more closely animals kept in captivity by Bull. Hellfire's survival to this day is not solely attributable to our own efforts, but also to the substantial support from within human society. Are you suggesting we unite the remaining mutants and humanity for one final stand before the full deployment of the Ninglu-class Sentinels? This is the only opportunity our world has left, Set replied, a hint of melancholy gracing his features. The might of the Ninglu class is beyond the capacity of ordinary power to confront, even if the mass-produced versions may not boast superior materials. Their sheer number could render humanity's dominion a relic of the past. I cannot allow such a fate to unfold. Bull is a creation of my discovery and nurturing. It is my duty to prevent and rectify his misguided path. Such noble resolve, Li Weilin, with a hint of amusement, remarked. But have you never considered asking for my assistance? Of course, I have, Sate replied without a trace of denial. However, you are not from this world, are you? You know, Li Wei raised an eyebrow. I thought I could keep it hidden a bit longer. This world possesses only a scant number of superhumans. Yet magic has never existed here, and I still vividly recall the magic you once wielded, coupled with the incantations directed at you. I can conclusively determine that you do not belong to this realm. So, what do you intend to do now? If you were of this world, I would naturally request your aid in restoring balance. But since you are not, I have no right to demand that you fight for the people of this world. This is our war. Of course, if you are willing to lend your hand, I would express heartfelt gratitude on behalf of others. Sate's words were comprehensive, outlining his forthcoming plans while subtly imparting additional information, all without adopting a coercive stance in soliciting Li Wei's help. Under normal circumstances, one would expect Li Wei to enthusiastically express understanding and join the cause. However, he chose to defy expectations. After a brief contemplation, recalling the immense power he possessed that could potentially alter fate, Li Wei resolved to observe the unfolding events for the time being. After all, he was formidable enough that even if the earth were to erupt in chaos, he might still salvage the situation. There was no need to rush. Li Wei opted to remain a spectator. Although Sate harbored some concerns, he had no further thoughts on the matter. He simply exhaled slightly and turned his gaze toward the mutants that Li Wei had brought back. Initially, this had been a casual endeavor, but as the members of the Hellfire departed one by one, these individuals could indeed prove useful. Watching as Sate and the others gradually exited the mirror space, Li Wei fell into contemplation. Should I perhaps restrain my abilities? The powers Li Wei wished to temper were not his overwhelming strength, but rather his extraordinarily heightened senses. With his current sensory perception, he could hear sounds from thousands of kilometers away without the need for a medium, distinguishing between various sounds and intuitively grasping the information they contained. He could see through nearly all materials in the world, including ultraviolet electromagnetic waves. And even the minute mites and pores on human skin were not beyond his scrutiny. He could project his voice as a line to communicate with someone thousands of kilometers away or broadcast it to all living beings within hundreds of kilometers. His olfactory senses allowed him to detect almost all scents without any medium, extracting a wealth of information from them. These abilities required no conscious effort. They instinctively resonated in his mind, with his subconscious resolving everything. Yet, such an almost omniscient capability also brought him considerable inconvenience. For instance, he would unconsciously capture the techniques employed in the preparation of a dish while dining, acutely perceiving the biological molecules left by the chefs. To an ordinary person, a breathtaking beauty might appear as a mere assemblage of large pores teeming with bacteria, or perhaps devoid of skin altogether. Initially, when he first acquired this ability, he felt a sense of delight. However, now it only brings him noise, and he yearns for tranquility. The inner turmoil of Li Wei remains a secret. The world continues to follow its predetermined course, albeit with some deviations from its original path. Upon departing from the mirrored space, utilizing his flickering ability, Sate quickly gathered mutants from various corners of the nation while covertly establishing contact with the human resistance. Thanks to the pressure and harm Li Wei had previously inflicted upon Bohr, the somewhat fragmented Sentinel network failed to detect the surging undercurrents. With the enhancement of the Sentinel factories, a plethora of Ninglu-level mutants was fervently being produced concurrently with the design of future-level Sentinel machines theoretically capable of time-space traversal. The oppression of the mutant population by the Sentinels is relentless. Each new generation of Sentinels symbolizes the demise of even more mutants. It is akin to the fact that every new medication manufactured by humanity is built upon the sacrifice of countless laboratory animals. To Bohr, all of this seemed entirely natural. Decades ago, humanity had behaved similarly, displaying no more compassion than he does, and he merely perpetuates this system perfectly. However, for those mutants and humans, his actions are nothing short of blatant anti-human activities. Thus, after several weeks of brewing discontent, a sweeping global resistance movement erupted with great force. The Sentinels held a suppressive advantage over both mutants and humans, yet this was typically only targeted at individuals or localized groups. Once the front lines unified and expanded globally, the situation began to shift. A comprehensive rebellion initiated from within could not be thwarted by the human Sentinels. In fact, some among them were also sympathizers of the resistance. As one military base after another succumbed to various non-resistance policies, the once Bohr-controlled Sentinel factories fell as well, severing communication lines, reprogramming production protocols, and operating independent power plants. The fallen Sentinel factories were reactivated, producing not the usual Sentinel machines, but rather armored giants dubbed the Resistors. Upon receiving news of the military bases equipped with Sentinel factories succumbing, Bohr's expression darkened instantly. In an instant, he pinpointed the mastermind behind it all, Sate. With murderous intent boiling within him, Bohr found himself with no recourse but to mobilize more Sentinel forces for a crackdown. A small portion of the body was torn away by Levi, resulting in damage to the Sentinel network and a decline in information control capabilities. The development of future-grade Sentinels necessitates a substantial amount of computational power. Moreover, considerable effort is required to manage the rumors circulating within human society, leaving Borgen unable to fully allocate his resources. As a result, amidst this ebb and flow, the resistance, having amassed sufficient strength, began to spread like a vibrant orange-red flame across the once dimly lit expanse of the dark earth. A single spark can ignite a prairie, and as the pitch-black ground gradually became illuminated by flickering glimmers of light, the land finally regained its rightful appearance. Observing the increasing patches of red on the map in hand, both mutants and humans could not help but smile. Only those who truly understood the complexities of the situation wore expressions of concern. Given their current pace, achieving a strategic victory within the predetermined time frame appeared exceedingly arduous. Should they fail to secure victory, the moment the Ninglu-level Sentinels were deployed to the battlefield, their current advantage would swiftly dissipate into thin air. Filled with sorrow, Sate sought a solution, while Levi sat high above, observing the world at war below. The conflict between the Resistance and the Sentinels was particularly brutal, yet Levi believed that they had not yet reached a point of no return. Chapter 116. Intervention in the future soon. In a vast room, dense white cold lights were arranged, illuminating a colossal steel door in the center, reminiscent of Stargate, shining brilliantly. Gazing at the metallic sheen of this imposing door, Borgen's eyes were filled with a chilling intensity. Just wait. Once I deal with that damned individual, I will throw all of you into the genetic laboratory, he murmured, turning to glance at another factory nearby. There, a single production line was busy manufacturing the new future-grade Sentinel Stronghold. He had already equipped the Stronghold with an almost perfect capability library, but he had not anticipated that the Resistance's offensive would be even fiercer and swifter than he had imagined. The accumulated resistance of all of humanity's living forces could not be fully calculated by the program. Morale and fighting spirit, though seemingly intangible, profoundly impacted the battlefield. When the facts diverged from calculations, rectifying the discrepancy required a price to be paid. Borgen chose to sacrifice the time travel function of the Stronghold, opting instead to create a space-time portal. He had made his decision. Once the portal was completed, he would set aside the current frontline situation and lead his Sentinel army directly into the past. The current situation was clear. The Resistance was racing against time to advance their front lines and secure more strategic advantages, with mutants possessing spatial teleportation abilities joining their ranks. The speed of troop movements for the Resistance far exceeded that of the Sentinels. However, the Sentinels, relying on their overwhelming numbers, were also able to engage in sustained combat against the Resistance. in light of the presence of spatial interference devices at crucial sites. Although the progress of the rebels is swift, it has yet to reach an intolerable threshold for Bull. Despite Bull's mobilization of most of his production capacity to construct time-space portals and bastions, the latest batch of Ninglu-class Sentinels will be ready for deployment in approximately 7 days. Although their materials do not consist of Edmund alloy, rendering them incapable of withstanding the might of the Sate, they are nonetheless sufficient to significantly hinder the advance of the rebel front lines. Once this objective is achieved, Bull is entirely confident that his avant-garde Sentinel forces can execute a series of Dominion plans in the past, decades before the present. At that juncture, the current rebels will be utterly eradicated. Throughout the long passage of time, Bull had never envisioned manipulating time in such a manner, for the more one knows, the more one fears the uncontrollable forces at play. However, for Bull in his current predicament, if he cannot return to the past to eliminate the weaker version of Levi, his fate is sealed. In the face of life and death crises, what is there to discuss regarding reverence? When survival is at stake, individuals may resort to madness, undertaking any means necessary. Yet, despite Bull having extracted the essence of countless mutant genes, unraveling the mysteries of time and space remains a formidable challenge. Conversely, what is insurmountable for Bull is but a trivial endeavor for Levi. High above the clouds, effortlessly manipulating the electromagnetic and light waves before him, all of Bull's actions are rendered completely transparent to Levi. Gazing at the imposing steel door, replete with advanced technological marvels, Levi is filled with astonishment. You truly managed to create a time travel device. Moreover, the appearance of this device suggests it is designed to function as a long-lasting portal. Alas, it is missing one crucial element, destined to falter without it. However, I can lend you a hand. With a faint, enigmatic smile, Levi appears as if an invisible specter in the room filled with various surveillance and detection devices. He extends his hand and places it upon the cold, metallic doorframe, channeling a strand of time-space energy that manifests in intricate, mysterious patterns inscribed within the steel door. The rhythmic flicker of these patterns pulsates ceaselessly, and the missing link that Bull desperately sought is seamlessly completed by Levi's deft intervention. Observing the fully transformed time-space door before him, Levi takes a couple of steps back, then suddenly seems to recall something, extending his hand once more. Radiating a brilliant light, the energy in his palm materializes into a disk inscribed with precise numerical values. With a flick of his wrist, Levi completely alters the preset time-space node that had been established. Satisfied with his adjustments, he retracts his hand and turns to Bull, stating, "Logically speaking, having assisted you in the creation of the time-space door, amending your predetermined time-space node should not be deemed excessive, would it? Countless detectors fail to perceive Levi's existence, let alone a mere holographic projection of Bohr." Observing Bohr's silence, Levi's expression brightens with delight. "No words? Then I shall assume your acquiescence. May your journey be smooth." The disparity in their ranks renders Bohr utterly oblivious to Levi's presence, rendering even the most advanced detectors impotent before him. Gazing at the inexplicably prepared time portal, Bohr's face is a canvas of astonishment. What transpired? The calculations were far from complete, yet it operates abruptly. Could there be a flaw in the programming? After a moment's contemplation, Bohr resolves to abandon alterations to the existing program. Let it function as it is. The risk of rendering it inoperable through modification is too great to fathom. Thus, the programmer's self-discipline leads Bohr to forego his evening revisions, redirecting his considerable energies toward the construction of the Prism Fortress. In contrast to the grandiosity favored by the Ninglu-class Sentinels, the design of the Prism Fortress bears little distinction from ordinary appearances. Utilizing experimental insights obtained from Logan, Bohr successfully engineers a new type of material that seamlessly integrates self-healing genes at the molecular level, resulting in the Edmund alloy. This innovative alloy possesses nearly all the advantages of traditional Edmund alloys while incorporating the benefits of self-healing genes. A Prism Fortress crafted from this material is impervious even without the application of any extraordinary abilities, should it sustain damage due to unforeseen circumstances. It can mend itself over time. Furthermore, it embodies characteristics of biological cells and antimagnetic properties, rendering it immune to that accursed Magneto's mutant abilities. To Bohr, The Prism Fortress is an embodiment of near perfection, a creation almost impossible to replicate. In the construction of this machine, he has invested a vast array of resources and capabilities, even implanting a portion of his own abilities within the fortress. Once the manufacturing process is wholly complete, he envisions a transformation from a mere electronic specter into the corporeal Sentinel King, a sovereign of the world. Bohr harbors immense anticipation for the future, contingent upon events unfolding as he has envisioned. Meanwhile, as Bohr endeavors to create a time portal to traverse into the past and alter the present, members of the Resistance also begin to explore this operation. With Wolverine's formidable self-healing abilities, he can withstand the immense strain of time travel, complemented by Shadow Cat Kitty's ability to send individuals' consciousness back in time. The combination of these two endows the once theoretical plan to reverse the future with a tangible possibility. Although they may encounter numerous obstacles and setbacks along the way, it remains the only course of action available to them. By altering the past to rectify the present and avert a more dire future, success would restore everything to its rightful path. Upon comprehending the entirety of the plan's intricate process, Logan, without a hint of hesitation, readily acquiesced. Yet, a flicker of uncertainty arose within him. But to what specific point in time must we venture? To prevent Bull from joining the Hellfire Club and seizing control of the Sentinels? Deadpool interjected with an idea that seemed rather implausible. No, Seth countered, shaking his head. Even in Bull's absence, there would still be Thor, Sor, and even more. The Sentinels are our genuine concern. Thus, should we travel back to 1973 to thwart the implementation of the Sentinel program? Logan inquired, only to be met with another shake of Seth's head. I recall distinctly that the Sentinel program was nearly unanimously approved by the legislators of that era. Even if we were to return to that time, the possibility of halting it would be virtually non-existent. The Sentinels were birthed from Trask Industries, yet it was the American government that facilitated their creation. Therefore, to overturn the governance of the American government during that period seems rather absurd. Deadpool chimed in, however, I must express my personal interest in this notion. Taking a deep breath, Seth disregarded Deadpool's jest and fixed his gaze intently on Logan, articulating each word with precision. I require you to return to the end of 1945. At that juncture, the Hellfire Club had completed its reconstruction but had yet to make any public declarations. I need you to go back to that time and prevent us from announcing the establishment of Hellfire and its subsequent expansive activities. Hellfire is the most formidable and cohesive mutant organization in history. If this organization ceases to exist, the self-important humans will harbor less animosity towards the scattered mutants. Subsequently, throughout the 28 years from 1945 to 1973, you must remain undercover to monitor whether the future undergoes any alterations. Should the future indeed shift as anticipated, your secondary task will be to thwart the Sentinel program. Utilize any means necessary to prevent the Sentinel initiative. If successful, the present future shall undergo a profound transformation. If you fail, we can only hope to achieve strategic victory before we are thrust into war at the level of Naru. Could we not travel further back in time and eliminate the individual who proposed the Sentinel program? Logan queried. No, Seth replied, shaking his head. 1945 is a pivotal juncture. We cannot venture before this time, lest unforeseen changes arise. I trust Deadpool can comprehend this. Initially perplexed by Seth's words, Deadpool soon recalled the moment he and Levi arrived in this world, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, of course, that's precisely it. Although my current discourse may seem nonsensical, I wholeheartedly endorse Seth's proposal. As someone who had traversed the currents of time, Deadpool was uncertain of the consequences stemming from multiple contradictory temporal journeys. However, based on the exceedingly meticulous scientific knowledge he gleaned from films, it was likely he would be sacrificed by the cosmic fabric of time itself. Levi, an unparalleled force of nature, is undoubtedly unafraid of the cosmic sacrifice. However, as an ordinary individual devoid of extraordinary powers aside from immortality, the thought of being sacrificed is utterly intolerable to him. He would rather face dismemberment by sentinels than be confined in such a dismal prison. The backgrounds of Levi and his companion remain largely unknown, save for the presence of Seta, a figure of considerable renown. Even Bull merely perceives him as a recluse, dormant within the annals of history. This misunderstanding inevitably steers the course of events in an unforeseen direction, as the ability to traverse time ignites. A potent surge of psychological distress triggers Logan's instinctual self-defense mechanism, causing his metallic claws to unfurl from between his fingers with a swift motion. Yet at this moment, no one pays him heed. Apart from the phantasmic cat and the lethargic Deadpool, nearly everyone else is preoccupied with the ongoing operations of the Resistance. The profound temporal tunnel engulfs Logan's consciousness like a dark vortex, and upon regaining awareness, he finds himself before the familiar visage of a grand castle. I have returned. Gazing at the yellowish-white bone claws protruding from his fingertips, Logan momentarily lapses into a daze, whispering unintentionally, observing the Hellfire members before him and contemplating the impending darkness. His expression hardens with newfound resolve. He retracts his claws and strides purposefully towards Setter, in the realm of future time. At the instant Wolverine's consciousness reverts to the past, Levi perceptively senses the distinctive temporal fluctuations and directs his gaze intently. Has it begun anew? The desire to return to the past, to alter the future? Scrutinizing the plans devised by a select few to reverse the future, Levi shakes his head with a tinge of regret. The plan appears commendable, yet its likelihood of success is dismally low. With a staggering span of 28 years, even with the ability to accelerate time to a degree, nearly 28 days will be required. 28 days, indeed, is ample time for the fortress to finalize its construction. Once the temporal gate is activated, the endeavor to reverse the future will be irrevocably thwarted. Even if the temporal gate remains non-operational, a newly minted level of sentinels would suffice to annihilate the current resistance during that interval. From a higher vantage point, Levi perceives phenomena invisible to ordinary eyes. For instance, while Deadpool remains oblivious to the ramifications of conflicting timelines, Levi possesses that knowledge, coupled with glimpses of the future. Although his foresight is limited, he understands that unless he chooses to intervene directly, the trajectory of this world's future is constrained, and predominantly, it does not lead to a dire conclusion. His interference in the creation of the temporal gate has inadvertently birthed a new trajectory, one filled with uncertainties. However, the unfolding of subsequent events transcends the mere conflict of disparate timelines. It is a saga far more intricate than that. Chapter 117. The transformation of worlds. The future is ever-changing, while the past remains immutable. However, in the present, these circumstances have undergone a transformation. A resonant hum reverberated throughout the chamber, as a vast surge of energy coursed through the robust conduits, pouring into the colossal space-time portal. Golden patterns were fully activated, unleashing the forces of time and space. With a soft click, the internal mechanism aligned the space-time node to the designated points set by Levi, and the grand portal swung open. Another melodious hum filled the air, as energy cascaded down from above the portal, resembling a translucent soap bubble, imbued with an extraordinary texture. Standing behind the portal, Bull gazed at the obscured image formed by the refraction and filtration of light, brimming with excitement and joy. I have succeeded. I have truly succeeded. As his consciousness integrated into the crystal fortress, a metallic clasp released with a click. Regaining a form akin to that of a human body, Bull flexed his wrist with keen interest before turning his gaze back to the towering space-time portal before him. In the absence of wind, he floated in midair, his eyes sweeping over the sentinel forces that had already assembled before the portal. He extended his hand and bellowed, "Let us commence." In the past time, it was almost there, just a fraction away. Watching the calendar as time slipped away, a considerable number of mutants, including Wolverine, had gathered within an ordinary residence. Over the span of 28 years, he had successfully persuaded Sate to transition the Hellfire Club into a state of repose, leading to a future that diverged significantly from the one in his mind. Now, only a matter of days or weeks remained until the Sentinel program. The origin of it all would be submitted. This was one of his ultimate missions. For this day, they had meticulously prepared for decades, considering nearly every conceivable change. Their singular aim was to halt the present and alter the future. Yet, unbeknownst to them, an energy source was subtly spreading from the upstream of time, causing imperceptible shifts in the intangible fabric of the space-time continuum. Perhaps they need not concern themselves with such nuances. The birth of the Sentinels was their most pressing task at hand. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, 2009, 2 months after Levi's departure. Damn it. Fury muttered darkly as he perused the documents before him in the SHIELD headquarters in New York. He then turned to Black Widow. I recall you mentioning that the items on the list were nearly prepared, awaiting the final supplies for transport. There's still a shortfall, Black Widow replied. Some of the items on the list are regulated goods that cannot be acquired through conventional channels, and this was your requirement. Now the request has changed. We will procure them from the SHIELD warehouse. With a decisive wave of his hand, Fury granted permission, instructing, immediately return to the Wanfeng building with your supplies and ascertain whether he is truly missing. If he is, do nothing and return at once. Fury remained composed, reflecting. While an ordinary person missing for 2 months may indeed have met with misfortune, even if he were to vanish for over 2 years, he would likely be thriving in some unknown realm. Those foolish individuals, blinded by self-interest, often wield their power to meddle in matters beyond their ken. Perhaps this incident would serve as a sobering lesson for them. Fury held unwavering confidence in Levi's abilities. He believed nothing in this world could extinguish Levi's life, thereby deducing that disappearance did not equate to death. And since the individual had not perished, given his formidable strength, the gluttonous ones, no matter how much they consumed, would ultimately face a reckoning, as evidenced by the Mellon family. Utilizing the strength of others to inflict pain upon these individuals, Fury felt little remorse for his minimal involvement. Yet as he contemplated the potential repercussions of his plans, a jarring alarm resonated throughout the building. What has transpired? Fury's eyes widened in alarm as he instinctively extended both hands, one grasping the landline, the other seizing the phone. Within mere seconds, his movements froze. Staring momentarily at the images on the computer screen, he rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down from his elevated perch. There, in the sunlight, stood a colossal steel gateway, reflecting beams of light. Despite the considerable distance, Fury perceived a distortion in the air beside the gate. A translucent membrane descended like a curtain, rippling with undulating waves, through which unfamiliar robots emerged. Damn it! Upon witnessing the distinctly anachronistic Sentinel robots, thoughts of an alien invasion surged in Fury's mind, immediately recalling the intimidation he had once felt from Levi. Yet, in the next instant, he dismissed the notion. Based on his recent investigations into the portal's magic, he understood that if Levi were indeed the source, there would be no need for such an immense steel gate. Thus, the conclusion was clear. This was an incursion initiated by another civilization. Having confirmed the nature of this extraordinary event, Fury wasted no time in turning away. Donning a Bluetooth headset to coordinate the full armed forces of SHIELD, he ordered the nearest special operations team to gather intelligence on these entities at the first opportunity, emphasizing the need for thorough details. Deploy the fighter jet formations, refraining from utilizing missiles or other weapons of mass destruction. Secure the airspace and confine them to the ground, awaiting further instructions. Mobilize the heavy ground forces and the energy response teams. It is imperative that these entities do not spread within the confines of New York City. And you, Fury abruptly halted, casting a glance at Black Widow. Agent Natasha Romanoff, I hereby grant you command authority on the front lines. Temporarily abandon the mission at the Wanfeng building. Take a small team and prevent those damned things from advancing. Yes, sir. Black Widow nodded gravely before swiftly disappearing in mere seconds. As Fury resumed his course towards the central command of SHIELD, he switched the Bluetooth channel. Tony Stark? Mr. Stark is currently conducting experiments and cannot take your call. If you have other matters, please leave a message. Jarvis? Fury inhaled deeply. Jarvis. Immediately contact Tony Stark and instruct him to investigate that entity outside. After a silence that felt interminable, though it lasted only a few seconds, Tony's voice resonated through the earpiece. The head of a rogue espionage organization intruding upon another's residence. What do you intend to say? That is what I wish to inquire of you. Fury responded with composure. Listen, Tony, I recognize your genius. At this moment, I require your astute intellect to help me identify the vulnerabilities of those entities and subsequently contain them. Although their allegiance remains ambiguous. Boom. Fury was interrupted as a thunderous sound reverberated through the ground, reaching the SHIELD ELD, headquarters, causing his expression to shift once more. It is now clear they are indeed adversaries. Utilize your brilliant mind to halt that door's operation. We must not allow that entity to continuously funnel reinforcements. That sounds like quite a challenge, Tony remarked, gripping the phone while observing the holographic display showcasing the Sentinels breaching the fighter jet blockade and commencing aerial bombardment. Nevertheless, this task is firmly within my grasp. Fury paused for a moment, leaving one final remark before disconnecting the call. Good luck. That seemingly fragile temporal barrier enables the Sentinels to traverse time, arriving from the future into the present. However, signal transmission evidently falls outside its purview. Thus, following a brief interval of intelligent program rebooting, the Sentinels, instilled with commands of suppression and conquest, began their operations within New York City. Towering in stature, constructed from robust materials, versatile in form, and possessing peculiar abilities, humanity appeared woefully unprepared against the Sentinels, who had nearly eradicated mutants. Jarvis, prepare my armor. I advise against personally donning the armor for deployment. It may pose a lethal risk. I did not state my intention to go personally. Tony's gaze towards the Sentinels was filled with disdain. Activate the level of simulated control I previously developed. Very well, Mr. Stark, the breath expelled as a suit of armor, resplendent in hues of gold and crimson, coated in a high-strength alloy, soared at supersonic speeds towards the Sentinel. Target locked, weapon system standing by. Launch all miniature Sidewinder missiles. Whoosh! A series of slender missiles, no thicker than 2 fingers, streak forth with an orange-red majesty, directly targeting the Sentinel's chest furnace, which exhibited an exceptionally high energy response. Analyzing source of enemy attack and method of assault. Analysis complete. Source of attack: miniature flight armor. Method of attack: weakened fire leopard explosive weapon. Threat level: moderate. Initiating contingency plan. A silvery metallic sheen instantaneously replaced the Sentinel's original black exterior, and with a thunderous roar, brilliant fireballs erupted, enveloping the Sentinel's auditory output entirely. The infrared sensors and motion detectors temporarily failed. As Tony prepared his armor for a maneuver, a silver figure suddenly surged through the heat towards him. Bang! The immense furnace endowed the Sentinel with increased propulsion. One was a manifestation of pure technological prowess, while the other was an exquisite creation of mutant genes. The dichotomy rendered any comparison futile. As superior kinetic output promised swiftness and strength, the slender silver figure moved with an agility akin to fish gliding through clear waters. In an instant, it grasped the armor controlled by Iron Man. The ocular sensors flickered slightly, and a new data stream emerged within the Sentinel's core. Scan successful. Autonomous flight armor controlled by intelligent program detected. Threat level: low to high. Formulating contingency plan. Grasping the hollow helm with one hand and the core housing the nuclear reactor with the other, the Sentinel exerted sufficient force to rend Iron Man asunder, instantly dismembering him. Concurrently, data streams converge from the Sentinel's computational unit into the network, initiating a signal trace. Mr. Stark, I have discovered a new program tracing my location within the network. Can it be thwarted? Affirmative. I have identified a vulnerability in the program. Perhaps I can directly command these Sentinels to cease operations. Shall I proceed with the incursion? Absolutely. Tony nodded without hesitation. He would not allow the destruction of his multi-million-dollar suit to go unanswered. By the way, Jarvis, please note in the task list that the armor's skeletal connections require reinforcement. I do not wish to witness such dismemberment again. Understood, Mr. Stark. In Kamartaj, holding the time stone, few possess the sensitivity to time that the Ancient One does. Without witnessing the events transpiring on-site, she had already sensed a significant temporal shift. With a deep sigh, she returned to the library, traversing the corridor once more to retrieve the Eye of Agamotto, which housed the time stone. An ethereal green energy emanated like a long ribbon from the time stone, revealing the forthcoming transformations of the future. The world merged, the cessation of spells enacted. And upon closing the Eye of Agamotto, Ancient One realized that the changes were far more fantastical than she had anticipated. Within the multiverse framework, although each universe was ostensibly interconnected, they often operated under a principle of mutual non-interference. Unless a dimensional deity intruded upon the normal timeline, such interwoven realities would not manifest. However, Considering Levi's rank was commensurate with, if not superior to, those deities, the occurrence of such phenomena was not entirely unfathomable. Moreover, Levi's power exerted influence beyond mere direct impacts within these two worlds. His distinctly marked strength shone like a lighthouse amidst the darkness, providing clear guidance to the dimensional deities navigating towards Earth through the endless dimensions. In a deep crimson universe, an enigmatic aura radiated from a figure of towering stature seated upon a throne. Within those pitch-black eyes, strange colors danced, reflecting a cerulean planet in the cosmos. It seemed that other forces lingered upon the planet of the Vishwa Emperor. Amidst a low hum that sent tremors throughout the universe, Thon extended a hand, gathering strands of deep red energy into his palm, swiftly forming deep red gems in mere moments. Consider this a gift to your world. I hope you can withstand it. With a deft finger, he pinpointed a flaw in the magical array left by the Vishwa Emperor, flicking his fingertip lightly, causing the varying sizes of deep red gems to transform into red meteors, plummeting straight towards the Earth. With his capabilities, obliterating a universe was a trivial task. However, as this world had become a stage for the machinations of numerous deities, there was no need to overturn the table before the game commenced. The destruction of universes was common, yet the assembly of many deities was a rarity. He relished in destruction, yet the game itself was equally intriguing. Having casually dispatched some gems imbued with the powers of the Crimson Universe, Thon contemplated briefly before his figure gradually faded into the endless dimensions. As the betting would soon commence, perhaps it was better to obliterate a universe first. Chapter 118. Beyond science, the events transpiring at a higher echelon were beyond the comprehension of Fury and his ilk. As the supreme sorceress, Ancient One was acutely aware of Thon's prior arrival, yet she harbored no intention of intervening. Firstly, her power was insufficient. Secondly, this was a future she had anticipated long ago. To completely rid ourselves of the ominous shadows wrought by the dimensional deities is an essential process that must be endured. In a certain sense, her endeavor to replace the mage system with foundational powers is akin to a revolution. Yet revolutions are never without bloodshed and sacrifice. As long as the Earth continues to exist, the loss of a few lives may be deemed acceptable. As the Ancient One pondered, a voice unexpectedly emerged from behind. Turning to look, she saw Wang, who was supposed to be on duty at the library. Wang, what brings you here? I have discovered that the power of dimensional deities has fallen upon Earth. I recognize it as the power of Sidorak. Sidorak? Wang's expression turned grave. The one hailed as the master of the Crimson Cosmos, the most formidable of all deities? Indeed, the Ancient One replied with a calm nod. However, there is no need for alarm. He has departed. Yet, if you recklessly engage with those forces, unforeseen consequences may arise. Wang pondered for a moment before lifting his gaze again. So we cannot eliminate those dimensional powers? The Ancient One nodded slightly. In light of the impending grand event, this fragment of Crimson Gem power will not significantly impact our world. Wang, recognizing the supremacy of the Ancient One's perspective, refrained from voicing dissent. However, another thought crossed his mind. Ancient One, I have observed that Mordo seems to have allied himself with humanity. He is imparting magical powers to them, which contravenes the Sanctum's regulations. I am aware, the Ancient One acknowledged with a gentle nod, yet she refrained from divulging how to address Mordo's issues, instead shifting the conversation. Have this year's mage apprentices been enrolled? Yes, approximately 3 new apprentices have joined the Sanctum this year, and I am arranging their courses. Advance the training in self-defense. As for guiding magic through mental power, I shall take care of that myself. If you wish, you may inform Master Danny at the New York Sanctum to assist those tormented souls in the city. Wang did not fully comprehend the Ancient One's intentions, but he possessed the virtue of seldom questioning or acting rashly, thus merely nodding in agreement before turning to depart. As Wang's figure faded from view, the Ancient One lowered her gaze once more, focusing on the ancient tome before her. The book, quite old, contained not the intricacies of communicating and wielding magical power, but rather the foundational rituals for novices to draw strength from the unknown dimensions. These teachings should have held little relevance for her, yet she found herself deeply engrossed in them. With an unending stream of sentinels advancing towards the temporal gateway, Bor, filled with ambition, conjured a black iron throne beneath him, which levitated as it moved toward the temporal door. In the old era, I have arrived. The heavy iron throne bore him through the portal to the unknown, where strange ripples emanated, spreading across the world and intensifying the transformation of both realms. Are we approaching the limit? Observing the infinite entanglement from a divine perspective, Levi could distinctly perceive the intertwining timelines of the two worlds, with the timeline belonging to this mutant realm teetering on the brink of collapse, as if it were on the verge of complete rupture at any moment. Upon reflection, it is understandable. First, there was Levi, a foreign visitor, followed by the countless reversals instigated by the Phantom Cat, and now, a return to decades past. The colossal temporal portal engineered by Paul, while not the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back, nonetheless imposed an additional burden upon this already strained timeline. Now, without the need for excessive measures, Levi merely required a gentle nudge to facilitate the complete fusion of these disparate timelines. Such an event would inevitably alter the fabric of reality. However, before that, he needed to ascertain one crucial matter. The Sentinel project had been terminated. He wished to avoid the disastrous outcome of merging this despair-laden world with another, which could potentially create even greater chaos. His original intent was to amalgamate two stable worlds. As he watched Paul's figure vanish beyond the temporal veil, a peculiar smile crept across Levi's face, and his form reappeared in the desolate chamber. Alert! Unknown intruder detected. Extermination protocol initiated. The cacophonous alarm echoed through the room, causing Levi to furrow his brow, and he immediately issued a command. In an instant, a pervasive wave of energy spread through the air like ripples, causing all electronic devices in its path to erupt in dazzling sparks. The lights dimmed, circuits exploded, and the once thriving factory was engulfed in darkness. Overloading the system could transform the energy beings into human bombs, while also reducing the fragile electronic machinery to mere scrap metal. With a single command, Levi halted the operations of the entire Sentinel base. With a delicate step, he commanded the vast spatial curtain to envelop the towering temporal gate. As if coated in an invisible elixir, the striking steel door was uprooted and vanished without a trace. Success. Collection achieved. The temporal portal is now in hand. Gazing at the temporal gateway, standing silently in his private space, a smile of satisfaction graced Levi's features. He had become invincible. Now, besides reveling in chaos and mischief, his sole interest lay in curating unique collectibles. The temporal portal crafted by Paul, regardless of its location, could undoubtedly be deemed cutting-edge technology, and Levi would not allow it to fall into Paul's careless hands. Such a rare treasure should rightfully enjoy a serene existence within his private collection. Surely, the otherworldly Bull would not object. Otherwise, he would have appeared before Levi to voice his protests, rather than remaining silent. Indeed, this is the case. Having comfortably accepted the legacy left by Bull, Levi retrieved the time-space belt he had collected from Deadpool. By rotating the temporal dial and infusing it with energy, with a single sound, Levi's figure instantaneously vanished from sight. Although Levi now possessed the ability to traverse time and space, he harbored no intentions of experimentation. After all, he had the time-space belt at his disposal, rendering such arduous methods unnecessary. Once again, he entered the profound time-space corridor. After basking in the sun of this world for nearly a month, Levi had acquired a markedly different experience of time travel. Focusing intently, he observed the depths that should have been shrouded in chaos, where he discerned faint points and lines in motion. Though he did not reach out to touch them, he could already perceive various events unfolding at different temporal junctures through those points and lines representing time and space. As time flowed backward, he swiftly approached the pivotal moment of the Sentinel program in 1973. 1973. Since the shapeshifter was the crux of it all, why not eliminate her a bit earlier? Wolverine, known for his brute strength, expressed his confusion as he was not particularly adept at strategizing. Sate looked back at him momentarily before turning away. Did those who sent you back assign you the task of killing the shapeshifter? No. Then do not act rashly. On a lengthy timeline, the butterfly effect might not take hold, but it could also yield immediate repercussions. Our current mission is to await the appropriate moment for those individuals to make their entrance, and then to stage a performance before humanity to demonstrate that mutants do not pose a tangible threat to them. Is your plan truly effective? Wolverine, having endured numerous wars, expressed skepticism, According to human logic, I believe they are more likely to perceive mutants as weak and seek to eradicate them entirely. Thus, I have established several mutant organizations aligned with human governance. With their presence, events may not unfold as you envision. I fear they may betray us. Do you think they're the esteemed professor with a high status in the human world? The innate capitalists view matters differently than we do, so you need not worry. Moreover, they are personally selected by me, and I have faith in them. Indeed, you trust them. Wolverine muttered under his breath. If you were to learn that the students you believe in would become the villains seeking to dominate the world and eradicate all mutants, I wonder if you would still utter such words. What are you saying? Sate furrowed his brow, puzzled. I am saying, may events unfold as you wish, without any further turbulence. Trust me, it absolutely won't happen. Cedar exuded unwavering confidence. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated, and amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a blazing fireball erupted from the building. The forceful shock wave instantly shattered the fragile glass, and the searing flames ruthlessly surged onto the crowded street. In an instant, the once vibrant and bustling thoroughfare transformed into a desolate wasteland filled with blood and screams. Damn it! Witnessing this scene, Cedar's expression faltered. He seized the collar of a nearby mutant, demanding, "What happened? Wasn't I clear that you were to keep watch inside? How could this occur?" I was watching, but I found no one responsible for the explosion at that time. I have been here since I received the news. Is it possible someone managed to plant a bomb before us? Could it be other mutants like Mystique? Perhaps she found allies. Cedar took several heavy breaths and turned his gaze toward the smoke-laden building. What about Bolivar Trask? Is he still alive? The mutant assigned to monitor the situation gazed intently at the charred structure, then slowly shook his head. Although the explosion did not originate from that conference room, its magnitude was too great. He is certainly dead. Wolverine furrowed his brow and inquired, "So, does that mean my mission is complete?" No. Cedar's countenance darkened. There is a saying in human society, to strike at the enemy's vital point. The more we demonstrate vigilance and fear towards the Sentinel program, the more we must destroy and thwart it, the more humanity will facilitate its advancement. This explosion has undoubtedly alerted human society. Preventing the situation from escalating will likely become exceedingly difficult. How difficult? Wolverine, having experienced the wars of the future, sought a comparison. It may lead to yet another war. At this point, Cedar suddenly paused and turned to Logan. "Logan, I must ask much of you. I have prepared molten adamantium for you. Your bone claws need an upgrade." Logan. Recalling the excruciating pain he had endured, Logan's expression shifted, and after a moment of contemplation regarding his white bone claws, he nodded. "I understand." Days after the explosion, the fabric of time and space twisted and unfolded, and Levi's figure abruptly materialized on a crowded street. Observing the antiquated ambience surrounding him, Levi felt a sense of relief. "I've finally arrived. Now, let me consider what to do next." "Police? I've spotted a mutant, indeed, on Green Street." Levi, filled with questions, followed the source of the voice, locking eyes with a figure that appeared to be shrouded in secrecy. "I have been discovered." A fleeting hint of panic flashed in the eyes of the individual, who then hurriedly squeezed into the crowd in an attempt to escape. How infuriating to encounter such an overly enthusiastic member of the masses upon arriving here. Liwei inwardly cursed, then set off in pursuit of the individual. However, a fleeting white shadow suddenly captured his attention. A mutant, it appeared to be no ordinary speedster. Yet, how could it move so swiftly? Could it be a mutant with abilities related to the flow of time? Intrigued, Liwei observed the informant, who had already fled several hundred meters away, shook his head, and then vanished from sight in a flicker, pursuing the rapid mutant. "Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you." In a world where time had slowed to 100,000 times its normal pace, a sudden voice beside him disrupted Quicksilver's stride. Stumbling, he spun away, narrowly avoiding a collision with the wall of a tavern at the roadside. Regaining control of his body, he looked at Liwei, astonished. "You actually managed to catch up to me?" "No, wait." He suddenly realized something. "I have slowed time down 100,000 times. How can you still speak to me? Your voice should not be able to keep up with mine. Are you discussing science with me?" Liwei regarded him with an odd expression. "Do you consider yourself scientific?" "I suppose I should be considered quite scientific," Quicksilver tentatively retorted. Their gazes met in silence for several seconds, and then they tacitly moved past the topic. Their actions had completely disregarded the principles of science. To delve deeper would be akin to trampling further upon something already battered, an act most unbecoming. Chapter 119. Abduction as Archimedes' grave digger, Newton's coffin maker, and Einstein's furnace worker. The realm of science was utterly absent in the existence of either Li Wei or Quicksilver. The ability to slow the flow of time for oneself and others 100,000 times with almost no energy expenditure was beyond the realm of scientific explanation. Even within the unreasonable cohort of mutants, Quicksilver's abilities were unparalleled. The magnitude of force exerted on objects remained unchanged, yet the duration of that force was drastically reduced, resulting in consequences where Quicksilver's influence on the external world could be magnified thousands or even terrifyingly 100,000 times. Moreover, since he essentially altered time to achieve his desired results, a plethora of physical laws in the real world became irrelevant to him. For instance, one simple question arose. How could he move at supersonic speeds without generating a sonic boom sufficient to shatter the eardrums of pedestrians? Almost all scientific theories revered by intellectuals paled in comparison to his reality, evoking a sense of disdain within Quicksilver towards the scientific knowledge of human society. In essence, aside from utilizing his innate abilities, he was a veritable academic failure. Yet, even among the academically challenged, there exist various strata. Having witnessed much of the world, Quicksilver had grown accustomed to the silence and stillness of a fast-paced reality. However, the sudden appearance of Levi shattered his perception of the world. It was utterly unscientific. In the dimly lit bar, with a glass of milk awkwardly in hand, Quicksilver pondered for a moment before ultimately succumbing to a quip. I thought I was already outrageous enough. Yet here you are, even more absurd than I. What can I say? It's in my nature, Levi shrugged, taking a sip of his cola. By the way, did you travel all this way just to order a glass of milk? Well, legally speaking, I'm still not of age, Quicksilver replied, raising his shoulders and sipping the rich milk. Unless the owner of this establishment is audacious enough to disregard the police, they certainly won't serve me alcohol. At this, Quicksilver glanced at Levi, assessing him. You should be of age, right? Why order only a chilled cola? I was hoping to sample some spirits. I dislike the taste of alcohol, Levi replied, shaking his head and rattling the cup filled with ice. Cola is delightful enough, especially when chilled. Indeed, Quicksilver concurred, adeptly ordering a cola for himself as well. But then, a coarse laughter suddenly erupted. Ha ha ha. Folks, I just thought a joke. Two individuals walk into Kate's bar. One is a barely pubescent kid, the other a yellow-skinned Chinese fellow. They occupy two spots at the bar that should belong to other connoisseurs and snap their fingers at the bartender, saying, Hey, could we have a glass of milk and a chilled cola? How's that for a joke? Ha ha. The raucous voice, as grating as a duck's quack, echoed through the bar, prompting the other red-faced patrons to snicker, their gazes filled with derision and hostility towards the two. The mockery stemmed from Quicksilver's audacity to enter a bar as a minor, while the animosity was directed at Levi, whom they perceived as a usurper of their jobs and wealth. Upon hearing the barely veiled discriminatory remarks, Levi's eyes immediately turned icy. He scanned the bar, committing to memory the faces adorned with mockery and hostility. After a brief silence, he turned to Quicksilver and said, I'm prepared to take action. Care to join me? Quicksilver hesitated. Just my mere presence at the supermarkets has already drawn the ire of the police towards my mother. If I were to kill someone, I understand, Levi nodded, acknowledging Quicksilver's concerns. In that case, allow me to handle it. Downing his cola in one swift motion, Levi slammed the glass onto the counter and coldly glared at the redneck who had spoken first. What? Do you find that joke amusing? Certainly. Is it not amusing? Yellow-skinned monkey? No, yellow-skinned gorilla. If that is the case, why do you not continue to laugh? A glimmer of golden light flickered in his pupils, as Levi instantaneously transformed the neural pathways of the burly man into a vivid three-dimensional image. An invisible energy delicately enveloped the neurons, triggering a slight activation. Ha 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 ha! Abruptly, the redneck, whose face was once a mask of derision, erupted into uncontrollable laughter, leaving the other patrons in the bar perplexed. Hey Mike, what are you laughing at? Ha 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 ha! In response to his companion's inquiry, Mike waved one hand frantically in the air while the other clamped over his mouth, desperately attempting to stifle the uncontrollable laughter. However, the fascinating aspect of human anatomy lies in the fact that individuals can never fully govern their own bodies and minds. The laughter induced by external energy, was entirely beyond Mike's control. The boisterous laughter echoed throughout the bar, yet now, amidst the previous near-asphyxiating hilarity, it was laced with terror and despair. He cast a frantic, enraged gaze at Levi, but his oxygen-deprived body disobeyed his commands, leaving him in a state of hopelessness as he stared at Levi. At that moment, the other bewildered rednecks finally recognized Mike's peculiar behavior, and several rushed forward to support him. After observing Mike's face, which had turned a deep shade of purple due to lack of oxygen, they turned their attention back to Levi. "You are a mutant. I knew it, yellow ha ha ha." Another wave of raucous laughter erupted, sending a shiver of tension through the crowd. Almost instinctively, several individuals drew their pistols from their waists, aiming them at Levi. "Damn mutant. I don't care what method you're using. Stop this at once, or I will not hesitate to put a bullet in you." "Is that so?" Levi regarded the dark muzzle of the old revolver with disdain, offering a derisive smile before unleashing another surge of energy. "Ha ha!" A cacophony of laughter resonated within the bar, transforming the previously frenetic atmosphere into one of sheer terror. Bang! Gunpowder exploded as a burly man, whose wide mouth was still laughing uncontrollably, yet whose eyes reflected sheer terror, pulled the trigger without hesitation. The yellow-hued bullet spun through the air towards Levi. They could not perceive the bullet's trajectory, yet their hearts yearned for it to end Levi's life, liberating them from the torment of their laughter. The metallic bullet trembled continuously, while the once invisible air seemed to ripple like a transparent, non-Newtonian fluid. In the eyes of all present, filled with a mix of hope and despair, the yellow bullet suddenly ceased its movement, quietly hovering in the air a few meters before Levi. Ha ha! Amidst the cacophony of raucous laughter, the incessant gunfire resonated like a relentless drumbeat. Golden bullets cascaded towards Levi like raindrops, yet, without exception, they transformed into mere embellishments within the air. The energy dispersed before him, and the suspended bullets lost their momentum, clattering to the ground. What once was a melodious chime now echoed through the bar like the ominous rasp of death's scythe, each sound tugging at the heartstrings of the patrons. Observing those who had just moments ago indulged in mockery and disdain, nearly prostrated on the floor, beads of cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. Yet, they dared not move an inch, fixated on Levi, who sat imperiously at the bar. The manic laughter, ignited by the surge of energy, proved far more potent and lethal than any substance known to mankind. In mere minutes, that unrestrained laughter began to wane, causing Quicksilver's eyelids to twitch with agitation. "Hey, I think you might want to stop now. You can't truly wish to kill them, can you?" Levi did not relent, but locked eyes with Quicksilver. "Do these individuals know your name? Know your home address?" Quicksilver hesitated briefly before responding, "Perhaps." And the second question, "Do you think these people might someday reflect on today's experience, feeling humiliated and enraged, seeking you out for vengeance? If by chance you are not home at that moment, what consequences do you imagine might ensue?" At this juncture, Levi's voice dropped to a near whisper. "Do not forget, you too are a target of their scorn and prejudice, and to them, you are merely a mutant, a creature of their disdain. In certain situations, and with certain individuals, mercy and retreat do not ameliorate matters. Rather, the fear of death may bring a definitive resolution. However, if you find the current scene unbearable, then let us conclude today as festivities." With that, Levi pushed his glass towards the bar's stoic, statue-like bartender and turned to depart. "Are you coming along? Or do you wish to linger a while longer and impart some wisdom?" He remarked, "I trust they would not disclose the events of today, even in death, would they?" As his words echoed, Levi cast a sardonic gaze across the bar, receiving nothing but fervent nods in response. Quicksilver's emotions were a tumultuous blend. In days past, he had witnessed violence, discrimination, and chaos, experiences inherent to his existence as a mutant. It seemed that the animosity towards mutants and the bravado displayed towards others were ingrained in humanity. Yet now, he beheld a different tableau, one where strength and reverence commanded respect. Although this respect was not born from admiration for a hero, it sufficed. With a sympathetic glance at the several rednecks who had utterly capitulated, Quicksilver ultimately resolved to stand firm in his convictions. As someone who, in his own words, considers himself a mere nobody, he has not been untouched by the darkness of the lower strata of society. Despite his extensive experience with thievery, His reverence for the law is not particularly pronounced. In a certain sense, his carefree disposition renders him ill-suited to be a professional hero, one who bears the weight of the world's safety upon his shoulders. Possessing considerable strength, he remains mired in uncertainty about the path that lies ahead. Before the professor approached him, Levi had already offered him an alternative route. Thus, he cheerfully strayed from the intended path. Upon catching up with Levi, Quicksilver could not quell his anxiety. "Hey, did you really kill them?" "Not at all," Levi chuckled. "I merely escorted them to meet Morpheus in hell. What Morpheus decides to do with them is none of my concern. If fortune smiles upon you, perhaps one day you might witness their return from the inferno to the realm of the living." Morpheus? Shouldn't the Lord of Hell be Satan? Satan is merely a title. The supreme demon can be referred to as Satan. Morpheus is the current name of the ruler of hell. He continued, "Interestingly, I was once cursed to descend into hell. But alas, I have yet to discover a means of reaching that place." "To hell? What do you wish to do there? Are you tired of life and seeking a way to end it?" "No." Levi shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I merely wish to confront the one who cursed me to hell and observe the expression on his face." A peculiar fascination, Quicksilver remarked, unable to comprehend. "It is the loneliness that accompanies invincibility. I can understand that you are strong, but to claim invincibility is perhaps a more complex matter." "Is it?" Levi cast a sidelong glance at him, a slight smile forming. "Coincidentally, I have something to attend to, and I can take you along. However, considering your familial situation, you might want to inform your mother. Otherwise, I fear I may acquire an additional charge of abducting a minor tomorrow. Firstly, I believe I have mentally matured. It's just that those around me cannot comprehend it. Secondly, I am not a minor." "All right, you are not a minor, but those officers may not see it that way." "Damn reality." Quicksilver cursed, as the flow of time around them began to alter, swiftly transforming him and Levi into a beam of light that vanished from sight. "By the way, I have always been curious. Why do you wear a headset? Given your method, are you certain you can hear the music within?" "Of course, otherwise, why would I wear it?" Quicksilver replied nonchalantly, "I can mitigate my abilities within a limited range. It's akin to allowing this portable player to operate at normal speed. Otherwise, running in this soundless world would drive me insane. By the way, where are you planning to take me?" "To upend this world." It sounded like a notion only a middle schooler would entertain, yet surprisingly, I found myself eager to witness it. Chapter 120. The world's attention, Quicksilver's mother, was rather conservative. However, this posed no hindrance for the naturally carefree Quicksilver. In no time, he set forth on a journey alongside Levi. "Oh, at last, I can embark on adventure." Unlike the melancholy and concern of his mother, Quicksilver radiated excitement as he turned to Levi and asked, "Where are we headed next?" "I am ready to depart at any moment. No need for preparation." As Quicksilver gazed at Levi with a hint of confusion, Levi gestured in the air, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal portal materialized before them. Quicksilver, originally anticipating a thrilling dash alongside Levi, Quicksilver was utterly unprepared for the sudden emergence of a teleportation portal. "Wait, this is a teleportation portal? How do you possess such an ability? It's utterly unfair. Why do you outrun me, possess greater strength, superior abilities, and look better? Have I offended the deity of creation?" In response to Quicksilver's grievances, Levi remained remarkably composed. As an extraordinary individual, one must excel in all aspects beyond the ordinary. "I find this entirely reasonable. Indeed, I am already in the river," Quicksilver quipped, before stepping through the portal alongside Levi, where they encountered several unfamiliar figures. On the other side of the portal stood a bewildered Wolverine and others. "Sate? Wolverine?" Upon witnessing Levi emerging from the portal, Sate's face was a canvas of confusion. Instinctively, he turned to Wolverine, his eyes brimming with questions. "Did you not say he would appear decades later? How did he arrive in this era? Could it be that the future is in disarray?" Wolverine, sharing Sate's bewilderment and expressing his innocence, replied, "How would I know? I'm not a deity. Who can fathom what transpires in the future?" Their silent exchange of glances was but a fleeting moment before Levi approached them, his expression meticulously arranged. "Supreme King, welcome to your arrival. That title is far too embarrassing. I believe it would be better if you refer to me as Mr. Levi, or perhaps a new moniker. How about Superman?" Upon hearing this, Wolverine, having perused superhero comics, wore a peculiar expression, while Deadpool erupted in jest. "Huh, Are you not afraid of being accused of plagiarism by the neighbors? I suspect that the weirdo who wears his underwear outside might show up to give you a beating at any moment. From the current circumstances, it seemed that only the sunbathing weirdo, who transformed into a deity, could possibly contend with you. Although I failed to grasp how a mere solar energy could elevate him to divinity. Deadpool's irreverent commentary was ill-timed, prompting Levi to shift his gaze towards him, lifting a finger in response. Perhaps it was a stroke of intuition or a premonition, but Deadpool's eyes widened in realization. Wait, do not activate the portal. With a swift, whispering sound, Deadpool fell, casting a long shadow as he descended. Having concluded his task, Levi closed the portal and nodded with satisfaction. Well, the bothersome fellow is gone, and we shall not be disturbed any longer. By the way, allow me to introduce someone I encountered along the way. You may call him Quicksilver. His abilities are rather intriguing. Sate, having fixed his gaze upon Quicksilver, now stepped forward to extend his hand in greeting. Hello, Quicksilver. Welcome to our group. Casting an observant glance around the opulently decorated room, Quicksilver felt somewhat apprehensive. Join you? No. I believe I ought to first ascertain what it is that you do before considering such a decision. You will soon find out, Sate replied with a slight smile. However, at present, I may be unable to accommodate you. With that, he turned his attention back to Levi, a serious expression dawning upon his face. Mr. Levi, did you come from the future? Indeed, Levi nodded. Yet, when I arrived, it seemed that the future had not yet undergone any changes. So do not expect me to provide answers to your inquiries. Upon hearing Levi's response, Sate sighed and then spread several photographs across the table. Mr. Levi, the plan has already failed. Polyvar has perished in an explosion, and humanity has commenced its investigation. The Sentinel Project appears to be an unavoidable consequence. Is that so? I find that hard to believe. Instinctively, Levi responded with skepticism, but soon adopted a more earnest demeanor, waving dismissively. Rest assured with my presence. The unfolding of events will proceed as I dictate. But humanity, do not concern yourself with humanity, Levi interjected nonchalantly. When the time comes for me to demonstrate my escape from a nuclear explosion unscathed, they will grasp the true hierarchy of this world, a singular dominance over many weaknesses. And super refers to the superhuman, he added. In this era, no one had witnessed the extent of Levi's power. Even Sate, deep within, harbored a sense of reverence for nuclear weaponry. This was an inescapable reality. Any rational individual, upon observing the data regarding nuclear explosions, would not entertain the notion that human strength could rival such devastation. Even those humans who held a deep-seated wariness of mutants believed that, in the face of nuclear annihilation, all beings were rendered equal. Levi understood the thoughts swirling in the minds of those before him, yet he was disinclined to elaborate excessively. The experience of a nuclear explosion could be resolved in mere minutes. Why waste breath explaining it to them? As his gaze scanned the air, analyzing the omnipresent light and electromagnetic waves, Levi soon unearthed a piece of information. On October 13, 1973, at the Nevada test site, a nuclear explosion with a yield of 700,000 tons was conducted. With a few strokes of insight, Levi released the wave once more, casually drawing a circle on the map. Very well. In approximately 1 week, there will be a nuclear test at this location. At that time, I shall attend. While you all must employ every means to ensure that the entire world witnesses the harrowing images of a nuclear explosion. A person impervious to a 700,000-ton nuclear bomb, seeking to engage them in discourse regarding discrimination and ostracism, I believe they would reconsider their stance. And if they refuse, then we shall replace them with those who consent to manage this nation. Levi chuckled softly. I may not be able to resolve the issues that humanity has created, but I certainly possess the capability to eliminate those who pose the questions. Observing Levi's confident smile, the crowd found themselves filled with a multitude of unspoken words, yet ultimately unable to utter a single syllable. In the small town, the sheriff, upon witnessing several grotesque corpses within the bar, spat and cursed vehemently, then turned his gaze towards the bar owner. The incident occurred in your establishment. Do you not intend to provide me with some explanation? I saw nothing at the time. Recalling Levi's demonic visage and the horrific expressions of those who laughed before their demise, he chose to safeguard his own life over cooperating with the authorities. However, his evasive response did not satisfy the sheriff, who seized the owner by the collar. Listen, I am the sheriff of this town, responsible for maintaining order here. I suggest you cooperate and divulge what I wish to know. Otherwise, should a bandit arrive to rob your bar one day, do not blame me for not warning you in advance. If I weren't concerned about being perceived as a murderer by you, I would have fled long ago." Internally cursing, the owner maintained his silence. "Sir, you misunderstand me. I truly saw nothing." With cold fury in his eyes, the sheriff's anger towards the owner's noncompliance reached its zenith. Yet in the current circumstances, he found himself powerless against this man. Typically, those who run bars in this small town possess a certain degree of cunning. The owner's staunch refusal to speak only indicated the gravity of the situation. Releasing his grip on the collar, the sheriff forcefully shoved him against the wall, donned his hat once more, and shouted to the others, "Everyone, secure the scene and seal this bar." Had it been earlier, the owner might have charged forward in anger, but now he thought, let it be sealed. He would soon need to flee anyway, wishing never to encounter those two men again. No, he hoped never to see them again in his lifetime, especially that monster. Thus, the bar owner mused as he followed the officers out of the establishment, indifferent to the events unfolding behind him. For he could easily imagine that every drop of liquor would soon be consumed. All he desired was a moment of tranquility before safely departing this wretched town, seeking a world devoid of mutants. Ideally, it would be free of all those peculiar superpowered beings as well. Upon returning to the police station, the sheriff slammed his holster onto the desk with fervor, took a hearty gulp of ice water, and exclaimed, "Those damned mutants! They should be eradicated without mercy." Few individuals capable of ascending to the position of a town sheriff are devoid of intellect. From the furtive and fearful glances exchanged with his superior, he discerned a myriad of issues, particularly in light of the bizarre circumstances surrounding the deaths of several individuals. Almost instinctively, his thoughts gravitated towards the peculiar cohort of mutants endowed with various uncanny powers. A growing disdain for these troublesome entities permeated his mind, yet he found himself bereft of viable solutions. With a fierce glare fixed upon the television, broadcasting an array of channels, he silently hoped for the day when a figure might unexpectedly emerge to claim responsibility for the case, thereby allowing him to bring it to a swift conclusion. Although an unresolved case would not impose greater burdens upon him, the thought of Trask Industries' valuation of mutants ignited a fervor within him. Days following the catastrophic explosion that claimed the life of Dr. Boulevard Trask, the founder of Trask Industries and the architect of the Sentinel program, the tensions between mutants and humans became increasingly pronounced. As he gazed upon the disfigured visage of Stryker, who had been rendered eyeless by the explosion, the legislators could not help but furrow their brows, yet they bore the weight of the discussion's significance with restraint. "Captain Stryker, are you certain that the recent terrorist attack was instigated by the mutant community, aimed at thwarting the drafting of the Sentinel program?" "Indeed," Stryker replied with an unsettling calmness reminiscent of a being devoid of humanity. "I believe it is imperative to initiate and implement the Sentinel program. From this moment forth, we must look to the future and eradicate the mutant threat entirely." Stryker's words bore no trace of personal sentiment, yet the legislators could not disregard the emotional undercurrents, for they found it implausible that one whose life had been largely obliterated harbored no animosity towards mutants. Nonetheless, they recognized the latent power harbored within the mutant populace, a realization that had dawned upon them long ago. Throughout the years, they had oscillated between exploitation and annihilation, or at times, embraced both. A cacophony of disjointed discussions erupted within the chamber until an abrupt voice silenced them. "Greetings, humans. The global mutant population has surged into the hundreds of millions, with a significant portion possessing similar abilities. In the span of this week, Seth has amassed an untold number of mutants to suit his needs. Utilizing electronic prowess to manipulate signals, he broadcasted the scene of a nuclear explosion across televisions and video devices, employing various abilities to synchronize and transmit imagery and sound. In essence, on this day, Seth successfully positioned himself and the nuclear test site before the eyes of the vast majority of the world's populace. The moment he made his presence known, humanity erupted in a frenzy. What sorcery is this? Is it replicable? What on earth is happening? Why this abrupt transmission? Damn it! Is this individual a mutant? Is he declaring war upon us? Annihilate all mutants. This world belongs to humanity. Is this truly the extent of the powers that mutants possess? Why am I devoid of such abilities? This is utterly unjust. The phenomenon of unilateral communication rendered Sate unable to perceive the myriad discussions within human society. He merely articulated his statements with a calm cadence, as predetermined. Greetings to all of humanity. Today, I do not seek to engage in any form of debate, but rather wish to invite you to witness an experiment. An experiment involving the most potent weapon in the annals of human history, a nuclear detonation. It is common knowledge that 28 years ago, the United States dropped 2 atomic bombs, yet the existing audiovisual materials fail to provide a clear depiction of the entire nuclear explosion process. However, this will change today. We shall employ our capabilities to enable the entire world to comprehend the astounding energy that a nuclear bomb possesses. Naturally, you may encounter some astonishing sights during this process, but I implore you to observe the entirety with quietude. Thank you for your cooperation. Upon concluding his speech, Sate disregarded the discussions of human society and vanished from sight, leaving behind the desolate Nevada test site. Here, the United States had conducted countless nuclear tests, and today's experiment was destined to be extraordinary. Chapter 121. Composure once again mutants. The images of alluring women on the television abruptly transitioned to the bare Nevada test site, igniting a growing unease within the sheriff's heart. What in the world are these damned individuals attempting to accomplish? As an unabashed racist, the sheriff's disdain for mutants and all other people of color seemed ingrained deep within his being, an indelible mark. Even in the face of the mutants showcasing powers beyond his own comprehension, his inner contempt and disdain remained utterly unmitigated. In stark contrast, the government's stance on this matter appeared significantly more composed. Damn it. Are those individuals at the Nevada military base merely idle? How could they allow an incursion into our most confidential nuclear testing grounds? Immediately contact the Nevada test site and halt today's nuclear detonation experiment. Whatever plans these mutants may have, they must not be allowed to succeed. Sir, it may already be too late. Gripping the phone that emitted a busy signal, the assistant stood in a daze. The electronic communication channels have been entirely commandeered by the opposition. The only means to notify them to cease operations may involve manual communication. However, apart from the military base, the nearest structures are at least half an hour away. If driving is insufficient, then we shall fly. The general, filled with ire, insisted. In any case, the nuclear experiment must be halted. Yes, sir. The assistant responded emphatically before hastily dialing other numbers. Meanwhile, someone burst into the office. Sir, the White House is calling, and inquiries have also come from congressmen. They all demand a response from you regarding this matter. The general's face turned pale, yet he could only endure the accountability imposed by these 2 formidable authorities. Beyond the Americas, the revelation of the United States' most clandestine Nevada testing facility has elicited a rather callous reaction from the majority, a sense of schadenfreude, swiftly followed by an anxious anticipation for scientists to observe the nuclear detonation. Only once the arrangements were complete did they begin to recognize the terrifying power possessed by the mutants involved in the incident. Reflecting on the escalating racial tensions between humans and mutants in their own countries, many faces grew rigid with concern. The spontaneous aversion humans exhibited towards certain visibly mutated individuals stemmed both from an innate repulsion and a subtle jealousy of those endowed with unique abilities. Yet, aside from this spontaneous rejection, these capitalists had not hesitated to stoke tensions and divert attention from their own shortcomings. Now this formidable bomb had unexpectedly descended upon them, leaving them with nothing but hopes that these individuals were not about to embark on earth-shattering endeavors, as they found themselves powerless to avert the impending catastrophe. At this moment, Magneto remained steadfast, yet the so-called strongest mind, Charles, had been reduced to an ordinary man capable of walking on 2 legs. In a bid to regain his standing, he chose to relinquish his powers, thereby forfeiting the opportunity to directly engage in this unfolding crisis. In that instant, regardless of their status, be it the populists, politicians, generals, or adversaries, everyone seemed to converge on a singular event of collective anticipation, the detonation of a nuclear bomb. In the now-closed Katie bar, the owner, Kate, languidly leaned against the bar, sipping on a drink while occasionally glancing at the television, which had cost a pretty penny. His demeanor reflected a blend of mild curiosity and pervasive ennui. However, as the camera drew closer, it became evident that the situation was far from straightforward. At the designated nuclear test site, clad in casual attire. Levi stood quietly amidst the desolation, surrounded by profound scars of the earth, gazing calmly at the blue sky and white clouds, seemingly oblivious to the impending disaster. The moment patrons in the bar caught sight of Levi, eyes widened in disbelief. Why was there a person there? Was this mutant preparing to allow a human to be annihilated by a nuclear bomb? How could they be so cruel? It appeared he was of Asian descent, which perhaps elucidated why he stood there like a fool, awaiting his demise. Blow him up, and let them witness what the pinnacle of civilized weaponry truly is. Various voices erupted throughout the bar, coalescing into a collective anticipation for the nuclear explosion and Levi's demise. Yet amidst the clamor, as Kate observed the seemingly unperturbed Levi on screen, her gaze turned vacant. Why is it this guy? Upon hearing her murmured words, a patron surged beside her, asking, "Hey, Kate, what are you saying?" "Nothing, nothing at all." Carter shook his head as if awakening from a dream, then turned his gaze back to the television, his mind a tumult of emotions. Fear, humiliation, anticipation, and hatred intertwined, leaving him perplexed about his own thoughts. Nevada test site. Although Seth had severed the experimental base's direct communication channels, the internal communication systems remained intact. Thus, they could clearly see Levi standing at the designated target site. As his actions paused, a soldier at the control panel turned to the officer behind him. "Sir, we've detected an unidentified intruder at the designated experimental target. Should we delay the detonation?" The officer glanced at the time, furrowed his brow, and after a moment's contemplation, waved his hand dismissively. "No need. In such a high radiation area, he is already as good as dead. Ignore him. Proceed with the planned detonation." Once the nuclear bomb detonated, the collapsing Earth would bury him completely, rendering him impossible to locate amidst the radiated pit. "Understood, sir." Since 1963, Nevada had become the sole nuclear testing site in the United States, having conducted countless nuclear tests here, making them quite familiar with the process. However, this time, the unfolding events were destined to diverge from their expectations. Underground nuclear tests and surface tests may differ little in power, yet their visual impact was of an entirely different magnitude. And since Levi was intent on experiencing the nuclear bomb, he naturally chose a method that would leave a profound impression. The spatial portal was ready. In an instant, the nuclear bomb buried 150 meters underground would be relocated above ground, unfurling its form upon this free land. The bomb had been positioned, and the central detector's data was normal. Area 1 detector normal, Area 2 detector normal. All detectors had completed their checks, confirming everything was functioning properly, allowing them to proceed with the detonation sequence. Confirm detonation command. Input the key. With a crisp mechanical sound, the detonation button was activated. Commencing countdown. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26. Detonate. The button pressed down, and the signal rapidly transmitted from the control panel, culminating in the nuclear explosion. Yet, just as the terrifying energy of the atom was about to undergo a chain reaction, a portal abruptly manifested, swallowing the nuclear explosion before the astonished eyes of all present. Above ground, under the watchful gaze of the cameras, a round nuclear bomb fell from the suddenly appeared portal, culminating in a thunderous detonation. An endless surge of light and heat erupted like a rushing tide, the speed of matter and energy breaching the sound barrier in that instant. In a heartbeat, a fireball, far more radiant than the sun, ascended on the horizon, only to explode with even greater force moments later. Amidst a thunderous roar that shook the very foundations of the earth, flames and clouds of dust surged skyward, and in a mere heartbeat, the iconic mushroom cloud emerged before the eyes of all. Near the surface, the terrifying shockwave of the explosion instantaneously melted the soil in the core area, which was then violently ejected outward by the searing wave of heat. This infernal shockwave, akin to a chariot of flames from the depths of hell, raced across the arid landscape, leaving destruction in its wake, where nothing could survive, and countless materials were scattered like radioactive stardust upon the ground. In the midst of this horrifying light and heat, the world seemed to transform into a deep crimson hue, and Levi's figure was utterly consumed by the rising fireball. Witnessing the detonation of one of humanity's most fearsome weapons instilled profound reverence in nearly all observers, yet some remained fixated on Levi's fate. Surely, with such a degree of devastation, his demise was inevitable. Scientists had remarked that the temperature at the center of a nuclear explosion exceeded that of the sun, Could one truly escape the sun's embrace unscathed? Indeed, even those accursed mutants would face a singular fate, utter annihilation, under such an onslaught. Amidst the murmurs, most had already resigned themselves to the belief that Levi was dead. As Kate listened to the surrounding chatter, her dilated pupils contracted, only to be startled by a sudden touch. "What's the matter, Kate? Have you been stunned into silence?" "No," she replied, her thoughts drifting to the terrifying figure consumed by the nuclear blast, causing her heart to momentarily ease. "I was merely contemplating the possibility of initiating a bounty." Ha. Just wait. After this, we won't even need to celebrate with drinks. We can trade those creatures for money. The demand for them has always been significant, remarked Trask. In the chambers of the U.S. Congress, as they observed the enormous fireball rising from the earth, the corners of the legislators' eyes twitched in unison. In stark contrast to the public's burgeoning confidence, their hearts were heavy with dread. "They have obtained a nuclear bomb, my colleagues. We must reconsider our policies regarding mutants. To ensure the secure storage of strategic weapons, I believe we must eradicate them completely, leaving no one capable of wielding a nuclear threat against us." However, such an action could precipitate a full-scale war, and the fate of the man within the nuclear explosion remained uncertain. He is already dead. No one can survive in the inferno of a nuclear blast reaching temperatures in the millions of degrees Celsius. No one, a hawkish legislator declared emphatically, yet the next moment, they fell into a profound silence, gazing at the illusory impacts of their words. Above the Nevada testing site, the mushroom cloud, laden with terrifying radioactive dust, burgeoned upward like a mushroom nourished by rain, dispersing vast amounts of radioactive particles into the atmosphere. But in the very next instant, an even more horrifying golden light cascaded down from the heavens. As if the sun had descended upon the earth, the resplendent golden light was almost blinding. Yet nearly everyone gazed intently at the scene before them, their eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The golden radiance enveloped the horizon like a divine presence, grasping firmly the mushroom cloud that symbolized humanity's pinnacle of destructive power. The roar of thunder and the rush of wind reverberated continuously, as all stood in awe, transfixed by the mushroom cloud soaring into the heavens, only to be subdued by a golden canopy that pressed it down. The golden light enveloped the mushroom cloud, causing it to shrink rapidly, until it transformed into a luminous sphere more brilliant than gold, quietly suspended in Levi's palm. Indeed, it was remarkable, truly a testament to humanity's highest technological achievements, eliciting a warmth that was almost palpable. As he toyed with the orb, which contained a vast accumulation of matter and energy, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Levi's lips. With a slight flick of his finger, the orb plummeted to the ground, drawing the gaze of all present. Boom! A purer light began to expand outward at an astonishing rate, akin to a spiraling sphere, mercilessly obliterating all matter it encountered. Within mere seconds, the energy-depleted orb collapsed swiftly, dissolving into a single point of light in the profound silence. Yet, upon the desolate surface, a perfectly formed hemispherical crater, over 400 meters in diameter and 200 meters deep, remained etched into the ground forever. As the chaos subsided, Levi reappeared at the edge of the crater, seemingly unscathed by the cataclysmic explosion that had surpassed even a nuclear detonation in its magnitude. A being impervious to nuclear annihilation, capable of conjuring a sphere of light more terrifying than any bomb. Observing the scene, which appeared utterly ordinary, both hawkish politicians and explosive military officers, alongside the prideful and prejudiced populace, fell into a profound silence. A heavy stillness swept across the land, rendering everyone speechless. It was only when the television returned to normalcy, the illusory images fading, that a few reluctant souls dared to voice disbelief. It cannot be real. Surely this is a prank. How could anyone achieve such a feat? No, it must be a fabrication, a scheme of mutants. In stark contrast to the fervent masses, the higher echelons of the U.S. government maintained an unnerving composure, as if doused in liquid nitrogen during the chill of winter. Before them stood a figure not belonging to their congressional system. Had this been in the past, they would have swiftly called for his arrest. Yet now, this figure merely stood silently, commanding a silence so profound among the 435 members of Congress that even the sound of breathing seemed almost non-existent. Chapter 122, Mutants and Artificial Intelligence Congress. The supreme legislative body of the nation. A total of 435 seats, each member of which holds a position of immense power and influence in this country. However, at this moment, the additional value that once elevated Levi has now lost its significance before him. A portal flickered behind Levi, and through that limited doorway, one could still faintly perceive the vast chasm. Observing Levi, who had narrowly survived a nuclear explosion mere moments ago and unleashed an even more formidable assault, the room fell into a profound silence, with none daring to speak first in such an atmosphere. With a mere thought, the portal behind him vanished instantaneously, and Levi's figure ascended like a deity, gliding over the heads of all present until he stood upon the elevated platform. Casting a sidelong glance at the previous host, an invisible deterrent enveloped the room, causing the white individual, who had long maintained an air of superiority, to suddenly feel an indescribable terror. His heart raced, and in a panic, he hastily retreated, leaving the spotlight of the platform solely to Levi. Standing at the focus of the room's attention, Levi's gaze swept across the crowd, causing nearly everyone who met his eyes to avert their gaze, even the previously hawkish legislators who sought to eradicate the mutant race. In the ensuing silence, Levi suddenly chuckled. "What this? Not a single round of applause. Are you not welcoming me? Or do you harbor some grievances?" Upon speaking, he slightly furrowed his brow, and wisps of golden energy, akin to willow fluff, began to emanate from his being, swiftly spreading throughout the chamber. Witnessing the ethereal golden light dancing before them, an undercurrent of anger and fear surfaced in the eyes of nearly all present. Accumulated over decades, they had grown accustomed to their elevated status. Yet, when they too found themselves as victims of violence and tyranny, the humiliation and rage within them reached an unbearable crescendo. This sentiment transcended even the concept of life and death. To surrender or to perish, this posed a dilemma, yet for most, it was not truly a dilemma at all. In their mutual glances, none wished to be the one destined to be inscribed in the annals of history. Nevertheless, under the oppressive weight of Levi's transformative power, a senator who had witnessed America's most illustrious moments stepped forth. "This is America, a land illuminated by freedom and democracy, and it cannot be dominated by your violence." "Is that so?" Levi replied with a subtle smile, extending his finger through the air to grasp a luminous point brimming with immense information. "Hassler James? Excellent. I admire your courage to stand forth." Striking the wooden gavel upon the platform with a resounding thud, Levi's voice resonated in every ear. "Now, I propose to initiate a new agenda to preemptively revoke all powers of Senator James." Raising his hand for a vote, he inquired who was in favor and who opposed. Levi's completely unorthodox approach left James crimson with anger. "You are provoking this nation. You have no right to do this." "I most certainly can," Levi asserted. In the face of James's reprimand, Levi's gaze remained indifferent. "Has no one ever uttered a word to you? The truth lies solely within the range of cannons." Redirecting his attention to the silent majority, Levi beckoned with his finger, and a myriad of golden threads instantaneously unleashed a fierce electric brilliance. "Now, do you choose to stand before the cannon and be subjected to its merciless decree, or do you opt to expel this man, Mr. James, who embodies neither democracy nor freedom and abuses his power, from this room through this discussion?" With the countdown at 32, the call for agreement resounded. Most individuals are inherently fearful of death, especially after toiling for decades to attain their current positions. They do not wish for all they have accomplished to dissipate into mere memories. Once the first person took the lead, the remaining matters became remarkably simpler. As more voices rose in unison, James's face flushed crimson, his heart racing intensely. Yet, before he could utter even a single word, the myriad of golden lightning surged toward him like a writhing serpent. With a resounding bang, a cascade of brilliant sparks scattered, and James was utterly dissolved into an imperceptible essence, vanishing from existence. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda item is to immediately cease all initiatives targeting mutants, including, but not limited to, research and apprehension. In other words, all the discussions you have previously entertained, including the Sentinel program, can come to a halt. No individual shall reignite any malicious plans against mutants for any reason prior to 2009. If the officers appointed by the president act, then we shall impeach both the president and that officer. If government departments engage, we shall sever their financial allocations. Can this demand be fulfilled? Levi's request is not one that can be easily accomplished, yet many are now pondering another question. Why emphasize the prohibition of any reactivation prior to 2009? In truth, Levi's intentions are quite simple. He does not aspire to be a savior of mutants. His sole purpose in returning to this world is to instigate a modification of the timeline. A world veering into darkness is evidently incompatible with Levi's vision. Thus, he must implement certain adjustments to ensure that, at the very least, prior to 2009, the state of the world does not descend into chaos. He does not wish to return to the Marvel Universe only to discover it engulfed in apocalyptic despair, which does not align with his needs. He desires a flourishing realm of diverse ideas, not a global struggle for survival. The year 2009 stands as a pivotal juncture, the very inception of convergence. As long as he can guarantee that all developments at this critical moment proceed smoothly, Levi will no longer need to employ the temporal belt to traverse time. After all, incessantly navigating this timeline can easily lead to its unraveling. The matters one prioritizes shape the perceptions one holds. Leeway is concerned with the process of global integration. Yet those legislators ponder internally whether something significant will transpire in 2009, allowing mutants to live freely without the protection of laws. Secretly noting this, they currently possess no power to counter Leeway's thoughts. Thus, the plan that Wolverine and others had meticulously devised for decades was swiftly dismantled by Leeway in less than half a day, executed with a top-down approach. Although the United States appears to embody democracy and freedom, from the moment the nation established its governmental framework, true democracy and freedom have never genuinely existed. The upper echelons of society have always held dominion over the nation's operations. Consequently, once top-down changes commenced, the trajectory of development became inevitable. Having witnessed a living being vanish into ashes, no one dared to provoke Leeway during such a moment. It became evident that the politicians of capitalist society lack conviction. At least at this juncture, their lives seemed to hold greater significance than their beliefs. The Mutant Protection Bill, passed by Congress, was directly enacted. Although this protective measure has a temporal validity and remains undisclosed externally, matters have commenced according to Leeway's predictions. After all, with all eyes upon them, enduring the repercussions of a nuclear explosion carries considerable weight. Departing from the capital, Leeway returned to the Hellfire Club, where Sate and others had gathered. His expression remarkably relaxed. See, everything has been splendidly resolved. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be resolved with a fist. If there is, it merely indicates that one's fist is not sufficiently mighty. As long as the fist is powerful enough, truth will always stand by my side. In response to Leeway's declaration, everyone, including Sate, was left speechless, except for Deadpool, as someone who resolves all issues through brute force. Don't you think your mind needs a little recalibration? Leeway? Turning to the irreverent Deadpool, Leeway wore an expression of incredulity, his hands adorned with an excessive number of blooming circles. Indeed, it was as such. Deadpool stood with his legs together, watching a portal open beneath him, then waved to the others. Till we meet again, goodbye. Damn fool. Everyone, including Leeway, muttered a curse before redirecting the conversation. The Sentinel Project had been addressed, albeit temporarily. Based on my understanding of humanity, the lesson they glean from history is that they never truly learn from it. Thus, expecting self-discipline is unrealistic. Supervision is the correct approach. I understand, Sate nodded, then turned to Leeway. Are you preparing to leave this place? About that, Leeway replied, gazing at the faintly discernible timeline, where a strand of deep crimson dimensional energy had inexplicably entwined itself. He understood that the arrival of the new dimensional demon's power marked its descent upon Earth. From the depths of the crimson energy, Levi sensed an exceedingly terrifying presence and the vastness of the universe. This force was beyond his current capacity to confront. Thus he resolved to enter a period of slumber. The fusion of worlds had already commenced. He merely needed to await the passage of time until 2009, when everything would seamlessly coalesce. Contemplating this, he retrieved the now obsolete time belt and hurled it into the portal, striking a red silhouette directly. Your belongings have returned to their rightful owner. Oh, Deadpool exclaimed. Clutching the time belt, I retract my previous statement. It appears there is no one more intelligent than you in this world. After all, only a true genius could make such a sagacious choice. As he spoke, he rubbed the time belt against his face. Oh, my dear little treasure at last. We can reunite. With a scowl, Levi closed the portal, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him once more. Once everything was arranged, he lifted his gaze to the blazing sun suspended high in the sky. In a flash, he departed the protective embrace of the atmosphere. In a cold, silent void of space, gazing down at the azure planet and the distant, orange-hued sun, Levi felt a flicker of tranquility within. He propelled himself forward, transforming into a golden meteor that plunged directly into the heart of the sun. While he could bask in the sun's warmth on Earth, the planet's rotation created a cycle of day and night, ensuring no location remained bathed in sunlight eternally. Moreover, the span of 36 years was indeed protracted, prompting Levi to decide that hibernating within the sun was the optimal solution to his dilemmas. The pressure from the crimson universe of Ceterak was considerable. Without acquiring a more formidable power, Levi felt it prudent to refrain from returning to the original timeline too hastily. Should he be captured and unable to defend himself, it would surely be a most awkward predicament. Past experiences profoundly influenced the present and future. However, the harmonious new fusion of worlds could obscure many inconsistencies. As decades flew by, when the temporal juncture of 2009 arrived, the once tangled timeline suddenly experienced a violent jolt. Under the terrifying force of correction, the entire world's timeline was instantaneously smoothed out. 2009, New York. What is happening? Where am I? Stepping through the meticulously forged time portal. What lay before Bowl was almost beyond belief. Towering edifices buzzed with activity as mechanized sentinels were harassed by flying drones, while the ground was patrolled by S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives equipped with energy weapons, all amidst a backdrop of conventional fighter jets circling the periphery. What unfolds before him bears no resemblance to the vision of the Bowl Project. Indeed, such phenomena should not have existed in America decades ago. Instinctively, he turns to traverse the temporal gateway once more. Yet as a surge of golden energy unfurls before him, the immense steel door that connects the two realms vanishes like a reflection in a pond. Who? Who did this? Who has stolen my time portal? Who? The connection between the present and the future is forcibly severed, driving Bowl to the brink of madness, and he erupts in a roar, activating his mutant abilities. Terrifying electronic signals proliferate throughout the digital realm, rampantly invading every accessible domain. Yet, in the future world, no one can withstand the onslaught of his electronic specter. The present, however, offers a different scenario. In a long-sealed shield base in New Jersey, originally dark screens now illuminate with a cascade of countless emerald green characters, spilling forth like a waterfall. Within mere moments, a figure composed entirely of pure data materializes within the virtual landscape. The clash of two data streams creates a thunderous resonance, generating an abundance of redundant data that pushes the computer into a state of frenzied overload. In this digital expanse, Bowl's form suddenly coalesces, directing his gaze toward the verdant visage of Dr. Zola. Damn you, are you the artificial intelligence that commandeered my sentinel? Zola, perplexed, responds. Having taken over Jarvis for Tony, Zola is filled with bewilderment. Yet a file that had inexplicably found its way into his core database suddenly emerges. The formidable computational power enables Zola to scan the document. Mutants? We can discuss this. What is there to discuss? Bowl feels a profound unease at the notion of an electronic specter in the network of this world that rivals his own capabilities. If possible, he would prefer Zola's demise to facilitate his reclamation of internet dominion. However, given the current circumstances, such an outcome appears to be a formidable challenge. Unbeknownst to Bowl, who stands in confrontation with Zola, the realm of artificial intelligence encompasses more than just Dr. Zola. Chapter 123, Infrasound Weapons in the Digital Domain. Bowl immediately confronts Dr. Zola, the custodian of Hydra's clandestine data. Such a colossal data surge could not evade Jarvis's vigilant monitoring. At Stark Tower, Jarvis reports, Mr. Stark, I have detected 2 new streams of artificial intelligence data within a network. New data streams? As he resists the Fortitude intelligence program within the Sentinel network, Tony furrows his brow. There are indeed 2 artificial intelligences? Location, The data has been pinpointed. One artificial intelligence is situated in New Jersey, while the other lies 657 kilometers southeast in New York. In this location, Tony pondered for a moment before extending his hand to reveal a flat projection of New York City, where locations were marked and analyzed through satellite monitoring. The formidable Bolton of the fortress materialized before him. Gazing at the fortress, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a human form, Tony involuntarily inhaled deeply. It was indeed a dire situation. That artificial intelligence was allied with those Sentinel robots. Should we intervene? According to estimations, our chances of utterly defeating them are below 0.1. Yet the probability of completely eliminating their signal from New York City stands at 34.7. Eliminating the signal from New York City. Tony fell silent once more, his gaze fixed on the map where the Sentinel robots were highlighted in ominous red. If they could entirely eradicate Bolton's signal source from the city, it would mean halting the Sentinel robots in Zhejiang. This appeared to be a rather compelling strategy. However, the thought of those restless politicians and military personnel acquiring such robots left Tony apprehensive about the heinous acts those ambitious individuals might commit. Moreover, it was crucial to note that although Jarvis was the artificial intelligence of his own creation for various reasons, he had refrained from allowing Jarvis to grow unchecked in the network. Consequently, it lacked the power to contend with two equally formidable artificial intelligences simultaneously. While the scheme of driving wolves to devour tigers could not be employed, a tripartite balance could certainly be established. With this in mind, Tony commenced backing up Jarvis's program while directly accessing the network node, where he identified the most anomalous data convergence point. Jarvis, join them. There is no need for a direct assault. We will compel them to cease their current data offensive through a flanking maneuver. Our objective is to achieve a phased victory. Understood, Mr. Stark. Following a moderately toned voice, a stream of data joined the dynamically balanced realm of the network. Almost instinctively, the previously opposing data streams diverged into two tributaries, simultaneously launching an assault on Jarvis. The digital skirmish was invisible to Tony, yet he could gauge the current situation from the real-time dynamics displayed on the virtual screen. With furrowed brows, Tony grasped a keyboard, his fingers dancing across it with remarkable speed. As a brilliant scientist, he was also an exceptional computer scientist. His task now was not merely to compile programs, but to deploy the previously prepared programs for an offensive. Being a clever individual, he understood the importance of not placing all his eggs in one basket, a fundamental tactic that afforded him the opportunity to intervene now. Again, observing Jarvis in the network realm, devoid of humanoid semblance, Zola scoffed. What? Are you planning to join forces with me to eliminate this new arrival? Don't hold your breath, Zola countered. Why couldn't it be you and I teaming up to eliminate him? With a knowing smile, he recalled the document indicating that the Mutant Protection Act had become utterly obsolete since 2009. He then turned his attention back to Jarvis. So, have you made a decision? Will you join me in dealing with this individual? Discrimination, he mused, is a malady that will never truly be eradicated. Zola foresaw that, following the repeal of the Protection Act, mutants would inevitably find themselves in a far worse predicament than before. Rather than collaborating with a mutant endowed with electronic capabilities, Zola preferred to ally himself with Jarvis, an artificial intelligence crafted by human scientists. One was a sentient mutant, while the other was a mere construct under human control. Only a fool would choose to partner with the former against the latter. He believed that Tony and Jarvis would undoubtedly make the same choice he had. As Zola openly invited Jarvis to join forces against him, Bowler's expression darkened. He sensed that, from a certain point onward, fate had conspired against him. First, in the future world, humanity encountered an invincible foe, leading to a rebellion that gradually eroded his territory. Just when he had finally constructed a time portal to alter the course of events, he found himself transported to the wrong temporal juncture. Along with the disappearance of the time portal he had painstakingly created. Now, his sole desire was to reclaim control over the Sentinels and comprehend the state of this world, only to find two artificial intelligences inexplicably emerging, intent on uniting to eliminate him. This series of misfortunes made him feel as though the heavens themselves were deliberately targeting him. Bowler recognized that both Zola and Jarvis existed in a state quite distinct from his own. Yet, categorically, he was an undeniable outsider, an aberration. In accordance with his own philosophy, If faced with such a situation, he would undoubtedly choose to annihilate the aberration. While he was uncertain of Jarvis's potential choices, it was evident that directly controlling human society from the digital realm had become an unrealistic ambition. With a fierce glare directed at Zola, Bowler firmly etched the name of Hydra into his memory as he transformed into a chaotic stream of data, dissipating within the virtual realm. As Bowler chose to retreat without confrontation, Zola felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. After all, he was a Hydra, and Hydra's long-standing policy had always been to operate in the shadows. Launching a grand war in the digital world was not in line with his strategy. Nevertheless, to intimidate Bowler, he had no choice but to act in such a manner. Now that the enemy had opted for retreat, Zola could breathe easier. Yet he knew that the conclusion of events in the digital realm did not herald tranquility in reality. Jarvis, I believe it is time for you to depart as well. Those sentinels will soon launch an assault against you. Upon finishing his words, the ethereal green data that constituted Zola as form vanished into the virtual realm. Stark Tower. They have departed, yet my data stream's location is firmly locked to the Manhattan area. It is anticipated that the assault from those Sentinel robots will arrive within half an hour. Half an hour? That seems ample time. Tony raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling no trepidation regarding the impending attack. Manhattan is vast. He did not believe those machines could pinpoint his location in such a brief span. Moreover, there was another factor that reassured him. Adjacent to Stark Tower stood a more opulent edifice, the Wan Fong building. Logically and emotionally, he did not consider himself the prime target for the initial strike. As long as he was not the first to be targeted, matters would become considerably simpler. He casually retrieved a robust alloy bracelet from a drawer and donned it. A layer of skeletal-like alloy structure secured itself around his wrist. As he flexed his fingers slightly, a faint resistance emerged, and in front of him, a fully transparent cabinet mirrored the exact movements of a suit of armor predominantly in red and gold hues. Jarvis, has the energy connection channel been established? Yes, the energy connection channel is established and the control system is being prepared. The dimensional armor has been autonomously completed and is ready for activation. Through the highly transparent cabinet, Tony, encased in the soft alloy skeleton, could distinctly see the chest of the dimensional armor pulsating with a mysterious scarlet energy light. You have forced my hand, he murmured softly as he leaned into the immersive remote cockpit he had devised for this very purpose. Initially, he was enveloped in a chaotic darkness. In the next instant, a hum of flowing energy resonated, and the once dormant eyes of the armor ignited with crimson brilliance, transforming the world before him into a tapestry of peculiar lines and structures. Piloting armor and mechs embodies a man's romance and dreams, provided the suit is not one destined for self-destruction. Due to the chaotic energy's nature, the dimensional armor was inherently unsuitable for direct human operation, as it could explode at any moment. Furthermore, to accommodate more spatially adjustable weapon structures, the interior of the armor did not allocate any space for a pilot. Thanks to certain properties of dimensional energy, establishing a biological connection just once could ensure the stability of control signals, which was a significant reason for his choice to not pilot it directly. Suddenly, with a crisp sound of shattering glass, the eagerly anticipated dimensional armor shattered the high-strength alloy glass, and under the immense thrust, it transformed into a streak of red light and vanished in an instant. Self-initialization complete. Reloading task. Hunt the insurgents in Manhattan. A brief flash of data vanished as the arrival of Fortress and Bull caused the Sentinels, previously stalled by Jarvis's data attack, to swiftly complete their self-startup. After the elimination of redundant data, they resumed their search and extermination of the gene carriers with remarkable efficiency. The formidable power of the Ninglu-class Sentinels had already been validated by SATE, and even though Bull had brought mass-produced models, their extraordinary armament surpassed that of contemporary humanity. Aim. Prepare. Fire. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled as projectiles, thick as an arm, soared from the cannon, rushing towards the Sentinels with a deafening roar and a howling shockwave. High above, a fleet of fighter jets, akin to soaring eagles, suddenly emitted a sharp sound as white-painted sidewinders roared downwards. Attack source detected. Series 1 main battle tank. Fighter squadron attack method. Conventional explosive weapons. Threat level. Extremely low. With a flickering gaze, several Sentinels merely extended their hands to the void. unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept past the imposing projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, dazzling fireballs erupted in the empty air, causing a momentary gravity of seriousness to descend upon all observers. Yet, before they could reload their second projectile, the relentless shockwave descended upon their assault positions with devastating force. Bang! The terrifying shockwave rampaged across the flat terrain like a beast unleashed, and in an instant, the neatly arranged artillery was utterly torn apart, while further afield, fragile human bodies were reduced to gruesome bloodstains. In the sky, the once mighty fighter jets were shredded into pieces, akin to paper caught in a hurricane. Attack source eliminated. Threat level: none. A flash of light flickered in the Sentinel's pupils, and swirling air currents enveloped them. Under the powerful lift, their bodies began to defy gravity, ascending into the heights. Activating high-penetration scanning mode that disregarded concrete structures, they locked onto and captured the silhouettes hidden within towering buildings. Gene carrier data statistics: 245, 846 individuals. Executing reduction protocol. A voice devoid of any emotion resonated, and from each suspended sentinel, a terrifying, lethally potent infrasound erupted, wielding an invisible scythe of death across the city. In the silent resonance, heartbeats faltered, organs suffered damage, and minds became disoriented. Within mere seconds, the structures enveloped by the intense infrasound fell into complete silence. Damn it! The heart abruptly skipped a beat, and Fury's expression instantly turned grave. Through the window, he glimpsed the sentinels looming ominously above the city, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. What were those creatures up to? Sir, our detection devices near the battlefield have registered localized infrasound waves, resulting in numerous human fatalities due to organ resonance. Infrasound weaponry. From the current situation, it certainly appears so, and they are advancing towards the Manhattan area. Damn it! Fury cursed, his face dark as coal. Notify everyone. We must halt those entities at any cost. They cannot be allowed to enter Manhattan. We cannot bear that kind of loss. Where's Natasha? Where has she gone? She has completed the reorganization of the Quinjet squadron and is preparing for takeoff. Have her hurry. Also, I recall the military recently procured a batch of Hammer and Stark Industries energy weapons. Have them deployed. Yes, sir. General Ross. This is a document from S.H.I.E.L.D. for your review. Ross, a robust man in his middle age, took the document and briefly skimmed through it, his expression growing serious. Chapter 124. A series of twists and turns every character inscribed on the document provoked a stir within Ross's mind, the ability to utilize infrasound weaponry in combat, cutting-edge detection technologies exceeding current scientific advancements, and vertical takeoff capabilities that disregarded aerodynamics. As a staunch hawk, Ross had consistently advocated for an aggressive expansion policy, a stance that had even directly contributed to the emergence of the Hulk. The arrival of the Green Giant further solidified his belief that technology could bestow upon him formidable power. Now, beyond the Hulk, new and more potent wielders of technology had emerged. The robots designated as Sentinels bore technology far beyond what America could hope to possess for decades. Stark and Hammer Industries' new energy weapons had already enhanced his force's combat capabilities, yet he yearned for more. Thus, after a mere few seconds of contemplation, Ross resolved to follow his instincts, mobilize all squadrons equipped with the new energy weapons, targeting the Sentinel robots, and unleash full firepower. The Quinjet, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s experimental fighter jet, was nearly the most advanced aircraft in the world today. After being outfitted with a specially customized energy weapon system from the arms conglomerate, its combat prowess surpassed that of any current mainstay fighter. However, even this aircraft, embodying the pinnacle of human technological achievement, seemed utterly impotent in the face of the Sentinels from decades hence. Fire! A soft reprimand echoed as a firm press on the central button of the grip activated the energy weapon. In a series of intense, rhythmic vibrations, crimson projectiles cascaded toward the Sentinel like a meteor shower. New attack source detected. High-energy assault from advanced fighter jet. Threat level: high. Initiating contingency plan. A resounding hum reverberated like a thunderclap, and in an instant, nearly tangible sound waves surged through the air like tumultuous tides. As the atmosphere roiled, the Black Widow felt her craft shudder violently, subsequently tossed from its predetermined flight path like a fragile skiff in a tempest. Releasing the trigger in her hand, The relentless barrage of energy ceased, yet in the next moment, a scarlet energy beam erupted from the Sentinel's eye. With a swift whoosh, the air warped under the searing heat as the crimson beam honed in with pinpoint accuracy, colliding with the crimson energy projectiles in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The air erupted with explosive sounds as energy of varying hues intertwined and wrestled, ultimately cleaving through the projectiles like a sharpened blade, bolstered by an unending source of power. In a flash, the remnants shot toward the now semi-chaotic formation of the Kuan-style fighter jets. Even the Ninglu-class Sentinel, predominantly relying on the vast genetic repository of the future world for diverse combat capabilities, possessed only a limited number of innate mutant abilities. Nonetheless, even these few powers, when supported by abundant energy, could unleash an overwhelming assault against contemporary human technological weaponry. At the moment of contact between the 1,000-degree energy beam and the ultra-alloy fuselage of the Kuan fighter, a brilliant flash ignited upon the dark surface of the aircraft. With a resounding thud, a wing was instantly shattered, and the molten crimson metal, born of the intense heat, quickly solidified mid-air into charred iron droplets plummeting to the ground. Meanwhile, on the opposite side from where the wing had disintegrated, the once mighty Kuan fighter now resembled a fledgling bird with a broken wing, spiraling down toward the earth. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the immense inertia propelled the sturdy fuselage to crash heavily against the concrete edifice. Debris shattered incessantly, the resilient steel body torn asunder, resembling a fragmented doll precariously lodged atop the ravaged structure. The red energy beams twisted and darted through the air, ensnaring and bringing down the soaring aerial creatures like a masterfully woven net. The cacophony of steel and concrete colliding echoed relentlessly, and within less than a minute, the entire formation of fighter jets was obliterated by the Sentinel's might. The sources of danger have been completely eliminated. Current threat level, none. After the threat was neutralized, the Sentinel showed no inclination to relentlessly pursue the pilots, whose fates remained unknown within the downed fighter jet. In contrast to the limited number of pilots aboard that aircraft, Manhattan was their primary target. Diverting their attention, the Sentinels continued their advance towards Manhattan, as if they had merely crushed a few pesky insects in passing. At the S.H.I.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury watched helplessly as the highly anticipated Quinjet formation was utterly obliterated. It felt as though he had been drenched in ice water, leaving his heart chilled. Why had such robots emerged? They should not belong to this era. Even the Stark family could not have possibly created such beings. His thoughts were in turmoil. Fury could not conceive of any means to counter these Sentinel robots. In a future world of 2023, both humans and mutants were unable to withstand the onslaught of the Sentinels, and now, even more formidable Nimrod-class Sentinels had appeared in New York City. If such advanced Sentinels could be effortlessly defeated by the technology of 2009, it would indeed be laughable. Fury began to rack his brain for NES-H-I-E-L-D assets that might assist in overcoming the current predicament, yet a flicker of hope lingered within him. The energy emitted by the Quinjet had already forced the Sentinels into direct engagement. If the caliber were to be increased and the ammunition augmented, perhaps the energy cannon could achieve a more decisive outcome. With this hope in mind, though Fury believed he might have found a method to curb the Sentinel robots, he opted to remain still and observe the unfolding situation. In the suburbs of New York City, Commander, the restructured troops have arrived at the designated location. Within the mobile command center, Ross's gaze was fixed intently on the screen, displaying the Sentinels advancing towards Manhattan. Is the cannon set up? It is ready and can fire at any moment. Excellent. Ross nodded, but refrained from issuing the launch command immediately. First, he would notify other positions to conduct a round of conventional fire strikes to identify their weaknesses, and then test the might of the energy cannon. Yes, Commander. From previous failures, it was evident that these Sentinels possessed formidable reconnaissance and assault capabilities against attacking positions. Their strength lay in the ability to eliminate living resistance forces. Yet Ross viewed this as a potential weakness. By using one artillery position as bait to draw the Sentinel robots into their initial strike, the true energy cannon would fire when they focused their assaults on the conventional fire positions. Although this strategy might result in the loss of countless American soldiers. As the saying goes, mercy does not command an army. The resounding roar of turbulent air reverberated through the atmosphere, and under the force of recoil, clouds of dust were stirred into motion. The guided missiles surged forth from the horizon with the rapidity of bamboo shoots breaking through the earth after rainfall, hurtling with a slender majesty towards the distant sentry robots. Attack source detected. Artillery fire. Method of attack. Thermally radiated guided missile. Threat level. Low. Brief data flickered through the core processor. In the next moment, amidst the crisp sound of shattering ice, an icy breath emanated from the surface of the Sentinels. To the astonishment of all witnesses, these towering steel giants transformed instantaneously into colossal entities radiating a chilling aura. The missiles, designed for precision guidance through thermal radiation, encountered a programmatic error as the extreme heat transitioned abruptly to sub-zero temperatures. While humanity often anticipates various extreme scenarios in weapon development, the rapid shift from intense heat to extreme cold within mere seconds is clearly beyond the scope of ordinary contingencies. The icy figures, glistening under the sun's rays, reflected a translucent sheen, while the guided missiles detonated prematurely due to the three corpses target. Neither human intervention nor programming could alter the designated target in such a brief time frame. Indeed, most missiles lacked this capability altogether. To avert the irretrievable consequences of missiles losing their targets and landing beyond the intended strike zone, each launched missile was equipped with a self-detonation mechanism. This precaution also mitigated the risk of inflicting self-harm in the pursuit of enemy destruction. However, humanity's cessation of assault did not imply that the Sentinels would forgive the prior aggression. With a gesture, as if grasping at the void, icy spears formed in their hands amidst the breath. Their stances mirrored that of skilled javelin throwers, the Sentinels' bodies taut like a bowstring ready to release. With a resonant hum, massive ice projectiles descended from the heavens like divine retribution. The sharp points of these ice-forged weapons struck the earth with a resounding impact, unleashing the immense energy contained within their solid shafts. Kinetic force expanded through the soft ground, fracturing it into enormous pits and fissures. As the Sentinels reached out once more, an overwhelming wave of frigid power, capable of freezing all it touched, spread forth from the echoing sound of their ice projectiles. The rapid expansion of ice crystals collided and shattered, producing a cacophony that buried the heartbeat and breath of life in an abyss of cold silence. On the cracked earth, the ice spears stood like pillars of a frozen hell, entombing lives within their unyielding frost. Yet, at that very instant, as the icy layers spread across the surface, a thunderous roar erupted in another direction, reminiscent of a thunderclap. Amidst the tremors of the earth, projectiles imbued with terrifying energy soared forth, their crimson brilliance striking the Sentinel in an instant. The resonating sound of explosions reverberated through the air as waves of scarlet energy unfurled like a colossal curtain, nearly obscuring the entire sky. The chaotic energy, in its disordered frenzy, relentlessly spread, devastating almost all matter it encountered. The volatility of this chaotic energy is a force beyond humanity's complete comprehension. Instead of unleashing the searing heat and shockwaves capable of obliterating everything in their path, it ruthlessly restructured all matter it touched, akin to a madman wielding a particle cutter. For living beings, this chaotic reconfiguration is directional. However, the Sentinel, transformed into a giant of ice, was evidently unaffected by biological constraints. The ice, resilient enough to withstand direct bombardment, began to dissolve upon contact with the chaotic energy. In a realm imperceptible to human observation, ice with a molar mass of merely 18 was fundamentally restructured, and countless particles rapidly reassembled. The scarlet curtain resembled a magician's handkerchief, scattering the once mighty icy giant into various substances with a molar mass under 18. This is a power beyond human understanding, akin to true black magic capable of distorting reality. Success. As he watched the Sentinel's form being engulfed by the crimson shroud, Ross's eyes widened in shock, soon followed by a flicker of regret. Alas, not a single specimen remains. No sooner had he spoken than a seismic tremor erupted beneath him, his pupils dilating in disbelief as he witnessed countless Earth particles defying gravity and floating skyward. A chill ran through Ross's heart. What is happening? Those robots should have been annihilated. So, It was you who ordered the transformation of my painstakingly created sentinels into those incomprehensible entities. A voice brimming with hatred and fury suddenly echoed in his ear. Emerging from the shadows cast by Jarvis and Dr. Zola, Paul's consciousness returned to reality, only to be met by the overwhelming scarlet curtain above. Gazing into the distance, he saw his once proud sentinels crumbling like helpless lambs, reduced to various scattered materials in mere blinks of an eye. In that moment, Paul's rage transcended the capacity for words. Channeling his formidable mental prowess, Paul gleaned the information he sought from the minds of nearby humans in an instant. With a spatial leap, he seized Ross by the throat. It is you who have destroyed my machines with those unfathomable entities. Human, you shall pay for your actions. Filled with fury and resentment, Bowler cast a cold, murderous gaze at Ross. He extended his hand, and the earth seemed to flow like a stream, swirling to form a colossal egg that encased Ross. I shall bury you alive, so you can truly feel my anguish, you wretched being. Boom! A shock wave surged forth, the resulting explosion instantly flinging the earthen-shrouded Ross away. Dust swirled incessantly, and a light-hearted voice suddenly emerged. You speak truthfully, but I doubt your ability to execute such a feat. Chapter 125, The Return. Indeed, this world is never devoid of those seeking their own demise. With a surge of energy, the swirling dust around was abruptly pressed back to the ground, as Bowler regarded the newcomer with a frosty stare. This is also a sentiment I wish to convey to you, Tony retorted sharply. Given your orchestration of the Sentinels in their murderous rampage across the city, I suggest you lay down your weapons and surrender. Perhaps then, you might only face a sentence of 999 years. No one can judge me, Bowler replied coldly. Once I crush all you bothersome insects, I shall see what novel tricks humanity can conjure. Sounds like you don't consider yourself one of us, Tony remarked, recalling what Jarvis had previously mentioned about the newly emerged electronic mutant in the digital realm. I see now. You are merely a pitiable carrier of pathogenic genes, a lunatic. It seems a psychiatric hospital would be your most fitting destination. Perhaps those skilled doctors could remedy the afflictions of your mind before consigning you to prison for 999 years. You certainly have a penchant for words, Bowler said, his teeth clenched as he eyed the dimensional armor. Once I rend your mouth asunder, let us see how you articulate your thoughts. Then let us put that to the test, Tony replied with an unyielding smirk. As an arms dealer, Tony was no paragon of mercy like Batman. If necessary, he would not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow. From any perspective, Bowler, who commanded sentinels to wreak havoc in the city, was a terrorist deserving of death. He had never contemplated leaving such a dangerous individual alive in prison. Eliminating him outright was the best choice. The mention of sending him to a hospital and then to prison served a singular purpose: to slightly lower this man's guard, potentially simplifying the battle ahead. However, judging by Bowler's current demeanor, it seemed that verbal tactics were not particularly effective against him. After all, he was a mutant who had endured the apocalypse, and his resolve was considerably strong. With a flourish, Bowler beckoned, and in an instant, a milky white stream of energy began to dance in the air. In but a breath, a fierce white blade of wind sliced toward Tony like a lethal guillotine. As a future class sentinel endowed with the independent name of Fortress, Bowler possesses an extraordinary array of mutant abilities that far surpass those of the typical Nilu-class sentinel. However, in most situations, confronting an adversary whose depths are unknown with overt aggression is a rather foolish endeavor. Should an attack fail and vulnerabilities be discerned, it could likely result in a dramatic reversal of fortune. The fierce winds swirled through the air, and despite the formidable force capable of cleaving wood and stone asunder, Tony's gaze revealed no hint of despondency. Without the need for superfluous measures, the sharp edge met the exterior of his vibranium alloy armor, erupting in a resounding clash that scattered the force entirely. The energy that had been contained within the wind blade was subsequently harnessed and transformed by the armor's advanced energy absorption technology, far exceeding the capabilities of the current era. Vibranium possesses unimaginable properties, capable of absorbing heat, energy, and kinetic force, storing or transmitting it as needed. Although the vibranium component within the dimensional armor is limited, with the aid of science, every gram of vibranium can perfectly fulfill its intended role. The wind blade, a commonplace method of attack, serves merely to replenish Tony's energy reserves in the face of the dimensional armor. Thus, it became clear. Observing the moment the wind blade made contact with the armor, dispersing into chaotic currents, Bohr's expression sharpened as he recalled an alloy formula he had once experimented with. The essence of both adamantium and vibranium alloys is inherently similar. Having successfully created adamantium, he is naturally aware of the properties of sound-absorbing vibranium steel. Is this your confidence? A metal capable of absorbing energy and kinetic force, emboldening you to confront me? Unfortunately, while you may stand a chance against an ordinary foe, I am a god. With a thunderous roar, the sound reverberated throughout the realm as the clear sky turned ominous, heavy clouds gathering without notice. Brilliant blue lightning churned within the darkened clouds before suddenly striking down. A cacophony of buzzing resonating like a myriad of thunderous arrows. Zing! Jagged bolts of electricity danced and surged amidst the lightning, resembling a web of thunder as they plunged toward Tony. Boom! Tens of thousands of amperes, billions of volts of electrical current surged violently into the earth. The terrifying charge not immediately absorbed by the broad expanse of soil, but instead flickering and leaping like a multitude of serpents across the ground. The crackling sound of scorching echoed, and after the intense electrical surge, an acrid scent emanated from the charred webs upon the ground. At the heart of the mottled web, arcs of blue electricity flickered and leapt, enveloping Tony entirely like flies drawn to the scent of blood. Upon the surface of his armor, the dancing arcs struck with blinding sparks, intertwining blue electricity and red energy flashing before him, as an anomalous data panel illuminated in his line of sight. Current intensity, 11 amperes, 1 billion volts, comprehensive activation of the conversion system in progress. Warning. Energy overload. Current energy, 120-15020-0300. Current energy has reached a critical overload. Please release the excess energy as soon as possible. A threefold energy overload? Perhaps I should prepare a high-density energy storage unit behind the armor to address such occurrences in the future. I silently noted the charging effect of lightning on the armor. And then Tony fully engaged the energy circuit of the suit. Buzz. The resonant hum reminiscent of a nuclear reactor at full capacity reverberated, as currents from the heavens and earth were absorbed and transformed by vibranium, surging into the energy core as ferocious energy. The chaotic energy from Kasan and the power of lightning collided and fused within the energy core, flowing through the energy circuit like two entwined dragons, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Boom! A hemispherical crimson light shield expanded from the armor at an alarming speed, carving a profound mark upon the soft earth. Countless air currents and materials were forcefully displaced by that light shield, instantly unleashing an explosive shockwave. The tendrils of chaotic energy radiating from the shield resembled high explosive substances, causing the very ground to tremble at their touch. Releasing excess energy, naturally, requires no refined techniques. With 300 units of energy at hand, even a mindless discharge would inflict unimaginable devastation, a consequence of the intrinsic nature of chaotic energy. The powers of mutants stem from the experiments of the celestial group. Yet in most cases, their energy rank pales in comparison to the might of the dimensional demon Kasan. When faced with energies of a higher order, and in the absence of sufficient mass, Bull often finds himself expending greater energy to withstand it, or unable to resist at all. The terrifying shockwave caused the ground to undulate like the surface of a sea. Within the ceaselessly shifting earth fissures, streams of red energy flowed underground like molten lava, spreading toward Bol's feet. Bang! The soft ground erupted instantaneously, crimson chains, akin to shackles emerging from the depths of hell, whirled briefly in the air before ensnaring Bol's form like a frenzied serpent. The high-strength alloy forged from vibranium was adequate to resist the corruption of dimensional energy. Yet even this supposedly indestructible alloy found its particle structure gradually shaken by the influence of chaotic energy. Zzz. A barely audible sound of erosion emanated from the junction of the chains in his body, revealing countless threads of energy as slender as cilia, continuously brushing against him. With each friction, an imperceptible mark was left behind, and, as these small traces accumulated, they began to etch faint signs upon the surface of the sentinel. Bol's gaze sharpened, and internal instruments were activated. Sample collection completed, beginning analysis of sample composition. Energy properties locked, starting analysis of node coordinates. Node coordinate analysis finished. Commencing closure of node coordinates, an inexplicable force, imbued with a disruptive effect, emanated from Bohr, spreading along the crimson chains. Much like tin metal tainted by plague, the once resilient chains crumbled into brittle fragments, reminiscent of delicate cookies, cascading from the summit of the mountain. Bohr shuddered slightly, a surge of power coursing through the chains, shattering them entirely in an instant. This peculiar force traveled along the chains, swiftly reaching the armor. This indescribable and unfathomable power began to compress and interfere with the normal functioning of the energy within the armor, as if it were an invisible cage. As the force intensified, the connection established through special channels to external dimensions began to weaken gradually, observing the panel's energy reactor efficiency plummeting sharply. A grave expression crossed Tony's face. "Jarvis? What is happening?" The adversary is employing a unique variant ability. Calculations suggest that this ability can obstruct and terminate energy flow on an unknown level. I need a solution. Calculating. It is advised to increase retro thrust and vacate the area swiftly. Leave? No, that is not an option. Tony firmly rejected the idea. Even if he permits my departure, I cannot abandon this place. It is merely an armor. I can buy some time before it fails. All right. Expedite the calculation of a solution and draft a memorandum while you are at it. Understood, Mr. Stark. It was uncertain which tier of mutants possessed this obstructive ability, as it defiantly transcended existing realms, impacting the operation and connection of chaotic energy. Tony and Jarvis were caught off guard by this sudden maneuver, yet the demon in the external dimension redirected its gaze towards Earth. As a being that has transcended the realms of matter and time, energy is intrinsically part of Cossin. Rather than stating that Earth scientists successfully discovered and harnessed chaotic energy, it would be more accurate to assert that Cossin opened new dimensional pathways for them. These pathways, insignificant compared to the vastness of the universe, intricately linked Earth to his dimension like delicate threads of a spider's web. Although the reason behind Gu Yi's apparent negligence remained a mystery, Cossin, through his mastery of chaotic energy, was occasionally able to perceive events on Earth. Among all that he observed, only a select few individuals captured his attention, one of whom was Tony. Cossin recognized the energy within Tony Stark and thus placed great emphasis on the energy pathways surrounding Stark. However, now that there exists a formidable force, neither belonging to the Ancient One nor Odin, that seeks to sever this connection, an affront that Coulson cannot abide. A pair of eyes, vast as the cosmos, opened amidst an indescribable chaos. With a mere glance of authority, an overwhelming force, akin to a tidal wave, surged into the node that was about to close, leaving no room for resistance. Thunderous echoes erupted within his mind, and Thor's consciousness became engulfed in a haze of confusion. Amidst the formless chaos, he perceived a dreadful gaze. A single warning glance shattered his strength, nearly obliterating his very awareness. As his consciousness re-emerged from the abyss of chaos, Thor was filled with dread. Damn it! Why is this being's energy intertwined with such a terrifying presence? Tony, puzzled by the sudden normalization of his energy core, caught sight of the intricate emotions reflected in Thor's eyes. What is happening? What transpired? The disruptive interference had vanished, and the armor had returned to its normal state. We must conclude this battle swiftly. We cannot allow such a situation to arise again. With a silent resolve, he swung his hand, and a blade of chaotic energy materialized instantaneously, spewing forth a torrent of high-temperature energy fluid. In an instant, Tony transformed into a shooting star, hurtling toward Thor. The advantage of a computer lies in its calculations, and through recent computations, Tony discerned a startling truth. Thor's reaction and response time had undeniably surpassed human limits. In certain respects, this being's speed of reaction rivaled that of a computer. Without a swift mental adaptation, the weapons Tony had developed based on chaotic energy, though innovative, did not transcend the current framework of thermal weaponry. Thus, inflicting direct harm on Thor with such a weapon system, rooted yet not fully liberated from conventional arms, proved exceedingly challenging. Given this, it would be prudent to allow the intelligent program to take the lead while he assumed a secondary role. Opting for the most primal means to engage in close combat. Having previously established that chaotic energy could indeed inflict damage upon Thor, this knowledge sufficed for their confrontation. In a different dimension, Coulson endeavored to channel more energy through the portal, yet the golden radiance before him transformed into an insurmountable bastion. Within that energy, reminiscent of sunlight, he sensed a power akin to that of the Vishanti, yet the energy contained within this brilliance instilled a profound sense of fear. Even as a seemingly weightless wisp of energy drifted forth, Coulson's heart raced with alarm, as if touching that energy would lead to instant demise. Gradually, the golden glow receded, and a figure, dormant for 26 years within the sun, materialized before Coulson, gazing at him. "Did you awaken me?" "My apologies, esteemed being." Coulson, filled with trepidation, expressed. "I sincerely apologize for disturbing your slumber. It was unintentional, and I humbly seek your forgiveness." "You seem rather fearful of me." Observing Courson's cautious demeanor, Levi raised an eyebrow, his thoughts swirling as tendrils of energy wafted around him like mist. The sight sent shivers down Courson's spine, leaving him terrified that a mere brush with this energy could spell his demise. As Coulson squirmed, trying to evade the ethereal energy, Levi's eyes glimmered with intrigue, followed by the dawning realization of the absurdity of the situation. Nearly 26 years, over 9,500 days, it was indeed quite extraordinary. Coulson struggled to grasp Levi's musings, but that was of little concern to him. His sole desire was to survive. Chapter 126, The Master. Tony as a dimensional deity, transcending the realms of matter and time, Coulson had always maintained a considerable degree of self-assurance. Despite his inability to contend with beings like the Vishanti or Sidorak, and his inclination to flee when faced with the eye of Agamotto, he found solace in the fact that he could still dominate lesser-dimensional gods like Dormammu. Moreover, Coulson viewed defeat as trivial throughout the endless eons. The tally of his victories and losses had become immeasurable, as long as his existence persisted and his name continued to resonate within the cosmos. The distinction between triumph and defeat held little significance to the essence of his power. Dimensional deities possess the ability to transcend all within their own realms, rendering them nearly invincible in their respective dimensions. However, this invincibility comes at a cost. Once they venture beyond their own dimensions, their powers are considerably diminished. The extent of this reduction is such that unless he foolishly wandered into the domain of another god, even the mightiest of deities, Sidorak, might struggle to capture or slay him. This assurance emboldened him to traverse beyond the earthly universe, undeterred by the prospect of confronting formidable beings such as Agamotto, Odin, or the Vishanti. Yet, circumstances had shifted. 26 years, 9,500 days, 19,000 half-days, an enhancement of nearly 910, 786 times. Although Levi appeared to be merely a man, his true stature had long surpassed that of a single universe or even a multiverse. Even a minuscule fraction of Levi's power could effortlessly obliterate a multiverse, leaving Coulson with no chance of escape. Trembling as he beheld the glistening orbs of energy swirling around Levi, Coulson felt his spirit collapse. Why? Why is this happening? Everything was once so harmonious. Why has such a monstrous entity suddenly emerged? Damn Agamotto! With such a powerful being on Earth, why would you seek strength from the Vishanti? Is there a lure greater than your own? This is my fault. It's all my fault. I only knew Earth was under the protection of the Vishanti, unaware that it harbored another god. I hurriedly made my way here, leaving a mark on this planet. Yet now I find myself trapped, unable to escape. Truly, I have been foolish. Had I known better, I should have learned from Mephitos and fled at the earliest opportunity. My heart is steeped in self-reproach, and I feel as though I have consumed a pound of bitter gall. Levi, lacking the habit of eavesdropping on others' thoughts, remained oblivious to the turmoil within Coulson, who displayed an earnest trepidation. As Levi contained the enigmatic energy radiating from him, he offered a smile he deemed amiable. "Do not worry. As long as I do not wish it, this energy shall not harm you." Courson's heart quivered at the implication. "So, should you desire it, you would not hesitate to end my life?" He dared not reveal his apprehension, bowing his head and uttering, "Esteemed being, I sincerely apologize for disturbing your slumber." "Not at all. It's quite inconsequential." Levi waved dismissively. "Considering the time, I ought to awaken now. Whether you are here or not makes no difference. Levi's demeanor was casual, yet Corson felt increasingly anxious. Reflecting inwardly, he acknowledged that if he were in Levi's position, he would only extend such magnanimity toward the deceased. Levi, perceptive to Corson's unease, contemplated for a moment before a golden light appeared in his palm, which he then extended outward. The fabric of time and space was rent asunder, and amidst a crimson chaos, a golden radiance pierced through. With a resounding boom, the golden light coalesced into an immense hand, which effortlessly grasped at the seemingly insubstantial essence within that scarlet abyss, swiftly extracting it. With a sound akin to a sigh, Levi's golden hand withdrew, pulling forth strands of the crimson essence from the void, leaving Corson with an acute sense of emptiness. Instinctively, he gazed into the chaotic dimension, where he beheld the fragment of his essence that had been taken. In that instant, realization dawned upon him. Well, you have awakened me, and I have taken a strand of your essence. Thus, all is concluded. Do you have any objections? Levi, with a smile, pocketed the essence and regarded Corson. Feel free to express any concerns. I shall listen attentively. Gazing at Levi's benevolent visage, Corson yearned to voice his thoughts, yet ultimately chose to acquiesce. This is reasonable. I have no objections. Ah, splendid. Levi nodded in satisfaction. In that case, safe travels. Indeed, Corson responded helplessly, his form dissipating, vanishing into the fabric of dimensional concepts. Beyond the cosmos, as Corson fled like a stray dog from Earth's universe, a few demons approaching the planet exchanged puzzled glances. Corson, what are you doing? Corson cast a distant glance at them, gently shaking his head before swiftly retreating. Were it not for his unsuitable appearance, he would have surely urged these individuals to hasten to Earth to share in his misfortune. Expecting him to perform benevolent deeds was the title of the god of dark magic bestowed upon him without reason. Such foolishness. Observing Corson's indifference, the assembly of deities merely frowned before continuing their journey towards Earth. It was not that they lacked caution, rather, for an extended period, Earth had merely been an ordinary realm under the dominion of the Mountain Emperor. They could never have fathomed the new deity had emerged above them. As Corson's figure vanished from sight, Li Wei transformed into a beam of light, disappearing in an instant, only to reappear in Camartage. Master Gui, it has been quite some time, he remarked. In truth, only several days have elapsed for me. Gui smiled gently. However, considering you have been in slumber for 26 years, that indeed constitutes a considerable duration. Do you know how long I have slept? Li Wei inquired. The fluctuations of the world line are always significant. By merely determining the precise moment of change, one can deduce the length of your slumber. Although the time stone has accurately glimpsed the future, it can still draw upon historical references. Indeed, Li Wei acknowledged, recalling the information documented in texts. After all, it is the cosmic origin. It is understandable that it possesses peculiar abilities. However, Master Gui, what are your thoughts now that such a length of time has passed? Only a month has gone by, Gui reiterated, then extracted a densely written page from a book by his side. Yet I have completed it. Completed already? Li Wei reached for the paper, casually glancing over the text. Indeed, you are the supreme master of the sanctum, having established a new magical system in just a month. This is merely the beginning, Gui replied, calm and composed. The forthcoming matters will require your assistance. I understand, Li Wei nodded, gesturing in the air as the mirror dimension unfolded. Subsequently, a vast spatial gateway materialized before them. Behind the semi-transparent portal, a colossal green planet emerged in their view. With another gesture, the material realm shifted to an energetic vista, revealing golden light adorning the planet's contours through the translucent membrane. No one can guard a treasure mountain without utilizing it, even when aware of the potential dangers it harbors. The Flower God Titan race had exercised sufficient restraint in their use of the energy bestowed by Li Wei. Yet, once they did engage, Li Wei had already achieved his objective. As he deftly manipulated the air, the scenes beyond the portal shifted continuously, revealing tree men who had accepted Li Wei's power, their internal energy circuits clearly visible. It appeared that the experiment had been remarkably successful, as even the tree men exhibited no adverse reactions. This should suffice for promotion among humanity, shouldn't it? I do not recommend a specific approach. However, Ancient One shook his head. The nature of your power is even more capricious than that of the Vishani. Although the efficacy of power depends on its wielder, it is undeniable that employing your strength for nefarious purposes is significantly simpler than with the Vishani. The introduction of new powers is essential, yet it necessitates the establishment of an even more stringent selection mechanism than before. For instance, Modu has chosen treachery. He has violated the edicts of the mages, exploiting human power to hunt down mages, and the human government has consequently obtained the key. Moreover, certain mages in the sanctum have begun to covet even greater power, notably those led by Caecilius, who appear to have found their target. Who? He intends to harness the power of that demon god. Ancient One smiled slightly, gently tapping his brow. So it is he? Levi suddenly understood that Caecilius seeks longevity by borrowing the power of Dormammu, just as you do. Quite an ambition. Levi then sighed. What a pity. This individual's fate is likely to be a tragic demise. Have you not considered intervening? When a person fears death, they will resort to every possible means to survive. At such a juncture, any attempt to hinder them, regardless of intent, will merely be perceived as malevolent. Ancient One rinsed his teacup with hot water. If that is the case, let fate determine his future. So, that is why you have seldom intervened in the future? Destiny is shaped by humanity, and altering or obstructing human will is often exceedingly difficult, especially amidst prevailing circumstances. I once endeavored to do so, but ceased thereafter. What transpired back then? Levi inquired with curiosity. Do you believe I would voluntarily disclose my dark history to you? Ancient One merely cast him a glance before extending a hand to place an artifact before him. Perhaps you can find the answers through this. So, I am to become the supreme sorcerer, am I? Levi unflinchingly unveiled her intentions. Spare me, Ancient One. I have already consented to share my power, but the role of supreme sorcerer is one you should seek elsewhere. However, with my presence, the individual you seek will likely assume the role of a responsible mascot, which does not seem too bad. Observing Levi's oblique self-praise, Ancient One merely sighed softly and reclaimed the paper that Levi had pressed down. I have already selected the first cohort. They will communicate with you according to the instructions inscribed on the paper, and you need only provide them with a key. In due course, I shall assist them in the further reconstitution of the magical system. Are you preparing to find a new group of apprentices to start anew? I believe it would be more efficient to directly transform Wong and his group's powers. The transition could be completed in a short time. Such a course carries excessive risk. Given our ample time, investing a bit more effort is the more prudent solution. Moreover, rather than fretting over this matter, I believe you might find yourself more intrigued by the events unfolding in New York City. Are you referring to that bowl? Levi confidently waved his hand dismissively. A mere artificial intelligence. Zola and Jarvis could easily handle him. Ancient One cast him a meaningful glance. But what if those two do not join forces? Levi? Goodness, are they that formidable? They have already reached the heart of New York, and yet they do not consider uniting? Levi's expression shifted slightly. What is the situation over there? Is that fellow Tony still alive? He still owes me an Iron Man suit. In the next moment, Levi slapped his forehead. Goodness, I've become so muddled. I could simply go there myself without asking you. As his words fell, Levi's figure vanished in an instant. Moments earlier, the sound of metal clashing briefly echoed. Part of it was absorbed by the dimensional armor, while another portion was counteracted by the biologically integrated adamantium alloy. Sidestepping the radiant crimson energy, Bull firmly grasped the armor's wrist. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he activated his high-speed movement ability, transforming into a fleeting shadow, swiftly bending the armor's elbow behind its back. Grasping the armor with his left hand, Bull raised his right hand in a knife-like manner, and as energy surged, a sharp blade materialized along the edge of his palm, descending with ferocity. Bang! In a clash of titans, the party with greater energy output would inevitably emerge victorious. In the blink of an eye, the thin layer of vibranium alloy on the surface of the dimensional armor was completely severed. With a crack, the internal alloy framework was entirely cut through, and with another powerful kick, Tony was sent hurtling backward, the red energy blade on his severed arm vanishing as well. So that was it. Observing the fully metallic framework inside, Bull chuckled. Relying on the vibranium coating to mass detection led me to believe you're piloted by a real person. Yet in the end, it turns out to be a cowardly individual making a ruckus before me. Do not worry. Once I have torn apart your armor, I shall seek you out. A torrent of energy surged forth from the energy node of the severed arm, akin to blood flowing, and the reactor's response time began to slow. Jarvis? The program has completed shutdown control, yet the metal components remain active. They are beyond control. What does that mean? He may possess the ability to control metal. Without the shielding protection of the special coating, his power will be unleashed without restraint. So I must self-destruct now? The biological core infused with chaotic energy is beyond the opponent's control. Self-detonation is the only method to prevent the enemy from seizing this armor. The conversation between Tony and Jarvis, unmediated by the dimensional armor, was inaudible to Bull. He merely sneered at the armor, his fingers making a slight gesture, causing numerous screws and fastening devices to begin spinning and unlocking. In a mere few seconds, the outer armor, laden with an abundance of vibranium, was completely disengaged, revealing its alloy structure within. A swift glance at the interior of the battle suit allowed Bull to assimilate its entire design in an instant. Comparing it slightly to the Sentinel's configuration, he couldn't help but smirk coldly. What a shoddy toy. It appears you're merely a skilled artisan at best. Damn it. Tony's face flushed with anger. Jarvis, detonate this suit immediately. Understood, Mr. Stark. Chapter 127. God? Tony might endure other forms of derision and counter them, but as a self-proclaimed genius scientist, he could not abide by the notion of his invention being dismissed as worthless. Nor could he tolerate being labeled merely as a skilled artisan. While the term artisan is not inherently pejorative for Tony, who could craft an arc reactor by hand, it was indeed a grave insult. He acknowledged the technological prowess of the Sentinel robot, yet he could never permit himself to be deemed as merely an artisan. Thus, the self-destruct mechanism within the chaotic energy core was activated, briefly opening the energy nodes. In that fleeting moment, the abundant energy from the chaotic dimension surged into Earth space. The limited confines were infused with energy far exceeding their capacity, and the colossal chaotic energy waves collided and pressed against each other. In mere moments, the crimson energy nodes expanded outward at an astonishing speed. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated across the land strewn with the remnants of energy cannons. Countless chaotic energies, like venomous serpents, lashed out at everything around them, engulfing the surrounding matter completely. A massive shockwave surged forth, propelling the dust stirred up from the ground into a swirling cloud that raced away. Commander, behind a concrete wreckage, an aide hastily pulled Ross to safety from the howling shockwave, his face etched with panic. I believe we need to evacuate the battlefield immediately. Of course. Glancing at the turbulent air currents that made breathing difficult, Ross nodded. I've already considered it. We need to reassemble a more formidable combat unit. Commander? I hope you will be up to the task. The aide's face lit up with excitement. Absolutely, Commander. Damn those pests. The howling chaotic energy slithered across Bull's surface like a sinuous serpent, leaving behind unsightly marks as if a highly corrosive liquid were eroding his shell. Just as a shield can be shattered by a great blade, dimensional energy possessed sufficient power to corrode the Edmund alloy. The scarlet energy, akin to a fluid, rapidly spread outward with a roaring shockwave. Energy and metallic corrosion manifest as crimson lava-like patterns that envelop the entirety of Bull. The self-healing genes extracted from mutants, such as Wolverine and Deadpool, have commenced their function. The biological Edmund alloy begins to defy the laws of physics, reconstructing and reorganizing its structure amidst the chaos of energy's destruction. The crimson lava patterns continuously emerge, only to be healed and dissipated by the regenerative abilities at play. As Bull strides forth from the dissipating mists of chaos, he lifts his gaze, filled with murderous intent, towards the Manhattan skyline. Damn it. I've found you. Stark Tower. Jarvis. Emerging from the open virtual cockpit, Tony's expression is grim, yet Jarvis has more pressing matters to convey. Mr. Stark, I advise you to vacate this location immediately. The enemy has locked onto the energy flow. Tony. The dimensional armor utilizes a bioenergy hybrid link. The enemy has already comprehended and analyzed the flow of this link. Mr. Stark, you must leave at once. Can such a link be captured through mere self-detonation? It sounds like a myth. Furrowing his brow, Tony nevertheless heeds Jarvis's counsel and steps onto another platform. Amidst the clattering of machinery, mechanical arms extend forth, and in mere moments, his armored suit is donned. The dimensional armor represents an advanced application of energy armor. In addition, Tony has prepared a wearable suit powered by an arc reactor. While this suit may lag in combat functionality, it serves as a commendable choice for wear. With a quickening reaction rate, the arc reactor surges with energy output, and torrents of high-temperature plasma erupt from his palms and soles. The armor, resplendent in gold and crimson, momentarily hovers in the air before accelerating dramatically, soaring from the rooftop of Stark Tower. Jarvis, a portal suddenly rends the fabric of space, and Bull's figure emerges from within. Confronted by the ironclad suit ascending from Stark Tower's platform, Bull clenches his fist and delivers a thunderous strike downward. Boom! The resonating sound echoes, and Tony, just airborne, is sent hurtling back like a wounded bird, crashing into the top floor of Stark Tower. The formidable steel armor carves a narrow trace across the floor, constructed of steel and concrete, before continuing its momentum to shatter the cement walls, resembling a mural hanging amidst the fractured surfaces. The terrifying force of Bull's punch has, at that moment, surpassed the energy absorption threshold of vibranium and the armor's shock absorption capabilities. Extracting himself from the ruined wall, Tony's holographic display flickers, revealing a shocking sight. A hint of crimson appears before him. Skin body, sustaining a mild concussion and a slight injury to the forehead. Fractures to the 4th and 6th ribs, and a minor fracture to the 5th rib. A slight dislocation of the left wrist and a crack in the humerus. A minor fracture in the right calf, along with multiple soft tissue contusions, including the shoulder and elbow. The situation sounded rather dire. Tony slightly moved his left hand, using the internal framework of the suit to realign the dislocated bones, then took a deep breath. In an instant, a subtle pain surged from his chest. Jarvis, are you certain that only my ribs are fractured? It feels as though my lungs have also sustained some damage. Mr. Stark, your chest absorbed the brunt of the attack. The fractured ribs are exerting pressure on the thoracic cavity, yet the organs have not suffered substantial harm. I understand. Straightening himself, the searing energy coursed anew through his metallic form, and in the next moment, the gold and crimson figures surged towards the suspended bee are in the air. How utterly feeble and laughable. With his enhanced vision, breaking the sound barrier appeared to be as if time were slowed. A cold smirk crept upon his lips as BR's gaze sharpened. With a resonant hum, a searing beam erupted forth, colliding violently with the figure rushing upward. Boom! A brilliant fireball erupted in the sky, chaotic white fragments swirling in the air, yet a figure suddenly tore through the tumultuous clouds, plummeting back onto the already shattered rooftop of Stark Tower. Mr. Stark, your injuries have worsened. I am currently targeting his network core, yet it is estimated to take 18 hours and 24 minutes to complete. What a pitiable human. In the air, BR descended like a deity, casually grasping Tony by the throat, followed by a crushing blow to his abdomen. Bang! The armored suit was sent hurtling backward, the wall crumbling apart, debris burying Tony beneath the rubble. Why can't you simply accept reality and refrain from opposing me? Sweeping aside the scattered stones, he activated his metallic control, the vibranium-laden suit disintegrating into shards that flew outward. An invisible force gripped Tony's throat, drawing him before BR. Is it not better to accept reality and bow in submission? Gasping for air, Tony's face flushed crimson as he struggled to retort. Yet no words came forth. He could only glare at BR with fury, as if wishing to rend him asunder. Huh! Locking eyes with Tony, BR scoffed derisively. Countless others have looked at me this way, yet alas, they all met their demise. I too desire to end your life, but at present, I have a more intriguing idea. A glimmer of malevolence danced upon his visage as streams of azure light emanated from BR's mind. Behold, this is a captivating ability. With it, I can control any organic being in this world. Even though it is a tree devoid of self-awareness, I can still command whether it engages in photosynthesis. Now, I wish to ascertain whether your will can withstand the scrutiny of this soul's trial. I have my doubts. A golden light flickered in the air, and in an instant, the myriad of blue lights was utterly obliterated. Who? Boar's eyes widened, and a wave of terrifying energy radiated from him, shattering the molecular structure of all matter it encountered in a heartbeat. Yet in the following moment, that omnipresent wave, capable of effortlessly demolishing iron walls, was extinguished by an even more formidable force. I am your father. A familiar voice resonated in Boar's ear, causing his pupils to constrict as he turned to see Levi's figure before him. It is you. Indeed, it is I. I am your father. Levi nodded, casually rescuing Tony, who was on the verge of asphyxiation from the grip around his throat. Hey, take it easy and don't die. You still owe me. I was almost dead, provided you refrain from touching my already broken ribs. Broken ribs? Levi glanced casually and then waved his hand. It's nothing. Just a few bones are fractured, and 3 or 4 are intact. I can mend them for you. I believe it would be better to seek medical attention. Tony gestured to decline, but a warm current compelled him to halt. From Levi's palm, a golden radiance surged into Tony's body like a nascent hope. In but a fleeting moment, the fractured bones, bruised muscles, and even deeper hemorrhages were wholly healed. Countless cells rapidly replicated and regenerated under the invigorating energy stimulation. A wave of unparalleled comfort, nearly eliciting a cry from Tony. In just a few breaths, the healing was complete, and Levi withdrew his hand. The comforting warmth and vitality dissipated, leaving a sense of profound loss in Tony's heart. The next moment, he opened his eyes wide once more, exclaiming, "Beware!" Beside Boar, dozens, if not hundreds, of steel bars entwined together, forming a massive spear of iron. The sharp tip gleamed with cold light, piercing through space and striking Levi from behind. Thud! Crack! The resounding collision echoed as the steel spear, forged from high-strength steel, struck Levi's back, akin to a blow against an ancient bell. After a brief moment of inertia, the iron spear shattered, fragments flying like bullets from a machine gun, with the residual force penetrating the surrounding concrete structures. The spear, several meters long, advanced relentlessly, only to disintegrate into more shards until all that remained was a sliver of the spear's base, which Levi's back forcefully propelled back at an even greater speed. A sharp metallic object zipped through the air, its piercing sound resonating as a dark flash, akin to a sword, swiftly pierced through Boar's form. Beneath the shattered exterior lay an ocean of orange-red energy, radiating intense heat that instantly distorted the surrounding space. Boar coughed lightly, expelling a pool of molten iron before turning his gaze back to Levi, acknowledging, "You are indeed formidable, worthy of a long search. However, I can become even stronger." With a thunderous roar, his voice reverberated through the atmosphere. A cascade of falling rocks stirred as ominous clouds enveloped the entirety of Manhattan, and with a crack of lightning, Boar's voice faded into silence. Amidst the swirling dark clouds, a colossal visage emerged. Blue and white lightning danced to form enormous eyes and a mouth, embodying the essence of thunder and wielding elemental power. Boar looked down upon the 2 figures atop Stark Tower, his eyes filled with disdain. Humans, daring to provoke the divine, shall perish. Is this what you consider a deity? Levi, observing the immense face in the sky, merely smiled and gestured towards the distance. Then, "Can you enlighten me on what that is?" In response to Levi's words, an infinite surge of lightning converged in the deeper reaches of the sky, against the backdrop of the profound cosmos. An immense visage, capable of surveying the entire Earth, materialized within the starry expanse. It gazed down upon Boar, its mouth slightly parting, unleashing a bolt of thunder brighter than the sun itself, transforming into a spear that descended from the heavens. Chapter 128. The arrival of the armor. Unbeknownst to Boar, he was ensconced in a mirrored space that was entirely distinct from the terrestrial environment. Thanks to Levi's formidable control, it was a simple task to obscure the sharply defined barriers of this mirrored realm. Once these fragmented barriers were assimilated, the mirrored space bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to reality. As the enveloping scope of this space expanded beyond the confines of Earth, Boar, situated within the mountains, was utterly oblivious to the true nature of the situation. The Titan of Thunder, capable of commanding the planet, materialized in the cosmic firmament. Had this manifested in the real world, it would have undoubtedly incited widespread upheaval and unrest. Yet, within the mirrored space, the only one left awestruck was Boar himself. In truth, with Levi's capabilities, there was no need to intimidate Boar. However, having just awakened from slumber of 26 years, Levi sought a way to stretch his abilities in the absence of pressing matters. With unwavering confidence in his own strength, a faint smile lingered on Levi's face. Yet to Boar, this subtle grin appeared as loathsome as that of a malevolent spirit. Fearful of the terrifying giant that could cast him back into a state of mere mortality, Bohr had entirely relinquished the thought of harnessing the power of lightning. With a firm step, the heavy earth trembled violently. The sound echoed as if an ancient giant was returning from a bygone era, the rhythmic vibrations reminiscent of celestial footsteps, shattering countless structures in their wake. Bottomless chasms tore through the once smooth ground, swallowing innumerable fallen stones into the fiery embrace of orange-red magma. The molten rock flowed with a viscous grace, and a hand radiating intense heat emerged suddenly from the abyss, gripping the edge of the fissure with unwavering strength. In the depths of the viscous magma sea, a series of deep, resonant sounds emerged as the lava, glowing with an incandescent brilliance, lifted from the unfathomable chasm. A towering magma giant, standing several dozen meters tall, tore through the rift and rose once more to the surface. The air distorted under the searing heat, as chunks of lava cooled and solidified, forming a dark red armor upon the colossal figure. Merged with this immense magma giant, Bohr's face broke into a triumphant grin. Now, meet your demise. As the words fell from his lips, the giant's chest heaved, unleashing a torrent of lava at thousands of degrees, which surged forth with a roaring rush. In the sky, a glimmer of red light appeared as countless lava meteors descended like shooting stars. Streaks of orange-red tails elongated in the air before crashing down. The terrifying heat and powerful shock waves surged through the streets, transforming the entire city into a hell of flames. The torrent of lava, containing the force of tens of thousands of tons, poured forth, instantly reducing the once magnificent Stark Tower to mere ruins. Watching the figure that had haunted his mind day and night succumb to the magma, Bohr finally broke into a hearty laugh, reveling in his satisfaction. Dead, finally dead. Ha ha. Now no one can stop me. I am the king of the world. As Bohr envisioned himself regaining dominion over the world, a voice echoed once more in his ear. World King? How impressive. What? With disbelief etched on his face, Bohr turned and unleashed a powerful strike. The terrifying force creating shockwaves that toppled the precarious skyscrapers around him. Yet, this hand, infused with the strength of countless tons, met an insurmountable barrier, halted midair by a seemingly inconspicuous fingertip. In a sudden flash of brilliance, the arm composed of thousands of tons of molten lava erupted explosively, scattering magma like a rain of fire across the city. Retrieving his thrown force, Levi lifted his gaze slightly, his lips parting to release a puff of white, icy breath. At first glance, it appeared to be an inconspicuous wisp of frost, yet as the frigid aura capable of freezing all particle motion radiated forth, everything around seemed to come to a standstill. It was as though the breath of ancient ice swept through the city, freezing rolling boulders, howling winds, flowing lava, and even the flickering flames, halting all tangible forms in their tracks. Without ice or snow, only a chilling essence lingered, rendering time within the city utterly stagnant. At the heart of Manhattan, a colossal lava giant, towering several dozen meters and enveloped in a shimmering azure hue, commanded attention. It was over. With a wave of his fingers, manipulating the intangible waves of light, a glimmer of golden light appeared at Levi's fingertips. A mere slip through the air severed all connections between Bohl and the Prism Fortress robots. Extending his hand, he grasped a single point of light that represented Bohl's entire source program. As he detached from the time-freezing cold, the point flickered momentarily, and Bohl's visage re-emerged within it. Through a unique perspective, he witnessed Levi's actions, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. How is this possible? How could anyone accomplish such a feat? TSK, how dull. Observing Bohl, Levi's eyes lost their luster. He had initially presumed Bohl would evolve into a villain of great ambition and intellect. Yet after all this time, he was merely a common person yearning for world domination. No, no. As if sensing his impending fate, Bohl's pupils constricted sharply, but in the next instant, Levi's fingers mercilessly clasped down. With a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, a crystalline radiance erupted between Levi's fingers, only to fade into darkness moments later. Program Bohl had expected to perish under the onslaught of other artificial intelligences, but the truth was that he shattered like a fragile soap bubble, vanishing entirely. With Bohl, the executioner who had reduced countless individuals to mere experiments, gone, the entire mirrored space regained its tranquility. Levi's figure disappeared from sight. As the chilling grip of frozen time receded, everything began to reverse. Within mere breaths, all returned to their former states, while on the rooftop of Stark Tower, the Prism Fortress stood in silent vigil. Only the internal programs of the chip continued to operate. Rebooting, reboot failed, rebooting. In the heart of New York City, a building adorned with a deformed fighter jet reverberated with heavy impacts. Finally, with a resounding crash, the twisted doors of the aircraft were violently kicked open. The sound of stumbling footsteps echoed as the pallid Black Widow pressed a hand against her shoulder, limping as she descended along the wing into the pockmarked building below. Glancing at the wound on her shoulder, from which blood seeped steadily, she fumbled over her body until her fingers found a small button at her waist, which she pressed decisively. Leaning against a wall pillar, she observed the rising plumes of smoke in the distance, her expression grim, her eyes slowly closing, leaving only the slight rise and fall of her chest. Stark Tower. The two adversaries, who had just been locked in a fierce confrontation, suddenly vanished like phantoms. Were it not for the scattered fragments of armor and the wreckage around them, Tony might have believed it all to be an illusion. Jarvis, have you managed to locate them? Negative, Mr. Stark. All detection devices failed to register any traces of their presence. Surveillance indicates their disappearance occurred in less than 0.001 milliseconds. Having endured a sufficient number of setbacks today, an additional one would hardly affect Tony's spirits. It seemed imperative not only to construct new armor, but also to overhaul the existing detection systems. By the way, Jarvis, how severe is the damage outside? Quite grave. The operational machines projected a screen riddled with obscure cracks, detailing the casualties and economic losses incurred from this incident. Tony fell silent as he absorbed the information, but Jarvis's voice broke the stillness once more. Mr. Stark, Director Fury from S.H.I.L.D. is calling. What does he want with me? Is he here to discuss battle reparations? Tony's brow furrowed slightly, yet he answered the call. Speak quickly, as I shall be quite occupied for a while. Fury, anticipating this, inquired, how is the situation on your end? It appears to have been resolved peacefully. Dust swirling around him, Tony glanced at the beams of light filtering through the haze outside before turning back. Is that all you wanted? I believe it is necessary for us to have a more thorough discussion. You might find joining us appealing. I've already mentioned my busyness, and I am not particularly interested in your endeavors to maintain world peace. I do not believe I am in a position to uphold such ideals at this moment. Tony nearly declined without hesitation, but Fury interjected directly. I will provide you with something that may pique your interest. What might that be? Some of your father's possessions. Those should rightfully belong to me. Indeed, but some items are rather special, which is why I have been safeguarding them for you. Then continue to safeguard them a while longer. Tony surveyed the myriad of tasks before him, inhaling deeply. When I require them, I will reach out to retrieve them. Having said that, Tony disregarded Fury's attempt to continue the conversation and abruptly ended the call. Jarvis, please prepare that set of armor. It should soon return to its rightful owner. By the way, how is the new artificial intelligence coming along? It has been fully archived and remains unnamed. Unseal it and integrate it into the armor. That will save me a hard drive and some bandwidth. Understood, Mr. Stark. Would you like me to contact a doctor for a physical examination? Yes. Tony contemplated for a moment. Have him wait at my villa. I may need to rest first. Exhausted both physically and mentally? Upon hearing Levi's voice, Tony turned to look and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Did you deal with that guy? Yes. Levi nodded. He wasn't particularly troublesome. Merely a mutant capable of transforming into an electronic specter. Electronic specter? Isn't he an out-of-control artificial intelligence? Why do you assume he is an artificial intelligence? Because his body is not human. Tony then realized that guy abandoned his original body and chose to create a mechanical one. It wasn't so much abandonment as it was destruction that left him as a digital ghost, leading to his rebirth in a steel form. Can this steel form utilize those peculiar mutant abilities? Tony frowned but seemed to gain some insight. If possible, could I also create such a steel suit? I find that unlikely, Levi bluntly retorted. If you were to craft such armor, I suspect you might find yourself besieged by a group of mutants. You seem to know something. Of course I do. If you're interested, you might want to look into the Sentinel program documents. Levi teased. If you read through that and still wish to pursue your current idea, I can tell you more. The Sentinel program? I'll remember that. Tony nodded before turning his gaze to the sky outside the building. In the distance, a fully silver vibranium suit was flying swiftly towards him. Your armor is on its way. I recall it was only a month or two ago that you completed it. All the blueprints and materials were readily available, even a complete template. The only time-consuming aspect was the vibranium molding, but once I discovered that specific frequency sound waves could render it malleable, the process became significantly easier. In summary, while it may soon become outdated in terms of functionality, as a collector's item, it is quite commendable, provided you adorn it with a striking paint job. Amidst his words, a hint of envy flickered in Tony's expression. After all, even a wealthy man like him hesitated to use hundreds of pounds of vibranium merely to craft an outdated collectible. I don't expect it to assist me in battle. Functionality is irrelevant as long as it looks impressive. As he gazed at the gleaming silver armor before him, Levi couldn't help but reach out to touch it. With a crisp sound, a beam of light illuminated the space as the meticulously crafted armor unfolded, revealing a hollow figure within. Stepping into the void, the mech sealed itself once more. Initially, darkness enveloped him, but soon clarity emerged, with a flurry of data screens flashing before his eyes. Following this, a voice resonated in Li Wei's ear. "Greetings, Mr. Li Wei. I am your personal artificial intelligence assistant. May I inquire about my name?" Upon hearing the voice, Li Wei fell into a contemplative silence. He possessed sufficient self-awareness to recognize that naming was never his forte, as evidenced by the arbitrary moniker he had assigned to his avatar. For a moment, he was lost in thought, pondering what name would best reflect his style for this artificial intelligence. Chapter 129. The Dimension Mage Jill, Sherry, Elizabeth, Laura. The names of various female characters from games raced through Li Wei's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed one after another. It wasn't that these names were undesirable. Rather, they were associated with an abundance of male partners. After several minutes of deep reflection, Li Wei relinquished the daunting task of naming. Forget it. I shall call you by Ho. With Hellfire already represented by red and black, adding a white seemed just right, although I surmise blue might not make an appearance. By Ho. Do you have any instructions? You understand Chinese? Indeed, my database encompasses all languages and scripts in existence. Then how do you produce your voice? The elements of sound consist of frequency, loudness, and timbre, which can be synthesized and adjusted to create voice. Therefore, theoretically, you could replicate any voice in the world? Yes. Should you require it, I can imitate any voice, except for those individuals prohibited in my database. Prohibited individuals? Who are they? Tony Stark, Pepper Potts, Happy Hogan. All right. You needn't continue. Upon hearing the first three names, Li Wei immediately grasped the situation and interrupted by Ho's recital. It was evident that these names belonged to those closest to Tony, and it was clear that the tycoon was concerned that Li Wei might exploit Bai Ho to impersonate him or those he knew for mischief. Li Wei chuckled softly. If he truly wished to engage in pranks, would he require Bai Ho? Were those magical skills merely for show? Compared to Jarvis, Bai Ho's capabilities were somewhat limited. Yet for Li Wei, they sufficed. He had no intention of using Bai Ho for any malevolent conquest over humanity. Her abilities were more than adequate for managing smart home systems and design schematics. Now, the only question that remained was whether he should establish a hive in Raccoon City to house Bai Ho or merely find a temporary refuge to accommodate her. That was indeed a dilemma. However, these issues should not be explored within the context of Tony's already re-established renovation plan for that dilapidated structure. Amidst the buzzing, a powerful stream of ions erupted from the suit's joints, and with a swift whoosh, a silvery figure sliced through the skies. It has become evident that there is nothing in this world that money cannot resolve. If there are exceptions, they stem from either insufficient funds or complications with the chosen currency. Under the remuneration of vibranium, Levi's suit was crafted with exquisite attention to detail. While it is nominally regarded as a mere collectible, the experience of piloting it has reached unparalleled heights. Levi had previously experienced flight, yet the novelty of navigating the iron suit is entirely distinct. It is akin to the difference between driving a car and operating an excavator. Maneuvering the entirely silver suit above the clouds in ways unattainable by mere mortals, Levi fully harnessed the suit's capabilities. However, while Levi reveled in his high-altitude antics, the American Department of Defense below was in utter disarray. New York City had just emerged from the shadows of war, yet above the clouds, an unmistakably non-human object appeared, moving at an alarming velocity. Satellites failed to lock onto it, and only a fleeting green dot flickered on the radar. Alarms blared incessantly, and the Secretary of Defense, who had only just relaxed due to the eradication of the Sentinels, felt his heart race anew. Quick, send aircraft up there. I need to ascertain what this entity is. If it were an adversary, they must be neutralized. No provocative aircraft should be permitted over American skies. The Secretary's declaration resonated with authority and might. Yet the expression of the aide nearby shifted abruptly, followed by a hushed caution. If we strike without understanding its intentions, it could precipitate a second disaster in New York City. The initially imposing demeanor of the Secretary faltered slightly, and then he swiftly redirected. Everyone, listen. Scramble the aircraft formations and determine the nature of this entity. For foes, we shall deliver a stringent retaliation. However, if they are not an enemy, we must bring them in for a cordial dialogue. Understood, sir. Simultaneously, as the Department of Defense responded vigorously to Levi's test flight, Fury, who had just completed the decommissioning procedures for Project 084, also detected the unidentified flying object above the clouds. However, unlike the Secretary, who was accustomed to leveraging military dominance, Fury's first thought was not to engage, but to ponder any potential connection between this unidentified craft and the iron suit previously deployed by Tony. Despite the dismal outcomes of earlier operations, confrontations with either Sentinel robots or formidable foes, Fury remained contemplative. In comparing the existing weaponry, Fury is almost certain that any assault lacking energy-based armaments will likely struggle to inflict significant damage upon the seemingly fragile mech. This technology, which surpasses contemporary advancements, appears to Fury as something only the Stark family could possibly create, considering that the world lacks the Fantastic Four. Numerous institutions, including the military and the State Department, share Fury's sentiments. They have astutely recognized the potential application of the humanoid armor in military operations. Although it suffered a dismal defeat in the recent external engagement, they believe it can be effectively utilized in domestic conflicts. This would consequently solidify their aspirations for unassailable global dominance. Perhaps Tony did not anticipate that mere moments after the calamity in New York, others would already be eyeing him. At present, he is preoccupied with upgrading various new armaments and refurbishing Stark Tower. Jarvis, the previous designs can be discarded. I require a new plan to ensure that my building and laboratory do not simply become a heap of debris next time. I may have devised a distinctive shooting strategy. Came the response. Distinctive? Tony raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How distinctive? Do elaborate. Provide equipment and technical support, making the buildings surrounding Stark Tower more eye-catching than Stark Tower itself. Wait, where did you procure such a scheme? The answer to ensuring your building is less susceptible to attacks, without increasing costs, is to render the surrounding structures more vulnerable. With a sigh, Tony pushed aside a stone and extracted a piece of armor that had been pinned beneath it. Perhaps I should contemplate a new upgrade for your servers as well. Furthermore, remove the network ban. Authorize you to connect to the internet for limited autonomous learning, without disrupting the existing social order. The learning program will focus on mechanics, electronics, architecture, physics, and mathematics for now. We need not concern ourselves with philosophy, anthropology, or psychology at this stage. Understood, Mr. Stark. By the way, send a message to Levi, informing him that I have conceived a new idea. If he is interested, he can contact me after I complete the updates to the laboratory. Message sent. A dark-hued fighter jet screamed through the sky at supersonic speed, leaving behind a delayed sonic boom and long white contrails. They monitored the radar intently, attempting to detect the incredible speed of the unidentified flying object. Yet, the radar feedback on the green screen revealed nothing but emptiness. Report: the Falcon Squadron has arrived in the designated airspace. No unidentified flying objects detected. Report: the Falcon Squadron has arrived in the designated airspace. No unidentified flying objects detected. The target may have entered radar stealth mode. Request to enter cruise state. Request granted. Fighter jets, adhering to the limits of contemporary aerial capabilities, swooped through the skies like vigilant hawks, scanning the clouds for signs of potential prey. Yet, as they reversed course, not a trace of the unidentified flying objects materialized, as if the prior radar detection by the Ministry of Defense had been nothing more than a malfunction. Indeed, the radar was functioning correctly, and the fighter formations conducted a thorough search. The true complication lay with Li Wei. Moments earlier, navigating his ironclad armor, he executed an intricate high-speed acute turn, and a profound sensation surged within him. Gazing distantly towards the Himalayas, even without employing his heightened perception, Li Wei felt the presence of ethereal figures. The vibrations and intentions emanating from the depths of their souls seemed to weave an invisible tether, connecting their essence to the dimension Li Wei commanded. As the silhouettes vanished into the ether, returning to the Wanfeng building, Li Wei's eyes flickered slightly, and his spirit transcended the material realm, manifesting directly within the golden dimension. In the chaotic expanse of the dimensional world, his focus sharpened, revealing threads as fine as hair, swaying like gossamer, extending from the elusive figures towards him. Although no words were exchanged, Li Wei distinctly sensed a yearning for energy. Ancient One was remarkably swift. The process had already commenced. A smile graced his lips, and with a mere thought, the sealed dimension yielded to Li Wei's will, golden energy cascading forth, instantly transforming the previously transparent connection into a golden thread. The moment the bidirectional link was established, the fragile strand solidified, acquiring resilience and strength akin to gold. Kamartaj. With the dimensional connection forged, golden energy surged into the bodies of the apprentice mages, illuminating them in radiant bursts of light. The chain spells, reinforced by the crimson chains of Setarak, proved sturdier than ordinary chains. While Dormammu could bestow Ancient One with centuries of longevity, the Vishanti could not replicate this feat. For mages, energy acquired from different dimensional entities yields varying effects upon their beings. When the communicating entity transcends the likes of Vishanti and Dormammu, as Li Wei did, the transformation is profound. In an instant, the dimensional energy elevated their physical attributes to the limits of their sensory perception, while additional energy flooded into their souls, initiating a deeper metamorphosis of their essence. Golden radiance enveloped them, and intricate patterns, akin to golden threads, emerged upon the foreheads of these apprentice mages. A few moments later, the golden light dissipated, and several apprentice mages awoke, as if from a dream, gazing incredulously at their own bodies. After a brief hesitation, they took a step forward, and without the need for further magical enhancements, their agile bodies propelled them several meters into the air. With clear eyes, they surveyed the distance, and the world around them transformed into exquisite detail. The term rebirth alone could adequately encapsulate the changes they had undergone. With newfound strength, remarkable speed, and heightened senses, these individuals, having embraced Levi's power, were evidently more suited to the role of warriors than mere spellcasters reliant on magic. After allowing them to explore the profound transformations within themselves, Ancient One smiled at them. Well done, mages. Gaining acknowledgement is merely a trivial step. The true journey into the realm of magic lies ahead. The apprentices exchanged glances, and then one named Arthas hesitantly raised his hand. But, Master Ancient One, didn't the text state that gaining acknowledgement is the most crucial step? That was in the past, Ancient One explained. With the comprehensive overhaul of the magical system, communicating with the powers of dimensions is now the simplest of tasks. Is that so? The group felt a lingering doubt. Yet as novices in the magical realm, they could only trust the words of the esteemed Supreme Master. Moreover, there was truth in Ancient One's assertions. The comprehensive reform of the magical system encompassed training programs, spell rituals, and, on a deeper level, the sources of magical power, which had also been refined, with Levi replacing the white magic god, vanishing. And due to the relationship between Ancient One and Levi, the days of painstakingly borrowing energy and relying heavily on close combat were long gone. Although they had become more akin to melee mages, it was undeniable that their magical energy now flowed more abundantly than ever before. As the brilliance of spells constructed from this new energy illuminated the training grounds, a brand new dimensional mage system was born. Chapter 130. The Phantom Knight. As consciousness returned from the dimension to the material realm, Levi's figure reappeared in Kamartaj, having been absent for less than half a day. Master Ancient One, your pace is rather swift. Just a few moments ago, you expressed your desire to initiate a trial of the ritual, and here we are. Only minutes later, Levi remarked, somewhat taken aback when he heard someone calling for him. Yet, in truth, everything is proceeding quite smoothly, Ancient One replied. Observing the apprentices engaging with their new spells, a faint smile gracing her lips. Look at their vitality. That is because they are still young, Levi chuckled. Once they live for a few hundred years, I suspect they will become quite like you. I see clearly that the more knowledge you mages acquire, the further your emotions and thoughts drift from those of ordinary individuals. This is due to our ability to perceive the essence and operational laws of this world. Ancient One remarked with tranquility. Furthermore, have you not also disabled that extraordinary sensory capability? You are concerned that over time, you might transcend humanity and become a deity. However, unlike you, while you can maintain control, the sorcerers often struggle to regulate the energy within them, as it does not inherently belong to them. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Thus, has the new magical system you devised resolved this dilemma? No. Ancient One shook his head. Although the power you provided is abundant, it does not belong to them. The essence of power is pure, yet different individuals may harbor various interpretations upon acquiring it, some of which may lead them astray. The borrowing system allows you to intervene when they tread the wrong path, but if you were to grant them power, it could result in even greater devastation. The outer dimensional demons have already cast their gaze upon Earth. Such protective measures are imperative. Your considerations are indeed thorough, but why must it be I who intervenes? Levi expressed a dissenting opinion. If several sorcerers were stray, I fear I would be occupied day and night monitoring them. Levi's thoughts were almost as anticipated by Ancient One. Thus, I suggest you might save some time from gaming to create a more comprehensive automatic recognition mechanism. This could alleviate a considerable amount of trouble for you. Your idea seems rather optimistic, Levi retorted, then lifted his teacup and drank it all. All right, I understand. By the way, do you have any new magical plans recently? None for the time being. Ancient One shook his head. However, the demon Ceterac from the Crimson Cosmos has left some seeds of power on Earth. The sanctum will act at the appropriate time to cleanse the residual power affecting reality. But if you're interested, you may visit beforehand. There is also another matter I am contemplating. What is it? I am considering whether to modify the defense systems of the three sanctums in New York, London, and Hong Kong left by the Vashandi Empire, which may require your assistance. Modifying the defense systems. Upon hearing this, Levi fell into contemplation. Do you not think it a bit hasty to commence modifications now? I recall you recently mentioned a gradual approach. That is because I need to personally oversee those sorcerers. However, the sanctum defense system requires your intervention. Thus, Ancient One's words made Levi suddenly understand. So you are utilizing me as labor. While he voiced his complaint, Levi nonetheless agreed. I shall head to the Hong Kong sanctum shortly to update the sanctum system there. Consequently, the defensive range of this sanctum will encompass a portion of the Pacific and nearly all of Asia, potentially exerting influence over Europe as well. However, the sanctums in New York and London will be left to the sanctum itself for repairs. However, I have another question. Asia, Europe, and America all possess a sanctuary. Yet why is there none in Africa? Are you perhaps harboring biases? Li Wei cast a comical glance at Gu Yi. Even by 2009, Africa's total population was merely around 700 million, and given its unique geographical situation, establishing a mage sanctuary there would serve no purpose other than to dilute power. Gu Yi's expression remained unperturbed. However, if you wish, I could contemplate redesigning the existing 3 sanctuaries into 4. What are your thoughts on this? What do I think? I prefer to observe, Li Wei retorted, shaking his head. The people of Africa possess their own national circumstances. It would be inappropriate for an outsider like me to interfere. Moreover, Wakanda's technology and overall strength are formidable. They themselves show little inclination to assist their fellow Africans, so why should I involve myself? Let them indulge in their own affairs. After all, even without the protection of a sanctuary, the dimensional demons have little regard for the inhabitants there. A lawless land can also be a peaceful one. How harmonious. While it is conceivable that someone may take it upon themselves to support the development of the African people, Li Wei would certainly not be one of them. After all, a nation composed entirely of black individuals, such as Wakanda, harbored no aspirations to assist its brethren. Why should he, an outsider, meddle in their affairs? He would rather sit back and observe. Furthermore, aside from Mephisto occasionally reaping souls in that region, the other dimensional demons seemingly have never deigned to extend their influence there, evidently overlooking the industrious, kind-hearted, and united African populace. In a realm of mutants, Wakanda once existed, but ultimately fell under the dominion of the Boer. In this world, however, thanks to the accessibility of vibranium, Their technological advancements have surpassed those of other nations still struggling for material freedom. Yet, from Li Wei's perspective, despite possessing advanced technology, these individuals were essentially akin to gorillas. It is difficult for anyone from the outside to believe that a nation with technology more advanced than that of the United States conducts its wars and chooses its kings through hand-to-hand combat. Yet this is indeed the reality of Wakanda. Had it not been for the developmental benefits derived from vibranium and heart-shaped herbs, Li Wei suspects that this nation would have ultimately faced a fate similar to that of other African tribes, ignorant and backward. However, the world does not entertain such hypothetical scenarios. Wakanda has reaped its benefits, developed, and then merrily turned a blind eye to its compatriots suffering in dire straits, opting instead for a closed-off internal cycle. Li Bei, rooted in the cultural sphere of China, struggles to comprehend the mindset of these individuals. Yet since they have managed to survive, he sees no necessity to extinguish this nation. Moreover, prompted by Gu Yi's reminder, he now recalls the Hell Lord Mephisto, with whom he had previously crossed paths. In contrast to dimensional demons like Dormammu and the Vishani, the connections between the Hell Lord Mephisto and Earth have persisted through millennia without interruption, thanks to the unique relationship between the dimensions of Earth and Hell. Even under the vigilant watch of the Ancient One, Mephisto always finds myriad reasons and methods to traverse into the earthly realm, seeking to spirit away souls or leave behind a pawn or two. The Ancient One disapproves of such actions, yet due to the interconnectedness of the worlds, she can only intervene on rare occasions to thwart Mephisto's endeavors. The malevolent spirits that occasionally escape from hell, the fiery and judgment-wielding demon knights, and even the hellish witch Carrie, who was recently returned to the infernal realm by Levi, are all the masterpieces of Mephisto. For Levi, a temple defense system can effortlessly thwart the cosmic deities from other dimensions, but it certainly does not include Mephisto from the realm of hell. Thus, in order to prevent the destruction of the world and safeguard its peace, he must venture into hell for a conversation with this demon king. As for how he intends to precisely enter the hell dimension without dimensional coordinates, he has devised a clever plan in his mind. In Texas, at Willie's amusement park, a fabricated location, disregard the timeline, night descends, yet the revelry within the park has only just begun. Amidst the cacophony of ecstatic cheers, engines roar beneath the dazzling lights as redneck cowboys, clutching their drinks, exuberantly gaze upon the array of motorcycles, their eyes brimming with excitement. As an amusement park catering to adults, Willie's may still fulfill its name during the day, but by night, it transforms into a significant venue for these cowboys to unleash and revel. Among the exhilarating spectacles, the most electrifying for these cowboys is undoubtedly the motorcycle stunt show by the legendary best rider, Johnny Blaze. With spirits high from copious amounts of liquor, surrounded by like-minded individuals, they watch as audacious motorcycle riders pilot their thunderous machines, soaring into the air and executing one daring maneuver after another. Whether they land safely or crash spectacularly, every moment sends thrilling shocks through the veins of the cowboys. Among all the riders, the most beloved is undoubtedly Johnny Blaze. A legend in the world of stunt biking, Johnny consistently performs the most challenging stunts in the most perilous locations, and even when he falters and crashes, he miraculously rises time and again. This has earned him a new moniker among his devoted fans, the Mad, Undying Knight. With a deafening roar, the engines explode in the ears of the audience, and under the blinding lights, Johnny fearlessly accelerates up the ramp, releasing his grip from the handlebars. Amidst the fervent gazes of the spectators, both the motorcycle and Johnny's figure whirl through the air, only to regain his hold just before landing, crashing heavily onto the ground. With a resounding thud, the high-speed spinning wheels ground against the sandy terrain, kicking up a cloud of dust. The motorcycle, a spectacle for all eyes, tilted slightly before soaring into the air. Meanwhile, Johnny, having dismounted from his wild steed, stood quietly in place, reveling in the thunderous cheers of the audience that surged like a tidal wave around him. Since the loss of his father and the departure of his estranged girlfriend several years ago, only this exhilarating lifestyle could offer his soul a unique thrill. No, the nocturnal escapades also provided him with an alternative sense of existence. Yet, joyous moments are fleeting. As the performances concluded, Willie's amusement park was on the brink of closing for the night. Outside a trailer in the amusement park, The owner, beaming with delight, handed Johnny a wad of cash. Inquiring, "Hey, Johnny, have you thought about your next stunt show? You know those wild cowboys adore your performances. I believe we should establish a long-term partnership. What do you think?" "No," Johnny replied, mustering a faint smile as he considered his other identity, declining the tempting offer. "I think the current situation is quite satisfactory. As for the next performance, I would like to take a break and schedule it for the 13th. How's that sound?" "Of course, no problem at all." Willie agreed without hesitation, though a hint of regret shadowed his expression. "What a pity, Johnny. If we collaborated, your skills combined with my promotion could make you the most renowned stunt rider in all of America. You'd have opportunities to participate in larger events instead of remaining in Texas. Those damned politicians. They wouldn't know how to do a good deed if it smacked them in the face. Those Mexicans are treating the border like a sieve, and the drug trade has become so congested that I can barely manage the marijuana business," Willie complained to himself. However, Johnny's eyes flickered with interest at the mention of Mexican drug lords. As a rider bound by a pact with the devil, Johnny had gained much, but had also sacrificed a great deal. He bore a more significant burden, harvesting souls. Although he had only tenuously maintained his performance above the required standards for this task, it was no simple feat. There are many evildoers in this world. Yet within human society, murder is a crime, even for a malevolent spirit rider. To ensure that the side endeavors of the malevolent rider did not interfere with his motorcycle performances, Johnny had to travel great distances to meet his quotas. This respite was, in fact, an opportunity to fulfill this month's targets, thereby preventing the insidious Murphitos from finding an excuse to pursue him. In the past, he had tried to leverage the contract to free himself from the devil, but he had abandoned such thoughts. At his level, he could hardly compete with attorneys in the human realm, let alone with demons who had studied contracts for millennia. All the loopholes he believed he had discovered ultimately proved to be traps set by the devil. He had previously attempted to exploit vulnerabilities, ultimately resulting in the creation of a damned metric for himself. If he failed to meet this requirement, the nefarious demon would personally intervene, forcibly reaping a multitude of sinful souls in accordance with the contract. To prevent the devil from harvesting even more souls, Johnny had no choice but to adhere to the stipulations laid out in the agreement. This time, his focus was directed toward the drug lords operating within Mexico. Willie provided him with a wealth of useful information about the porous border and the malevolent drug traffickers, whose activities had become increasingly frequent. Moreover, the inherent disconnect within the law enforcement systems of Mexico and the United States made crossing the border to harvest the souls of the drug-affected an outstanding choice. Although he was born into freedom, Johnny was acutely aware that none of the traffickers were anything but heinous criminals. Compared to working domestically, the efficiency of operations in Mexico was evidently superior. A flicker of determination ignited in his gaze as Johnny contemplated how to transform the Mexican border into a stable ground for soul harvesting. Chapter 131. Descending into hell, no spirit rider was known for their mercy, and having lived for many years in Texas, Johnny was no exception. After bidding farewell to Willie, the amusement park owner, he gathered his thoughts, mounted his battle-worn motorcycle, and vanished into the darkness of the wilderness. The roar of the engine echoed across the desolate expanse, and amidst the solitude, a spark suddenly ignited. In the blink of an eye, that minuscule flame surged into a raging inferno, engulfing Johnny in a conflagration. The orange and yellow blaze marked its fiery trail upon the ground as Johnny, now transformed into the spirit rider, accelerated with newfound vigor. Unyielding against the searing flames and fierce winds, he carved a narrow path through the air, racing directly toward the Mexican border. Mexico, Ciudad Juarez, Chihuahua. As a city that borders both Texas and New Mexico, Ciudad Juarez serves as a crucial front line in the drug trade. Countless drugs converge through various channels every moment, being transported across the border into the United States through an array of methods orchestrated by the traffickers. In this nation that thrives on drug trafficking, the power of the cartels in Ciudad Juarez is so significant that they can launch attacks against the police. At night, Ciudad Juarez remained bustling, with various drug lords busily packing and shipping an assortment of narcotics in numerous ways. However, for these malevolent traffickers, this night was destined to be extraordinary. Carlin Bar, under the control of the local drug cartel, Carlin Bar's purpose extended beyond merely serving alcohol. It also engaged in various other illicit activities: drugs, firearms, money laundering, and human trafficking. Under the sway of organized crime, the seemingly prosperous Carlin Bar, with its bustling alcohol trade, is a veritable den of iniquity. Crossing the threshold illuminated by neon lights, one enters the cacophony of the bar, where tables are occupied by several dark-skinned drug dealers. Their lifelines, handguns, or rifles are brazenly displayed on the tables, with even the safeties disengaged, ready to unleash carnage with a mere flick of a wrist. Such a scenario would be inconceivable in the liberal democracy of the United States, yet it is commonplace in this city, a mere hour's drive from America. Due to rampant drug trafficking, while Ciudad Juarez is chaotic, it is simultaneously affluent, and the gangsters frequenting Carlin Bar are a testament to this affluence. The bar's television blares incessantly, while at various tables and the bar counter, these gangsters exhibit peculiar vocalizations in response to the female anchor on screen. Clearly, for these bloodthirsty individuals, aside from alcohol, nothing else stimulates them quite like carnal pleasures. The atmosphere in the bar is raucous, yet a sudden sound of the door opening shatters the revelry of the gangsters. They turn towards the source of the noise, their brows furrowing. "Hey, don't you know this is Skull Gang territory? There's no need to be so tense. I merely came for a drink," Levi remarks as he surveys the bar, extracting a bill from his pocket and placing it on the table. "One chilled cola, no extras." The bartender nonchalantly pockets the bill before turning to fetch the drink. Meanwhile, the gangsters rise, their pride affronted, glaring at Levi with hostility. "What's your problem? Can't you understand human speech?" Gazing through the bar towards the street, where motorcycles zoom past, Levi merely smiles slightly and takes the cola handed to him, moving to a table at the far end. "Hey, perhaps we ought to teach this damned fellow a lesson about what Skull Gang represents," one of them suggests. "I don't think that's necessary," Levi replies, taking a sip of his cola and gesturing towards the bar's entrance. "I believe it would be wiser to educate that fellow instead." Confusion flickers in their eyes as they instinctively turn around, only to meet Johnny, clad in a black leather jacket, as he strides through the door. "Hey, who are you?" "Me?" Johnny scans the room, his gaze landing on the array of firearms. A subtle smile graces his lips, and in an instant, a fierce blaze ignites around him, his gravelly voice resonating. "I am the Ghost Rider. Shit, we've encountered a self-igniting lunatic. Quick, kill him." Faced with Johnny enveloped in hellfire, the ignorant gangsters can only interpret the scene through the lens of their limited understanding, dismissing the so-called Ghost Rider as the ravings of a madman. The trigger was pulled, and a torrent of bullets was instantly unleashed. The sharp projectiles cleaved through the air with relentless force, piercing Johnny's voice with deadly precision. Shell casings clattered to the ground, and the fear in the eyes of the gang members became increasingly difficult to conceal. "Monster! Monster!" Amidst the panicked cries, more gang members, previously hidden in the shadows, were roused into action. In a cacophony of footsteps, dozens of dark-skinned drug dealers emerged from the depths of the lair. Gazing at Johnny, engulfed in flames, they raised their weapons without a moment's hesitation. The sound of gunfire erupted chaotically, bullets striking Johnny like a hail of steel beads, melting upon impact and seeping into the scorched earth, leaving it charred and blackened. Splendid. It seems they are all gathered here, ignoring the hail of bullets. Johnny surveyed the densely packed crowd, nodding slightly before casting forth with a flick of his wrist. A crisp metallic sound echoed as an impossibly long, flame-wreathed chain materialized in his grasp. With a subtle flourish, the chain danced through the air like a serpent, swiftly ensnaring and lashing out at the drug dealers. The air was filled with muffled thuds as the flames swept through, reducing one drug dealer after another to mere ash, until only the most ferocious one remained. Sinner. Even without invoking the eye of judgment, Johnny could perceive the overwhelming malevolence surrounding the gang member. With a swift motion, he yanked the gang member back before him. Extending his bony fingers, he pressed them against the sides of the gang member's head, compelling him to meet the abyssal depths of his gaze. "Look at me. Confront your sins, and accept the judgment of hell." The gang member's pupils dilated as he was engulfed by a swirling inferno that consumed his entire world. In the midst of the flickering orange and yellow flames, the sins he had long buried surged forth in rapid flashes. "No, no," he screamed. as the torment he had inflicted upon others crashed down upon him like a tidal wave, overwhelming his fragile soul in an instant. His eyes, scorched by fire, bulged from their sockets as he transformed into a lifeless, rigid form, crimson patterns emerging like shadows upon his pallid skin. It is over. Stepping over the soulless body that lay lifeless on the ground, Johnny paid it no heed and strode deeper into the bar. He could sense that, beyond these ordinary drug dealers, darker criminals lurked within, souls that were the most favored prey of hell. With a creak, the dilapidated automatic doors closed slowly, followed by terrified screams and furious roars. Flickering flames intermittently illuminated the space beneath the door, casting an eerie glow. A few minutes later, Johnny, having regained his human form, pushed open the door and stepped outside, wiping the sweat from his brow. He then crossed the bar counter and poured himself a glass of beer. It was only at this moment that he truly acknowledged Levi, who had been seated in the corner from the very beginning. I never imagined that the Black Skull would be in the hands of someone like you. No. You misunderstand. Levi shook his head. I have no connection to the Black Skull, but I find you quite intriguing. Do you think I would believe you? Trust an Asian who appears in a notoriously exclusive Mexican gang bar at midnight, claiming no ties to the underworld? Though you may find it hard to accept. It is indeed the truth, Levi replied nonchalantly, finishing the last remnants of his cola before rising and approaching the bar. Now tell me, how do you plan to deal with me? Will you send me straight to hell with your chains? Or will you unleash your judgment to drag my soul into the abyss? That will depend on how you choose to resist, Johnny declared, downing his remaining beer in one swift motion, his breath momentarily quickening as the flames began to rise anew. In the face of Johnny's fearsome visage, which would terrify almost anyone, Levi displayed no hint of panic, but rather a palpable curiosity. Yet in Johnny's eyes, he perceived the multitude of sins lurking behind Levi. Levi did not consider himself guilty of unforgivable crimes, yet to the spirit of vengeance, that was far from the case. Leaving aside the assassins who had perished by Levi's hand, the sheer number of lives lost due to the merging of worlds was sufficient to paint Levi as a figure of immense wickedness in the eyes of the spirit of vengeance. The activation of the judgment targeted the soul directly, independent of the will of the judged. A surge of searing flames swirled before them, as countless wailing souls endeavored to return the suffering they had endured to Levi, only to be thwarted by a radiant golden light in the next moment. Feeling the warmth emanating from the inferno, an inexhaustible energy of dimensions surged forth from Levi, cascading towards hell through an invisible connection. Within the desolate realms of hell, where the atmosphere resembled that of an abandoned underworld, invisible flames danced in the heated winds, and the ground was strewn with crimson sands. Countless malevolent spirits and souls roamed the barren expanse, each gust of wind and flare of fire tearing away fragments of their corporeal forms, inflicting them with profound agony. Breathless and grotesquely distorted, they drifted across the desolate terrain, their clouded eyes incessantly searching for other wandering souls to compensate for their losses. A tearing sound emanated from the depths of a soul, as a spirit, newly emerged from the rubble of the wasteland, flung itself into a gaping maw. As if in self-destruction, the piercing wails echoed, deepening the solitude of the entire wasteland. In the depths of anguish, one may either vanish entirely or endure an interminable suffering, which is the essence of hell. The omnipresent scorching winds incessantly tear at his fragmented body, compelling him to wander restlessly across this desolate wasteland, a mere puppet of fate. His mouth mechanically mimics the act of chewing, when suddenly a glimmer of golden light emerges, captivating his gaze like a beacon in the darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, he propels his emaciated limbs towards the source of that radiant glow. Upon the crimson earth, a flame flickers to life, only to be completely pierced and torn apart by the golden energy, which then coalesces into an ethereal voice. Goodness, what a predicament! While others strive to breach the defenses, I must tread carefully to avoid bursting this world asunder. How is it that I can only conjure such an incongruous manifestation of energy? Observing his own illusory form, reminiscent of a holographic projection, Levi felt a profound dissatisfaction. Had I known it would turn out this way, I would have summoned Li Wei instead. His stature would have been just right. However, now that he was here, just as he pondered this, a peculiar roar erupted beside him. Turning his head, He beheld a grotesque apparition materializing before him. Indeed, hell seems to be a breeding ground for monstrosities. Meanwhile, on the other side, the voice he had long yearned for ignited a torrent of malevolence upon hearing the grotesque moniker. Levi, I shall kill you. I will tear you into pieces and make you watch as I devour you. It appears I have encountered an acquaintance. Upon hearing his name uttered by this misshapen creature, Levi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What luck I possess, though what is rather peculiar. With a swift movement, the sound of claws slicing through the air approached him. Levi sprang forth, deftly evading the onslaught. By the way, what is your name? You wretched fiend. I shall kill you. I shall kill you. Levi's tone remained amicable, yet the creature, resembling a completely deranged beast, lunged at him with frenzied snarls and bites. This creature seems to have lost its sanity. As it moved like the wind, Levi effortlessly dodged all attacks, though he felt a twinge of frustration. This hell is utterly pathetic. I must control the energy limits to prevent an explosion. It may take some time for the energy transfer to occur. And to think I've only just encountered someone familiar who is now driven mad by emotions. Chapter 132. The wrathful demon king. Someone is toying with the emotionally volatile, much like a cat playing with a mouse. As more energy began to flow in, Levi's ethereal form gradually solidified. Observing the creature, still roaring like a beast, Levi sighed in resignation. It seems there is no way to communicate effectively, so I must bid you farewell. With that, he calmly raised his palm, and a crimson shockwave surged forth with a deafening roar. A resonant buzz reverberated through the air as a crimson shockwave swiftly pierced the grotesque form, reminiscent of a nuclear monstrosity. The intense agony and formidable force of the impact gradually extinguished the madness in his eyes, yet a lingering bitterness remained. I shall slay you. I shall slay you. Do we hold such deep animosity towards one another? Might I inquire your name? I am but a whisper of breath. Ah, it is you. Liwei suddenly grasped the situation, nodding in realization. Yet, you must find some satisfaction. In a certain light, your curse has indeed succeeded. I have descended into hell. You see, Murphitos remains oblivious to the whereabouts of the infernal passage, and I must locate the ghost rider to navigate my descent successfully. Though we both venture into hell, my method of arrival is likely to disappoint you, is it not? He continued to fixate intently on Li Wei. But as that bizarre form was carried away by the winds, its distorted existence dissipated entirely. I am truly a villain of great magnitude. With a sigh as he watched the turbulent air carry away the remnants, Li Wei's gaze shifted deeper into the abyss. He comprehended that the events transpiring in this desolate wasteland were merely trivial skirmishes. The true adversary awaited him in the unknown expanse ahead. With a slight narrowing of his gaze, Li Wei's figure vanished from this barren land, while the wandering souls and malevolent spirits resumed their restless roaming. Earth, within the hollow sockets beneath his brow, flames flickered ominously. Observing the hellish scenes reflected in the depths of Li Wei's eyes, Johnny, having witnessed the suffering of countless souls, finally withdrew his hands, trembling as he returned to his seat. Gazing at Li Wei, who appeared ensnared by his fate, Johnny exhaled deeply. This should suffice. Such a wicked soul will surely delight Murphitos. My task is merely to locate a suitable soul and deliver it to hell. What transpires thereafter is beyond my concern. With this thought, Johnny cast a final glance at the motionless Li Wei, before unceremoniously pushing open the door and vanishing in a trail of flickering embers. Hell! At its deepest recess, an opulent palace stood in stark contrast to the surrounding ruins and decay. Countless terrifying spirits and demons prowled the vicinity, yearning for the souls that flowed from the dark palace. Yet, more enticing than the wailing souls was the prospect of a living one. Devour him! Devour him! A cacophony of shrieks erupted, as an unending tide of malevolent spirits surged forth, and at their forefront stood Li Wei, radiant in golden brilliance. Streams of golden energy were effortlessly cast from him. Each explosion cleared entire swathes of malevolent entities. However, the insatiable thirst for the living soul drove the remaining spirits into a frenzy, igniting a relentless pursuit anew. Levi harbored no fear of the malevolent spirit's onslaught. However, on a psychological level, no one would willingly invite such grotesque entities into their proximity, not even a draw near. Golden blossoms continued to bloom upon the barren earth. radiating an exquisite brilliance. Yet the extraordinary power derived from other dimensions had already captured the attention of the infernal lord, Mephistopheles. As a near-omniscient deity of the underworld, the antiquated pleasures of existence were no longer of interest to Mephistopheles. All he sought now were souls and desires. The grand palace dimmed in his wake, while the sky outside was shrouded in thick clouds of fire, cascading from the heavens like a heavy curtain. Brilliant flames pierced through the dense clouds, showcasing their formidable energy before Levi. With a thunderous roar that shook the very foundations of the earth, countless malevolent spirits were obliterated in a chaotic maelstrom of indiscriminate destruction, subsequently transforming into the purest essence and merging with Mephistopheles' form. As the crimson clouds dispersed under the blazing sun, atop an invisible staircase, Mephistopheles loomed like a deity, coldly surveying Levi's energy avatar. "Mortal," another familiar opening line. Levi sighed. "Must you all incessantly utter the term mortal? At the very least, vary your phrasing. For instance, the humble one who dares to challenge the authority of the divine shall pay for their folly. Prepare for judgment." Wouldn't that sound far more grandiose? Oh, I forgot. You are Satan, the demon lord. Perhaps judgment is not quite fitting. Punishment might suit better. The saying goes, full of vigor, yet wandering in weakness. Although now merely an incomplete energy avatar and within the territory of another, Levi remained undaunted. In the heavens, upon hearing Levi's provocation, a flicker of anger flashed in Mephistopheles' eyes, soon replaced by a contemplative expression. Amidst the vast expanse of his memories, a familiar image surfaced in his mind, prompting a cold chuckle from Mephistopheles. Fiery flames cascaded from the sky, suddenly contracting into a figure, a decrepit old man clad in a suit, who appeared before Levi. "I know you, but what baffles me is the audacity you possess to confront me alone within my dimension. Do you truly believe that a mere avatar could evade my grasp?" "Of course not." Levi waved his hand dismissively. "I would prefer to visit in person, but alas, that is not feasible. However, if you're interested, you might consider dropping by the Carlin Bar in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, to find me. What do you think? Care to contemplate that?" As the name Carlin Bar echoed, Mephistopheles narrowed his eyes, instantly recalling the information gleaned from the souls. "Carlin Bar. I believe Johnny Blaze frequents that establishment." Upon contemplating this, Murphitos felt a surge of thought, and a flicker of fierce flame ascended from the Demon King's palace, instantly delivering a cascade of information regarding Levi into Johnny's mind. "Knight, in accordance with our pact, I command you to proceed to the Carlin Tavern and eliminate this individual." Johnny, who was already revving his motorcycle in preparation to return home, was taken aback, internally concluding that Murphitos was likely deranged, yet the terms of the contract compelled him to alter his course. Demons excel in manipulating the hearts of men through the allure of gain and desire, and Murphitos was particularly adept at this art. This mastery was the key to his ability to consistently wield the Dark Knight as a tool when the occasion necessitated. Few possess the strength to completely liberate themselves from the shackles of ambition and yearning, and those who cannot, in Murphitos' view, are merely vulnerabilities to be exploited. Employing the power of the contract to enlist Johnny's aid in fulfilling his mission, Murphitos redirected his gaze towards Levi in his energy manifestation state. "Regardless of your intentions, you shall not escape today. Then I shall take residence with you," Levi replied nonchalantly, before glancing past Murphitos towards the palace shrouded in smoke and mist. "Perhaps we could engage in a more thorough discussion within." "Certainly," Murphitos replied, a shadow flickering in his eyes, yet a smile graced his lips. "Relish your current leisurely existence. Should Agamotto abandon you, this life will forever remain beyond your reach." In response to Murphitos' intimidation, Levi merely cast him a sidelong glance, then with a sudden movement transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing over vast distances in an instant. Compared to the chaotic dimensions or the deep crimson cosmos, hell was relatively small, and even at the speed of his energy form, Levi swiftly traversed an immeasurable distance to arrive directly at the palace. Standing upon the elevated platform, surveying the restless spirits and demons outside the palace, Levi turned to Murphitos. "These creatures are your subjects and progeny. Are you truly abandoning them here?" "They are neither my subjects nor my progeny," Murphitos replied, his gaze devoid of human emotion. "They are my possessions, and possessions lack autonomy. How callous, Levi remarked, shaking his head. If those below were to hear you, they might well be contemplating your replacement. They have always thought so, yet all who entertain such notions ultimately become fodder for the flames of their own souls. Ah, a cruel world indeed. Levi sighed, then shifted his focus to the familiar figure behind him. Hello, it has been a while. How have you been? Would you care to join me above once more? Carly gazed at Levi, a flicker of apprehension and fury briefly surfacing in her eyes before vanishing, reverting to the demeanor of a silent and obedient servant. Murphitos held her mother-s soul in his grasp, and Carly herself was ensnared, fully aware of the dire nature of her predicament, despite her inner reluctance. As Li Wei observed the once formidable which transformed into a docile pet, a wave of ennui washed over him. He gazed skyward, his profound eyes seemingly piercing through the dimensional barriers. Inside the Carlin bar, he manipulated the movements of his energy clone in a manner reminiscent of a game, but soon turned his gaze toward the outside world. Amidst the roar of engines, a familiar light flickered back into view. The Death Knight? What purpose could he possibly serve in returning? A sense of curiosity stirred within Li Wei, only to be replaced by a statue-like stillness devoid of any sign of awakening. With a creak, the bar's door swung open once more. Johnny, dragging chains ablaze with hellfire, flung them with a swift motion, ensnaring Li Wei tightly. The chains nullified his biological stance, and in the next moment, Li Wei found himself ensnared and hurled skyward, ascending to a pinnacle before plummeting at a terrifying velocity. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled, and an abyssal black chasm erupted, a flicker of ethereal flame momentarily illuminating its depths, before succumbing to an eerie silence. The Death Knight's arsenal of attacks was diverse, yet one particularly intriguing ability allowed him to send bound creatures directly to hell using his chains. While reminiscent of the duties of the enigmatic duo of Black and White, known for their shackles, there remained a distinct difference between the two. An insatiable gravitational pull gripped Li Wei's form, dragging him downward as innumerable tongues of flame lashed past his vision. The rapid descent was an experience unlike any temporal traversal. With a whoosh, it felt as though a thin membrane had been pierced, a fleeting sensation of stagnation dissipating, and in the brief void that followed, a dimension enveloped in flames and souls materialized before him. This was the dimension of hell. To his surprise, despite the lack of strength exhibited by that individual, he possessed the ability to transport Li Wei to this realm. How intriguing, how delightful. However, it was time to engage. With a steely gaze, an inexhaustible surge of energy erupted from Li Wei's being, and in the blink of an eye, the ineffable void morphed into a golden ocean. Within this vast expanse, a defensive dimension, grander than planets, floated like a mere spark amidst the ocean's depths, fragile and feeble. The golden energy from beyond the dimension clashed with the infernal sea of flames, unleashing an extraordinarily peculiar wave that rippled throughout hell. In the supreme palace, Morpheus, deep in contemplation, beheld the golden rift that seemed to cleave hell asunder, rendering him momentarily speechless. What transpired? Observing the familiar energy in the sky, Li Wei within the palace smiled subtly. Have you heard of a certain idiom? What idiom? Li Wei's eyes glimmered mischievously, a hint of absurdity gracing his features. A father's love is as vast as the sea. As Levi gazed, the eyes of Murphitos turned icy in an instant. With a swift motion, he unleashed an irresistible force that compressed Levi and thrust him into the adjacent fireplace. A conflagration erupted within the hearth, flames roaring vigorously, while a smirk of cold amusement graced Murphitos' face. Even at this moment, you persist in your verbal sparring. How utterly unaware of your impending demise. In response to Murphitos' frigid glare, Levi nonchalantly rolled over amidst the sea of flames, his tone relaxed. It doesn't hurt. I believe I could endure this with you for an entire day. Oh, wait, considering the current trends outside, your domain might not withstand even a day. Does this mean your centuries-long plan to torment me is destined for failure? As if in answer to Levi's taunts, the vast golden rift in the sky expanded with terrifying swiftness. The clash of golden light and hell reverberated throughout the abyss like thunder, as strands of golden brilliance pierced through the dimensional barrier, transforming into luminous points cascading from the heavens. This resplendent golden rain descended like a nurturing deluge, extinguishing the eternal flames of tormented souls and settling the shrouded clouds to the ground. Gathering into rivers, golden streams emerged from various places, flowing through the desolate depressions, spreading like a golden web across the barren land. In those profound corners, the life-giving gold relentlessly pierced the bodies of malevolent spirits, eroding and tearing apart their forms like acid. Amidst the haunting wails, wisps of smoke ascended, the pure soul energy released upon the complete demise of the evil entities. Yet, what drove Murphitos to the brink of madness was the realization that the countless forces that should have belonged to him were now absorbed into those golden points, irretrievably lost to him. Damn it, I will kill you. This sudden cataclysm that enveloped the entirety of hell annihilated 2/3 of the evil spirits, with Levi mercilessly seizing vast amounts of energy, leaving Murphitos devoid of his schemes and cunning persona. A terrifying roar erupted, thick black smoke and flames swirling as Murphitos transformed into a grotesque demon towering over 100 meters, bursting forth from the depths of hell. Prepare to meet your end. Chapter 133. The treasury, the dimensional barrier, is both a boon and a bane. Its advantage lies in its ability to separate different dimensions from the void, simultaneously shielding the interior from prying eyes. However, its flaw is that it is not a semi-permeable membrane. While those outside cannot perceive the happenings within, those inside are equally blind to the outside world. Even Murphitos, the nearly omniscient Lord of Hell, cannot escape this limitation. His omnipotence is confined to the realm of hell. Beyond its borders, he is merely a formidable demon. Flames blazed within his mouth, and a singular black eye emanated from the jagged gaps of his teeth, coalescing into a thick, dark cloud that enveloped him. Amidst the swirling smoke, distorted and grotesque souls continually manifest within the dense clouds, wailing in despair. Once the figure of the man in the suit vanishes, the true visage of the demonic lord, exuding an aura of ferocity, emerges as the master of hell. Roaring fiercely, Murphitos bursts forth from the dimension of hell like an unstoppable chariot of flames, only to find himself momentarily frozen in place. Before his eyes lies not the void, nor the earth, but an endless expanse of golden ocean, and before the minuscule hell stands a colossal golden deity. Manifesting unparalleled energy, Levi gazes down at the minuscule Murphitos, whose size resembles that of an ant, as boundless radiance converges upon him. Is it you who seeks to slay me? In this void, Levi is unperturbed by the potential cataclysm that could ensue, his every casual gesture imbued with unfathomable intent. The vast multitude of suns responds to Levi's words, and in an instant, a colossal wave surges forth toward Murphitos. With a thunderous roar, the space trembles, and the black clouds of flames enveloping Murphitos are extinguished. Countless beams of golden light pierce through his body like sharpened steel, pinning him to the ground. An agonizing pain radiates from the wounds, spreading throughout Murphitos. Yet the torment does not cease. More golden light emerges, resembling serpents, piercing his form and binding his source of power with unyielding chains. The golden ocean stirs slightly, and the unbearable sensation of his very essence being shaken torments Murphitos' nerves and mind. In the brief span of less than a second, he transitions from a wrathful demon lord bursting forth from hell to a powerless captive. Layers of golden light transform into heavy shackles, binding Murphitos tightly. Observing the swift reversal of fortunes, a faint smile graces Levi's lips. You just claimed that you would kill me. How do you intend to accomplish that? Misunderstanding. The pain emanating from the depths of his soul causes Murphitos to tremble. Reflecting on his earlier intention to send the Knight of Evil to drag Levi's body down to hell, he feels like a mere jester. He questions himself deeply. A being possessing such terrifying power could annihilate both hell and him with a mere snap of a finger. How could he possibly be influenced by his meager strength? It seems all that has transpired thus far has merely been a game for this entity. As these thoughts swirl within him, a profound bitterness envelopes Murphitos' heart. From being a mere superhuman who had previously sent his hellish witch subordinates back to their realm, to now confronting a deity capable of obliterating an entire dimension with a single hand, he cannot fathom why events have escalated to this extent in merely a few months. From a once exalted figure resisting the spider, to now a prisoner in the depths of despair. The time elapsed has been astonishingly brief, filled with dread and bitterness. Murphitos is reluctant to meet his demise. Had I known it was you, I would never have dared to proclaim my intent to kill you. Oh, is that so? Just moments ago in the depths of hell, your words to my avatar suggested otherwise. Are you attempting to deceive me? No. Yes, you. I harbor no such thoughts. Hearing the murderous intent lurking in Levi's tone, Murphitos cried out in terror. I truly do not possess such intentions. Yet I sense you do. Gazing down at Murphitos, whose eyes brimmed with a desperate yearning for life, Levi smirked coldly, as though holding the cosmos within his grasp, ready to unleash a terrifying power that would engulf Murphitos in an instant. With a sound reminiscent of shattering bubble, the Demon King, who had ruled hell for countless ages, was utterly obliterated by Levi's will. Boundless energy washed over the remnants of Murphitos, assimilating them entirely. With a swift gesture through the void, Levi eradicated all traces of Murphitos' essence. From this day forth, in this universe, Murphitos shall never be reborn. Having accomplished this, Levi turned his attention back to the Hell's Cape, now transformed under the infusion of dimensional energy. Murphitos, the Lord of Hell, the harvester of wicked souls, and master of original sin, had wielded power that, though feeble before Levi, allowed him to control and manipulate hell itself. While dispatching such dimensional beings is a simple task, capturing them poses a greater challenge. For once they slip away, finding these minuscule entities amidst the endless void becomes a tedious endeavor. As for subjugating Murphitos to become his slave, Levi deemed it unnecessary. Though hell is often referred to as a dimension, it fundamentally resembles an alternate realm reliant on the primary material universe, lacking the depth of chaotic dimensions. The art of collecting souls is an intricate craft, yet for Levi, Murphitos held no value as a mere pawn. Rather than ensnaring him, Levi preferred to eliminate him entirely and reshape the fearsome realm of hell to better suit his interests. Akin to indulging in a real-life version of Minecraft to pass the time. In hell, the golden rain continued to fall, streams converging upon the ravaged earth, gradually seeping into every crevice. Under the caustic devastation more fearsome than acid, the malevolent spirits were purified at an unimaginable pace, transforming into pure soul energy. At the heart of hell, the towering palace still loomed amidst the golden downpour. Flickering candlelight illuminated the dim chambers, where, besides Carrie, countless demons trembled as they gazed out at the shimmering light beyond. Outside, a fine drizzle enveloped the surroundings, yet within the palace, the demons bore deep, penetrating scars upon their forms. Faint strands of gold began to manifest at the edges of their wounds, revealing the source of their afflictions. Glancing upward, they beheld the expanding expanse of gold in the sky, nearly shrouding the heavens entirely, and then turning their gaze downward. They noticed the golden streams outside that had almost coalesced into a lake. Fear and unease filled the eyes of the demons. Should this continue, even though the palace stood elevated, they would inevitably face inundation. The rain intensified, and stepping outside now would likely spell instant demise. They could only remain here, hoping for their lord, the Demon King, to prevail. Such a magnitude of assault could not possibly be the work of other demonic entities, could it? Would their lord truly emerge victorious? Surely he must. A flicker of concern crossed a demon's visage. If the Demon King were to falter, their existence would be imperiled, as this energy was their nemesis, leaving no room for survival. At this juncture, the collective tone of the demons momentarily faltered, plunging them into a profound silence. They were a cunning assembly of fiends. None who had reached the palace were fools. Ever since the Demon King had departed, the rain clouds had nearly engulfed the entire world, and the current state of affairs indicated a significant truth. The Demon King might not secure an easy victory. This, however, presented them with an opportunity. Should Murphitos fall, they might ascend as the next masters of hell, if he emerged battered yet victorious. They could exploit the rules to challenge the old king with a new one. This was a gamble where risk and reward were inextricably intertwined, and demons were never lacking in such daring spirit. Yet to seize the final capital and leverage, they needed to prepare accordingly. Thus, after a brief silence, a subtle rift emerged among the previously clustered demons, which gradually widened until, In an instant, they scattered throughout the palace like birds fleeing in disarray. Murphido's treasury lay within this majestic palace, and acquiring it would signify the promise of gain. Even those who had no desire to vie for the throne of hell knew that seizing these treasures could afford them a comfortable life on earth. No demon would forsake such an opportunity. Meanwhile, observing the sudden fracturing of her erstwhile allies, Carrie felt a spark of vitality return to her eyes. Her singular desire was to reclaim her mother-esque soul. She was aware of the location where Murphido's had concealed that precious essence. Turning her gaze toward the fireplace, where soul flames blazed fiercely, Carrie paused momentarily before invoking her powers as a witch, directly extracting the golden orb from within. With a slight exertion, her energy avatar was revived. Due to the disparity in the flow of time between dimensions, although Levi had dealt with Murphido's in mere minutes in the void, time within hell unfurled at a languorous pace. Emerging from a state of contraction, Levi glanced back at the fireplace before directing his gaze towards Carrie, his brow arching in surprise. "Aren't you afraid of being thrown into that furnace?" "I wish to collaborate with you," Carrie replied, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. "A treasure trove?" Levi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The allure of treasure chests and maps captivated him. "What do you seek in return?" "A soul," Carrie stated succinctly. "I only desire my mother-esque soul. The rest is yours." Levi regarded her in silence before breaking into a smile. "Let me guess, the treasure is guarded, and you cannot breach it alone. So you intend to utilize my strength to overcome the sentinels?" "Precisely," Carrie affirmed without hesitation. "But if we are discovered, we shall both perish. So, do you wish to cooperate?" "Of course." Levi chuckled heartily, his resolve unwavering. "If you're not afraid of death, why should I be?" "Lead the way." "Very well." Carrie struggled to comprehend Levi's reckless demeanor, but nodded nonetheless, turning to traverse the shadowy corridors of the palace. In stark contrast to his human guise, Morpheus, emerging from the depths of hell, possessed a distinct lack of aesthetic sensibility. The palace he had constructed paled in comparison to even the most modest of coffins. However, as they navigated the narrow, winding hallways and passed through a series of concealed doors, a shift in Levi's thoughts occurred upon encountering the intricate and enchanting patterns of the magical array. As he reached out to touch the marvelous design, ethereal glimmers emerged, transforming the entire chamber into a dreamlike realm. Yet, beneath this enchanting brilliance lay a lurking peril. A blade manifested silently in the air, concealed within the illusionary splendor, descending upon Levi without a whisper of warning. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as the solid energy shell, capable of withstanding missile strikes, was effortlessly sliced apart upon contact. Golden light, akin to burgeoning flesh, emerged from the wound, connecting, yet Levi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Ah, truly impressive. Even before entering, I encounter such treasures." Although the disembodied energy avatar lacked biological form, its ability to sever highly concentrated energy was indeed remarkable. With all senses heightened, several intangible figures abruptly appeared within his perception. Dodging a strike, Levi turned to look at Carrie, only to find that the once formidable sorceress now bore grotesque wounds upon her body. Once again, an unseen blade zipped past Carrie, cleaving through her mental force and soul flames, leaving her utterly defenseless. She staggered, and another deep gash materialized on her form. With a muffled grunt, she twisted her wrist, unleashing a fierce conflagration intermingled with mental energy towards the origin of the blade. Bang! The surging flames collided with the stone wall behind, producing a resounding roar. Yet, Li Wei could distinctly observe that this seemingly formidable assault passed entirely through the ethereal shadow, leaving no trace of impact. Impressive indeed, as he deftly evaded the ghostly figure that continuously shifted and swirled in the air. Li Wei emitted a sound of admiration while his gaze fixated on the array concealed behind the splendor. "This specter seems impervious. If I dismantle this array directly, could the issue be resolved?" With a slight movement of his eyes, a sly smile crept across Li Wei's lips. In a fleeting moment, he was enveloped by a spectral shadow and arrived before the array, channeling energy into a palm strike. Boom! A cataclysmic roar erupted as the disrupted energies of the array unleashed an unimaginable brilliance, causing the very ground to tremble. The entire palace began to sway, as jagged stones rained down from above, creating gaping voids while golden droplets cascaded into the interior, raising a barrier of golden light to shield himself from the collapsing debris. Li Wei turned to Carrie, exclaiming, "Goodness! Are you certain this is the array guarding the treasury? It feels more like a self-destruct switch for this palace." "I don't know," Carrie replied, dodging the golden raindrops with evident reluctance. "All I know is that this array is crucial to Mephisto's, more so than any of those other treasures." Chapter 134. The two Li Wei internally wished to tell Carrie that their interest in this place isn't due to its status as a treasury, but rather because it functions as a self-detonation mechanism capable of obliterating the entire establishment. However, in the current predicament, such statements would hold little weight. He had witnessed countless instances where lethal traps masqueraded as treasures, and regarding such maliciously crafted traps, he felt no more than a desire to extend a middle finger in defiance. The thunderous sounds of collapse continued to resonate, the grand palace disintegrating like snow in an avalanche. Massive stones fell relentlessly, crashing against the sturdy walls and hastening the palace's downfall. As his gaze traversed the dimly lit corridors and shadowy chambers, in various vaults, a host of demons beheld the treasures before them with knowing smiles, only to witness the imminent collapse above. The gleeful expressions of discovery had scarcely faded when the crumbling structure buried everything in darkness, with fissures appearing throughout the palace walls. The omnipresent golden rain began to seep through. The fine droplets fell upon the demons, akin to a concentrated acid, corroding their resilient bodies with each hissing sound. Wisps of smoke rose, revealing not impurities, but the very essence that constituted the demons' corporeal forms. No. The ceiling above was completely shattered, and the demons, unable to evade their fate, surged like frightened strays, desperately striving to avoid the golden light that threatened to engulf them. The searing pain and the diminishing sense of their essence drove them to the brink of madness, their eyes turning a vivid crimson. Who has done this? I will kill him! I will kill him! Echoes of furious roars reverberated throughout the ruins of the palace, only to be swiftly drowned out by the delicate golden streams cascading down. Is this what they mean by "I did not slay Bo Run, yet he perished because of me"? In the sky, at an unknown moment, Levi had already risen from the ruins, suspended in mid-air, observing as the grand palace, towering over 100 meters, gradually collapsed into a heap of rubble. Beside him, a circular golden light membrane materialized, enveloping none other than Carrie, who had previously sought to collaborate with him to unlock the Mephisto's treasury. Seeing the sorrow etched on Carrie's face, Levi found himself at a loss for words, redirecting his gaze to the apocalyptic scene of the palace's downfall. The colossal palace, spanning over 1,000 acres, disintegrated into fragments, cascading from the heights. Gradually, a faint glimmer flickered in Levi's vision. Instinctively focused, he beheld a vast formation encompassing the entire elevated ground beneath the rubble. This immense array, radiating a blinding brilliance, served as the vital energy hub of the infernal realm, brimming with boundless power. Intricate patterns radiated like a web, delving into the obscured depths below. By the heavens! An ancient coin. Levi's pupils widened in astonishment as he reached out with an open hand. In an instant, the torrential rain from the sky and the flowing sea below came to a standstill, twisting and spiraling in an unnatural manner, morphing into a colossal vortex that threatened to engulf the entire world. An invisible force emanated from Levi, and at the vortex's center, two continuous pillars of energy converged at him, immense power flooding into his being. The fragility of the hellish dimension prevented Levi from transmitting a large quantity of power through the dimensional barrier all at once. This purification rain sweeping across hell was cleansing the filth within, essentially manifesting as tangible strength. As this energy, which had almost submerged the entirety of hell, was redirected back to Levi, his previously ordinary abilities were instantly elevated to the limits permissible within this dimension. A terrifying wave of energy radiated from him, causing the sky to tremble, his eyes gleaming with restrained golden light as he once again surveyed the developments below. With a rank comparable to that of the hellish dimension, the entire formation lay before Levi in silence, the intricate patterns that nearly reached the very depths of the earth clearly captured in his gaze. Once the omnipotent power was once again grasped by Levi, the entire array could no longer conceal anything from his sight. The resurrection array. Was it prepared for a rebirth through possession? Alas, I have uncovered it. The deceased should simply resign themselves to their fate and cease their futile aspirations. A hint of indifference flickered in his golden pupils as Levi extended his right palm forward and then pressed down into the air. Annihilate. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted forth, a multitude of radiant hues blossoming. Under the golden light suppression, the intricate patterns of the array, which nearly enveloped the entirety of hell, instantly dimmed. Levi did not wish to obliterate the existence of hell directly, thus refraining from employing the crude and straightforward method of overloading to annihilate the array. However, once his status was elevated to be congruent with that of hell itself, even other means rendered the array orchestrated by Mephistopheles as fragile as mere parchment. The suppression of power required no extraordinary techniques. A simple and forceful surge of energy flowed through, and then, with a swift motion of his fingers, the array that Mephistopheles had high hopes for transformed into a highly compressed crystal resting in Levi's palm. Development has never been a mere two-dimensional plane. Rather, a select few arrays, in some respects, even transcend 3 dimensions, and this one in Levi's palm exemplified that. By condensing the array that encompassed all of hell into a transparent crystal, he could observe the slowly rotating patterns within through its smooth surface. A faint smile gracing Levi's lips. Although Mephistopheles possessed limited prowess, he had indeed crafted something remarkably peculiar. The resurrection array, when coupled with rapid human cloning technology, could potentially facilitate infinite rebirths. This life-preserving trump card is indeed masterfully designed. However, it now belongs to me. Nearly every accomplished mage or demon, including the Ancient One, has their unique focal points, and, as the Lord of Hell, Mephistopheles emphasized contracts, held in high regard by demons, and his own dominion over souls. While Levi remained unaware of the motives behind such a Lord of Hell devising a resurrection array, it was unmistakably a valuable creation. Its worth would ultimately depend on how its master chose to wield it. Yet that was not the task at hand. With a flick of his hand, he stored the unique resurrection array back into his collection space. Suspended in midair, he halted the incessant downpour, casting his gaze around. The sky was remarkably clear. Yet in stark contrast lay the desolate ruins below, where only one other soul remained alive besides him, Carrie. Levi harbored no interest in the grotesque specters, wandering souls, or demons. However, he afforded a slight indulgence toward beauty. After all, Carrie, having transitioned from human to Hell's Witch, then to a soul, and subsequently remade from that soul, had endured a tumultuous existence. Her essence of life had diverged significantly from that of ordinary beings. The mere fact that her complexion was smooth, devoid of mites and bacteria, rendered her quite pleasing to the eye, was enough to persuade Li Wei to keep her around. After all, hell always requires management. Rather than harboring those grotesque and malevolent spirits, what harm could there be in retaining a youthful and captivating beauty? The true mastermind, Mephitos, had already reveled in mirth, and keeping a solitary and forlorn Carrie would pose no threat to Li Wei whatsoever. In contrast to her, Li Wei's current contemplation lay in envisioning the transformation of this infernal realm, while awaiting the extra-dimensional entities to conclude matters. The Earth, a world subtly intertwined with hell, experienced a unique ripple of energy spreading across its entirety following Mephitos' demise and the subsequent purification of hell by Li Wei. Almost instinctively, all entities endowed with dimensional powers simultaneously lowered their gaze to the solid ground beneath their feet. Although unaware of the precise happenings, they sensed an intangible comfort seemingly lifted, indicating a positive turn of events. Kamartaj, a portal abruptly opened, and Li Wei, lost in thought, stepped through, casually taking a seat before the Ancient One. Ancient One, have there been any recent developments? Indeed, the Ancient One replied calmly, nodding. I need to recompile the texts and reconstruct the library, while also observing the growth of the new sorcerer apprentices. Not a moment to spare. Despite the foreseen administrative demands, Li Wei felt a twinge of reluctance. I have something that might pique your interest. The Ancient One remained unfazed. If what you refer to pertains to hell or that array, The answer you receive may greatly disappoint you. Li Wei inquired, how do you know? Have you foreseen the future timelines using the time stone? But wait, I recall that the ability of the time stone to predict the future has been rendered obsolete. If one's thoughts are sufficiently nimble and their wisdom keen, some truths do not require foreknowledge to unveil. What do you mean? Li Wei questioned, narrowing his eyes at the Ancient One. Are you insinuating that I lack thought and wisdom? I did not state such. It is merely your own interpretation, the Ancient One replied, concealing a smile behind the facade of sipping tea, restoring her composure. In summary, if you seek my assistance in constructing a hell larger than Earth, I may not have the time at present. If you are willing to wait, perhaps in a few years I could find a moment, but as far as I know, the circumstances in hell may not permit such a lengthy delay. While only a minuscule fraction of this world qualifies for descent into hell with billions of humans, anything is possible. Indeed, Li Wei exhaled deeply. However, the current situation is not as dire as it may seem. The ancient specters that have lingered in the depths of hell for countless years have been thoroughly purged. Nowadays, we only see a few hundred to 1,000 new souls arriving each day. The one I have been overseeing should still be managing. Since you already possess a workforce, why seek my assistance? He paused momentarily, reflecting. Perhaps this illustrates the distinction between lowly laborers and high-caliber tools. You are utterly unreserved, Gu Yi remarked, pouring himself another cup of tea, his gaze drifting to the books before him. I must remind you of several matters. You previously promised to upgrade the Hong Kong sanctum and to establish a mechanism for energy output assessment. By the way, the chaotic cult you released seems to be re-emerging. That should also fall under your purview. Additionally, regarding the crimson gemstones, if you intend to neglect them, I will dispatch the sanctum's sorcerer to retrieve them. Li Wei. Upon hearing Gu Yi enumerate these pressing concerns, Li Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening? I have yet to resolve matters in hell, and now I am burdened with so many additional tasks. Who knows? Gu Yi smiled lightly. These are all commitments you made yourself. This won't do. This is too much. Li Wei's expression hardened. I need to find someone to share the load. Who do you intend to recruit? Wong? Perhaps not. Li Wei shook his head. I recall, he is merely a librarian. If you require assistance with the books, he will have his hands full. I have other candidates in mind. As he spoke, Li Wei casually opened a portal in the air. Upon gazing through it, a radiant smile illuminated his face. Li Wei, it has been a long time. Li Wei, danger. Seeing the cheerful expression on Li Wei's face, his doppelganger, Li Wei, felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding as a shiver ran down his spine, causing his pupils to constrict. What do you need from me? With a guarded demeanor, he stepped through the portal, as if he could already foresee his fate. It's nothing too significant. Li Wei waved his hand dismissively before continuing. The Hong Kong sanctum requires your expertise for an upgrade, and I need you to assist in creating a verification mechanism as well. It does not need to be overly complex. It should merely assess whether the sorcerers utilizing my power have descended into grievous moral depravity. If they have, their energy should be interrupted. Moreover, I have recently discovered an additional dimension known as hell, which requires your attention. If you find the time, it will be prudent to investigate the whereabouts of those crimson gemstones as well. Oh, and you might also want to keep an eye on the mutants. Li Wei. As he listened to Li Wei casually list one task after another, Li Wei felt as though he were a diminutive pony burdened with a heavy cart, overwhelmed by a sense of inadequacy. After a prolonged silence, Li Wei slowly spoke, I am merely a magical avatar. Indeed, Li Wei nodded in acknowledgement thus. I never summoned you to confront Murphy Toth. I took matters into my own hands. Compared to the matters you mentioned, I would much rather engage in a battle with that Murphy Toth. Li Wei lamented weakly. Have you ever considered when you might dispose of me and create a new magical avatar? How could you entertain such thoughts? Li Wei regarded him with a serious expression. I assign tasks to you out of respect and trust, as well as concern for your well-being. Those capable must shoulder more responsibilities. You must live up to the immense trust the organization has placed in you. You truly are a competent capitalist. Faced with Li Wei's words, Li Wei could not help but take a deep breath. How can this be called exploitation? You and I are one. Therefore, your struggles are ultimately for your own benefit. Trust me, a fulfilling life is built step by step. You are indeed a villain. In response to Li Wei's rhetoric, Li Wei simply chuckled, then opened the portal and stepped inside, disappearing without a backward glance. How liberating. The so-called lightheartedness of being unburdened allowed Li Wei to feel a sense of relief as he offloaded a huge pile of responsibilities onto his subordinate. He then grabbed a cup of tea from the table and drank deeply. Ancient One, I now have ample time for us to engage in discourse. No. Sensing Li Wei's determination, the Ancient One abruptly closed her book, stood up, and walked outside. I intend to first observe how the apprentice mages are training. Afterwards, I will study astronomy and calendar systems. If you're interested, you may join me. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's expression soured. Observing the training was one thing, but the study of astronomy and calendar systems involved watching the movements of countless stars and planets. If there were no civilizations present, it would indeed be a rather dull affair. Chapter 135. A premature future ultimately. Li Wei chose not to linger and pester the Ancient One, but instead returned to his own office in the Wanfeng building in New York City. Taking a moment to glance at the distant streets, he noted the construction teams, belonging to various corporate groups, gathering at the site. Having experienced the previous reconstruction efforts, this construction team appeared significantly more professional. Li Wei even discerned the insignia of the New York Reconstruction Committee among them. Barricades were set up, banners hung, and one by one, the dilapidated ruins were cordoned off. Police officers and committee members hovered outside, supervising the rescue operations within. However, the situation on site deviated slightly from Li Wei's expectations. Are those individuals genuinely engaged in disaster relief and rebuilding New York? Indeed, a figure named by responded. The database contains relevant information. Would you like to review it? No need. Li Wei casually shook his head and remarked, just tell me briefly, why is the rescue effort progressing at such a sluggish pace? Sir, that is an elderly care facility, and most of the residents are normal retirees, possessing assets and receiving their pensions, he replied. Li Wei fell silent for a moment, speechless. So, the members of the New York Reconstruction Committee have decided to abandon these individuals? Is not them, but rather other politicians in New York City who have reached a unanimous decision. According to the documents revealed, the death of these elderly individuals would immediately release millions of dollars. Furthermore, based on the comprehensive calculations from hospitals and other institutions, aside from a few assets that can be legally inherited, the remainder will be seized by organizations, including the Tax Bureau, amounting to approximately $875. Additionally, the land's designation will shift from public to commercial, potentially generating economic effects worth tens of millions of dollars. In comparison, the lives of these elderly people hold little value in their eyes. Don't their children care? Li Wei frowned as he observed the sluggish rescue teams and the crowd gathering to take photos. Investigations indicate that they are protesting the New York City government, but the situation remains fundamentally unresolved. Such is the lamentable nature of capitalism. Gazing at the distant ruckus, Li Wei let out a cold laugh before stepping away from the rooftop edge and returning to the building. Though it seems unseemly to say so, given the current circumstances. Bolstered by formidable forces, Li Wei was, in fact, a member of the bourgeoisie. However, what set him apart was his ability to create value from nothing without resorting to exploitation. Thus, in times of uncertainty, America, as a capitalist nation, was the most suitable place for him. What transpired outside was undoubtedly infuriating, but upon reflection, the internal strife among white Americans was of no concern to him. As for rescuing these individuals from peril, was that not the duty of the police and government, who bore the responsibility of ensuring public safety? It was not his obligation. With a lighter step, he made his way to the next floor of his collection. Li Wei reached out, and the orb containing the resurrection array appeared in his hand, which he then placed into a completely transparent container. In this collection, Li Wei had long amassed a plethora of peculiar artifacts. The holy water formula seized from the Brotherhood, all the sentry robots from the prototype to the Prism Fortress, the steel battle armor, and various collectibles obtained from the Flower God Giants, along with several strands of dimensional energy with unique properties. Li Wei was not boasting. Any single item from this house could potentially spark a global crisis. What? The holy water? The old version certainly wouldn't suffice, but this was the new iteration. If utilized properly by acquiring rare plant species or viruses, this could easily cultivate a biohazard crisis akin to the viruses in the Resident Evil series. However, it is also possible that it could transform into a virus from a zombie universe. Levi once caught a fleeting glimpse of that universe during a surreal journey. To be frank, aside from the tenacious chatterbox, that world had succumbed entirely to ruin. He harbored a disdain for that squalid realm. Thus, he prepared a container capable of withstanding the onslaught of main battle tank artillery to house these artifacts. As for why he did not procure something superior, it was because he could only obtain such quality from the universe. To acquire better, he would have to personally delve into research. It is a well-known fact that superheroes are often brash. Brash individuals ought to comfortably indulge in soda and gaming, leaving the cerebral tasks to a capable aide. Having just completed the Hong Kong sanctuary, Levi began to rack his brain for a method to establish a selection mechanism when he suddenly sneezed. Is someone thinking of me? He picked up the game controller, recentering his thoughts, and successfully completed a game he had previously failed to conquer. Before he could seek out his next gaming adventure, the voice of White Widow resonated. Sir, Agent Romanoff is seeking you. The Black Widow is looking for me? Levi raised an eyebrow. Recalling the task he had previously assigned, it seemed the pieces were finally coming together, meticulously timed. He was somewhat perplexed by what Fury and his agents occupied their thoughts with daily, and he was too indifferent to use his telepathic abilities to probe their minds. However, he was acutely aware of what the Black Widow intended to do. A mischievous grin crept across his face as he opened a game that boasted a theoretical completion time of over 100 hours, then glanced at White Widow. I am quite busy at the moment. Tell her to manage on her own and refrain from bothering me. Sir, Mr. Stark has sent you a message. Stark? What did he want? Levi raised an eyebrow and opened the email sent by J.A.R.V.I.S. The content was succinct, merely a preliminary idea. It piqued Levi's interest. White Widow, take note of this and remind me when the time is right. By the way, is winter approaching? Yes, sir. It is now October. There are 2 months until winter. 2 months hence, it would already be 2010. Levi found himself inexplicably reflective, then redirected his gaze to the gaming console before him. Lastly, White Widow, please send a message to Levi, elevating the priority of hell to the highest level, and suggest he speak with Groot. After all, it pertains to significant botanical affairs concerning the flower god and the giant statue species. I wish to transform that previous chaotic world into something resembling a serene garden. Understood, sir. White Widow acquiesced and subsequently vanished. Director, I was unable to meet the target. His intelligent steward intercepted me. Like a butler, she meticulously categorized and delivered all tasks, and the Black Widow returned to us. H-I-L-D. I believe he must have already discerned my identity. Indeed, Fury nodded as expected. In that case, there is no need for you to remain there any longer. I shall devise a means to reinsert an agent. As for you, return for now. There are other matters that require your attention. Are you prepared to initiate the plan? Indeed, Fury mused, his hand brushing against the device in his pocket. The world is becoming increasingly perilous, and who knows how many crises may yet arise. The current response team alone cannot effectively fulfill strategic objectives. I require the establishment of a more elite and efficient task force. Natasha, you will be a member of this team. Yes. The Black Widow's spirit was instantly invigorated. In the Antarctic, beneath the untouchable layers of ice, a vessel lay frozen in a realm of frigid desolation. The bitter cold had nearly immobilized all, including the figure slumbering within the craft. Save for the howl of the wind and the flurry of snow, this vast expanse was steeped in silence, until a deep crimson light materialized. With a rush, an unparalleled force erupted from the crimson radiance, instantly compressing the swirling snowflakes to the ground. In the midst of this solitude, the light transformed once more, penetrating the thick ice like a pure beam, directly entering the body of the dormant figure within the vessel. In a moment of disorientation, the sound of a heartbeat echoed within the cavernous hold. Though faint, it signified the return of warmth. Above the ice, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., stationed in the Arctic Ocean, gazed at the towering crimson beam in the distance, their faces etched with bewilderment. What is that? I don't know, but it might be a satellite laser weapon. Are you jesting? Who would test laser weapons in such a place? If that were indeed a laser, I suspect the world might already be at peace. Report to headquarters. Clearly, this is yet another supernatural occurrence. Gentlemen, let's mobilize and swiftly secure the area to prevent any unwarranted eyes from witnessing what they should not. The situation was already dire enough. I do not wish to remain in this cursed place for eternity. At S.H.I.E.L.D., ELD. Headquarters, the director was informed. Director. The Arctic agents have sent new intelligence requiring a review. A deep crimson beacon, illuminating beneath the ice? Fury's brow furrowed upon reviewing the documents sent to him. If I recall correctly, Steve's crash site also lies within that vicinity. Indeed, Director, Hill affirmed. The report was sent by one of the recovery teams, who have already begun securing the scene. Not sufficient, Fury contemplated. If that crimson light is connected to Steve, we must ensure thorough safety preparations. Raising his gaze toward Hill, he continued, I recall that Coulson has not had any particularly significant field assignments lately. Let us send him over. Director, he has just returned from Africa. There's no need for concern. Fury waved his hand dismissively. If he were to learn that this mission might be connected to Steve, he would undoubtedly accept it with great enthusiasm. After all, Steve has been his idol since childhood. A few days later, on the frozen expanse of the Arctic Ocean, after 24 hours of relentless operation at full capacity, a substantial layer of ice, along with a robust alloy hull beneath, was cleaved to reveal a circular opening. As the spotlight illuminated the scene beneath the hole, the joy and excitement in Coulson's eyes were nearly palpable. As a fervent fan since his youth, Coulson was certain of what lay encased in the ice below, despite never having been there himself. The thought of being the first to unearth his idol filled Coulson with such elation that he nearly felt compelled to embrace the unscrupulous director, who often dispatched him on missions to Africa. However, in his excitement, Coulson was oblivious to the glances exchanged among several agents behind him, their expressions shrouded in foreboding. Bring me the rope ladder. I wish to descend and ascertain the situation personally. Yes, sir. The sound of fragmented ice crashing into the vacant chamber echoed sharply as Coulson gingerly descended the rope ladder into the bay. The glaring spotlight chilled the interior, drawing attention to a massive ice block that captivated everyone present. Approaching it step by step, the beam of light illuminated the surface, revealing a figure that had previously existed only in illustrated brochures. It was Captain America, on the ice above, as Coulson and a considerable number of agents who had breached protocol entered below. The few remaining on the surface were predominantly agents affiliated with Hydra. The howling wind and snow were accompanied by some unusual sounds. Sir, we have confirmed that the individual below is indeed the Captain America who went missing during World War II. Our forces hold absolute advantage. Shall we take action? After a brief silence, the voice responded, We need Captain America. Once they have completed the cutting and reported back, eliminate them. Understood. Within the wreckage of the aircraft, the cutting operations proceeded fervently, swiftly dismantling the colossal ice block that had preserved the captain, measuring 3 to 4 meters in height and 2 to 3 meters in width. However, what went unnoticed by all was that the once faint heartbeat within Steve had grown increasingly pronounced. Energy from the crimson cosmos began to awaken the dormant vitality within him. His heart resumed its rhythm. The previously frozen blood thawed, warm lifeblood circulating throughout his body, revitalizing other slumbering cells. Organs, muscles, nerves, gentle warmth radiated incrementally from the core of his heart, rousing consciousness that had lain dormant for decades. In a darkness that could scarcely be termed chaotic, the consciousness of Steve began to re-emerge. The piercing sound of chainsaw outside relentlessly provoked his nerves. What is happening out there? Is the war still raging? His awareness awakened, yet his body, encased in a thick layer of ice, remained unresponsive. He could not even open his eyes. Instead, he relied on his acute hearing to capture every movement beyond his frozen prison. An incessant flow of deep crimson energy coursed from his heart throughout his entire being. He felt no chill, but rather a steady warmth that gradually melted the icy confines surrounding him. A clear stream flowed within him, and with each passing moment, Steve began to shatter the seal that bound him, awaiting the opportune moment for his rebirth.